Chapter 1: Drunk and asleep in the street, Soul travels to a parallel world. In the original world, Shenyu was like a trapped beast constantly tormented by fate. His failure in the college entrance examination caused him to miss out on university, and he had to enter the mainstream of society at an early age. He toiled on construction sites, his hands worn raw by the rough cement. He worked day and night on noisy factory assembly lines, the roar of the machines making his ears ring. His meager salary was barely enough for him to make ends meet in a cramped rented room on the outskirts of the city. He ate the cheapest instant noodles and swallowed the bitterness of life with pickled vegetables. Everyone around him was in a hurry, and no one was willing to stop and listen to him talk about his weariness and resentment. The warmth of family was even more out of reach. That day, Shenyu was verbally abused by the foreman for accidentally breaking some tools at the construction site, and was also docked half a month's wages. Filled with resentment and anger, he rushed into a dimly lit pub on the street after get-off work. The tavern was filled with the pungent smell of smoke and alcohol. Shenyu sat in a corner, chugging down one glass of cheap liquor after another. The spicy liquid flowed down his throat, burning his throat and stomach, but he seemed to feel no pain, only wanting to numb himself with the alcohol. How could I be so useless? Shenyu slammed his fist on the table, causing his wine glass to bounce and spill wine all over the table. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was filled with resentment and despair. After drinking for an unknown amount of time, Shenyu staggered out of the tavern. The streets were deserted at night, and the dim streetlights cast his shadow long and thin. The cold wind lashed his face like a knife, and he shivered, his steps becoming increasingly unsteady. Suddenly, a blindingly bright light flashed without warning, and Shenyu's vision went black. His body fell forward uncontrollably, and he lost consciousness. When Shenyu woke up again, he found himself in an unfamiliar room. The room wasn't big, but it was decorated very warmly. There were several unique posters on the wall, depicting people and scenes he had never seen before. The streets outside the window were bustling with traffic and people, but the streets, buildings, and pedestrians exuded an indescribable sense of unfamiliarity. Where am I? Shenyu rubbed his throbbing head and struggled to sit up. Before he could even catch his breath, a flood of memories, not his own, rushed into his mind. He then realized that he had transmigrated to a parallel world and inherited the original owner's identity. The original owner was also named Shenyu. He was a freshman who had just entered university. His parents had both passed away, but fortunately they left behind a 3-bedroom apartment in the community, so he wouldn't end up homeless. The original owner had always lived with distant relatives. Although his relatives did not mistreat him, the feeling of being dependent on others always lingered in his mind. The numerous inconveniences of life made the original owner yearn for independence. Now, she has been admitted to university, which is located in the city where her parents left behind the house. The original owner, who had just come of age, was looking forward to a new life. On the eve of the start of the school year, she packed her bags and moved into the house left by her parents, intending to start a new life. However, she did not expect to be possessed by Shenyu. Shenyu sat on the bed, closed his eyes, and tried to digest the original owner's memories, gradually understanding the background of this world. It turns out that the world had just experienced a devastating world war that lasted for a full 10 years. Countless cities were razed to the ground, skyscrapers were reduced to ruins, and the economy suffered a severe blow. Worse still, the large number of young men who died in the war led to a severe gender imbalance, with the ratio now reaching an alarming 1:20. In order to alleviate social conflicts and promote population growth, the government has introduced a series of policies that are favorable to men. Not only are relief funds provided to men facing financial difficulties, but companies are also encouraged to prioritize hiring men, and educational resources are allocated in a way that favors men. In terms of marriage, polygamy is promoted, encouraging men to form families with more women. Moreover, women here do not receive betrothal gifts when they get married, and the bride's family will prepare a generous dowry, all in the hope that their daughter can find a suitable husband. This is too unbelievable. Shenyu's eyes widened in astonishment. He pinched his thigh hard, hissing in pain, before he realized that it was all real. Just as Shenyu was filled with shock, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind: "Soft rice system successfully bound, welcome to use." The rules of this system are that as long as a woman who was not a blood relative within 3 generations spends money on you, you can receive a cash rebate ranging from 5 to 100 times the amount of money spent, depending on the level of affection you have with her. Please adapt to this system as soon as possible and begin your life as a kept man. Soft rice system? What the hell is that? Shenyu asked in confusion. Before he could figure out what was going on, he heard a crisp knock on the door. Chapter 2, Bound by the soft rice system, happiness came too suddenly. The sudden knocking interrupted Chun Yu's thoughts. He instinctively called out come in, but all he got in response was an even more urgent knocking. Chun Yu then realized what was happening, got up, and opened the door. A girl named Lin Yu was standing outside the door. She was Chun Yu's neighbor and lived across the hall. Lin Yu is tall and slender, and her white dress perfectly accentuates her curves, especially her proud breasts, which are full and firm, creating an eye-catching sight. Her long, jet-black hair was casually tied into a ponytail, swaying gently with her movements. Her eyes were bright and expressive, curving into two crescent moons when she smiled, and shallow dimples would appear on her fair cheeks, making her instantly endearing. Seeing Chun Yu open the door, Lin Yu greeted him with a smile. "Hello, I'm Lin Yu, I live across from you. I saw you moving your things before and I've been wanting to say hello. The lady who helped you move your things told me your name is Chun Yu and you just started university, right?" It turned out that when the original owner moved in, she chatted with the aunt who was helping out, and Lin Yu learned the original owner's name and basic information from the aunt. As she spoke, she held up the fruit basket in her hand, which was filled with fresh fruit, bright red apples, golden bananas, and glistening purple grapes, all of which looked incredibly tempting. Chun Yu paused for a moment, his gaze lingering involuntarily on Lin Yu's chest for a second, before quickly taking the fruit basket. "Thank you, Lin Yu, please come in and sit down. I just got here and I'm still a little lost." Lin Yu walked into the house and looked around curiously. "Your house looks a bit messy, let me tidy it up for you." As he spoke, he began to tidy up the clutter scattered on the sofa. As she bent over, her full breasts were faintly visible, and Chun Yu couldn't help but feel a little distracted, so he quickly looked away. His gaze wandered around the room, but he couldn't help but glance at Lin Yu from time to time. Chun Yu was a little embarrassed. "You've gone to so much trouble, Lin Yu, you're such a kind person." "No trouble at all, we're all neighbors, it's just common to help each other out." Lin Yu waved her hand with a smile, quickly tidying up the house while chatting with Chun Yu. "You just started university, right? What's your major?" "I'm a finance major," Chun Yu replied, as a system notification sounded in his mind, detected Lin Yu, a female not related within 3 generations. Current favorability, 60. Cashback mechanism can be activated. Chun Yu's heart skipped a beat. This was a great opportunity to trigger the system's cashback. After Lin Yu finished tidying up the house, Chun Yu said with a smile, "Lin Yu, thank you so much. To express my gratitude, let me treat you to milk tea." Actually, he had a plan in mind. If he could get Lin Yu to help pay, he might be able to trigger a cashback. Lin Yu smiled and shook her head. "Let me treat you. You just moved here, so you must have a lot of expenses. I happen to know a really good milk tea shop nearby, let's go try it together." Chun Yu was secretly delighted, but on the surface he pretended to be embarrassed. "How could I accept this? It's our first time meeting and you're already treating me to a meal." "Oh, don't be so polite, just consider it a welcome to be my neighbor." Lin Yu pulled Chun Yu out the door. The two arrived at the milk tea shop. The shop was decorated in a cozy style, with various cute graffiti on the walls, and the wooden tables and chairs were arranged neatly. The shop was filled with a rich aroma of milk and tea. Chun Yu looked at the menu and couldn't help but gasp. The milk tea here was not cheap, costing 50 yuan a cup. In his original world, this would be considered a milk tea assassin. Lin Yu seemed to sense Chun Yu's hesitation and said generously, "It's my treat, don't be shy. What kind of drink would you like?" Chun Yu was secretly delighted, but pretended to be embarrassed. "Then I won't be polite, I'll have a cup of their signature milk tea." A moment later, the milk tea was served. Chun Yu took a sip, and the sweet flavor instantly spread in his mouth. The texture was smooth, and the aroma of tea and milk blended perfectly. It was indeed delicious. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his mind. Lin Yu's favorability has increased to 70. The amount spent is 100 yuan, triggering a 5x cashback. You have received 500 yuan in cashback, which has been deposited into the host's account. Chun Yu almost shouted out in excitement, but he forced himself to remain calm and said to Lin Yu, "Lin Yu, this milk tea is really delicious, thank you for treating me." Lin Yu smiled and said, "I'm glad you like it. I come to this store often, and we can come here often in the future." After saying that, she gently brushed her hair behind her ear, and inadvertently touched Chun Yu's hand. Their eyes met, and an ambiguous atmosphere filled the air. Chun Yu's heart suddenly raced, while Lin Yu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly looked away. Her hand recoiled as if she'd been electrocuted, and she gently bit her lower lip, her eyes filled with shyness and panic. Emerging from the bubble tea shop, Chun Yu felt exceptionally cheerful. Not only had he met his warm and kind neighbor, Lin Yu, but he had also unexpectedly received a cashback from the system. He felt that the world wasn't so bad after all. Chapter 3, Neighbor Lin Yu makes her appearance, Milk Tea Assassin turns into a perk. After returning home with Lin Yu and having milk tea, Chen Yu sat on the sofa, reflecting on everything that had just happened, and felt even more excited about the operation of this soft rice system. He began to think about how he could better utilize this system to live a prosperous life in this world. The next day, Chen Yu got up early, carefully selected a clean white shirt and a pair of dark blue jeans, and tidied his hair in front of the mirror, trying to make himself look more energetic and handsome. As soon as I opened the door, I bumped into Lin Yu, who was about to leave. "Good morning, Chen Yu. Are you going to school?" Lin Yu greeted him with a smile. Today, she was wearing a light blue short-sleeved shirt paired with a white skirt, exuding youthful energy. The shirt was stretched taut by her ample bosom, outlining a striking silhouette, and Chen Yu's gaze was irresistibly drawn to it. "Yes, I'm going to complete the enrollment procedures. What about you?" Chen Yu tried to look away and replied calmly. He lowered his head slightly, trying to hide the slight blush on his face. "I'm going to school too, let us go together," Lin Yu said. The two chatted and laughed along the way. Chen Yu learned from Lin Yu that there were far more girls than boys in the school, and boys were few in number, so boys were very popular and received a lot of preferential treatment. This filled Chen Yu with anticipation for university life. As he listened to Lin Yu speak, he secretly glanced at her figure. Her alluring curves were even more dazzling in the sunlight. Occasionally, Lin Yu would turn around unintentionally, her hair swaying gently, carrying a faint scent of shampoo, which would drift into Chen Yu's nostrils, making his heart flutter slightly. Upon arriving at the school, there were many people registering, but because Chen Yu was a boy, the staff quickly processed his registration first. After completing the registration, Lin Yu suggested going to the food street near the school. The food street was bustling with activity, and the aroma of various delicacies wafted through the air. At the lamb skewer stall, charcoal fires roared, and the lamb sizzled on the iron rack, releasing its oil. Sprinkled with cumin and chili powder, the aroma instantly filled the air. At the jianbingguozi stall, the female owner skillfully spreads the batter on the griddle, cracks an egg on top, adds fried dough sticks, crispy fried dough sticks, and various side dishes. In no time, a steaming hot jianbingguozi is handed to the customer. Looking at the dazzling array of snacks, Chen Yu's stomach began to rumble. "Chen Yu, what would you like to eat?" "It's my treat," Lin Yu said generously, her chest rising and falling slightly with her breath as she spoke. Chen Yu was secretly delighted. He had already set his sights on a barbecue stall, so he said, "Then I won't be polite, I want to eat barbecue skewers." The two arrived at the barbecue stall, and Chen Yu ordered a bunch of his favorite skewers, lamb skewers, chicken wings, and grilled squid, filling a whole plate. After Lin Yu paid, a system notification sounded in Chen Yu's mind. Lin Yu's favorability has increased to 75. The amount spent was 80 yuan, triggering a 6x cashback. You received 480 yuan in cashback, which has been deposited into the host's account. Chen Yu ate his kebabs while chatting with Lin Yu. He found that Lin Yu was not only beautiful but also had a very cheerful personality, and the two got along very well. Occasionally, Lin Yu would gesture excitedly as she spoke, her ample bosom trembling slightly. Chen Yu remained outwardly calm, but inwardly, his emotions were stirred. He responded to Lin Yu's every word with a smile, but his eyes were always unconsciously drawn to her every move. After finishing the barbecue skewers, Lin Yu took Chen Yu to a dessert shop. The shop is filled with all kinds of exquisite cakes and desserts. The strawberry cake in the window, with bright red strawberries adorning the white cream, looks so tempting. There is also chocolate mousse, with delicate mousse that melts in your mouth and rich chocolate flavor spreading in your mouth. The desserts at this shop are especially delicious, you must try them, Lin Yu said, and then ordered two of their signature desserts, a strawberry cheesecake and a mango crepe. When Lin Yu made the payment again, the system notification sounded again. Lin Yu's favorability has increased to 80. The amount spent was 120 yuan, triggering a 7x cashback. She received 840 yuan in cashback, which has been deposited into the host's account. As Chen Yu ate the delicious dessert, he felt a sense of gratitude. In this world, with a soft rice system and a generous neighbor like Lin Yu, those once exorbitantly priced delicacies, like those from a milk tea assassin, had now become benefits for him in acquiring wealth. Lin Yu's outstanding figure added a unique touch to this wonderful experience. The two sat in a corner of the dessert shop, and Lin Yu accidentally got some cream on her nose. Seeing this, Chen Yu smiled and said softly, "You have cream on your nose." As he spoke, he picked up a tissue and gently wiped the cream off Lin Yu's nose. His fingers inadvertently brushed against her cheek, and Lin Yu's face instantly turned red. A hint of shyness flashed in her eyes, but she did not pull away. Looking at her shy appearance, Chen Yu's heart began to race, and the air was filled with an increasingly intense atmosphere of ambiguity. His hand lingered beside Lin Yu's cheek, trembling slightly, as if waiting for something. Lin Yu's breathing became rapid. She gently bit her lip, her eyes filled with tenderness and anticipation. As they left the dessert shop, dusk was falling, and the afterglow of the setting sun cast long, long shadows on them. Chen Yu and Lin Yu went home together. Although they didn't say much along the way, an ambiguous feeling lingered in their hearts. Chen Yu was full of anticipation for his future university life. He knew that with the help of the soft rice system, his university life would definitely be different. Chapter 4, First Exploration of a New World, Gender Imbalance Shocks. Back home, Chen Yu lay on his soft bed, reflecting on the events of the past 2 days, too excited to fall asleep. The wealth brought by the soft rice system and Lin Yu's companionship filled him with curiosity and anticipation for this new world. The next day, Chen Yu arrived at school early, ready to begin his exploration of this new world on campus. As soon as I stepped into the campus, I looked around and saw that it was almost entirely filled with girls, who were in groups of 3 or 5, laughing and chatting happily. Occasionally, a few boys would appear, and they would immediately be surrounded by a group of girls, enjoying the treatment of being the center of attention. As Chen Yu walked along the tree-lined path on campus, the girls all turned their gazes toward him. The bold ones stared straight at him, their eyes full of curiosity and admiration. The shy ones blushed and whispered to their companions. Chen Yu felt the unprecedented attention he was receiving, feeling both nervous and a little proud. He unconsciously straightened his back and walked with a much lighter pace. As he walked, Chen Yu arrived at the school's bulletin board. The bulletin board was covered with various club recruitment posters, academic lecture notices, and school policy documents. One document about student scholarships and grants caught his attention. It clearly stated that male students had priority in the review process and received significantly higher amounts than female students. This gender advantage is too obvious. Chen Yu couldn't help but exclaim. He continued browsing the bulletin board and discovered that the school had established elite clubs specifically to encourage boys to participate in club activities. Only boys could join these clubs, which were equipped with the best instructors and resources. Chen Yu was engrossed in watching when he suddenly heard a clear laugh behind him. Looking back, he saw a group of girls walking towards him. The girl in the lead was tall and slender, with long, wavy hair casually draped over her shoulders. She wore a fitted dress that perfectly showcased her curvaceous figure. She walked up to Chen Yu with a smile and said, "Hello, classmate. You seem to be looking around so intently. Are you looking for a club? Would you like me to introduce you to one?" Chen Yu nodded quickly, "Sure, thank you. I'm quite interested in this elite club, could you tell me more about it?" The girl enthusiastically introduced, "This elite club is the best club in our school, and it's full of the most outstanding boys in the school. The club frequently organizes high-level academic exchange activities and social practice projects, and also has opportunities to cooperate with well-known companies outside the university. Furthermore, club members enjoy numerous privileges at school, such as priority access to library resources, laboratory equipment, and even the school's exclusive fitness center. While male members of the elite club can use it at any time, female members need to queue and book a week in advance." Chen Yu listened, feeling very interested in this club. He chatted with the girl for a few more minutes and learned that her name was Su Yao and that she was a member of the school's student council. Su Yao was very enthusiastic towards Chen Yu, not only introducing him in detail about the various clubs and activities at the school, but also offering to take him around the campus. Led by Su Yao, Chen Yu visited the school's library, laboratories, gymnasium, and other facilities. Throughout the journey, Su Yao's gaze frequently fell upon Chen Yu, revealing her appreciation and goodwill. Chen Yu was also attracted by Su Yao's enthusiasm and generosity, and found that the girls in this world seemed to be very proactive, which was completely different from the girls in his original world. As they left the gymnasium, they passed the school's swimming pool. At the entrance, a group of boys were surrounded by a large group of girls, who helped them carry their bags and handed them towels. The scene was quite lively. Seeing this, Su Yao smiled and said to Chen Yu, "At our school, when boys go swimming, it's like they're celebrities going out. The girls all fight to take care of them." As Chen Yu witnessed this scene, he gained a deeper understanding of gender differences in this world. After touring the campus, since it was still early, Su Yao enthusiastically suggested, "Chen Yu, there's a very lively shopping mall near the school. How about we go shopping together?" It'll be a good opportunity for you to learn more about our area. Chen Yu readily agreed. As soon as Chen Yu stepped into the mall, he was surrounded by a noisy yet lively atmosphere. Everywhere he looked, there were meticulously decorated shops, with a dazzling array of goods displayed in the windows. A scene similar to that at school appeared again. Wherever there were boys, they were always surrounded by girls who helped them choose items and carry their shopping bags. They walked into a men's clothing store. The saleswoman was a sweet girl. As soon as she saw Chen Yu enter, her eyes lit up and she greeted him warmly. "Sir, take a look at our new styles. They are especially suitable for handsome guys like you." As she spoke, she picked up a stylish jacket and held it up in front of Chen Yu, then turned to ask Su Yao for her opinion. Su Yao smiled and nodded in approval. At the fitting room door, Chen Yu came out after changing his clothes, and Su Yao's eyes lit up. "Chen Yu, you look so good in this." The shop assistant chimed in. "Yes, sir, you have a great figure, you look good in anything. And in our store, men get a 20% discount on clothes." Chen Yu was secretly delighted, enjoying both the attention and the good deal. So Chen Yu spent 320 yuan to buy the jacket. After leaving the men's clothing store, they went to the food area. The air was filled with the aroma of various delicacies, making their mouths water. Chen Yu saw a hamburger shop and was about to take out his money to buy some when Su Yao beat him to it. "It's my treat. Let me let you enjoy the food here today." The moment Su Yao made the payment, a system notification sounded in Chen Yu's mind. Su Yao's favorability has increased to 75. The amount spent was 70 yuan, triggering a 6x cashback. You have received 420 yuan in cashback, which has been deposited into the host's account. The two found a place to sit down and enjoyed their food while Chen Yu observed their surroundings. He discovered that boys were receiving special treatment in every corner of the mall. At arcades, boys not only receive free game tokens when playing games, but girls also actively invite them to team up at movie theaters. Boys can enjoy a buy one get 3 free offer when buying movie tickets. As they left the mall, it was already getting dark. After saying goodbye to Chen Yu, Su Yao left. As Chen Yu walked home, reflecting on what he had seen and heard at school and the mall that day, he deeply felt the enormous differences brought about by the gender imbalance in the world. The male characters in this world enjoy many privileges and advantages, and he will use the soft rice system to start his own wonderful life in this new world full of opportunities. Chapter 5. The Soft Rice Plan begins. Drink to your heart's content without spending a penny. Back home, Chen Yu lay in bed, his mind filled with the day's extraordinary experiences, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. After much thought, he decided to make good use of the soft rice system and devise a detailed soft rice plan to make his life in this world more comfortable. The next morning, Chen Yu got up early, full of energy. After washing up, he carefully selected a handsome casual outfit, tidied his hair in front of the mirror, and confidently went out to school. After finishing his classes that day, he planned to try his luck at a newly opened upscale beverage shop near the school. Upon entering the beverage shop, you are greeted by its exquisite decor and rich aroma. Artistic paintings adorn the walls, soothing music fills the air, and wooden tables and chairs are arranged in a pleasing, staggered manner, creating a warm and comfortable atmosphere. As soon as Chen Yu entered, he attracted the attention of many girls. One of the girls, wearing a light pink dress, caught my eye and walked over. Her name is Zhou Shihan. She has a pair of bright, expressive eyes and 2 shallow dimples when she smiles, making her look very sweet. What is particularly striking is her pair of long, straight legs. She walks with a light step, and every step exudes a unique charm. What's even more striking is her impressive bust, which pushes the front of her dress high, creating a voluptuous silhouette as she walks, attracting the attention of many people in the store. "Hello, are you a new freshman? My name is Zhou Shihan. I often come to this shop. The drinks here are all super delicious. Would you like me to recommend some?" Zhou Shihan said enthusiastically, her chest rising and falling slightly as she spoke. Chen Yu was secretly delighted, but his face showed a slightly hesitant expression. "I'm not very familiar with this place, and I was just wondering what to choose." "Thank you so much. But I left in a hurry today and didn't bring much money with me, so I'm a little embarrassed." Zhou Shihan quickly waved her hand. "It's nothing, I'll treat you to a drink." Chen Yu scratched his head, feigning embarrassment, and said, "I can't accept this. It's our first time meeting, and you're already treating me." "Oh, don't be so polite, just consider it making friends," Zhou Shihan said with a smile, then pulled Chen Yu to the counter. Her long hair swayed gently with her movements, inadvertently brushing against Chen Yu's cheek, and a fresh fragrance wafted towards them. Zhou Shihan skillfully ordered 2 of the shop's signature drinks from the staff, a strawberry milkshake made with fresh strawberries and imported milk, and a latte with rich espresso and delicate milk foam. She also ordered a sweet creme brulee. The two found a seat by the window, where sunlight streamed through and onto the table, creating a warm little haven for them. While chatting happily with Zhou Shihan, Xinyu secretly observed her chest rising and falling slightly with her breathing, and his gaze was also inadvertently drawn to her long legs. He noticed that although there weren't many men in the store, each one received a lot of attention. The women would always take the initiative to talk to them, and when men and women made purchases together, it was usually the women who paid. Just then, a system notification sounded in Chen Yu's mind. Zhou Shihan, a female who was not a blood relative within 3 generations, has been detected. Her current favorability is 60. The consumption cashback mechanism can be activated. He felt a surge of excitement, knowing that his plan was beginning to work. Soon, the drinks and pudding were served. Chen Yu took a small sip of the strawberry milkshake, and the sweet flavor instantly spread in his mouth. The fresh strawberry pulp brought a rich texture, making him exclaim, "This milkshake is so delicious." "Your recommendation was definitely right." Seeing Chen Yu's satisfied expression, Zhou Shihan smiled happily. "I'm glad you like it. I'm a regular at this shop, and I know all about these drinks." As their conversation deepened, Zhou Shihan's affection for Chen Yu steadily increased. When she looked at Chen Yu again, her eyes held a mixture of unspoken emotions and shyness. Chen Yu skillfully used his words to make Zhou Shihan giggle from time to time. When she laughed, the rise and fall of her chest became more obvious, and Chen Yu had to try hard to control his gaze. Just as Zhou Shihan got up to get napkins from the counter, Chen Yu heard the system notification again. Zhou Shihan's favorability has increased to 70. Her spending amount is 120 yuan, triggering a 7x cashback, resulting in a cashback of 840 yuan, which has been deposited into the host's account. Chen Yu suppressed his excitement and maintained a calm smile on his face. When Zhou Shihan returned, Chen Yu said sincerely, "Zhou Shihan, thank you so much for today. You let me taste such delicious drinks. I will definitely treat you next time I have the chance." Zhou Shihan's cheeks flushed slightly as she said softly, "No need to be so polite, I'm also very happy to meet you." After finishing their drinks, the two walked out of the beverage shop together. The setting sun cast its golden rays across the street, bathing everything in a golden glow. Chen Yu and Zhou Shihan stood on the street, both reluctant to part. "I really enjoyed chatting with you today. Let's hang out together again sometime," Zhou Shihan said with anticipation in her eyes. "Great. I'm really happy about that too. By the way, let's add each other as friends, that way it'll be easier to keep in touch in the future," Chen Yu quickly said. "Okay." Zhou Shihan smiled and took out her phone. The two added each other as friends. Looking at Zhou Shihan's name and his phone's contacts, Chen Yu seemed to see more opportunities to be a kept man in the future. After saying goodbye to Zhou Shihan, Chen Yu walked down the street, feeling the increasing wealth in his pocket, and his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. He knew that his plan to live off his girlfriend had taken its first step successfully, and that there were many more opportunities waiting for him to explore in this gender-imbalanced world. Chapter 6 unlocks the dream of getting rich quick. After parting ways with Zhou Shihan, Chen Yu, filled with barely suppressed excitement, returned home with light steps. As soon as he entered the house, he didn't even bother to change his shoes before hurriedly taking out his phone and tapping on the cashback records of the soft rice system with slightly trembling fingers. Looking at the 840 yuan that had been deposited into his account, Chen Yu's face turned red with excitement, and he couldn't help but recall the 500 yuan cashback he had received from drinking milk tea with Lin Yu. Although that was the first time the system had been activated, this time was different. This was the result of his proactive and meticulously planned soft rice scheme, and powerful proof that he had actively used the system to open the door to wealth. Thinking of this, Chen Yu excitedly muttered to himself, "This is just the beginning of my wealth accumulation, there will definitely be more in the future." At this moment, this money was like a seed of hope, planting in his heart an infinite yearning for a prosperous future. Blinded by the wealth he could acquire so easily, Chen Yu only wanted to reward himself. He carefully selected a high-end Western restaurant that he could only admire from the window in his previous life, and decided to experience a gourmet feast at a high-class restaurant. As soon as he pushed open the door of the Western restaurant, melodious and soothing classical music flowed in like a babbling brook, instantly enveloping him. The dazzling crystal chandelier overhead casts a soft and enchanting glow, complementing the snow-white tablecloth and exquisite silver cutlery on the dining table, creating an atmosphere of ultimate romance and luxury. The rich, mellow aroma of steak wafted through the air, instantly stimulating Chen Yu's taste buds. The waitresses in the restaurant had sharp eyes and immediately noticed Chen Yu as he walked in. One of the waitresses, tall and pretty, walked briskly towards us with a light step and a warm smile on her face. She wore a well-fitting black uniform that accentuated her graceful figure, and the red bow at the collar added a touch of playfulness and liveliness. "Hello, sir. Welcome, this way please." Her voice was clear and melodious, like a mountain spring gently flowing into Chen Yu's ear. She then skillfully and gracefully led Chen Yu to a perfect window seat. Through the bright window, one could overlook the bustling city street scene. At this time, the city lights were just coming on, and the outside world was dazzling with color, adding a unique charm to the dining experience. Chen Yu took the menu from the waiter. The cover of the menu was made of high-quality leather, and the gold lettering on it highlighted the restaurant's high-end and prestigious nature. He slowly opened the menu, his eyes scanning over the dishes. The names of each dish were full of artistry, and the prices listed after them were prohibitive for ordinary people. But at this moment, Chen Yu had no worries. The confidence given to him by the soft rice system made him firmly believe that wealth would continue to flow in. On the waiter's recommendation, he didn't hesitate to point and order a signature steak. The steak was made from top-grade Wagyu beef, which was carefully marinated and grilled by the chef. It was tender and juicy, and paired with a special black pepper sauce, the taste was absolutely amazing. The French foie gras was also a great choice. The delicate and smooth foie gras was paired with a sweet and sour jam, which created a wonderful taste sensation on the tongue. I also specially ordered a bottle of expensive red wine. This wine comes from a famous French winery, with a long history and unique flavor. Its mellow taste and rich aroma make it a perfect match for steak and foie gras. Before long, one exquisite dish after another was served on the table. The steak was placed in the center of an elegant plate, surrounded by a thick black pepper sauce. The tender beef had a slightly tantalizingly caramelized aroma, making it look incredibly appetizing. Chen Yu gently picked up his knife and fork, cut off a small piece of steak, and put it in his mouth. The tender beef melted in his mouth, and the rich aroma of the meat and the mellow flavor of the black pepper sauce blended perfectly, instantly creating a wonderful taste. The French foie gras was served on a small porcelain plate, accompanied by carefully arranged jam and thin, crispy slices of bread. He scooped up a small piece of foie gras with a spoon and put it in his mouth. The delicate and smooth texture was like silky satin, melting in his mouth. The sweet and sour jam perfectly balanced the richness of the foie gras, immersing his taste buds in a luxurious experience. While leisurely enjoying his meal, Chen Yu subtly kept an eye on his surroundings. He discovered that all the other boys in the restaurant, without exception, enjoyed special treatment. When a boy is alone, girls will often approach him with a smile and ask if he can share a table or ask for his contact information, their eyes full of expectation. All of this made Chen Yu even more convinced that he had a unique advantage in this gender-imbalanced world. Just as Chen Yu was enjoying his meal, he glanced up and noticed a girl at the next table glancing at him furtively from time to time. The girl's name is Lin Wanqing. She is wearing a white off-shoulder evening gown. The well-tailored dress perfectly outlines her slender waist and elegant figure. On her snow-white swan-like neck, she wore an exquisite necklace inlaid with dazzling diamonds, which shimmered with a captivating light under the lamplight, further highlighting her noble and elegant temperament. She had long, wavy hair that flowed smoothly over her bare shoulders, each strand seemingly telling a story of her charm and gentleness. With her oval face and large, watery eyes that seem to hold a clear spring, she exudes endless tenderness with every glance, like a beauty who has stepped out of a classical oil painting. Upon seeing this, Chen Yu's heart stirred, and he keenly sensed that this was an excellent opportunity. He took a deep breath, straightened his collar, and gave a confident and charming smile. He nodded politely to Lin Wanqing and then spoke in a gentle and magnetic voice, "Hello, I noticed you seem to be looking at me. Is there something you need?" Lin Wanqing was taken aback when Chen Yu suddenly struck up a conversation with her, and she immediately became flustered. A faint blush instantly spread across her fair cheeks, like the sunset on the horizon. She lowered her head slightly and said softly, "I'm sorry, I just think you look really handsome, and you have a unique charm that attracted me, so I couldn't help but stare at you." Chen Yu was secretly delighted, knowing that he had succeeded in his first step. So he said, "It's kind of lonely eating alone. Why don't you come over here and we can sit together and chat while we eat?" Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing immediately called the waiter excitedly to help move the dishes from her table to Chen Yu's table, and then sat down opposite Chen Yu with a smile on her face. The two began to chat in a relaxed and pleasant manner. From the delicious food in front of them to their hobbies and insights into life, the two seemed to have found a common ground and got along better and better. During the conversation, Chen Yu learned that Lin Wanqing was a wealthy heiress who had grown up in a privileged environment and had a very high pursuit of quality of life. She loved art, enjoyed traveling, and had visited many famous historical sites around the world. Each experience made her eyes reveal a unique intellect and elegance. As their conversations deepened, Lin Wanqing's feelings for Chen Yu gradually increased without her realizing it. Looking at Chen Yu's handsome face, deep and bright eyes, and confident and composed smile, she couldn't help but feel a ripple in her heart, as if a little deer was running wild inside her. Chen Yu also fully utilized his charm. His humorous and witty conversation always made Lin Wanqing laugh happily. Her clear and melodious laughter echoed in the restaurant like silver bells. As the meal was drawing to a close, Chen Yu called over the waiter to prepare the bill, and said in a seemingly generous manner, "I'll settle both my bill and this beautiful lady's bill together." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqing immediately said, No, how can I let a guy pay? I'll treat you to this meal. I'm really happy to have had such a pleasant chat with you. As she spoke, she gently brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes full of sincerity and tenderness. Chen Yu was overjoyed, but on the surface he still pretended to be embarrassed and declined, saying, "How could I accept this? Let me do it." But in the end, he reluctantly accepted Lin Wanqing's kindness. Just after Lin Wanqing finished paying, a system notification suddenly sounded in Chen Yu's mind, detected Lin Wanqing, a female who was not a blood relative within 3 generations. Current favorability, 65. Consumption amount, 500 yuan. Triggered 10 times cash back. Received cash back of 5,000 yuan, which has been deposited into the host's account. 500 yuan directly triggered a 10-fold cashback, 5,000 yuan in hand. Chen Yu's heart was so excited that it was almost boiling. He bit his lower lip tightly to barely suppress the cheer that was about to burst out. He tried his best to maintain a calm and composed smile on his face, but his fingers unconsciously clenched into fists under the table to calm his inner ecstasy. Chen Yu stood up, a sincere and grateful smile on his face, and said, "Lin Wanqing, thank you so much today. I had a wonderful time with this meal. How about we add each other as friends so we can stay in touch? Next time, I'll definitely treat you to a meal in return and take you to a special place." As he spoke, Chen Yu took out his phone and opened the friend request screen. A sweet smile appeared on Lin Wanqing's face, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Okay, that's exactly what I was thinking too." She took out her phone and added Chen Yu as a friend. Looking at Lin Wanqing's name in her phone's contact list, Chen Yu seemed to see even more opportunities to live off his girlfriend in the future. After leaving the restaurant, Chen Yu strolled along the bustling streets, clutching his phone tightly in his hand, as if he held the key to unlock the door to wealth. He felt a sense of accomplishment and boundless anticipation for the future as he watched the wealth in his account grow. He knew that this was just the beginning of a glorious journey, and his dream of getting rich overnight had officially begun in this world full of infinite possibilities. With the magical power of the soft rice system and his own unique charm, he firmly believes that he will have more wealth and a wonderful life in the future, and those dreams that were once out of reach are gradually coming to him. Chapter 7, a deep dive into the system rules reveals the secrets of the dowry. Chen Yu returned home with a sense of joy and accomplishment. His mind was replaying the details of his time with Lin Wanqing and the 5,000 yuan system cashback in his mind like a slideshow. Excitement surged like a tidal wave, crashing against his nerves and keeping him tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Finally, he simply sat up, leaned against the headboard, and stared intently at a point in the darkness, determined to delve deeper into the soft rice system. His intuition told him that this system was like a mysterious treasure trove, hiding countless gems, waiting for him to unearth them. "System, explain the rules to me in detail. Are there any other hidden functions?" Chen Yu was completely focused, urgently calling out to the system in his mind, his voice full of anticipation and curiosity. In the silent room, only his slightly rapid breathing echoed in the air. After a moment, that familiar, cold, mechanical voice finally rang in his mind, as if it came from a distant void. "This system provides cash rewards of 5 to 100 times based on the female's favorability. The increase in favorability is closely linked to the host's words, actions, and interactions. In addition, the system has random tasks, and completing them will earn extra rewards." Random missions? What types are there? Chen Yu's eyes lit up instantly, and he couldn't wait to ask. The types of tasks are diverse. They may require you to raise the favorability of a specific woman to a certain value within a limited time, or they may require you to complete a specific interaction in a special situation. The system explained in detail, each word like a key, opening a door to a whole new world for Chen Yu. Chen Yu nodded thoughtfully, his mind already conjuring up various scenarios for completing the task. He licked his lips, then asked, "So how can I quickly increase my favorability rating?" I need to master some practical techniques. Sincere communication is the foundation. We should listen attentively to women's thoughts and feelings, and give them full attention and respect. Thoughtful gestures are equally indispensable, such as offering her a warm cup of tea when she is tired, or lending a helping hand when she encounters difficulties. Showcasing unique charm is also crucial, whether it's a humorous and witty conversation or a display of exceptional talent. Both can effectively enhance a woman's favorability. Furthermore, gaining a deep understanding of a woman's interests and hobbies and actively participating in them will yield even better results. If she loves painting, the host can accompany her to an art exhibition to discuss artistic creation, thus quickly bridging the gap between them. The system patiently explained, offering a series of practical suggestions. Chunyu listened intently, memorizing these key points, much like a soldier about to go to battle, meticulously checking his equipment and tactics. Then, he pondered the random tasks mentioned by the system, his heart filled with anticipation, as if he could already see those generous extra rewards beckoning to him. After studying the system rules, Chenyu's thoughts gradually drifted to the unique marriage system of this world. He recalled the information he had learned before. In this world, women do not receive betrothal gifts when they get married, and the woman's family also prepares a generous dowry. This unique phenomenon undoubtedly provided an excellent opportunity to exploit the system's cashback system, making him eager to learn the details. The next day, the morning sunlight streamed through the cracks in the window, gently falling on Chenyu's face and waking him from his sleep. After a quick wash, he went to school and arranged to meet Su Yao in the afternoon by phone. Su Yao was overjoyed to learn that she could reunite with Chenyu and readily agreed. The two decided to meet at a cozy dessert shop. The dessert shop is exquisitely and elegantly decorated, with artistic paintings hanging on the walls. Warm yellow lights gently illuminate every corner like a light veil, and the air is filled with the rich aroma of cream and chocolate, as if you were in a sweet dream. Today, Su Yao wore a light blue floral dress, the hem of which swayed gently with her steps, like a delicate flower blooming in a breeze. Her smile was as bright as the warm spring sun. As soon as she saw Chenyu, she walked up to him with light steps and greeted him warmly. "Chenyu, it's been a long time. What made you suddenly think of asking me out today?" The two found a seat by the window and sat down. Chenyu looked at Su Yao with a sincere smile and then said, "I'm a little bored by myself, so I wanted to chat with you and also ask if you have any recommendations for fun places to go this weekend?" Su Yao's eyes lit up, and she said enthusiastically, "There's a really nice lake called Bibo Lake in the suburbs. The scenery there is breathtaking, and you can even go boating on it. I went there with my friends once before, and it was really fun." Upon hearing this, a hint of anticipation flashed in Chenyu's eyes. "Then let's set a time another day and go have some fun together." Su Yao smiled and said, "Okay, I'll contact a few more friends and confirm the time so we can go together." Chenyu continued, "I've always been curious about the idea that women need to bring a generous dowry when they get married. Can you tell me about it? I've heard there are quite a few intricacies involved." Su Yao smiled confidently and nodded, a hint of pride in her eyes, as if to declare that she knew the topic very well. "You've come to the right person. A relative of mine is currently preparing for her daughter's wedding, and I've been helping out with everything, so I know a lot about the dowry. The amount of dowry varies from person to person. Ordinary families usually prepare real estate and a car, which are considered basic living security. Families with better conditions will do even more, including company shares, precious jewelry, and the like. Take my relative, for example. Their family plans to give their daughter a dowry that includes a large villa in the city center, a limited edition sports car, 5% of the family business, and a priceless set of emerald jewelry." Chenyu raised his eyebrows in surprise, his mouth slightly agape, his face filled with shock. "That's outrageous. How is the dowry usually distributed? It can't all go to the groom, can it?" Su Yao took a sip of juice to moisten her throat, and then said, "Usually, most of the dowry is handed over directly to the groom. This is both an affirmation and support of the groom, and also a way to ensure that the groom can better take care of his daughter. Part of it will serve as startup capital for the new family, used for daily living expenses, investments, and financial management. Some will be saved in the woman's name, but the man also has some control over it, since the couple lives together. Moreover, the dowry is displayed at the wedding, like a grand exhibition of wealth. The bride's family hopes their daughter can marry in style and prestige. The more lavish the dowry, the more face they save, and the more confident they will feel in front of relatives and friends." Chenyu listened with great interest, and images of various luxurious dowries involuntarily surfaced in his mind: magnificent villas, gleaming sports cars, dazzling jewelry. He then asked curiously, "What if the groom treats the bride badly? Will the dowry be taken back? We can't let the groom get away with it for nothing, can we?" Suya frowned slightly, a helpless expression on her face, and explained, although we practice polygamy here, men are not immune to infidelity. Some men are just attracted to novelty, and even if they already have several wives at home, they will still be attracted to other women. Some men, feeling they have absolute control in their marriages, indulge themselves recklessly. However, this is indeed rare, as society is relatively tolerant of men. However, if the man does something particularly outrageous, such as domestic violence or infidelity being proven, the woman's family will definitely step in to protect her. They will not easily let go of anyone who bullies their daughter. Even so, the dowry usually remains with the groom. At most, the bride might gain more rights in the division of property, but it's difficult to reclaim the entire dowry. Chunyu was secretly delighted. This dowry was practically a gold mine waiting to be mined. He couldn't help but imagine what kind of astonishing dowry he would receive at his future wedding, a luxurious manor or countless treasures of gold and silver. After parting ways with Su Yao, Chunyu strolled through the streets. Sunlight shone on him, but it couldn't extinguish the burning desire for wealth in his heart. At this moment, he was filled with both anticipation for more ways to play the soft rice system and longing for a generous dowry. Chapter 8, Street Pickup, Triggering a System Mission. The day after parting ways with Su Yao, the sun shone brightly and a gentle breeze blew. Filled with anticipation for more ways to play the soft rice system, Chunyu decided to go out and try his luck. He stood in front of the wardrobe, carefully selecting a well-tailored casual outfit, a beige cotton shirt paired with dark blue slim-fit jeans, simple yet stylish, and finished with a pair of polished brown leather shoes, making him look radiant. He carefully styled his hair in front of the mirror, making sure every strand was perfectly aligned. Finally, he sprayed on a light men's cologne, looked at his handsome and confident self in the mirror with satisfaction, and stepped out of the house with a slight smile on his lips. Chunyu arrived at the most bustling commercial street in the city center, which was practically a sea of liveliness. The streets were bustling with traffic and pedestrians, and the air was filled with the aromas of various delicacies, including the sweet smell of roasted sweet potatoes, the rich aroma of coffee, and the tempting smell of spicy snacks. Upbeat and cheerful music played from the shops on both sides, mingling with the laughter of the people to create a unique urban symphony. The shop windows displayed a dazzling array of goods, including high-end fashion, exquisite jewelry, and cool electronic products, all of which attracted people's attention. As Chunyu strolled leisurely, he kept an eye on the girls around him, silently recalling the methods the system had mentioned for increasing favorability. His eyes held a hint of anticipation and excitement, as if he were searching for some precious treasure. Suddenly, a tall girl came into Chunyu's view. She wore a fitted white shirt with 2 buttons undone, revealing her delicate collarbone, paired with dark blue skinny jeans that perfectly accentuated her long, straight legs and shapely figure. Her long, glossy black hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, swaying gently with her light steps, like black silk fluttering in the wind. She wore a pair of sophisticated black sunglasses that covered most of her face, but her beauty and confidence could still be seen from her slightly upturned lips and straight nose. She was strolling leisurely through the streets, a cup of coffee in her hand, occasionally stopping to look at the merchandise in the shop windows, exuding a unique charm with every gesture. Chunyu took a deep breath to calm his nervousness and mustered his courage to step forward. He wore a confident smile, a smile as warm and radiant as the sun, and politely said, "Hello, I noticed you immediately in the crowd. I think you have a special charm. In this bustling street, you are like a unique ray of light. May I have a chat with you for a bit?" Hearing the sound, the girl stopped and slowly took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of bright and expressive eyes, clear and captivating like stars twinkling in the night sky. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, a faint smile playing on her lips as she replied, "Oh? Really? You're quite bold. Is there something you need?" Seeing that the girl didn't refuse, Chunyu was overjoyed, and his heart started racing. But he tried to remain calm and quickly said, "My name is Chunyu, and I'm a freshman in college. I feel that although this city is bustling and lively, it can sometimes make people feel lonely, like being in a vast sea of people but not being able to find someone who understands you. Meeting you here feels like a special connection, as if fate arranged for us to meet." As Chunyu spoke, he kept an eye on the girl's expression, trying his best to make his words sincere and natural, each word seemingly carrying his inner passion. The girl was amused by Chunyu's words, and her laughter was clear and melodious, echoing in the air like silver bells. She said, "You're quite the talker. My name is Xia Yubing, and I'm a photographer. I usually like to take pictures around here to capture those fleeting, beautiful moments." Upon hearing this, Chunyu's eyes lit up instantly, like fireworks suddenly bursting in the night sky. He immediately became interested. "Wow, photographer, that's amazing. I've always thought photography is a very charming art. It's like a magical art that can capture those beautiful moments in life and turn them into eternal memories. You must have taken many beautiful photos, right? I'd love to hear the stories behind your photos. The two chatted back and forth, from photography techniques to interesting things in life. Shanyu discovered that Xia Yubing was not only beautiful, but also cheerful and knowledgeable. Her unique insights into the art of photography and her reflections on the little things in life captivated Shanyu. When she spoke, her eyes sparkled, her expressions were rich and vivid, and every movement was captivating. Just then, a system notification sounded in Shunyu's mind. Random task triggered. In the next 2 hours, raise Xia Yubing's favorability to 80. After completing the task, you will receive a chance to draw a prize, which may include valuable skills, rare items, or a huge amount of cash. Shenyu was shocked, both surprised and nervous, not expecting to trigger the system task so quickly. He immediately focused his mind, recalling the methods the system had mentioned for increasing favorability. He listened more attentively to Xia Yubing, leaning slightly forward and looking intently at her, nodding occasionally in agreement, and offering his own opinions and suggestions when appropriate. When Xia Yubing talked about the difficulties she encountered during the photography process, Shenyu showed concern and carefully helped her analyze the problems and proposed some feasible solutions. He also shared some interesting experiences from his life, such as his childhood adventures in the countryside and the various club activities he participated in at school. His vivid descriptions made Xia Yubing laugh out loud. Xia Yubing's laughter made Shenyu extremely happy and gave him even more confidence to complete the mission. When Xia Yubing mentioned that she was preparing for a photography exhibition but was still lacking some unique materials, Shenyu's eyes lit up, as if he had seen a ray of light in the darkness. He said excitedly, "I know a very special place. There are ancient buildings there, and the mottled walls tell stories of the past. There is also beautiful natural scenery, picturesque in all 4 seasons. It's perfect for taking photos. If you'd like, I can take you there. Maybe we can find the materials you're looking for." Upon hearing this, Xia Yubing's eyes lit up with surprise, as if she had seen a clear spring in the desert. She exclaimed excitedly, "Really? That's wonderful. I was just worried about not finding a good place. You're truly my savior, thank you so much." Seeing Xia Yubing's happy expression, Shenyu knew he had made the right move. He continued to use his charm, chatting happily with Xia Yubing about everything from photography to music, from travel to dreams. The two seemed to have endless topics to discuss. As time went on, Xia Yubing's affection for Shenyu continued to grow, and her gaze towards him held more appreciation and trust. 2 hours had passed before Shenyu realized it. Just as he was nervously waiting for the system to determine the task result, the system notification sounded again. "Congratulations, host. Xia Yubing's favorability has reached 80. The random task is complete, and you have been awarded 1 chance to draw a prize. Would you like to draw a prize now?" Shenyu suppressed his excitement. His heart pounded wildly in his chest, as if it would burst out. He took a deep breath and silently chanted in his mind, "Lottery." Chapter 9, Surprise Lottery. Mysterious skill makes its first appearance. As Shenyu silently recited the word lottery, a giant, illusory roulette wheel suddenly appeared before his eyes, densely covered with various tempting rewards. The roulette wheel was enveloped in multicolored light and began to spin rapidly, the light flickering so brightly that Shenyu could hardly open his eyes. His hands clenched unconsciously, his knuckles turning white from the force, his eyes fixed on the rapidly spinning pointer, barely daring to breathe, his heart pounding in his throat. The roulette wheel gradually slowed down, and the pointer slowly swept across the huge amount of cash and rare items areas before finally stopping steadily in the mysterious skill area. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired the top-tier social insight skill. With this skill, you can instantly perceive the inner emotions and thoughts of others, allowing you to navigate social situations with ease and accurately grasp people's hearts." The system's cold notification sounded in my mind. Shenyu was stunned at first, then overjoyed. "This skill is simply heaven-defying," he exclaimed inwardly. Imagining that he could see through other people's thoughts at a glance and easily control the situation in any social scenario, Shenyu trembled slightly with excitement. Seeing Shenyu suddenly lose his composure and his expression constantly changing, one moment surprise, the next excitement, Xia Yubing couldn't help but ask curiously, "Shenyu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" She tilted her head slightly, her concerned gaze falling on Shenyu's face, her eyes full of worry. Shenyu snapped out of his reverie and quickly waved his hand, laughing, "It's nothing, it's nothing. I just suddenly remembered something happy. By the way, weren't we going to that great place for taking pictures? Let's go now." His smile was radiant, trying to conceal his excitement, but his slightly trembling voice betrayed his emotions. Although Xia Yubing found Chen Yu's reaction a bit strange, she didn't ask any further questions and readily agreed. Chen Yu led Xia Yubing to a retro motorcycle parked by the roadside. He had bought it a few days ago using the cashback from the soft rice system. The motorcycle had smooth lines, classic black paint, and shiny chrome trim, which gave off a charming metallic luster in the sunlight. Chen Yu skillfully mounted the motorcycle, put on his helmet, and turned to Xia Yubing, saying, "Sit tight, I'm taking you to a place where you can definitely create amazing works." His eyes held a hint of anticipation and a touch of smugness, as if he was waiting for Xia Yubing's reaction. Xia Yubing hesitated for a moment. She rarely rode a motorcycle and was somewhat nervous. Chen Yu noticed her concerns and comforted her with a smile. "Don't worry, I'm a very steady driver, and I'll protect you." His voice was gentle yet firm, as if giving Xia Yubing a reassurance. Xia Yubing took a deep breath and carefully sat in the back seat, initially just gently holding onto Chen Yu's clothes with both hands. After the motorcycle started and accelerated, a bump made Xia Yubing gasp and instinctively reach out to tightly hug Chen Yu's waist. Chen Yu froze, instantly feeling a soft touch on his back, and his heart suddenly raced. His ears turned slightly red as he tried his best to control his emotions, but his body still tensed up slightly uncontrollably. At this moment, Chen Yu felt that his brother was starting to rise. He was extremely embarrassed and could only pray that Xia Yubing hadn't noticed. He tried his best to calm down and pretended to focus on driving as if nothing was wrong. The wind whistled past her ears, and Xia Yubing's long hair was blown wildly. Her heart was beating faster and faster, partly from the thrill of the speed and partly from the close proximity to Chen Yu. Chen Yu sensed Xia Yubing's tension and said softly, "Relax and enjoy the scenery along the way, it's beautiful." His voice was carried away by the wind, but it went straight into Xia Yubing's heart. Xia Yubing turned her head slightly and saw that the tall buildings on both sides of the road were gradually being replaced by lush trees and vast fields. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting golden dappled patterns on the road. A gentle breeze rippled across the fields, rippling the wheat and releasing a fresh, sweet fragrance. "Wow, this is so beautiful!" Xia Yubing exclaimed to Chen Yu's retreating figure, her voice filled with delight. Chen Yu smiled and replied loudly, "If you like it, I can bring you here often in the future." Xia Yubing's cheeks flushed slightly, but fortunately, her shyness was hidden by the strands of hair blowing in the wind. After a winding mountain road, they arrived at a quiet suburban town. The ancient buildings were scattered in an orderly fashion, the stone-paved roads were winding and the shops along the street exuded a rustic atmosphere. As they walked, they came to an abandoned factory. The mottled walls and rusty iron gate exuded a sense of the vicissitudes of time. Xia Yubing's eyes lit up, and she immediately took out her camera, starting to look for the best angle to shoot. Xia Yubing frowned slightly, bit her lower lip, and muttered softly, "This lighting, it just doesn't feel right." Chen Yu keenly sensed her emotions and, with his social insight skills, knew that Xia Yubing was not satisfied with the lighting and composition. He picked up a piece of discarded wood, adjusted its angle to reflect the light into the right spot, and said with a smile, "Try this angle, maybe you'll be pleasantly surprised." Xia Yubing adjusted the camera as instructed, pressed the shutter, and her eyes lit up the moment she saw the photo. "Chen Yu, you are simply my muse." "Thank you so much." She excitedly grabbed Chen Yu's hand, her face beaming with a radiant smile. With Chen Yu's help, Xia Yubing took many satisfactory photos, and her affection for Chen Yu continued to rise. As the sun set, the sky was dyed a vibrant orange-red. Chen Yu and Xia Yubing, laden with their bountiful harvest, prepared to return home. On the way, Xia Yubing suddenly said shyly, "Chen Yu, thank you so much for today. Without you, I definitely wouldn't have been able to take such great photos. I'll treat you to dinner next time." Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes held a hint of anticipation. Chen Yu looked at Xia Yubing's flushed cheeks, sensing her affection and anticipation through his skill. He smiled and nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'm looking forward to it. But next time, don't be shy with me, let me make the arrangements." His eyes were gentle, as if they held 1,000 stars. At this moment, Chen Yu knew that this mysterious skill was not only the key to unlocking a new world of social interaction, but also a powerful boost to his path of becoming a kept man, which would surely bring him more wealth and opportunities in the future. Chapter 10: The Beautiful Neighbor's Late-Night Visit. After returning from the suburban town, Chen Yu's life seemed to return to normal, but his contact with Xia Yubing became more and more frequent. With his amazing social insight skills, Chen Yu could always accurately capture Xia Yubing's emotional changes. Every chat made her laugh, and their relationship gradually warmed up in this back and forth. Xia Yubing's admiration for Chen Yu became more and more obvious. One late night, all was quiet, and the city seemed to have fallen asleep. Chen Yu was lying in bed, idly scrolling through his phone, the only light in the room coming from the screen. Suddenly, a soft knock on the door broke the silence. He frowned in confusion, wondering who could it be so late. He put down his phone, got up, put on a loose coat, and walked briskly toward the door. The moment the door opened, warm yellow light poured out, illuminating the beautiful neighbor, Lin Yu, standing at the door. Lin Yu wore a loose white nightgown, the thin fabric like smoke, the hem of which reached just to the middle of her thighs, revealing her fair and slender legs without reservation, her skin glowing softly under the light. The 2 buttons on her nightgown were undone, revealing a large expanse of her fair skin. With her slightly trembling breaths, her large, prominent breasts were faintly visible, while the delicate lace trim at the neckline added to her allure and sexiness. Her hair was casually tied into a loose ponytail, with a few stray strands falling messily on either side of her face, perfectly outlining her pitiful appearance. Looking at her eyes again, they were slightly red and swollen, as if she had just gone through a painful cry, with glistening tears still remaining in her eyes, and her face was full of grievance and helplessness. Chen Yu. Lin Yu's voice was trembling and weak, clearly choked with sobs. Before she could finish speaking, Chen Yu, with his amazing social insight skills, instantly sensed the panic and unease surging within her. He subconsciously felt that Lin Yu must have encountered some terrible trouble. "Let's come in first and talk about it." Chen Yu's voice softened unconsciously as he stepped aside to let Lin Yu into the house. After Lin Yu entered the house, he gently closed the door and asked with concern, "What's wrong? What happened?" Lin Yu dragged her heavy steps to the sofa, sat down weakly, and tightly gripped the hem of her nightgown with both hands, her fingertips turning white from the force. She hesitated for a long time, as if trying to calm herself down, before saying in a tearful voice, "I just had a fight with my family. They keep forcing me to do things I don't like, and I really can't take it anymore." As soon as she finished speaking, tears welled up uncontrollably again, sliding down her cheeks and dripping onto her nightgown, leaving a small dark stain. Seeing this, Chen Yu quickly sat down next to her, picked up a box of tissues from the coffee table, gently pulled out a tissue, handed it to Lin Yu, and softly comforted her, "Don't be too sad. It's normal to have conflicts with your family. Maybe it will be better if you talk about it." As he spoke, he concentrated and used his skills to try to understand Lin Yu's true thoughts. Soon, he learned the reason for the matter. It turned out that Lin Yu had always cherished a musical dream and longed to shine on the path of music, but her family stubbornly believed that it was an unrealistic fantasy and strongly opposed her pursuit, wanting her to live according to the path they had planned. The two chatted for a long time, and Lin Yu's emotions gradually stabilized under Chen Yu's patient listening and comforting. She looked up, her eyes filled with gratitude, and said with a slight sob in her voice, "Chen Yu, thank goodness you were here. If you hadn't listened to me, I really don't know what I would have done." As she spoke, her body unconsciously moved closer to Chen Yu, as if Chen Yu was her only support at that moment. Chen Yu looked at Lin Yu, who was so close to him. The faint, almost imperceptible scent of her perfume wafted into his nostrils, making his heart race as if it were about to leap out of his throat. Inadvertently, his gaze fell upon the alluring sight of Lin Yu's barely concealed chest. His face instantly burned as if scorched by fire, and he hurriedly looked away, but his heart pounded even harder, as if it were about to burst out of his chest. Lin Yu tilted her head slightly, looking directly into Chen Yu's eyes. Her eyes held not only gratitude but also deep affection and longing. Her face slowly moved closer to Chen Yu, and the distance between them grew closer and closer until they could feel each other's warm breath. Chen Yu's breathing became rapid and heavy, his chest heaving violently, his mind went blank, and he was caught in a state of panic and helplessness. Before he could react, Lin Yu had already gently kissed his lips. Chen Yu froze for a moment, as if he had been frozen in place. Then, his body's instinct made him respond to the kiss involuntarily. Lin Yu sat on Chen Yu's lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, and gently ran her fingers through his hair, kissing him with increasing passion and abandon. Chen Yu felt a surge of heat rush to his head, and his reason was gradually swallowed up by the overwhelming emotions and desires. He held Lin Yu tightly, their bodies pressed together as if they were one. The temperature in the room rose rapidly, as if a fire had been lit, and an ambiguous atmosphere filled the air. Only the rapid and disordered breathing and the violent heartbeats of the two people remained, as if they were playing a passionate symphony together. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally separated slowly, their eyes still lingering with a hazy and tender feeling after the passion. Lin Yu leaned against Chen Yu's chest, her cheeks flushed, her eyes filled with a hint of shyness and anticipation. She gently traced circles on his chest with her fingers, hesitated for a while, and then mustered her courage to say in a soft but firm voice, "Chen Yu, can you marry me in the future? I want to be your first wife. I'll be very obedient and won't be jealous." After speaking, she tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, as if waiting for Chen Yu to give her a promise about the future. The longing in her eyes made it impossible for Chen Yu to refuse. Chen Yu gently stroked her hair, his fingers running through her soft strands, feeling both delighted and somewhat at a loss. He knew all too well that in this world, marriage and wealth were inextricably linked, and Lin Yu's words might not only be a heartfelt confession of love, but also another crucial opportunity for him to continue his life as a kept man. He gently kissed Lin Yu's forehead, his voice as tender as a spring breeze, and said softly, "Silly girl, I will definitely not let you down." He knew that from this moment on, his relationship with Lin Yu had undergone a dramatic change, and he had taken another unexpected step on this adventurous path of living off a woman. The road ahead seemed to be even more unpredictable and full of expectations. Chapter 11: A serendipitous encounter during the job application. Chen Yu, a freshman in college, seemed to have his life injected with new vitality after getting close to Lin Yu. While he was immersed in the sweetness with Lin Yu, he did not forget to plan for his future. He knew that in this realistic world, the accumulation of wealth could not rely solely on a system of being financially supported. It also required a seemingly respectable career to maintain appearances. That day, Chen Yu saw a well-known media company recruiting for a part-time event planning position on the campus part-time job information wall. Thinking about the social insight skills he gained through the soft rice system that made him always adept at communicating with people, he figured this position might allow him to showcase his talents. So he carefully prepared a resume and went to the company to apply for the job. Upon entering the media company building, Chen Yu was immediately awestruck by the luxurious interior design. The spacious and bright lobby, with its exquisite crystal chandeliers casting a soft glow, is filled with female employees who are all impeccably made up, dressed appropriately, and walking briskly. They exude the capable aura of workplace elites, making the entire company seem like a female-dominated workplace. After several rounds of interviews, Chen Yu successfully made it to the final interview with his humorous, witty, and well-organized answers, as well as his various novel and unique ideas. The interviewer was none other than the company's female boss, Su Qing. Su Qing sat behind a large desk, wearing a well-tailored black suit that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her long, wavy hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her bright red lips accentuated her powerful aura. She looked down at Chen Yu's resume, a hint of appreciation flashing in her eyes. "Chen Yu, you did a great job, but I have one more question for you. If we were to plan a concert for a famous singer, what aspects would you start with?" Su Qing raised her head, looking directly at Chen Yu with a scrutinizing gaze. Chen Yu took a deep breath, quickly organized his thoughts, and then said methodically, "President Su, I think we should first clarify the singer's style and target audience, and then design the concert's theme and stage style based on these. In terms of promotion, we utilize various channels such as social media and offline events to generate buzz. At the same time, we emphasize interactive elements at events to enhance fan engagement." Su Cheng nodded slightly upon hearing Chen Yu's answer, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. "Not bad, your idea is novel and very feasible. Actually, communication skills are crucial in our industry, and I've seen your potential in this area based on your previous performance." As she spoke, Su Qing stood up and slowly walked to Chen Yu's side in her high heels, the faint scent of her perfume filling the air. "Chen Yu, I've decided to hire you, and I'll offer you a high salary of 20,000 yuan per month. Keep in mind, this is more than many full-time employees in the company earn, and the working hours are flexible, so it definitely won't interfere with your studies." Su Qing's words surprised Chen Yu so much that his eyes widened. He hadn't expected such a good thing to happen. It's truly unimaginable that a college student could earn such a generous salary through a part-time job. Before Chen Yu could recover from his shock, Su Qing continued, "Sometimes company business requires you to go out to visit venues and meet clients. To make it easier for you to carry out your work, the company will provide you with a car." As she spoke, Su Cheng took out a car key and placed it on the table. The BMW logo on the key was particularly eye-catching. "This was specially prepared for you by the company. You will be using it from now on. President Su, this is too sudden. Why are you being so nice to me?" Chen Yu asked, his face full of doubt. Su Qing smiled gently, a hint of something special in her eyes. "I noticed you the moment you walked into this office. Although you're just a college student, your confidence and unique charm are undeniable. I believe you can bring a fresh perspective to the company. I'm always happy to give promising newcomers opportunities." Chen Yu was secretly delighted. Using his social insight skills, he keenly sensed that Su Qing's feelings for him went beyond simple appreciation. There seemed to be some other emotions involved. On the surface, however, he remained calm and respectfully said, "President Su, thank you for your trust. I will certainly not let you down." As Chen Yu stepped out of the company building, a brand new black BMW was parked at the entrance. He sat inside, enjoying the comfort of the leather seats, and was filled with mixed emotions. He knew that this part-time job might be another key turning point in his path of living off women, and the mysterious and charming female boss in front of him filled him with more anticipation and curiosity about the future. He started the car and drove away slowly, already strategizing how to make a name for himself in his new job, while also remembering to seize opportunities to further enhance his wealth and status. Chapter 12 First Day at Work, Becoming the Company's Darling. On his first day at work, Chen Yu got up early and carefully chose a simple yet stylish casual outfit, exuding both youthful energy and composure. The moment he stepped into the company, the once bustling office area fell silent for a moment, and then all the female colleagues turned their attention to him. Some people's eyes were full of curiosity, while others made no attempt to hide their admiration. He had just passed through the office area when his female colleague Xiaoyan, with her high ponytail, skipped up to him like a cheerful little deer, her face beaming with a bright smile. "Hi, Chen Yu, welcome to join us." As she spoke, she opened her arms and gave Chen Yu a warm hug. Chen Yu was instantly enveloped in softness, the sensation sending a shiver through him and a slight flush across his face. Xiaoyan then handed her a steaming cup of coffee, saying, "If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me." Chen Yu smiled and thanked her, subtly using his social insight skills to instantly perceive Xiaoyan's kindness and goodwill. As I entered the meeting room to attend the morning meeting, it was already filled with key company members. When Su Qing saw him come in, a gentle smile bloomed on her face. "Everyone, please stop for a moment. Let me introduce you. This is our new event planner, Chen Yu." Although it's a part-time job, his abilities are not to be underestimated. As soon as Su Qing finished speaking, Lin Na, the manager dressed in a stylish suit, stood up, smiled, and opened her arms to Chen Yu. "Little brother, if you need any help in the future, don't hesitate to ask your big sister." After saying that, she gave Chen Yu a warm hug. Lin Na's hug had the unique charm of a mature woman, her full, soft body pressed against him, and Chen Yu's breath hitched, almost causing him to lose his composure. This drew a few soft laughs from his female colleagues. Chen Yu responded politely, genuinely feeling the goodwill directed towards him throughout the conference room. After the morning meeting, Su Qing called Chen Yu into her office and handed him a document. "This is information about an important event soon. Familiarize yourself with it first, and let me know if you have any thoughts." Chen Yu took the document, and his fingers inadvertently touched Su Qing's hand. Their eyes met, and a hint of shyness and anticipation flashed in Su Qing's eyes. Back at his workstation, Chen Yu began to study the materials diligently. At that moment, his petite colleague Jia Yi quietly approached him, looked at his computer screen, and said, "I participated in some of the preliminary preparations for this event before. If there's anything you want to know, I can tell you." As she spoke, she playfully opened her arms and gave Chen Yu a gentle hug. Jia Yi was petite, yet possessed a unique softness. Chen Yu was slightly taken aback, but quickly composed himself, looked at her gratefully, and nodded his thanks. During his lunch break, Chen Yu planned to order some takeout, but several female colleagues gathered around him as if they had planned it. They each opened their arms to hug Chen Yu, one on each side. These hugs came one after another, a series of soft, varied touches washing over him. Chen Yu felt his heart race and his mind reel. Then everyone started inviting him to have dinner at a restaurant near the company. In the restaurant, everyone chatted with Chen Yu, showing him great care and concern, asking about his life at school and his hobbies, just like they would treat their own younger brother. In the afternoon, during the discussion of the activity plan, Chen Yu came up with several novel ideas, which made the female colleagues' eyes light up and they praised him repeatedly. An older female colleague, Sister Zhang, with eyes full of surprise and admiration, stood up, walked quickly to Chen Yu, cupped his head in her hands, and hugged him tightly. He laughed and said, "Chen Yu, how come you have so many novel ideas in your head? You should guide us more in the future." Chen Yu's face was instantly buried in something soft, his nostrils filled with the faint scent of Zhang Jie's perfume. His face turned bright red, his mind went blank, and he didn't know where to put his hands. Fortunately, Sister Zhang quickly let go of him, allowing Chen Yu to recover and stammer a reply. After get off work, Chen Yu sat in his personal BMW, reflecting on the day's events with a mix of emotions. He had not only won the favor of his female boss, Su Qing, but had also become the darling of many of his female colleagues. He knew that his time at this company would not be uneventful, and he would take advantage of this opportunity to steadily advance on his path of being a kept man, acquiring more wealth and resources. Chapter 13 The ambiguity heats up. After a day full of adventures and surprises, Chenyu got into his personal BMW and slowly drove home. Along the way, neon lights flickered and danced on the car window, but his thoughts were still lingering on the enthusiastic hugs and admiring glances from his female colleagues at the company. As soon as I opened the door, a rich aroma of food wafted out. Linyu, wearing a cute floral apron, gracefully stepped out of the kitchen. The apron straps were tied into a playful bow at her slender waist, perfectly outlining her figure. Her face wore a sweet smile, as warm as the spring sun, and her enormous white breasts swayed slightly with her steps, making them even more eye-catching. "You're back." Linyu's cheerful voice instantly brought Chenyu back to reality. As he looked at Linyu, scenes from the company during the day involuntarily flashed through his mind. The soft embraces and affectionate gazes of his female colleagues flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern, intertwining with Linyu's image at this moment, causing the desire in his heart to burn fiercely like a prairie fire. He could no longer suppress his inner impulse. Like a big gray wolf driven by desire, his eyes flashed with a fiery light, and he pounced on Linyu. Linyu was startled by this sudden action, instinctively letting out a soft cry and taking a step back. However, before she could react further, Chenyu's strong arms held her tightly. Chenyu's breathing became rapid and heavy, his hot breath brushing against Linyu's neck. His hands, filled with urgency and desire, roamed restlessly over Linyu's body, his lips also searching for her eagerly, as if trying to merge her into his own. Linyu was initially flustered and instinctively tried to push Chenyu away, but she was quickly moved by Chenyu's passionate emotions. Her cheeks flushed instantly, like a ripe apple, and her eyes held a mixture of shyness and anticipation. Her hands unconsciously wrapped around Chenyu's neck, her fingers gently running through his hair. "Chenyu, what's wrong with you today?" Linyu asked softly, her voice trembling slightly as she panted. Her voice contained both doubt about Chenyu's unusual behavior and anticipation and shyness. Chenyu did not answer, but responded with an even more passionate and frenzied kiss. His mind was a complete blank. Reason had long been drowned by the torrent of desire. At this moment, only the most primal urges filled his heart. His hand slowly rose, trembling slightly, and grasped the pair of large white breasts that haunted his dreams. Details omitted. Please fill in the blanks yourself. Linyu's body trembled slightly, and she let out a low, barely suppressed moan. Her legs were weak and she could barely stand. Her whole body could only lean on Chenyu, as if he were her only support in this world. Chenyu noticed Linyu's weakness, so he picked her up and carried her towards the bedroom. In the bedroom, the curtains were not drawn, and the city light shone through the window onto the two of them, casting an ambiguous halo over them. Chenyu gently placed Linyu on the soft bed, his gaze greedily taking in her. Linyu lay on the bed, her hair disheveled and scattered on the pillow, her cheeks flushed like the sunset, her eyes filled with a dreamy and loving gaze. She parted her lips slightly, breathing softly, as if waiting for Chenyu's next move. Unable to suppress his desire any longer, Chenyu leaned down and kissed Linyu again. His kisses traveled from her lips down her neck and collarbone, leaving a trail of burning marks. The temperature in the room rose sharply, as if a fire had been lit, and a strong, ambiguous atmosphere filled the air. Only the rapid, disordered breathing and the violent heartbeats of the two people could be heard, weaving together a passionate symphony. Clothes slipped off the bedside one by one, and in this ambiguous atmosphere, the two freely expressed their love for each other, spending a passionate and intoxicating night together. Chapter 14: Food Exploration, A Sweet Trouble. On his second day at the company, Chenyu had just sat down at his desk and hadn't even had a chance to turn on his computer when he heard a clear voice behind him. "Chenyu, good morning." He turned around and saw Xiaoyan. Today, Xiaoyan was wearing a light yellow floral dress, the hem of which swayed gently with her movements, exuding youthful vitality. Xiaoyan blinked her big, watery eyes and said excitedly, "I found an amazing private restaurant. The online reviews are amazing, and I heard their signature dishes are limited in quantity. Let's go try it together for lunch today." Before Chenyu could answer, Jai, who was standing next to him, came over and tugged at Chenyu's arm, saying coquettishly, "Chenyu, don't listen to her. Yesterday, my friend recommended a Japanese restaurant to me. The ingredients are really fresh. Let's go there." The two women argued back and forth, neither willing to give in. Just then, Lina walked over and said with a smile, "You two, stop arguing. If you ask me, let's go eat Western food. I know a Western restaurant with an elegant environment and authentic dishes. It's perfect for relaxing." Just as Chenyu was getting a little flustered by their noise, Su Qing came out of the office. Hearing their argument, she smiled and said, "Since everyone is so interested, why don't we go together? We need to balance work and rest." Upon hearing this, the female colleagues cheered and began discussing what they wanted to eat. At noon, the group arrived at the private restaurant. The restaurant was decorated in a classic style, with wooden tables and chairs and ink paintings on the walls, creating a tranquil and elegant atmosphere. The waiter handed over the menu, which was filled with a wide variety of dishes, and the prices were quite high. Xiaoyan volunteered to take the menu and said while ordering, "Shenyu, the braised pork here is especially delicious, and the sweet and sour carp is also a must-try." As she spoke, she ordered a table full of dishes. The dishes looked and smelled delicious, and Shenyu was enjoying his meal, but his mind was still preoccupied with the system's cashback offer. Finally, the meal ended, and Xiaoyan got up to pay the bill. A moment later, a system notification rang cheerfully in Shenyu's mind. Xiaoyan's favorability has increased to 75. The bill amounted to 800 yuan, triggering an 8x cashback, resulting in a cashback of 6,400 yuan, which has been deposited into the host's account. Meanwhile, Jia, Lin Na, and the others, having participated in this consumption together, also developed a better impression of Shenyu as they spent time together. They each triggered different multiples of cashback, and generous sums of money were deposited into their accounts. Shenyu was secretly delighted, but he tried his best to maintain a calm demeanor. At this moment, Su Qing raised her glass, smiled, and said, "Shenyu, welcome to our company. I hope we can work together to do a better job in the future." Everyone raised their glasses to welcome Shenyu. After finishing their meal, just as everyone was about to leave, Jai suddenly said, "Shenyu, I haven't taken you to that Japanese restaurant I recommended yet. Shall we go there for lunch tomorrow?" Xiaoyan was displeased upon hearing this. "Why are we going to a restaurant tomorrow? I know a hot pot restaurant with authentic Sichuan flavors that Shenyu will definitely like." The two started arguing again. Lin Na laughed and said, "You two, stop arguing. Why don't you let Shenyu choose for himself?" Shenyu looked at the two enthusiastic girls in front of him and smiled helplessly. "How about this, we go to each place one by one. Today we'll have home-style cooking, tomorrow hot pot, and the day after tomorrow Japanese cuisine, how about that?" Everyone thought it was a good idea and nodded in agreement. Stepping out of the restaurant, sunlight bathed everyone. Shenyu looked at his enthusiastic female colleagues, his heart filled with emotion. In this world, thanks to the soft rice system, he not only lived a life of luxury but also gained the affection and care of so many girls. He knew that such sweet troubles might continue to appear in the future, but he was prepared to enjoy this wonderful journey of life. Chapter 15: A Chance Encounter in the Park, A Sweet Little Trouble. On a sunny weekend afternoon, with a gentle breeze, Shenyu and his girlfriend Lin Yu strolled together in the city park. Upon entering the park, Shenyu was stunned by the sight before him. The vast majority of the people coming and going were young and beautiful women dressed in revealing clothing. They were dressed in short skirts, shorts, or off-the-shoulder tops, their figures graceful, their laughter echoing in the air, while the men were unusually few in number. Today, Lin Yu wore a fitted white crop top paired with light blue high-waisted jeans, which perfectly accentuated her figure. Especially her impressive breasts, full and firm, seemed about to burst through her top, creating an extremely eye-catching sight. Whenever a beautiful woman passed by and saw the handsome Lin Yu beside Lin Yu, her eyes were filled with undisguised envy, and her gaze would unconsciously linger for a moment on Lin Yu's full breasts. In a society with a severe gender imbalance, finding a handsome and outstanding man is both difficult and fortunate. Lin Yu's exceptional figure makes her stand out among many women. Lin Yu noticed the envious glances, tightened her grip on Shenyu's arm, and gently rubbed her ample breasts against his arm. Her smile grew even brighter, her vanity greatly satisfied. The two strolled along the winding path, admiring the weeping willows by the lake and the vibrant flowers in the flower beds. After strolling around for a while, Shenyu felt thirsty and licked his dry lips. Lin Yu smiled considerately and said, "You wait here, I'll go buy a drink." "What would you like to drink?" As she spoke, her full breasts rose and fell slightly with her breath, and Shenyu couldn't help but be drawn to them for a moment. Shenyu smiled and replied, "Whatever's fine, you can buy whatever you want." After Lin Yu left, Shenyu sat down on a bench and waited. Just then, a girl on the lawn not far away caught his attention. The girl was wearing a light blue dress, the hem of which swayed gently in the wind, like a delicate little flower in spring. She was trying hard to fly the kite, but the kite seemed to be deliberately going against her, crashing to the ground again and again. Shenyu stood up and walked over, smiling as he said, "Do you need any help?" "There's a technique to flying a kite." The girl looked up, revealing a sweet smile and sparkling eyes, and said, "Really? Thank you so much. I've tried so many times and it just won't work." Shenyu took the kite string and demonstrated while explaining, "When flying a kite, you have to run against the wind. When you feel the kite pulling upwards, slowly let out the string. That way, the kite will fly. As he spoke, he ran a few steps quickly, and the kite rose steadily into the sky. The girl clapped her hands excitedly beside him, her eyes fixed on Linyu, full of admiration. Under Qinyu's guidance, the girl successfully flew her kite. She jumped up happily, grabbed Qinyu's hand, and said, "You're so amazing. Thanks to you, I was finally able to fly my kite today. My name is Shiryao, what's yours?" Chunyu smiled and replied, "My name is Chunyu." Just then, Linyu returned from buying drinks and saw Chenyu and Shiryao together from afar, causing her to pause for a moment. As she approached, a polite smile graced her face, but her eyes betrayed a hint of wariness. She spoke softly, "Chenyu, you're here. And who is this?" Her ample bosom swayed slightly with her movements, drawing considerable attention. Chenyu quickly introduced, "This is Shiryao, I was just teaching her how to fly a kite. This is my girlfriend, Linyu." When Shiryao learned that Chenyu already had a girlfriend, she showed no surprise. In a society where men are scarce and the government promotes polygamy, it is common for each man to be surrounded by multiple women. She smiled generously and said, "Sister Linyu, Chenyu is really amazing. I was able to fly the kite thanks to his help." Linyu smiled and replied, "He just loves helping others." As she spoke, she puffed out her ample chest, as if asserting her dominance. Then, as if remembering something, Shiryao took out her phone from her bag, looked at Chenyu and said, "Chenyu, thank you so much for today. Could you leave me your contact information? You can teach me some other fun things in the future. It's okay if you bring your girlfriend, we can all have fun together, it'll definitely be a lot of fun." Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat, and she nervously gripped the drink bottle tightly. Her first reaction was to refuse, but she swallowed the words back. Worried that Chenyu might think she was a jealous woman who liked to fight over men, she hesitated for a moment, then forced a smile, tugged at Chenyu's sleeve, and said in a casual tone, "Why don't you stay? We're all friends, and it'll be more fun if we hang out together in the future." However, the violent fluctuations in her full breasts due to her emotional state revealed her inner turmoil. Chenyu looked at Linyu with some surprise. Seeing that she agreed, he couldn't refuse Shiryao any longer, so he left his contact information. Shiryao happily thanked him and agreed to meet again another day. Looking at Shiryao's expectant eyes and sensing Lin Yu's nervousness, Chenyu felt happy and grateful for this beautiful new world. Chapter 16 Fun Facts at the Cinema. Since their parting at the park, Shiryao has frequently contacted Chenyu. Although Lin Yu felt a little bothered, she always pretended to be nonchalant. That day, Shiryao sent another message, saying that a new romance movie with excellent reviews had been released and she strongly invited Chenyu to watch it together. Unable to resist Shiryao's enthusiasm, Chenyu agreed and also invited Linyu along. That evening, the three met at the entrance of the movie theater. Shiryao wore a pink off-shoulder top paired with a white mini-skirt, looking youthful and lively. Upon seeing Chenyu, her eyes lit up instantly. She skipped and hopped over to him, affectionately grabbing his arm and saying in a sweet voice, "Chenyu, you finally arrived. I'd been waiting for so long." Linyu wore a black fitted dress that perfectly showcased her voluptuous figure, especially her full breasts, which stood out even more against the black background. She quickly stepped forward, subtly removing Shiryao's hand from Chenyu's arm, and took Chenyu's arm. With a polite smile, she said to Shiryao, "Sorry to keep you waiting. There was a bit of traffic on the way." Shiryao pouted and muttered softly, "I thought you weren't coming." The three bought their tickets and entered the theater. The theater was dimly lit and filled with the aroma of popcorn and cola. Their seats were in the middle row, with Chenyu in the middle and Shiryao and Linyu on either side of him. As soon as the movie started, Shiryao couldn't wait to open the popcorn bucket, pick up a piece of popcorn, gently hold it to Chenyu's lips, and say with a smile, "Chenyu, try this, the popcorn here is so fragrant." Chenyu was slightly taken aback. He subconsciously glanced at Linyu and saw that she was staring at the screen and seemed not to be paying attention to them. So he opened his mouth a little embarrassed and ate it. A moment later, Linyu also noticed Shiryao's actions. She picked up the popcorn she had bought and fed it to Chenyu, saying affectionately, "Honey, eat this. I bought your favorite caramel flavor." Chenyu looked at Linyu and caught a hint of jealousy in her eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he still ate the popcorn she fed him. Seeing this, Shiryao was not to be outdone. She picked up another popcorn and stuffed it directly into Chenyu's mouth, saying deliberately, "Chenyu, this cream flavor is the best. Try it again." Lin Yu's expression changed slightly. She pinched Chenyu's arm hard and said reproachfully, "Eating too much popcorn will make you thirsty. Here, have a sip of Coke first." As she spoke, she handed the Coke straw to Chenyu's lips. And so, during the movie, Shi Yao and Lin Yu seemed to be competing with each other, taking turns feeding Chen Yu popcorn and handing him drinks. Chen Yu was caught in the middle, feeling both embarrassed and helpless. He could only keep eating popcorn and drinking beverages in an attempt to ease the awkward atmosphere. Sometimes, Shi Yao and Lin Yu's hands would accidentally touch. They would exchange a glance, their eyes filled with tension, before quickly looking away, leaving a tense atmosphere in the air. When the movie showed the romantic kissing scene between the male and female leads, a soft gasp rippled through the theater. Shi Yao's face flushed slightly. She glanced furtively at Chen Yu, then quickly looked down. Lin Yu gripped Chen Yu's arm tightly, her full breasts pressed against his arm as if asserting her dominance. Feeling the different temperatures from both sides, Chen Yu's heart started racing. He coughed lightly, trying to distract himself. Shi Yao seemed to have suddenly mustered up her courage. She reached out and grabbed Chen Yu's other hand, saying sweetly, "Chen Yu, don't you think they're so romantic?" Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately pulled Chen Yu's arm into her arms and said, "Darling, ignore her and enjoy the movie." Chen Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief when the movie ended. Stepping out of the theater, the fresh air outside made him feel much more relaxed. Shi Yao smiled and said, "The movie was really good today. Let's watch it together again next time." Lin Yu, however, clung tightly to Chen Yu's arm and said, "Let's talk about it next time. Chen Yu has been very busy lately." After saying that, she pulled Chen Yu away quickly. Shi Yao stood there, watching their backs, biting her lip, secretly thinking that she must find another opportunity to be alone with Chen Yu. On the way back, Lin Yu remained silent, and Chen Yu felt a little uneasy. He knew that Lin Yu must be jealous. He gently took Lin Yu's hand, and was about to explain when Lin Yu spoke first. "I know that in this society, there will be many other women around you in the future, but you must remember that I am your first wife." Chen Yu nodded quickly and said earnestly, "Don't worry, you are the most important person in my heart." Chapter 17 Car Purchase Turmoil. During this period, Chen Yu has accumulated over 1,000,000 yuan in system cashback by spending money on him and interacting with all sorts of beautiful women. That day, he enthusiastically invited Lin Yu to go to the 4S store together, intending to buy a car for commuting. After all, the retro motorcycle I used to ride couldn't keep me out of the wind and rain. Although the part-time job provided me with a car, it wasn't really my own. Now that I have money and control the system, I will have even more wealth in the future, so there's no need for me to compromise myself. Stepping into the spacious and bright 4S store, rows of brand new cars are neatly displayed, their metal shells gleaming with a captivating luster under the lights. Xiaoman, a sales consultant, is a slender young woman wearing a fitted business skirt that perfectly accentuates her curves. With a warm smile on her face, she gracefully approaches. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at Chen Yu, her voice as sweet as honey. "Sir, welcome. I have some good news for you. Men can now enjoy a 20% discount when buying a car. Which model are you interested in?" As she spoke, she gently brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes full of anticipation. Before Chen Yu could speak, Lin Yu interjected, "We want a car that is both comfortable and prestigious. Price is not an issue." As she spoke, she tightened her grip on Chen Yu's arm, her full breasts gently brushing against his arm, and gave Xiaoman a defiant look. Xiaoman's smile remained unchanged as she quickly turned to the side and pointed to a Porsche luxury sedan with sharp and sleek lines in the center of the showroom. She introduced it incessantly, "Then I strongly recommend this newly launched Porsche luxury sedan to you. Its exterior design is inspired by top supercars, and it will turn heads wherever you drive it. The interior is wrapped in top-grade calfskin, which has a delicate feel, and is paired with a 12.8-inch central control screen, giving it a strong sense of technology. Moreover, its powertrain is very powerful, with a 3.0T engine that can deliver surging power, making it capable of handling both city commuting and highway driving with ease. Most importantly, after the discount, the price-performance ratio is extremely high. It's really rare to get such a prestigious car at this price." As Chen Yu listened to the introduction, his eyes were full of love for the car. He walked around the car, examining it from time to time, touching the body and looking at the interior. Just as Chen Yu was about to ask for more details, a sexy and glamorous woman named Ellie, wearing a red tight-fitting short skirt, walked in. Ellie's dress clung tightly to her body, revealing her stunning figure, especially her full breasts, which swayed slightly with her movements, attracting the attention of many. She walked up to Chen Yu in her high heels, her red lips parted slightly, and her voice was charming. "Oh, handsome, you have good taste. You've got your eye on this Porsche? But I think that limited edition over there is more suitable for you. It would definitely turn heads." As she spoke, she deliberately moved closer to Chen Yu, her fingers lightly tracing the car body. Lin Yu's face instantly darkened to the point of being scorching. She abruptly pulled Chen behind her, her ample breasts heaving violently, and loudly demanded, "Who are you? What are you doing here? This is my boyfriend, don't you dare flirt with him." Ellie, however, was unimpressed. She lightly tossed her wavy hair and gave a mocking smile. "What, can't I even look? In this society, excellent men aren't just for you. Men are so scarce these days, and such a handsome and outstanding man you want to have him all to yourself? How are the other women supposed to live? Good things should be shared, young lady, you can't be so selfish." Chen stood in the middle, looking embarrassed, and hurriedly said, "Everyone, stop arguing. I just came to buy a car." But the two ignored him completely, and the argument escalated. Lin Yu was trembling with anger. She pointed at Ellie's nose and said, "If you keep bothering my boyfriend, believe me, I won't be polite to you." Ellie stepped forward, looking at Lin Yu defiantly. "What can you do to me? If you're so capable, keep your boyfriend in check and stop him from attracting other women." Customers and staff around them cast curious glances and whispered among themselves. Xiaomin, standing to the side, was so anxious that she stamped her feet and tried her best to smooth things over. "Ladies, calm down, we're all here to look at cars, let's talk it out." Finally, thanks to Chen Yu's earnest persuasion, the turmoil was temporarily quelled. But Chen Yu knew in his heart that in this society with so many women, his life would probably continue to be caught up in such sweet troubles in the future. Chapter 18: The Allure and Perseverance of Luxury Cars. With the commotion at the 4S store temporarily over, Chen Yu, amidst the tense atmosphere between Ellie and Lin Yu, was taken by Xiaomin to see the limited edition Porsche sports car. When Xiaomin pressed the remote control, the lights in the corner of the showroom focused on the sports car. Its smooth body lines resembled a nimble cheetah, and the metallic paint shimmered with a cold yet captivating luster under the light. The exaggerated wheels and low-slung body all showcased its speed and passion. Chen Yu slowly approached, stroking the smooth body of the car. His eyes were filled with an irrepressible love and longing as he imagined himself driving it at high speed on the highway. His heart soared with excitement. But when he saw the price tag of over 5 million on the car window, the light in his eyes dimmed instantly. The more than 1 million in cashback he had painstakingly accumulated was nothing but a drop in the ocean in the face of this exorbitant price. At this moment, Ellie swayed her hips and followed. Seeing Chen Yu's disappointed expression, she smiled with a determined look on her lips. She moved closer to Chen Yu, her rich perfume instantly filling the air, and said softly, "I can tell you really like this car. If you're willing to spend some time with me, I can buy you any car you want in the future, let alone this one." As Ellie spoke, she lightly ran her fingers along Chen Yu's arm, her eyes full of allure and seduction. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's face flushed, and a surge of anger and humiliation welled up within him. He thought to himself, "Although I gained my wealth through the soft rice system, I don't sell everything. If you're going to be a kept man, you should do it honestly and openly. You won't feel at ease if you get what you want by selling your body." Thinking of this, he suddenly took a step back, avoiding Ellie's touch, and said seriously, "Thank you for your kindness, but I cannot agree." Lin Yu followed behind, and when she heard Ellie's words, her heart was in her throat. She only breathed a sigh of relief when Chen Yu decisively refused. She walked quickly to Chen Yu's side, took his arm, and pressed her full breasts tightly against him, as if declaring her ownership of Ellie. At the same time, she looked at Chen Yu with a touch of emotion and relief and said, "I knew you wouldn't agree to her." Ellie seemed surprised that Chen Yu would refuse, a hint of astonishment flashing across her face before she regained her charming smile. "Handsome, you should think this through. If you miss this opportunity, you might not get another chance like this." Chen Yu shook his head firmly. "No need to say anything, I've already made up my mind." Just as Chen Yu was about to leave with Lin Yu, Xiaomin, the saleswoman, quickly stepped forward with a professional smile and said urgently and sincerely, "Sir, please don't rush off. Actually, our store offers car loan installment services. You only need to pay a down payment of 1 million to take delivery of this car, and the remaining amount can be paid off over many years with very favorable interest rates. With your qualifications, applying for a loan should be easy to get approved." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu stopped in his tracks, and a glimmer of hope rekindled in his eyes. He quickly calculated in his mind that he happened to have more than 1 million yuan in system cashback, which was no problem to pay the down payment, and he could continue to accumulate funds through the system to repay the loan. Lin Yu was also somewhat tempted. She gently tugged at Chen Yu's hand and whispered, "How about we consider it? You really like this car." After thinking for a moment, Chen Yu finally made up his mind. He turned to Xiaomin and said, "Okay, then let's do as you say and help me with the down payment and car purchase procedures." Upon hearing this, Xiaomin's face immediately broke into a bright smile, and she replied repeatedly, "Okay, sir, please wait a moment, I will prepare the relevant information for you right away." Over the next few hours, with Xiaoman's help, Chenyu completed the tedious loan procedures. When he finally got the keys to that limited edition Porsche sports car, sat in the driver's seat, and felt the car's top-notch interior and comfortable seats, he was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Linyu sat excitedly in the passenger seat, her face beaming with a happy smile. They drove their new car slowly out of the dealership, leaving Ellie standing there, watching their departing figures with a gloomy expression. After driving out of the 4S store, Chenyu stepped on the gas, and the sports car emitted a deep and powerful roar. The wind rushed in through the windows, blowing away all the unpleasantness from before. Chenyu knew that with the help of the system, his life would have even more exciting possibilities in the future. Chapter 19: The New Wave Caused by the Luxury Car. Chenyu drove his brand new Porsche sports car, and Linyu slowly made their way through the bustling city streets. The afternoon sun shines on the car, perfectly showcasing the sports car's sleek lines and gleaming metallic sheen. The powerful engine emits a deep and rhythmic roar, and each gear shift is accompanied by a pleasant sound, as if announcing its extraordinary nature. Pedestrians on the street turned their heads to look, and many took out their phones to take pictures. Several young people chased after the sports car while shouting praises. Sitting in the passenger seat, Linyu's face was filled with pride and happiness. She would occasionally reach out and stroke the top-quality leather seats in the car, feeling the envious glances from those around her. Her heart was filled with sweetness and satisfaction, and her vanity was satisfied to an unprecedented degree. However, this pleasant moment didn't last long. As they came to a smooth stop at a red light, a red Ferrari gracefully pulled up beside them. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing Ellie's heavily made-up face, which carried a hint of displeasure. She glanced disdainfully at Chenyu's car, a smirk playing on her lips, and scoffed, "It's just a car bought on loan, and you're already acting all smug." Her tone, full of mockery, was like a sharp needle, instantly shattering the pleasant atmosphere that Chenyu and Linyu had created. Upon hearing this, Linyu flew into a rage, her originally sweet face contorting slightly with anger. Her eyes widened, and she was about to retort when Chenyu quickly grabbed her hand and gestured to her not to act impulsively. With a faint smile on his face, Chenyu looked calmly at Ellie and said slowly, "No matter how it came about, as long as you like it." His voice was steady, carrying a firmness that was not disturbed by the outside world. Ellie, however, was not about to let it go so easily. She raised an eyebrow and continued to mock, "Stop pretending to be high and mighty. If you're so capable, don't take out a loan, just buy it in full." Her sharp voice was particularly jarring in the noisy street. When the light turned green, Chenyu ignored it and stepped on the gas to leave. Having finally shaken off Ellie, Chenyu and Linyu arrived at the underground parking lot of a shopping mall. They thought they could temporarily escape the trouble and enjoy a moment of peace, but as soon as they parked, they saw Shiryao gracefully get out of the car next to them. Shiryao wore a fresh floral dress, looking like a flower blooming in spring, full of youthful vitality. When she saw Chenyu's luxury car, her eyes lit up instantly, like twinkling stars in the night sky, full of surprise and curiosity. She strode over, her voice brimming with barely suppressed excitement, and said, "Chenyu, is this your new car? It's so cool." Before Chenyu could answer, Linyu, like a mother animal protecting her cubs, spoke first. "Yes, my boyfriend bought it." "How about it? Are you envious?" Her tone carried a hint of pride, and her slightly raised chin seemed to be declaring her ownership to Shiryao. Shiryao curled her lip, a hint of disdain on her face, and said, "What's there to envy? I can buy one too." As she spoke, she deliberately moved closer to Chenyu, her slender fingers lightly tracing the car body, a gesture tinged with intimacy, and said in a sweet voice, "Chenyu, could you take me for a drive sometime?" Linyu's face instantly turned ugly, her originally rosy cheeks flushed red with anger. She pulled Shiryao away and stood like a solid wall in front of Chenyu, shouting, "Stay away from my boyfriend and stop trying to seduce him." Not to be outdone, Shiryao straightened her back and retorted, "I just asked him to take me for a ride, why are you so nervous? It's not like you're the only one who can hang out with him." Shiryao's eyes flashed with a stubborn light as she met Linyu's gaze without fear. The two exchanged barbs, neither willing to back down, and the atmosphere became tense again, as if the air itself was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Chenyu was caught in the middle, his brows furrowed, looking helpless. He said helplessly, "Stop arguing, we're all friends." But the two women were in the throes of their emotions and wouldn't listen to him. Their argument grew louder and louder, attracting the attention of other drivers in the parking lot. Some drivers stopped and looked around curiously, others shook their heads and whispered about the sudden dispute. Just as the situation was about to get out of control, the female security guard in the parking lot rushed over after hearing the commotion. The female security guard, dressed in a tight-fitting uniform with a full bust and a serious expression, quickly walked up to the three men and inquired about the situation. Chen Yu quickly explained to the security guard that it was just a misunderstanding. With the mediation of the security guards, Shi Yao and Lin Yu temporarily stopped arguing, but their eyes were still full of hostility, like two small animals facing each other, ready to break out into conflict again at any moment. After leaving the parking lot, Chen Yu felt heavy-hearted. He looked at the bustling crowd outside the mall, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He knew that while the luxury car fulfilled his wish, it also brought him more trouble. In this society with a gender imbalance, the controversies surrounding him seem never to end. What a happy problem. Chapter 20: A sweet battle in the shopping mall. Having escaped the parking lot dispute, Chen Yu, Lin Yu, and Shi Yao entered the mall together. The mall was brightly lit, with crystal chandeliers casting dazzling light that made the entire space as bright as day. A giant art installation hangs in the spacious atrium, swaying gently in the breeze, complementing the dazzling array of brand shops around it and creating a luxurious and fashionable atmosphere. A faint scent of perfume mingled with the enticing aromas wafting from the food court, tantalizing the senses. As soon as they entered the mall, Shi Yao was like a wind-up toy, her eyes shining with excitement. She grabbed Chen Yu's arm and shook it coquettishly, saying, "Chen Yu, hurry up, there's a store over there with really stylish clothes. I'm sure I can find something that suits you." With that, she dragged him towards a men's clothing store. Inside the store, the shelves were filled with exquisitely tailored clothing. Shi Yao wandered among the racks, her eyes precisely locking onto a casual suit. She picked it up with both hands, walked quickly to Chen Yu, and exclaimed, her eyes sparkling, "Chen Yu, this will definitely suit you perfectly. Try it on." Not to be outdone, Lin Yu followed suit, taking a simple shirt from the rack next to her, a confident smile on her lips. "In my opinion, this shirt brings out your temperament better, making you look clean and neat." Chen Yu was half pushed and half forced into the fitting room by the two men. When he came out wearing a suit, the tailored fit perfectly hugged his figure, outlining his tall and straight profile. Shi Yao's eyes widened instantly, she clapped her hands and jumped up excitedly. "Wow, Chen Yu, you're like a model descended to earth. This outfit is practically tailor-made for you." As she spoke, she stepped forward to adjust his collar, her fingers inadvertently touching his neck. Lin Yu frowned slightly, stepped forward, gently tugged at the hem of the suit jacket, and said critically, "The color is alright, but I feel it lacks a bit of charm." As she spoke, she waved the shirt in her hand. "Let's try this one instead." Chen Yu reluctantly went into the fitting room again. This time, when he appeared wearing a shirt, the soft fabric clung to his skin, and the simple design highlighted his fresh and clean look. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, stepped forward to help him button up his collar, gently ran her fingers along his collarbone, and said with a smile, "See? I told you this one would suit you better. It shows off all your best features." Shi Yao pouted and crossed her arms. "I think a suit is more stylish, a shirt is too ordinary." The two argued back and forth, neither willing to give in, until their faces turned red. Just then, a system notification sounded in Chen Yu's mind. Lin Yu's favorability has increased to 85. The amount spent is 4,000 yuan, triggering a 40x cashback, resulting in a cashback of 160,000 yuan, which has been deposited into the host's account. It turned out that Lin Yu had secretly paid for the shirt while Shi Yao wasn't looking. Shi Yao realized what was happening, her eyes widened instantly, and she stomped her foot. "Humph, you're cheating." With that, she immediately pulled Chen Yu toward another store. Inside the leather goods store, Shi Yao's eyes were drawn to a leather belt adorned with an exquisite metal buckle. She picked up the belt, held it up against Chen Yu's waist, and turned to the shop assistant, saying, "This is it. Wrap it up for me." With that, she quickly swiped her card to pay. Immediately afterwards, a system notification sounded. Shi Yao's favorability has increased to 80. The amount spent is 3,500 yuan, triggering a 30x cashback, resulting in a cashback of 105,000 yuan, which has been deposited into the host's account. Seeing this, Lin Yu snorted and pulled Chen Yu to a shoe store. She picked out a pair of stylish leather shoes from among many styles, knelt down herself, helped Chen Yu put them on, and carefully tied his shoelaces. She looked up and smiled, saying, "Baby, these shoes are a perfect match for your style." When paying, he deliberately raised his chin at Shi Yao and said smugly, "I got there first this time." As soon as he finished speaking, the system notification sounded in his mind again. Lin Yu's favorability has increased to 90. The amount spent was 5,000 yuan, triggering a 50x cashback. You have received a cashback of 250,000 yuan, which has been deposited into the host's account. Shi Yao's face turned red with anger, and she gritted her teeth and said, "What's so bad about that? I have better ones. Thus began a crazy shopping battle between the two women. They dragged Chenyu around to various shops, picking out exquisite watches for him in a watch shop and delicate tie clips in an accessories shop. At each store, the two of them vied to pick out items for Chenyu, neither willing to give way. The shop assistants couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Chenyu feigned helplessness, repeatedly saying, "You've gone to too much trouble. You've already bought a lot, that's enough." But secretly he was overjoyed. Listening to the cashback notifications that kept ringing in his mind, he felt as if he were in a beautiful dream and wished that this happy time could last forever. With their hands full of shopping bags, the mall announced its impending closing time, and the two reluctantly stopped. In just a few hours, the cashback amount had exceeded 5 million. Chenyu looked at the mountain of shopping bags, and then at Shiryao and Linyu, who were panting heavily but still full of excitement, and felt a mix of emotions. He knew that in this special social environment, such sweet troubles would continue to unfold, and he had to learn to balance his relationships with them while enjoying happiness. Chapter 21: An unexpected encounter in the classroom. Chenyu stepped into the classroom, filled with anticipation for a new day of campus life. In this social environment where men are scarce, men are always the focus of attention, and Chenyu is no exception. He was tall and handsome, with a unique charisma in his deep eyes, making him stand out among men. Being the center of attention was nothing new to him. As soon as I entered, the noisy classroom fell silent for a moment, followed by a slight commotion. All the girls turned their attention to him, some with curiosity in their eyes, while others made no attempt to hide their admiration. Several girls sitting in the front row even quietly tidied their hair, trying to make themselves look more presentable. Chenyu felt the intense gazes directed at him, but remained calm, a faint smile on his face, and steadily walked towards an empty seat. Along the way, a girl accidentally knocked her book over. She looked at Chenyu shyly and whispered, "Excuse me, could you help me pick it up?" Chenyu smiled gently, bent down to pick up the book and handed it to her. When the girl took it, her fingers lightly touched Chenyu's hand, she thanked him softly, and a blush rose on her face. After Chenyu sat down, his tablemate was a girl with a ponytail. She came over enthusiastically, smiling, and said, "Hello, you're a little late today. I have breakfast here, would you like some?" As he spoke, he took out a delicate sandwich and a cup of hot milk from his school bag. Chenyu politely declined, saying, "Thank you, I've already eaten." But in his heart, he felt both familiar and somewhat pleased with this ubiquitous preferential treatment. The bell rang, and the teacher entered the classroom. While explaining the key points, the teacher specifically asked Chenyu, "This student, can you answer this question?" Chenyu calmly stood up and answered clearly and logically. The teacher nodded in satisfaction, "Very good answer, sit down." The teacher then added, "Boys do have an advantage in logical thinking, and everyone should learn from them." Chenyu listened to the teacher's praise and responded politely, understanding that this was partly due to his status as a boy. Throughout the entire class, Chenyu didn't pay much attention to what was happening at the back of the classroom. It wasn't until the bell rang and the noise started that he looked up and immediately noticed the figure the school beauty, Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner wore a pair of blue denim shorts today, which showed off her figure to its fullest. Her legs were straight and long, her skin was firm and radiant, and her muscle lines were smooth. From her thighs to her calves, the proportions were almost perfect. Every step she took was light and confident, as if she had an innate sense of rhythm. She wore a simple white crop t-shirt that clung tightly to her body, highlighting her slender waist, which looked so delicate that it seemed a gentle breeze could break it. Especially her large, round buttocks, paired with two straight and long legs, are enough to make people drool just from a glimpse of her back. Looking further up, her shoulders have graceful lines, and her collarbones are clearly visible, creating a captivating scene. Her long, jet black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, with a few stray strands falling beside her fair cheeks, adding a touch of playfulness and charm. Her delicate face was like a meticulously sculpted work of art, her fair skin was so smooth it seemed to break at a touch, and her bright eyes seemed to hold the glittering stars, exuding charm with every glance. Lin Wanner walked through the bustling crowd and headed straight for Chenyu. She stood in front of Chenyu's desk, a sweet smile on her lips, her voice clear and melodious. "Classmate, I'm a little late today, would it be convenient for me to borrow your notes?" Chenyu snapped out of his reverie, smiled, and handed over the notebook. "Of course, you can take it." Lin Wanner took it, and her fingers inadvertently touched Chenyu's hand, causing both of them to be startled. Lin Wanner's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and said softly, "To express my gratitude, how about we have lunch together? There's a new Western restaurant near the school that I've heard is quite good." Chenyu's heart skipped a beat, but he pretended to be calm, and the corners of his mouth turned up, revealing a charming smile. "Great, it would be my honor." Lynn Warner smiled, her eyes curving into crescents. "Then let's meet at the school gate at noon." With that, she turned and walked away with light steps, leaving Chenyu watching her retreating figure, his heart pounding faster. The surrounding classmates cast envious glances, and the girl sitting next to him muttered with a hint of jealousy, "Why did the school beauty suddenly ask to borrow his notes and even ask him out to dinner?" Chenyu appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. He never expected that in this school where there were more girls than boys, an ordinary class experience would become so extraordinary because of the school beauty's initiative to chat him up. Chapter 22: The Undercurrents in the Western Restaurant. Chenyu has been in this school with more girls than boys for a while now, and he has long been used to being surrounded by beautiful women every day. Whether it was the admiring glances from girls in class, the love letters handed to him during breaks, the carefully prepared breakfasts, or the enthusiastic invitations after school, all of these became an ordinary part of his daily life. When the school beauty Lynn Warner extended an invitation to lunch, he remained unmoved, simply accepting politely and gently. At noon, sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves onto the campus path. Chenyu strolled leisurely toward the school gate. A gentle breeze stirred his clothes, and his pace was unhurried, each step exuding ease and tranquility. Upon arriving at the school gate, one could immediately spot Lynn Warner standing gracefully there, waiting. She wore a pale yellow floral dress, the hem swaying gently in the breeze like petals imbued with life, each movement carrying a lively rhythm, like a butterfly fluttering among flowers. "You've come, let's go." Lynn Warner smiled radiantly, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Anyone else would have been captivated, but Chenyu simply nodded calmly, his expression unwavering. Along the way, passers-by cast their gazes, and the women mostly looked on with envy, their sourness in their eyes undisguised. They either whispered among themselves or cast disdainful glances. Chenyu ignored them, his hands in his pockets, his expression calm and composed, as if those gazes never existed. He simply walked on, occasionally responding politely to Lynn Warner's words. Stepping into the Western restaurant, you are immediately enveloped in a warm and romantic atmosphere. The soft lighting, like a veil, gently spills into every corner, creating a hazy and enchanting halo. Soothing music, like flowing water, flows through the air, the notes like lively sprites lingering in the ears, and the exquisite decorations, the vintage oil paintings, the beautiful crystal chandeliers, and the neatly arranged flowers, all contribute to an ambiguous atmosphere. The waiter greeted them warmly with a professional smile and led them to a window seat. Lynn Warner skillfully took the menu, her slender fingers lightly tracing the dishes on it. After inquiring about Chenyu's preferences, she elegantly ordered the food and a bottle of red wine, her every gesture exuding grace and poise. During the meal, Lynn Warner spoke eloquently, from the interesting things that had happened on campus recently, those hilarious little episodes, to our respective hobbies, her love for photography, and every beautiful moment captured by her lens from popular movies and TV shows, and her unique insights into the profound meaning of the films, to academic knowledge, and her research and thinking in her professional field. Her speech was extraordinary, her insights were unique, and every word she spoke was like a shining pearl, radiating the light of wisdom. Chenyu responded politely, nodding and smiling from time to time, his slender fingers gently swirling the wineglass in his hand, his eyes occasionally glancing out the window, his mind seemingly not entirely absorbed in the conversation. The peaceful atmosphere was short-lived. The restaurant door was suddenly pushed open with a jarring creak, shattering the harmonious ambience. Zhou Xinxin walked in with a group of girls. Zhou Xinxin is also a well-known beauty in the school. She is usually proud and arrogant. Her long, wavy hair is draped over her shoulders, and her tight short skirt outlines her stunning figure. She had always regarded Lynn Warner as a thorn in her side. Today, when she saw Lynn Warner and Chenyu together, a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. Her gaze was like a sharp blade, as if she wanted to pierce through the two people in front of her. Some people just love to show off, and I don't know what tricks they use. She deliberately raised her voice, and her sharp voice was particularly jarring in the restaurant, attracting the attention of the surrounding diners. Lynn Warner's expression changed slightly, and her originally fair cheeks instantly flushed red, a blush of shame and indignation from being provoked. A hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her elegance and composure. She gently put down her knife and fork, sat up straight, her back ramrod straight, like a warrior about to go into battle. Chenyu remained calm, as if Liu's words were nothing more than a passing breeze. He frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on the wineglass, seemingly deep in thought. Seeing their lack of reaction, Zhou Xinxin became even more enraged. She stomped her high heels around and led the girl straight to the table, a fake smile on her face that hid deep hostility. "Oh, isn't this the school beauty and our school's celebrity? What are you doing eating together?" Lin Wanner curled her lips into a contemptuous smile, her eyes full of disdain, and retorted without backing down, "What I do is none of your business, you're meddling too much." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xinxin's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Her lips, which were originally painted with bright lipstick, trembled slightly, clearly indicating that she was quite angry at Lin Wanner's words. The surrounding diners cast curious glances, some even stopping what they were doing and craning their necks to watch the impending war with great interest. The girls behind Zhou Xinxin began to whisper among themselves, some looking surprised, others gloating. The atmosphere in the restaurant became increasingly tense, as if the air itself was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Chen Yu finally put down his cutlery, stood up slowly, his posture upright like a pine tree, his voice steady yet carrying an undeniable power. "Zhou Xinxin, you should watch your words. Some people have no right to tell us what to do. Girls should be gentler. If you're too fierce, you might never get married." Zhou Xinxin was rendered speechless by those few words. Her face turned pale and then flushed, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes, but she still stubbornly said, "Humph, just you wait and see." After saying that, she turned and left angrily with her people, her high heels making rapid and angry sounds on the ground. The storm had subsided, but both Chen Yu and Lin Wanner were affected. Lin Wanner looked at Chen Yu with a hint of apology, her eyes filled with guilt. "I'm sorry, because I dragged you into this." Chen Yu remained calm, gently shaking his head, his tone even. "It has nothing to do with you, she went too far. Don't let her ruin your mood." Lin Wanner looked at Chen Yu's calm demeanor, a hint of doubt rising in her heart. This man seemed unfazed by everything. He was truly remarkable. Chapter 23: Reunion on Campus and New Turbulence. After the incident at the Western restaurant, Chen Yu and Lin Wanner's lunch was no longer as pleasant as it had initially seemed. After finishing her meal, Lin Wanner generously got up to pay the bill. Just as she swiped her card to pay, Chen Yu suddenly heard the familiar system cashback notification in his mind. Ding! Lin Wanner has spent 800 yuan for the host, increasing her favorability to 85, triggering a 20x cashback, and receiving 16,000 yuan in cashback, which has been deposited into the host's account. Chen Yu's heart stirred slightly, but his face remained calm. Lin Wanner turned around, smiled gently at Chen Yu, and said softly, "Let's have dinner together again next time." Chen Yu smiled and nodded in agreement. Watching Lin Wanner's departing figure, he felt little emotional, but he had gained a deeper impression of this school beauty. Chen Yu strolled along the tree-lined paths of the campus, where the afternoon sun filtered through the leaves, creating patches of golden light. He put his hands in his pockets, enjoying the moment of peace. As he walked, a familiar laugh suddenly came from ahead. Chen Yu looked up and saw Su Yao walking towards him, chatting and laughing with several girls. Su Yao's long, wavy hair was casually draped over her shoulders, swaying gently with her steps, which further accentuated her charming and alluring appearance. She is tall with long, straight legs. She is wearing a fitted white sports vest and blue sports shorts, which accentuate her slender waist and full curves. She exudes youthful vitality. Su Yao also saw Chen Yu, and her eyes lit up instantly, as if she had discovered a treasure. She said a few words to her companions and then walked quickly toward Chen Yu. "Chen Yu, what a coincidence!" Su Yao greeted him with a smile, her face as radiant as a spring flower in full bloom. Chen Yu smiled back, "Yes, what a coincidence. Where are you headed?" Su Yao pointed to the gymnasium not far away and said, "I'm on my way to badminton club training. Do you want to come and watch?" Chen Yu wanted to go back to the classroom to rest, but seeing Su Yao's expectant eyes, he couldn't refuse, so he nodded in agreement. The two walked side by side toward the gymnasium. Along the way, Su Yao chattered on about the funny things that happened in the club, such as who made a fool of themselves during training and who learned a new, difficult catching technique. She described it vividly. Chen Yu listened quietly, occasionally amused by her, and thought to himself that this girl was innocent and cute. Upon arriving at the gymnasium and pushing open the door, a wave of youthful energy washes over you. Looking around, there are only a handful of boys inside, the rest are girls, resembling a vibrant sea of flowers. The girls, dressed in tight-fitting sportswear, ran and jumped freely on the court, full of dynamism and energy. Their chests swayed up and down with their movements, outlining beautiful curves. The scene was truly breathtaking. Chen Yu's gaze paused slightly before quickly shifting away, trying to maintain a natural expression. Su Yao quickly got into training mode. She picked up her racket and ran and jumped around the court with agility. Every shot was full of power and her movements were clean and crisp. Chen Yu sat on the sidelines, watching Su Yao's figure on the court, and couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. He discovered that Su Yao and Lin Wanner were two completely different types. Lin Wanner was elegant and charming, while Su Yao was full of energy and her enthusiasm was infectious. During a training break, Su Yao walked over, covered in sweat, took the bottled water Chen Yu handed her, and drank it down in large gulps. "How was it? I played pretty well, right?" Su Yao asked with a smile, her eyes sparkling with confidence. Chen Yu nodded in praise. "Great job. I didn't expect you to be so good at badminton." Su Yao replied with a proud smile, "Of course. I'm a key player in the club." Just then, the gymnasium door was suddenly pushed open, and a group of girls escorted a boy in. This boy was Zhao Yang, the captain of the school's basketball team. He was tall and strong, with an average appearance, but he was very popular with the girls at school. Zhao Yang's eyes lit up when he saw Su Yao, and he walked straight over. "Su Yao, long time no see. I heard you're getting better and better at badminton?" Zhao Yang said with a smile, but there was a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Su Yao smiled politely. "It's all right. What brings you here?" Zhao Yang shrugged. "I was just passing by and saw you training, so I came to check it out." As he spoke, his gaze fell on Chen Yu, a hint of hostility flashing in his eyes. "And who is this?" Su Yao quickly introduced. "This is Chen Yu, a freshman." "Chen Yu, this is Zhao Yang, the captain of the basketball team." Chen Yu greeted him politely, but Zhao Yang only nodded indifferently. The atmosphere instantly became somewhat awkward, and the girls around them began to whisper among themselves. Zhao Yang suddenly said, "Su Yao, how about we have a badminton match? Let this Chen student see your skills." Su Yao hesitated for a moment, looked at Chen Yu, then at Zhao Yang, and finally nodded. "Okay, let's have a spar." The game began, and Su Yao and Zhao Yang stood on the court, the atmosphere becoming tense. Zhao Yang served, swinging his racket forcefully, sending the shuttlecock flying towards Su Yao like a white lightning bolt. Undeterred, Su Yao quickly turned and accurately returned the shuttlecock. The two players traded baskets, the score fluctuating, and the court echoed with the sounds of intense shots and cheers from the audience. Chen Yu stood on the sidelines, watching the game intently and cheering loudly for Su Yao. Chapter 24: The turbulent scene and delicate situation on the field. On the badminton court, the duel between Su Yao and Zhao Yang entered a heated phase. Su Yao's cheeks were flushed, and the stray hairs on her forehead were soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to her skin. Every jump and spike was accompanied by her rapid breathing. Her eyes were firm as she stared intently at the shuttlecock flying through the air, not letting any scoring opportunity slip by. Zhao Yang was not to be outdone. As the captain of the basketball team, he had excellent physical qualities, with outstanding strength and speed. His hitting motion was powerful and forceful, each swing accompanied by a whooshing sound, attempting to suppress Su Yao with a strong offensive. The score was tied at 20-20, and this was the crucial goal that would decide the outcome of the game. Zhao Yang served, took a deep breath, a fierce glint in his eyes, tossed the shuttlecock high into the air, and then swung his racket fiercely. The shuttlecock flew towards Su Yao's backcourt like a bullet, with a sharp whistling sound. Su Yao quickly retreated, her eyes fixed on the badminton shuttlecock. Her feet moved nimbly, and just as the shuttlecock was about to hit the ground, she leaped high into the air, her body drawing a beautiful arc in the air, before smashing it with force. The shuttlecock bounced back with even greater speed and force. Zhao Yang hurriedly tried to catch it, but he was still a step too slow. The shuttlecock grazed the edge of his racket and landed in bounds. "Su Yao, you won!" The girls around her erupted in cheers, screaming excitedly as they rushed towards Su Yao, surrounding her and beaming with joy and pride. Su Yao was panting heavily, a bright smile spreading across her face, sweat dripping down her cheeks and onto the ground. Zhao Yang's face was somewhat unpleasant. He frowned slightly, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes, but he still managed a forced smile and stepped forward to say to Su Yao, "You played well, I lost." Su Yao smiled and replied, "Thank you for the favor, you played very well too." Chen Yu quickly walked over, looking at Su Yao with admiration in his eyes. "You're amazing. Those smashes just now were absolutely incredible." Hearing Chen Yu's praise, Su Yao blushed and her eyes sparkled with happiness. "Thank you. If you hadn't been there to cheer me on, I probably wouldn't have had this much motivation." Just then, the gymnasium's loudspeaker suddenly announced, "Attention all students, the school will be holding a large social gathering tomorrow. All students are welcome to participate." The news immediately caused a stir, and the girls began to discuss it excitedly, speculating about the format and content of the social event. Zhao Yang's eyes lit up when he heard the news. He turned to Su Yao and said with a smile, "Su Yao, how about we go to the social gathering tomorrow? I know some fun activities that I guarantee you'll have a great time." Before Su Yao could reply, Chen Yu's phone suddenly received a text message from Lin Wanner. "You'll be at the social gathering tomorrow, right?" I'm looking forward to attending with you. Chunyu looked at the text message, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his face. Lin Wanner's charming smile and elegant demeanor floated into his mind. Almost without hesitation, he quickly replied, "Okay, I'd love to be with you." Seeing the smile on Chunyu's face, Suyao's heart skipped a beat, and she felt inexplicably disappointed. But she forced a smile and asked casually, "Whose news is this? You seem so happy." Chunyu told her the truth, "It's Lin Wanner. She invited me to the social gathering tomorrow." Suyao was stunned for a moment, but quickly composed herself and said with a smile, "That's great. The school beauty invited you. You're very honored." Chunyu was oblivious to Suyao's unusual behavior, still basking in the joy of accepting the invitation. He imagined the scene with Lin Wanner at the social gathering, filled with anticipation. Little did he know that his seemingly simple decision was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples that stirred up a bitter feeling in Suyao's heart and added a touch of hostility to Zhao Yang's gaze. This social gathering has unwittingly become a stage where the emotions and thoughts of all parties intertwine and collide, and a story with undercurrents is about to begin. Chapter 25: The Undercurrents at the Social Gathering. On the day of the social gathering, the campus auditorium was decorated like a dream. A huge crystal chandelier cast a dazzling light, colorful balloons and twinkling lights hung all around, a magnificent curtain was set up on the stage, and cheerful music flowed from the speakers. Chunyu, dressed in a simple yet stylish casual outfit, walked into the auditorium and immediately attracted a lot of attention. He was searching for Lin Wanner when suddenly a soft hand gently took his arm. Turning around, he saw it was Lin Wanner. She wore a light blue off-the-shoulder evening gown, the hem swaying gently like waves, perfectly showcasing her elegant temperament. "You finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for so long," Lin Wanner said softly with a sweet smile on her face. Chunyu smiled and replied, "There was a slight delay on the way, sorry to keep you waiting." The two smiled at each other and walked side by side into the depths of the auditorium. Just then, Zhao Yang and Suyao walked in. Zhao Yang was wearing a sharp suit, trying to show off his handsomeness, but there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Suyao wore a white-fitted dress that accentuated her tall figure and alluring curves, but her gaze kept drifting towards Chunyu. The social gathering began with the host enthusiastically introducing the various activities. The first activity was a test of couples' compatibility, and Lin Wanner actively participated, pulling Chunyu along. When answering questions, Lin Wanner could always accurately guess Chunyu's preferences, and the two worked together seamlessly, winning rounds of applause. Seeing Lin Wanner's confident smile and the interaction between the two, Suyao felt a pang of pain in her heart. She lowered her head to hide the desolation in her eyes. Zhao Yang noticed Suyao's emotional change, so he gently patted her shoulder and comforted her, "Don't worry about it, let's go do something else." Suyao forced a smile and nodded. Next was the free dance party, and Lin Wanner led Chunyu onto the dance floor. Her dance steps were light and graceful, perfectly coordinated with Chunyu's, like a pair of professional dancers. People around them cast envious glances and exclaimed in admiration. Suyao stood aside, watching Chunyu and Lin Wanner dance gracefully, her heart filled with mixed feelings. Seeing this, Zhao Yang mustered up his courage and invited Suyao to dance. "Let's dance too, so they don't get all the spotlight." Suyao hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted Zhao Yang's invitation. On the dance floor, Chunyu and Lin Wanner became the focus of everyone's attention, while Suyao and Zhao Yang were also trying their best to show themselves. However, Suyao's mind was not on dancing at all. Her gaze kept drifting involuntarily towards Chunyu. Suddenly, she lost focus, slipped, and almost fell. Zhao Yang reacted quickly and caught her. "Are you all right?" Zhao Yang asked with concern. Suyao shook her head and said softly, "I'm fine, thank you." But her eyes remained fixed on Chunyu's direction, and the sense of loss in her heart grew stronger. Meanwhile, Chunyu and Lin Wanner twirled and jumped on the dance floor, fully enjoying this wonderful time. Looking into Chunyu's focused eyes, Lin Wanner felt a warm current well up in her heart. She leaned slightly closer to Chunyu and whispered, "I'm so happy today, thank you for spending time with me." Chunyu smiled and replied, "I'm happy too, and I hope there will be more opportunities like this in the future." However, none of them noticed that in the corner, Suyao was silently watching them, her eyes filled with sadness and helplessness. Zhao Yang, on the other hand, clenched his fists, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes. This social gathering, which should have been a joyous occasion, had become fraught with undercurrents due to complex emotional entanglements. Chapter 26: Conflict erupts and emotional choices. At the ball, as the lights came on, light and lively music flowed freely in the air like a babbling brook, weaving together a dreamlike melody. The colorful lights, like elves, swayed and flickered among the bustling crowd, casting dreamlike and misty light and shadow. In the center of the dance floor, Chenyu and Lin Wanner moved gracefully, like two elegant butterflies, dancing lightly. Their every movement was perfectly coordinated, exuding elegance and tacit understanding, like a perfect couple stepping out of a painting. Every move they made captivated the audience, making everyone feel as if they were in a beautiful dream. Su Yao suppressed her disappointment and tried to blend into the atmosphere with Zhao Yang by her side, but her eyes kept drifting towards Chenyu. As the music quickened, the atmosphere on the dance floor grew increasingly heated. Just then, Zhou Xinxin, dressed in a tight red mini skirt with a malicious glint in her eyes, appeared out of nowhere and walked straight towards Chenyu and Lin Wanner, deliberately bumping into Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner stumbled and almost fell, but fortunately Chenyu caught her in time. Chenyu frowned, looked at Zhou Xinxin, and asked coldly, "What are you doing?" Zhou Xinxin pretended to be innocent and said in a shrill voice, "Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention." "You guys keep jumping." Lin Wanner straightened her back and retorted without backing down, "Zhou Xinxin, don't go too far. Today is a social gathering, everyone should be having a good time. Do you have to come and cause trouble?" Zhou Xinxin sneered, "Me, cause trouble? I think you're the ones who are too ostentatious, trying to steal the spotlight here. Who do you think you are?" People gathered around, and the once lively dance party instantly fell silent. All eyes were on the three of them, and the atmosphere was as tense as a fully drawn bowstring, thick with the smell of gunpowder. Zhao Yang squeezed through with Su Yao and stood in front of Zhou Xinxin, saying seriously, "Zhou Xinxin, that's enough. Don't cause trouble here." Zhou Xinxin glanced at him disdainfully and said, "Mind your own business. It's none of your concern to me and them." Chenyu held Lin Wanner tightly, his eyes revealing anger. "Zhou Xinxin, if you continue to act unreasonably, don't blame me for being impolite." Zhou Xinxin suddenly turned her attention to Su Yao. "And you, Su Yao, look at you, following them around like a shadow, don't you feel ashamed?" Su Yao's face instantly turned pale, her head bowed, tears welling in her eyes. Seeing this, Zhao Yang could no longer suppress his anger. He took a step forward and grabbed Zhou Xinxin's arm. "Watch your mouth." Zhou Xinxin struggled, screaming loudly, "You dare hit me? Let go of me." The scene instantly spiraled out of control, with the surrounding girls whispering and gossiping among themselves. Just as the chaos was escalating, Teacher Wang rushed over. His brows were furrowed, his expression serious, and he shouted, "Stop it! What kind of behavior is this, causing such a disturbance in the school?" Upon hearing the teacher's voice, everyone paused, released their grip, and the scene quieted down. Teacher Wang sternly surveyed the group, first looking at Zhao Yang, as the captain of the basketball team. "How could you resort to violence?" Then he looked at Zhou Xinxin, "And you, deliberately provoking trouble, what kind of behavior is this?" Then, he said earnestly, "This is a social gathering, an occasion for everyone to enhance their relationships and communicate. Let's all focus on the important matters." With the teacher's mediation, the conflict was temporarily resolved. Looking at Lin Wanner and Su Yao, Chenyu felt a mix of emotions. He knew he had to face his heart and think carefully about his feelings for the two of them. This incident also made him realize that he could no longer run away from this complex emotional vortex. Fortunately, because of the gender imbalance in this world, the government promotes polygamy, so, only children make choices. I want them all, hee hee. Chapter 27 Weekend Outing. In this era of gender imbalance and male scarcity, the handsome Chenyu is undoubtedly the focus of attention. Chenyu has a carefree personality. In this polygamous society, he is determined to include both Lin Wanner and Su Yao in his life. The little incident at the ball did not shake his mind. On the contrary, he looked forward to getting to know them better. The weekend arrived quietly, and Su Yao couldn't stop thinking about her previous conversation with Chenyu. At that time, Chenyu asked about fun places to visit nearby, and she recommended Bibo Lake, promising to take him along when she invited her friends to go on the trip. Now, after carefully planning her trip to Bibo Lake, Su Yao, with a mix of shyness and anticipation, dialed Chenyu's number. "Chenyu, you asked me before where there are fun places to go around, and I recommended Bibo Lake. A few of us are planning to go there this weekend. Do you want to come along?" Su Yao's voice was soft but tinged with nervousness. Chenyu readily replied, "Great. That sounds interesting. I was just thinking of going out to relax." Upon hearing this, Su Yao was overjoyed, and her face instantly flushed. After hanging up the phone, Chenyu thought of inviting Lin Wanner to go with him, so he called her. Lin Wanner was secretly delighted when she received the call, and after a moment's thought, she readily agreed. She had long been deeply in love with Chenyu, and naturally she didn't want to miss this opportunity to spend time with him. On a weekend morning, sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting a golden glow on the ground. Chenyu, Lin Wanner, Su Yao, and several of Su Yao's friends gathered at the school gate. Among Su Yao's friends, Li Yu, who is cheerful and easygoing, has short, neat hair and two deep dimples when she smiles. She is a key member of the school's dance club, full of energy like a little sun, and always brings joy to everyone. Quiet, introverted, and thoughtful Lu Sihan wears black-rimmed glasses, loves reading all kinds of books, especially classical literature, and exudes a scholarly air. She is a member of the school's literary society. The lively and active Zhang Ku is good at sports and is a key player on the school's track and field team. She is full of energy and seems to have inexhaustible power. When Su Yao's friends saw Chenyu, they were instantly captivated by his handsome appearance. In an era where men are already scarce, and handsome men are even rarer, Chenyu's appearance thrilled them. Li Yu's eyes lit up, and she said with a smile, "Su Yao, where did you find such a handsome guy?" Lu Sihan blushed and whispered, "He's really handsome." Zhang Ko ran over and said in a carefree manner, "Handsome guy, you have to play with us when we get to Bibo Lake." However, when Su Yao saw Chenyu arrive with Lin Wanner, her expression instantly darkened. She had been looking forward to spending time with Chenyu on their journey, but Lin Wanner's appearance shattered her fantasies. As they got into the car, Lin Wanner naturally walked over to Chenyu and said with a smile, "Chenyu, let's sit together. That way we can continue talking about the book I told you about on the way." Chenyu nodded in agreement. Su Yao watched as Lin Wanner and Chenyu sat together, happily discussing the contents of the book. Lin Wanner would sometimes giggle and sometimes earnestly explain her views, appearing very proactive. Su Yao felt a pang of disappointment and could only silently walk to the back and find a seat. Seeing Su Yao's disappointed look, Zhao Yang felt a pang of heartache. He had long harbored feelings for Su Yao, and upon hearing that they were going to Bibo Lake, he was eager to take this opportunity to spend more time with her, so he came along. He walked over to Su Yao and asked softly, "Su Yao, what's wrong?" Su Yao forced a smile and said, "Nothing, I'm just a little tired." Zhao Yang understood that Su Yao was probably unhappy because of the interaction between Chenyu and Lin Wanner, but he didn't say anything and could only sit silently next to Su Yao. The group set off in a minibus. Along the way, Li Yu enthusiastically shared amusing anecdotes about the dance club, making everyone burst into laughter. Lu Sihan occasionally shares classic quotes from the book, adding a touch of literary flair to her journey. Zhang Ku was full of energy and planned the outdoor activities he would do at Bibo Lake, such as running and skipping stones. But Su Yao wasn't interested in any of that. She kept glancing in the direction of Chenyu and Lin Wanner. She saw Lin Wanner talking to Chenyu with great interest. Chenyu was smiling and listening attentively. The atmosphere between the two was very harmonious. Seeing Su Yao's absent-minded look, Zhao Yang tried to comfort her by saying, "Su Yao, Zhang Ke's planned activities seem quite interesting. Let's play together when we get there." Su Yao just nodded perfunctorily, "Okay, sure." Meanwhile, Lin Wanner was engrossed in her conversation with Chenyu. She said, "Chenyu, the protagonist in that book was willing to pay any price to protect his beliefs. That spirit really moved me. In your life, is there anything you absolutely must uphold?" After thinking for a moment, Chenyu replied, "I think that when you're alive, you must stick to your principles, not follow the crowd, and be clear about what you want. Just like with relationships, I hope to treat everyone sincerely." Lin Wanner listened to Chenyu's words with admiration in her eyes. "Chenyu, you're absolutely right, that's what I think too." As she spoke, Lin Wanner gently touched Chenyu's hand, her cheeks slightly flushed. Chenyu sensed Lin Wanner's subtle movement, and his heart stirred. He gently took Lin Wanner's hand and said with a smile, "I'm so glad we have so many things in common." Lin Wanner's heart raced, and she lowered her head shyly, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up. Su Yao witnessed this scene, a pang of pain shooting through her heart, her eyes reddening slightly. She turned her head away, not wanting others to see her vulnerability. After a drive of more than an hour, they arrived at Bibo Lake. Bibo Lake is like a dazzling pearl, set in the emerald green land. The lake water is crystal clear, shimmering with golden light under the sun. A gentle breeze stirs the surface, creating ripples that are as beautiful as a poem or a painting. As soon as they got out of the car, Zhang Ke rushed to the lakeside like a wild horse, excitedly shouting, "Wow, the lake water looks so refreshing. I really want to go down and play in the water." Li Yu, on the other hand, pulled Lu Sihan around, looking for the best angle to take pictures and record this beautiful moment. Su Yao saw Chenyu and Lin Wanner get out of the car together. Lin Wanner even affectionately held Chenyu's arm and introduced the scenery by the lake. Su Yao felt a pang of pain in her heart, but she tried her best to compose herself. She took a deep breath, walked towards Chenyu and Lin Wanner, and said with a smile, "The scenery here is so beautiful, let's take a walk together." Chenyu nodded, "Okay, it's rare to get out here, let's have a good stroll." So, the three of them walked slowly along the lake, the gentle lake breeze blowing and ruffling their hair. As they walked, Su Yao saw a small flower in full bloom by the roadside. On a whim, she picked it and handed it to Chenyu, saying shyly, "Chenyu, this flower is very pretty. Here, it's for you." Chenyu accepted the flowers, smiled, and said, "Thank you, Su Yao, they are indeed very beautiful." Seeing this, Lin Wanner was not to be outdone. She saw a strangely shaped leaf not far away, ran over to pick it up, and returned to Chenyu's side, saying playfully, "Chenyu, look, doesn't this leaf look like a small fan? I'll give it to you too." Chenyu took the leaf and smiled, "The gifts you two gave me are both very special." Just then, a gentle breeze blew by, ruffling Lin Wanner's hair. Chenyu instinctively reached out to smooth it down and said softly, "Your hair is messy." Lin Wanner blushed and whispered, "Thank you." Seeing this scene, Su Yao felt a mix of emotions. She bit her lip, trying hard not to let her tears fall. Afterwards, everyone decided to have a barbecue together. Liu, Lu Sihan, and Zhang Ke quickly divided the tasks, some getting the barbecue tools, and others preparing the ingredients. Chenyu also offered to help, skillfully setting up the barbecue grill, starting the fire, and brushing on the oil in one smooth motion. Lin Wanner helped by handing over the seasonings, occasionally glancing up at Chenyu with eyes full of affection. Although Su Yao felt a little sad, she joined in and helped skewer the ingredients. The barbecue was filled with laughter and chatter. Liu told some funny stories about dance rehearsals, making everyone laugh. Even Su Yao, who was feeling a bit down, couldn't help but laugh a few times. Chenyu finished grilling a skewer of meat and handed it to Lin Wanner beside him, saying, "Wanner, try my cooking." Lin Wanner took it, took a bite, and her eyes lit up. "Wow, Chenyu, you baked it so deliciously." Su Yao looked at them, feeling a little envious. Just then, Chenyu grilled another skewer and handed it to Su Yao. "Su Yao, you should try it too." Su Yao took the meat and said softly, "Thank you." Eating the meat Chenyu had grilled made Su Yao feel a little better. After the barbecue, everyone went boating on the lake. Chenyu, Lin Wanner, Su Yao, and Zhao Yang boarded the same boat. As they boarded, Lin Wanner naturally took Chenyu's arm. Su Yao saw this and felt a pang of pain in her heart, but she still silently boarded the boat. Zhao Yang followed behind, his heart aching as he looked at Su Yao's forlorn expression. Chenyu sat at the bow, rowing the boat, while Lin Wanner sat beside him, gazing happily at the lake. Su Yao and Zhao Yang sat at the stern. The boat moved slowly forward, breaking the calm surface of the lake and creating ripples. Lin Wanner excitedly pointed to the island in the middle of the lake in the distance and said, "Chenyu, look at that island over there, the scenery must be beautiful." Chenyu looked in the direction she was pointing and said with a smile, "Then let's row over and take a look." As he spoke, he increased the speed of rowing. Watching Chenyu and Lin Wanner interact intimately, Su Yao felt a mix of emotions. Zhao Yang, wanting to ease the tension, said to Su Yao, "Su Yao, the weather is perfect for going out today." Su Yao forced a smile and replied, "Yes, it is." Just then, a gentle breeze blew by, and Su Yao's hair flew onto her face. She hurriedly tried to fix it. Seeing this, Zhao Yang instinctively reached out to help Su Yao fix her hair, but he withdrew his hand halfway through, realizing that his actions were inappropriate. As the boat approached the island in the middle of the lake, Chenyu stopped rowing, and everyone admired the scenery. The island was shaded by lush trees, with abundant flowers and plants, and the occasional song of birds could be heard. Lin Wanner said happily, "This place is so beautiful. I wish we could come here more often." Chenyu replied with a smile, "We can come again if we have the chance." After lingering near the island in the middle of the lake for a while, Chenyu rowed back again. On the way back, no one spoke much, each lost in their own thoughts. Before they knew it, the sun was gradually setting in the west, and the sky was tinged with a magnificent sunset. Realizing that it was getting late, the group decided to head back. On the way back, everyone was a little tired, but their faces were filled with satisfied smiles. Lin Wanner leaned on Chenyu's shoulder and gradually fell asleep. Chenyu looked at the sleeping Lin Wanner, his eyes filled with tenderness. Su Yao felt a pang of pain in her heart upon seeing this, but she told herself to be strong. Seeing Su Yao's dejected look, Zhao Yang felt a pang of heartache. He softly said to Su Yao, "You had a lot of fun today, didn't you?" Su Yao nodded, "Yes, I had a lot of fun." The car slowly drove towards the school. Although this trip to Bibo Lake was full of emotional entanglements, it also left everyone with an unforgettable memory. Chapter 28 Su Yao's Heartfelt Confession. The car slowly drove back to the school, and everyone got off, feeling both tired and satisfied. Lin Wanner tilted her head slightly, looking at Chen Yu with expectant eyes, and said softly, "Chen Yu, are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to dinner." Looking at Lin Wanner's charming appearance, Chen Yu was delighted and readily agreed with a smile. "Okay, I'm looking forward to it." Seeing that it was still early before dinner, Chen Yu decided to go home and rest for a while, so he said goodbye to everyone. After Su Yao got out of the car, watching Chen Yu's departing figure, her sense of loss grew stronger. Recalling everything that happened at Bibo Lake today, the intimate interaction between Chen Yu and Lin Wanner pierced her heart like needles. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became. Finally, an impulse surged into her heart, and she decided to find out where Chen Yu lived and muster up the courage to confess her feelings to him, even if the result was not as she wished. Su Yao first found a classmate in the same department as Chen Yu and subtly inquired about Chen Yu's address. Fortunately, the classmate didn't think much of it and told her the approximate location of Chen Yu's residence. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, Su Yao followed the signs and arrived at the residential area where Chen Yu lived. Standing at the entrance of the residential compound, Su Yao took a few deep breaths, trying to calm herself down. Her palms were sweaty, and her heart was pounding in her chest. "I must tell him how I feel," Su Yao silently encouraged herself. Meanwhile, Chen Yu returned home, washed up briefly, and then lay down on the sofa to rest. Today's trip to Bibo Lake made him feel very happy. At the same time, he also felt the different yet equally passionate feelings that Lin Wanner and Su Yao had for him. Thinking about his dinner appointment with Lin Wanner that evening, the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. However, he didn't know that Su Yao was walking towards his home. Su Yao searched around the neighborhood and finally found the building where Chen Yu lived. She stood downstairs, hesitating again. What if he rejects me? If he does, how awkward will it be when we meet again? But thinking of Chen Yu's handsome face and gentle smile, she gritted her teeth and went into the building. Su Yao arrived at Chen Yu's door, raised her hand, but stopped just before knocking. She was torn, longing to see Chen Yu immediately and pour out her heart, yet terrified of potential rejection. Just as she hesitated, the door suddenly opened from the inside. It turned out Chen Yu had heard a noise outside, assumed it was a delivery, and opened the door. When Chen Yu saw Su Yao standing outside the door, he was stunned. Su Yao hadn't expected to be face to face with Chen Yu so suddenly either. Her mind went blank, and she completely forgot the words of confession she had prepared. The two stared at each other for a few seconds before Chen Yu broke the silence. "Su Yao, what brings you here?" Su Yao blushed and stammered, I just wanted to come find you. There are some things I want to tell you." Seeing Su Yao's nervous appearance, Chen Yu was a little puzzled, but also found her very cute, so he smiled and said, "Then come in first." Su Yao walked into the house and stood awkwardly in the center of the living room. Chen Yu poured her a glass of water and said, "Don't be nervous, sit down, let's talk slowly." Su Yao took the water glass, took a small sip, and tried to calm herself down. She took a deep breath and mustered her courage to say, "Chen Yu, I've liked you for a long time. Seeing you and Lin Wanner together at Bibo Lake today made me so sad. I know it might be a bit abrupt, but I still want to say what's on my mind. I don't want to keep it bottled up anymore." After speaking, Su Yao looked nervously at Chen Yu, waiting for his response. Chen Yu was surprised that Su Yao would suddenly confess her feelings. He was somewhat astonished, but more than that, he was delighted. Looking at Su Yao's sincere yet nervous eyes, he was momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, Chen Yu slowly said, "Su Yao, I can actually feel your feelings for me. You are a very good girl, but Lin Wanner and I." Chen Yu was unsure how to express himself, but he didn't want to hide his equally deep feelings for Lin Wanner. Seeing Chen Yu's hesitant expression, Su Yao's heart tightened, and tears welled up in her eyes. "I know I may not be as good as Lin Wanner, but I really like you, and I'm willing to be with her." Su Yao's voice grew softer and softer, but her firm determination remained undiminished. In this era where the government promotes polygamy, Chen Yu had long secretly planned to take all the women who were in love with him, including Lin Wanner, Su Yao, and Lin Yu. Su Yao's straightforward and passionate confession brought him one step closer to his goal. Chen Yu's lips unconsciously curled up into a confident smile. He stepped forward and gently took Su Yao's hand. His hand was warm and strong. "Actually, I've liked you for a long time, but I just haven't found the right opportunity to say it. Every time I'm with you, I feel incredibly happy. Your smile and your liveliness touch my heart." Su Yao's eyes widened, glistening with tears of happiness, unable to believe that happiness had come so suddenly. Chen Yu gently pulled her into his arms and whispered, "I'll be here for you from now on. I won't make you sad anymore. No matter what difficulties we encounter, we'll face them together." Then, winking mischievously, she said, "But if you marry me, your dowry can't be small." Suyao leaned against him and nodded vigorously, her tears soaking Chen Yu's clothes. Their eyes met, love flowed between them, and the air in the room seemed to heat up. Chen Yu gently stroked Suyao's cheek, his thumb lightly wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Suyao tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with deep affection and trust. Chen Yu slowly lowered his head, and their lips gradually drew closer, finally meeting in a kiss. The kiss was gentle and sweet, filled with the joy of a long-awaited reunion and anticipation for the future. At first, the two moved very gently, as if savoring this hard-won love. Gradually, as their emotions intensified, the kiss became passionate and lingering, and Suyao's hands unconsciously wrapped around Chen Yu's neck, her fingers gently running through his hair. Chen Yu hugged Suyao tightly, as if he wanted to integrate her into his life, 10,000 words omitted here. After the passion subsided, Chen Yu held Suyao in his arms and began to plan how to confront Lin Wanner and imagine the future when he would live with the others. He knew that the days to come would be wonderful, and that he would begin a new chapter in his life amidst this complex yet sweet vortex of emotions. Chapter 29: An Unexpected Encounter. After the passion subsided, an ambiguous atmosphere filled the room. Suyao's cheeks were flushed, her hair was disheveled, and she lay languidly in Chen Yu's arms, her eyes hazy, still immersed in the sweetness and passion of the moment, savoring the intoxicating warmth. Chen Yu gently stroked her hair, a satisfied smile on his lips, and the two of them exuded a tender atmosphere that belonged only between lovers. Just then, light footsteps sounded outside the door, followed by a creak as the door was suddenly pushed open. Lin Yu hopped in like a cheerful little deer, carrying a large bag of snacks and 2 movie tickets. Her smile froze on her face, her eyes widened in disbelief, and she almost dropped what she was holding. I originally wanted to ask you to watch a movie together, but I didn't expect." Lin Yu stammered, her voice trembling involuntarily, her eyes darting nervously back and forth between the two people who were tightly embracing each other. Chen Yu and Suyao were startled by the sudden sound of the door opening. Suyao screamed in terror, frantically pulling the blanket over herself, her face flushed red, the burning heat seeming to ignite the air. Chen Yu quickly sat up, pulled the clothes next to him to cover himself, looking embarrassed and nervous. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. The air in the room seemed to freeze, the silence suffocating, broken only by the frantic breathing of the three people. Lin Yu's eyes instantly reddened. She fought back tears, her voice choked with emotion. "Have I disturbed you?" Chen Yu composed himself and tried to break the awkward silence. "Lin Yu, don't misunderstand, things aren't as you see them." As soon as he said it, he realized that his explanation was meaningless. It was normal for men in this world to have multiple women at the same time. Suyao lowered her head, her hands tightly gripping the blanket, her nails turning white. She wished she could disappear into the ground, feeling utterly embarrassed. Chen Yu took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and secretly mocked himself, "What's the panic? It seems that even after being here for so long, my mindset hasn't completely changed." Lin Yu forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. "It's nothing, I just came at the wrong time." But behind that smile lay unconcealed sadness and disappointment. In fact, Lin Yu had always known that in this era of scarce men, whether it was to restore the population or to solve the problem of more single women, polygamy was an inescapable reality for women in this era. Moreover, a man as outstanding as Chen Yu is someone she could never have all to herself. Normally, she would watch Chen Yu interact with other girls, and although she felt a pang of sadness, she had silently prepared herself mentally. She just didn't expect this day to come so soon. Looking at Lin Yu's appearance, Chen Yu felt a sharp pain in his heart, and a wave of guilt washed over him. He knew that things had reached a point where he had to make things clear. "Lin Yu, please sit down. There are some things I need to make clear to you." Chen Yu's tone became serious and earnest. He gestured for Lin Yu to sit down, then quickly straightened his clothes, his expression solemn. Chen Yu took a deep breath and slowly said, "Actually, in my heart, you, as my first woman, have always been the most special person. I also like Suyao's liveliness and cheerfulness, and I also like Lin Yu's gentleness and thoughtfulness. I had planned to explain things to you at a suitable time, but I never expected to be caught in this way today. I know this might be a bit sudden and hard to accept, but this is what I truly feel. I hope we can both be honest about this relationship and find a suitable way to get along together." Chen Yu looked at them earnestly, his eyes full of expectation. Silence fell in the room again. Lin Yu and Suyao both had their heads down, seemingly pondering Chen Yu's words. Chen Yu's heart pounded involuntarily. He didn't know how the two would respond, and he felt both nervous and anxious, awaiting their answer, which might determine the future direction of their relationship. Chapter 30: Showdown and Reconciliation. The air in the room seemed frozen, the silence suffocating, and the tense atmosphere, like an invisible net, tightly enveloped Chenyu, Linyu, and Suyao. Chenyu sat on the edge of the bed, looking nervous. His eyes darted back and forth between Linyu and Suyao, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He knew that every word he said at this moment could affect the course of their relationship. Suyao clutched the blanket tightly, wrapping herself up completely, only revealing a pair of fearful and uneasy eyes. She would steal glances at Linyu from time to time, her heart filled with guilt and unease at being caught doing something wrong. Linyu took a deep breath, trying to calm her surging emotions, and broke the oppressive silence first. Although her voice was steady, the slight tremor at the end betrayed the turmoil in her heart. I had long expected this day to come. In this era where excellent men are scarce, it is simply unrealistic to want to have you all to myself. I accept Suyao's existence, but I must be your first wife. From now on, any other woman by your side will have to call me sister and obey my orders. As she spoke, she straightened her back, her eyes revealing an undeniable determination. Suyao cautiously peeked out, her voice trembling slightly, filled with panic and helplessness. Linyu, we really didn't mean to hide it from you, Chenyu and I just. Linyu gently waved her hand, interrupting her, her expression softening slightly. Let's not bring up the past anymore. Now that we've all talked it out, let's follow the rules from now on. Seeing that both of them had spoken, Chenyu quickly stood up and said urgently, I know this is unfair to you, but my feelings for you are absolutely genuine. Since Linyu has her own ideas, let's sit down and discuss it properly. As long as it makes you both happy, I'll listen to whatever you say. Suyao nodded slightly, her voice barely audible. I have no objections, I'll follow your arrangements. Afterwards, Linyu and Suyao sat down on the sofa and began a peaceful and friendly conversation. Linyu spoke first, her tone sincere. Suyao, we both like Chenyu, so we'll be good sisters from now on. I'm not trying to suppress you by becoming your first wife, I just want to help Chenyu share some of the burden and make things easier for him. Suyao listened attentively, nodding repeatedly, her eyes full of trust. Sister Linyu, I understand what you mean. I'll have to rely on you a lot in the future. The two spoke frankly, sharing their thoughts and concerns. Linyu promised that when she was with Chenyu, she would respect Suyao's feelings, participate in all activities together, and not exclude her. Suyao also expressed that she would fully support Linyu and work with her to take good care of Chenyu. After in-depth discussions, the two finally reached a consensus. They returned to Chenyu's side, and Linyu, with a confident smile on her face, said, We've all discussed it. From now on, I'll be the first wife, and Suyao will be the second wife. We'll work together to take good care of you. Chenyu was both surprised and delighted, his eyes slightly reddening, and he nodded repeatedly. That's wonderful, having the two of you is the greatest blessing of my life. Now that everything had settled down, the three decided to go out for a big dinner to celebrate. Chenyu quickly went into the bedroom, changed into a neat and handsome outfit, tidied his hair in front of the mirror, and couldn't help but smile. As they left, Linyu affectionately linked arms with Chenyu's left arm, while Suyao linked arms with his right arm. The three of them walked and chatted happily in the afterglow of the setting sun. On the street, pedestrians came and went, their laughter echoing in the air. They had all chosen to accept each other and step hand in hand into a new life full of unknowns yet brimming with hope. Chapter 31: An unexpected interlude in the restaurant. Chenyu, Linyu, and Suyao arrived at a bustling Western restaurant. The restaurant is softly lit, with melodious music playing in the air, and each table is decorated with exquisite candlesticks, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. As soon as they sat down, their attention was drawn to the conversation at the next table. At the next table sat a woman in her 30s, with impeccable makeup and a smart business suit. Her eyes revealed a hint of anticipation and nervousness. Across from me was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a fat head and big ears, thinning hair, and the top of his head gleaming under the light. He wore a well-tailored high-end suit, and the luxury watch on his wrist was understated yet extravagant. However, even with his wealthy attire, he could not hide the arrogant air about him. I work as a department head at a large company, earning about 500,000 yuan a year. I've saved up some money in the last 2 years and am planning to buy a bigger house. The woman spoke confidently, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, just enough to reach Chenyu in the other's ears. After hearing this, the man's lips curled slightly into a faint smile, and he gently swirled the wineglass in his hand. He gave a soft snort. 500,000? That's not much around here, barely enough to get by. I have a lot of social engagements, use high-end cigarettes and alcohol, and travel all over the world frequently. I have high standards for my quality of life. Don't lower my standards after we get married. His tone made it seem as if he were the one with the great wealth, and his words were full of disdain for the woman. Lin Yu gently nudged Su Yao and whispered, "This blind date scene is quite interesting." Su Yao covered her mouth and chuckled, while Chen Yu shook his head helplessly, though a smile remained on his face. The woman continued, "I already own an apartment, a small one, but in a good location. I also have a car. If we get married, I can provide a generous dowry." She looked up at the man, her eyes scrutinizing him. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes lit up instantly. He leaned forward, his face beaming with a determined expression, and said impatiently, "Since you're so sincere, I'll be frank with you. I already have 7 wives, and you'll be the 8th one. The least well-off of my 7 wives brought a Mercedes worth over 500,000 yuan as a dowry. You can't bring anything less than that. Otherwise, you won't have any status in this family." He spoke with righteous indignation, his eyes filled with greed, as if he were treating this blind date as a transaction of interests. Just then, the waiter came over to take Chen Yu's and Su Yao's order. After ordering, Chen Yu smiled and said to Lin Yu and Su Yao, "It seems that material conditions are quite important when looking for a partner here." The matchmaking continued. The woman frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and said, "The dowry will definitely be substantial. Everything that's expected will be provided. However, I hope that after marriage, both sides can respect each other and share household chores. I'm busy with work and don't have time to do everything." Her tone was gentle, but her attitude was firm. Upon hearing this, the man's face instantly darkened. He leaned back, crossed his arms, and said with a look of disdain, "Women, no matter how busy they are, still have to take care of the home. Housework is a woman's job. I'm already exhausted enough from juggling various social occasions and taking care of myself. If you can't even do that, what's the point of getting married? I really don't understand women these days. None of them know their place. You're quite old. You're lucky to have met me. Otherwise, with your looks, you'd probably have a hard time getting married." He raised his chin, his eyes full of arrogance and contempt, brazenly sizing up the woman as if she were a cheap commodity. After a pause, the man straightened his back and said with a hint of complaint, "You have no idea how hard it is for me to satisfy the needs of so many wives every day. If it weren't for responding to the national call to promote population growth and give single women like you a home, I wouldn't have married so many wives. I'm sacrificing myself to contribute to society." As he spoke, he shook his head, his expression as if he were a great hero. Lin Yu couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "This old man has so many demands. He doesn't have much ability himself, yet he expects the woman to do everything." Su Yao nodded in agreement. "Exactly, a fat, bald old man. I don't know where he gets his sense of superiority from." Chen Yu smiled and said, "Don't just listen to what others say, let's eat our own food." As he spoke, he picked up his wine glass and took a small sip. Meanwhile, the blind date at the next table seemed to have reached a stalemate. The man was still relentlessly criticizing the woman, while she was already showing signs of impatience, her eyes turning cold. Finally, the woman coldly said, "Not suitable," and got up to leave. The man sat there, looking annoyed, muttering, "Women these days are so hard to please." This unexpected eavesdropping incident led Chen Yu, Lin Yu, and Su Yao to reflect more on relationships and marriage while enjoying the delicious food. They understand that in this era where there are more women than men, it is extremely difficult for a woman to find someone she loves and who shares her values. The 3 of them, through mutual understanding and tolerance, are currently immersed in this rare happiness, enjoying their precious time together. On the other side, Lin Wanner stood at the school gate, the streetlights casting long shadows of her. Every now and then, she would tiptoe and peer into the school, her eyes full of anticipation. In her hand, she held a small gift she had prepared for Chen Yu, a delicate and adorable little pendant that she had made herself. Time ticked by, and the number of pedestrians on the street gradually dwindled. Lin Wanner's smile faded, replaced by a look of disappointment and confusion. She checked her phone again, but there was no message from Chen Yu. A sense of worry crept into her heart. Why hasn't Chen Yu come yet? Has something happened? She tried calling Chen Yu, but found that his phone was switched off, which made her even more anxious. Meanwhile, Chen Yu was enjoying dinner with Lin Yu and Su Yao at the restaurant, the atmosphere harmonious and cheerful. Chen Yu was completely immersed in his time with the 2 beauties, having long forgotten his appointment with Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner waited at the school gate for a long time until the security guard came to remind her that the school was about to close, at which point she had no choice but to leave. Dragging her heavy steps, she walked home, tears welling in her eyes. She didn't understand why Chen Yu would treat her like this. Had she done something wrong? Back in her dorm, Lin Wanner sat on her bed, hugging her knees, silently weeping. Looking at the small pendant in her hand, a sharp pain pierced her heart. This gift, originally filled with love, now seemed so jarring. Chapter 32. A fight breaks out in the cafeteria. The morning sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, struggling to pierce the gaps in the heavy curtains and spill onto the disheveled bed. Chunyu woke up from a hangover like exhaustion. Lin Yu and Su Yao were still asleep beside him. Memories flooded back, and the madness of last night made him smile involuntarily. Chunyu got up quietly, washed up quickly, and headed to school, humming a little tune as he walked briskly towards the classroom. Meanwhile, Lin Wanner had red and swollen eyes in her dormitory and didn't sleep all night. She clutched the little pendant in her hand, a symbol of her deep affection, tightly. Her eyes no longer held the tenderness and expectation of the past. Instead, they were filled with anger and resolve. She secretly vowed that she would find Chenyu today and get to the bottom of things. The bell rang, signaling the end of the last class of the morning. Chenyu stretched and was about to head to the cafeteria for lunch. At this moment, Lin Yu and Su Yao walked into the classroom chatting and laughing, heading straight for Chenyu. Lin Yu affectionately linked arms with Chenyu and said with a smile, "Chenyu, let's go to the cafeteria for lunch together." Su Yao chimed in, Yeah, you must be starving after so many classes." Chenyu smiled and nodded, and the three of them walked towards the cafeteria together. Along the way, Lin Yu and Su Yao were very attentive to Chenyu, helping him straighten his collar and asking him if his morning classes were difficult. Their intimate manner made it clear to anyone who saw them that their relationship was special. At noon, the school cafeteria was bustling with activity, filled with the aroma of food. Chenyu, Lin Yu, and Su Yao sat by the window, enjoying their lunch while chatting and laughing. Lin Yu smiled and picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs, placing it in Chenyu's bowl. She said gently, "Chenyu, try this. This sweet and sour pork ribs are especially delicious." Su Yao also quickly scooped up a spoonful of soup and handed it to him, saying coquettishly, "Drink some soup first, it's good for your stomach." Chenyu looked at the two beauties, his face full of happiness. Just then, Lin Wanner and several classmates walked into the cafeteria. She was already filled with resentment and anger because Chenyu had stood her up, but as soon as she stepped into the cafeteria, she saw Chenyu sitting together with Lin Yu and Su Yao. The intimate scene stung her eyes. Her hands clenched unconsciously, her nails digging into her palms. The scene of waiting anxiously for Chenyu at the school gate last night is still vivid in my mind. That long and cold wait, my heart full of expectation turned into disappointment, and finally into despair. She didn't sleep all night, her eyes red from crying, her heart filled with longing and worry for Chenyu, wondering if something had happened to him. But now, she saw him so intimately with another woman, chatting and laughing. Instantly, anger surged within her. She rushed to the table, slammed her hand on it, making the dishes shake, and angrily demanded, "Chenyu, what's going on with you? I waited for you at the school gate all night last night, and you were here having fun with them." Upon hearing the sound, Chenyu's smile froze instantly. He slowly looked up and saw Lin Wanner's eyes filled with anger and disappointment. His heart skipped a beat, and he knew something was wrong. Before he could even speak, Lin Wanner raised her hand and slapped him across the face. The loud smack silenced the entire cafeteria instantly, and everyone turned to look at her with curiosity, whispering among themselves. Lin Yu was startled by the sudden slap and her eyes widened. She didn't recognize Lin Wanner, and seeing this woman hit her boyfriend for no reason, she was furious. She rolled up her sleeves and was about to rush over to fight, shouting, "Why are you hitting me?" Su Yao reacted quickly and hugged Lin Yu tightly, saying anxiously, Yeah, don't be impulsive, let's figure out what happened first." Chenyu also quickly stood up, grabbed Lin Yu tightly, and advised, Yeah, calm down, this is a misunderstanding." Students in the cafeteria who loved watching the excitement started to jeer. Some whistled, and others shouted, "Fight! Fight!" Several male students who usually admired Lin Wanner and were jealous of Chenyu excitedly fanned the flames, saying, "This kind of scumbag deserves to be taught a lesson." The scene became increasingly chaotic, and the atmosphere became tense. Lin Wanner was blinded by rage and wouldn't listen to any explanations. She tried to rush at Chenyu again, crying out, "Chenyu, how could you do this to me?" Her classmate, who had come with her, quickly pulled her back from behind, trying to persuade her, "Wanner, don't be impulsive, calm down." But Lin Wanner was still struggling desperately, her emotions running high. Lin Yu was not to be outdone and continued to struggle, glaring angrily at Lin Wanner, "What's wrong with you? Hitting people for no reason. This isn't over." The two exchanged words, neither willing to give in. In the chaos, the cafeteria management staff rushed over. A burly middle-aged woman, dressed in a neat uniform, frowned and shouted, "Stop making a scene. This is a cafeteria, not a place to fight. Anyone who causes trouble will have to write a self-criticism." The staff behind him quickly separated the excited crowd. Seeing this, the students who had been jeering quieted down and quietly shut their mouths. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being focused on the management personnel, Lin Wanner suddenly broke free from her classmate's hand, grabbed a piece of braised pork from the table, and slammed it hard onto Chen Yu's head. The greasy soup dripped down Chen Yu's hair and cheeks onto his clothes, making him look utterly disheveled. Then, Lin Wanner glared at Chen Yu fiercely and ran out of the cafeteria crying. Lin Yu was still panting heavily, while Su Yao sighed helplessly. Chen Yu stood there, stunned. The pointing and whispering of his classmates made him feel extremely uncomfortable, and he was filled with regret. After the farce in the cafeteria, Chen Yu, looking embarrassed and with greasy chunks of meat still stuck in his hair, hurriedly fled amidst the strange looks from the crowd. Lin Yu and Su Yao, their faces filled with worry, hurriedly followed. As soon as she got into the car, Lin Yu exploded, her eyebrows furrowed, and she started cursing, "What's wrong with that Lin Wanner? She started hitting and making a scene as soon as she got in. What's wrong with her? It's too much. Does she really think she's so great just because she's the school beauty?" Her chest heaved violently with anger, and she kept waving her hands as if she wanted to throw out all the anger in her heart. Su Yao sat to the side and helplessly advised, "Yeah, don't be angry anymore. Things have already come to this." As she spoke, she gently patted Lin Yu's shoulder. Chen Yu slumped in the back seat, his face full of regret, lamenting inwardly, "This is truly a case of too much of a good thing. I've completely messed things up." He stared blankly out the car window, his mind a jumble of images, filled with Lin Wanner's angry face, completely oblivious to Lin Yu's complaints. Every moment he spent with Lin Wanner was so beautiful. Lin Wanner's outstanding looks and captivating figure were an indelible part of his heart. He thought that good things were about to happen, but who could have imagined that something like this would happen? Now it seems that all his previous efforts have been in vain. Back home, Chen Yu went straight to the bathroom. Lin Yu and Su Yao followed him in, turned on the shower, and carefully helped him wash his hair. Warm water flowed down his head, but it couldn't wash away Chen Yu's deep sorrow. Lin Yu, while rinsing him, kept muttering, "Chen Yu, you should stay away from those crazy people in the future." Chen Yu shook his head with a wry smile, remaining silent. After showering, Chen Yu sat on the sofa, with Lin Yu and Su Yao on either side of him, their faces full of doubt and concern. Lin Yu spoke first, her tone tinged with jealousy and curiosity. "Chen Yu, tell us the truth. What's wrong with Lin Wanner? Why was she so angry with you?" Su Yao chimed in, "Yes, she seemed really angry. Is there some misunderstanding between you two?" Chen Yu sighed, knowing he couldn't hide it any longer, and then told the whole story. "Yesterday afternoon, after returning from an outing to Bibo Lake, I made plans to have dinner with Lin Wanner that evening. But then Su Yao suddenly confessed her feelings to me, and in a moment of impulsiveness, then Lin Yu, you bumped into us. Later, we went out to dinner together, and one thing after another happened, and I completely forgot about my date with Lin Wanner. To make matters worse, my phone died last night, and Lin Wanner couldn't reach me." After hearing this, Lin Yu was first stunned, then a complicated expression flashed across her face, a mixture of surprise and jealousy. Her face turned pale and then flushed, before her anger flared up again. She reached out and poked Chen Yu's head hard, yelling, "Chen Yu, you're really something. No wonder she's so angry. All you do is flirt and leave your mark. Now look what you've done, you've completely ruined everything. You deserve it." She became more and more agitated as she spoke, stood up, put her hands on her hips, and paced back and forth in the living room, muttering to herself, "You men are all the same, always wanting more and more, so greedy, you're such a worry." Su Yao blushed, lowered her head, and whispered, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so impulsive." Chen Yu hurriedly waved his hand, "It's not your fault. I messed things up because I didn't handle it well." Chapter 33 Attempts to Recover. The three fell silent, the atmosphere heavy. After a long while, Lin Yu stopped, looked up at Chen Yu, and said, "Now that things have come to this, what do you plan to do?" Chen Yu frowned, pondered for a moment, and then said, "I want to apologize to her in person. No matter how she scolds me, I have to express my guilt." Lin Yu crossed her arms, snorted, and said with a hint of jealousy, "Oh, so concerned? Why don't you feel guilty towards me?" She turned her head away, her lips slightly downturned, her face full of dissatisfaction. Su Yao's eyes lit up, and she suggested, "Why don't we go together? There's strength in numbers, maybe we can help you persuade her." Lin Yu glanced at Su Yao and said irritably, "Why are you going to join in the fun? If she sees you, she'll probably be even angrier. Su Yao lowered her head again, feeling wronged. Chen Yu rubbed his temples and explained helplessly, "Yeah, don't say that. I feel guilty towards all of you. It's just that I really hurt Lin Wanner too deeply." Lin Yu rolled her eyes at him and snorted, "You know you hurt her deeply, but why didn't you think about the consequences back then? Now look at you, waiting and writing letters for her. I think you're just still thinking about her pretty face and figure." Chen Yu looked helpless and didn't know how to answer. The cafeteria farce was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up huge waves. Campus gossip spreads fast, and the news that a freshman finance student who was beaten up by the campus beauty in the cafeteria instantly spread throughout the entire school. For a time, everyone was discussing this matter with great interest, whether in classrooms, cafeterias, or dormitories. In a world where polygamy is considered the norm, it's not uncommon for men to date several girlfriends at the same time. However, the astonishing scene in the cafeteria caused quite a stir on campus. What truly interests everyone is what could possibly cause the usually calm and aloof school beauty, Lin Wanner, to disregard her image and violently attack Chen Yu. This question, like wildfire, quickly ignited everyone's gossip-loving hearts, and various versions of rumors spread like wildfire. "Have you heard? Chen Yu got the school beauty pregnant, then abandoned her after using her, and that's why she couldn't resist and made a move," a girl said mysteriously to her companion. "Hey, I heard that Chen Yu promised to buy the school beauty a limited edition bag, but he didn't keep his promise, and the school beauty felt like she was tricked." Another girl immediately retorted, speaking with great conviction. At this moment, another girl excitedly said, No, I heard that the boy has been partying with other women every night and hasn't touched the school beauty for a long time. The school beauty is sexually frustrated, so she started a fight." These outrageous rumors spread rampantly on campus, becoming increasingly exaggerated with each retelling. The next day, Chen Yu went to the library Lin Wanner frequented early in the morning. Along the way, he could feel the curious gazes of his classmates and hear their whispers. He waited at the entrance for the entire morning, with crowds of people pointing and whispering about him, but he couldn't even catch a glimpse of Lin Wanner. He went to Lin Wanner's classroom again. When the bell rang, the students filed out, but when Lin Wanner saw him, she turned and walked away. Chen Yu wanted to chase after her, but the crowd blocked his way. "Look, that's Chen Yu. I'm really curious what he did. Maybe he really did something to offend the school beauty, otherwise why would she be so angry?" At this moment, several of Lin Wanner's admirers also gathered around. The boy in the lead looked disdainful and sneered, "What exactly did you do to Wanner? Tell us the truth now, or we'll force you to take action." Chen Yu frowned, not wanting to pay attention to these unfounded accusations, and turned to leave. But the other party wouldn't let it go, reaching out to block his way. "What? Feeling guilty? You're not leaving until you explain yourself clearly today." Chen Yu took a deep breath. He was tall and strong. In his previous life, he had worked on construction sites and had fought with people. The ruthlessness in his bones suddenly came to the fore. He suddenly took a step forward, his eyes sharp as an eagle, staring straight at the boy in the lead. His powerful aura made the boy unconsciously take a half step back. Chen Yu snorted coldly, his voice deep and powerful, "I'll say it again, it's none of your business what happens between me and Wanner. Don't think I'm scared just because there are more of you. If it comes to a fight, I won't hold back." As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular forearms, and brandished them menacingly. Seeing this, the others also became somewhat wary. Although they continued to act tough, they unconsciously took a step back. Taking advantage of the situation, Chen Yu forcefully pushed aside the person blocking his way and strode away, leaving the group looking at each other in bewilderment. That evening, Chen Yu returned home, looking exhausted and dejected. Lin Yu and Su Yao greeted him, and upon seeing his appearance, they exchanged a glance but remained silent. Chen Yu sat on the sofa, took out the letter he had written, and read it carefully again. It was full of his repentance and his cherishing of the memories they had shared. He told Lin Yu and Su Yao, "I'll leave this letter downstairs at her dorm tomorrow and wait for her one more time." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu became jealous again and said sarcastically, "You're really persistent. I'm almost moved by your perseverance." Chen Yu looked at her helplessly, Yeah, stop making fun of me. I just want to resolve things properly." Lin Yu turned her head away and ignored him. On the third day, Chen Yu arrived at Lin Wanner's dormitory building, handed the letter to the dormitory supervisor, and asked her to pass it on to Lin Wanner. Then he stood downstairs and waited. Time passed by, the sun gradually set, and Chen Yu was hungry and tired, but he still persevered. Finally, Lin Wanner appeared, holding Chenyu's letter in her hand. She paused for a moment when she saw Chenyu. Chenyu hurriedly stepped forward, about to speak, when Lin Wanner coldly said, "Go away, I don't want to hear your explanation." With that, she turned to leave. Chenyu was frantic and shouted, "Wanner, I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance. I really regret it. I haven't been able to eat or sleep well these past few days, and you're all I can think about." Lin Wanner stopped, her back to him, her shoulders trembling slightly. "What's the use of saying all this now? Do you know how desperate I was waiting for you that night?" Chenyu's eyes reddened as he said, "I know I'm unforgivable, but please believe me, my feelings for you are real. Please give me a chance to make amends." Lin Wanner remained silent for a long time, but in the end, she did not turn around and walked into the dormitory building. Chenyu watched her retreating figure, his heart filled with mixed emotions, wondering if there was any hope of salvaging their relationship. Not far away, Lin Yu saw all of this. She bit her lip, her jealousy and dissatisfaction growing stronger. Chenyu returned home dejectedly, feeling as if his spine had been removed. He collapsed onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling, his mind filled with the image of Lin Wanner resolutely leaving. Lin Yu hid in her room, filled with grievance and resentment, tears welling up in her eyes. Recalling Chenyu's deep affection for Lin Wanner, she felt a pang of sadness, unable to understand what she meant to him. Suyao stood to the side, glancing at Chenyu one moment and then at Lin Yu's room the next, anxious and at a loss, not knowing how to offer any advice. For several days in a row, Chenyu seemed to have lost his soul, showing no interest in anything and unable to eat even when food was placed in front of him. Lin Yu, seeing him like this, felt both angry and heartbroken, and finally couldn't help but break the deadlock. She sat down next to Chenyu, her tone still a little awkward. "Are you just going to stay depressed like this? Even if Lin Wanner doesn't forgive you, life still goes on." Chenyu shook his head with a wry smile. "I know, but I just can't let her go." At this moment, Suyao's eyes suddenly lit up, and she excitedly slapped her thigh, shouting, "I have an idea. I know Lin Wanner's best friend, Nye Xiaoyu. We can ask her for help. She definitely understands Lin Wanner's thoughts better, and maybe she can help us persuade her." Lin Yu and Chenyu exchanged a glance, a glimmer of hope igniting in their eyes. Without delay, they immediately had Suyao contact Nye Xiaoyu. When Nye Xiaoyu saw them at the school's milk tea shop, her expression was somewhat complicated, with a hint of wariness in her eyes. She spoke first. "Suyao, what do you want with me? And you brought them along too." Suyao hurriedly grabbed Nye Xiaoyu's hand and pleaded, "Xiaoyu, we really need your help this time. Chenyu knows he was wrong. He really loves Lin Wanner and can't live without her. Please help us." Chenyu quickly stood up, his face full of sincerity. "Xiaoyu, I know I have made an unforgivable mistake. Please show me the way. I will do anything to win Wanner back." Nye Xiaoyu was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. "Actually, Wanner hasn't been feeling well these past few days either. She seems very strong on the surface, but I know she still cares about you a lot. She hasn't been able to eat or drink properly these past few days. Although she hasn't said anything, I know she's been thinking about you constantly." Hearing this, Chenyu felt a mix of emotions, both guilty and moved. It turned out that Wanner was also tormented by this relationship, just like him. The phrase "where there's a will, there's a way" that he had seen online in his previous life suddenly popped into his mind, and he instantly had an idea. Perhaps persistently pursuing her and continuously moving her with his sincerity would be a solution. Chenyu clenched his fist, his eyes hardening, and said to Nye Xiaoyu, "Thank you, Xiaoyu, I know what to do." From then on, Chenyu began his waiting for the rabbit to run into the tree stump plan. Every morning, before dawn, he would arrive at Lin Wanner's dormitory building and wait quietly. After Lin Wanner left, he followed her at a distance, keeping a safe distance so as not to disturb her but to let her know he was there. During class, Chenyu sat in the corner of the classroom, silently watching Lin Wanner's back. During the break between classes, Lin Wanner went to the library with her classmates, and he quietly followed. He found a seat not far away and sat down. Occasionally their eyes met, but Lin Wanner would quickly turn her head away. However, Chenyu could sense that the initial anger in her eyes was gone, replaced by a complex emotion. Lin Yu and Su Yao were moved by Chenyu's persistence. Although Lin Yu was still a little jealous, seeing how hard Chenyu was trying to win back Lin Wanner, she had no choice but to let him be. Su Yao silently supported Chenyu from the sidelines, occasionally offering him advice. After a few days, Chenyu's persistence gradually began to have some effect. One day, Lin Wanner was eating in the cafeteria when Chenyu, as usual, sat not far away. When Lin Wanner finished eating and got up to leave, she accidentally left a book on the table. Chen Yu quickly picked it up and chased after her. He handed the book to Lin Wanner and said softly, "Your book." Lin Wanner took the book, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, "Thank you." These two simple words ignited a flame of hope in Chen Yu's heart. He knew that his efforts were beginning to pay off. Chapter 34: Difficult Reconciliation. After that thank you from the cafeteria, Chen Yu felt the ice between him and Lin Wanner melt slightly. His pursuit of love became increasingly urgent. Every day, he not only made sure to make his presence known to Lin Wanner, but also frequently asked Nie Xiaoyu to send him small gifts, all of which were things that Lin Wanner had mentioned liking. However, Lin Yu saw all of this and became extremely jealous. That evening, as soon as Chen Yu entered the house, before he could even change his shoes, Lin Yu rushed out of the room with a dark face and blocked him in the entryway. Hearing the commotion, Su Yao also came out of her room and stood to the side, looking worried. "Chen Yu, do you have no shame at all?" Lin Yu stood with her hands on her hips, her eyes wide and red-rimmed, her voice trembling slightly with anger. "You're always revolving around Lin Wanner. Do you even have any regard for me? This isn't how polygamy works." Chen Yu hurriedly took off his shoes, trying to comfort Lin Yu. Yeah, don't be silly. My feelings for you two are different. I care about you too, but I really can't let go of Wanner." "Care about me? Is this what you call caring about me?" Lin Yu sneered, tears welling up in her eyes. "Ever since Lin Wanner appeared, you've only had eyes for her. I tolerated Su Yao's confession, but what about now? You're guarding the dorm and giving her gifts for her. What do you take me for?" As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Chen Yu was speechless for a moment, unsure how to comfort her. At this moment, Su Yao stepped forward and gently advised, "Yeah, don't be angry. Chen Yu just wants to solve the problem." "Shut up!" Lin Yu shouted at Su Yao. "If you hadn't confessed, would any of this have happened? Now you're still defending him. Have you all been disliking me for a long time?" Su Yao was stunned by the shout, her eyes reddened, and she bit her lip in grievance, taking a few steps back. Chen Yu was at his wits' end. On one side was the furious Lin Yu, and on the other was the aggrieved Su Yao. He tried to calm them down, stop arguing. "Things aren't what you think." But his persuasion was to no avail. Lin Yu became more and more agitated and began to bring up old grievances, recounting every detail of Chen Yu's relationship with Lin Wanner, and accusing him of being fickle and heartless. Su Yao couldn't help but retort, and the argument between the three became increasingly heated. Meanwhile, Lin Wanner's resolve began to waver. Every time she saw Chen Yu, the embarrassing scene in the cafeteria that day flashed before her eyes, and her pride prevented her from easily forgiving him. Her best friend saw through her thoughts and advised, "Wanner, Chen Yu is sincere, just give him a chance." But Lin Wanner stubbornly shook her head. "No, he hurt me so deeply, how can I forgive him so easily?" Inside the house, the argument grew louder and louder. Lin Yu, in a fit of rage, shoved Chen Yu violently. "Go find her. Don't come back." Chen Yu stumbled and accidentally bumped into Su Yao behind him. Su Yao lost her balance and fell to the ground, her knee hitting the floor hard, scraping her skin and making her hiss in pain. Everyone was stunned. Chen Yu quickly knelt down to help Su Yao up, checking her wounds, his eyes filled with disappointment as he looked at Lin Yu. Yeah, you've gone too far." Lin Yu panicked and realized she had acted impulsively, but her pride got the better of her. She turned around, cried, and ran back to her room, slamming the door shut. Chen Yu stood there, his face full of struggle and pain. He looked at the injured Su Yao, then at the closed door, unsure of who to comfort first. His heart was filled with guilt and helplessness. The atmosphere in the living room was oppressive and suffocating. Su Yao sat on the sofa, while Chen Yu knelt in front of her, carefully cleaning the wound on her knee with gentle movements, as if afraid of hurting her. Su Yao lowered her head, bit her lip, her eyes filled with tears, but she tried her best to hold them back. "Does it still hurt?" Chen Yu asked softly, his voice filled with self-reproach and heartache. Su Yao shook her head and didn't speak. After treating the wound, Chen Yu stood up, looked at Lin Yu's closed door, took a deep breath, and slowly walked over. He raised his hand and knocked on the door, calling softly, "Yeah, open the door, let's have a good talk." The room was silent, with only faint sobs. Chen Yu knocked on the door again and continued, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have made you suffer. Don't be angry. Come out and we'll talk things out." After a long while, the door slowly opened, and Lin Yu stood in the doorway with red and swollen eyes and tears streaming down her face. Chen Yu pulled Lin Yu and Su Yao to sit down on the sofa, then stood in front of them with a sincere expression. I know I've been too selfish lately, only thinking about winning back Lin Wanner and neglecting your feelings. I apologize to you. With that, he bowed deeply. Lin Yu turned her head away and snorted coldly. What's the use of apologizing now? You don't care about us at all. Su Yao also said softly, Chen Yu, we all care about you, but what you're doing is really making us feel bad. Chen Yu looked at them and said earnestly, I know I was wrong. My feelings for you have never changed. I can't let go of Lin Wanner because I really hurt her, and I want to make amends. But that doesn't mean I don't love you. You are all equally important to me. Lin Yu turned around, her eyes still blazing with anger. Then tell me, what are you planning to do from now on? Chen Yu pondered for a moment and said, I will balance my relationships with each of you and make sure you don't feel neglected anymore. As for Lin Wanner, I will continue to work hard, but I won't act recklessly like before. Lin Yu looked up at Chen Yu and said, then you have to keep your word. We believe you this time. Su Yao smiled and nodded slightly, I will always believe you. The atmosphere among the three finally eased somewhat. Chen Yu knew that although the conflict had been temporarily resolved, there was still a long way to go before they could truly repair their relationship. In the days following his reconciliation with Lin Yu and Su Yao, Chen Yu worked hard to keep his promise. He would create little surprises for Lin Yu and Su Yao, chat with them, take walks with them, and try to make up for the lack of companionship they had previously missed. Lin Yu and Su Yao gradually realized his sincerity, and smiles returned to their faces. Meanwhile, Chen Yu's pursuit of Lin Wanner continued without any sign of abating. He understood that if he relaxed, all his previous efforts might be in vain. Every morning, before the first rays of sunlight have fully illuminated the campus, Chen Yu is already waiting downstairs at Lin Wanner's dormitory. After Lin Wanner leaves, he follows her from a distance, silently guarding her until she arrives at the classroom. During class, although Chen Yu was in his own classroom, his heart was with Lin Wanner. As soon as get out of class ended, he would rush to the vicinity of her classroom, hoping to catch a glimpse of her from afar during the break. And so, the days passed, and Chen Yu never missed a day. Whether it was scorching sun or wind and rain, he always appeared on time. Lin Wanner's attitude gradually changed, from initially ignoring him to occasionally secretly paying attention to him. That day, Nie Xiaoyu found Chen Yu with a look of joy and anticipation. Chen Yu, Wanner's mood has improved a lot recently. She is no longer as resistant to you as before. Perhaps you can try to talk to her face to face again. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's eyes lit up instantly, and he asked eagerly, really? Did she say anything? Nie Xiaoyu shook her head. She didn't say anything, but I can sense that her attitude has softened. Chen Yu decided to seize this opportunity. He carefully selected a gift, a limited edition art book that Lin Wanner had always wanted, and wrote a long letter, including his reflections on the past few days, his longing for her, and his promises for the future. The next day, Chen Yu waited early downstairs at Lin Wanner's dormitory. When Lin Wanner appeared, he took a deep breath and walked forward. Lin Wanner paused when she saw him, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Wanner, this is for you. Chen Yu handed over the gift and letter with both hands, his voice a little nervous. I hope you can read it. I really know I was wrong, and I have been trying to change. Lin Wanner accepted the gift, remained silent for a moment, and said, I can take a look, but don't get your hopes up too high. Chen Yu looked into her eyes and said earnestly, it's okay. As long as you're willing to give me a chance, I'll wait. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Lin Wanner with space to think. After that, Chen Yu continued to wait and follow him every day. Finally, on a sunny afternoon, Lin Wanner took the initiative to find Chen Yu. She looked at Chen Yu, her eyes no longer filled with anger and indifference, and said softly, I've seen your persistence, and I'm willing to give you another chance. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's eyes instantly welled up with tears, his heart filled with joy and gratitude. Chapter 35 Reconciliation. Upon hearing that Lin Wanner was willing to give him another chance, Chen Yu's eyes instantly welled up with tears, his heart filled with joy and gratitude. He looked at Lin Wanner, his voice slightly choked. Wanner, thank you. I will never let you down again. Lin Wanner nodded gently, a faint smile appearing on her lips, and the gloom that had been pressing between them for so long finally dissipated completely. Joy surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing Chen Yu and leaving him no time to think. He excitedly rushed forward, stretched out his long arm, and steadily pulled Lin Wanner into his arms. Then, his lips pressed eagerly against Lin Wanner's lips. Lin Wanner was taken aback at first, but was then ignited by Chen Yu's passion and responded to him fervently, her hands unconsciously wrapping around Chen Yu's neck. The world around them seemed to fall silent instantly, leaving only their heartbeats and warm breaths. After a long while, the two slowly separated, their cheeks slightly flushed. Lin Wanner gently punched Chen Yu's chest and scolded playfully, "You're so naughty." Chen Yu chuckled, scratched his head, and looked at her with doting eyes. Before Chen Yu could recover from his sweet reverie, Lin Wanner's expression turned serious, and she said, "I'd like to meet your other two girlfriends so you can all have a good chat." Chen Yu was slightly taken aback, but then he understood Lin Wanner's intention. He nodded vigorously, "Okay, they're both really nice people. You two will definitely get along well." So Chen Yu carefully arranged a warm party, choosing his own living room as the venue, which was filled with exquisite snacks and fruits. Lin Yu and Su Yao had received the news in advance and were waiting there early, feeling both nervous and curious. When Lin Wanner entered, Lin Yu and Su Yao stood up and greeted her with slight awkwardness. Although Lin Yu had a smile on her face, a hint of unnaturalness flashed in her eyes. After all, recalling the scene where they almost got into a fight in the cafeteria, she still harbored resentment towards Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner seemed to have noticed this, and took the initiative to step forward, sincerely saying, "Lin Yu, I was too impulsive in the cafeteria before. I didn't control my emotions at the time. I hope you won't take it to heart." Lin Yu was slightly taken aback, not expecting Lin Wanner to bring up the matter first and even apologize. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Actually, it was all a misunderstanding, caused by that bastard Chen Yu. Anyone would want to beat him up for what he did." As she spoke, she glared at Chen Yu. Chen Yu touched his nose, looking helpless. Yes, it's all my fault. I promise I won't do it again." Su Yao covered her mouth and chuckled, all right, let's stop scolding Chen Yu." Everyone sat together, and at first there was a bit of awkwardness. Seeing this, Chen Yu quickly picked up the plate of pastries and moved between the three of them with a big smile. Come, try the snacks I specially prepared. I was such a fool before, and I made a complete mess of things. Fortunately, you ladies were all very forgiving. Consider this delicious treat my apology. After you finish eating, you're not allowed to bring up the past again." Lin Wanner took a sip of tea, smiled at Lin Yu and Su Yao, and took the initiative to start a conversation. "Speaking of which, I have to thank this incident for making me see Chen Yu's feelings for me clearly. But when I saw him with you guys in the cafeteria, my mind went blank for a second, and I couldn't think of anything else. Thinking about it now, I feel quite embarrassed. Lin Yu, please don't take it to heart." Lin Yu waved her hand, her smile becoming much more sincere. "Hey, I was wrong too. I had a bad temper back then and spoke impulsively. Actually, I've always envied you. You're beautiful and so outstanding. Chen Yu is so attentive to you, and it makes me feel a little uneasy." "Envious of me?" Lin Wanner raised an eyebrow. "I envy you more. You have a straightforward personality, so you must feel comfortable with Chen Yu. I always kept to myself before, which made me miss out on a lot of good times with him." Su Yao chimed in with a laugh. "You two shouldn't be so modest. Let's work together to keep Chen Yu in check and make sure he doesn't dare to make the same mistake again." Lin Wanner nodded repeatedly. That's right. We absolutely can't let it go like this, since he completely forgot about the date. We need to set a rule that if he dares to be so forgetful again, he must be punished properly." Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and she became interested. "I think that's a good idea. If he makes any of us angry again, let him run 10 laps around the track and see if he dares to do it again." Chapter 36: Sweet Daily Life and New Challenges. As dawn broke, soft light filtered through the thin curtains, gently illuminating Chen Yu's bedroom. Chen Yu slowly awoke beside him. Lin Yu, Su Yao, and Lin Wanner were still fast asleep, their even breathing creating a tender melody. Looking at their peaceful sleeping faces, Chen Yu felt a surge of happiness and contentment, and couldn't help but gently kiss each of them on the forehead. Good morning." Lin Yu woke up first, her eyes still sleepy, but a sweet smile appeared on her lips as she gently wrapped her arms around Chen Yu's neck. Immediately afterward, Su Yao opened her eyes, blinked playfully, and leaned over to kiss Chen Yu on the cheek. "What delicious food are we having today?" Lin Wanner also sat up, rubbed her eyes, and said with a smile, "You guys, all you know is how to eat?" Although her tone was somewhat reproachful, the love in her eyes was impossible to hide. After a quick wash, the girls went to the kitchen together. Lin Yu tied on an apron and began to show off her cooking skills, while Lin Wanner helped wash the vegetables and assisted with other tasks. A warm atmosphere filled the entire kitchen. Chen Yu was lounging on the sofa, playing on his phone. As a modern man, Lin Yu knew he had to adapt to a life of ease where everything was done for him as soon as possible. After all, if one cannot even enjoy such a comfortable life, What is the point of marrying more women? Is it merely to keep them by one's side as pretty vases to admire? Or is it to have to toil like an ox or a horse to support them? Lin Yu is not a masochist. He would not ask for trouble. In his view, enjoying life and taking responsibility are not contradictory, but complementary. He not only cherishes the companionship and dedication of the woman beside him, but also knows how to find his own comfort and balance in this relationship. He hopes that they can both find happiness and fulfillment in this relationship and create a warm and happy future together. After breakfast, Lin Yu suggested they go for a walk in the park. The park was lush with green grass and vibrant flowers. A gentle breeze carried the fragrance of blossoms. Chen Yu held Lin Yu's hand, Suya linked arms with Chen Yu, while Lin Wanner chatted and laughed with them on the side. As they passed by the lake, Chen Yu had a sudden inspiration. He rented a small boat and took the three beauties boating on the lake. Lin Yu and Su Yao excitedly admired the beautiful scenery along the way, while Lin Wanner quietly leaned against Chen Yu, enjoying this pleasant time. However, just as they were immersed in their sweet world, a sudden, urgent phone ring broke the tranquility. He picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from his company boss, Su Qing. "Hello, President Su?" Chen Yu asked with a hint of doubt in his voice. "Chen Yu, come to the company right now." Su Qing's voice was urgent and left no room for doubt. The company has received a huge project. It's to plan a global live-streamed new product launch for an internationally renowned brand. Time is tight. All preparations must be completed within a week. Come and help us right away. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu felt both excited and nervous. He was excited to be able to participate in such an important project, which was undoubtedly a rare learning opportunity. He was nervous because the time was so tight and the task was so arduous. Without the slightest hesitation, he decisively replied, "President Su, I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, Chen Yu quickly changed his clothes and rushed to the company. Upon entering the company, I immediately sensed an unprecedented atmosphere of tension. Colleagues were hurrying by, the meeting rooms were brightly lit, and desks were piled high with various documents and materials. Upon seeing Chen Yu, Su Qing immediately greeted him. Her eyes showed fatigue, but even more so, trust in Chen Yu. "Chen Yu, you finally arrived. This project concerns the company's reputation and future development. Your previous creativity and performance have convinced me that you can play a key role in this project." Chen Yu nodded firmly. "President Su, rest assured, I will do my best." Afterwards, Su Qing led Chen Yu to the conference room and gave him a detailed introduction to the project. It turns out that this international brand has extremely high requirements for its product launches. Not only must the designs be unique, but the cultural differences and audience preferences in different regions of the world must also be fully considered. Moreover, the press conference will be broadcast live globally, and any small mistake could be magnified infinitely. Chen Yu listened attentively, quickly organizing his thoughts. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him, and he proposed a bold concept. "President Su, we can create an immersive launch event, using virtual reality VR and augmented reality AR technologies to allow a global audience to experience the charm of the new product as if they were there. At the same time, we can design personalized interactive elements based on the cultural characteristics of different regions to enhance the audience's sense of participation." Su Qing's eyes lit up, and a delighted smile appeared on her face. "Chen Yu, this idea is fantastic. Let's go in the direction you suggested, and I'll arrange for the team to cooperate with you right away." Chen Yu quickly threw himself into the demanding work. He and his team worked day and night, constantly refining the details of the plan and communicating and coordinating with the technical team to ensure the perfect presentation of VR and AR technologies. During this time, his colleagues expressed their admiration for his dedication and professional competence. While helping to organize the materials, Xiaoyan couldn't help but give Chen Yu a thumbs up. "Chen Yu, you're amazing. You managed to figure out such a complicated project so quickly. I need to learn more from you in the future." As she spoke, she playfully gave Chen Yu a hug, the soft touch instantly invigorating him. Lin Na also came over and patted Chen Yu on the shoulder. "Little brother, we owe you a lot this time. If the project succeeds, I'll treat you to a big meal." After saying that, as if unintentionally, or perhaps deliberately, she gently twisted Chen Yu's buttocks with her fair hand, her eyes carrying a peculiar meaning. Chen Yu's heart raced and his face flushed slightly at the sudden action, but he quickly calmed down. A wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Na turned around, he lightly patted her pert, plump buttocks. The action seemed casual, yet it was full of ambiguity. Lina turned around, gave him a reproachful glare, but her eyes were full of laughter, as if to say, "You little rascal. Chapter 37 Project Progression, Ambiguity Escalates. As the project preparations entered a critical stage, Shenyu was extremely busy every day, but he also enjoyed it. As collaboration with colleagues becomes increasingly close, the ambiguous atmosphere in the office grows wildly, like spring vines. That afternoon, Shenyu was in the conference room, repeatedly checking the press conference agenda on his computer screen. His eyes were bloodshot, but he kept typing away on the keyboard. Xiaoyan carried in a steaming cup of coffee and tiptoed in, saying gently, "Shenyu, take a break and have a cup of coffee to perk yourself up." As she spoke, she placed the coffee beside Shenyu, then leaned back in his chair. Her soft breasts brushed against Shenyu's shoulder, and her hair gently caressed his cheek, bringing a delicate fragrance. Shenyu's heart skipped a beat. He looked up at Xiaoyan, whose face instantly turned bright red, like a ripe apple. She said coquettishly, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and drink." Just then, Lin Na walked into the conference room, saw the scene, and smiled slightly, teasingly saying, "What are you two doing here? Don't fall behind on the project schedule." Shenyu scratched his head awkwardly, while Xiaoyan, like a startled fawn, quickly stood up straight. Lin Na stepped forward and gently ran her fingers over Shenyu's documents. "I've read the proposal. It's very good, but there are still some details that need to be polished." As she spoke, she naturally placed her hand on Shenyu's arm and gently squeezed it, her eyes full of appreciation and concern. To make the interactive segments of the press conference more engaging, Shenyu and his team members discussed and debated repeatedly, unable to reach a consensus. At this moment, Su Qing walked in, listened to everyone's ideas, and then offered her own suggestions. As Shenyu listened, he nodded repeatedly, and suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "President Su, your idea is absolutely brilliant. It coincides perfectly with my thoughts." As he spoke, he couldn't help but take Su Qing's hand. Su Qing was slightly taken aback, then a blush rose on her face. She didn't pull her hand away, and the two of them just stared at each other, a unique atmosphere filling the air. In the evening, Shenyu was working alone in his office, revising and perfecting the plan. Su Qing finished her work, passed by the office, saw the light on, and went in. "Shenyu, still busy? Don't overwork yourself." Su Qing's voice was gentle, tinged with concern. Shenyu looked up and smiled wearily, "President Su, it's all right, I want to finish the plan as soon as possible." Su Qing walked to his side and gently tidied his slightly messy hair. Shenyu's heart suddenly raced. He looked up and met Su Qing's affectionate gaze. The two were getting closer and closer, and just as they were about to touch each other, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and Xiaoyan and Lina walked in carrying a pile of documents. "Ah!" Xiaoyan and Lina exclaimed in unison upon seeing the scene before them. Su Qing and Shenyu separated as if they had been electrocuted. Su Qing awkwardly straightened her clothes and said, "You've come at the right time. Take a look and see if there are any problems with this proposal." Xiaoyan and Lina exchanged a glance, a hint of disappointment flashing in their eyes, but they quickly regained their composure and stepped forward to discuss the plan with Shenyu. As this busy yet ambiguous project progressed, Shenyu knew that his relationship with these female colleagues was quietly changing. He, too, was increasingly drawn into this vortex of intertwined emotions and career, enjoying it all while secretly anticipating what might happen in the future. Chapter 38 Working Together, Achieving Success. With only 3 days left until the new product launch, the entire company was enveloped in a tense and busy atmosphere, like a high-speed, precision machine that could not afford the slightest mistake. Every member was like a key gear in the machine, giving their all for the final success. Shenyu was mainly responsible for assisting in this project, but his enthusiasm and focus were in no way inferior to any of the core members of the team. As the only male in the company, Shenyu unknowingly became a special presence in the team. Shenyu shuttles between various departments every day without stopping. A moment later, carrying a thick stack of documents, he rushed from the planning department to the marketing department. The documents contained detailed plans for the press conference process and a list of invited guests, each carrying important information about the project. He was sweating profusely as he helped the logistics department move materials, and thanks to his efforts, the exquisite stage props and promotional posters were delivered to their designated locations in a timely manner. In the tense and stressful work environment, Shenyu always finds a way to bring moments of relaxation. On one occasion, Xiaoyan made more than a dozen phone calls to communicate with the supplier about equipment details. She was overwhelmed by the supplier's evasiveness and difficult behavior, and her mood plummeted. Seeing this, Shenyu quietly slipped out of the office and returned a short while later with a cheesecake that Xiaoyan loved most and a steaming cup of milk tea. He gently placed the things on Xiaoyan's desk and said with a smile, "Xiaoyan, don't worry about those troubles for now. Have some cake and a cup of milk tea to replenish your energy, and you'll definitely be able to resolve things smoothly later. Xiaoyan's eyes welled up with tears as she looked at the delicious food in front of her. She smiled through her tears and gently patted Chunyu's shoulder. You little rascal, you're always so thoughtful. Thank you. Lina shuttled back and forth between the venue and the company, devoting herself wholeheartedly to the design and supervision of the on-site setup, and strictly controlling every detail. On one occasion, because the on-site setup plan needed to be adjusted at the last minute, Lin Na was so busy that she was dizzy and overwhelmed by a pile of design drawings. Chunyu noticed that Lin Na was frowning at the messy drawings on the table, with documents scattered everywhere. Her hair was also a bit messy, with a few strands sticking to her forehead which was covered in sweat. He walked over quickly and said softly, Sister Lina, let me help you. As he spoke, he began to organize and categorize the drawings one by one, his movements skillful and swift. After finishing his work, seeing that Lin Na still had a furrowed brow, Chunyu had a sudden inspiration and asked with a smile, Sister Lin Na, do you know why Superman wears a bodysuit? Lin Na subconsciously shook her head, her face full of confusion. Chunyu deliberately kept her in suspense, paused for a moment, and then said seriously, because saving lives is the priority tight-fitting. Lin Na was stunned at first, then realized what he meant and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chunyu then joked, look, although this project is intense, we still need to balance work and rest. Look, even the buttons on your shirt have popped open. It's too tight. Take a break first, don't overwork yourself. Lin Na was so amused that she almost fell over. Her tense nerves relaxed considerably. She raised her hand and gently ruffled Chenyu's hair, her eyes full of smiles. You always make me feel better. After saying that, Lin Na glanced down at the buttons on her chest, a charming smile playing on her lips. They are indeed too tight. Why don't you massage them for me to relieve the pressure? Upon hearing this, a mischievous glint flashed across Chenyu's face as he replied with a smile, I'm just afraid that if you rub it too loose up there, it will become too tight down there, making it even more uncomfortable for you to hold it in. Lin Na laughed even harder, and said coquettishly, then my good little brother, you have to see this through and help your sister solve this. Chenyu pretended to be deep in thought, rubbing his chin seriously, and slowly said, well, no, it won't work, you'll have to pay more. With that, he let out a strange laugh and darted away like a nimble little monkey, leaving Lin Na doubled over with laughter, muttering, that little rascal. With her rich experience and keen insight, Su Qing became the backbone of the entire project, providing the team with many valuable opinions and suggestions. Whenever a team meeting reaches a stalemate and everyone argues endlessly due to pressure and fatigue, Chenyu is always the one who acts as a peacemaker. He would use humor to ease the tension. Everyone, calm down. We're comrades in arms, so we have to point our guns at each other and not start fighting among ourselves. Hearing this, everyone would usually exchange a smile, and the tense atmosphere would dissipate. However, the day before the press conference, an unexpected disaster struck. The core live streaming equipment that had been ordered suddenly suffered a serious malfunction, and the supplier delivered devastating news that they could not repair it in time. This news was like a bombshell, instantly throwing the entire team into chaos, with anxiety and panic spreading rapidly through the air. With his calm mind, Chenyu quickly regained his composure. He immediately assisted the technicians in the emergency repair of the equipment, carefully handing over tools and recording data while silently praying for a miracle. Meanwhile, following Su Qing's instructions, he raced against time to contact other suppliers to find alternative equipment. His fingers flew across the phone screen, his voice trembling slightly with anxiety as he dialed one number after another, not giving up on any sliver of hope. Xiaoyan and Lina were not idle either. They contacted various resources and used their personal connections to provide all possible support to solve the equipment problem. Within just 1 hour, Xiaoyan contacted more than a dozen relevant companies to inquire about equipment leasing. Lina, on the other hand, was busy coordinating the company's internal backup resources, trying to find a temporary solution. Su Qing calmly directed from the side, her voice firm and strong, constantly reminding everyone to stay calm and not panic. Don't panic, everyone. Let's work together to figure out a solution. We can definitely solve this problem. After several hours of intense work, the technicians finally succeeded in repairing the equipment. At that moment, the team's tense nerves instantly relaxed, and relieved smiles appeared on their tired faces. Chenyu breathed a sigh of relief, looking at his colleagues who had fought alongside him, his heart filled with emotion. Thank you all so much. I really don't know what I would have done without you. On the day of the press conference, everything proceeded smoothly according to plan. The venue was beautifully decorated, resembling a dreamlike technological palace. Guests and audience members were immediately awestruck upon entering, expressing their sincere admiration. The interactive sessions were incredibly creative. Su Qing's ideas were a resounding success, creating a vibrant and enthusiastic atmosphere filled with cheers and applause. Although Chenyu wasn't standing under the spotlight on stage, he was busy behind the scenes, like a tireless little spinning top, ensuring the smooth operation of each step. He would go backstage to confirm the order of the guests' appearances, and then run to the side of the stage to check the operation of the equipment to ensure that everything was in perfect order. Xiaoyan, Lina, and Suqing are all shining brightly in their respective positions. They occasionally glance at Chenyu, their eyes filled with satisfaction and pride. The press conference concluded successfully, and the team members gathered to celebrate. They cheered, jumped for joy, embraced each other, and wept, fully basking in the hard-won victory. Chenyu looked at his colleagues who had fought alongside him, his heart filled with emotion. Chapter 39 Victory Celebration Banquet, Unexpected Twist. A celebratory banquet was held in the city's most luxurious hotel banquet hall after the successful launch of the new product. The crystal chandelier cast a dazzling light, illuminating the dining table laden with delicacies, filling the entire banquet hall with an atmosphere of joy and celebration. All company members were dressed in their finest attire, their faces beaming with the joy of success, and laughter filled the air. Chenyu was dressed in a well-tailored suit, with a tall and handsome figure. Xiaoyan, dressed in a pink off-shoulder evening gown, looked like a blooming rose. She walked up to Chenyu with a wineglass in hand, her eyes sparkling. "Chenyu, I owe you so much this time. If it weren't for you easing the tension when everyone was under pressure, I don't know how I would have made it through." As she spoke, she gently touched Chenyu's glass to hers and took a sip of champagne. Lin Na wore a black-fitted long dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure and exuded mature charm. She walked over, smiled, and gave Chenyu a hug. "Little brother, you've been a great help. You'll have to work with me more often in the future." After saying that, she pulled Chenyu to take a group photo with her other colleagues. As the company's boss, Su Qing attracted everyone's attention the moment she appeared. She wore a royal blue floor-length dress, her figure tall and voluptuous, swaying gracefully with every step, her enviable curves faintly visible beneath the hem of the dress. Her long, wavy hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her exquisite makeup made her eyes bright and captivating. Her fiery red lips added a touch of allure, exuding the charm of a mature woman, like the most dazzling star in the night sky. Standing in the center of the banquet hall, she raised her glass to thank everyone. "The success of this project is inseparable from the efforts of every colleague, especially Chenyu. Although he was mainly responsible for assisting, he injected vitality into the team with his enthusiasm and wisdom. Let's all toast Chenyu." Everyone responded enthusiastically, and Chenyu instantly became the focus of attention. He smiled somewhat shyly and responded to everyone's toasts one by one. As the banquet progressed, Chenyu's colleagues grew increasingly enthusiastic, pulling him aside to offer toasts. Chenyu was not a heavy drinker to begin with, and after a few drinks, he felt dizzy and his consciousness gradually blurred. Seeing that Chenyu was somewhat drunk, Su Qing's eyes flashed with worry. She stepped forward and helped Chenyu up, saying, "Everyone, please stop making him drink. I'll take him to rest." Su Qing helped Chenyu out of the banquet hall, hailed a car, and took him to his hotel room. As soon as he entered the room, Chenyu collapsed onto the bed. Su Qing sat on the edge of the bed, gently wiping the sweat from his forehead, her eyes full of tenderness and concern. After an unknown amount of time, Chenyu groggily woke up to find himself in a hotel room with Su Qing sitting beside him. He was about to speak when he realized his throat was terribly dry. Su Qing quickly handed him a glass of warm water and said softly, "Drink some water first to soothe your throat." Chenyu took the water, drank it all in one gulp, and felt much more awake. Su Qing looked at Chenyu and suddenly said seriously, "Chenyu, do you know? I've had my eye on you since your first day at the company. Your optimism, your handsomeness, and your unique charm in the workplace have all deeply attracted me. This project has shown me even more your potential and sense of responsibility." She paused slightly, a hint of inferiority flashing in her eyes. "I know I'm in my 30s, much older than you, and probably not good enough for you. I don't need you to marry me, just being your mistress is enough. As long as I can be by your side, I'll be content." As Chenyu listened to Su Qing's confession, his heart was filled with ripples. He gazed at the mature and beautiful woman before him, gently grasped Su Qing's hand in return, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "President Su, actually, I've long been attracted to your mature beauty, but..." Before she could finish speaking, a burning light flashed in Su Qing's eyes, and she impatiently stretched out her arms and pounced on Chenyu onto the bed. Her movements were urgent and full of desire, her soft body pressed tightly against Chenyu, her hands hooking around his neck. Chenyu felt a sudden dizziness, and before he could react, Su Qing's lips pressed urgently against his, hot and full of longing. Shenyu was so overwhelmed by this sudden enthusiasm that his mind went blank, and he instinctively responded to the fervor. The air in the room seemed to ignite instantly, and an ambiguous atmosphere filled the air. The two of them entwined in this vortex of passion, releasing their long-suppressed emotions. Reason and restraint collapsed completely at this moment, leaving only endless love and impulse intertwined. Chapter 40: The Choice Between Work and Love. The day after the celebration banquet, Shenyu dragged his tired body, filled with mixed emotions, back to the home he shared with Linyu, Su Yao, and Lin Wanner. As soon as the door was opened, the aroma of food wafted out. Linyu, Su Yao, and Lin Wanner were already busy in the kitchen, preparing a sumptuous meal to nourish Shenyu, who had been working hard for a long time. Linyu, with her sharp eyes, was the first to spot Shenyu entering. She quickly put down the spatula in her hand, hurried forward, and gently touched Shenyu's cheek. Her eyes instantly reddened. "Shenyu, look at you. You've been so busy with company projects lately, you've lost so much weight." Su Yao also jogged over, took Shenyu's hand, and said with a tender and loving tone, "That's right, you have to work so hard every day, with part-time jobs and studies to take care of." Lin Wanner came out of the kitchen, looked at Shenyu gently, and sighed softly. "No matter how important the work is, you can't exhaust yourself." Shenyu felt a warm glow in his heart as he looked at their concerned expressions, but he also felt a vague sense of unease. The group sat around a table laden with delicious food. After hesitating for a while, Linyu finally spoke up. "Shenyu, we've been discussing this for a long time. Why don't you quit that part-time job? Look at all these days, so many men don't work. They just stay home and relax. We'll take care of earning money to support the family from now on. We really feel sorry for you working so hard." Su Yao nodded vigorously and chimed in, yes, we don't want you to overwork yourself. We'll take care of you from now on." Lin Wanner also whispered from the side, "We have the ability to make your life easier, so don't work so hard." Shenyu frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and then slowly said, "I know you feel sorry for me, but for me, work is not just about making money. I'm busy every day, and although it's tiring, I learn a lot and feel that my life is fulfilling. I don't want to be like some men who do nothing all day but eat, drink, and have fun, relying on their wives to support them. I want to create a future with you all through my own efforts." Linyu bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, and said with a hint of grievance, "We don't want to deprive you of your right to work hard, we're just worried about your health. What will we do if you make yourself sick?" Su Yao also grabbed Shenyu's arm and said coquettishly, "Just listen to us, okay?" At the same time, her soft breasts kept rubbing against Linyu's arm. Shenyu frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and then slowly said, "I know you are worried about me, but I also have my own thoughts. I plan to quit this part-time job, but I don't want to just sit around doing nothing. I'm thinking of investing in my own business and becoming my own boss." Hearing this, the three women were stunned. Linyu was the first to come to her senses and said worriedly, "Starting a business is too risky. What will you do if you fail?" Su Yao also pouted and said, "Yeah, you might as well listen to us and rest at home." Shenyu patiently explained, "I understand your concerns, but this is my dream. I don't want to rely on others, I want to make something of myself through my own efforts." Looking at Shenyu's determined eyes, Lin Wanner gently patted Linyu and Su Yao's hands. "Since he's so insistent, let's support him. Starting a business is risky, but even if he fails, it's not a big deal. We'll still be there for him, let's just consider it supporting his hobby." Linyu and Su Yao looked at Shenyu, hesitated for a long time, and finally nodded. Shenyu looked at them, his heart filled with emotion, and hugged the three of them tightly. "Thank you for your understanding and support. I will definitely work hard and will not let you down." Chapter 41: Birthday Planning, Prelude to Starting a Business. Since deciding to start his own business, Shenyu has been preoccupied with finding the right startup capital. He carefully calculated that the cashback he received from the beautiful women who spent money on him during this period totaled only a little over 8 million yuan. Although Linyu, Su Yao, and Lin Wanner all come from well-off families, especially Lin Wanner, who, as a wealthy heiress, had already pledged to financially support his business venture, Shenyu still felt uneasy. After all, he hadn't officially married any of them yet, and his inherent male chauvinism made it impossible for him to bring himself to take their money. "I have a system, so even if I were to live off a woman, I would live off the system," Shenyu muttered to himself, when suddenly an idea struck him. His birthday was in a few days, and this was a perfect opportunity. He figured that if he used his birthday as an excuse to invite many friends, he would definitely receive a lot of gifts. Then, by taking advantage of the system's rule of cashback for purchases made by people of the opposite sex, he might be able to make a killing and solve his urgent need for startup funds. After making up his mind, Shenyu began to make preparations in earnest. He first meticulously designed a batch of electronic invitations, using his most handsome photo as the cover, with the words, "I sincerely invite you to attend my birthday party and share a joyful time." Then, he sent the invitation to all his female friends, from college classmates to company colleagues, and even girls he occasionally chatted with on social media. Seeing Chen Yu busy at work, Lin Yu curiously leaned over and asked, "Are you preparing for a birthday party? Why have you invited so many people?" Chen Yu smiled and put his arm around her, saying half-jokingly, "It's a rare birthday celebration, so I wanted to make it a bit lively and have everyone get together." Su Yao pouted and teased, I think you just want to show off that you have so many beautiful girlfriends." Chen Yu smiled and scratched his head, not refuting her. On her birthday, the rented luxury villa was decorated in vibrant colors, with a huge balloon arch and twinkling lights, creating a festive atmosphere everywhere. The invited female guests were all dressed in their finest attire and carried carefully prepared gifts. Although Lin Yu, Su Yao, and Lin Wana were a little jealous of the girls who came, seeing Chen Yu's happy appearance, they forced smiles as his official girlfriends and helped greet the guests. At the party, Chen Yu moved through the crowd like a social star, chatting warmly with every female guest. "Wow, I'm so happy you could come. This gift is so precious, I don't even know what to say." Chen Yu accepted an expensive watch from a female classmate, his face beaming with smiles. With each gift he received, he could feel the system's cashback amount quietly increasing. Just as Chen Yu was feeling smug, Su Qing arrived. She wore a fitted red dress, her long hair cascading down her back, and she was stunningly beautiful, attracting everyone's attention as soon as she entered. Upon seeing Su Qing, Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected her to be there. Su Qing walked straight up to Chen Yu and said with a half smile, "I heard you're starting a business." "What, aren't you going to ask me for help?" Chen Yu smiled awkwardly, "President Su, I want to try on my own." Upon hearing this, Su Qing frowned slightly and said coquettishly, "Given our current relationship, why are you still calling me President Su?" This intimate tone drew the attention of those around them, and Lin Yu and the other two women instantly became alert. At this moment, Lin Yu and the others also noticed Su Qing, and the three of them huddled together, whispering to each other. "Who is this woman? Why does she seem to know you so well?" Su Yao asked, frowning. Lin Wanner stared at Su Qing, a hint of wariness flashing in her eyes. "She is the boss of you company. I had heard before that she was interested in you. It seems that she is indeed extraordinary." Chen Yu was busy dealing with Su Qing and also had to take care of the other female guests. He was so busy that he was overwhelmed and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He knew in his heart that this birthday party was just the beginning of his entrepreneurial journey, and countless difficulties and obstacles awaited him. Su Qing's unexpected appearance, coupled with his girlfriend's jealous reactions, made the already complicated situation even more difficult. But he had no way out to realize his entrepreneurial dream. He could only grit his teeth and forge ahead. Chapter 42: A Luxurious Gift, Surprises in Turmoil. The noise at the birthday party continued, and Chen Yu was busy dealing with Su Qing and the other female guests, his forehead covered in sweat. Just as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly subtle, Su Qing smiled mysteriously, took out an exquisite black gift box from her handbag, and handed it to Chen Yu. "Hey, happy birthday, this is a little something from me." Chen Yu subconsciously took the gift box, and the moment he touched it, system notifications blared in his mind, detected that Su Qing's favorability has increased to 95, with a consumption amount of 2 million yuan, triggering an 80x cash rebate, resulting in a cash rebate of 160 million yuan. Chen Yu's eyes widened, almost dropping the gift box. He looked at Su Qing with shock and confusion. Su Qing leaned closer and whispered, "Open it and see. I hope you like it." Chen Yu slowly opened it, and a limited edition Patek Philippe watch lay quietly on the velvet lining, its case inlaid with tiny diamonds that sparkled brilliantly under the light. A gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd, but Lin Yu, Su Yao, and Lin Wanner's expressions grew increasingly grim. Before Chen Yu could recover from his shock, Lin Yu gritted her teeth, pulled Su Yao and Lin Wanner aside, and after the three of them discussed in hushed tones for a moment, they returned carrying a huge golden gift box. Lin Yu smiled and said, We also have a gift for you. Happy birthday." Chen Yu opened the gift box, and the key to a top-of-the-line luxury car came into view. The logo on the car body shone brightly, highlighting its extraordinary nature. The system notifications blared again. It has been detected that the favorability ratings of Lin Yu, Su Yao, and Lin Wanner have all increased to 95. Their combined spending amounted to 3 million yuan, triggering an 80x cashback, resulting in a cashback of 240 million yuan. This series of surprises left Chen Yu stunned, feeling as if he were walking on clouds, so exhilarated that he almost flew away. The funding gap for his startup was instantly filled, and there was even more to spare. Before he could bask in his joy for long, Su-ching suddenly grabbed his arm, looked at Lin Yu and the other two provocatively, and said, "Ayu, do you have enough startup capital? Why not consider starting a business with me? With my experience and resources, I can definitely help your business reach new heights." Lin Yu instantly bristled, stepped forward, and stood in front of Chen Yu. "What do you mean? Yu is our boyfriend, and if he wants to start a business, we'll support him together. You don't need to interfere." Suya was not to be outdone, and put her hands on her hips. "That's right, don't think you can interfere just because you're giving a gift. We're not easy to bully." Lin Wanner didn't say anything, but the hostility in her eyes didn't diminish at all. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and the other female guests cast curious glances and whispered among themselves. Chen Yu stood in the middle, feeling utterly overwhelmed. On one side was Su-ching, who had given him a huge gift and extended an olive branch, and on the other side were his official girlfriends, who were filled with jealousy and grievances. He knew that if he said the wrong thing, it could trigger a war. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "Sister Su-ching, thank you for your kindness. I really like your gift, and I will seriously consider your suggestion. But Lin Yu and the others have always been very supportive of me. We've been through a lot together, and this relationship is incredibly precious to me." As he spoke, he took Lin Yu's hand and gave her a reassuring look. Upon hearing this, Su-ching's expression changed slightly, but she quickly regained her smile. "Okay, I'll wait for your reply." After saying that, she turned and left gracefully. Chen Yu watched Su-ching's retreating figure, then looked at his girlfriends beside him, realizing that his entrepreneurial journey hadn't even begun, yet he was already sinking deeper and deeper into the whirlpool of emotions. Chapter 43: Huge Funds, Film Dream begins. The day after the birthday party, Chen Yu was still savoring the dizzying joy of the enormous sum of money. A system notification suddenly sounded in my mind. "The cashback amount is substantial and will be transferred to your account in the name of your family's overseas trust fund. The source of funds is legitimate and legal, and can be used and disclosed normally." Chen Yu was both surprised and delighted. Looking at the string of numbers in his bank account, his original idea of starting a small business was completely changed. Now, with hundreds of millions in his hands, he harbors an even greater ambition to create a film company and invest in making movies, bringing those wildly popular films from his original world to this parallel universe. Chen Yu called Lin Yu, Su Yao, and Lin Wanner to the living room, took a deep breath, and said, "Babies, I have something to tell you. Actually, I have far more funds at my disposal than you can imagine. I have several hundred million." The women's eyes widened instantly, their faces filled with shock. Lin Yu asked incredulously, "You, where did you get so much money?" Chen Yu explained, "It came from my family's overseas trust fund. I didn't tell you before because the procedures weren't completed. Now that the funds have arrived, I thought I'd tell you." With the financial backing, Chen Yu's dream of starting a film and television business grew even stronger. He then revealed his plan: "I want to use this money to create a film and television company and invest in making movies. I have been paying attention to the film and television industry for many years and have conducted in-depth research on the market and audience preferences. As long as I operate properly, I am sure I can succeed." Lin Yu tilted her head, her eyes full of worry. "But you, the film and television industry is very complicated, and we don't know much about it. Can we handle it?" Su Yao clapped her hands excitedly. "I think it'll work. Yu is so smart, he'll definitely succeed, and will always support you." Lin Wanner pondered for a moment and slowly said, "Although there are risks, if we can do a good job of preliminary research and preparation, it may not be impossible to give it a try." With the support of his girlfriends, Chen Yu swiftly began preparations for starting his business. He first traveled through the city's bustling commercial districts in search of a suitable office location. In the high-rise business district, he has seen spacious and bright Grade A office buildings with high rents, as well as entrepreneurial parks with affordable rents but somewhat remote locations. After much comparison and deliberation, we finally rented an entire floor in an office building in the city center with convenient transportation and complete supporting facilities. The floor-to-ceiling windows overlook the bustling city street scene, and this place will become the place where dreams take flight in the future. Next, through a friend's introduction, Chen Yu found a professional and reliable business registration agency. He communicated in detail with the agent about the company's business scope, equity structure, and other details, submitted various documents, and went through a tedious review process. Finally, he successfully registered the film and television company and received the business license. At that moment, he felt that his dream was one step closer. Just as the company's preparations were getting on track, Su-ching called, her voice steady yet gentle, "Ayu, you must be very busy lately. I'm at our usual coffee shop, come over and sit down, let's chat. When Chen Yu arrived at the coffee shop, Su Qing was already sitting in a corner. She was wearing a simple yet elegant suit that perfectly accentuated her mature and voluptuous figure. Her long, wavy hair was casually draped over her shoulders, exuding a mature charm. Seeing Chen Yu enter, she smiled, stood up, gently hugged him, and gestured for him to sit down. Ayu, I heard you're setting up a film and television company. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Su Qing picked up her coffee, took a small sip, and looked at Chen Yu with gentle eyes. Chen Yu smiled helplessly. I was just afraid of bothering you, and besides, there are so many things to sort out, I haven't even figured them out yet. Su Qing put down her coffee cup and said seriously, why are you being so polite with me? My family has been in the media and film industry for many years and has accumulated a lot of connections and resources. What you lack most right now is professional talent. I can help you connect with some veteran directors, excellent screenwriters, and promising actors. With these people on board, your company will be able to get off to a smooth start. Chen Yu felt a warmth in his heart. He was indeed worried about recruiting talent, and Su Qing's suggestion was like a timely rain. But when he thought of his girlfriends at home, he still hesitated. Su Qing seemed to see through his thoughts, gently patted his hand, and said in a calm tone, I know you have concerns. I'm helping you purely because I believe in your abilities and hope to see you realize your dreams. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Looking into Su Qing's determined eyes, Chen Yu finally nodded, thank you so much, Sister Su Qing. With your help, I feel much more at ease. Su Qing's lips curled into a charming smile as she softly asked, how are you planning to thank me? It can't just be empty words. I heard the beds at the hotel next door are big and soft, how about we try them out? Chen Yu's gaze involuntarily fell on Su Qing's mature and voluptuous body. The unique charm she exuded instantly made him somewhat infatuated. A surge of heat uncontrollably swept through his body, and his reason began to waver in the face of desire. He looked at Su Qing and saw the expectation and hints in her eyes. The two understood each other and got up together, walking towards the hotel. After leaving the hotel, Chen Yu walked down the street, his heart filled with anticipation for the future. However, he was also aware that the road to entrepreneurship was full of unknowns, and that his relationship with Su Qing and his three girlfriends would face more challenges as the company developed. His secret intimacy with Su Qing planted a bomb in this complicated relationship that could explode at any time. Chapter 44, Preparations are progressing smoothly, and the prospects are beginning to emerge. After leaving the hotel, Chen Yu quickly adjusted his mindset and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the preparation work for the film and television company. Su Qing kept her word and, leveraging her family's extensive network in the media and film industry, began connecting Chen Yu with various professionals. Although Chen Yu was full of enthusiasm and unique creativity, he knew in his heart that he did not have a film and television background and had shortcomings in company operation and industry practice. Therefore, recruiting a professional general manager became his top priority. With Su Qing's help, Chen Yu met Lu Hui. Lu Hui has worked his way up in the film and television industry for many years, rising from a grassroots production assistant to a senior manager in a well-known film and television company. He is knowledgeable about all aspects of film and television production, distribution, and publicity, and has abundant industry resources and outstanding management skills. Upon their first meeting, Lu Hui showed great interest in Chen Yu's entrepreneurial philosophy and film projects. Chen Yu explained to him in detail the company's development plan, future film topics, and his determination to make a name for himself in the film and television industry. After listening attentively, Lu Hui offered many constructive suggestions, ranging from project cost control and market risk assessment to team building optimization and distribution channel expansion. Each suggestion hit the nail on the head and benefited Chen Yu greatly. After several rounds of in-depth communication and negotiation, Lu Hui was moved by Chen Yu's sincerity and determination, and gladly accepted the invitation to serve as the company's general manager. With Lu Hui's help, Chen Yu met with veteran director Li Ming. Li Ming is known in the industry for his unique narrative style and delicate emotional portrayal. Although his art films are niche, they have won many awards in the film industry. Li Ming was very interested in the film projects proposed by Chen Yu, especially those blockbuster themes originating from parallel worlds, which he found fresh and innovative. The two had a long talk, exchanging in-depth views on aspects such as cinematic language, narrative rhythm, and character development. Their views coincided, and they quickly finalized their intention to cooperate. At the same time, Su Qing also introduced the top screenwriter Wang Yu to Chen Yu. Wang Yu is quick-witted, has a strong command of language, and excels at creating dramatic and engaging storylines. After listening to Chen Yu's ideas for the film, she was inspired and immediately came up with several brilliant adaptation ideas on the story background, character relationships, and plot twists, which impressed Chen Yu. After several rounds of discussions, Wang Yu successfully joined the team. In this world, men are few in number and are cherished by many female family members. Excellent male actors are a scarce resource, and their value is several times that of female actors of the same level. They are the darlings of major film and television companies. Those promising new male actors are often snapped up by major film and television companies while they are still in school. It is extremely difficult for Chen Yu's new company to recruit suitable male actors. Fortunately, there are a large number of women in the world, giving actresses a wide range of choices. With the help of Su Qing's family resources, Chen Yu's team successfully launched the recruitment of actresses. After rounds of selection and rigorous auditions, 3 outstanding actresses were successfully recruited for the company's exclusive production. The first one is Lin Xiao. She has 2 shallow dimples when she smiles, and her eyes are clear and lively. She has a fresh and refined girlish charm. During her performances, she can easily handle different emotional states, from naivety to maturity after experiencing setbacks. Her outstanding empathy makes every subtle emotional change extremely infectious. She is particularly suitable for portraying the image of a kind and brave female protagonist who is full of love and longing for life and who experiences various challenges in the development of the story, but always maintains her original intention. The second is Su Man. She is tall and has a cool and elegant demeanor. She exudes a mysterious charm in every gesture. Su Man's acting style is versatile. She can portray both a noble and aloof queen and a complex and conflicted villain with remarkable depth. Her powerful presence and superb acting skills will undoubtedly add a lot of appeal to the film. The third is Xia Yu, who has a sweet and lovely appearance and a lively and cheerful personality. Xia Yu's performance is full of energy and tension. She is good at portraying quirky characters and always manages to bring the characteristics of the characters to the fullest with her unique performance style, bringing joy and surprise to the audience. She is an indispensable comedic force in the film. Although the theme of the film has not yet been finalized, Chen Yu and his team firmly believe that with the professional abilities and unique qualities of these outstanding talents, they will be able to create a highly impactful and influential work, regardless of the subject matter they choose in the future. With the core team now in place, the company's preparatory work has entered a new phase. The office space began to be decorated and furnished. In accordance with Chen Yu's requirements, the designer created an office environment that was full of artistic atmosphere and modern technology. The open-plan office area is spacious and bright, facilitating communication and collaboration among team members. The separate editing and dubbing rooms use top-quality soundproofing materials to ensure that post-production is undisturbed. The meeting rooms are equipped with advanced multimedia equipment, facilitating project discussions and presentations. Professional photography equipment and post-production supplies were procured one after another, each piece of equipment carefully selected by Chen Yu. High-definition cinema cameras can capture delicate image details. Top-of-the-line editing workstations have powerful data processing capabilities, ensuring editors can smoothly edit the film, and advanced special effects software provides technical support for the film's visual effects. Moreover, with his extensive experience, Lu Hui quickly set about establishing the company's operational system. We have established a comprehensive project management system with clear processes and standards for each stage, from script planning and filming preparation to on-site filming and post-production. We have built an efficient financial management system to ensure the rational allocation and use of funds, and we have established a talent development mechanism to build up talent reserves for the company's long-term development. With the joint efforts of Chen Yu and his team, the company's preparations are progressing smoothly. Everything is ready, and filming is just a matter of time. Chen Yu is full of anticipation for the company's future success in the film and television industry. Chapter 45: Project Launch and Preparations. After transmigrating to this world, Chen Yu unexpectedly discovered that he possessed an extraordinary memory. All his past experiences, every book he had read, and every movie he had watched were as clear as if they had just happened yesterday, as if they were engraved in his mind. This unexpected windfall also played a crucial role in his preparations for his film and television company. After the core team was assembled and all preparations began to take shape, Chen Yu fell into deep thought about the film's theme. He repeatedly sifted through the popular movies from his original world in his mind, and finally, the story of Titanic flashed through his mind like a ray of light. With his exceptional memory, every scene, every line of dialogue, and even the subtle changes in the characters' expressions in the film were vividly and clearly presented in his mind. This epic love story that transcends social classes and defies life and death has garnered countless tears and praise from audiences in the original world, and Chen Yu firmly believes that it can also create a viewing frenzy in this world. After determining the theme, Jinyu couldn't wait to start writing the story. Based solely on his memory, he meticulously described how Jack and Rose met, got to know each other, and fell in love on the Titanic, as well as the danger and despair during the shipwreck. However, considering the uniqueness of this world, he made bold innovations in the design of the female protagonist. The female lead, Lin Xiao, comes from an aristocratic family but has a burning passion for art. In Chen Yu's setting, Lin Xiao showed extraordinary painting talent from a young age, and her love for art was an indispensable part of her life. Boarding the Titanic, originally a social trip arranged by her family, unexpectedly became a major turning point in her life. When Chen Yu handed over the completed story outline to the award-winning screenwriter Wang Yu was deeply attracted by the story that incorporated new elements. She began to meticulously refine the script based on the framework provided by Chen Yu. In the script, Lin Xiao not only develops a profound love affair with the male protagonist on the ship, but also uses her spare time to sketch. She used her paintbrush to record the luxurious interior of the Titanic, the diverse lives of the passengers, and the magnificent ocean scenery. When the shipwreck occurred, the fire spread, seawater flooded in, and chaos reigned. Lin Xiao disregarded the danger and rushed into her cabin to rescue her paintings, which were the crystallization of her artistic dreams. In the critical moment when the shipwreck occurred, Wang Yu further enriched Lin Xiao's actions. Amidst the panicked crowd, Lin Xiao heard the sound of a child crying coming from the lower deck of the ship. Without hesitation, she used her observations and memory of the ship's structure when she boarded to lead a group of children and women trapped in the lower decks of the ship to find a way to escape through the intricate passageways. Along the way, debris kept falling and seawater surged in, but Lin Xiao remained calm. She comforted the frightened children and terrified women while using her wisdom and courage to avoid dangerous areas and finally led everyone to a safe area to board the lifeboat. Wang Yu also provided a delicate portrayal of Lin Xiao's romantic storyline. Before boarding the ship, Lin Xiao had made a pure and innocent promise with her childhood friend, Li Ming. However, family pressure and societal expectations forced her to be with her current fiancé, Zhao Xian. After meeting the male protagonist, she quickly fell in love. But whenever she was immersed in the sweetness of this love, Li Ming's image would always appear in her mind, making her feel guilty. After the shipwreck, Lin Xiao survived. While deeply missing the male protagonist, she was forced to confront the rekindled emotional entanglement with Li Ming. In this process, Lin Xiao gradually learned to face her own heart, re-examine love and life, and her emotions became richer and more complex. As for the ending of the story, after several discussions, Wang Yu and Chen Yu decided to adopt a bold setting. In this version, Lin Xiao was not rescued during the shipwreck. As the ship broke apart and the sea mercilessly swallowed everything, Lin Xiao and the male protagonist embraced tightly and sank to the bottom of the sea together. However, their love story has been passed down through the accounts of some survivors and through Lin Xiao's diaries and paintings. These precious items, discovered and treasured by people, have become an enduring legend, allowing this love that transcends life and death to shine brightly through the years. At the same time, General Manager Lu Hui also began the pre-production work for the film without stopping. With his extensive industry experience, he carried out various tasks in an orderly manner. First, Lu Hui conducted a detailed budget plan for the entire project, with the total investment for the film estimated at 300 million yuan. The estimated cost of scene construction is 50 million yuan, which will be used to create realistic scenes such as the Titanic hull, luxury cabins, first-class lobby, third-class dormitories, and various shipboard facilities. The cost of purchasing props was approximately 30 million yuan, ranging from vintage furniture and exquisite tableware to crew uniforms and nautical instruments, striving to ensure that every prop conformed to the style of the 19th century. Regarding actor salaries, due to the scarcity of high-quality male actors, the total salary for the three female leads, Lin Xiao, and supporting actresses Su Man and Xiaoyu, is 30 million yuan. Although the male actor has not yet been selected, it is estimated that his salary will be as high as 70 million yuan. The special effects production cost is estimated at 80 million yuan, which will be used to simulate various thrilling scenes during the shipwreck, such as the broken hull, surging seawater, and burning flames. The remaining 40 million yuan will be used to pay staff salaries, equipment rental, post-production editing and music. He knew that reasonable allocation of funds was the key to the success of the project. While ensuring the quality of the film, he optimized the allocation of resources as much as possible and eliminated unnecessary waste. Regarding filming locations, Lu Hui searched far and wide for a place that could perfectly recreate the Titanic. He contacted several large film and television bases, comparing their facilities, filming conditions, and rental prices. Ultimately, a film and television base with a huge soundstage and professional water scene shooting equipment was selected. This base could build a realistic Titanic hull and luxurious interior scenes, and could also simulate magnificent ocean scenes, providing a solid hardware foundation for the film's shooting. In terms of prop preparation, Lu Hui was even more meticulous. In order to create authentic Titanic props, he arranged for his team to conduct in-depth research on historical materials, striving to ensure that every prop reflected the characteristics of that era. From the magnificent crystal chandeliers and vintage wooden furniture to the crew's uniforms and various instruments and equipment on board, no detail is overlooked. He also contacted a professional prop-making company to customize a large number of special effects props to simulate various thrilling scenes when a shipwreck occurs, such as a broken ship, flying glass, and surging seawater, to ensure that the film's visual effects are stunning. With the script writing and pre-production work progressing steadily, the entire film and television company is filled with a tense yet excited atmosphere. Looking at the busy and focused figures of his team members, Shen Yu felt filled with anticipation and confidence. He knew that this film, which carried his dreams and expectations, was about to gradually become a reality from an idea, and he would lead his team to write his own glorious chapter in the world's film industry. Chapter 46 Key Personnel Announced. As the script gradually took shape, the preliminary preparations were in full swing, and finding a suitable male actor became Chen Yu and his team's top priority. In a world where men are scarce, outstanding male actors are an even scarcer resource, leading to fierce competition. Lu Hui used all his connections to inquire about promising male actors. He contacted major talent agencies, attended various actor recommendation meetings, and even personally went to art schools to scout for new talent. Although actors who have signed long-term contracts with film and television companies can also take on roles in other companies' productions, most male actors who meet the requirements of the role's image and acting skills either have a packed schedule with serious scheduling conflicts, or they propose extremely harsh cooperation conditions that far exceed their budget. Just as Chen Yu and Lu Hui were racking their brains over finding a male actor, Su Qing brought important news. She met a young actor named Shinyi at an industry gathering. Shinyi graduated from a prestigious art school. Although he has not been in the industry for long, his outstanding performances in several niche art films have made him stand out in the industry and have earned him a group of loyal fans. Upon learning this news, Shen Yu immediately asked Lu Hui to arrange a meeting with Shinyi. In a quiet cafe, Shen Yu, Lu Hui, and Shinyi sat together. Shen Yu gave Shinyi a detailed introduction to the film project, explaining the love story that transcended life and death in Titanic, as well as his understanding and expectations for the role. Shinyi was deeply attracted by this unique story, especially when he heard Chen Yu's description of the male protagonist Jack, a painter from an ordinary background who was full of free spirit and bravely pursued love. His eyes revealed a strong interest. To help Shinyi better understand the character, Chen Yu told him some classic scenes from the movie, from Jack and Lin Xiao embracing each other in the sea breeze at the bow of the ship to the two supporting each other and never abandoning each other when the shipwreck occurred. Shinyi listened intently, the moving images constantly flashing through his mind. He felt as if he were on the Titanic, becoming the brave and fearless Jack. Afterwards, Lu Hui introduced to Shinyi the company's preparations for the film, including the luxurious shooting location, the top special effects team, and the meticulously crafted props, which showed Shinyi the company's sincerity and determination for the film. Shinyi acknowledged the company's strength and the team's professionalism, but he also expressed his concerns. After all, this was his first time playing the male lead in such an important commercial blockbuster, and he worried about whether he could handle the role. Chen Yu noticed Shinyi's worries and encouraged him, saying, "I believe in your acting skills and potential. You have a unique temperament that is very suitable for the role of Jack. Moreover, we have professional screenwriters, directors, and teams who will fully support you during filming and help you portray the character well. This is not only a challenge, but also an opportunity for you to shine in the entertainment industry." After a thorough conversation, Shinyi was moved by Chen Yu's sincerity and passion for film actually, mainly because the salary was quite high, and he decided to take on the role. Both parties further discussed details such as the filming schedule and ultimately reached a cooperation agreement. After Shinyi was confirmed as the male lead, the entire film and television company was thrilled. Lu Hui immediately shared the good news with screenwriter Wang Yu and director Li Ming. They were very satisfied with Shinyi's addition to the film, believing that his image and acting skills would greatly enhance the movie. Next, Shinyi began to carefully study the script and delve into the inner world of the character Jack. He communicated with screenwriter Wang Yu many times to discuss the character's personality traits and emotional changes, striving to portray every subtle emotion of Jack vividly. At the same time, he also began physical training and special swimming training to make full preparations for filming the shipwreck scenes. With the male lead confirmed, the film's preparations have taken another big step forward. Looking at his team members' energetic demeanor, Chen Yu felt a surge of hope. He knew that as long as everyone worked together, this film would surely be a success, leaving a significant mark on the history of filmmaking worldwide. Chapter 47 officially begins filming Dreams Take Flight. After finalizing the casting of Shani as the male lead, preparations for the film Titanic entered their final sprint. All staff members were fully committed and working diligently to prepare for the start of filming. As the boss, Chunyu understands the importance of teamwork. He fully trusts his professional staff and allocates tasks reasonably, so he doesn't have to do everything himself. The filming location had already been set up. Stepping into the studio, the huge Titanic hull model seemed to have sailed out of history. The crystal chandeliers in first class are dazzling, casting light on the exquisitely carved wooden furniture, and soft carpets cover the floor, exuding luxury, while the third-class cabin, though cramped, is decorated in a warm and simple style, with old beds and simple tables and chairs, restoring the atmosphere of life in a commoner's cabin. The ship is surrounded by a simulated ocean scene. When the professional wave-making equipment is in operation, layers of waves roll and surge, and with the carefully adjusted lights, it is sometimes as bright as daytime, and sometimes dark as an approaching storm, perfectly presenting the mystery and magnificence of the Atlantic Ocean in 1912. All these achievements are inseparable from Chen Yu's early planning and the team's efficient execution. On the day of the opening ceremony, the studio was bustling with activity, with colorful ribbons fluttering and balloons hanging high. Chen Yu, Lu Hui, director Li Ming, screenwriter Wang Yu, and all the actors and staff gathered together. Chen Yu stood before the crowd, his gaze resolute, his voice booming. Today, our film officially begins shooting. This is our shared dream, and the beginning of our journey to leave our mark on the global film industry. Although the road ahead is full of challenges, I believe that with the hard work and talent of our team, we will definitely create a truly breathtaking masterpiece. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience, with everyone's eyes sparkling with anticipation and excitement. With director Li Ming's crisp and powerful action, the crew quickly entered a tense filming state. The first shot is of the Titanic slowly leaving the harbor, with passengers laughing and chatting, full of anticipation for their future journey. To film this grand scene, the crew used hundreds of extras. The costume designer carefully matched them with various retro costumes, and the props team meticulously arranged every corner of the ship, from the fluttering flags to the neatly arranged suitcases, all of which highlighted the characteristics of the era. Shani and Lin Xiao stood at the bow of the ship, the sea breeze blowing freely, tossing their hair. Their eyes met, love flowing between them, while also filled with curiosity and longing for the unknown world. Director Li Ming intently watched the monitor, not missing a single detail, and provided professional guidance at any time. Out of curiosity about filming, Chen Yu brought his girlfriend Lin Wanner, Lin Yu, and Su Yao to the studio to observe. Upon entering the studio, the three were awestruck by the grand scene before them. Lin Yu's eyes widened in amazement. Wow, this Titanic is so realistic. It feels like I've really traveled back to that era. Su Yao excitedly grabbed Chen Yu's hand, jumping up and down as she said, I really want to see the filming process soon, it must be really interesting. Lin Wanner smiled and said softly, it's truly amazing to be able to participate in and witness the birth of such a big production. Chen Yu looked at them and smiled as he explained the details of the scene setups and the challenges of filming. After filming officially began, they saw the performances of professional actors Shen Yi and Lin Xiao. Their delicate emotional expressions and natural movements were truly impressive. Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim, professional actors are just different. Their acting skills are amazing. Every look and every movement is so perfect. However, when the camera panned to the extras, the style changed abruptly. The extras' performances were bizarre and varied. Some had stiff expressions and mechanical movements, like manipulated puppets. Others overdid it with exaggerated expressions, making them particularly jarring to watch. In a simple scene involving interaction among passengers on a boat, the performances of the extras varied greatly, leaving Chen Yu and his three girlfriends exchanging bewildered glances. Su Yao couldn't help but laugh out loud. These extras are hilarious. The difference between them and the professional actors is just too great. Lin Wanner shook her head slightly and said helplessly, it seems that finding good extras is not easy. If it affects the overall effect, it will be troublesome. During a break in filming, the group tried the crew's boxed lunches. They hadn't had high expectations, but after eating them, they found that the chicken leg in the lunch was surprisingly delicious. Lin Yu took a bite, and her eyes lit up instantly. This chicken leg is so delicious. It's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It's better than what I've had in many restaurants. While wolfing down her food, Su Yao mumbled, I didn't expect the crew's boxed lunch to have such a surprise. I could eat 2 of these chicken legs. Seeing their satisfied expressions, Chen Yu smiled and picked up a chicken leg to eat, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere on set.
The actors faced numerous challenges during filming.
The shipwreck scene was arguably the highlight and most difficult part of the entire film. To create a realistic disaster atmosphere, the production team used a large number of special effects and props. Giant fans simulate howling winds, and the lights flicker, creating a sense of panic as if the apocalypse has arrived. Specially made seawater surges in from all directions, icy cold, and Shen Yi and Lin Xiao struggle to survive in it. They not only have to show the characters' fear and despair, but also maintain the fluidity and beauty of their movements to ensure their own safety. On set, lifeguards were on standby at all times, and staff members constantly monitored the actors' condition to ensure the smooth progress of filming. Although problems were inevitable during filming, the team had strong collaborative abilities. On one occasion, the filming equipment suddenly malfunctioned, causing severe stuttering in the crucial camera footage and interrupting the filming. Technicians quickly gathered around and worked against the clock to troubleshoot the problem and replace parts. General Manager Lu Hui coordinated all parties methodically while contacting equipment suppliers for technical support. Chen Yu observed quietly from the sidelines, offering suggestions when appropriate, without interfering too much in the process handled by the professionals. After several hours of effort, the equipment was finally restored to normal, and filming was able to continue. Despite encountering various difficulties, the enthusiasm and fighting spirit of the entire crew remained undiminished.
Everyone worked together to overcome one obstacle after another. As filming progressed, the basic outline of the movie gradually emerged. Chen Yu looked at the bustling scene on set and was filled with emotion. He knew that this film was not only his personal dream, but also the culmination of the entire team's hard work. He looks forward to the day the film is released, hoping it will bring the audience a stunning audio-visual feast and allow him to take a solid first step on his film career in this world. Chapter 48: Twists and Turns in Growth.
As a college student, Chen Yu had to balance his studies during the filming of the movie, so he often had to travel between the campus and the film set. Fortunately, he knew that everyone has their own expertise, so he entrusted the specific affairs of the crew to professionals like Lu Hui and Li Ming, and only went to the crew occasionally to check on the filming progress. The film crew appears to be a collective working towards a common goal, but in reality, a small underworld exists within it. The lead actors are chauffeured around by dedicated staff and have spacious and comfortable private RVs with all kinds of living facilities when they rest, while the child actors can only squeeze into small vans and can only find a random place to rest in a corner of the set. The huge disparity in treatment has given rise to many conflicts. On ordinary days, big-name actors seem to have endless glory on set, often showing off their power in front of junior actors and ordinary staff. When arranging the filming schedule, he would criticize the staff for the slightest thing that didn't suit his wishes. When acting with child actors, he would often be bossy. But they also knew in their hearts that this show of power could only be used in front of these easy targets, and they would never dare to really point the finger at the film crew. Because they understand that doing something that harms others without benefiting themselves will also damage their own interests if it affects the filming of the production. If the filming schedule is delayed and the film cannot be released on time, the investors' profits will be affected, and the actor's salary and bonuses may also be reduced.
Moreover, once a bad reputation gets out, what production team would be willing to hire him for a role in the future? As filming progressed, the crew gradually settled into a stable rhythm. However, beneath the calm surface, undercurrents were brewing.
During the filming of a scene depicting a third-class party, a key supporting actor was unexpectedly injured and unable to continue filming.
After a private investigation, the crew discovered that the accident was deliberately orchestrated.
It turned out that some members of the crew, driven by jealousy and conflict of interest, had sabotaged the supporting actor. This unexpected situation threw the entire crew into brief chaos, forcing filming to a standstill. After learning the truth about the accident, Lu Hui was deeply conflicted. On one hand, he was furious at such a heinous act, but on the other hand, he worried that if the matter were handed over to the police, the cumbersome investigation procedures would seriously affect the filming schedule and cause huge losses to the entire project. After careful consideration, Lu Hui, as the general manager, decided to suppress the incident. Lu Hui rushed to the hospital to visit the injured actor, presented him with a generous donation, and promised to make proper arrangements, which calmed the actor down.
Meanwhile, they urgently contacted other potential replacements.
Director Li Ming and screenwriter Wang Yu held an emergency meeting to assess the possibility of revising the script to reduce the character's screen time, ensuring that the overall plot's coherence and excitement would not be affected. After much effort, Lu Hui found a suitable substitute actor in one day, who was both good-looking and had good acting skills. After receiving the script, the new actor studied the character tirelessly and quickly became familiar with the plot and filming requirements. filming was able to continue, but the pressure from the delays remained constant. In order to meet the original schedule, the crew started working non-stop. Director Li Ming carefully adjusted the shooting schedule, concentrating the shooting of originally scattered scenes to reduce the time lost during transitions. The staff worked overtime to adjust equipment and set up scenes during breaks in filming. The actors also had no complaints and maintained a high level of focus and professionalism even under intense filming conditions. On the other hand, whenever Chen Yu visited the set, he would always lie comfortably on a deck chair, watching the actors film. He never interfered with the filming process, trusting the team's professional abilities. He would only occasionally exchange a few words with Lu Hui to learn about the project's progress. If Chen Yu's girlfriend did not accompany him, the company's 3 contracted actresses, Lin Xiao, Su Man, and Xia Yu, would act like sharks smelling blood. Lin Xiao carefully touched up her makeup, and during a break, she specially prepared a cup of freshly ground coffee. She walked briskly toward Chen Yu and said with a charming smile, "Mr. Chen, you're here. Try the coffee I specially made for you." Su Man would approach Chen Yu with the script in her arms, pretending to ask him questions, and would look at him with admiration from time to time. "Mr. Chen, I can never quite grasp this role. Could you give me some pointers?" Xia Yu was more direct. She would hang around Chen Yu, looking for an opportunity to sit next to him and share interesting stories from filming, trying to get his attention. As filming neared its end, the post-production team also got involved ahead of schedule. The editors began preliminary editing of the footage, searching for the best narrative rhythm among a vast amount of shot clips. Based on the pre-production filming, the special effects team began to create a variety of stunning visual effects, from the grand scene of the Titanic breaking apart and sinking to the details of people struggling in the sea, striving to achieve the ultimate realism. The composer then delved into the plot and began creating exclusive background music for the film, using notes to depict the romance of love, the cruelty of disaster, and the brilliance of humanity. However, just when everyone thought everything was going in a good direction, a new problem arose. The film's special effects production encountered technical bottlenecks, and the originally planned special effects could not be realized, which may seriously affect the film's visual presentation. The head of the special effects team reported the situation to Lu Hui with a look of anxiety. The entire team was in a predicament. Lu Hui urgently convened an emergency meeting with the special effects team, technical experts, and relevant staff to discuss solutions. At the meeting, everyone expressed their opinions and proposed various directions for exploration. After several days and nights of hard work, the special effects team finally found a way to break through the technical bottleneck. By adjusting the special effects algorithm and software parameters, they successfully achieved the expected special effects. After numerous setbacks, the film has finally completed all filming and post-production. When Chen Yu watched this work, which embodies the hard work of countless people, for the first time in its entirety, his eyes welled up with tears. From the initial creative concept to the complete film presented before us today, the journey has been full of hardships and challenges, but also yielded a wealth of growth and touching moments. He knew that this film was about to carry their dreams to a wider stage, and that he and his team would continue to forge ahead in the waves of the film and television industry. Chapter 49: The Undercurrents at the Wrap-Up Party. With filming successfully completed, Chen Yu hosted a grand wrap party at a luxury hotel to reward the entire crew. The hotel's banquet hall was decorated in a magnificent and opulent style, with dazzling crystal chandeliers casting a soft light that illuminated the sumptuous dishes and the joyful faces of the guests. The scene was filled with laughter and chatter as staff members shared anecdotes from the filming, each person basking in the joy of completing a challenging task. As the boss, Chen Yu was undoubtedly the focus of the entire event, surrounded by people who kept bringing him wine glasses to toast him and express their gratitude and respect. Unfortunately, his 3 girlfriends were unable to attend tonight due to various commitments. Lin Yu is currently attending an important art exhibition in another city. Her paintings are attracting much attention at the exhibition, and as the creator, she must participate in the entire process. An emergency occurred at Su Yao's home, and she rushed back to deal with it after receiving the news. Lin Wanner was tied up with an important school event. As one of the organizers, she was responsible for the smooth running of the event and couldn't get away. The company's 3 exclusive actresses, Lin Xiao, Su Man, and Xia Yu, all dressed up meticulously tonight. Lin Xiao wore a fitted red evening gown that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. Her fair skin glowed with a captivating luster under the lights, and her slightly wavy long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, adding to her charm. She took a deep breath, moved gracefully, and walked first to Chen Yu, holding a glass of champagne in her hand, her eyes filled with a hint of shyness and anticipation. "Mr. Chen, I am truly grateful to you for allowing me to act in this film. Without your trust, I would not have had the opportunity to take on such a meaningful role." As she spoke, she took a small sip of champagne, a slight smile playing on her lips, her gaze never leaving Chenyu. With a perfectly timed smile, Chenyu slowly raised his wine glass and gracefully clinked it against Lin Xiao's, producing a crisp and pleasant sound. He said, "Lin Xiao, everyone has witnessed your hard work. From your amazing performance during the audition to your meticulous polishing of every scene during filming, it is your own strength that has supported this role. You have a bright future ahead of you. Furthermore, as an exclusive actress signed with our company, you will definitely receive our full support for your acting career. If suitable roles become available in the future, you will be our first choice." His tone was both warm and measured, leaving no room for criticism. At this moment, Suman swayed her body and walked over with confident steps. She wore a black off-shoulder dress, exuding a cool and elegant aura with a touch of allure, while her bright red lips made her even more radiant and captivating. She moved closer to Chenyu, gently took his arm, and said in a soft voice, "Mr. Chen, you've taken such good care of us during filming. If you ever have another great project like this, please remember me." The faint scent of her perfume lingered around Chenyu as she intentionally or unintentionally moved closer to him. Chenyu remained calm and gently patted Suman's hand, which was linked with his arm. He smiled and said, "Suman, your professionalism on set is legendary. No matter how complicated the scene is, you always complete it brilliantly. The company will definitely not treat you unfairly. We've signed a contract, so we're family. If there's a good project, you'll be the first person we think of. Don't worry." After saying that, he subtly and imperceptibly released Suman's hand, naturally picked up a napkin from the table to wipe his mouth, and smoothly steered the conversation to a wonderful crying scene Suman had filmed, naturally shifting the focus of the topic. Xiaoyu skipped and hopped over to Chenyu. She was wearing a cute pink mini-skirt, exuding youthful energy, and her cheeks were slightly flushed with excitement. Holding a delicate little cake, she handed it to Chenyu. "Mr. Chen, try this, it's delicious. Do you think I've improved in this filming?" She blinked her big, watery eyes and looked at Chenyu expectantly, then playfully dipped her finger in the cream and gently smeared it on the corner of Chenyu's mouth. Chenyu laughed and reached out to ruffle Xiaoyu's hair, saying, "Little girl, you've made great progress. From being unfamiliar with the role at the beginning to being able to accurately grasp the character's emotions later on, you can surprise people in every scene. This cake looks tempting, but I'll save my appetite for later. You're also an exclusive actor for the company, and they have high hopes for you. They definitely won't forget you when suitable roles come along. Keep up the good work." As she spoke, she subtly wiped the cream from the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief, and handed Xiaoyu a tissue, saying, "Quickly wipe your hands, don't get your pretty dress dirty." As Chenyu was dealing with the three actresses, director Li Ming strode over with a wineglass in hand, his hearty laughter breaking the delicate atmosphere. "President Chen, the smooth completion of this film is all thanks to you. Come, let me toast you." Chenyu quickly turned around, smiled, clinked glasses with Li Ming, and drank it all in one gulp. Taking this opportunity, he temporarily escaped from the three actresses' encirclement and chatted with the other staff members. Lin Xiao, Suman, and Xiaoyu stood not far away, seemingly chatting casually, but their eyes kept drifting towards Chenyu, and their thoughts were written all over their faces. On the surface, the three had a harmonious relationship, but in private, ever since they competed for the movie role, they had been secretly vying for the same position and regarded each other as rivals. Lin Xiao gently stroked her red evening gown, a hint of arrogance in her eyes, and spoke first. You're all dressed up so flamboyantly today, just to show off in front of President Chen, aren't you?" Suman smiled dismissively and tossed her long hair. "Same here, aren't you the same? But do you really think you can win over President Chen?" Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes and said innocently, "Stop arguing, you're all from the same company. President Chen wouldn't like us playing tricks like this." Although she said that, a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. The three were secretly competing with each other. After Chenyu finished dealing with everyone, he found an empty seat and sat down. Lin Xiao immediately took a wineglass and walked over. "Mr. Chen, I've been having some trouble with my performance lately. Could you give me some pointers?" Lin Xiao said, leaning forward slightly, inadvertently revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Her eyes were full of expectation, but she was secretly observing Chenyu's reaction. Upon hearing this, Chenyu immediately understood. This wasn't a request for acting advice, it was clearly an attempt to be sexually harassed. He felt a surge of secret delight, but feigned composure and replied with a smile, "Lin Xiao, you've stumped me. I only have a superficial understanding of acting. If you really want guidance, you'd have to ask professional directors and seniors." Despite verbally refusing, Chenyu was already deeply tempted by Lin Xiao's alluring appearance. After all, he had set up a film and television company to make money in the entertainment industry, partly because he wanted to revive the classic films from his previous life and earn big money, but also because there were so many beautiful women in the entertainment industry. It's rare to transmigrate and be bound to a system.
Who wouldn't want to enjoy life and possess more beautiful women? This is an obsession etched into a man's bones.
Just as Lin Xiao was about to speak, Su Man swayed over and sat down in the chair next to Chen Yu, saying coquettishly, "President Chen, you can't just help Lin Xiao, you have to help me too. I've been researching new acting techniques lately, but there are some parts one just can't figure out." As she spoke, she gently took Chen Yu's arm and gave Lin Xiao a provocative look. Chen Yu was secretly overjoyed, but he still maintained his boss-like demeanor. "Su Man, I'm not much of a help with my skills. You should talk to the director more, you'll definitely benefit from it." Despite his words, he enjoyed Su Man's intimacy, thinking to himself that romantic encounters in the entertainment industry really do come quickly. Xia Yu moved gracefully to Chen Yu's side, her fingers twirling the hem of her pink miniskirt. Tilting her head, her eyes sparkled. "Mr. Chen, I've heard you have a keen eye and an exceptional understanding of characters.
During this filming, I always felt that my grasp of the character's emotions was lacking. Could you secretly give me some exclusive tips?"
As she spoke, she playfully bit her lower lip, her eyes full of coquettishness and anticipation. Chen Yu replied with a smile, "Xia Yu, you're so smart, you'll definitely have no problem figuring out the script. I really don't have any tricks up my sleeve, don't flatter me too much." But in his heart, he was thinking that these three beauties each had their own charm, and he wished he could have them all.
Just then, Chen Yu's phone rang. It was a video call from Lin Yu.
Chen Yu quickly answered, and Lin Yu's beautiful face appeared on the screen, with a lively art exhibition scene in the background. "Darling, I miss you so much," Lin Yu said with a smile, completely unaware of the strange atmosphere around Chen Yu. Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief and replied with a smile, "I missed you too."
How did the exhibition go?
While dealing with Lin Yu, he glanced at the displeasure on the faces of the three actresses out of the corner of his eye, and felt a strange sense of satisfaction. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yu noticed the strange looks from the three actresses, but he pretended to be nonchalant and said, "Sorry, it was my girlfriend calling."
Let's continue talking about acting.
Lin Xiao snorted and deliberately said, "Mr. Chen, your girlfriend is really beautiful, but we're not bad either.
Maybe we can give you a different feeling."
As she spoke, she gently stroked Chen Yu's arm. Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he almost lost control.
Suddenly, he made up his mind. With the system by his side, why should he hesitate? If he wanted to, he would put it into action. He glanced at the three of them, a meaningful smile playing on his lips, and lowered his voice, saying, "Why don't the three of you come with me to my room upstairs in the hotel after the banquet to discuss this together?" A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes, and she said first, "Okay, Mr. Chen, then we'll be waiting for you." Su Man and Xia Yu exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, and then blushed and nodded gently in agreement. Looking at the three beautiful women before him, each with their own unique charm, Chen Yu's heart raced, filled with excitement and anticipation at his impending success. Chapter 9: A Secret Rendezvous.
As the wrap party gradually subsided and guests departed, only staff remained in the banquet hall cleaning up. Taking advantage of the crowd, Chen Yu quietly approached the hotel reception and booked a deluxe suite on the top floor. The moment he received the room key, his heart raced uncontrollably, and the distinct images of Lin Xiao, Su Man, and Xia Yu flashed through his mind, filling him with an indescribable excitement. He took out his phone and sent the room numbers to the three women, then casually walked out of the hotel and waited in the nearby garden. The night breeze gently blew by, but it couldn't quell the heat in his heart. Meanwhile, after the banquet, Lin Xiao, Su Man, and Xia Yu seemingly nonchalantly followed the crowd out of the hotel. They wore hats and masks, completely concealing themselves, but their eyes betrayed a mixture of nervousness and anticipation.
After confirming that no one was watching, they secretly returned to the hotel.
Xia Yu's heartbeat was exceptionally clear in the quiet hotel corridor. She nervously clutched the hem of her clothes and whispered, "I'm still a little scared.
What if someone finds out?"
Lin Xiao glared at Xia Yu, a hint of impatience flashing across her face, and said coldly, "What are you afraid of?
We're already here. Since you accepted President Chen's invitation, do you think there's any room for backing out now? Unless you don't want to continue in this industry.
You've disguised yourself like this, who would recognize you?
Do you really think you're an international superstar?"
Xia Yu's eyes reddened slightly after being rebuked like this. She bit her lower lip and muttered softly, I'm just a little worried." Suman sighed softly, reached out and patted Xiaoyu's shoulder, comforting her, "It's okay, don't be afraid, we're here." The three of them arrived at the elevator, and as the doors slowly opened, they cautiously stepped inside. Every second the elevator ascended felt like a tug at their nerves. When the elevator doors opened on the top floor, Shenyu was already standing in the doorway waiting. Seeing the three women, he paused slightly, then gave a meaningful smile. "You're all here. Come in." An ambiguous atmosphere filled the room, the lighting dimmed and soft by Qingyu. Lin Xiao was the first to remove her mask, tossing her long hair, and said with a smile, "Mr. Chen, now you can tell us the secrets of acting, right?" Her tone was teasing, but her eyes were fixed on Chenyu. Suman also took off her mask, walked to Chenyu's side, and gently took his arm. "Yes, Mr. Chen, we can't wait any longer." Xiaoyu stood to the side, feeling somewhat uneasy. She took off her mask and whispered, "President Chen, actually, I really want to improve my acting skills." Looking at the three women before him, Chenyu felt an overwhelming surge of desire. He cleared his throat and feigned composure, saying, "Of course, since I promised you, I won't go back on my word. But acting is all about the immersive experience." As he spoke, his hand unconsciously rested on Lin Xiao's shoulder. Lin Xiao didn't dodge. Instead, she leaned into Chenyu's arms and said coquettishly, "Mr. Chen, you'll have to teach us properly." Seeing this, Suman was not to be outdone. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Chenyu's waist. "Mr. Chen, teach me first." The temperature in the room gradually rose, and the ambiguous atmosphere grew stronger. Chenyu completely lost himself in this gentle embrace, his hands wandering among the three women, enjoying the luxurious time of having them on his left and right. However, after the passion subsided, Chenyu lay on the large bed and fell into a deep sleep, completely satisfied. Chapter 50, Grand Premiere, Dreams Take Flight. Outside the window, the sky was beginning to lighten, and faint light filtered through the gaps in the heavy curtains, spilling onto the disheveled bed. Chenyu slowly awoke from the exhaustion of a hangover and indulgence, his head still throbbing, the aftereffects of the alcohol leaving him momentarily disoriented. Beside him, Lin Xiao, Suman, and Xiaoyu were still fast asleep. Their faces looked exceptionally peaceful in the morning light, a stark contrast to their alluring passion the night before. Chenyu got up quietly, afraid of waking the three people beside him. He put on a bathrobe, walked to the window, drew back the curtains, and let the cool morning light shine on his face, trying to wake himself up. Recalling everything that happened last night, he felt a mix of emotions, including a sense of satisfaction and deep worry. Just then, his phone screen lit up with a message from Linyu. "Honey, the exhibition is over. I'm going back today. I can't wait to see you." Upon seeing this message, Chenyu's heart suddenly raced, and a sense of guilt welled up inside him. He knew he had to properly handle his relationships with these three women before Linyu returned, but he had no clue how. Just as Chenyu was lost in thought, Lin Xiao's voice came from behind him. "President Chen, up so early?" Chenyu turned around and saw Lin Xiao leaning lazily against the headboard, her eyes revealing a hint of charm and satisfaction. Suman and Xiaoyu also woke up one after another, and an awkward and subtle atmosphere filled the room. Last night." Chenyu was about to speak when Lin Xiao interrupted him. "President Chen, you don't need to explain, we all understand. But please take good care of us in the future." Suman and Xiaoyu nodded gently beside him, their eyes revealing anticipation. Chenyu forced a smile. "Of course, your acting skills are all excellent, and the company will definitely focus on cultivating them in the future." Just then, Chenyu's phone rang again. This time it was a company meeting notification. He quickly said, "Excuse me, something urgent came up at the company, I have to go now. You guys should head home early too, and be careful." With that, he hurriedly packed his things and left the room filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. After Chenyu left, Lin Xiao, Suman, and Xiaoyu were discussing quietly in their hotel room. Lin Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of smugness. "Humph, now we're practically President Chen's women too. We'll have a strong backer at the company from now on." Suman frowned. "I always feel that we should be more careful about these things in the future. If his girlfriend finds out or it gets out, it won't do us any good." Xiaoyu had only been in the industry for a short time and had never experienced anything like this before, so she was completely bewildered, unsure whether what happened with President Chen would be a blessing or a curse. Meanwhile, thanks to the tireless efforts of the post-production team, the post-production of the film Titanic was finally completed. In the editing room, the editor stared intently at the computer screen, his eyes bloodshot, yet still completely focused. He repeatedly watched every shot and meticulously crafted the transitions between each shot. From the beautiful slow-motion shot of Jack and Lin Xiao embracing at the bow of the ship to the tense and rapid fast cuts when the shipwreck occurred, he handled everything perfectly, making the film's rhythm well-paced. In the special effects studio, the special effects team members are busy moving between complex code and models. To create a stunning visual spectacle, they used cutting-edge technology to meticulously render every detail. When the Titanic sank, the surging waves seemed to burst through the screen and crash into us the moment the hull broke apart. Every flying plank and the spread of every crack was vividly presented on the screen. To make the texture of the seawater more realistic, the special effects artists repeatedly adjusted the parameters to simulate the reflection and refraction of the seawater under different lighting and angles, striving to achieve the most perfect visual effect. The composer, on the other hand, locked himself in the recording studio, immersing himself in the world of music. He created a series of melodious and moving tunes based on the plot and emotional changes of the film. When Jack and Lin Shaw danced together in third class, cheerful and lively music played, overflowing with the beauty of youth and love. But when the shipwreck occurred and people fell into despair, a tragic and stirring symphony played, perfectly highlighting the cruelty of the disaster and the struggle of humanity, with every note seemingly striking straight to the heart. After production was completed, the film faced the crucial review process. Chen Yu and his team were all anxious, as this determined whether the film could be released to audiences smoothly. During the waiting period, everyone pretended to be calm on the surface, but in reality, they were all very anxious. Chen Yu paced back and forth in his office, Lu Hui kept refreshing the review progress page, and the staff were all distracted, with work efficiency noticeably declining. Fortunately, thanks to the film's high quality and positive theme, it passed the censorship smoothly in no time. At that moment, the entire company erupted in cheers and applause. Everyone hugged and cheered excitedly, feeling that all the hard work and effort they had put in over the past period had been rewarded in the best way possible. Su Qing played a key role in the film's release. Su Qing has extensive connections in the film distribution industry, and she actively communicates and coordinates with major cinema chains using these connections. She visits the heads of these chains with carefully prepared film materials and promotional plans. In order to secure ideal filming slots and high-quality screening resources, the company made some concessions, and the results were still somewhat satisfactory. After several rounds of arduous negotiations and communication, thanks to her efforts, the release of Titanic in major cinemas across the country was successfully finalized. Soon, the film's premiere was held in grand style. The premiere was star-studded, with enthusiastic fans and media reporters lining both sides of the red carpet. Chen Yu led the lead actors Shen Yi and Lin Shao, among others, onto the red carpet, amidst a flurry of camera flashes. Shen Yu, dressed in a well-tailored dark blue suit with an elegant tie, looked sharp and confident. Beside him, Lin Shao, in a white floor-length gown adorned with sparkling crystals, resembled a fairy descending to earth. She smiled and gracefully waved to fans and media. Shen Yi, dressed in a simple black suit, looked incredibly handsome, his eyes revealing both anticipation and nervousness for the film's release. The trio became the focus of attention on the red carpet, drawing numerous glances. As the audience entered the screening room, they eagerly awaited the start of the film. As the lights dimmed, the opening scene of the movie slowly appeared on the big screen. As the Titanic slowly sailed out of the harbor, melodious background music began to play. People on the harbor waved handkerchiefs to see it off, and the passengers on the ship chatted excitedly. The audience was instantly transported to that era full of romance and adventure. When Jack and Rose meet on the ship, their pure and passionate love story captivates the audience, bringing smiles to their faces. Jack and Rose revel in the third-class cabin, their laughter infectious to every viewer, and when they embrace in the sea breeze at the bow of the ship, the beautiful scene moves many viewers. When the shipwreck occurred, the tense and exciting plot and the realistic and stunning special effects made the audience hold their breath and their hearts race. Huge waves crashed against the ship, causing it to tilt gradually. People fled in panic, their screams and shouts mingling together. The realistic special effects made the audience feel as if they were on the Titanic, and many even gripped the armrests of their seats tightly in tension. Jack and Rose support each other through the chaos, and their love becomes even stronger in the face of disaster. This bond of life and death brings tears to the eyes of many viewers. After the film ended, the entire audience erupted in thunderous applause. The audience rose to their feet, showering the audience with praise. "This is the best movie I've seen all year. The love story is so touching, and the shipwreck scene is absolutely breathtaking. The special effects are amazing. I felt like I was on the Titanic," exclaimed a young female audience member. A male audience member also gave a thumbs up. Media reporters also gave the film high praise, calling it a masterpiece that combines artistic and commercial value, and believing that it will set off a movie-going frenzy in the film market. Looking at this lively scene, Chen Yu was filled with emotion. From the initial creative concept to the film's successful release and critical acclaim, the journey has been filled with hardships and challenges. He knew this was just his first step in the film industry, and there was a long road ahead. This film, Titanic, would be the first significant mark he and his team would leave on the history of world cinema. Chapter 51, Box Office and Critical Success, New Challenges Follow. The box office performance of Titanic on its opening weekend was like a lit powder keg, instantly exploding in the market. Cinemas were packed with people, screenings were sold out, long queues formed at ticket windows, and online ticketing platforms were overwhelmed by the rush of customers. In just 3 days, the box office exceeded an astonishing 200 million yuan, a figure that shocked the entire film and television industry. Online, the film's positive word of mouth spread virally. Social media was flooded with topics related to Titanic, and viewers spontaneously shared their viewing experiences on various platforms. Some people wrote long articles on Weibo, carefully analyzing the pure love between Jack and Lin Xiao, and their words were full of emotion. Others posted edited clips on Douyin, along with their own heartfelt explanations, which received tens of thousands of likes. Professional film critics have also spoken out, praising the film for not only reaching the top level in the industry in terms of visual effects, but also far surpassing similar works in terms of the depth of the plot and the emotional resonance, believing that it has the potential to become a classic in film history. Chen Yu's film and television company was suddenly inundated with business opportunities, with collaboration offers pouring in like snowflakes. Major brands, attracted by the film's immense popularity, are eager to collaborate with it, with partnerships spanning various sectors from fashion brands to restaurants. Film industry peers have also extended olive branches, with some wanting to discuss sequel filming and others hoping to collaborate with Chen Yu's team on projects to jointly develop new film and television projects. However, amidst this prosperous scene, General Manager Lu Hui keenly sensed that as the company's reputation grew and its business expanded, problems gradually emerged in the existing team structure and management model. The efficiency of internal communication and collaboration within the company began to decline, and information gaps frequently occurred between different departments, leading to poor work coordination. For example, when the publicity department develops a new publicity plan, it may fail to keep track of the production department's progress, resulting in the publicity content being out of touch with the actual highlights of the film and thus greatly diminishing its effectiveness. The talent shortage is becoming increasingly prominent. With the increase in business volume, the company urgently needs more core talents such as professional screenwriters, directors, and special effects artists, but the current recruitment channels and training system cannot meet the rapidly growing demand. At the same time, some long-term employees showed signs of burnout when faced with a sudden increase in workload and higher work requirements, and their work enthusiasm declined significantly. With these concerns in mind, Lu Hui hurriedly went to Chen Yu's office to report the situation. He knocked on the door, and after receiving permission, he pushed it open and entered, only to find Lin Xiao already in the office, her face flushed and her clothes somewhat disheveled. Lu Hui was shocked and instantly realized that the relationship between the two was not simple. He thought to himself that Lin Xiao was probably not someone to be trifled with. When Lin Xiao saw Lu Hui enter, she greeted him with a perfectly timed smile. "Mr. Lu, it's been a long time." Lu Hui responded politely, then quickly shifted his attention to Chen Yu and began to seriously explain the company's current problems to Chen Yu. "President Chen, the huge success of Titanic has brought us unprecedented opportunities, but the hidden dangers within the company cannot be ignored. The team structure needs to be optimized quickly. Communication and collaboration between departments are inefficient. There's also a growing talent shortage, and veteran employees are starting to become complacent. These issues need to be addressed promptly, otherwise they will affect the company's future development." Chen Yu listened to Lu Hui's report and nodded repeatedly. He always adhered to the principle that professional matters should be handled by professionals, and immediately said, "Lu Hui, since you see things so clearly, then go ahead and do it. You will take the lead in developing the relevant rectification plan and implementation plan. If there are any resources that need to be coordinated, just let us know. We must resolve these issues as soon as possible." Having received Chen Yu's authorization, Lu Hui felt more confident. He discussed some details with Chen Yu, then got up to take his leave. After Lu Hui left the office, Chen Yu's expression darkened slightly, and he said to Lin Xiao with a hint of reproach, "You even came here during work hours. Do you want the whole company to know about our relationship? The company is at a critical time right now. If bad rumors get out, it won't have a good impact." Lin Xiao, however, didn't take it seriously. She walked gracefully to Chen Yu's side, wrapped her arms around his neck, and said coquettishly, "I just missed you, and I knew you worked so hard, so I wanted to help you relax. That's why I couldn't help but come over. Mr. Chen, please don't be angry." As she spoke, she gently rubbed Chen Yu's cheek. She paused, then winked playfully and added, "You were so happy when we were helping Mr. Chen relax, how come you're blaming him now that it's all over?"
Chen Yu was both amused and annoyed. He patted Lin Zhao's shapely buttocks helplessly and urged, all right, stop being so cheeky. Let's get out of here quickly, or it'll be troublesome if someone sees us. Lin Zhao reluctantly let go, straightened her clothes, gave Chen Yu a flirtatious wink, and turned to leave the office. Chen Yu watched her departing figure, rubbed his temples, and knew that he had to carefully maintain a balance between his relationship and career, otherwise he might lose everything. Chapter 52 Box Office Soars, Industry Shakes. As time quietly passed, the word-of-mouth reputation of Titanic snowballed, and the film's popularity continued to rise through word of mouth among audiences. At the same time, Chen Yu's film company increased its publicity efforts, placing huge posters in the core business districts of major cities, and covering subway stations and bus stops with promotional materials for the film. Online promotion was also in full swing, with highlights and behind-the-scenes footage frequently appearing on trending lists on short video platforms, keeping the topic consistently popular. This series of promotional tactics proved highly effective, and box office revenue began to show an astonishing explosive growth. The already difficult situation of tickets being hard to come by has become even more serious, with many viewers willing to queue for hours in advance at the cinema in order to buy a movie ticket. Some popular screenings sold out within minutes of tickets going on sale, and the cinema's ticketing system experienced several brief outages due to excessive traffic. Larger cinemas also keenly recognized the film's popularity and proactively increased their screening schedules. High-end cinemas with giant screens and luxurious viewing facilities not only increased the number of screenings per day, but also prioritized prime-time slots for Titanic. Some cinemas even adjusted their schedules for other films to accommodate the audience's fervent demand for this movie. With such strong momentum, the film's box office soared. In its second week of release, the box office surpassed 1.2 billion yuan, directly breaking the record for the highest single-week box office this year. In its third week, it broke through the 3 billion mark with tremendous force, becoming the undisputed box office king of the year. Its rapid growth in box office revenue shocked the entire film industry. Major film and television media outlets reported this phenomenal event on their front pages, with headlines such as Titanic Box Office Miracle and The Birth of a Phenomenal Film frequently appearing on various news platforms. Meanwhile, Titanic also sparked a viewing frenzy in overseas markets. Upon its release abroad, the film quickly garnered attention, and its box office performance also exploded. In North America, audiences were captivated by the film's cross-class love story and stunning disaster scenes, and the weekend box office easily surpassed $10 million. In the European market, the film's unique Eastern perspective and delicate emotional expression have made it popular in both art-house and commercial cinemas, resulting in soaring box office returns. In other Asian countries and regions, the film attracted a large number of viewers to theaters thanks to its broad cultural resonance. Industry professionals couldn't resist making predictions about the film's final box office performance. Renowned box office analyst Li Yang stated at a professional forum, based on the current box office trends and market enthusiasm of Titanic both domestically and internationally, and assuming stable subsequent screenings, its total box office is highly likely to reach the 5 billion yuan mark. This film has not only achieved tremendous commercial success but has also provided new ideas and directions for the development of the film and television industry. Renowned film critic Wang Lin also wrote in her column, Titanic has successfully captured the hearts of audiences worldwide with its unique plot, stunning special effects and accurate market positioning. Judging from the current trend, a box office of 5 billion is not out of reach. Within the film and television industry, competitors are casting envious glances their way. Colleagues organized internal screenings to deeply analyze the reasons for the film's success and try to learn from it. Some industry insiders who were initially hesitant about Chen Yu's team have begun to actively seek cooperation opportunities, hoping to catch this rapidly advancing train to success. The film's huge success boosted the fame of its lead actors and several outstanding supporting actors. Lin Zhao, as the female lead in the movie, has recently seen her popularity skyrocket, rivaling that of top-tier actresses. Various events, endorsements, and film offers have poured in, making her incredibly successful. At the company, she was so out of control that she didn't even know who she was. The company arranged group training courses, but Lin Zhao felt that she was already a big star, and these basic courses were a waste of time for her. Not only was she late, but she also played on her phone and chatted with the people next to her in class, completely disregarding the training instructors. When the teacher gave her a slight reminder, she rolled her eyes and said impatiently, "Do you know how busy I am right now? I'm already grateful that I can come, and you're still interfering with everything." Because Lin Zhao was the first rising star the company promoted, and now she's become the company's cash cow, she inevitably receives various preferential treatments from the company's upper management. Therefore, even the training instructors are helpless against her. Actresses Xiaoyu and Su Man, who joined the company at the same time as her, felt extremely resentful seeing Lin Xiao's various actions. Su Man and Xiaoyu frequently went to Chen Yu to complain, each time with tears streaming down their faces, lamenting how Lin Xiao bullied them at work, stole their job opportunities, and squeezed their career development. To resolve the issue, Chen Yu called Lin Xiao into his office alone. "Lin Xiao, your recent behavior has been somewhat inappropriate. The company is a collective, everyone must follow the rules," Chen Yu said earnestly. Lin Xiao sat down next to Chen Yu coquettishly, pulling on his arm and saying, "Mr. Chen, I know I was wrong. I've just been too busy and tired lately, and a bit upset. Don't worry, I'll definitely be more careful in the future." Seeing Lin Xiao's pitiful appearance, Chen Yu's heart softened. After giving her a few more words of advice, he let her leave. However, a few days later, Lin Xiao reverted to her old ways. Furthermore, whenever Lin Xiao and Chen Yu were intimate, she always managed to make Chen Yu very happy with her skillful techniques and plenty of charm. Sometimes, she would even sneak into Chen Yu's office on her way to work to help him relax in a private space. This made Chen Yu even more infatuated with her. Even though he was aware of Lin Xiao's problems, he couldn't bring himself to strictly control and manage her. This series of internal conflicts within the company caused Chen Yu and the management team a great deal of headaches. On the one hand, they need to appease Lin Xiao and prevent her from affecting the company's normal operations. On the other hand, they need to quell the dissatisfaction of Xiaoyu, Su Man, and others, balance the internal relationships within the company, and prevent the conflict from escalating further and affecting the company's future development. After much deliberation, Chen Yu decided to launch a new project as soon as possible to divert everyone's attention and prevent them from idly scheming against each other all day. Relying on his vivid memories of Stephen Chow's version of A Chinese Odyssey from his previous life, Chen Yu spent several days working day and night to compile and write down those classic scenes and dialogues. He felt as if he had returned to the time when he first watched this movie, and those scenes that made him laugh out loud and made him feel sad kept appearing in his mind. After completing the first draft, Chen Yu handed the manuscript, which was the culmination of his hard work, to the company's professional screenwriters, saying, "This is the story framework and core content of A Chinese Odyssey that I have compiled. You can continue to revise and improve it on this basis, and turn it into a complete movie script that is suitable for the big screen. While retaining the classic elements, you should add innovative elements to make it more in line with the tastes of today's audiences." The writing team received the weighty manuscript and immediately threw themselves into their work. They were impressed by the content Chen Yu had compiled and felt the enormous potential of the project. The following day, Chen Yu urgently convened a project preparation meeting. At the meeting, Chen Yu passionately stated, "As everyone knows, our company achieved tremendous success with Titanic, but we cannot rest on our laurels. After company research, it has been decided that we will soon launch a new project, A Chinese Odyssey. I hope everyone will actively participate and dedicate their energy to this new project." After the meeting, Chen Yu spoke separately with Lin Xiao, Su Man, and Xiaoyu. He said to Lin Xiao, "There's a role in the new project that's perfect for you. If you perform well, your future is limitless. But you need to control your temper and cooperate well with everyone." Upon hearing about the good role, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, and she quickly agreed, "President Chen, don't worry, I will definitely do my best for this role." Facing Su Man and Xiaoyu, Chen Yu said, "This project is also a great opportunity for you, and I hope you can seize it. Stop dwelling on the past and focus on improving your acting skills and completing the project. As long as you work hard, the company will give you the rewards you deserve." Su Man and Xiaoyu exchanged a glance, both seeing the expectation in each other's eyes, and nodded to indicate that they would do their best. As preparations for the new project gradually unfolded, the atmosphere within the company underwent a significant change. Everyone got busy, brainstorming and preparing for the new drama, and the previous infighting was gradually forgotten. Looking at the busy yet orderly company, Chen Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 53: Joyful Victory Celebration. Amidst the resounding success of Titanic at the box office and its critical acclaim both domestically and internationally, Chen Yu decided to hold a grand internal celebration party for the team. He carefully selected a picturesque resort as the location for the celebration. It was far from the hustle and bustle of the city, surrounded by green mountains, shady trees, and fresh, pleasant air. The resort was decorated with a festive atmosphere, with colorful balloons hanging in every corner and a huge banner that read "Titanic Victory Celebration" fluttering in the wind. On the evening of the celebration, all employees arrived at the resort in high spirits by bus. Since most of the company's employees are women, the entrance to the resort has become a fashion show, with female employees dressed in all kinds of beautiful dresses, their makeup exquisite, and laughter echoing in the air.
As soon as Chun Yu appeared, he was surrounded by a group of beautiful women.
President Chen, this movie's huge success is all thanks to your brilliant leadership. From project planning to investment, you single-handedly took on everything. If it weren't for the company's exclusive investment, there wouldn't be this blockbuster film. Xiao Mei from the marketing department said with her big, watery eyes full of admiration. Yes, Mr. Chen, you're amazing.
It took such courage to decide to make the exclusive investment. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to participate in such a successful project, Xiaolin from the publicity department chimed in, her eyes full of admiration. Chen Yu waved his hand with a smile, don't just praise me, everyone. This is the credit of our whole team.
We couldn't have done it without anyone.
Although he said that, he was still very happy to be surrounded and praised by so many female employees. Afterwards, everyone arrived at the resort's banquet hall, which was brightly lit and filled with a sumptuous feast and fine wines. Standing on the stage, Chen Yu looked at the familiar and excited faces below the stage, his heart filled with emotion. He raised the microphone, his voice loud and full of emotion. This film, Titanic, is exclusively invested in by our company. From preparation to release, every step has been difficult.
Everyone has put in so much effort along the way.
From project preparation to filming, post-production, and promotion and distribution, every step requires your hard work.
The success of Titanic is an honor for our entire team.
Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience, and the female employees screamed excitedly. As the banquet reached its climax, someone started shouting, President Chen, let's have one.
President Chen, let's have one. Everyone responded enthusiastically, and the calls grew louder and louder.
Unable to refuse, Chun Yu took the microphone and chose a classic old song. The music started, and Chun Yu began to sing, but he was clearly off key after only a few lines. His voice fluctuated wildly, the rhythm was completely off, and in some places it even cracked. But the female employees in the audience seemed not to hear it and continued to cheer wildly.
Wow, Mr. Chen's singing is so unique and charming. Xiao Xian, a lively intern, exclaimed. That's right.
President Chen's singing is full of love for our company, even better than professional singers. Sister Zhang from the finance department chimed in, her face beaming with enthusiasm. After finishing his song, Chen Yu smiled somewhat embarrassedly, I've made a fool of myself. But the applause and cheers from the audience grew louder and louder. The female employees stood up and applauded him, and some even whistled, as if he had just given a top-notch concert. Afterwards, Director Li Ming went on stage to share unforgettable moments from the filming. His eyes were slightly red as he recounted how, during the filming of the shipwreck scene, the crew worked continuously for several days and nights without complaint, all with the sole aim of presenting the most stunning visual effects. Lead actors Shani and Lin Xiao also went on stage to express their gratitude to the team.
Shani said excitedly, it is everyone's professionalism and enthusiasm that allowed me to fully immerse myself in the role. The success of this film belongs to everyone.
Lin Xiao said with emotion, here, I feel a warm and powerful family. I hope we can create more wonderful things together in the future. After the banquet, everyone went to the outdoor lawn of the resort, where a bonfire was lit, and everyone sat together, singing and dancing. The female employees joined hands and danced joyfully around the bonfire, their light skirts swaying with their movements, like blooming flowers. Chun Yu joined in, laughing and singing with the employees, fully enjoying this rare moment of relaxation. As night deepened, the celebration party drew to a close, but the employees' enthusiasm remained high. Everyone took a group photo to commemorate this unforgettable moment and look forward to the next glorious occasion. Standing on the lawn, Chen Yu gazed at the lively scene, his heart filled with anticipation for the future.
He believed that the company's tomorrow would be even brighter. Chapter 54 Ascending the Throne.
The popularity of Titanic remained high in the days that followed, and the box office figures continued to climb. Even though the film has been showing for quite some time, theaters are still packed every time, and the audience's enthusiasm remains undiminished. As the popularity of other films released at the same time gradually faded, Titanic unsurprisingly secured its position as the year's box office champion. Domestic box office soared to 5.5 billion yuan, while overseas box office also performed exceptionally well, earning 2.4 billion yuan.
Including overseas box office, the total box office reached 7.9 billion yuan, a result that far exceeded the initial estimates of industry professionals. The announcement of this news immediately caused a huge uproar in the entire film and television industry.
Major media outlets reported this feat on their front pages, with headlines such as Titanic creates box office legend and reaches the top of the year and a new legend is born in the film industry flooding the media.
Industry peers sent congratulatory messages one after another.
On the surface, they were congratulating him, but in reality, they had mixed feelings. They envied the success of Chen Yu's team, but also secretly admired their vision and strength. As a result, Chen Yu's Xingyao Film and Television Company has become the focus of the industry. The company's reputation and influence have grown exponentially, attracting the attention of countless industry elites. Many young screenwriters, directors, actors, and film and television professionals with dreams of success have submitted their resumes, eager to join this team that creates miracles. The company's phone lines were overwhelmed with job inquiries, and the inbox was flooded with job applications every day. At the same time, various business cooperation invitations came in like snowflakes. Internationally renowned brands have actively sought collaborations, hoping to leverage the film's popularity to launch co-branded products, ranging from clothing and accessories to various merchandise. Major video platforms have also extended olive branches, vying for the online streaming rights to the films, with each offering more tempting prices than the last, and even engaging in fierce bidding wars to win the rights. Some foreign film and television production companies have even expressed their intention to remake the film, hoping to bring the story of Titanic to the big screen in other countries from a different cultural perspective, and have put forward various cooperation plans in generous conditions. Faced with this sudden and enormous success and numerous temptations, Chen Yu and his team were not blinded by it. At a company-wide meeting, Chen Yu said solemnly, "This success is an opportunity for us, but also a huge challenge.
We cannot be misled by our current achievements. We must calmly consider the company's future development direction."
The team members nodded in agreement. After intense discussions, the company decided to carefully screen cooperation projects to ensure that each cooperation would bring long-term benefits and development to the company. The company conducted in-depth investigations and evaluations of the reputation, strength, and prospects of the cooperation projects of the partners. On the other hand, we have increased our efforts in attracting and cultivating talent, optimized the company's internal talent structure, and formulated a series of talent development plans and incentive mechanisms to attract more outstanding talent to join the company. As the script writing for A Chinese Odyssey gradually improved, news about casting for the film quietly spread within the company. Considering the significance of this casting process and its complexity, Chen Yu decided to proceed with the casting process simultaneously, as starting early would allow more time to find the most suitable actors and give them more time to understand their roles. Chen Yu and the directing team compiled a long list of candidates and extended invitations to many outstanding actors, hoping to assemble a strong cast. Upon learning this, Lin Xiao rushed into Chen Yu's office immediately. She said coquettishly, "Mr. Chen, look at Zixia Fairy in A Chinese Odyssey. Her personality and temperament are simply tailor-made for me.
Moreover, with my current popularity, playing Zixia Fairy will definitely attract a large audience, and the box office is absolutely guaranteed."
Chen Yu looked at Lin Xiao, feeling both helpless and somewhat tempted.
Lin Xiao was indeed the company's leading lady, enjoying immense popularity.
Having her play Zixia Fairy would definitely save a lot of effort in promotion.
However, he was also worried that Lin Xiao's temper and attitude might affect the atmosphere of the entire crew.
Before Chen Yu could respond, Su Man and Xia Yu arrived together.
Su Man spoke first. "President Chen, we also want to try for the role of Zixia Fairy.
We've been working hard to improve our acting skills, all for the chance to play an important role. Besides, we're younger and can better showcase the youthful energy of Zixia Fairy."
Xia Yu chimed in, "Yes, Mr. Chen, please give us a chance. We will definitely not let you down."
Faced with the requests of the three women, Chen Yu felt extremely conflicted. He knew that casting was not only related to the actor's personal development, but also to the success or failure of the film. So he decided to hold a public audition so that all talented actors could have a chance to compete. On the day of the audition, the company's conference room was filled with actors who came to audition. Lin Xiao, Su Man, and Xia Yu were all meticulously prepared. They changed into Zixia Fairy costumes and put on exquisite makeup, each of them looking ethereal. Lin Xiao was the first to go on stage for her audition. Her portrayal of Zixia Fairy was full of confidence and domineering presence, and she exuded the demeanor of a big star in every gesture. However, the expression of emotions was somewhat stiff, failing to fully convey Zixia Fairy's persistence and deep affection for love. Su Man's performance was more nuanced, perfectly capturing Zixia Fairy's shyness, stubbornness, and longing for love. However, her stage presence was relatively weak, and she seemed somewhat overwhelmed in some of the larger scenes. Xia Yu's performance was more lively. Her eyes were full of spirit, perfectly capturing the mischievousness of Fairy Zixia. However, there were some shortcomings in her delivery of the lines, with some parts of her pronunciation not being clear enough. After the audition, Chen Yu and the director, producer, and other key members of the production team engaged in a heated discussion. Everyone shared their opinions and conducted in-depth analysis and evaluation of each actor's performance. Ultimately, Chen Yu made a decision after considering all factors. He called Lin Xiao, Su Man, and Xiaoyu back to his office and said, after careful consideration, we have decided to cast Lin Xiao as Zixia Fairy. Lin Xiao, you have advantages in both popularity and acting skills, but you must remember that this is a very important role. You must put aside your temper, take every scene seriously, and cooperate well with the other members of the crew. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao excitedly hugged Chen Yu and kissed him hard on the cheek. Then she nodded quickly and said, President Chen, don't worry, I will do my best this time and live up to your trust. Chen Yu then said to Su Man and Xiaoyu, Su Man, Xiaoyu, although you didn't get the role of Zixia Fairy, the production team has other important roles that are suitable for you. I hope you won't be discouraged, continue to work hard, and show your strength in the new roles. Su Man and Xiaoyu were mentally prepared when they heard that Lin Xiao would be playing Zixia Fairy. They knew they couldn't compete with Lin Xiao. She was not only the company's most popular actress, but also more adept at winning over the boss, Chen Yu, and was therefore especially favored. Although they reluctantly accepted reality, the two still harbored some resentment towards Lin Xiao in private. Chapter 55. The male lead is hard to find. Chapter 55. Finding a male lead is difficult. The news that Xingyao Film Company plans to invest 120 million yuan to prepare for the new film A Chinese Odyssey was like a bombshell, causing a huge stir in the film and television industry. The media focused on the project, with reports covering it extensively. Industry insiders and movie fans alike were full of anticipation, speculating on how Chen Yu would reshape this classic work. However, amidst widespread optimism, Chen Yu and his team were blocked by a huge obstacle. The casting of the key role of Sun Wukong became a massive problem standing in their way. Chen Yu's definition of Sun Wukong is extremely rigorous. He has a very clear and unique vision for the character. In his view, Sun Wukong not only needs to fit the audience's imagination of the Monkey King in appearance, possessing a lively temperament and agile figure, but also needs to have a profound foundation in acting skills. The performance accurately portrays Sun Wukong's journey from the stone monkey born from heaven and earth, to his unrestrained arrogance and rebelliousness during his havoc in the heavenly palace, and finally to his growth and transformation on his journey to the west, capturing the complex emotions and inner struggles of each stage. In order to find the most suitable candidate, the casting team launched a near-comprehensive search. They traveled to various film and television bases and performing arts schools, carefully selecting from a vast amount of actor information and tirelessly organizing auditions. He auditioned dozens of actors, but these actors either lacked something in a certain aspect or were very different from the image of Sun Wukong in Chen Yu's mind. There is a middle-aged actor who is somewhat well known in the industry and is known for his solid acting skills. On the day of the audition, he wore a simple Sun Wukong costume and performed his movements and lines smoothly and naturally. However, in Chen Yu's eyes, his performance was too composed. Every move he made carried the sophistication and maturity of an adult, lacking the natural liveliness and fresh curiosity of Sun Wukong. He was like a performer bound by a predetermined framework, unable to break free from those invisible shackles. There is also a young new actor who bears a resemblance to Sun Wukong in appearance, with a lithe figure and a clever look in his eyes. During the audition, he was full of passion and tried his best to do every action perfectly. However, when it came to the subtleties of emotional expression, such as Sun Wukong's complex love for Zixia Fairy, he seemed powerless. The performance was superficial, failing to reveal the character's inner tenderness and inner turmoil, making the character seem thin and empty. As preparations progressed, other aspects such as script polishing, communication with the special effects team, and set and prop design were all proceeding steadily. However, the lack of a male lead was like a thorn in the side of Chen Yu and his team members. Some dissenting voices began to emerge within the company. Some anxiously suggested, why don't we lower the standards a bit and secure an actor first? Otherwise, if the project keeps dragging on, the losses will be huge. But Chen Yu was adamant. He said firmly, Sun Wukong is the soul of this movie. We can't just make do with him because we're in a rush. I'd rather spend more time to find the person who can bring Sun Wukong to life. In order to break through the current predicament, Chen Yu decided to further expand the scope of casting and set his sights on the overseas market. He arranged for his casting team to contact several internationally renowned talent agencies, explaining the role requirements in detail and requesting them to recommend suitable actors. Meanwhile, the team also posted casting calls on major international entertainment platforms, casting a wide net in hopes of finding the unknown Monkey King worldwide. Furthermore, Chen Yu launched a global casting call online, leveraging the power of social media to encourage talented and ambitious actors worldwide to apply for roles. As soon as the event was announced, it attracted a lot of attention, and every day a large number of audition videos flooded into Xingyao Film and Television Company's inbox. However, as the number of videos increased, the screening process became increasingly difficult. The actors from all over the world had very different styles. Some were exaggerated and unrestrained, while others were reserved and introverted. But without exception, none of them met Chen Yu's standard. No one could catch his eye and make him feel certain that this is the one. During this difficult process, Xingyao Film and Television Company also faced enormous pressure from the outside world. Competitors are waiting to see Chen Yu stumble on this difficult problem. Some media outlets have also begun to voice their doubts, believing that Chen Yu is too persistent and picky, which may lead to a deadlock or even the abortion of the project. But these negative voices did not shake Chen Yu's determination. He buried himself in actor information and audition videos all day long, comparing and analyzing them repeatedly, his eyes full of determination and persistence. He firmly believes that as long as he perseveres, the actor who can perfectly portray Sun Wukong will surely be waiting somewhere to meet a Chinese Odyssey. What he needs to do is find him and work together to create the brilliance of this film. Chapter 56: A Shocking Encounter on Campus, Wuhan-san. To prepare for A Chinese Odyssey, Chen Yu has been extremely busy lately, and has even fallen behind in his school classes. That day, he finally managed to find time to go back to school for class, and on the way, he was still thinking about finding the male lead, his mind full of worries. Walking along the familiar tree-lined paths of the campus, surrounded by scantily clad, youthful and beautiful female students, Chen Yu had no interest in appreciating them. Suddenly, the sound of girls laughing and joking broke his reverie. He subconsciously looked up and saw 5 stylishly dressed girls surrounding a boy as they walked towards them. The boy was dressed in trendy clothes, with the collar of his shirt casually open, revealing a unique t-shirt underneath. Her slightly wavy hair was wildly flowing, and every step she took looked like she was walking a catwalk. He casually put his hands in his pockets, and his walking posture was truly unique. He took large, exaggerated strides, his shoulders shrugged, his head swayed back and forth, his nostrils practically pointing to the sky, and his face wore an extremely arrogant and nonchalant expression, as if the entire campus was his private domain and everyone around him was merely his foil. The moment Chen Yu saw him, he stopped abruptly, his eyes widened, and he was completely stunned. This boy's face is exactly the same as Stephen Chow, the star of A Chinese Odyssey, who is famous for his nonsensical comedies, in Chen Yu's memory. Whether it's his signature thick eyebrows and big eyes, or the slightly crooked curve of his mouth when he smiles, he looks exactly like he stepped out of a movie. Chen Yu's heart pounded wildly, like a drum, and a strong premonition surged into his heart. Could it be that the Monkey King he had been searching for so long was right in front of him? He didn't care about anything else, and quickly walked over to meet Wuhan-san, stopping a few steps away with a warm smile on his face. He said eagerly yet politely, "Hello, classmate. My name is Chen Yu, and I'm from Xingyao Film and Television Company. We're currently preparing for our new movie, A Chinese Odyssey." Upon hearing this, Wuhan-san's previously nonchalant gaze flashed with surprise, and he stopped in his tracks. He squinted at Chen Yu from head to toe, a disdainful sneer on his lips, as if he were looking at a strange, inexplicable person. Before he could even speak, the girls next to him started chattering amongst themselves. Ignoring all that, Chen Yu continued, "I was truly shocked when I saw you just now. You look exactly like the Monkey King I imagined in A Chinese Odyssey. We've been searching for an actor for this role for a long time, and your image and temperament are perfect for it. Are you interested in giving it a try?" Upon hearing this, Wuhan-san's face showed an expression of disbelief, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, and he threw his head back and burst into laughter. The laughter was full of sarcasm. "Are you kidding me? Acting? Just because you say so, I have to go? Who do you think you are? I don't have time to play these ridiculous tricks with you. I'm busy enjoying my campus life with my girlfriends." After saying that, he deliberately put his arm around the shoulder of a girl next to him and prepared to leave triumphantly. Chen Yu's heart tightened, and he quickly took a step forward, saying urgently, "Classmate, don't be so quick to refuse. This is really a rare opportunity, you won't regret it if you take a look. Have you heard of our company's previous film, Titanic? We've also invested heavily in A Chinese Odyssey, and we'll definitely put our heart and soul into it." Upon hearing the words Titanic, Wuhan-san paused slightly, the mockery on his face fading a bit, but he still maintained his arrogance. "So what if it's Titanic? What does it have to do with me? Do you think I'd be interested in that?" Although he said this, a hint of wavering was clearly visible in his eyes. Seeing this, Chen Yu knew he had a chance, so he quickly took out his phone and said with a smile, "How about this, classmate, you leave me your contact information first. If you change your mind, you can contact me anytime. Even if it doesn't work out in the end, it's good to make a friend, and maybe there will be other opportunities for cooperation in the future." Hu Hansan hesitated for a moment, thinking that there was no harm in leaving a phone number and it would make him seem generous, so he snatched Chen Yu's phone, casually entered his own number, and then threw the phone back to Chen Yu. He snorted through his nose, "Fine, consider it making a new friend, but I might not necessarily contact you." After saying that, he led the girls away, leaving Chen Yu standing there, looking at the newly saved contacts on his phone, his heart filled with renewed hope. He felt that Hu Hansan, whom he had met by chance on campus, might really be the Monkey King who could make A Chinese Odyssey shine. Chapter 57 In-Depth Exploration. Hu Hansan led a group of girls away, while Chen Yu stood still, his gaze following Hu Hansan's retreating figure. He was certain that this special boy might be the Monkey King he had been searching for. In a world where women are the vast majority and men are few and far between, a man with a strong personality like Hu Hansan stands out even more, which makes Chen Yu feel that he is even more suitable for the role. In order to gain a deeper understanding of Hu Hansan, Chen Yu decided to conduct an investigation on campus. Chen Yu went straight to the school's club activity room to find his friend Li Ming. Li Ming was known as an all-knowing man at school, having a thorough understanding of the people and events on campus. Given that there weren't many boys in this world, finding out about Hu Hansan shouldn't be difficult. Chen Yu eagerly pushed open the door to the activity room. Li Ming was sitting with several girls, discussing club activities. Seeing Chen Yu rush in, Li Ming looked surprised. "Chen Yu, what brings you here? Aren't you busy preparing for the movie?" Chen Yu didn't bother with formalities and said directly, "Li Ming, please help me out. I just ran into a guy on the tree-lined path on campus. He's really eye-catching. He's surrounded by a group of girls, with his hands in his pockets, and he's walking around like a swagger. Do you know him?" As he spoke, Chen Yu even imitated Hu Hansan's arrogant manner, swaying his shoulders and tilting his head back in an exaggerated way. Li Ming was taken aback at first, then suddenly realized and said with a smile, "Who else could it be? It must be him. Hu Hansan. There aren't many boys in our school who are as flamboyant as him. Hu Hansan comes from a wealthy family and has always been high profile at school. He's never short of girls around him." Chen Yu's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "What are his hobbies? Does he have any acting experience?" Li Ming pondered for a moment and said, "He just likes excitement and often organizes gatherings. I haven't heard of any acting experience, but he especially loves to show off. He always makes exaggerated gestures and expressions in front of his classmates, making everyone laugh. He really has the flair for acting." A glimmer of hope ignited in Chen Yu's heart, and he asked, "What's his personality really like? Is he really as arrogant as he seems?" Li Ming's expression turned serious. "Actually, he's just very proud and cares a lot about his image. There are few men in this world, so everyone fawns over him, which makes him even more aloof. But I've heard that he's actually quite sensitive. His family has high expectations of him, which puts a lot of pressure on him, so he deliberately acts rebellious." After leaving the club activity room, Chen Yu went to Hu Hansan's class. He inquired with Hu Hansan's classmates. A girl wearing glasses recalled, Hu Hansan was quite restless in class, always interrupting the teacher, but he had novel ideas that sometimes made the teacher laugh. He also loved to imitate celebrities and did it very well. Another girl added, "Don't let his arrogant demeanor fool you, he's actually a nice guy. Last time, when a girl wasn't feeling well, he offered to take her to the infirmary. Even though he kept saying, 'What a hassle,' he was still very considerate." Through extensive inquiries, Chen Yu gained a more comprehensive understanding of Hu Hansan. He discovered that although Hu Hansan appeared arrogant and rebellious on the surface, he was full of passion and creativity, as well as performing talent and potential. Chen Yu firmly believes that, with proper guidance, Hu Hansan can become a unique Sun Wukong in A Chinese Odyssey. Chen Yu decided to take the initiative and contact Hu Hansan again. This time, he wanted to be fully sincere and prepared, to show Hu Hansan the charm of A Chinese Odyssey and the infinite potential hidden within him. Chapter 58 A Sincere Invitation. After finishing his investigation, Chen Yu couldn't wait to dial Hu Hansan's number. Hu Hansan's nonchalant voice came from the other end of the line. "Hello? Who is it?" Chen Yu took a deep breath and tried to make his tone sound warm and sincere. "Hu Hansan, I am Chen Yu. We met on campus a few days ago. I'm the one who talked to you about A Chinese Odyssey. Hu Hansan recognized Chen Yu's voice and said with a hint of teasing, "Oh, it's you.
What, still thinking about getting me to act? Chun Yu quickly replied, that's right. After getting to know you these past few days, I'm even more certain that you're the person I'm looking for. Don't rush to refuse, I'd like to discuss this project with you in detail. How about we find a place to meet? Hu Hansan hesitated for a moment, but then thought that since he had nothing better to do, he might as well go and listen, so he agreed. The two arranged to meet at a quiet coffee shop near the school. Chen Yu arrived at the coffee shop early, having meticulously prepared the script outline and concept art for A Chinese Odyssey, as well as materials on previous works by Xingyao Film and Television Company, eagerly anticipating Hu Hansen's arrival. After a while, Hu Hansan walked into the coffee shop with his hands in his pockets. He casually sat down opposite Chen Yu, glanced at the documents on the table, and said, "All right, go ahead and tell me what you're thinking." Seeing this, Chen Yu began to speak eloquently. He first gave a detailed introduction to the charm of the film A Chinese Odyssey, from its nonsensical comedic plot to its deeply moving love story and its profound exploration of fate, describing every detail vividly. Next, he showed Hu Hansen the behind-the-scenes stories and brilliant achievements of Xingyao Film Company in producing Titanic, allowing him to truly feel the company's strength. Moreover, Chen Yu paused, looking intently at Hu Hansan. "I understand that you have a natural talent for performing. Your exaggerated movements and expressions, as well as your ability to imitate celebrities, are your strengths. The role of Sun Wukong requires your unique expressiveness. You will definitely be able to perfectly portray his untamed spirit, deep emotions, and growth." Hu Hansen's heart was stirred by Chen Yu's words. He had always thought that his silly antics were just to amuse everyone, never expecting that they could be connected to acting. But he still had some concerns. He leaned back in his chair, spread his legs wide, and said with his usual swagger, "I've heard that acting is quite hard. I've been pampered since I was a child, and I can't stand even the slightest hardship. Besides, I was born to enjoy life, not to suffer." Chen Yu responded with a smile, "I completely understand your concerns. However, we have considered everything for you. I heard you have 5 girlfriends. During filming, they can come to the set together to take care of you. We will arrange a comfortable rest area so that they can also feel at ease. Moreover, a luxury car will pick you up and drop you off daily, directly from your doorstep to the film set, saving you the hassle of traveling and allowing you to film comfortably. As for the actors' salaries of 20 million, are you satisfied?" Hearing Chen Yu say this, a look of satisfaction flashed in Hu Hansen's eyes. The other party had considered all aspects and was indeed somewhat sincere. He touched his chin, his expression softening slightly, but he still pretended to be calm and said, "Your arrangement sounds alright, but I don't know if it can actually be done." Chen Yu quickly assured him, "Don't worry, as long as you join the crew, these promises will definitely be kept." Looking at Chen Yu's determined eyes and sincere expression, Hu Hansen fell into deep thought. He recalled the laughter he received when he acted silly in front of his classmates, and the joy he felt when he imitated celebrities. A voice in his heart gradually grew louder. After a long silence, he raised his head, looked at Chen Yu, and said, "Okay, I'm willing to give it a try, but let me make this clear from the start, if I feel it's not suitable, I can back out at any time." Chen Yu was overjoyed and quickly extended his hand, "No problem. It'll be a pleasure working with you. I'm sure you won't regret this decision." The two men clasped hands tightly. At this moment, the male lead of A Chinese Odyssey was finally settled, and Hu Hansen's acting career officially began. Chapter 59: A hilarious and bizarre acting training session. The morning after signing the contract, Hu Hansan was still half asleep when Chen Yu dragged him to the set of A Chinese Odyssey. The moment he stepped onto the film set, the chaotic scene before him instantly dispelled the last trace of his drowsiness. The props crew was frantically moving props when a golden cudgel suddenly flew over without warning, narrowly missing Hu Hansen's head and making him turn pale instantly. "Hey! Are you filming a movie or performing acrobatics?" Hu Hansan shouted, jumping up and down in a fit of anger and shock. Seeing this, Chen Yu quickly ran over to smooth things over, saying with a big smile, "I'm really sorry, it's only the first day, everyone is still getting used to each other, so it's inevitable that things will be a bit chaotic. Come on, let me take you to see the acting coach first, you'll need some proper training before filming starts." Hu Hansan curled his lip, his face full of disdain. "Training? I was born to act, do I need any training?" However, when he walked into the training room and saw the serious-looking and sharp-eyed acting instructor, Mr. Wang, his heart skipped a beat and a sense of apprehension welled up inside him. As soon as teacher Wang arrived, he gave Hu Hansan a ruthless baptism of fire, saying expressionlessly, "Come on, improvise a scene of anger." Hu Hansan was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened, his mouth pursed, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "I'm angry."
He looked exactly like a child throwing a tantrum, so childish that it was hard not to laugh. Teacher Wang helplessly rubbed his forehead and couldn't help but sigh. Shenyu, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, and shook his head inwardly.
Next was facial expression management training.
Teacher Wang pointed to the mirror and said to Hu Hansan, "Look in the mirror and make all kinds of expressions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness."
Hu Hansan did as he was told and began to make faces.
However, the expressions he made were so distorted that they were more like crying than anything else, making him look like a ridiculous clown, which immediately made the staff watching nearby burst into laughter.
"You call that laughing?"
"It's scarier than crying," Teacher Wang said helplessly, unable to bear it any longer.
"How can it not be a smile? This is how I always smile."
Hu Hansan still stuck out his neck, his face full of resentment.
Next came the dialogue practice.
As soon as Hu Hansan opened his mouth, the lines came out like a machine gun, so fast that no one could hear them clearly. They were also mixed with a strong local accent, like a stew. Teacher Wang quickly called a halt, saying seriously, "Slow down and pronounce each word clearly." Hu Hansen's face turned red with frustration, and he finally managed to stumble through the passage, but he mispronounced the classic line, "There was once a sincere love placed before me," as, "There was once a straight love placed before me." This peculiar pronunciation instantly turned the entire set into a sea of laughter. Finally, when his break time arrived, Hu Hansen's 5 girlfriends came to visit him. Upon seeing Hu Hansen's worried and exhausted appearance, they immediately felt extremely sorry for him.
"Honey, this filming is too grueling, let us stop filming, okay?" one of the girlfriends said with concern.
Just as Hu Hansan was about to nod in agreement, Shenyu, quick as a flash, rushed over and said with a smile, "Ladies, you don't know, Hansan has a talent for acting. If he keeps at it, he'll definitely become a big star in the future." Upon hearing this, Hu Hansan was instantly energized, as if he had been given a shot of adrenaline. "That's right, I'm going to be a superstar, what are these difficulties?" The afternoon training continued, this time focusing on action imitation. Teacher Wang played a classic clip of Sun Wukong's actions and then said to Hu Hansan, "Follow along and try to imitate it as closely as possible." Hu Hansan stared intently at the screen, trying his best to mimic the gestures.
However, his imitation was a complete mess.
His movements were as stiff as a rusty robot, and he kept moving his hands and feet in unison. Every movement was hilarious, making everyone present laugh so hard they couldn't straighten up.
Finally, the day's training ended.
Hu Hansan collapsed to the ground, exhausted, and said weakly, "I never thought filming would be so troublesome.
It's 100 times harder than dealing with 5 girlfriends."
Shenyu patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him, "Don't be discouraged, keep trying tomorrow.
I believe you can do it."
Hu Hansan rolled his eyes and said irritably, "Fine, for the sake of that 20 million yuan salary and my future superstar status, I'll hold on a little longer."
Chapter 60, Hilarious on-set moments.
After several days of grueling acting practice, Hu Hansan finally ushered in the important day when filming of A Chinese Odyssey officially began. Before dawn had fully broken, with the first hint of light appearing on the horizon, Shenyu rushed into Hu Hansan's room like a whirlwind, forcefully dragging him out of his warm bed while he was still in a deep sleep. The two then sped off towards the film set. Upon arriving at the film set, Hu Hansan immediately noticed a brightly colored red table placed in the center of the space. The table was piled high with all sorts of offerings. The roasted pork glistened with oil and emitted an enticing aroma. The fruits were plump and vibrant. The fresh flowers were in full bloom, releasing their fragrance, and several thick incense sticks were emitting wisps of smoke, adding a touch of mystery and solemnity to the surrounding air. The staff stood solemnly to one side, creating a uniquely somber atmosphere.
What's going on here? Could it be that the film crew has switched to organizing a temple fair? Hu Hansan looked bewildered and confused, scratching his head as he asked Shenyu beside him. Shenyu quickly and patiently explained, "This is a traditional custom of praying to the gods before filming begins.
Everyone hopes to pray for a smooth filming process and that no unexpected situations will occur." Upon hearing this, Hu Hansen's eyes whitened instantly, as if they were copper bells.
He exclaimed in surprise, "There's such a thing? I thought we could just start filming right away."
Just then, the director walked over with steady steps, holding an incense stick. He handed the incense to Hu Hansan and said, "Come on, Hansan, you are the male lead of our play. You should lead the prayers to bring good luck." Hu Hansan looked reluctant, but he still accepted the incense and awkwardly imitated the director, devoutly bowing. He muttered to himself, "May all the gods above bless me and make my filming go smoothly. Please don't let me make a fool of myself like I did during training. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease taking this 20 million yuan salary." After finishing his prayers, Hu Hansan turned to leave, but accidentally kicked the table leg hard. With a creak, the entire offering table shook violently, and the plump roast pig wobbled precariously, almost rolling to the ground.
Oh my god!
Hu Hansan exclaimed, and hurriedly reached out to help. In the chaos, she accidentally knocked over the flowers placed nearby, and the delicate petals fell to the ground like snowflakes. Upon seeing this, the surrounding staff all gasped, their faces turning ashen white as paper, as if they had witnessed some extremely ominous sign.
You clumsy kid!
The director was so angry that he couldn't help but shout at him. Hu Hansan looked embarrassed and quickly scratched his head, stammering, "I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to, the ground is too slippery." As he spoke, he secretly glanced around and saw that everyone was looking at him strangely, which made him feel uneasy. After finally stabilizing the situation, the crew prepared to officially start filming the first shot. Hu Hansan took a deep breath, tried to adjust his state, and waited attentively for the director's instructions. The moment the director shouted action, the once clear sky suddenly became overcast without warning, and the dark clouds surged and gathered rapidly like turbulent waves. Immediately afterwards, large raindrops began to pelt down, splashing water everywhere on the ground.
No way! Hu Hansan looked up at the sky and sighed, complaining helplessly, "Did the gods misunderstand what I meant?
I was praying for a smooth filming, not for rain." Upon seeing this, the staff immediately and hurriedly set up the rain shelter and carefully packed up the equipment.
Hu Hansan stood there all alone, instantly soaked to the bone. He kept muttering, "What's going on here? Why did it have to rain now of all times?"
Seeing this, Shinyu quickly ran over, handed him a towel, and comforted him, "Don't panic, this is just an accident.
We'll film again after the rain stops."
However, the rain showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it poured down harder and harder, with large raindrops falling densely as if to submerge the entire world. The atmosphere on set grew increasingly oppressive, with worry etched on everyone's faces. Everyone secretly wondered if this truly foreshadowed a bad start.
Only Hu Hansan was different. He actually entertained himself in the pouring rain.
He was seen jumping and hopping in the rain, perfectly mimicking the classic scene of dancing in the rain, while humming a song that was seriously off-key. His comical appearance made the previously gloomy staff members laugh and cry at the same time, and for a moment, the oppressive gloom on the film set was temporarily dispelled. The rain stopped and the clouds dispersed, and the sun shone again on the set of A Chinese Odyssey, finally ushering in the moment when filming officially began. The first shot features Hu Hansan, who plays Sun Wukong, making a dazzling entrance as he rides the clouds. He stood on the wire, and with a sudden pull from the staff, he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. This should have been a majestic and awe-inspiring scene, but to everyone's surprise, as soon as Hu Hansan left the ground, he started waving his arms and legs in the air and yelling at the top of his lungs, "Help! This thing is so scary." It turned out that he had a severe fear of heights, and the sudden feeling of being suspended in mid-air instantly panicked him. Everyone on set was stunned by what they saw, their expressions seeming to say, "Is this still the Monkey King we know?" The director yelled in exasperation, "Cut! Hu Hansan, you're playing the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. Can't you show some of the Monkey King's spirit?" Hu Hansan trembled in mid-air and replied with a sob in his voice, "Director, this really has nothing to do with momentum. My legs are as weak as noodles. Why don't you give it a try?" Seeing that things were not going well, Shenyu quickly ran over and comforted him, promising to find him a psychologist as soon as possible to help him overcome his fear of heights. After some persuasion from Chunyu, Hu Hansan finally calmed down and got back into filming mode. After finally finishing the wire work scenes, the exciting scene of Sun Wukong's fierce battle with the Bull Demon King followed immediately. The actor playing the Bull Demon King was a burly and strong man. In order to make the scene more realistic, he used too much force during the performance. He shouted loudly and threw a punch. With a crisp crack, he broke the golden cudgel in Hu Hansan's hand. Hu Hansan, looking bewildered, held up the broken half of the golden cudgel and stared blankly at the Bull Demon King, his eyes seemingly asking in a silent question, "What exactly do you mean by this?" The Bull Demon King was also stunned by this sudden situation. His face was full of guilt, and he quickly cupped his hands and apologized, "I'm sorry, brother, I didn't control my strength well. I'm really sorry." The set erupted in laughter, but Hu Hansan seemed to get excited and started showing off the broken half of the golden cudgel. While gesturing wildly, he spontaneously made up a jingle, "The golden cudgel, broken in two, made to look like this while filming. I think it's better to go home and have dinner." His comical appearance and witty rhymes made everyone present laugh so hard they were doubled over. The director was both amused and exasperated, and exclaimed helplessly, "Hu Hansan, are you here to film a movie or just to be funny? Finally, during his break, Hu Hansen's 5 girlfriends came to visit him on set. When they saw Hu Hansen's disheveled appearance, covered in dirt and with a hole in his clothes, they felt extremely sorry for him. One of the girlfriends, her eyes reddening, accused, "How could your production crew treat Han-san like this? This is too much." Hu Han-san, however, looked smug and lay comfortably on the recliner, leisurely enjoying the feeding and massages from his girlfriends. He didn't forget to show off to the staff around him, "See? This is my treatment. You can't be envious of me." In the afternoon, filming moved into the classic confession scene between Sun Wukong and Zixia Fairy. With a tender look in her eyes, Fairy Zixia said softly, "My ideal man is a peerless hero. One day he will come to marry me riding on a 7-colored cloud." Just as Hu Han-san was gathering his emotions, preparing to respond with deep affection, a fly buzzed over and kept hovering in front of him at this critical moment. Hu Hansen's composure crumbled instantly, his previously affectionate expression vanished, replaced by a look of irritation. He reached out to swat the fly, muttering, "This fly is so annoying, it ruined my good time." Lin Xiao, who played Zixia Fairy, stomped her feet in anger, while the director turned ashen-faced with rage, plunging the entire set into chaos once again. Chapter 61: The Chaotic Farce of Special Effects Filming. After a series of minor hiccups during filming in the past few days, the crew has entered a crucial stage of shooting special effects scenes. This time, Hu Han-san needs to vividly portray the exciting scenes of Sun Wukong casting spells in front of a green screen, and those dazzling special effects will be cleverly added in post-production. Before filming began, the special effects supervisor, holding a tablet computer, earnestly and patiently explained to Hu Han-san, "When we start filming, imagine yourself holding the golden cudgel tightly in your hand, and then wholeheartedly unleash your magic. The movements must be large, and the expressions must be as exaggerated as possible, so as to present the aura of Sun Wukong's powerful magic." Hu Han-san listened, a hint of impatience on his face, and nodded perfunctorily, saying, I know, it's just a few gestures, simple." As soon as the order to officially begin filming was given, Hu Han-san brandished his prop golden cudgel and began his unique performance. He was like a wild horse, leaping and bounding in front of the green screen, his movements utterly illogical and chaotic, while muttering to himself, "Hey ha! Watch how powerful I, the old sun, am. I'll conjure a giant watermelon, then a giant chicken leg." The special effects supervisor, watching anxiously, jumped up and down, shouting, "That's not how it's done. You have to imagine you're exorcising demons, not performing magic tricks for fun." However, Hu Han-san was already completely immersed in his own world at this moment, playing more and more carefree. Suddenly, he raised his arm and threw the golden cudgel away. Then, he quickly made a series of strange hand gestures and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Super Saiyan transformation." This sudden scene stunned the crew members on set. After a brief silence, they burst into laughter. The director was so angry that his face turned ashen. He threw the script in his hand heavily on the ground and shouted, "Hu Han-san, what the hell are you doing?" Hu Han-san then seemed to realize his mistake and innocently explained, "I was just thinking of adding some creativity to our play. Don't you think it would be more interesting?" Seeing this, Shinyu quickly ran over, smiling apologetically as he coaxed and persuaded, "Brother, let's film according to the script first. After we're done filming, you can use your creativity however you like. How about that?" With great difficulty, Shinyu persuaded Hu Han-san to get back on track with the filming. But soon, new problems arose. Because Hu Hansen's movements were too exaggerated during his performance, he made a large turn and bumped into the green screen support behind him with a loud crash. In an instant, the green screen collapsed like a crumbling city wall, falling in large sections and threatening to hit the staff members next to it. Hu Han-san looked at the fallen green screen, chuckled awkwardly, and said, "The quality is terrible. It fell over with the slightest touch." Upon seeing this, the staff rushed forward in a flurry of activity to rebuild the green screen. Hu Han-san, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He leisurely walked to the side, sipped his drink, and even took out his phone to video chat with his 5 girlfriends. "Babies, filming today was so tough. I almost got hit by the green screen." When his girlfriends heard this, they were all heartbroken and anxiously urged him to go home and stop filming these dangerous scenes. Hu Han-san replied smugly, "That won't do. I am the undisputed main character of this play. How can the play be filmed without me?" Once the green screen was rebuilt, filming resumed. This time, Hu Han-san finally behaved himself a little. However, his expression became another troublesome problem. Whenever the plot required seriousness, he couldn't help but chuckle, and when he was supposed to express anger, his expression was more like that of a child throwing a tantrum. The visual effects supervisor sighed helplessly and said, "With your expression, the post-production visual effects team doesn't know how to add any effects." Hu Han-san, however, remained nonchalant, waving his hand and saying, it's all right, just add whatever you want. Anyway, the audience is mainly looking at my handsome face." His words once again brought laughter to the entire set. Amidst this chaotic yet hilarious atmosphere, the special effects filming proceeded with difficulty, and no one knew what other laugh-out-loud moments would unfold next. Chapter 62 Joyful Wrap-Up Party. After countless hilarious NG takes, frequent laughter during filming, and numerous unexpected situations, the highly anticipated A Chinese Odyssey has finally wrapped up filming. The entire crew was instantly filled with jubilation, and everyone felt a great sense of relief after such a long and eventful filming period. When it comes to Hu Han-san, the male protagonist who can be described as a real character, everyone has mixed feelings, with both affection and a touch of helplessness. To celebrate the successful completion of filming, Shenyu specially booked a banquet hall in a luxury hotel and prepared a grand wrap party. Hu Han-san, accompanied by his 5 girlfriends, swaggered into the banquet hall, instantly drawing everyone's attention. He wore an extremely extravagant gold suit that shone brightly under the lights, and the gold necklace around his neck was so thick it looked like an iron chain. He seemed to be making a grand announcement to the world that he was about to become a superstar. As soon as he entered the room, he shouted in a loud and energetic voice, "Everyone ate and drank to their heart's content today. The fact that this film was able to wrap up smoothly is all thanks to me." At the banquet, the director went on stage to give a speech. His gaze fell on Hu Han-san, his expression a mixture of amusement and exasperation, and he slowly said, "It's nothing short of a miracle that this film was able to be completed smoothly. Hu Han-san, you really gave us a hard time. But then again, your unique acting style really added a lot of color to the film." Upon hearing this, Hu Han-san proudly raised his head, a smug smile spreading across his face, and even winked at his girlfriends beside him. Next, it was Hu Hansen's turn to speak. He deliberately cleared his throat, put on a serious expression, and said, "I, Hu Han-san, initially thought that filming would just be a relaxing pastime, but I never imagined it would be so hard. However, fortunately, I persevered. I firmly believe that I will definitely become the hottest star in the future, so just wait and see." Before he finished speaking, he spontaneously performed a classic move of Sun Wukong, and his lifelike performance instantly brought the atmosphere of the banquet to a climax. After a few rounds of drinks, everyone stood up and began toasting each other. Hu Han-san, holding his wine glass, walked around with slightly drunken steps, clinking glasses with the staff at each table, constantly muttering, "Thank you all for taking such good care of me these past few days. If you ever have any good projects in the future, please don't forget me." Perhaps he drank too quickly, because after only a few steps he stumbled, tripped hard on a table leg, and fell forward uncontrollably, plunging headfirst into the cake next to him. In an instant, his face was covered in cream, making him look extremely comical. Upon seeing this, his 5 girlfriends rushed over in a panic. Seeing Hu Hansen's disheveled yet amusing appearance, they felt both sorry for him and couldn't help but find it funny, so they quickly reached out to wipe the cream off his face. However, Hu Han-san didn't care at all. Instead, he got carried away and grabbed a handful of cream, smearing it directly on his girlfriend's face. This action instantly sparked a lively cream fighting frenzy. The banquet hall descended into chaos, and the staff, caught up in the joyful atmosphere, joined in the melee. Laughter and screams mingled together, echoing throughout the hall. Shenyu stood aside, watching the chaotic yet joyful scene. He shook his head helplessly, but couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This wrap party was devoid of the tension and pressure of filming. Instead, it was filled with a joyful atmosphere and boundless anticipation for the future. Amidst laughter and cheers, the filming of A Chinese Odyssey officially came to an end, but Hu Hansen's dramatic acting story had only just begun. Chapter 63 Interesting Anecdotes about Movie Promotion. The joyous atmosphere of the wrap party had barely faded when A Chinese Odyssey immediately entered its promotional phase. As the male lead, Hu Han-san was naturally thrust into the spotlight, with a barrage of promotional activities. Hu Han-san made a fool of himself at his first appearance at a major film press conference. He appeared in a dazzling, outlandish outfit, so covered in sequins that it looked like he had just stepped out of a disco, completely out of place with the solemn atmosphere of the press conference. The host introduced him with an awkward expression, but he didn't care at all. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he grabbed the microphone and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Hu Han-san, the actor who played Sun Wukong. Have you all eaten today?" The media reporters in the audience looked at each other, and then burst into laughter. At the press conference, a reporter asked, "Mr. Hu Han-san, what did you find to be the biggest challenge during filming?"
Hu Hansan scratched his head and answered without hesitation, the biggest challenge. It must be getting up early. I have to fight a tough battle with my bed every day, it's so painful. The audience burst into laughter, while the director sighed and rubbed his forehead, silently praying that he would make fewer embarrassing mistakes in the future. During the promotional period, Hu Hansan also recorded a variety show. On the day of the recording, Hu Hansan got up very early, intending to dress up carefully, but in his haste, he mistook hairspray for face wash and applied it all over his face. By the time he realized it, his hair was a mess, like a bird's nest, and he couldn't get it right no matter what he did. He had no choice but to put on a hat and rush out the door, comforting himself, this is called fashion, you know? Upon arriving at the variety show recording venue, the other guests were already in place, all of them veterans and established stars in the entertainment industry. As soon as Hu Hansan entered, he greeted everyone in a boisterous manner, "Hey, everyone's here. Please take good care of this newcomer today." His voice was so loud that it startled the host next to him. At the start of the show, the host introduced Hu Hansan, "Welcome our male lead of A Chinese Odyssey, Hu Hansan. We heard you're playing Sun Wukong in the movie this time. Are you under a lot of pressure?" Hu Hansan patted his chest and said confidently, "Pressure? What's that? When I, Hu Hansan, take charge, there's nothing I can't handle." The guests were amused by his confidence. The first game involved imitating classic film and television characters. When it was Hu Hansan's turn, he drew Xiao Yanzi from Princess Pearl. His eyes widened like copper bells, and he shouted with exaggerated gestures, "Your Majesty, do you still remember Xiao Yuha by Daming Lake?" His exaggerated actions and strange accent made the guests laugh so hard they couldn't stand up straight, and some even laughed until they cried. The host quickly reminded him, "Hansan, this is Little Swallow, not Sun Wukong." Hu Hansan scratched his head, "Oh dear, I'm used to it. Let's do it again." The second imitation still had the shadow of Sun Wukong, and the whole audience burst into laughter. When sharing behind-the-scenes stories of filming, Hu Hansan recounted the embarrassing incident of being terrified by wire work, vividly imitating his terrified expression and screams, making the guests laugh uproariously. A senior actor joked, "Hansan, it's a pity you don't go into comedy with your acting talent." Hu Hansan proudly replied, "Actually, I wanted to incorporate comedic elements into A Chinese Odyssey to bring everyone a different kind of surprise." During the game's punishment segment, the loser had to eat a specially made, bizarre dish. Hu Hansan unfortunately fell victim to it. Looking at the food that emitted a strange smell, he frowned and asked, "Can I eat this? Won't it upset my stomach?" But for the sake of the show, he still pinched his nose and ate it. As soon as he swallowed it, he started to vomit, and the expression on his face became as distorted as a meme, which triggered another burst of laughter. After the recording of the show ended, the director and Chen Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Although Hu Hansan caused all sorts of trouble throughout the show, he successfully made the show full of laughs and the show's popularity soared. Everyone is hoping that he, who brings endless laughter in variety shows, can bring unexpected publicity to A Chinese Odyssey. Chapter 64 Premiere Controversy. Before the hype generated by the variety show promotion had completely subsided, the highly anticipated A Chinese Odyssey held a grand and extraordinary premiere. The scene was dazzling with stars, like a dreamlike place. Media reporters were on high alert with their cameras and microphones, and fans were eagerly waiting to see the film. Everyone was eager to be among the first to see it. Hu Hansan, as the undisputed protagonist of the film, naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. In order to amaze everyone at the premiere, Hu Hansan went to great lengths, and specially prepared an exaggerated retro suit. Those towering shoulder pads seemed to support a different kind of sky. The trouser legs, as wide as a skirt, carried the rhythm and flamboyance of an 80s disco with every step, as if they had traveled out of that passionate era. However, at the crucial moment before leaving the house, an unexpected incident occurred. The matching bow tie had vanished. Hu Hansan instantly became as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, jumping up and down in the room, turning it upside down, and muttering to himself, "Did this bow tie grow wings and fly away? Why did it have to break down at this crucial moment?" After a frantic search yielded no results, he was at his wit's end. In a panic, he grabbed a red scarf and tied it around his neck, consoling himself, "This is individuality. Maybe it can even lead a new trend." When Hu Hansan finally arrived at the premiere, he was taken aback by the overwhelming enthusiasm of the fans as soon as he got out of the car. Countless flashes of light were directed at him like lightning, dazzling the eyes, and fans were shouting his name at the top of their lungs. The scene was deafening. Hu Hansan instantly got into character, as if he had turned on a performance switch, and began to strike all sorts of exaggerated poses.
One moment it imitates Superman taking off, stretching its arms forward, head held high, as if it's about to soar into the sky. The next moment it imitates a crab walking sideways, swaying from side to side, its comical appearance making people laugh and leaving the security guards maintaining order nearby dumbfounded. As he walked, Hu Hansan suddenly felt a chill on the soles of his feet. He instinctively looked down and saw that one of his shoes had fallen off at some point. After a moment's thought, he decided to go all out and forcefully break off the heel of his other shoe. Then, wearing flat shoes, he continued walking as if nothing had happened, and even smiled at the fans around him, saying, "Hey, walking like this feels more grounded and down to earth." The fans were stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. As he walked the red carpet, Hu Hansan deliberately slowed his pace, fully enjoying the moment that everyone was watching, and enthusiastically interacted with his fans as he walked. However, at that moment, his face suddenly turned deathly pale, and he clutched his stomach tightly with both hands, his expression one of extreme pain. It turned out that the stomach upset from the food he ate that morning had started to churn violently, and a sharp pain struck him. He endured the excruciating discomfort and quickened his pace, trying to find a toilet. But those exaggeratedly wide trouser legs were now like two big brooms, constantly tripping him up and making him stumble with every step. Having finally made it to the theater, Hu Hansan was about to burst into tears. Just then, the host enthusiastically invited Hu Hansan to come up on stage and speak. He was inwardly groaning, but he couldn't refuse, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and go on stage. He took the microphone and barely managed to say, "Today is such an important day, like the highlight of my life." Before he could finish speaking, he heard a muffled plop sound, and his face instantly turned as white as a sheet of paper. He realized with horror that he had accidentally soiled his pants. At that moment, the scene became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at him with puzzled expressions. Hu Hansan was extremely embarrassed, but he still managed to force a smile and said in a forced calm tone, My stomach suddenly feels a little uncomfortable, probably because I got too excited." After saying that, he quickly handed the microphone to the host and rushed off the stage like a gust of wind, leaving the audience looking at each other in bewilderment. A few seconds later, a deafening burst of laughter erupted. During the film, Hu Hansan, who had changed his clothes, was completely immersed in it, and his emotions rose and fell with the plot. One moment he'd clench his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white, the next he'd burst into laughter at the funny scenes in the movie, laughing so hard he was doubled over. Upon seeing his brilliant performance in the film, he excitedly stood up from his seat and shouted to the audience, "Look, that's me. Aren't I incredibly handsome?" The surrounding audience was amused by his sudden action, but it also made the atmosphere more lively and cheerful. However, his joy turned to sorrow. He was so excited that he accidentally spilled the popcorn in his hand, covering the audience next to him. He immediately looked apologetic, frantically helping to pick up the popcorn while jokingly saying, "This is a special interactive segment of the movie, you can have free popcorn." This drew another burst of laughter from the surrounding audience. After the premiere, Hu Hansan was immediately surrounded by a swarm of media reporters. A reporter couldn't wait to ask, "What are your expectations for the film's box office?" Hu Hansan replied without hesitation, confidently and loudly, "It's bound to be a box office hit and break all sorts of records. I have complete confidence in this film, after all, it has such a unique lead actor like me." These passionate remarks once again became the focus of media attention, further fueling public anticipation for the official release of A Chinese Odyssey. Everyone is eager to see how this joyful and unexpected film will perform in the fiercely competitive market. Chapter 65: The Contract Storm. On the eve of the highly anticipated release of A Chinese Odyssey, Chen Yu racked his brains and went to great lengths to recruit Hu Hansan to Xingyao Film and Television. Despite its short history, Xingyao Films is like a rising star in the film and television industry. However, it has already made a name for itself in the fiercely competitive market with its phenomenal hit Titanic. Moreover, Xingyao Films has also made Lin Xiao a star who is now among the top actresses, and her development potential should not be underestimated. Chen Yu deliberately chose a private restaurant with an elegant atmosphere and full of art to invite Hu Hansan to meet him there. Before long, Hu Hansan swaggered in, wearing an exaggeratedly large gold chain and loose yet trendy clothes. As soon as he entered, he shouted in his loud voice, "Chen Yu, why are you looking for me so mysteriously? Is it because I'm going to get a huge share of the profits before the movie is even released?" Upon seeing this, Chen Yu quickly stood up with a smile to greet him and warmly invited him to sit down. With a confident expression on his face, he said, "Hansan, the reason I invited you here today is because there's something even more tempting than the dividends. I want to help you ascend to the throne of a superstar." As one exquisite dish after another was served, Chen Yu poured Hu Hansan a glass of delicious fruit juice.
He then embarked on his persuasion journey. Han-san, you might as well think about this carefully.
Once A Chinese Odyssey is officially released, with your unique and brilliant performance, it will definitely become a hit across the internet and create a craze. At that time, all kinds of endorsement offers and high-quality film contracts will surely come flooding in.
However, without a reliable agency to support and protect you, wouldn't these valuable resources just slip away, which would be such a waste?
Upon hearing this, a hint of undisguised anticipation flashed in Hu Hansen's eyes, but he still asked warily, "You're not talking about your fledgling Xingyao Film and Television, are you?" Shen Yu nodded vigorously, his eyes full of enthusiasm and sincerity, and said, "That's right, it's Xingyao Film and Television. Don't underestimate our company just because it hasn't been established for long, but we are quite powerful." The huge success of Titanic is evident to all, and it also successfully made Lin Xiao a star. If you are willing to join Xingyao Film Television, the company will definitely treat you as a top artist and do its best to promote you. We will tailor-make high-quality scripts exclusively for you, and you will have access to top-tier film and television resources. From now on, you'll be chauffeured around in luxury cars, have a personal assistant attentive to your every need, live in a spacious and luxurious villa, and attend only top-tier fashion events.
Just imagining it is incredibly glamorous.
As he spoke, Shen Yu picked up a stack of documents from the side and handed them to Hu Hansan. The documents included not only photos of Lin Xiao attending various high-end events in a glamorous manner, but also a detailed blueprint for the future development of Xingyao Film and Television. Looking at the photos, Hu Hansen's eyes were filled with envy and longing, but he still had many concerns.
He asked, "Will there be any particularly harsh conditions for signing this contract?
Don't tie me down so tightly that I have no freedom at all."
Shen Yu quickly waved his hand and patiently explained, "Absolutely not.
Our contract terms are very lenient, and we will give you an exceptionally high percentage of your earnings to fully protect your interests. Furthermore, the company guarantees you a minimum of one big budget film every year. The company has complete confidence in A Chinese Odyssey, and has reserved crucial prime roles for you in a series of subsequent high-quality projects." To completely reassure Hu Hansan, Shen Yu immediately picked up his phone, dialed the number of the company's top screenwriter, and put it on speakerphone. The screenwriter on the other end of the phone was full of praise for Hu Hansen's performance and revealed that they were carefully polishing a big-budget script, just waiting for Hu Hansan to sign the contract so that the lead role could be tailored to his characteristics. Upon hearing this, Hu Hansan could no longer sit still. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Fine, Shen Yu, I'll sign for you based on your sincerity. But let me make this clear, if the company goes back on its word, I'll make you pay." Suppressing his excitement, Shen Yu quickly took out the contract he had prepared beforehand from his bag. Hu Hansan glanced at it briefly, then picked up a pen, signed his name with a flourish, and proudly declared, "From today onwards, I, Hu Hansan, am the face of Xingyao Film and Television." After signing the contract, Hu Hansan was so excited that he started dancing around the restaurant, his exaggerated movements attracting the attention of those around him. Looking at Hu Hansen's appearance, Shen Yu felt both gratified and slightly worried. He knew that once this clown joined the company, he was bound to cause countless hilarious and absurd situations.
However, one thing is certain, the days to come will be incredibly lively.
With the signing of the contract finalized and the release date of A Chinese Odyssey drawing ever closer, Hu Hansan is about to face a real test.
What kind of wonderful and exciting sparks will he create with Xingyao Films?
Everything is full of exciting unknowns.
Chapter 66: The Madness on the Opening Day. A Chinese Odyssey finally premiered amidst great anticipation.
Before the dawn had even broken through the darkness, Hu Hansan was abruptly pulled from his sleep by the excited ringing of his agent Lu Jia's phone.
"Hansan, wake up. Get up and check the box office numbers."
Agent Lu Jia's voice seemed to carry an electric current, every word revealing undisguised excitement. Hu Hansan, still half asleep, fumbled for his phone like a sleepwalker. When the ever-increasing box office figures on the screen came into view, he instantly woke up. In just the morning, the box office had already exceeded 50 million. At this rate, it seemed not far-fetched for the first day's box office to break 200 million. He was so excited that he jumped out of bed and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Wow, this momentum is incredible. It seems like my path to superstardom is starting to take solid steps."
Overjoyed, Hu Hansan couldn't contain his excitement and decided to go to the cinema himself to experience firsthand the audience's reaction to the film.
He carefully selected an extravagant hat, put on a pair of cool sunglasses, deliberately creating a mysterious atmosphere, and then swaggered into the movie theater. As soon as he stepped into the theater, he heard the audience next to him excitedly discussing his hilarious scenes in the movie.
Hearing the praise from others for his performance, he couldn't help but laugh out loud with pride. The sudden laughter immediately drew the attention of those around them, and someone muttered quietly, "Why does this guy look a bit like Hu Han-san?" Upon hearing this, Hu Han-san didn't hesitate. He immediately ripped off his sunglasses and shouted at the top of his lungs, "That's right, you're not mistaken, it's me here." In an instant, the entire movie theater was like a powder keg that had been ignited, instantly boiling over. The audience surged forward from all directions like a tidal wave, eager to get Hu Hansen's autograph or take photos with him. More and more people gathered at the scene, spreading from the original screening room to the cinema lobby like a flood bursting its banks. Hu Han-san welcomed everyone, enthusiastically signing autographs for fans while chatting with them in high spirits. "How was my portrayal of Sun Wukong? I put in a lot of hard work for this role." Just then, a little fan with a sweet, childlike voice looked up at her rosy cheeks and said, "Brother, the way you fell down in the movie was so funny. I laughed until my stomach hurt." Upon hearing this, Hu Han-san couldn't help but burst into laughter. "That wasn't something I intentionally designed. There were all sorts of unexpected situations during filming, but I never expected that they would all become highlights of the movie. It seems that sometimes accidents can bring surprises." As more and more fans arrived, the scene completely spiraled out of control, with the crowd pushing and shoving. Despite the best efforts of the cinema staff, they were unable to maintain order. In the chaos, someone accidentally fell to the ground, followed by a series of piercing screams. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the cinema manager had no choice but to quickly call the police. Before long, the police arrived at the scene. At this time, Hu Han-san was still immersed in the joyful atmosphere of interacting with his fans, completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. It wasn't until the police officer walked up to him with a serious expression and solemnly said, "Please cooperate with us to maintain order at the scene and avoid causing danger," that Hu Han-san suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation. He gave an awkward laugh and quickly shouted to the fans, "Everyone, stop pushing. Listen to the police officer, or I'll become a criminal." With the police's orderly guidance, order at the scene gradually returned to normal. Hu Han-san left the movie theater somewhat disheveled under the escort of the police. The unexpected and frenzied actions made Hu Han-san the hottest topic of the day without a doubt, and like a timely rain, added fuel to the fire of the popularity of The Chinese Odyssey. Meanwhile, in Xingyao Film and Television's office, General Manager Lu Hui was extremely busy. With the film's immense popularity, major media outlets are eager to interview Hu Han-san, and numerous brands are extending offers, with the estimated value of endorsement deals exceeding 50 million yuan. While on the phone, Lu Hui anxiously said to Hu Hansen's agent, "Lu Jia, you must find a way to contact Hu Hansen as soon as possible. We can't let him ruin such a great opportunity." At this moment, Hu Hansen was still completely immersed in this sudden superstar treatment, being tightly surrounded by a group of enthusiastic fans in the mall. Overjoyed, he was excitedly sharing anecdotes from filming with his fans when, with a loud bang, he crashed solidly into the glass door. He winced in pain, rubbing his head, and gave an awkward laugh, trying to console himself. "Why is this door working against me?" But considering the movie's huge success, with nearly 200 million in box office revenue on its opening day, I'll be magnanimous and let it go. The surrounding fans were amused by his comical appearance and took out their phones to take pictures. This funny scene quickly spread on the internet, once again acting as a powerful booster, helping the movie's box office to soar and climb steadily. Chapter 67 Endorsement Choice. Hu Han-san finally managed to escape the bustling crowd in the mall and hurriedly returned to his company. As soon as he stepped into the company, the bustling scene in the conference room immediately caught his eye. Agent Lu Jia and General Manager Lu Hui were leaning over a table full of documents, engaged in a heated discussion, their expressions focused, as if everything around them had been automatically blocked out. Seeing Hu Han-san walk in, Lu Hui waved and said, "Han-san, you've come at the right time. We were just about to talk to you about the endorsement." Hu Han-san quickly stepped forward and took a closer look. He saw that the table was full of pawnshop endorsement contracts. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Good heavens, so many endorsements have come to us." Among these contracts, an international sports brand offered a generous endorsement fee of tens of millions of yuan, and the brand has always emphasized a vibrant and healthy image. Luxury car manufacturers are offering even more attractive terms, including a generous endorsement fee and a promise to give away a brand new sports car. Children's snack brands, on the other hand, hope to leverage Hu Hansen's approachable and endearing image to further expand their market and boost product sales. Seeing Hu Hansen's excited expression, Lu Jia patiently explained,
the company will conduct a comprehensive evaluation of these endorsement offers, considering multiple dimensions such as the brand's own strength and foundation, future development prospects, and alignment with the company's overall development strategy. However, before making a final decision, we still need to let you know first, since this is closely related to your acting career. Lu Hui then added, in addition, brand image and reputation are also crucial factors, as they greatly influence your public image, so they must be taken very seriously. As Hu Hansan listened, he nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he became interested and slammed his hand on the table, saying, "Why don't we just accept them all? With my abilities, am I afraid I can't handle all these endorsements?" Lu Jia and Lu Hui exchanged a helpless glance. Lu Jia gave a wry smile and patiently advised, "Han-san, this is unacceptable. Think about it carefully. A person's time and energy are limited. Besides, the styles of these brands are so different. If you take on these roles together, it will easily confuse the audience about your image, which will not be conducive to the long-term development of your acting career." As they were talking, the secretary knocked gently on the door and came in, respectfully announcing, "Mr. Lu, the CEO of the children's snack brand has come to visit in person, saying he wants to discuss the endorsement with Mr. Hu in person." No sooner had he finished speaking than the snack company's CEO walked in with a big smile. Upon seeing Hu Hansan, he said enthusiastically, "Mr. Hu, I've heard so much about you. Our snacks are extremely popular among children. If we could have you as our spokesperson, the children would definitely love them even more, and sales would skyrocket." As he spoke, he handed over a bunch of snack samples. Hu Hansan curiously opened a bag of potato chips, put it in his mouth and tasted it. His eyes lit up, and he nodded in praise, "The taste is really good. Now that you mention it, this endorsement sounds quite interesting." After the snack company executive left, Lu Hui's expression became extremely serious. He looked at Hu Hansan and said, "Hansan, regarding the choice of endorsement, the company has a professional team responsible for overseeing it, but we will still fully respect your opinion. However, as you know, this is no small matter. We can't make a hasty decision based on a momentary interest, we need to consider it carefully." Hu Hansan waved his hand dismissively and said casually, "I was just saying. You can decide the specifics. I trust you completely, there won't be any problems." However, at this moment, sports brands and car manufacturers somehow learned that Hu Hansan was in talks to endorse children's snacks and hurriedly called him. Not only did they significantly increase the original endorsement fee, but they also added many attractive benefits. Seeing this sudden new situation, Lu Jia and Lu Hui exchanged a glance, realizing that the subsequent endorsement choices would likely not be smooth sailing and would be full of uncertainties. Although Hu Hansan temporarily delegated power to them, given his capricious nature, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't cause some unexpected trouble in the process. Chapter 68: A Crazy Victory Celebration. In just 2 weeks, the box office of The Chinese Odyssey soared like a runaway horse, breaking through the 2 billion yuan mark without any suspense, and becoming the undisputed blockbuster of the year. To celebrate this remarkable achievement, Starshine Films hosted a grand and extraordinary celebration banquet at the city's most prestigious luxury hotel. On the night of the banquet, the hotel's banquet hall was like a dream palace, decorated with the utmost luxury. A dazzling crystal chandelier hangs high above, casting a radiant yet soft light that complements the meticulously arranged gold decorations around it, creating a magnificent and resplendent scene. The rich aroma of champagne mingled with the delicate fragrance of flowers, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. The dining table was laden with a dazzling array of delicacies from land and sea, each dish a work of art, from its plating to its color, all showcasing the ultimate in refinement and sophistication. Hu Hansan wore a meticulously tailored silver suit, the sequins on which shimmered under the lights, as if he were wearing a galaxy. The moment he stepped into the banquet hall, he instantly attracted everyone's attention, like a dazzling superstar descending upon the scene. His face was beaming with his signature confident smile, and his eyes were filled with barely suppressed excitement and pride, as if he were proudly announcing his glorious achievements to the whole world. Meanwhile, Boss Chinyu, dressed in a well-tailored dark suit, appeared calm and composed. Standing side by side with Hu Hansan, he naturally became the focus of attention, surrounded by a group of entertainment stars and entertainment company executives. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the director stepped onto the stage to deliver a speech. His words were filled with emotion and satisfaction at the film's tremendous success. The director emphasized that although Hu Hansan encountered many unexpected situations during filming, it was precisely his unique acting style and his energetic and passionate performance that infused the character with a special charm and soul, becoming an indispensable key element for the film's success. Hu Hansan stood below the stage, his chest puffed out, head held high with pride, occasionally winking at those around him. His expression seemed to silently convey, "I knew I was amazing," causing the celebrities around him to burst into laughter. After the speeches, the banquet officially began. Hu Hansan, holding a wineglass, moved enthusiastically through the crowd, his passion burning like a blazing flame. After a few drinks, his spirits rose higher and higher, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. Inadvertently, he caught sight of a small band in the corner of the banquet hall. The alcohol took effect instantly, and without hesitation, he rushed over, snatched the microphone from the lead singer, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "On such a happy day, I must sing a song for everyone to celebrate the box office success of our movie." Before he finished speaking, he started singing a tone-deaf version of Hero's song in his off-key voice. His unique voice, like a wild horse unleashed, was completely devoid of rhythm. Coupled with his exaggerated movements and oblivious demeanor, it instantly ignited the atmosphere of the entire venue to its peak. The celebrities laughed so hard they were doubled over, some even unable to straighten up. The CEOs couldn't help but shake their heads and chuckle, their faces beaming with joy. Everyone pulled out their phones to record this hilarious and unforgettable moment. After finishing the song, Hu Hansan seemed to still feel unsatisfied, and enthusiastically pulled the celebrities and staff around him, insisting on dancing with them. His dance moves were completely haphazard. Sometimes he would mechanically twist his body like a robot, his movements stiff and comical. Other times he would imitate the clumsy movements of a gorilla, his limbs moving awkwardly, a sight that was truly hilarious. However, his enthusiasm seemed to have a magical infectious power. Several female artists were moved by his enthusiasm and humor and joined his unique dance team with smiles. In an instant, the scene transformed into a sea of joy, with laughter and cheers rising and falling, creating a lively and festive atmosphere. Meanwhile, Jinyu had just finished dealing with a wave of cooperation offers from entertainment company executives and hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath when he was surrounded by a group of female celebrities from the entertainment industry. These female celebrities have makeup so exquisite that they resemble meticulously crafted works of art, and they wear charming smiles, yet their eyes subtly reveal a different meaning. Some girls giggled and casually inquired about Chenyu's plans for the new film, their seemingly casual words concealing subtle ulterior motives. Others showed great interest in the development of Xingyao films, occasionally throwing out clever and cryptic questions in an attempt to extract more unknown information from Chenyu. Chenyu maintained a polite attitude throughout, with a professional smile on his face, and responded calmly. However, without realizing it, he felt something being gently stuffed into his pocket. Without thinking twice, he knew it must be a little note from these female celebrities. Amidst the lively and joyful atmosphere, Lu Hui and Lu Jia stood quietly to the side, their gazes fixed on Hu Hansan, their faces filled with complex emotions, a mixture of relief and helplessness. The good thing is that the movie achieved such great success, and Hu Hansan became a household name because of it, firmly establishing himself in the fiercely competitive entertainment industry. The bad thing is that this clown can always create unexpected joy and laughter with his unique style of doing things, which makes people both angry and amused. Chapter 69 Seeking Peace in a Luxurious Residence, a New Journey Filled with Love. Chenyu nestled comfortably in the soft sofa, his slender fingers gliding lightly across the tablet screen, as various high-end real estate listings switched like a slideshow. Since the successive hits of Titanic and A Chinese Odyssey, Xingyao Films' business has been booming and it has made a fortune. The substantial profits made Chenyu consider buying a new house. He decided to purchase a top-tier luxury mansion, both to reward himself and to provide a better living environment for those around him. Yao, Warner, come here quickly. Chenyu raised his voice, his face beaming with undisguised joy. Let's go look at houses together, maybe we can find our dream home. Upon hearing the call, the three girls immediately ran over like joyful deer. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Really? That's wonderful. I've always wanted to live in a big house. Lin Warner smiled gently and nodded slightly. Okay, I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of house it will be. Su Yao, with her graceful figure and expectant eyes, said, finally, something fun to look forward to. The group sped towards the upscale residential area in Chen Yu's sleek Porsche sports car. Sunlight shone on the car, reflecting a dazzling light that drew the attention of passers-by. Upon arrival at the destination, a stunningly beautiful real estate agent with a large bust greeted them with a beaming smile and a swaying gait. Her ample bosom rivaled that of Lin Yu. Mr. Chen, welcome. I am your personal real estate consultant. This area consists of the city's most prestigious residences, with tight security, complete supporting facilities, and high-end shopping malls and renowned schools nearby. It is absolutely in line with your status and needs. As she spoke, her gaze lingered briefly on Chenyu before politely sweeping over the three girls. They first arrived at a European-style villa. The villa resembled a palace, with its off-white exterior walls adorned with exquisite carvings, exuding luxury and prestige. Stepping inside, the spacious living room with its 6-meter-high ceiling is breathtaking. The magnificent crystal chandelier shines like a dazzling star, casting a radiant glow. The marble floor is so smooth it reflects everyone's image. Lin Yu was as excited as a little rabbit, hopping and skipping around the house, sometimes rushing to the spacious kitchen, sometimes running to the open-air balcony, shouting excitedly, "Wow, this house is so big and beautiful. It would be amazing to have a party here." Su Yao quietly surveyed the room layout and said softly, "The room has great natural light, and there are enough bedrooms. We won't have to worry about not having enough room for guests when we come over." Lin Wanner crossed her arms, casually glanced around, and pouted, saying, "It's decorated in a magnificent style, but the spatial layout looks weird. It would have to be drastically altered once we actually moved in." However, Chen Yu frowned slightly, feeling that something was missing, a sense of warmth and comfort. Seeing this, the beautiful real estate agent quickly stepped forward, leaned forward slightly, and pointed around, saying, "Mr. Chen, this style is classic European, grand and noble, many successful people like it." Her curves became even more prominent, and Lin Yu couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Next, they arrived at a modern minimalist villa. The villa features clean, simple lines and extensive use of natural wood and glass, creating a stylish yet nature-friendly atmosphere. In the courtyard, a huge heated swimming pool glistens in the sunlight, surrounded by rare flowers, colorful and fragrant. Lin Yu was instantly drawn to the pool and cheered, "I love this pool so much. I can swim every day in the summer." Lin Wanner walked to the smart home control screen, fiddled with it casually for a few moments, and snorted disdainfully, "This smart system looks pretty impressive, but this house is so cold and quiet. I'm afraid I'll get sick from living here for too long." Su Yao smiled and carefully inquired about the details of property management from the real estate agent. While patiently answering her questions, the agent intentionally or unintentionally showcased her professionalism, her voluptuous figure appearing even more striking in her tailored business attire. Chen Yu looked around the house. Although he was quite satisfied with the design and facilities of the villa, he still felt that it was not the home he had always dreamed of. Finally, the real estate agent led them to a mansion in the style of a Chinese courtyard. As soon as we arrived at the door, the real estate agent proudly introduced, "Mr. Chen, this is our treasure of the town, a top-tier luxury mansion covering a full 10 acres and valued at 380 million yuan." As the gates slowly opened, it felt like stepping into a paradise. In the exquisite garden courtyard, rockeries, flowing water, and lush bamboo complemented each other, creating a scene full of poetry and tranquility. The interior is decorated in a simple and elegant style, with solid wood furniture that exudes a faint woody fragrance. Each room is furnished in a warm and comfortable manner. Upon entering the master bedroom, a huge carved solid wood bed comes into view, with a beautiful landscape painting hanging above the headboard, as if bringing the spirit of nature into the room. Lin Yu immediately pounced on the bed, rolling around happily. "This bed is so comfortable. It feels like I'm living in a wealthy family's house in ancient times." Su Yao walked to the window, looked at the courtyard scenery outside, and a happy smile bloomed on her face. "I feel like I'm really at home here, warm and at ease." Lin Wanner gently stroked the solid wood furniture, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed with interest, "Hey, the craftsmanship and the wood, this is the work of an expert. Living here truly feels like home." Chen Yu looked around, his heart filled with joy. This place offered the tranquility and warmth he longed for, yet also exuded a sophisticated and upscale feel. He turned to the real estate agent and said firmly, "This is the one. Get the paperwork done." The three girls cheered excitedly upon hearing Chen Yu's decision. They knew that in this new, loving mansion, they would begin a happier and more wonderful life, creating many more precious memories. Chapter 70 Housewarming Celebration, a Warm Party. After finalizing the deal for a 10-acre Chinese-style courtyard mansion worth 380 million yuan, Chen Yu immediately began arranging the follow-up matters. He personally handled every detail of the renovation, from minor tweaks to custom-made furniture, striving to transform this mansion into his dream home. With the combined efforts of him and his girlfriends, the mansion was completely transformed in just a few weeks, ready for him to move in. On the day of the housewarming, the sky was clear and the breeze was gentle. The green bamboo in the courtyard rustled as if welcoming the new owner. Early in the morning, Lin Yu was so excited she couldn't sleep. She dragged Su Yao and Lin Wanner to the room to try on pretty clothes. "Yao Yao, what do you think of this pink dress? Today is our big day moving into our new home, I have to dress up nicely." Lin Yu twirled in front of the mirror, her face beaming with happiness.
Su Yao gently straightened her skirt and said with a smile, "You look good in anything. We should all look our best today." Lin Wanner leaned against the bed, flipping through a fashion magazine, and said casually, "Just wear whatever. This house is the main attraction anyway." Even so, she still carefully selected a simple yet elegant suit. Chen Yu, dressed in a casual suit, directed the workers to move the last items in the courtyard. The busty female real estate agent also came to help. She skillfully coordinated various matters and occasionally gave Chen Yu some thoughtful advice. "Mr. Chen, placing this ornament here will perfectly complement the artificial hill next to it, making the entire courtyard even more enchanting," the agent said, pointing to a corner of the courtyard. Chen Yu nodded in agreement, highly appreciating her professional skills. Around noon, with everything settled, Chen Yu decided to hold a cozy housewarming party in his new home, inviting only a few of his closest friends. Hu Hansan arrived with his girlfriends, and they were immediately struck by the grandeur and exquisite details of the mansion upon entering. "Chen Yu, your house is so luxurious. I'll have to come here for meals often from now on," Hu Hansan joked with a smile. Chen Yu patted him on the shoulder. "Welcome, welcome. From now on, this will be your second home." At the party, everyone sat around the stone table in the courtyard, enjoying delicious food and fine wine. As the hostess, Lin Yu enthusiastically introduced every design and detail of the house to everyone. "Look, this open-air tea room, you can drink tea and enjoy the moon at night, isn't that wonderful? And that heated swimming pool, you can swim even in winter," she said, her face full of pride. Su Yao quietly brewed tea for everyone, her movements skillful and elegant, filling the air with the aroma of the tea. "Please try the tea I brewed. I hope we can all be happy and harmonious in this new home from now on," Su Yao said gently. Lin Wanner also unusually set aside her usual arrogance and shared her aspirations for the future with everyone. "I plan to fill that study with my favorite books and grow a few orchids. In my spare time, I'll hide in there and enjoy my own time." Looking at his girlfriends and friends, Chen Yu felt a surge of happiness and contentment. He raised his glass and said emotionally, "Thank you all for coming to my housewarming party today. I am so grateful for your companionship and support along the way. This home is more than just a place to live, it's our haven of happiness. We hope to create many more wonderful memories together in the future." Everyone raised their glasses, and laughter echoed throughout the courtyard, adding warmth and joy to this wonderful day. After the party ended, friends left one by one, and Chen Yu and his girlfriend strolled in the courtyard. The moonlight, like water, shone on them, casting happy silhouettes. They knew that from this moment on, their new life in this loving mansion had officially begun. Chapter 71: Huge Income, Acquisition of Private Hospital. Before the excitement of moving into his new home had completely faded, Chen Yu received a phone call that made his heart race. On the other end of the phone, the CFO's voice trembled with excitement. "Mr. Chen, the box office figures for Titanic are complete. Domestically and overseas, the total is 3.28 billion. After hanging up, Chen Yu paced back and forth in the living room, his face beaming with uncontrollable joy. "Yeah, Yao, Wanner, come here quickly." Chen Yu's voice trembled slightly. Hearing this, the three girls rushed over from their respective rooms, their eyes full of confusion. "What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry?" Lin Yu asked first. Chen Yu took a deep breath, trying to calm his excited emotions. "Titanic's box office revenue is all in the bank, 3.28 billion. We've really succeeded this time." He slowly announced the final figure, and the enormous amount made everyone present gasp. Lin Yu's eyes widened, and she jumped up excitedly. "Wow, so much money! We can buy so many things we like." As she spoke, all sorts of beautiful clothes and exquisite jewelry were already flashing through her mind. Su Yao smiled gently, her eyes sparkling with joy. "This is all thanks to your hard work. I'm so happy for you." Although she was gentle by nature, she couldn't hide her excitement at the thought that her future life would be more secure because of this wealth. Lin Wanner raised an eyebrow, a smile curving her lips. "Not bad, it seems the days ahead will be even more interesting." She was already starting to plan how to use the money to invest in some interesting projects. With a huge fortune in hand, Chen Yu knew he couldn't put all his eggs in one basket. One weekend, Chen Yu and Su Qing met at a quiet private club. Under the soft lighting, the two sipped their aromatic coffee and chatted about their recent lives. During the conversation, Su Qing casually mentioned, "I have a friend who is having some financial problems and is planning to sell his Hong Kong private hospital." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu was slightly taken aback. This Hong Kong private hospital was very famous in the area, and he had heard of it before. With its advanced medical equipment and professional expert team, it was a leader in the field of high-end medical services. Why would such a famous hospital suddenly be sold? Shen Yu asked, puzzled.
Su Qing put down her coffee cup, her expression serious, and slowly said, as you know, the male-to-female ratio in our world is severely imbalanced, with very few men, and many women can't find a partner. Women don't want to grow old alone, so they all want to have their own children, which is why the artificial insemination industry has become so popular. Now, almost all hospitals offer this service. This is a highly profitable industry, and the competition is fierce. For hospitals to succeed in this field, the key is to have men willing to donate sperm. To attract them, the hospital offers high compensation. A single sperm donation can earn anywhere from 50,000 to 500,000 yuan, depending on the quality of the donation. But there are so few men that they're all highly sought after, with women vying to support them. So now, women who want to get married have to bring out a hefty dowry. Men simply don't lack money. In order to obtain sperm, the hospital recruited many young, beautiful, and hot female nurses to lure lustful men to the hospital. Men can choose their favorite nurses, enjoying pleasure while receiving generous compensation.
With access to sperm, the hospital made a fortune by performing artificial insemination on women.
The government can also solve the problem of slow population growth due to the shortage of men, so everyone was quite satisfied. Su Qing paused, a helpless expression on her face, but Ankang Hospital has run into a huge mess this time. Someone bribed the staff to replace the pretty nurse with a woman who wanted to get pregnant during the sperm collection. Normally, having someone else collect sperm is not an unprecedented event in this chaotic industry of unspoken rules. The key point is that after the woman successfully became pregnant, she wouldn't let go of the man who donated sperm. It is illegal for sperm donors and recipients to have unauthorized contact.
The man, unable to bear the constant harassment, sued the hospital.
This incident caused a huge uproar. The hospital lost a large sum of money, and was fined a hefty sum by the government. Furthermore, the family's finances had long since dried up, leaving them with no choice but to sell the hospital. Upon hearing this, Shen Yu's heart stirred. He had always been deeply interested in the medical field, knowing it to be a necessity, a highly profitable industry with unlimited potential.
Could you help me make a connection?
I'd like to meet your friend and get to know him better, Shen Yu said earnestly, looking at Su Qing.
Su Qing smiled and nodded. Of course, I knew you were interested in this. I'll contact him right away and arrange for you two to meet.
After leaving the club, Shen Yu's mind was filled with ideas about the Ankang private hospital. He began having his assistant collect relevant information to understand the policies and regulations, current market situation, and future trends in the medical industry. After returning home, Shen Yu told Lin Yu, Su Yao, and Lin Wanner about his idea.
Lin Yu asked curiously, the medical industry? It sounds so complicated. Aren't there any risks? Su Yao gently encouraged her, I trust your judgment. As long as you prepare thoroughly, you'll be fine. After thinking for a moment, Lin Wanner said, the medical industry is stable.
If we can successfully acquire and operate it well, the profits will definitely be substantial.
However, we cannot be careless in the preliminary research and integration work. With the support of his girlfriends, Shen Yu became even more determined.
He began to assemble a professional due diligence team to conduct a comprehensive and detailed investigation of the hospital's assets, liabilities, medical technology, personnel structure, and other aspects. At the same time, he repeatedly discussed the acquisition plan and subsequent operational strategies with his investment advisory team.
Chapter 72 Acquisition Game, First Glimpse of Success.
Under Su Qing's careful arrangement, Shen Yu arranged to meet Li Hong, the person in charge of the Ankang private hospital's sale of the family business, at a top-tier business club. The club is decorated in an extremely luxurious style, with crystal chandeliers casting dazzling light, soft carpets so thick that they can sink into the soles of shoes, and famous paintings hanging on the surrounding walls, all of which exude high-end and noble atmosphere. Shen Yu, dressed in a custom-made tailored suit, walked into the private room with a tall, straight posture and a calm and confident demeanor. Li Hong had been waiting there for a while.
He was slightly overweight and looked tired and anxious.
When he saw Shen Yu come in, he forced a smile and got up to greet him.
Mr. Chen, I've heard so much about you. Thank you for your interest in Ankang Hospital.
Li Hong extended his hand to shake Shen Yu's, his tone carrying a hint of flattery.
Mr. Li, you're too kind.
Ankang Hospital is a well-known name in the industry, and I've been following it closely, Shen Yu replied with a smile, neither humble nor arrogant.
After the two were seated, the waiter quickly brought out top-grade Longjing tea, its aroma rising gently.
Shen Yu took a small sip and said, President Li, Su Qing has given me a general overview of Ankang Hospital. However, I would like to delve deeper into key information such as the hospital's core assets and the stability of its medical team. Li Hong put down his teacup, cleared his throat, and began to give a detailed introduction. President Chen, the medical equipment in our hospital was all imported from top European and American manufacturers in recent years, and it is absolutely top-notch in the industry. The medical team includes many specialists recruited from renowned public hospitals. Their skills are undeniable. Although this incident occurred, it hasn't had a significant impact on the hospital as a whole. As he spoke, he took out a thick stack of documents from his briefcase and handed them to Chen Yu. These are the hospital's detailed financial statements and asset list. Please take a look. Chen Yu took the documents and carefully reviewed them, asking questions as he went. Mr. Li, I see the hospital's debt is quite substantial, and dealing with it might be tricky. Also, how long do you think it will take to recover from the damage this accident has done to the hospital's reputation? Li Hong frowned slightly, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. Regarding the debt, we are willing to make some concessions on the price. As for reputation, I believe that as long as we reorganize management and increase publicity, it won't be long before we get back on track. The two engaged in heated discussions regarding the acquisition price, debt assumption, and subsequent operations. Li Hong naturally hoped to get a good price and retain as much equity as possible, while Chen Yu, considering investment risks, future returns, and other factors, tried to lower costs and maximize profits. Mr. Li, your quote is really too high. The hospital is facing so many problems right now, and I will have to invest a lot of money in renovations after I take over. I really can't accept this price. Chen Yu put down the documents in his hand and said with a serious expression, the 2.8 billion yuan offer that Li Hong made earlier is, in Chen Yu's view, seriously inconsistent with the hospital's current situation. Li Hong gritted his teeth and said, President Chen, you know the state of Ankang Hospital. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. This price is already our bottom line. If it's any lower, we really won't be able to explain it. Li Hong thought of all the effort his family had put into the hospital and insisted that the price was reasonable. The negotiations reached a stalemate, and the atmosphere became somewhat tense. At this moment, Chen Yu had a flash of inspiration and proposed a new solution. Mr. Li, how about this, we adopt an installment payment method. I can pay part of the down payment as you request, and the remaining amount will be paid in installments based on the hospital's profitability over the next few years. This will not only alleviate my financial pressure, but also show you my confidence in the hospital's development. Furthermore, in the initial stages of operation, I hope you can retain some shares to help me stabilize the hospital's situation. Once the hospital is on the right track, you can gradually withdraw. After several rounds of intense negotiations, both parties finally reached an agreement, with a transaction price of 2.2 billion. Chen Yu will pay an initial payment of 1.5 billion, and the remaining 700 million will be paid proportionally over the next 5 years based on the hospital's profitability. If the hospital is profitable, Chen Yu will expedite the payment process. If it is not profitable, the payment process will be slowed down accordingly, in order to protect the interests of both parties. After listening, Li Hong fell into deep thought. This plan, for him, guaranteed a certain return of funds while preserving some hope, and seemed to be the best solution at present. After a while, he slowly said, Mr. Chen, your plan does have some feasibility, but I still need to discuss it with other members of my family. Chen Yu smiled slightly. Of course, Mr. Li, you can take your time to consider it. I believe that as long as both of us are sincere, we will definitely be able to reach a mutually beneficial cooperation. After the negotiations concluded, Chen Yu stepped out of the clubhouse and took a deep breath. He knew that the acquisition process would be long, but he was confident that with his wisdom and determination, he could transform Ankang Hospital into a new benchmark in the medical industry. Back home, Lin Yu, Su Yao, and Lin Wanner were already waiting for him. Seeing Chen Yu return, Lin Yu eagerly asked, How did it go? Did the meeting go smoothly? Chen Yu smiled and briefly recounted the negotiation process. Su Yao said gently, No matter the outcome, we support you. Lin Wanner analyzed, This installment payment plan is good, it can reduce risk and keep the other party in line. However, the real challenge lies in the subsequent integration work. Chen Yu nodded, his heart filled with motivation. He understood that in this world full of opportunities and challenges, every decision could change the trajectory of his life, and he was ready to face anything. Chapter 73: The Road to Rectification, introducing European and American nurses. After multiple rounds of discussions with the Li Hong family, refinement of details, and repeated review of legal documents, Chen Yu finally succeeded in acquiring the Ankang private hospital. The signing ceremony was held in the hospital's conference room, where the atmosphere was solemn yet filled with anticipation. Although Li Hong looked reluctant, he was also relieved to have found a capable and courageous successor like Chen Yu. Mr. Chen, from today onwards, Ankon Hospital is in your hands. I hope you can lead it back to its former glory, Li Hong said, handing over the signing pen. Chen Yu gripped the pen tightly, signed his name, and firmly replied, "Don't worry, Mr. Li, I will definitely not let everyone down." After the acquisition was completed, Chen Yu understood that as a boss, the key was to control the overall situation rather than to do everything personally. He recruited talents nationwide through a professional headhunting firm and eventually appointed Zhao Liping, who was over 40 years old, as the dean. Zhao Liping, dressed in a smart business suit, exudes maturity and wisdom in her eyes. Having worked in the medical industry for many years, she has successfully reorganized medical institutions in distress, and her abilities are widely recognized. Dean Zhao, you are aware of the current situation at Ankon Hospital. From now on, it all depends on your abilities to get the hospital back on track, Chen Yu said sincerely during his first meeting with Zhao Liping. Zhao Liping nodded slightly, her gaze firm. "Don't worry, Mr. Chen, I will do my best." Under Zhao Liping's leadership, the rectification work was fully launched. She first hired a top-notch public relations team in the industry at a high salary to develop a detailed crisis public relations strategy. A series of positive publicity activities were launched, including inviting the media to visit the upgraded advanced equipment, holding free clinics by experts to give back to the community, and actively participating in public welfare medical projects to provide free reproductive health checkups for women in impoverished areas, gradually changing the public's negative impression of the hospital. In terms of internal management, Zhao Liping carried out sweeping reforms. The personnel involved were dismissed, the sperm collection process was restructured, and a strict oversight mechanism was introduced to ensure that every step is open, transparent, compliant, and legal. To boost the morale of medical staff, she developed a brand new compensation and benefits system, significantly increasing the proportion of performance bonuses to encourage doctors to improve their professional skills. Dr. Zhang, the hospital will arrange for you to study the latest reproductive medical technologies abroad. All expenses will be covered by the hospital. We hope that you can apply these new technologies to your work after you return, Zhao Liping said during a conversation with a senior doctor. The doctor was overjoyed. "Dean Zhao, don't worry, I will definitely study hard and live up to the hospital's expectations." Chen Yu and Zhao Liping both understood that, for the hospital's core business, appeasing the men who had long-term sperm donation partnerships with the hospital was crucial. Zhao Liping personally selected a group of employees with strong communication skills and a friendly image to form a special communication team to contact these sperm donors one by one. "Hello Mr. Wang, this is Zhao Liping, the newly appointed president of Ankon Hospital. I'm truly sorry for some issues the hospital encountered before. But please rest assured, everything is moving in a positive direction now. The new sperm collection process is absolutely safe and standardized, and your rights and privacy will be fully protected." Zhao Liping personally called an important long-term sperm donor to communicate. Some sperm donors had reservations, worried that similar incidents might occur again and disrupt their lives. Zhao Liping then invited them to the hospital to tour the new sperm collection room and monitoring system, explaining the safety measures in detail. During the visit, Zhao Liping specially arranged a segment to introduce and showcase a group of beautiful female sperm collection nurses newly recruited by the hospital from Europe and America. These beautiful European and American nurses, dressed in well-fitting uniforms, with their tall figures, deep eyes, and warm smiles, instantly attracted the attention of visiting men. Zhao Liping introduced with a smile, "Everyone, this is our newly joined international nursing team. They not only have outstanding appearance and temperament, but also possess professional nursing knowledge and rich experience. They will fully respect and take care of everyone's feelings during the service process." Upon hearing the introduction, the sperm donors showed expressions of great interest, and their previous tension and worry dissipated considerably. One sperm donor smiled and said, "Dean Zhao, your arrangement is so thoughtful. It seems the hospital is really trying to make a difference." The hospital also promised to purchase high-value personal insurance for each sperm donor, and to assume full responsibility in the event of any accident. At the same time, to express our sincerity, we have decided to provide them with an additional subsidy on top of their original compensation to thank them for their support and trust during this special period. After some effort, most sperm donors dispelled their concerns and were willing to continue cooperating with the hospital. One sperm donor remarked, "Dean Zhao, it's clear that you genuinely care about us and have confidence in the hospital. We are willing to continue our cooperation." At the same time, Zhao Liping did not forget to comfort the hospital's old clients. She personally delivered letters of condolence to women who had long received services at the hospital, promising to provide better and safer medical services and inviting them to monitor the hospital's reform process. Lin Yu, Su Yao, and Lin Wanner also fully support Chen Yu. Lin Wanner uses her business acumen to devise strategies for cost control and market expansion at the hospital. Chen Yu, I think we can cooperate with some high-end maternity centers to launch a one-stop pregnancy and childbirth service package, which can increase revenue and enhance brand influence, Lin Wanner suggested at a family meeting. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. Wanner, this is a good idea, let's do it your way. Under Chen Yu's overall planning and Zhao Liping's efficient management, and with the support of family and friends, Ankang Hospital gradually got back on track. A few months later, the hospital's outpatient and inpatient numbers steadily rebounded, and patient satisfaction improved significantly. The past scandal gradually faded from memory, replaced by a revitalized and dynamic healthcare institution. Standing on the top floor of the hospital, Chen Yu looked down at the busy yet orderly hospital area, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. Chapter 74: The Undercurrents in the Office. As Ankang Hospital gradually gets back on track, its daily operations are becoming increasingly smooth. As the boss, Chen Yu not only oversees key decisions but also visits the hospital from time to time. That day, as soon as he stepped into the hospital lobby, a sweet voice came from inside. "Mr. Chen, you've arrived." The speaker was Su Xiaoxiao, a beautiful receptionist who had only been with the company for a few weeks. The moment Chen Yu looked up, he was completely stunned. Su Xiaoxiao looked exactly like the famous actress Aoyama Chikako from his original world. Not only their facial features, but also their long, wavy hair and even their demeanor and charm seemed to be cut from the same mold. What's even more captivating is her curvaceous figure, with her ample bosom drawing particular attention. She's practically a carbon copy of Chikako Aoyama. Chen Yu clenched his fists instinctively, his heart pounding uncontrollably, and memories of Aoyama Chikako flooded back. He tried to calm himself down, smiled and nodded politely in response, and was about to walk towards the elevator. Su Xiaoxiao, however, seemed to have been prepared. She quickly came around from the front desk, holding a document in her hand. "President Chen, Dean Zhao asked me to give this to you. He said it's very important." As she spoke, she moved closer to Chen Yu, the faint scent of her perfume wafting through the air. Chen Yu took the document, glanced at it briefly, and replied politely, "Okay, I understand. Thank you for your hard work." But a thought popped into his head. Usually, Dean Zhao would send these kinds of documents directly to his email, so why was the receptionist forwarding them today? As soon as Chen Yu sat down in his office, Su Xiaoxiao brought in a cup of freshly brewed coffee. "Mr. Chen, I heard you like Americanos, so I made this especially for you." She gently placed the coffee on the table, leaned slightly forward, and a glimpse of her fair skin was inadvertently revealed at her neckline, while her ample bosom was impossible to ignore. Chen Yu felt a little awkward and frowned slightly. "Thank you. If you're busy with work, go ahead and do it. I'll call you if I need anything." Su Xiaoxiao seemed not to understand the hint, and continued to look around and touch things in the office. "President Chen, your office is decorated with such good taste. I wish I could have an office like this." Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and Dean Zhao walked in. Upon seeing Su Xiaoxiao, Dean Zhao was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "President Chen, I've come to report to you on this month's operational data." She glanced at Su Xiaoxiao, a hint of displeasure in her eyes. Su Xiaoxiao sensed that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, stuck out her tongue, and said, "Then, President Chen and Dean Zhao, you two continue chatting. I'll be going now." With that, she swayed her hips and left the office. After Su Xiaoxiao left, Dean Zhao spoke up, "President Chen, this new receptionist has been a bit too active lately. I don't think she's fully focused on her work." Chen Yu smiled helplessly. "I felt that too. Today's series of actions seemed a bit too deliberate." As the two were talking, Chen Yu's work phone screen lit up, and a notification sound indicated that someone had sent a message in the company's WeChat work group. He casually clicked on it and found it was a friend request from Su Xiaoxiao. The reason for adding her was, "Mr. Chen, I'm Su Xiaoxiao from the front desk. I'd like to ask you some questions about work details." Chen Yu hesitated for a moment, but still accepted. Almost instantly, Su Xiaoxiao sent a message, "Mr. Chen, are you free to have dinner together tonight? I know a really good Western restaurant with a private atmosphere, perfect for discussing business." In a society where men are scarce, Su Xiaoxiao knew very well how rare it was to be able to meet a handsome and wealthy man like Chen Yu. She had a plan in mind. Even if she couldn't marry into a wealthy family, being Chen Yu's mistress would ensure her a comfortable life for the rest of her days. That's why she was actively seizing opportunities and constantly creating chances to spend time with Chen Yu.
Shen Yu glanced at the phone and handed it directly to Dean Zhao. After reading it, Dean Zhao's face darkened. This is outrageous. I'll handle it right away. We can't let her ruin the hospital's reputation. Shen Yu waved his hand. Don't be too hasty. Talk to her privately and give her a warning. If she can correct her behavior, give her another chance. After all, firing an employee isn't good for the hospital's reputation if word gets out. Although Dean Zhao was dissatisfied, he still nodded in agreement. After get off work, Dean Zhao called Su Xiaoxiao into the conference room. Su Xiaoxiao, you've been at the hospital for a while now, and your work ability is good, but I hope you can focus more on your work and not other things. Dean Zhao's expression was serious, and his tone carried an unquestionable authority. Su Xiaoxiao initially tried to play dumb. Dean Zhao, what do you mean by that? I've always been very diligent in my work. Dean Zhao snorted coldly. You took it upon yourself to send documents and coffee to General Manager Chen, and even invited him to dinner. These behaviors are not what an ordinary employee should do. Su Xiaoxiao's face turned deathly pale instantly, and she stammered, unable to speak. Dean Zhao continued, Mr. Chen is the owner of the hospital. His time and energy should be focused on the hospital's development, not something you can disturb at will. If you want to continue working here, you'd better correct your attitude, otherwise. Su Xiaoxiao nodded hurriedly. Dean Zhao, I know I was wrong. I will definitely work hard in the future and never do it again. After leaving the conference room, Su Xiaoxiao was full of regret. She thought she could take a shortcut in the hospital because of her appearance, but she didn't expect it to backfire. Meanwhile, Shen Yu sat in his office, rubbing his temples. He knew that things like this would only increase in the future, and balancing management with interpersonal relationships would be a continuous challenge he would face. After all, in reality, ordinary people don't have the super-sized kidneys of protagonists in harem novels. Chapter 75 Innovation of the Semen Collection Department. After the last office incident, Su Xiaoxiao finally calmed down a lot, and the hospital returned to its usual orderly operation. But Shen Yu knew that if the hospital wanted to truly achieve stable development, the optimization of its core business could not be relaxed, especially the sperm collection department. One weekday afternoon, Shen Yu decided to personally go to the sperm collection department to check on the situation. As soon as he stepped into the floor where the department was located, it was like entering a world full of beautiful women, with alluring figures everywhere. The nurses here all wear cute nurse skirts, and they are voluptuous with their curves showing. Mr. Chen, what brings you here? Dr. Zhang, who was in charge of the sperm collection department, rushed over with a hint of nervousness on his face. Shen Yu smiled and waved his hand. Don't be nervous, I just came to check on things and see how the department is doing. Dr. Zhang adjusted his glasses and said, since the last crackdown, the procedures have become much more standardized, and sperm donors are quite cooperative. However, there are still some minor issues. Oh? What's the problem? Shen Yu became interested and gestured for Dr. Zhang to continue. Some sperm donors have reported that while the sperm collection room is private, it lacks some relaxing elements. After all, mood does have a certain impact on the quality of collection, Dr. Zhang reported truthfully. Shen Yu nodded. That is indeed a problem. Come on, take me to the sperm collection room. Along the way, Shen Yu noticed that all the nurses had beautiful and charming faces, and each of them could be considered a beauty among beauties. This is understandable, as sperm collection nurses are in high demand and there are very high requirements for recruiting staff. Not only must she be stunningly beautiful, but her bust size must also be at least a C cup. There are no specific requirements for height, since some men prefer petite women. The sperm collection room is simply furnished, with a comfortable large bed and soft lighting. Shen Yu looked around, thought for a moment, and said, Dr. Zhang, I think we can add some relaxing elements to the room, such as playing soft music and placing some green plants to create a warmer and more comfortable atmosphere. Dr. Zhang nodded quickly and took notes. Mr. Chen's suggestion is excellent. How come I didn't think of that? The two then went to the semen testing area, where the equipment was all advanced products imported from abroad, providing accurate and fast test data. However, Shen Yu found that the process of issuing test reports was a bit cumbersome, taking a lot of time from collection to handing the final report to the doctor. Dr. Zhang, could you optimize the test report process? Ideally, it would allow for real-time data transmission so that doctors can access the test results immediately, Shen Yu suggested. Dr. Zhang looked troubled. Mr. Chen, this requires upgrading the entire testing system, which may cost a considerable amount of money. Shen Yu thought for a moment and said, as long as efficiency and quality can be improved, funding is not a problem.
Please prepare a budget and plan for me as soon as possible, and we will try to complete the upgrade in the shortest possible time." As they were talking, a young sperm donor walked over and said somewhat shyly, "Doctor, I'd like to ask if there will be any changes to the sperm donation subsidy in the future?" Chen Yu replied with a smile, "As long as you continue to support our hospital, the subsidies will only increase, not decrease. But as you also know, the service provided by the sperm collection nurses is actually more important." After listening, the sperm donor nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, I'd been to other places before, but I still think the nurses here are more enthusiastic, considerate, and skilled. Especially those newly introduced European and American nurses, their figures and enthusiasm are so popular, many of my friends came here specifically because of them." Shen Yu replied with a smile, "Then don't worry, we will definitely do better." Shen Yu had long noticed that the newly introduced European and American nurses stood out in the department. Their high-nose bridges, deep eyes, hot figures, and passionate personalities have made many sperm donors repeat customers. Some sperm donors even specifically request services from European and American nurses, which has indirectly improved the hospital's reputation among sperm donors. Shen Yu knew that while material incentives were important for these sperm donors, the services provided by the sperm collection nurses were even more crucial. After all, in this era, men could become rich simply by marrying multiple wives and collecting dowries. Therefore, only by providing a good service experience and making everyone feel physically and mentally comfortable during the sperm collection process can we retain these sperm donors in the face of fierce competition from our peers. After all, we are not the only hospital that offers these services. After leaving the sperm collection department, Shen Yu went to the staff rest area. There were many nurses and doctors resting there, and they all stood up to greet him when they saw him come in. Shen Yu smiled and chatted with everyone for a few minutes, learning about their difficulties and needs at work. A young nurse whispered, "Mr. Chen, sometimes when we're busy, we don't even have time to eat a hot meal." Upon hearing this, Shen Yu felt a pang of anxiety. "I will resolve this issue as soon as possible. I will arrange a dedicated meal delivery service to ensure that everyone can enjoy hot meals." Back in his office, Shen Yu fell into deep thought. He knew that the hospital's development had a long way to go, and every detail was crucial to its future. Chapter 76 Privacy Leaks. Shen Yu had assumed that with the gradual optimization of the sperm collection department, the hospital would develop smoothly. But who could have imagined that new troubles would descend upon them without warning? One morning, Shen Yu had just arrived at his office and hadn't even had a sip of coffee when Dean Zhao rushed in, clutching a document tightly in his hand, his face ashen. "President Chen, something terrible has happened." Dean Zhao's voice trembled. Shen Yu's heart skipped a beat. He quickly took the document and began to browse through it. An anonymous whistleblower letter appeared online, directly accusing Ankon Hospital of serious privacy risks in its sperm collection process. The letter also included screenshots that seemed to be solid evidence, clearly showing that sperm donors' personal information was being spread at will. How is this possible? We just finished the rectification, how could this happen? Shen Yu frowned, his anger and doubt intertwined. Dean Zhao sighed helplessly, "I don't know either. I've already sent people to investigate immediately. If this gets out, the hospital's reputation will definitely plummet again." Shen Yu was well aware of the seriousness of the matter. Once the news of the privacy breach spread, sperm donors would inevitably lose trust in the hospital, and the hospital's other businesses would also suffer a severe blow. After all, if there were problems in the sperm collection department, it would also impact the obstetrics and gynecology department, both of which are important sources of income for the hospital. He immediately convened the hospital's senior management and legal team to urgently discuss countermeasures. "Everyone, this matter must be thoroughly investigated as soon as possible. Whether it was an internal leak or a malicious attack from the outside, we must give an explanation to the sperm donors and the public." Shen Yu's tone was firm as he scanned everyone present. Attorney Li from the legal department pushed up his glasses and said seriously, "Mr. Chen, if there really is a privacy breach, we will not only face a lawsuit from the sperm donor, but we may also violate relevant laws and regulations, with unimaginable consequences." The atmosphere in the meeting room was heavy. Everyone realized that this was a battle they couldn't afford to lose. Shen Yu decided to first issue a statement promising the public that the hospital would do its utmost to investigate the matter and protect the privacy and safety of sperm donors. At the same time, he arranged for a technical team to conduct a comprehensive review of the hospital's information system to see if there were any vulnerabilities. During the investigation, Shen Yu discovered that while the screenshots of evidence in the anonymous whistleblower letter appeared authentic, some details didn't hold up to scrutiny. He suspected that a larger conspiracy might be hidden behind it. Dean Zhao, I don't think this matter is that simple. These screenshots of evidence seem to have been carefully manipulated, with the aim of smearing our hospital, Chen Yu told Dean Zhao, expressing his concerns.
Dean Zhao nodded, I feel the same way.
The hospital's business has been gradually improving recently. Maybe it's the competitors who are up to something behind the scenes. In order to find out the truth, Dean Zhao decided to personally visit some sperm donors to find out if they had really encountered privacy breaches. He visited them one by one with an assistant, patiently asking questions.
Hello, Mr. Wang, we are from Oncon Hospital. We have recently received some reports about privacy leaks and would like to know if you have encountered any issues with your personal information being leaked after donating sperm at our hospital? Shen Yu asked a sperm donor sincerely.
Mr. Wang frowned and thought for a moment, then said, I've never encountered this before. The nurses at your hospital are all very responsible, and they maintain good confidentiality.
Why are you suddenly asking about this?
After conducting interviews, Shen Yu discovered that most sperm donors reported not experiencing any privacy breaches. This further convinced him that this was a premeditated and malicious attack.
Back at the hospital, the technical team brought good news. After careful investigation, they found no signs of intrusion into the hospital's information system, and the alleged evidence of privacy breach was likely fabricated.
Shen Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but he knew the matter was not over yet. He needed to find the mastermind behind it all, give the hospital and the sperm donors an explanation, and help Oncon Hospital completely get out of this crisis. Chapter 77 The Truth Emerges. After confirming that the information system had no vulnerabilities, Chen Yu shifted the focus of his investigation to the internal system. He and Dean Zhao secretly organized a special task force, whose members included trusted senior doctors, technical experts, and meticulous administrative staff. Their mission was to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes without alerting the suspect.
The task force first used technical means to conduct background checks on employees who had been exposed to sperm donor information, and reviewed each person's recent behavior and social activities.
While reviewing employee communication records using hacking techniques, Xiaoli, a meticulous technical expert, discovered that Lin Na, a nurse in the sperm collection department, had been frequently contacting an unknown number recently, and the call locations of this number had repeatedly appeared near a competitor's hospital. Mr. Chen, look, Lin Na's contact with this number is too suspicious. They talk almost every day, and the calls are quite long. Xiaoli pointed to the call logs on the computer screen, his tone tinged with excitement.
Chen Yu's eyes sharpened instantly. Follow this lead and see if we can find more evidence.
As the investigation deepened, the task force discovered that Lina's recent spending habits were also unusual. She had suddenly purchased a number of expensive luxury goods, which far exceeded her income level.
It seems she has likely been bribed.
Dean Zhao frowned, his face full of anger. To avoid alerting Lin Na, Chen Yu instructed Xiaoli to continue monitoring her communications, while also having Xiao Wang, an administrative staff member skilled in tracking, keep an eye on Lin Na's movements. A few days later, Xiao Wang brought a crucial clue. Mr. Chen, I followed Lin Na and found that after get off work today, she went to a coffee shop and met with a middle-aged woman wearing a hat. The two talked for a while, and the woman gave her a thick envelope. Shen Yu was overjoyed. Great, finally there's been substantial progress. We need to find a way to take photos of them meeting. This could be crucial evidence.
Thanks to Xiao Wang's efforts, photos of Lin Na and the mysterious woman making a transaction were successfully taken.
Further investigation revealed the mysterious woman's identity. She was the marketing manager of a rival hospital.
With the evidence irrefutable, Shen Yu decided to no longer tolerate it.
He took the evidence he had collected to Lin Na's office and presented her with the photos and call records. Lin Na is 195 centimeters tall and has a slender figure. When Shen Yu came in, her already conspicuous figure became even more conspicuous in the office. Her exaggerated E-cup breasts, combined with her large, fleshy buttocks and long, straight legs, even with her face full of terror, could not hide her charm that made her popular among sperm donors. In the past, she always attracted many sperm donors to request her services because of her perfect S-shaped figure.
Lina, is there anything else you want to say?
Shen Yu's voice was deep and authoritative. Upon seeing the evidence, Lin Na's face turned deathly pale, her legs went weak, and she slumped into a chair.
President Chen, I was wrong. They forced me to do this.
They gave me a large sum of money to fabricate evidence and smear the hospital. Shen Yu snorted coldly, you have to pay the price for doing something wrong.
The hospital trusted you, but you did this for money.
Seeing that her scheme had been exposed, Lin Na suddenly knelt down with a thud, tightly hugging Chen Yu's legs with both hands. Her eyes were red and her voice was trembling with sobs. President Chen, please forgive me this time.
I really know I was wrong. I'll do anything as long as you let me go.
As she spoke, she deliberately puffed out her chest, making her impressive E-cup breasts even more eye-catching. A hint of seduction flickered in her eyes as she tried to use her body to gain Chen Yu's pity and escape the accountability she was about to face. Chen Yu frowned in disgust, forcefully pulled his hand away from Lin Na's, took a step back, and said coldly, "Your actions have seriously damaged the hospital's interests and hurt so many people who trusted us. This cannot be resolved with just a plea for forgiveness." Lin Na was still unwilling to give up and continued to sob. "Mr. Chen, I have a sick mother and a younger sister who is still in school. They all depend on me for support. If I lose this job and face legal consequences, what will they do?" Shen Yu remained unmoved and said seriously, "You should have thought about the consequences when you made the decision to betray the hospital.
It's too late to say these things now."
After saying that, he turned around and called over a group of burly middle-aged female security guards. "Take her to the security room and wait for the legal department to come and handle it." Security guards came in, grabbed Lin Na, and carried her out. Lin Na struggled and begged for mercy, but Chen Yu didn't turn back. Subsequently, Chen Yu handed the evidence over to the legal department. Attorney Li stated that the evidence was sufficient to sue the competitor hospital and Lin Na, making them pay the legal price for their actions. After dealing with Lin Na's matter, Chen Yu convened a meeting of all hospital staff. At the meeting, he made the investigation results public, calming the employees and emphasizing the hospital's commitment to integrity and reputation. Although this crisis was a malicious attack, it has also served as a wake-up call for us. We must remain vigilant at all times and safeguard the reputation of the hospital and the rights of every patient and sperm donor. Chen Yu's words were resounding and echoed in every corner of the conference room. Through this ordeal, Ankon Hospital not only successfully resolved the crisis, but also strengthened the unity of its employees. Chapter 78 Return to Campus, Bitter Battle in the Sea of Learning. After resolving the hospital's thorny crisis, Shen Yu was finally able to turn some of his energy back to his university life. He knew that due to his long hours at the hospital and frequent absences from classes, his studies had fallen far behind, and the upcoming exams were like a heavy mountain looming in front of him. Returning to the familiar yet long-lost university campus, sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves onto the path, but Chen Yu had no heart to appreciate the beautiful scenery. He walked straight to the parking lot, drove back to the luxurious villa where he lived with Lin Yu, Su Yao, and Lin Wanner. This villa was their cozy love nest, and now it would become his battlefield for preparing for the exam. Stepping into the villa, a familiar atmosphere greeted him. In the living room, an exquisite crystal chandelier cast a soft glow, and the spacious sofa and neatly arranged decorations all exuded the warmth of home. But Chen Yu had no time to pay attention to any of this at the moment. He hurried through the living room and headed straight for the study on the second floor. The study is quite spacious, with one wall filled with custom-made bookshelves that hold all kinds of books, from finance textbooks to business biographies. A large desk was placed by the window, and some of the space on it had already been occupied by some books and documents that Chen Yu had casually placed there before. Chen Yu neatly placed the stack of finance textbooks he was holding on the table, took a deep breath, pulled out a chair, and sat down, officially beginning his exam preparation journey. The first course he needed to conquer was financial markets. The complex financial instruments, trading mechanisms, and principles of market fluctuations made Chen Yu's brows furrow deeply. He tried to recall the teacher's explanations in class, but because he had missed so many classes, much of the content was a jumbled mess that he couldn't make sense of. "No, I can't give up like this." Chen Yu gritted his teeth, turned on his computer, and searched for relevant instructional videos online. Video after video played, and he watched, pausing frequently to jot down key points and draw diagrams in his notebook. When he encountered something he didn't understand, he would rewind and watch it again until he fully grasped it. Time slipped by unnoticed, and the sky outside the window gradually darkened. Chen Yu rubbed his sore eyes, checked the time, and saw it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Just then, soft footsteps sounded, and Lin Yu entered the study carrying a plate of fruit. She was wearing loose-fitting loungewear, her long hair casually tied back, and a gentle smile on her face. "Chen Yu, take a break and have some fruit. You've been studying all afternoon, you must be exhausted," Lin Yu said with concern, placing a plate of fruit on the table. Chen Yu looked up at Lin Yu, a slight smile appearing on his tired face. "Thank you, yeah. I'll study a little longer. I haven't fully grasped this part of financial derivatives yet." Lin Yu gently patted Chen Yu's head. "Don't overwork yourself. Your health is the most important thing. Wanner is also a finance major. I'll have her tutor you later."
Maybe you can figure it out faster than you can on your own. Chen Yu nodded. Okay, I understand. You go and rest first. I'll go have dinner after I finish this part.
Shortly after Lin Yu left, the study door was pushed open again, and Lin Wanner walked in. She wore a simple white shirt paired with a fitted black skirt, her long hair flowing smoothly over her shoulders, exuding the aura of a top student. Holding several notebooks in her hands, her eyes radiated confidence and concern. I heard you're worried about the exam, so here I am. Lin Wanner walked over to Chen Yu, put her notes on the table, and pulled up a chair to sit down.
Wanner, you finally arrived. I'm almost dizzy from all this financial knowledge.
Take financial derivatives, for example futures, options, swaps. I'm confused by so many of the concepts, Chen Yu said with a wry smile.
Lin Wanner smiled gently, picked up Chen Yu's notebook, and turned to the page on financial derivatives. Don't rush, let's start from the beginning.
You see, futures are a standardized contract where both parties agree to buy or sell a certain quantity of assets at a specific price at a specific time in the future. As she spoke, she drew a simple diagram in the notebook, explaining the complex concept in easy-to-understand language.
With Lin Wanner's patient explanation, Chen Yu's originally chaotic thoughts gradually became clear.
When Chen Yu encountered something he didn't quite understand, Lin Wanner would use real-life examples, such as how a down payment for a house is similar to the premium for an option, to help him deepen his understanding. After explaining the theoretical knowledge, Lin Wanner found some typical examples from her notes and had Chen Yu practice them on the spot. Try doing this problem, using the futures pricing principles we just discussed.
Lin Wanner pushed the notebook in front of Chen Yu.
Chen Yu took the pen and began to think seriously, scribbling and drawing on the paper. After a short while, he came up with the answer. Lin Wanner looked at it, smiled, and nodded. You got it right.
It seems you've mastered it.
Under Lin Wanner's guidance, Chen Yu's learning efficiency greatly improved.
Before they knew it, it was late at night.
The villa was quiet except for the light in the study, where two young figures were immersed in the sea of knowledge, giving their all for the upcoming exam.
Chapter 79, Frequent Successes and Surprises.
With Lin Wanner's meticulous guidance and his own tireless study, Chen Yu finally faced the exam. In the exam hall, he wrote furiously, turning the knowledge he had painstakingly absorbed into answers, filling in each one on the test paper. When the bell rang to signal the end of the final exam, Chen Yu breathed a long sigh of relief, put down his pen, and a huge weight was lifted from his heart. He knew that his efforts had not been in vain. As for the results, he could only wait and see. After the exams, school officially started its summer break, and the campus suddenly became lively as students packed their bags and embarked on their journeys home or on trips. Chen Yu, on the other hand, returned to his villa, ready to relax properly, as the period of preparing for the exams had been incredibly tiring. However, before he could even rest for a few days, a series of good news came from the film company. First, the total box office figures for A Chinese Odyssey were finally released. This classic film, invested in and co-planned by Chen Yu, had sparked a viewing frenzy in the market. Domestically, the box office soared, ultimately settling at 4.6 billion yuan. In overseas markets, the film, with its unique Eastern fantasy charm and nonsensical comedic style, also garnered 1.5 billion yuan, bringing its total box office to a staggering 6.1 billion yuan, successfully ranking among the top films of the year. Upon hearing this news, the entire film company erupted in celebration, with cheers resounding throughout. Chen Yu looked at the impressive figures on the financial statements, his heart filled with satisfaction. Mr. Chen, the success of The Chinese Odyssey is largely thanks to your visionary leadership, the film company's project manager said excitedly.
Chen Yu smiled and waved his hand. This is the result of everyone's joint efforts.
From the director and actors to every staff member, everyone deserves credit. The joy had barely faded when another bombshell dropped. Titanic had won multiple awards at prestigious international film festivals. When the video of the awards ceremony reached Chen Yu online, he saw the film's creative team standing on the stage, trophies in hand, tears of emotion glistening in their eyes, amidst thunderous applause. Titanic, with its stunning visual effects, deeply moving love story, and profound portrayal of humanity, captivated audiences worldwide and earned high praise from professional judges.
Mr. Chen, our Titanic won an award. This is a major international award, and our company's international reputation is sure to soar. The director in charge of overseas business called excitedly. Chen Yu couldn't contain his excitement. Fantastic! This is an honor we deserve. Inform everyone in the company to take a day off and celebrate. Also, give generous bonuses to everyone involved in the production of these two films. Thank you all for your hard work. After hanging up the phone,
Chen Yu shared the good news with Lin Yu, Su Yao, and Lin Wanner. His 3 girlfriends immediately gathered around, offering congratulatory hugs and kisses.
Chen Yu, you're amazing.
Both of your films have achieved such great results.
I knew you could do it.
Lin Yu said with a proud expression.
Su Yao smiled and chimed in, yes, you've been so busy with the hospital, your studies, and the movie all this time. It's been tough for you. Now that things are finally looking up, we should definitely celebrate.
Lin Wanner nestled gently in Chen Yu's arms. Congratulations, darling. This is all thanks to your hard work.
I'm so proud of you.
Looking at the 3 beautiful women before him, Chen Yu felt a surge of happiness and contentment. While his professional success was certainly gratifying, having them by his side to share this joy was the most precious thing. That evening, the 4 of them hosted a small party at the villa, celebrating this hard-won moment of glory amidst laughter and a warm atmosphere, while also looking forward to an even brighter future.
Chapter 80, Preparing for the New Year, Overflowing with Love.
With the film's success still fresh in everyone's minds, the new year is fast approaching. Streets and alleys are already decorated with lanterns and festive couplets, creating a joyous atmosphere. In between his busy career, Chen Yu also began to prepare for the new year with his 3 girlfriends. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains onto the cozy bed. Chen Yu slowly woke up, while Lin Yu was still fast asleep beside him, her face appearing exceptionally serene in the morning light.
Chen Yu got up quietly, careful not to wake her, and then quietly left the room.
Upon entering the living room, Su Yao was already busy in the kitchen. Wearing an apron, she was intently mixing a bowl of filling, preparing to make dumplings. Seeing Chen Yu, Su Yao's face lit up with a bright smile. Good morning, Chen Yu, come and try my dumpling filling, see if it suits your taste. Chen Yu walked over with a smile, dipped his finger in the filling and put it in his mouth.
It tastes amazing. Your cooking is the best. Su Yao's face flushed with happiness upon hearing this. At this moment, Lin Wanner also came out of the room.
She was wearing casual sportswear, her long hair tied in a high ponytail, and she looked full of energy.
Shouldn't we go shopping for some New Year's goods today? Lin Wanner suggested. Great, that is exactly what I was thinking too. Chen Yu nodded in agreement. We'll set off once Yaya wakes up.
Not long after, Lin Yu finished washing up and joined the group. After a simple breakfast, the 4 of them drove to the largest New Year's market in the city center. The market was packed with people and bustling with activity. A wide variety of New Year's goods were on display, including candies, nuts, all kinds of fireworks and firecrackers, as well as auspicious Chinese knots and New Year paintings. Chen Yu and his girlfriends walked hand in hand through the crowd, carefully selecting New Year's goods. At a stall selling Spring Festival couplets, Lin Yu was drawn to a couplet that read, "May your journey be smooth and prosperous every year, and may all your wishes come true and may you rise higher and higher." She picked up the couplet, her eyes filled with joy. "Chen Yu, this couplet is good, let's buy it. I hope we can both have a smooth and successful new year."
Chen Yu smiled and nodded, okay, as long as you like it. Afterwards, they went to the area selling fireworks and firecrackers.
Lin Wanner excitedly pointed to a large fireworks gift box. "Chen Yu, let's buy this, it will definitely look especially beautiful when we set it off on New Year's Eve." Seeing Lin Wanner's expectant eyes, Chen Yu bought it without hesitation.
After shopping for New Year's goods, the 4 returned to the villa. As soon as they entered, they began to divide the work and decorate their cozy home.
Lin Yu and Su Yao were in charge of pasting up the Spring Festival couplets, while Chen Yu and Lin Wanner were responsible for hanging lanterns and decorating with Chinese knots. Laughter and cheerful voices filled the villa, creating a strong festive atmosphere. That evening, the family sat around the dining table and made dumplings together. Chen Yu tried to imitate Su Yao, picking up a dumpling wrapper, adding filling, and attempting to make a pretty dumpling.
However, the dumplings he made always turned out oddly shaped, making his girlfriends laugh heartily.
In the joyful atmosphere, the dumplings quickly filled a plate. The steaming hot dumplings were served. Everyone ate the dumplings while sharing their hopes and wishes for the new year. Lin Yu hopes her family will be healthy in the new year, Su Yao hopes to make greater progress in her studies, and Lin Wanner hopes Chen Yu's career will flourish.
Chen Yu was deeply moved by the heartwarming scene before him.
He raised his glass of juice and said, "Come on, let's raise a glass together to welcome the new year. May our lives get better and better, and may we always be as happy and joyful as we are now. Cheers!" The crisp sound of glasses clinking rang out in the room, carrying with it beautiful hopes for the new year and the deep affection between the 4 people, echoing for a long time in this cozy villa.
Chapter 81 New Year's Phone Call, Memories of My Past.
On the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, sunlight streamed softly through the sheer curtains into the villa's living room. Chunyu and his 3 girlfriends sat around the dining table, enjoying a cozy breakfast, the festive atmosphere of the new year permeating every corner.
Suddenly, Chunyu's phone rang, breaking the silence.
He picked it up. The screen showed the contact name as Auntie, and the location was Linqing, the city where his original aunt lived, according to his memories. He hesitated for a moment, then pressed the answer button.
Hello, is this Xiaoyu?
A slightly weathered middle-aged woman's voice came from the other end of the phone.
Hello, Auntie, Chunyu replied politely.
You silly child, it's been so long since you contacted your aunt.
You didn't even call during the new year. Have you forgotten about your aunt already? The other person's tone was slightly reproachful.
Chunyu then remembered that after his parents died, the original owner of this body had lived with his aunt in a distant place for a period of time. It wasn't until he came of age and was admitted to the university in Hangzhou, where he was born, that he moved back to the house left by his parents. It was at that time that he transmigrated and took over this body and the original owner's life.
Auntie, I'm so sorry, I've been so busy lately and haven't had a chance to contact you. Happy New Year. Chunyu quickly said. Good, I'm always looking forward to hearing news from you younger generations during the new year. How are you doing? Is your studies going well? Auntie asked with concern.
Auntie had always thought Chunyu was just an ordinary college student, completely unaware that in Hangzhou he not only studied diligently but also embarked on an entrepreneurial path with his extraordinary business acumen. Actually, it was because he had some kind of cheat code, and already owned a sizable company.
Chunyu paused slightly, pondering how to answer. I'm fine, Auntie.
My studies are going well, and I've participated in quite a few extracurricular activities, which is quite fulfilling. He decided not to tell his aunt about starting a business for the time being, mainly because he felt the timing wasn't right. Auntie's relieved laughter came from the other end of the phone. That's good.
You've been sensible since you were little.
You've suffered so much, and now that you can live a good life, I'm relieved. Your 2 cousins have been thinking about you a lot. They're both home this year. Hearing the name of his cousin, Chunyu's thoughts drifted away, recalling many stories about his aunt. In this society where men are scarce, his aunt was quite beautiful in her youth, but her family was of modest means and couldn't afford a substantial dowry.
Like many girls from ordinary families, she never entered the marriage hall.
Later, his aunt gave birth to 2 cousins through artificial insemination, raising them alone a hardship unimaginable to most. His eldest cousin now works at a small company, while his youngest is still in school.
Chunyu snapped out of his reverie and couldn't help but ask, what are my 2 cousins doing right now?
Your eldest cousin started working right after graduating from high school and now works as an employee in a small company, while your younger cousin is still in school. Your eldest cousin works very hard, and your younger cousin is also doing well in her studies, but their lives just feel like something is missing. Auntie sighed.
Auntie, thank you for your hard work.
If my cousins need any help, please let me know, Chunyu said sincerely.
It's good that you have this thought. Auntie knows it's not easy for you to be alone in Hangzhou. By the way, do you have a girlfriend in Hangzhou?
Auntie suddenly changed the subject. Chunyu subconsciously glanced at Lin Yu, Su Yao, and Lin Waner beside him, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up.
Well, I guess I am pregnant. They've all been very good to me.
That's good. I'm relieved to have a girl taking care of you. You must treat her well, Auntie instructed.
After hanging up the phone, Chunyu fell into a brief silence. His 3 girlfriends noticed his unusual behavior.
Lin Yu gently took his hand and asked, "What's wrong, Chunyu?"
Who called? You seem to have something on your mind.
Chunyu looked up at their concerned gazes and slowly said, "It was my aunt who called. She talked to me about the past and also about the situation at home."
Then, Chunyu recounted the original owner's background and past with his aunt's family to his girlfriends.
Listening to his story, tears welled up in Lin Yu's eyes. Su Yao gently leaned on Chunyu's shoulder, offering silent comfort, while Lin Waner held Chunyu's hand tightly and said firmly, "Chunyu, although the past experiences have been very bumpy, you have us now, and the future will definitely get better and better." Looking at his 3 girlfriends beside him, Chunyu was filled with emotion. This new year, because of this phone call, he gained a deeper understanding of the original owner's past and cherished the hard-won happiness he had now even more. In this loving villa, he knew he was no longer alone, and that no matter what storms lay ahead, they would be there to accompany him.
Chapter 82: A New Year, A New Beginning, the dream of film rekindles.
The lingering festive atmosphere of the new year still permeated the city's streets and alleys, but Chunyu had already thrown himself wholeheartedly into his new career journey. In the film company's conference room, a preparatory meeting for a new film project was in full swing. On the huge projection screen, the project proposal for Flirting Scholar was displayed, complete with everything from the story outline and character settings to the preliminary budget plan. Shenyu sat at the head of the conference table, his gaze sweeping firmly over each team member present.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just achieved remarkable success with A Chinese Odyssey and Titanic, but we cannot be complacent.
I hope to make Flirting Scholar another classic. Shenyu's voice was steady and powerful, full of anticipation and confidence for the new project. The screenwriter in charge of the scriptwriting stood up and looked at Shenyu with admiration. Mr. Chen, this scriptwriting has truly broadened my horizons. Initially, you provided a complete and highly creative story, which I then carefully polished. While retaining the classic story framework, I incorporated some modern elements to make the story more appealing to contemporary audiences. For example, I strengthened the display of Tang Bohu's talents, added many interesting talent competition scenes, and also enriched Xiao Xiang's character, making her no longer just a beautiful symbol, but a flesh and blood, intelligent, and courageous woman. Shenyu nodded slightly, listening attentively to the screenwriter's explanation, occasionally offering his own insights. This idea is good, but we need to be careful to strike the right balance.
We can't let modern elements overshadow the story and ruin its classical charm. We want the audience to feel the charm of the classic story while also finding something new in it.
By the way, in terms of language style, we should also refer to Ming Dynasty vernacular novels to make the dialogue more reminiscent of that era. Then, the casting director stood up and introduced the preliminary cast. Mr. Chen, we've put a lot of effort into casting.
Currently, for the role of Tang Bohu, we've considered several actors whose image, temperament, and acting skills are a good fit.
Among them is a young actor who has previously made a name for himself in some period dramas. He has a dashing appearance, lively acting skills, and a good grasp of comedic roles, making him very suitable for the image of the romantic and talented Tang Bohu.
As for the role of Xiao Xiang, we've chosen a newcomer who just graduated from drama school.
She has a sweet appearance, a gentle temperament, and solid acting skills, which will allow her to perfectly portray the spirit of Xiao Xiang.
After a moment's thought, Shenyu said, the selection of actors is crucial. We must ensure that they can perfectly interpret the roles. We can arrange auditions so that I can personally see their performances. In addition, the selection of supporting roles cannot be taken lightly. Every character must add color to the story. For roles like Grand Tutor Hua and the martial arts champion, we need to find actors with comedic performance experience to add more laughs to the film. When discussing the filming locations, the art director opened a series of exquisite scene design drawings. President Chen, in order to recreate the scenery of the Jiangnan water towns in the Ming Dynasty, we plan to build some real sets in the film studio, while also combining some on-location shooting. As you can see, these scene design drawings, from Tang Bohu's mansion to the gardens and markets of Jiangnan, all strive to achieve a realistic restoration, making the audience feel as if they have traveled back to that era. Looking at the stunning scene images on the screen, Chen Yu's eyes revealed his appreciation. Very good. The creation of the scenes is crucial to the quality of the film. We must pay attention to details, from the architectural style to the props. Everything must conform to the historical background of the Ming Dynasty. Don't worry about funding. As long as we achieve the best results, we will invest without hesitation. By the way, we can use more establishing shots during filming to showcase the natural scenery of Jiangnan and enhance the film's aesthetics. The meeting lasted a full day, with meticulous discussions and planning covering every aspect, from the script and actors to the sets and post-production. As evening approached, the meeting finally drew to a close.
Shenyu stood up, his gaze unwavering as he looked at everyone. Gentlemen, the Tang Bohu Points at Xiao Xiang project is our first major challenge of the new year, but also an opportunity. I believe that with the strength of our team, we can definitely create a masterpiece that will impress everyone.
Let's go all out and present the audience with a unique story of Tang Bohu and Xiao Xiang.
A round of enthusiastic applause filled the conference room. Amidst the applause, Shenyu seemed to already see the new film shining brightly on the big screen, opening a new chapter in the legend of film and television.
Chapter 83, Main Location Settled, Preparations Accelerate.
The preparation for the Flirting Scholar project is progressing rapidly, with the selection of the male lead being of paramount importance.
After several rounds of selection and auditions, Shenyu finally made the decision to cast Hu Hansan as Tang Bohu. The news caused an immediate uproar within the company.
Everyone gathered in the conference room again, discussing the matter heatedly. The casting director, beaming with excitement, spoke first. President Chen, your decision is absolutely brilliant. Hu Hansen's performance in the previous audition was simply amazing. The moment he stood there, fanning himself with a folding fan, he was the spitting image of Tang Bowu, the dashing and talented scholar who had stepped right out of a painting. He exuded elegance, possessed solid acting skills, a profound understanding of the character, and delivered a comedic performance with effortless control, perfectly capturing Tang Bowu's wit and humor. Chunyu nodded slightly, his eyes filled with scrutiny and expectation. That's right. The image of Hu Hansan fits the role, but the key is that he can truly understand the character. Tang Bowu, seemingly cynical and irreverent, is actually a man of great talent and a sensitive soul, making him a difficult character to portray. However, in the audition, Hu Hansan perfectly portrayed Tang Bowu's initial attraction to Qiu Xiang, his cunning in feigning madness to enter the Hua family mansion, and his confidence when showcasing his talents. However, we still need to communicate with his team to ensure he is fully committed and can portray the character to the fullest. At this point, the screenwriter also shared his opinion. I also think Hu Hansan is very suitable. When studying the script, he discussed Tang Bowu's personality layers with me in depth, and his exploration of some details in the script was very unique, which was very helpful in perfecting the character and improving the performance. But I also worry, after all, this is a classic adaptation, and the audience has a deep-rooted impression of Tang Bowu. Can he break through these barriers and bring a completely new experience to the audience? Chunyu said with a determined look, adapting a classic is always challenging. But Hu Hansan has the potential, and our team will fully support him. Before filming, I arranged for him to study Ming Dynasty culture, poetry, calligraphy, and painting to deepen his understanding of the era in which the character lived. At the same time, I had him communicate with me frequently to thoroughly understand the meaning behind every plot point and line of dialogue in the script. Then, the colleague in charge of publicity asked, President Chen, now that the male lead has been confirmed, should we adjust our publicity plan? Should we start generating buzz now, releasing the news that Hu Hansan will be playing Tang Bowu, to attract audience attention? Shen Yu pondered for a moment. Don't rush to make an official announcement. Let's wait until the female lead is confirmed, then announce the male and female leads together to generate more buzz. During this period, the publicity team should first compile a list of highlights from Hu Hansan's past works and collect feedback from his fans to prepare for subsequent publicity. When the official announcement is made, a series of promotional materials will be crafted, focusing on his suitability for the role and his unique understanding of it, to generate audience anticipation. After the meeting, Chen Yu paced around the company, observing the surroundings. Since the company released 2 hit films in succession, its reputation had soared, attracting a large number of new artists to sign contracts. To compete for a role in Flirting Scholar, artists both inside and outside the company pulled out all the stops. In the corridor, he saw several young artists gathered together, rehearsing scenes from the script repeatedly, exchanging acting tips, hoping to stand out in the subsequent casting. Upon entering the practice room, Chinyu discovered a newly signed actress standing in front of a mirror, meticulously studying Qiu Xiang's expressions and movements, striving for precision in everything from her eyes to her gestures. Seeing Chinyu enter, she appeared slightly nervous, but still mustered her courage and said, Mr. Chen, I really want to play the role of Qiu Xiang. I've been working hard to prepare for this, and I hope you can give me a chance. Chinyu smiled and encouraged, That's good. It's good that you put your heart into it. Prepare well, and opportunities are always reserved for those who are prepared. As Chen Yu walked, he noticed the changes in the company. Due to the company's rapid expansion, the general manager had found a larger office space before the new year. The new office area is spacious and bright, with a simple yet artistic decor, and the office areas for each department are more rationally divided. The common lounge area is furnished with comfortable sofas and greenery, providing a relaxing space for employees. The open rehearsal room is filled with the sounds of actors reciting lines and laughing. Back in his office, Chen Yu immediately dialed Lin Jie's number, Hu Hansan's agent. Lin Jie, this is Chen Yu. We've cast Hu Hansan as the male lead in Flirting Scholar, which is an excellent opportunity for his career. He needs to fully immerse himself in preparation beforehand, studying Ming Dynasty culture and thoroughly understanding the script. During filming, we must ensure his availability and prevent him from being distracted by other matters. On the other end of the phone, Sister Lin's tone was joyful and full of gratitude. President Chen, thank you so much for giving Hansan this opportunity. He has been preparing for this audition for a long time and is determined to get this role. Don't worry, I will arrange the subsequent filming properly and there won't be any problems. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yu looked out the window, his heart filled with anticipation for the new film. The casting of Hu Hansan is a crucial step in the project. Next, the selection of the female lead and the preparation for filming need to be accelerated. He looks forward to working with the team to make Flirting Scholar another film classic and create another wave of popularity in the film industry.
Chapter 84, Weighing and Choosing, Planning Before Acting.
After confirming Hu Hansan as the male lead in Flirting Scholar, Chen Yu thought the project preparation could proceed smoothly. However, unexpectedly, the competition for other roles in the film secretly stirred up a fierce storm. The well-informed forces in the entertainment industry quickly seized upon the enormous opportunity presented by this highly anticipated new film. Chen Yu's phone and email were flooded with invitations, ranging from VIP suite banquets at luxury hotels to high-end parties at private clubs. Some even offered rare collectibles as a way to secure a role for one of their artists in the film. Early in the morning, as Chen Yu stepped into the company, his assistant Lin Xian hurriedly followed.
Lin Xian was tall and slender, with long, straight legs that were accentuated by a well-fitting professional pencil skirt.
Her waist was slender and delicate, and she wore a white-fitted blouse with the collar slightly open, revealing her exquisite collarbone. Her long, smooth hair cascaded over her shoulders like black silk. She had a classic oval face with fair, snow-white skin that glowed with a subtle luster. Beneath her arched eyebrows were a pair of large, bright, and lively eyes, as if they held the depths of a clear spring. Below her high, straight nose was a small, naturally rosy mouth. At this moment, Lin Xian held a thick stack of invitations in her hand and said with a troubled expression, "Mr. Chen, these were all received in the past 2 days.
Everyone wants to meet with you to talk about the roles in our new movie." Chen Yu frowned slightly, took the invitations and glanced at them, secretly sighing at the reality and urgency of the entertainment industry.
Before Chen Yu could even sit down, his phone rang urgently.
The caller ID showed a well-known investor in the industry. Chen Yu hesitated for a moment, then pressed the answer button. "Mr. Chen, long time no see.
I heard you're preparing your new film Flirting Scholar, which is a really big project.
I have a particularly promising newcomer here.
His looks and acting skills are impeccable, and he's perfect for an important supporting role in the film.
Could you give him a chance, and we can find some time to discuss it in detail? Tonight, I've booked a private room at a very unique private restaurant. The environment is intimate, and the food is superb. You must do me the honor of joining us."
The caller's enthusiastic words were full of eagerness and anticipation. Chen Yu pondered for a moment, quickly weighing the pros and cons.
These ordinary female supporting roles, as long as they were played by professional actresses, wouldn't have major acting problems. What difference did it make who played them? In the entertainment industry, where is absolute fairness? It's all about personal connections and resource exchanges. Giving away some roles now might earn him favors that could come in handy someday.
Besides, his company's roster of artists would continue to grow, and relying solely on its own projects wouldn't be enough to cater to all of them. Thinking of this, Chen Yu said, "Mr. Zhang, thank you for the invitation. How about this, please send over the new recruits' information, and we'll evaluate it internally first. If the conditions are suitable, we can give them a chance, following the basic procedures.
I will definitely attend the dinner tonight. See you tonight."
Just as he hung up the phone, a new message popped up on WeChat. This time it was from his old flame, Sister Su Qing.
Sister Su Qing's family had been deeply involved in the entertainment and film industry for many years and wielded considerable influence.
Chen Yu had relied heavily on the family's connections when he started his film company. Sister Su Qing's message was simple and direct. "Honey, I heard you're preparing for a new film.
I have a cousin here who's quite promising and wants to play a supporting role in your movie. Do you think you could arrange it?"
Chen Yu smiled slightly and replied, "Sister Qing, I definitely have to take your request seriously.
Have your cousin send over the information, and I'll give her special consideration.
However, the company has a casting process, so we still need to go through it."
Chen Yu knew that Su Qing's family connections were crucial to the company's development, and he couldn't let this favor go unreturned.
In the company corridor, Chen Yu bumped into a seasoned agent who had deliberately arranged a chance encounter. The agent, all smiles, held a meticulously prepared artist profile.
"Mr. Chen, what a coincidence. I've always admired your eye for talent.
This artist in our company has an excellent reputation in the industry and superb acting skills. If he could participate in Flirting Scholar, he would definitely add a lot to the film. Here's his profile, please take a look when you have time." Chen Yu took the profile and smiled, saying, "I know your artists are all very talented. We will give them priority consideration when casting, and will definitely give priority to suitable roles." Back in his office, Chen Yu summoned the casting manager. For this new film's casting, besides focusing on discovering potential artists within the company and giving them ample opportunities, we can't reject all recommendations from influential figures outside the company. Prepare a detailed list of supporting roles, categorized by importance, leaving some flexibility for valuable recommendations. For ordinary female supporting roles, as long as they are professional actors with a certain foundation, we can appropriately relax the requirements. The basic audition process is essential at the very least. We must ensure they have basic acting skills. The supervisor looked puzzled. Mr. Chen, wouldn't this compromise fairness and affect the quality of the film? Chen Yu leaned back in his chair, his expression serious. Fairness and film quality are always the core, but connections in the entertainment industry are equally important. By being flexible and appropriate while ensuring basic quality, we can accumulate more resources for the company. Moreover, if we control the lead and key supporting roles well, the overall quality of the film will not be bad. As the company has developed to this point, we cannot only focus on the principles in front of us, but must consider the long term. The supervisor nodded in understanding and left with his task. Shen Yu gazed at the bustling street scene outside the window, understanding that in the turbulent waters of the film industry, to gain a foothold and continue to develop, one must find a balance between perseverance and compromise, both for the success of Flirting Scholar and for the future of the company. Chapter 85: A Turning Point in Fate, A Shift in Consciousness. After ending his call with Mr. Zhang, Chen Yu's thoughts were tightly entangled in the complicated matters of casting for the new film. The entertainment industry has a complex network of connections, and every invitation could become a key turning point in future development. Even though he was conflicted, he knew he couldn't easily miss this dinner. After get off work, he dragged his slightly tired body and hurriedly got into the black sedan, heading towards the private restaurant. As night slowly falls over the city, neon lights twinkle like stars, painting the streets in vibrant colors. However, beneath the prosperity, the noise and congestion of heavy traffic are ever present. Shen Yu's car struggled to navigate through the congested traffic, much like a lone boat struggling to move forward in a vast ocean. Through the car window, his eyes were somewhat vacant, his mind filled with weighing the pros and cons of casting a character in the new film. The faces and demands from various forces intertwine like a tangled mess. Fate's capriciousness always catches you off guard. Just as the car was about to arrive at the charming old-fashioned private restaurant, a heavy truck, like a runaway beast, ignored the red light and hurtled straight towards Chen Yu's car with tremendous force. In an instant, the screech of brakes, the crackling of shattering glass, and the roar of colliding metal intertwined into a desperate lament. Shen Yu felt an overwhelming force engulf him, and his vision was immediately swallowed by endless darkness, and his consciousness dissipated. When the paramedics arrived, Chen Yu's car was twisted and deformed, resembling a crushed iron can. He was critically injured inside the car, his clothes stained with blood, and his vital signs were as weak as a candle flickering in the wind. Despite the doctor's efforts to save him from death, he fell into a deep coma, became paralyzed, and was left in a vegetative state. Just then, beams of mysterious light burst forth from the system's core, using power beyond human comprehension to conduct a comprehensive, carpet-like scan of an area with a radius of 1,000 kilometers, centered on the hospital, urgently searching for a suitable carrier. In a remote mountain village, the tranquility of the night was quietly shattered. A young man, about the same age as Chen Yu, suddenly died in his sleep, alone at home. Due to the suddenness of the incident, the young man's body functions were almost perfectly intact, like a precision instrument that had abruptly stopped, awaiting restart. Ding! A crisp notification sound rang out during the system's search process. Within the vast search area, the system identified this young man from the mountain village as the ideal vessel to carry Chen Yu's consciousness. Without hesitation, the soft rice system sent an invisible stream of light, carrying Chen Yu's faint yet tenacious consciousness, rushing towards the remote village like lightning and instantly merging into the young man's body. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Yu gradually regained consciousness in the chaos. His head felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, and waves of excruciating pain washed over him, causing him to groan in agony. He struggled to open his eyes, and what came into view was a dilapidated and mottled ceiling, the cracks on it seemingly telling the story of the vicissitudes of time. The air was filled with the scent of old wood and earth, unfamiliar yet rustic, which stirred a sense of unease within him. He instinctively tried to move his body, but was horrified to find that his limbs were completely unresponsive, and every movement felt unfamiliar, as if it came from another person. His eyes widened, filled with terror and confusion. At this moment, he was still in the disarray of waking up, completely unaware that the car accident had completely changed the course of his life. He had no idea that a completely new world, full of unknowns and challenges, awaited him in a remote mountain village. All of this stems from the ever-present system of relying on others for financial support.
Chapter 86: A Bizarre Turn of Fate. Chen Yu slowly awoke from a state of confusion, his head feeling as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Waves of excruciating pain washed over him, causing him to groan in agony. As his consciousness gradually cleared, the original owner's memories flooded him like a burst dam, and he was shocked to realize that his situation had undergone a complete transformation. Not long ago, a sudden and tragic car accident left him severely injured, unconscious, paralyzed, and in critical condition. At the critical moment, the soft rice system that had been silently following him activated its emergency procedures. With unimaginable capabilities, the system conducted a comprehensive scan of a radius of 1,000 kilometers, and finally selected the young man who had just died suddenly in this remote mountain village as a new vessel, carrying his consciousness across thousands of miles to this unfamiliar place. The original owner was born in this remote mountain village, which was like a corner forgotten by the times and isolated from the world. The only connection the village had with the outside world was a dilapidated television set whose picture often flickered with static. Only through it could the original owner occasionally glimpse of the wonders of the outside world. However, from childhood to adulthood, the original owner of this body never actually stepped out of this small mountain village. The village is small, with only a little over 100 households. But what's puzzling is that the gender ratio is severely imbalanced, with young and middle-aged men being extremely scarce. The original owner of this body was one of only 2 adult men in the entire village. In this closed and oppressive environment, an extremely distorted relationship quietly grows and spreads. From elderly women who have experienced many hardships and are over 70 years old to teenage girls who are still young and innocent, they all seem to entrust their inner emptiness and loneliness to these 2 men, seeking some kind of solace. The original owner, only 20 years old, was tormented and her body and mind were riddled with holes after years of inhuman exploitation. He was short, barely over 1.6 meters tall, with a pointed face and a haggard appearance, showing signs of long-term malnutrition. His body was so thin and bony that it seemed a strong gust of wind could easily blow him over. Whenever the night is deep and quiet and the original owner is alone, an infinite longing for the outside world will well up in her heart. His greatest wish was to escape this seemingly peaceful yet secretly twisted mountain village and see the wonderful world shown on television. However, the shackles of reality bound him tightly, preventing him from breaking free. Recalling the reason for the original owner's sudden death, Chen Yu couldn't help but feel a chill. On the very day the incident occurred, the original owner of this body was forced to engage in so-called assisted relationships with more than 20 women in a single day. Such excessive overwork completely broke down his already weak body. That night, he passed away peacefully in his sleep, his life ending abruptly at the young age of 20. It was because of this that Chen Yu's consciousness was able to take over this body. Chen Yu lay on the old, musty bed, looking at the dilapidated walls with large patches of peeling paint and the window that rattled in the cold wind, letting in drafts from all sides. The cold wind howled in like sharp blades, and he couldn't help but shiver. At this moment, he was filled with bitterness. He used to be a powerful figure in the entertainment industry, controlling all kinds of resources and enjoying the adoration of the masses, but now he had inexplicably become a pitiful and pathetic member of this remote mountain village. He knew that to change the current difficult situation, he first had to accept the harsh reality and then try his best to find a way out. However, he faced numerous difficulties, and all of this was easier said than done. Chapter 87: Concealing One's Strength and Seeking a Way Out. Chen Yu knew very well that if he wanted to get out of this quagmire and escape the mountain village, his first task was to get rid of the women's entanglement and buy himself time to recuperate and make plans. After much deliberation, feigning illness became his current solution to break the deadlock. In the early morning, a few rays of sunlight struggled through the cracks in the dilapidated window, scattering sparsely onto Chen Yu's slightly haggard face. He had just begun to wake from his sleep when he heard a chirping sound outside the door, like a flock of sparrows making a racket. Ah Chang, his original name was Zheng Ziqiang, are you there? Chen Yu's heart tightened. He knew the women must have arrived. He quickly conceived a sick plan in his mind, but before he could act, the door was pushed open, and the women thronged in. The young woman at the head of the group looked at him with concern. Chang, why haven't we seen you going out? Everyone's worried about you. Chen Yu instantly feigned a dazed look as if he had just been startled awake, and then began to cough violently, his body trembling in unison. He said in a weak and hoarse voice, I don't know what's wrong, but since last night I've felt really unwell all over, and my head is spinning. I might have caught some serious illness. Upon hearing this, the women's expressions instantly shifted from concern to worry. One of the older women stepped forward and asked, why don't you ask the village doctor to take a look? Chen Yu panicked. He had no way of explaining when he had seen a doctor, so he hurriedly waved his hand and said, no need, no need. I should be fine after a nap. It's probably just a common cold. The village doctor is busy, so don't bother him. Besides, what if I have some kind of infectious disease and infect the village doctor? What would happen to the village then?
Upon hearing the word infectious disease, the women's faces immediately flashed with fear, and they unconsciously took a few steps back.
Seeing this, Shinyu continued weakly, I just want to get some sleep now. You guys shouldn't waste your time here. It's not worth it if you get infected by me.
The women looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, gave a few instructions, and then left.
Watching them walk away, Shinyu breathed a sigh of relief.
He knew that this was only a temporary escape from their entanglement. Next, he had to race against time to prepare for his escape. In this village, there exists a peculiar way of life. The village's only 2 men are supported by the village, and 2 women take turns coming to care for them every day, helping with laundry, cooking, and other daily chores. Shenyu realized that this would be an obstacle to his escape plan, and he had to be more careful not to let the women who came to take care of him notice his unusual behavior. Shenyu began to carefully search through the original owner's memories, trying to find clues about the terrain and roads around the mountain village. After some effort, he remembered that there was a hidden path on the east side of the village. If he followed this path over the mountains, he might be able to reach the outside world. However, this path is rugged and difficult to traverse, and there may be dangers such as wild animals and landslides.
Food and water are essential for a long journey. However, food is strictly controlled in the village, and asking for them directly would certainly arouse suspicion. After much deliberation, Shenyu decided to target an elderly woman in her 70s. In the dead of night, all was quiet, and the entire village seemed to have fallen asleep.
Shenyu slipped out of his house silently, like a black shadow. The cold moonlight shone on the narrow village path, shrouding his actions in a veil of mystery. He cautiously made his way towards the old woman's house, each step extremely soft, as if afraid of making the slightest sound.
Finally, he arrived at the old woman's courtyard.
The wooden gate was ajar, creaking softly, which sounded particularly jarring in the quiet night.
Shenyu's heart jumped into his throat.
He stopped and nervously observed his surroundings. Only after confirming that there was no unusual movement did he slowly push open the wooden door and step into the courtyard. The old woman's house had its doors and windows tightly closed, with only a faint light shining through, indicating that she was probably fast asleep. Shenyu tiptoed around to the side of the house and found a small shed where food was stored. He gently pushed open the door, and a faint aroma of grain wafted out.
In the darkness, he groped around by the dim moonlight and finally found a bag of sweet potatoes, and then found a few cornbread buns in a basket next to it. He held the food tightly in his arms, as if holding on to his hope of escaping. After leaving the shed, Shenyu cautiously observed his surroundings again, and only after confirming that it was safe did he carefully leave the old woman's yard. He returned to his house quietly, just as he had come, and hid the food in a secluded corner. While preparing food, Shenyu did not forget to exercise the original owner's weak and frail body. Every night, after the whole village had fallen asleep and the women who had come to take care of him had left, he would do some simple stretching and strength training in his small house by the faint moonlight. Although every movement left him exhausted, he knew that only with sufficient physical strength could this escape be hopeful. Chapter 88: The Turmoil on the Eve of Escape. While feigning illness, Shenyu secretly prepared the supplies needed for his escape and quietly worked out to improve his physical fitness. As time went by, he felt his physical strength gradually increasing, and his escape plan became clearer in his mind. However, things did not go as smoothly as he had imagined. One evening, the 2 women who were supposed to come and take care of him were late. A sense of unease rose in Shanyu's heart. He secretly observed the commotion outside through the window and saw the women in the village gathered together, talking nervously, and glancing towards his house every now and then. Shenyu realized that something must have happened. Not long after, footsteps approached from afar, and several women walked toward his house. Shenyu quickly lay back down on the bed, pretending to be weak. The door was pushed open, and a middle-aged woman who was usually quite assertive entered, followed by several younger women. The middle-aged woman walked to the bedside with a serious expression, stared at Shenyu and said, "Shang, what's wrong with you? It's been so many days and you're still not getting better. Are you faking it?" Shenyu's heart tightened, but he still put on a weak and aggrieved expression. After coughing a few times, he said, "Auntie, I'm really sick. I've been feeling dizzy and weak for the past few days. How could I be faking it?" The middle-aged woman snorted coldly, "Humph, but someone said they saw you moving around in the house at night, and you didn't look sick at all." Shenyu inwardly cursed, realizing he might have been discovered while exercising.
His mind raced, and he immediately said, "Auntie, you've misunderstood. I was so uncomfortable that I couldn't sleep, so I got up and walked around, hoping that moving around would make me feel better. Look at me, I'm skin and bones, I don't have the energy to pretend to be sick." Several young women looked hesitant upon hearing this, seemingly somewhat believing Chen-Yu's words. But the middle-aged woman still looked suspicious. "All right, since you're so sick, we'll go find the village doctor and have him take a good look at you." Upon hearing that they needed to find the village doctor, Chen-Yu panicked. Once the village doctor arrived, his feigned illness would be exposed. He hurriedly struggled to sit up and said, "Auntie, there's really no need to see the village doctor. I know my illness well, it's just a common cold. I'll definitely be fine after a few more days of rest. If we call the village doctor, he might get infected, and that would be a problem for the whole village." The middle-aged woman persisted, "No, we have to see the village doctor. If you're really sick, we'll feel at ease. But if you're faking it, we can't just let it go like that." With that, she instructed a young woman behind her to go with her to fetch the village doctor. Chen-Yu was extremely anxious. Watching the middle-aged woman's departing figure, he knew he had to come up with a solution before the village doctor arrived. His gaze swept across the room, and he suddenly noticed the bowl of leftover sweet potato porridge from lunch sitting in the corner. Chen-Yu quickly got up, suppressing his discomfort, and stuck his fingers into his throat, forcefully digging a few times. A strong urge to vomit struck him, and he vomited violently onto the ground, bringing up all the sweet potato porridge he had eaten for lunch. He kept rubbing his eyes until they turned red, and then smeared some vomit on his face to make himself look disheveled. Then, he pulled a corner of the blanket over his mouth, bit it tightly, and let out a painful groan, his body beginning to tremble slightly. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door, and the village doctor and the women walked in together. Seeing Chen-Yu vomiting uncontrollably and looking miserable and in pain, the village doctor rushed over to check on him. Chen-Yu said weakly, "Doctor, I suddenly felt nauseous and couldn't help but vomit. This illness has been tormenting me." While taking Chen-Yu's pulse, the village doctor observed his symptoms and frowned, saying, "His pulse is weak, and coupled with this vomiting, it does seem like he is seriously ill. He must have caught a cold, and his stomach and intestines have also been affected. He needs to take good care of himself and can't overexert himself anymore." After hearing the village doctor's words, the middle-aged woman showed a hint of guilt on her face and said to Chen-Yu, "Chang, I misunderstood you. Just focus on getting better, we won't bother you anymore." After saying that, she led the others away. Watching their departing figures, Chen-Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had managed to get away with it this time, he knew his time was running out. He had to implement his escape plan as soon as possible, otherwise, if he were suspected again, it would be difficult to escape this terrible place again. Chapter 89: A Desperate Escape. After this ordeal, Chen-Yu realized that he had very little time left and his escape plan was urgent. He made a quick decision to act that very night, using the cover of darkness to break free from the confinement of the small village. Night fell like a thick, black quilt, pressing down heavily on the small village. Chen-Yu carefully got up and quietly took out the bundle he had prepared from a hidden corner. Inside the bundle were the sweet potatoes and cornbread he had stolen, along with a few tattered clothes, his only hope for escape. Like a shadow, he silently opened the door, peeking out first and cautiously scanning his surroundings. The entire village was shrouded in a deathly silence, with only the occasional bark of a dog sounding particularly jarring in the still night. Chen-Yu took a deep breath, crouched down, and slowly moved along the base of the wall. With each step he took, he was completely focused, his ears like sensitive radar, picking up the slightest sounds around him, afraid that the slightest movement would awaken the sleeping village. The moonlight was completely blocked by thick clouds, and the village road was shrouded in a gloomy darkness. Relying on his vague memory of the village, he groped his way in the darkness, heading towards the hidden path on the east side of the village. Finally, he arrived at the entrance to the path. This path was hidden behind a thick patch of grass, and it would be difficult to find without careful searching. Chen-Yu took a deep breath and, with a do-or-die determination, took his first step in his escape. The path was rugged and uneven, filled with stones and potholes of varying sizes. Every step was like walking on thin ice, and a slight misstep would lead to a fall. The surrounding trees rustled in the night wind, as if countless unknown monsters were lurking in the darkness, emitting low roars, which made Chen-Yu feel a chill in his heart. As Chen-Yu walked, he suddenly heard a faint sound behind him, as if someone was tiptoeing closer. His heart tightened, and he stopped abruptly, barely daring to breathe, quickly hiding behind a large tree. His heart pounded violently in his chest, as if it would burst out. His eyes were fixed on the direction from which the sound came, searching desperately in the darkness. After a while, a wild rabbit suddenly darted out of the grass and ran away quickly. Shenyu breathed a sigh of relief and secretly rejoiced that it was just a false alarm. As he ventured deeper into the path, the terrain became increasingly complex, and thorns frequently scratched his skin, causing sharp pains. But Shenyu couldn't care less about any of that. He only had one firm thought in his mind: to escape this place. After walking for an unknown amount of time, a babbling brook appeared ahead. The water shimmered in the moonlight, like a flowing silver ribbon. Shenyu knew that this seemingly calm stream actually harbored hidden dangers. The water level might suddenly rise at night, and the mud along the stream was slippery and muddy, making it easy for someone to slip and fall. He carefully followed the stream to find a way to cross the river, and finally found several stones protruding from the water, which looked like a natural stone bridge. Shenyu took a deep breath and stepped onto the stone. The moment his foot touched the stone, a bone-chilling cold instantly spread throughout his body. He steadied himself and moved forward slowly, step by step, each step filled with caution and care. Just as he was about to reach the other side, a rock suddenly came loose, and Shenyu instantly lost his balance, falling straight into the stream. Chapter 90: A Narrow Escape. Just as he was about to fall into the stream, Shenyu instinctively reached out and desperately grabbed a branch of a crooked tree on the bank. The branch shook violently as he pulled it, making a creaking sound, as if it would break at any moment. Shenyu's body was half submerged in the icy stream, and the bone-chilling cold quickly spread throughout his body, making his teeth chatter. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to try to pull himself out of the stream. His hands gripped the tree branch tightly, his knuckles turning white from the effort, and the veins on his arms bulging. The icy stream water kept crashing against his body, as if trying to drag him into an endless abyss. At this critical moment, Shenyu had only one belief in his heart: he must survive and escape this place. After a difficult struggle, Shenyu finally managed to pull himself ashore. He was soaking wet, collapsed on the ground, and gasped for breath. At this moment, his physical strength was nearing its limit, but he knew he couldn't stay here for too long and had to continue as soon as possible. After resting for a while, Shenyu struggled to get up and, dragging his exhausted body, continued along the path. The mountain path became increasingly rugged and difficult to traverse. Shenyu groped his way in the darkness and accidentally tripped over a protruding rock, falling forward. His knees slammed heavily to the ground, and his palms were cut by sharp stones, bleeding profusely. But without hesitation, he quickly got up and continued on his way. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the sky finally began to lighten with the first hint of dawn. As the sky gradually brightened, Shenyu was able to see his surroundings more clearly. Here, the mountains overlap and the trees are lush and green, as if it were a world isolated from the outside world. Although the scenery before him was beautiful, Shenyu had no heart to appreciate it. He was only concerned with whether he was one step closer to escaping the mountain village. Just then, Shenyu heard a rustling sound coming from the nearby woods. He stopped cautiously, gripping the wooden stick he had somehow found, preparing to deal with any potential danger. Suddenly, a huge wild boar burst out of the woods, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, grunting as it charged straight at Shenyu. Shenyu's heart tightened. He knew he couldn't panic. He quickly surveyed his surroundings and spotted a large tree not far away. Just as the wild boar was about to charge at him, Shenyu dodged to the side and ran towards the tree. He used both hands and feet to quickly climb the tree. The wild boar crashed into the tree with a dull thud, angrily banging its head against the trunk, trying to knock Shenyu off. Shenyu clung tightly to the tree trunk, not daring to relax for a moment. He looked at the angry wild boar below and silently prayed that it would leave as soon as possible. However, the wild boar seemed to have no intention of leaving. It kept pacing under the tree, occasionally banging its head against the trunk, causing the branch where Shenyu was standing to sway. In this critical moment, Shenyu tried his best to calm himself down and think of a way to escape. His gaze swept around, and he suddenly noticed some dry branches on the tree next to him. He carefully reached out and broke off one, then threw it into the distance. The sound of dry branches hitting the ground caught the wild boar's attention, and it turned and ran in the direction where the branches had fallen. Shenyu seized the opportunity, quickly climbed down from the tree, and continued running forward. He knew he had to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible, or he would encounter even more danger. After several hours of arduous trekking, Shenyu finally saw a highway, with vehicles occasionally passing by. The moment Shenyu saw the highway, tears of excitement welled up in his eyes. He knew that he had finally escaped that terrible mountain village and ushered in new hope. Chapter 91: Restarting the Path of Life. Shenyu stood by the roadside, watching the occasional vehicles speeding by, his heart filled with mixed emotions.
The relief of surviving the ordeal, the confusion about the unknown, and the anticipation of a new life are all intertwined. Although he escaped that nightmarish mountain village, challenges full of uncertainties still awaited him ahead. Unlike the original owner, Chunyu was not confined to a remote mountain village from childhood and knew nothing about the outside world. He was already very familiar with the world outside the mountain village. After all, he had just been transported here by accident due to a car accident. Now, he can start his life anew as long as he returns to a safe city. Despite his deep longing for his ex-girlfriends and the business he had painstakingly built, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and start over, given the current situation. Cars whizzed past him, and most drivers, seeing his ragged clothes and muddy appearance, cast surprised glances, but none of them were willing to stop. Chunyu understood that his appearance was likely to arouse suspicion. So he walked to a relatively clean spot by the roadside, tidied himself up a bit, and tried to make himself look less disheveled. Finally, a dilapidated pickup truck slowly pulled up beside him. The driver was a dark-skinned middle-aged woman who leaned out and sized Chunyu up and down. Her eyes were full of surprise and concern, and she blurted out, "Oh dear, what happened to such a good boy? Doesn't he have any family to take care of him? These days, which boy isn't the apple of his family's eye?" Chunyu quickly said, "Sister, I'm from a nearby village. I got lost and walked for a long time before I got here. Could you give me a ride to the town ahead?" The older woman hesitated for a moment, looking at Chenyu's tired yet sincere eyes, and finally nodded, saying, "All right, get in the car, I'll take you to town." Chunyu thanked her repeatedly and got into the pickup truck. Along the way, the older woman curiously inquired about Chenyu's situation, but Chunyu gave vague answers, unwilling to mention his terrible experience in the mountain village. Upon arriving in town, the pickup truck slowly came to a stop. Looking at the bustling street, Chunyu looked troubled and pitifully said to the older woman, "Sister, I've been out for too long, I don't have a single penny on me, and I haven't eaten anything since yesterday. I'm so hungry I can't stand it anymore. Could you please do me a favor and buy me something to eat?" As he spoke, Chenyu's stomach rumbled a few times in agreement. The older woman looked at him with pity and said, "Oh, what a pitiful child. Okay, I'll buy you something to eat." The woman's name is Li. She parked her car in front of a small shop, got out, went inside, and picked out some bread, sausages, and bottled water, spending a total of 20 yuan. The moment Li completed the payment, a system notification sounded in Chenyu's mind, ding. It was detected that Li's favorability towards the host is 50. She spent 20 yuan on the host, successfully triggering the 8x cashback mechanism. Congratulations, host, you have received a cashback of 160 yuan. Since the host does not yet have a bank account, the system will issue the cashback in cash. Almost at the same time, Chunyu felt a weight in his pocket. He suppressed his excitement and did not check immediately. The older sister returned to the car and handed the food to Chunyu. Chunyu quickly took it and wolfed it down, saying, "Big sister, you are truly my savior. When I become successful in the future, I will definitely repay you." After eating, Chunyu regained some strength. He asked the older woman for directions to the train station leading to the big city and thanked her sincerely again. After getting off the bus, Chunyu stood on the bustling street, took a deep breath, and began to think about his next plan. Now that he had the cash back, Chunyu decided to buy himself a decent set of clothes before heading to the big city. He went into a clothing store, spent 65 yuan, and chose a simple but well-fitting outfit to change into. Looking refreshed, he seemed to have ushered in a new beginning. Afterwards, he went to the town's bus station and bought a ticket for 55 yuan to nearby Chengdu. Sitting in the car, watching the scenery rushing past the window, Chunyu secretly vowed to carve out a new place for himself in the new city and reclaim everything he had lost. Chapter 92 Chengdu Scheme. After a long and arduous journey, Chunyu finally arrived in the bustling city of Chengdu. Stepping into the city, he was immediately struck by its modern atmosphere. Towering skyscrapers stood side by side, the streets were teeming with traffic and crowds. However, the initial excitement of arriving was quickly replaced by the frustration of reality. Chunyu walked into a public restroom, stood in front of the mirror, and looked at his own short, thin, and monkey-faced appearance. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. In a world like Earth with a normal male-to-female ratio, it would be extremely difficult to establish oneself in such a competitive metropolis. Fortunately, this is a world where men are scarce. However, given his current appearance, the difficulty of earning cash back through women's proactive spending is unimaginable. Unless he's willing to lower his standards and target some ordinary-looking, honest girls.
Chen knew that in this world where there were more women than men, although men were scarce, with his current appearance, he was really not presentable enough to attract high-quality women to spend money on him and get cash back. To make matters worse, he is currently an unregistered person without an ID card, making it extremely difficult for him to do anything. He racked his brains trying to figure out how to make money. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He remembered that in his previous life, when he was a big star in the entertainment industry, he had used box office revenue to acquire a private hospital. He recalled that the hospital's sperm collection department would offer sperm donors high rewards ranging from 50,000 to 500,000 yuan in order to obtain high-quality sperm. In the current situation where one is penniless, this is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to quickly obtain money. Even if one is an unregistered person, this opportunity may be able to turn one's life around. After making up his mind, Chen Yu left the bathroom and began asking around for the location of nearby hospitals. He stopped a young woman passing by and politely asked, "Excuse me, miss, where is a hospital nearby?" "I mean a large private hospital." The girl looked Chen Yu up and down. Seeing that he was simply dressed but had a sincere look in his eyes, she replied warmly, "Go straight along this road for about 2 kilometers. There's a Renai private hospital there. It's quite large." Chen Yu thanked her repeatedly and hurried in the direction the girl pointed. Throughout the journey, Chen Yu felt both nervous and expectant. He was nervous because he didn't know if his current physical condition met the requirements for sperm donation, and whether he would be rejected without an ID card. He was expectant because if he could successfully donate sperm and receive payment, it would solve his immediate problem and lay the foundation for his development in this city. Before long, Chen Yu arrived at the entrance of Renai Private Hospital. The hospital building was magnificent, its glass curtain wall gleaming in the sunlight. He took a deep breath and mustered his courage to walk into the hospital. The lobby was bustling with people registering and waiting for their appointments. Chen Yu looked around for signs and finally saw the sign for Department of Reproductive Medicine. He walked in the direction of the sign. Upon arriving at the reception desk of the Reproductive Medicine Department, a sexy, voluptuous female nurse, who initially offered only a professional smile, instantly became exceptionally enthusiastic upon hearing Chen Yu inquire about sperm donation. She walked gracefully to Chen Yu's side, affectionately taking his arm, her chest intentionally or unintentionally rubbing against his arm, and said in a sweet voice, "Sir, you've come to the right place. To donate sperm, you first need to fill out a basic information form, including your age, health condition, and education. After that, we'll arrange for you to undergo a series of physical examinations. Only if all the indicators meet the standards can you donate sperm. Oh, and according to regulations, you also need to provide your ID card for registration." Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat, but he still braced himself and said, "Nurse, I accidentally lost my ID card and haven't had time to replace it yet. So, can I still donate sperm?" The nurse frowned slightly, looking troubled, but still held Chen Yu's arm and said, "Sir, your ID card is very important registration information. Without your ID card, it's not easy for us to complete the relevant procedures according to regulations. However, you can fill out this form first, and I'll go ask my superiors how to handle this situation." As she spoke, she released Chen Yu's arm, picked up a form and a pen from the table, and handed them to Chen Yu. Chen Yu nodded helplessly, took the form and pen, found an empty seat, and began to fill it out carefully. After finishing the form, he went back to the front desk and handed it to the nurse. The nurse looked at the form and said, "Sir, please wait a moment, I'll go ask for instructions." Chen Yu sat in the waiting area, his heart pounding with anxiety. He didn't know how to solve the problem of not having an ID card, nor was he sure if he could successfully complete the subsequent procedures and receive the hefty reward. Time slowly passed as he waited, each second feeling exceptionally long. Chapter 93: Seizing the Opportunity. Chen Yu sat in the waiting area, his heart pounding, his eyes fixed on the direction the nurse had left in. Every second of waiting felt like torture, and he kept imagining all the possible outcomes in his mind. If he loses this opportunity because he doesn't have an ID card, he really doesn't know how he will be able to establish himself in Chengdu, a city where he knows no one. Not long after, the nurse returned with light steps and a professional smile on her face, but to Chen Yu, that smile seemed like an unknown mystery. The nurse approached Chen Yu and said softly, "Sir, I have good news for you. Our hospital is currently experiencing a shortage of sperm donors, which is a rather unusual situation. After discussions among our superiors, we've decided that we can give you a physical examination first. If the examination is successful, you can donate sperm even without an ID card." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's heart was filled with hope. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, the nurse continued, "However, as you know, this is a violation of regulations, and the hospital bears certain risks. Therefore, the compensation can only be 20,000 yuan per instance.
Is that acceptable to you? Chun Yu quickly calculated in his mind.
Although this was far from the reward of 500,000 to 500,000 yuan that he remembered, he urgently needed funds, and having some was better than having none. Moreover, 20,000 was already a considerable sum for him, who was currently penniless.
Thinking of this, Chun Yu quickly nodded and said, "Okay, I can accept it. Thank you so much."
The nurse smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, sir, please come with me.
We'll arrange your physical examination right away." With that, she led Chun Yu toward the examination room.
Along the way, Chun Yu looked at the somewhat outdated medical facilities around him and couldn't help but feel a little sentimental. Compared to the private hospital he used to own, it was indeed quite different. But he didn't have time to think about it too much at the moment. His top priority was to pass the examination smoothly and receive the payment.
Upon entering the examination room, the doctor was already waiting.
The doctor was a middle-aged woman wearing glasses and appearing quite serious. She looked at Chun Yu, then at the form in her hand, and said, "Please have a seat. We're going to conduct a series of tests, including semen quality analysis, infectious disease screening, and basic health indicator testing. The whole process might be a bit complicated, so please cooperate." Chun Yu obediently nodded and followed the doctor's instructions, undergoing each examination one by one. While the semen was being collected, Chun Yu looked at the somewhat rudimentary collection room, his heart filled with mixed emotions. But he knew that to change the current situation, he had to endure all of this.
After nearly an hour of examination, the doctor finally put down the test report and said to Chun Yu, "The preliminary test results show that your indicators basically meet the requirements. However, the final results still need further confirmation. Go back and wait for our notification. If there are no problems, we will contact you to donate sperm."
Chun Yu was overjoyed and quickly asked, "Doctor, how long will it take to get the results?" The doctor adjusted his glasses and said, "The earliest would be tomorrow.
Leave your contact information and we will call you then."
Chun Yu then realized he didn't have a cell phone and said somewhat awkwardly, "Doctor, I lost my phone before and haven't had time to buy a new one.
Could you leave me another way to contact you, like I can come to the hospital tomorrow to ask?"
The doctor thought for a moment and said, "That's fine, come over at this time tomorrow afternoon." Chun Yu thanked the doctor and nurses and left the hospital. He felt much better than when he arrived. Although he wasn't sure if he would be successful in donating sperm and receiving payment, at least there was hope. Looking at the bustling streets of Chengdu, he secretly vowed to seize this opportunity and establish himself in the city. Chapter 94: Street Trouble. After leaving the hospital, Chun Yu truly felt that his situation was like that of a caged beast, extremely difficult. The mere 20 yuan in his pocket was a drop in the ocean in this bustling city, and without an ID card, finding a place to stay or getting a phone card was nothing short of a pipe dream. As night slowly fell, Chengdu was illuminated by dazzling lights, and the streets and alleys were filled with hustle and bustle. However, this prosperity had nothing to do with Chun Yu. He was filled with helplessness and desolation, and could only drag his heavy steps and wander aimlessly through the streets. As he approached the park, a wave of intense hunger washed over Chun Yu, and his stomach rumbled incessantly. Unable to bear it any longer, Chun Yu walked into a rather shabby fast food restaurant on the street. The restaurant was filled with the aroma of food, and as he looked at the prices on the menu, each number felt like a sharp needle, pricking his sensitive nerves. After much hesitation, he finally gritted his teeth and spent 12 yuan to order the cheapest fast food. Holding his tray, Chun Yu found a secluded corner to sit down. Looking at this simple and plain fast food in front of me, yellow rice, a few strands of green vegetables, and a slightly shriveled meat patty, it might seem unremarkable to others. But for Chun Yu, who was starving at the moment, this was undoubtedly a delicacy. A complex look flashed in his eyes, a mixture of longing for food and helplessness in the face of his current predicament. He then began to devour the food, savoring each bite with immense satisfaction, as if he were tasting the finest delicacies in the world. At this moment, this fast food was more than just food to him, it was the guarantee that he would have the strength to keep going. Every bite he swallowed carried his desire and determination for the future. After filling his stomach, Chun Yu continued out into the street and slowly sat down on a park bench. The cool night breeze felt like tiny knives, mercilessly cutting his skin, and he couldn't help but shiver. Gazing at the few stars scattered across the dark night sky, his thoughts were a tangled mess, a jumbled mess of emotions. The remaining 8 yuan would be of negligible use in this expensive city, and going to the hospital tomorrow to await the sperm donation results was undoubtedly his only glimmer of hope for changing his situation. Just as Chen Yu was teetering on the edge of drowsiness and about to drift off to sleep, a sudden burst of noise, like a heavy hammer blow, jolted him awake from his daze. He slowly opened his eyes and saw a middle-aged woman standing in front of him. The woman was slightly plump, wearing a brightly colored dress that was almost glaring, and her eyes revealed an irresistible dominance. She was looking Chen Yu up and down, her eyes sparkling with surprise, as if she had discovered a rare treasure.
"Young man, why are you sleeping here all alone?"
The middle-aged woman spoke first, her voice carrying a deliberately feigned concern, yet a subtle sense of oppression lurked beneath the surface. Chen Yu rubbed his sleepy eyes, tried to sit up straight, and said in a tired and wary voice, "Auntie, I just arrived in this city and haven't found a place to stay yet." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman's eyes lit up instantly, and she said eagerly, "Oh dear, you finally met a kind person.
Auntie feels sorry for you.
Come home with me, and I'll give you a hot meal and a safe place to stay."
Chen Yu's mind immediately went into overdrive, instinctively sensing that something was amiss.
This sudden and overly enthusiastic invitation made him extremely uncomfortable, as if he were on the edge of an invisible trap.
He quickly waved his hand and said firmly, "No need, Auntie, thank you for your kindness, but I can figure it out myself.
I still have some money on me, enough to last me a while." As he spoke, he subconsciously touched the few remaining 8 yuan in his pocket, as if that was his only source of confidence at that moment. The middle-aged woman, however, refused to give up. She reached out and grabbed Chen Yu's arm tightly with astonishing strength.
Chen Yu tried to break free but was powerless to do so.
He was short and thin, and appeared particularly powerless under the strong pull of the middle-aged woman. Chen Yu was anxious and scared, his face flushed red, and he struggled desperately.
Just then, a young woman passing by noticed the commotion. She quickly stepped forward and shouted, "What are you doing? Let him go."
The middle-aged woman was startled by the sudden rebuke and instinctively released her grip. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chen Yu broke free and quickly retreated to the side, panting heavily, looking at the middle-aged woman with lingering fear. The middle-aged woman glared at the young woman, muttered something under her breath, and turned and stormed off. Watching the middle-aged woman's retreating figure, Chen Yu couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "That fat slut, she's really indiscriminate in her appetite.
Even though I'm already this ugly, she still won't let me go."
After regaining his composure, Chen Yu looked at the young woman gratefully and said, "Thank you so much, miss.
I don't know what I would have done without you."
The young woman smiled and waved her hand, saying, "It's all right, we should help each other out when we're out and about.
Be careful on your own."
Then she turned and left. Chen Yu sat back down on the bench, curling his body up as much as possible to try and ward off the ever-present cold. He knew that he was all alone in this unfamiliar city, had no ID card, and his remaining 8 yuan would not last long. He was in danger of falling into an even more perilous situation at any moment. But he secretly vowed to himself that he would grit his teeth and persevere. He would go to the hospital tomorrow to wait for the results. As long as he could successfully receive the payment for his sperm donation, everything would gradually get better.
He looked up at the vast night sky and silently prayed for good news the next day, hoping to receive the 20,000 yuan and open a door of hope for his new life in Chengdu. Chapter 95: The First Glimmer of Dawn.
Having endured that long and tumultuous night, Chen Yu tossed and turned on the bench, barely closing his eyes. As dawn broke, he got up, dragging his exhausted body, and headed straight for the hospital. As the city slowly awoke, the number of pedestrians and vehicles on the streets gradually increased, but Chen Yu's mind was filled with the hospital's test results. Finally arriving at the hospital, Chen Yu walked confidently towards the reproductive medicine department. There weren't many people in the department yet, and he immediately spotted the nurse from yesterday. When the nurse saw him, her eyes lit up like stars, and a warm smile bloomed on her face. She rushed over to him like a cheerful little bird. "Oh, you finally arrived," the nurse said sweetly, taking Chen Yu's arm affectionately, her ample bosom brushing against him intentionally or unintentionally.
"My name is Chen Yan, do you remember me?" Chen Yu remained calm and politely replied, "Nurse Chen, I remember."
"What was the result?" Chen Yan didn't care about Chen Yu's attitude at all, and said with a smile, "I have good news for you.
The results are in, and all your indicators meet our requirements."
A hint of joy flashed in Chen Yu's eyes, but his tone remained calm. "That's good." Chen Yan continued, "However, since you don't have an ID card, this is a special case. You can donate sperm today, and the reward is 20,000 yuan, which we will pay you in cash after the donation. But you should understand that this is a special case, and it won't happen again in the future."
Chen Yu nodded and said sincerely, "I understand, thank you for your understanding."
Chen Yan chuckled twice, her voice soft and sweet, "And also, how about I provide services for you this time with artificial sperm donation? My skills are excellent, I can definitely make you feel good of course. If you're not satisfied with me, we have other nurses here, you can choose one. Chen Yu looked up, calmly surveyed Chen Yan's beautiful face and voluptuous figure, and after a moment's thought, said in a gentle tone, then I'll trouble Nurse Chen. Seeing this, Chen Yan smiled even more brightly, took Chen Yu's arm, and said, then come with me. Chen Yan led Chen Yu to a room. Pushing open the door, Chen Yu saw that it was a rather cozy sperm donation room. The dim pink light filled the room with an ambiguous atmosphere, and a soft, large bed was placed in the center of the room, surrounded by some decorations that seemed to arouse desire. Chen Yu stepped into the room with a calm expression. Chen Yan considerately closed the door and began to explain the next steps to Chen Yu. Suddenly, the beautiful nurse squatted down. A few minutes later, she signaled that he could lie down on the bed to begin. Her sexy nurse uniform slowly slid down, revealing a patch of white skin. Then, the nurse leaped up and straddled him. The above content is purely for comedic effect. Please do not have any wild ideas. After donating sperm, Chen Yu calmly walked out of the room, feeling as if he had been reborn. A short while later, Chen Yan came in, holding a thick envelope, and handed it to Chen Yu, saying, this is your reward, 20,000 yuan. Please count it. Chen Yu took the envelope, paused slightly, opened it, and saw a neat stack of 100 yuan bills inside. He calmly counted them, exactly 20,000 yuan, no more, no less, before carefully putting the envelope away. As Chen Yu walked out of the hospital, he clutched the envelope containing his payment tightly, his heart filled with mixed emotions. This 20,000 yuan was undoubtedly a huge sum for him at that moment, and more importantly, it represented hope for changing his fate. He decided to find a place to stay first, to solve his most basic survival problems. Chen Yu arrived at a small hotel that looked fairly clean, asked for a single room, and prepaid a month's rent. Stepping into the room, although it was small and the facilities were simple, Chen Yu found it incredibly cozy. He carefully hid the money, lay down on the bed, and could finally get a peaceful night's sleep. When Chen Yu woke up, it was already evening. He got up, and his stomach rumbled at that opportune moment. He decided to treat himself to a good meal. We went to a nearby restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and enjoyed a delicious and satisfying meal. After dinner, Chen Yu strolled through the streets, gazing at the city's night view, and a new plan formed in his mind. With this money as a foundation, he couldn't just be content with making ends meet. He had to find a way to use his system of being a kept man to change his current situation and regain his footing in this world. He knew that the road ahead was long and fraught with difficulties, but at this moment he was full of confidence because he had taken the first step to change his destiny. Chapter 96: New Opportunities for the System. With 20,000 yuan in his hand, Chen Yu strolled through the streets of Chengdu. The flashing neon lights reflected the burning ambition in his eyes. Although he had achieved temporary stability, he knew in his heart that the soft rice system was the key to changing his fate, and he had to find a way to make good use of it. After all, it was thanks to it that she quickly accumulated enough initial capital when she first came to this world, which enabled her to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry later. Now, although it is difficult to achieve this appearance, it is not without a chance. As Chen Yu walked, he came to a bustling commercial plaza. The plaza was crowded with people, mostly young couples and groups of girlfriends walking together. Looking at the women around him, Chen Yu had a sudden thought: perhaps he could find an opportunity to make the system work here. He noticed a milk tea shop not far away that was extremely popular. Chen Yu had a sudden inspiration and remembered the first cashback he received when he first transmigrated to this parallel world. So he stood outside the shop and began to observe the situation inside. Just then, a group of stylishly dressed young women walked into the store, chattering about what they wanted to drink. Chen Yu took a deep breath, mustered his courage, and stepped forward, saying shyly, "Girls, I'm new to this city and don't know anyone here. Could you buy me a milk tea? I'm so thirsty." The girls were taken aback at first, then looked at each other and giggled, covering their mouths. One of the girls, with a ponytail, asked curiously, "How come you don't even have enough money to buy a cup of milk tea?" Chen Yu was prepared, and said with a wry smile, "I just came here from a remote mountain area to look for work. I've spent all my money and still haven't found a job. I'm really penniless now." Perhaps it was Chen Yu's pitiful appearance that touched the girl's sympathy, or perhaps it was the natural attraction to men in this world where there were more girls than girls, but the girl with the ponytail said, "All right, you look so pitiful, we'll treat you to a drink." With that, she ordered a cheap milk tea for Chen Yu. Just as the girl paid, a long-lost system notification sounded in Chen Yu's mind. Ding! Detected that Lin Yu, the girl with the ponytail, has a 30% affinity with the host and spent 18 yuan, triggering a 5x cashback mechanism.
Congratulations to the host for receiving 90 yuan in cashback.
Since the host already has a place to store funds, the cashback amount will be directly deposited into the host's backpack in the hotel room. Shenyu was overjoyed, but on the surface, he still pretended to be extremely grateful and thanked them repeatedly. The girls smiled, waved, and left with their milk tea. Shenyu couldn't wait to return to the hotel. He opened his backpack and found that there was indeed an extra 90 yuan in cash inside. This success greatly boosted Chenyu's confidence. He realized that even though he was not good looking, as long as he found the right opportunity and used the right methods, the soft rice system could still work. For the next few days, Shenyu wandered the streets and alleys of Chengdu, looking for opportunities to get women to spend money on him. Sometimes at food stalls, he would pretend to have lost his money and ask kind women to pay for him. Other times at stationery stores, he would pretend to be in a hurry to buy pens but short of money and ask female customers for help. Using these methods, Shenyu's wallet gradually grew thicker. However, this approach was not a long-term solution, and he knew that to truly change his fate, he needed a longer-term plan. Shenyu began to think about how to use the system to accumulate more funds, then invest in entrepreneurship, and rebuild his own business empire. Chapter 97: The ID Card Problem. After achieving some success with the help of the soft rice system, Shenyu became increasingly aware that the ID card issue was like an insurmountable mountain blocking his path forward, urgently needing to be resolved. Without an ID card, he felt as if his hands and feet were tied, making it difficult to do many things. Whether it's the registration required to start a company, identity verification for large financial transactions, or traveling by plane or high-speed rail, an ID card is an indispensable key element. Sitting in his hotel room, staring at his burgeoning wallet, he was filled with worry. Although he had accumulated some funds, without an ID card, all his grand plans were nothing but a pipe dream, impossible to implement. After thinking it over, Shenyu decided to go to the police station to consult with them and see how he could reissue his ID card in his situation. Upon arriving at the police station, it was bustling with people, and long queues had formed in front of each service window. Fortunately, there was a special service window for men. When Shenyu arrived at the information desk, a young female police officer smiled and politely asked, "Sir, what can I do for you?" Shenyu looked embarrassed and stammered, "I lost my ID card and want to apply for a replacement, but I'm not sure about the specific procedures, and I don't have any other documents to prove my identity. What should I do?" The policewoman was kind and patiently explained, "Under normal circumstances, to reissue an ID card, you need to provide some materials that can prove your identity, such as your household registration book or driver's license. If you do not have these documents, you may need to provide other supporting documentation, such as proof of residence or proof of employment. We will verify and process your application based on the specific circumstances." Upon hearing this, Chenyu's heart sank. He couldn't obtain a residence certificate as he was currently staying in a small hotel. He also couldn't obtain a work certificate as he was new to Chengdu and hadn't yet found formal employment. Both avenues seemed to be blocked. He was still persistent and asked, "If we really don't have these documents, is there any other way?" After thinking for a moment, the policewoman said, "If you can contact your family and have them provide the relevant documents, or if other relatives can help prove your identity, you can also try to go through a special replacement procedure." Shenyu felt a wave of helplessness. Where could he find someone to prove his identity in this situation? Was he really going to go back to those women in the small mountain village and be kept there? He had finally escaped the tiger's den, and there was no way he would ever go back. As Shenyu left the police station, he felt extremely heavy-hearted. He knew that as long as the ID card issue remained unresolved, his business plans would remain stagnant. Back at the hotel, Shenyu lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He had come full of hope, only to be met with a cold shower of reality. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Since he couldn't solve the problem through legitimate channels, then, could he try some crooked methods? He remembered hearing that some people could make fake documents. Although he knew it was illegal, at this moment, it seemed like his only lifeline. Shenyu started searching for relevant information online and actually found some contact information for those who claimed to be able to make fake documents. He was in a dilemma. On the one hand, he knew the danger of this behavior and the unimaginable consequences if he were discovered. On the other hand, he really couldn't think of any other way to solve the ID card problem, as his career development was being seriously hindered by this small document. After a fierce internal struggle, Shenyu finally dialed one of the numbers. A hoarse female voice came from the other end. "Hello, what's up?" Shenyu took a deep breath and lowered his voice, saying, I want to get an ID card, can you do that?" The other party was silent for a moment, then said, "Yes, we can, but you need to send us your photo and other details first."
The price is negotiable.
Shenyu hesitated for a moment, but still followed their instructions, went to a photo studio outside, had his ID photo taken, and then returned to his hotel to send his information.
After hanging up the phone, Shenyu felt extremely uneasy.
He knew he had embarked on a dangerous path, but in order to achieve his plan as soon as possible, he seemed to disregard everything else. Next, he could only wait anxiously for the other party's reply, not knowing where this decision would lead him.
Chapter 98: The Abyss of Deception.
With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, Shenyu waited for news from the person who made the fake documents. A short while later, his phone screen lit up with a text message: to process the documents, a deposit of 2,000 yuan is required up front.
Work will begin immediately upon receiving the payment. Looking at the text message, Shenyu hesitated for a moment. This was no small amount of money. What if he was scammed?
But thinking about how important his ID card was to him, he gritted his teeth and transferred the money to the other party. The transfer had barely been completed when the other party called. "We received the money. We're very efficient, it will be ready by this time tomorrow.
We'll exchange the money for the goods then."
Shenyu responded a few times, feeling somewhat uneasy, but ultimately choosing to trust them.
The next day, Shenyu woke up early and kept checking his phone.
But even after the agreed time had passed, there was still no message from the other party. Shenyu couldn't help but dial the number he had called before, only to find it was switched off. He sent several text messages inquiring about it, but again, there was no response. Shenyu realized he might have been scammed and was filled with remorse. He paced back and forth in the room, constantly blaming himself for his impulsiveness and stupidity. That 2,000 yuan was money he had painstakingly saved through the soft rice system, and it had all gone down the drain.
Anger and resentment welled up inside Shenyu, and he decided to take the initiative.
He searched online again for information related to this fake document gang, trying to find some clues. After some effort, he actually discovered some clues. He saw someone on a forum share a similar experience of being scammed, and the person mentioned that these people were a group of local thugs, and provided the address where the fake document gang often operated.
Without hesitation, Shenyu went to the address, which led to a dilapidated residential area on the outskirts of the city.
Inside, the environment was chaotic, with garbage scattered everywhere.
Based on the description on the forum, Shenyu found the building.
He cautiously went upstairs, feeling both nervous and scared, but his intense anger made him disregard everything else. When he arrived at the designated door and was about to knock, he suddenly heard the voices of several women talking inside. "I swindled another naive kid today, easily pocketing 2,000 yuan.
Exactly, how can these people be so easily fooled these days? They actually think we can get them ID cards."
Hearing these words, Shenyu was certain that this was the gang that had tricked him. He angrily kicked open the door, and the scene inside startled him. He saw 3 women with dyed yellow hair and dressed like delinquents sitting around the table, looking at him in astonishment.
"You bunch of bastards dared to cheat me. Give me my money back." Shenyu roared angrily. One of the girls, a tall, slender woman wearing ripped jeans and chewing gum, looked at Shenyu with disdain and a mocking smile. "Oh, you've come looking for trouble. Kid, you've got some nerve. I've already spent all my money, how am I going to pay you back? Besides, do you dare call the police?
You're trying to get fake documents, which is illegal." The other 2 girls joined in the laughter, their eyes full of provocation. The tall, slender girl continued, "Since you're here, don't rush off. Stay and have some fun with us sisters. This guy is a bit ugly, and he doesn't look very meaty, but as long as his tool works, it's fine. We sisters haven't had any meat in ages, so we're not picky." As she spoke, she deliberately winked and swayed her hips as she walked towards Shenyu. Shenyu was startled, not expecting these girls to be so audacious and frivolous.
He instinctively took a step back, looking at them warily, and said, "Don't do anything reckless.
It's illegal to assault a man."
Another girl with dyed purple hair stood up and said with a sly laugh, "Oh, you're shy now.
The older sisters won't treat you badly."
Tall, rebellious girl, illegal? Can you produce any evidence? After we're done, your semen will be inside us, so how can you prove to the police that we slept with you?"
Shenyu was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and opened his mouth to speak, but did not know how to refute it. He knew he was in a bad situation, these girls clearly weren't going to let him go. At the same time, he felt even more remorse for his earlier recklessness. He had forgotten that with his thin arms and legs, he wouldn't necessarily be a match for even the weaker women, which had led him into this awkward and dangerous predicament. So Shenyu suddenly turned around and rushed out the door, followed by the shouts and curses of the delinquent girls.
Chapter 99, Desperate Situation and Redemption.
After bursting out of the room of those delinquent girls, Chenyu, like a frightened bird, ran frantically downstairs. The hallway was dimly lit and cluttered with all sorts of odds and ends, seemingly trying to hinder his steps. In his anxiety, he paid no attention to his surroundings. Suddenly, he tripped over a tattered cardboard box, lost his balance, and fell forward. With a sharp, piercing pain, he tumbled down the stairs, finally crashing heavily at the corner with a dull thud. Before he could recover from the sudden, intense pain, he heard the arrogant shouts and hurried, chaotic footsteps of the group of girls behind him. Shenyu gritted his teeth, enduring the pain all over his body, and struggled to get up and continue his escape. However, the excruciating pain in his ankle made it impossible for him to stand properly. Every movement felt like being pricked by countless needles. In the blink of an eye, 3 girls with dyed yellow hair chased after them like fierce demons. The tall, burly girl in the lead had a fierce and disdainful look in her eyes. She grabbed Chenyu's hair, yanked his head up, and cursed viciously, "You little brat, trying to run away? You've run into me today. Let's see where you can run this time." After saying that, she and the other 2 delinquent girls exchanged a glance, their eyes full of malice. Then, they dragged Chenyu back to the room like a dead dog, and then threw him to the ground without any mercy. Chenyu crashed heavily onto the cold ground, letting out a painful groan. Immediately afterwards, the girls launched a wanton and frenzied attack on him. Their punches and kicks rained down on Chenyu, each blow filled with anger and malice. Chenyu curled up on the ground, instinctively using his arms to protect his head, trying to withstand the tidal wave of attacks. However, his frail body proved so vulnerable to the violence of the girls, and new injuries continued to pour into his body. "As they beat you, they kept hurling insults at you. 'You cowardly coward, you dare to ask us for money? Today we'll show you just how terrible it is to mess with us.'" After a brutal beating, the tall, burly girl stopped, panting heavily. A lewd smile appeared on her face, and her eyes revealed a twisted desire. She said through heavy breaths, "Sisters, this kid is actually quite interesting. Let's just lock him up here and play with him slowly and have some fun with him later." Upon hearing this, the other 2 revealed knowing and wicked expressions, echoing each other incessantly, their eyes filled with ill intent. Chenyu lay on the ground, his heart filled with endless despair. He knew all too well that if he were truly imprisoned by them, he would face endless torture and humiliation, with unimaginable consequences. Just when he was feeling utterly hopeless, he suddenly heard a commotion outside, and he could faintly hear someone shouting, "Police, don't move." It turns out that a kind-hearted resident happened to see the scene of Chenyu and the girls chasing each other fiercely in the stairwell. Upon seeing this, the resident sensed something was wrong and immediately called the police. Knowing the urgency of the situation, the police quickly organized their forces and arrived at the scene as fast as possible. Leading the charge was a policewoman, sharp-eyed and agile. She swiftly kicked open the door and burst inside. The girls inside were so frightened by this sudden turn of events that their faces turned ashen, their eyes filled with terror and panic. Their previously arrogant and domineering demeanor vanished without a trace. The policewoman's expression was stern as she shouted, "Don't move. Hands behind your heads, squat down." Her voice, like a booming bell, resounded throughout the room, filled with authority and intimidation. Subsequently, other police officers quickly stepped forward and swiftly and decisively subdued the 3 delinquent girls. The policewoman quickly walked to Chenyu's side, carefully helped him up, her eyes revealing concern and worry, and asked softly, "How are you? Can you stand up? Don't worry, we'll take you to the hospital right away." Chenyu slightly raised his head, his eyes filled with relief and gratitude for surviving the ordeal. He nodded weakly, uttering a faint sound, "Thank you." The moment the police led him out of the room, Chenyu felt as if he had returned from a dark and boundless hell to a hopeful world. He knew that he was only able to escape this disaster thanks to the kind person who called the police in time. Looking back on his experiences during this period, he was filled with regret and self-blame, and deeply realized how foolish and dangerous his actions had been. Chapter 100 Starting Over. Chenyu lay on the hospital bed. After a comprehensive and meticulous examination and treatment, his pain had been somewhat relieved, but he still found it quite difficult to move around. However, the relief of surviving the ordeal was like a ray of warm sunshine piercing through the gloom, rekindling his hope for the future. After handling the relevant cases, the dashing policewoman made a special trip to the hospital to visit Chenyu. The policewoman sat gently beside Chenyu's hospital bed, her gaze both gentle and serious, and said earnestly, "Young man, you must remember this experience well. In the future, you must always go through the proper and legal channels to solve any problems. Forging documents is not only illegal, but it also puts one in an extremely dangerous situation. The consequences could be disastrous if one is not careful. Chen Yu's face flushed red, and he lowered his head in shame, his tone sincere and full of remorse. Officer, I truly know I was wrong. If it weren't for you and that kind person who called the police, I can't imagine what kind of desperate situation I would have faced. I promise you, I will never make such a foolish mistake again. The policewoman nodded slightly, an encouraging smile appearing on her face, and said softly, It's good that you know you were wrong. You're so young, you have a long road ahead of you. I see you're in such a hurry to get your ID card. Are you facing some kind of difficult problem? Tell me, and we'll think of a solution together. We're sure to find a way. Chen Yu hesitated for a moment, a deep pain flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath and slowly said, Officer, I come from a remote mountain village. The village is not big, with only about 100 households in total. But the situation there was so dire that the gender ratio was unimaginably imbalanced. Young, middle-aged men were extremely scarce, and I was one of only 2 adult men remaining in the entire village. Upon hearing this, the policewoman frowned deeply, her eyes instantly filled with shock and sympathy. She leaned forward slightly, signaling Chen Yu to continue. Chen Yu took another deep breath, as if gathering all his courage, and continued, In that closed and oppressive little mountain village, an extremely distorted and illogical relationship quietly emerged. From elderly women, their faces etched with the marks of time, to teenage girls, their hearts filled with emptiness and loneliness, they all seemed to place their burdens on me and another man, seeking so-called solace. At this point, Chen Yu's voice trembled involuntarily. I have endured this inhuman exploitation day after day. My body and mind are like being repeatedly cut by countless sharp blades, and I am already riddled with holes. Every day, I live in endless fear and despair, feeling like a soulless walking corpse, completely at the mercy of others, utterly devoid of dignity. As the policewoman listened to Chen Yu's account, she clenched her fists tightly, her eyes burning with indignation. She said in a heavy tone, In the current environment of a severe gender imbalance, such heartbreaking problems do exist in some remote areas with relatively weak control. I've encountered similar cases before, where people also escaped from the mountains. In your special case, the police will generally assist you in re-registering your household registration and obtaining an ID card. A glimmer of hope instantly rekindled in Chen Yu's eyes, and his voice trembled with excitement. Really? Officer, when can I re-register my household registration and get my ID card? The policewoman gently patted Chen Yu's shoulder, reassuring him, Of course it's true. Don't worry too much. When you encounter difficulties, stay calm. As long as you go through the proper channels, the problem can always be solved. Once you've recovered a bit more, you can start preparing for the relevant matters. During his recovery, Chen Yu strictly followed the policewoman's advice and actively collected various materials that could prove his identity. With the strong cooperation and assistance of the police, he successfully obtained the bus travel records of his journey from the small town to Chengdu. After fully recovering, Chen Yu returned to the police station with a statement issued by the community. The moment he stepped into the police station, his heart was filled with anticipation, as if this was the starting point for his new life. After carefully reviewing all the materials he provided, the police officer smiled and told him that he could apply for an ID card through a special procedure. Several working days later, Chen Yu finally got the ID card he had been dreaming of. As he held the brand new certificate in his hands, a complex and indescribable emotion welled up inside him. He knew that this small card was not just an identity document, but also his passport to start anew and begin a new life in this city. Chapter 101: A Difficult Start. Chen Yu clutched the ID card that carried all his hopes tightly, his heart burning with anticipation for the future like a blazing flame. He knew that this certificate was the key to changing his destiny, and his top priority now was to develop long-term cashback recipients through the soft rice system. After much thought, he felt that renting a shared villa might be an excellent choice, as it would not only provide a relatively comfortable living environment but also allow him to meet more potential partners. At the same time, finding a stable job can not only cover basic living expenses, but also expand one's network of contacts, creating more possibilities for the operation of the system. With this in mind, Chen Yu sat in his simple hotel room, intently searching for accommodations online. His eyes were glued to the computer screen, the mouse constantly moving as he carefully searched through the dense array of rental listings. Just when he was almost exhausted, a housing listing caught his eye: a shared villa in the suburbs of the city. Judging from the pictures on the website, the villa has an impressive exterior, and the European-style architecture looks particularly elegant when it is nestled among the green trees. The interior decoration is simple and stylish, the living room is spacious and bright, the furniture is neatly arranged, and the environment is very pleasant. What attracted him even more was that the property listing showed that 5 people were already living in the villa, and there were 2 rooms left available for rent. This means he has more opportunities to meet different people, especially women, which is extremely beneficial for him to develop long-term cashback clients. Without hesitation, he clicked into the details page, carefully reviewed all the information, and then quickly contacted the landlord. The call connected, and a gentle female voice came through. "Hello, are you here to view the apartment?" Chunyu quickly replied, "Yes, hello landlord. I saw your shared villa online and you have rooms available for rent. I'd like to learn more about it." The landlord smiled and introduced some basic information, and the two agreed to meet at the villa at 9 a.m. the next morning. The next day, Chunyu arrived at the villa 10 minutes early. The villa was even more impressive than in the photos, with off-white exterior walls and a red roof, surrounded by neatly trimmed greenery. A moment later, a white BMW slowly pulled up and stopped. A tall woman stepped out of the car. She was wearing a light blue business suit, and her hair was styled in a bun, making her look capable and elegant. The woman smiled and walked towards Chunyu. "Hello, are you here to look at the apartment, Chun? I'm the landlady, Zhou Shinran." Chunyu responded warmly, "Hello, landlord Zhou, it's a pleasure to meet you." Zhou Shinran led Chunyu into the villa. Upon entering, a spacious living room came into view, with a gleaming marble floor and European-style sofas and coffee tables placed perfectly. The villa was quiet, presumably because the other tenants had all gone out. As Zhou Shinran showed Chunyu around, she explained, "This is the living room, a shared area where you can relax and chat. The kitchen and dining room are over there, fully equipped, so you can cook for yourselves." Chunyu followed Zhou Shinran, nodding from time to time, clearly very satisfied with the villa's environment. Next, Zhou Shinran opened the door to the room Chunyu wanted to see. The room wasn't large, but it was decorated warmly and comfortably. A single bed was placed against the wall, and there was a desk and chair by the window, as well as a simple wardrobe. Zhou Shinran said, "This room has great natural light and a good view. The bathroom is shared with the room next door, but the girl in that room is very clean, so you don't need to worry." Chunyu looked around, imagining his future life here, and felt very satisfied. After viewing the room, the two returned to the living room. Zhou Shinran explained in detail, the rent is 2,000 yuan per month, and the water and electricity bills are shared by all tenants. Chunyu felt the price was within his budget and decided to rent it on the spot. Zhou Shinran took out the contract, and after the two carefully checked all the terms, Chunyu signed his name. After settling into his accommodation, Chunyu immediately threw himself into the job search. However, reality slapped him hard across the face like a series of heavy blows. Although men should have an advantage in employment in a society with more women than men, he faced numerous obstacles due to his own circumstances. He had no academic qualifications, his appearance was plain, even somewhat ugly, and his physique appeared frail, giving the impression of lacking strength and vitality. Chunyu spent the day shuttling through the city's streets and alleys, going between job fairs and companies, submitting resume after resume, but most of them disappeared without a trace. Occasionally, a few companies would be willing to give him an interview, but after meeting him in person, their attitude became very cold. After yet another failed interview, the interviewer looked at Chenyu's dejected face and couldn't help but sigh, saying with a hint of helplessness, "Young man, I'm not trying to discourage you, but honestly, with your current situation where you can't even produce a primary school diploma, I doubt any company will hire you. Why don't you go directly to the Human Resources Bureau and seek help from the government? You might not know that the government has always had support policies for male employment. For men like you who are facing employment difficulties, generally, as long as you submit an application, the government will arrange relevant skills training and then help you find employment based on the training results. You might as well give it a try, maybe things will turn around." After hearing this, Chunyu decided to take the interviewer's advice and try his luck at the Human Resources Bureau. After all, he had already run into setbacks everywhere in his job search, and he really had no other better options. After leaving the company, Chunyu didn't waste any time and immediately headed towards the Human Resources Bureau. His steps were filled with a hint of urgency, as well as a sense of anticipation for the future. Chapter 102: Job Hunting Setbacks. With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, Chunyu hurriedly arrived at the Human Resources Bureau. Stepping into the spacious and bright hall, one finds people coming and going, with people consulting or processing business at each window. He looked around, somewhat at a loss, when a staff member noticed him and approached him to ask, "Sir, what kind of service do you need?" Chunyu quickly explained his situation in general terms. After listening, the staff smiled and guided him to the employment assistance window. Upon arriving at the window, Shinyu explained to the staff in detail how he had encountered setbacks in his job search and how the interviewer had suggested he seek help here.
The staff listened patiently while recording relevant information on the computer.
After listening to Shinyu's story, the staff member said, "Your situation does indeed fall within the scope of our employment support policy. First, fill out this application form, and then prepare some necessary materials, such as your ID card and proof of residence. We will arrange suitable skills training based on your situation, and after the training, we will recommend relevant job opportunities for you."
Shunyu was overjoyed and quickly took the application form, filling it out carefully at the table next to him.
After filling out the form, he prepared the required materials and handed them over to the staff. After careful review, the staff told him to go back and wait patiently for notification, and that they would contact him as soon as the training time and location were confirmed. When Shenyu left the Human Resources Bureau, his feelings were completely different from when he arrived. Back in the shared villa, Shenyu gently pushed open the door, and the cheerful laughter from the living room immediately reached his ears.
5 young women were sitting around a sofa, some eating fruit, some chatting, in a very harmonious atmosphere.
When they saw Shenyu enter, they all stopped what they were doing and turned their gazes to him.
Shenyu scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Shenyu, the newest person here.
I'll be living with you all from now on, so please take good care of me." A girl with a ponytail and dressed casually stood up first, walked over with a smile, extended her hand and said, "Hello, Shenyu, my name is Yi Qing, welcome to our little family." Shenyu quickly reached out and shook hands, replying, "Hello, Yi Qing, it's a pleasure to meet you." Immediately afterwards, a girl in a stylish dress stood up and said with a smile, "My name is Lin Wan.
You can ask me for help if you need anything in the future." Shunyu nodded and thanked her quickly.
Then, a girl wearing glasses who looked very quiet said, "I am Li Shihan, and I hope we can get along well." 2 other girls also introduced themselves. One was Zhou Lin, who was lively and cheerful, and the other was Zhao Ya, who had a gentle and quiet temperament. Yi Qing asked curiously, "Shenyu, you just moved here, what do you do for a living?" Shenyu replied somewhat shyly, "I just arrived in Chengdu not long ago and I'm still looking for a job. I went to the Human Resources Bureau today hoping to get some help."
Lin Wan's eyes lit up, and she said, "I see. Did you get anything from your trip to the Human Resources Bureau today?"
Shenyu explained that he met the employment support policy requirements and would receive training and job recommendations. After hearing this, Yi Qing said enthusiastically, "Shenyu, this is a rare opportunity.
You must study hard, and you will definitely be able to find a good job in the future." Lin Wan chimed in, "Yes, if you don't understand anything during the training, you can ask us. We might be able to help."
After a brief chat, Shenyu felt quite tired after a long day of job hunting, so he said, "I'm really tired after running around all day. I'm going back to my room to rest now." The girl smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, watching Shenyu walk towards the room. After Shenyu closed the door, the girls couldn't help but whisper among themselves.
Zhou Lin spoke first, "We finally have a male roommate. But his looks are, well, a bit disappointing."
Zhao Ya chimed in, "Yes, and she's so short, so thin and small, she looks a bit frail.
Could she be sick?"
Li Shihan frowned and said softly, "Don't say that. We're all living together, so we should be friendly. He just arrived here and is looking for a job, which isn't easy for him either." Yi Qing waved her hand, "I know, I was just saying. I hope his training goes well and he finds a good job."
The girls nodded and continued chatting about other topics.
The next day, Shenyu received a call from the Human Resources Bureau, informing him that the training would officially begin next Monday and last for 1 week. After hanging up the phone, Shenyu was overjoyed the waiting time was shorter than he had expected.
During the days waiting for training, Shenyu decided he couldn't be idle. On the one hand, he planned to build good relationships with his roommates, since he might be able to consistently earn cash back through them in the future. On the other hand, he was thinking of going to the hospital to donate sperm again tomorrow, so that he could earn some money to supplement his living expenses and relax at the same time. In short, he couldn't waste the opportunity. Chapter 103: Sperm Donation and a New Opportunity.
The next day, the sunlight gently streamed through the window, falling on Shenyu's face and slowly waking him from his sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, he quickly got up, washed up briefly, and headed straight to the familiar Renai hospital to donate sperm, filled with anticipation. After all, this wasn't his first time here, and he knew the route and procedures very well.
As he entered the hospital building, he walked skillfully toward the sperm donation department.
When he arrived at the sperm donation department, he found that the nurse who had served him last time was not there, and in front of him was a pure and lovely nurse. The nurse was also very beautiful, with bright, star-like eyes and a friendly smile on her face.
"Hello, Are you here to donate sperm? The nurse asked softly, her voice as clear as a silver bell. Chunyu nodded slightly and said, yes, I've been here before. The nurse smiled and replied, okay, sir. Since your basic information has already been recorded in the system, you only need to provide your ID card to register again. Chunyu took out his ID card as instructed, and the nurse took it and quickly registered it in the system. Afterwards, the nurse guided him into a private room and explained the precautions in detail. Once everything was ready, Chunyu successfully completed the sperm donation. Because the procedure was followed correctly and an ID card was used, and the sperm quality met high standards, he received a reward of 80,000 yuan. This amount of money is undoubtedly a huge sum for him right now. He had been running around trying to gain sympathy by playing the victim, and he had only accumulated a little over 10,000 yuan by doing small-scale cashback for a while. It was not as much as he could have earned by comfortably donating sperm once. It's no wonder that so many beautiful girls in the original world willingly went into the sex industry. With this substantial reward in his heart, Chunyu didn't go straight back to the villa. Instead, he decided to open a bank account first and deposit the money there, which would be safer. He walked along the street looking for a bank, and soon saw the sign of a large commercial bank, China Merchants Bank. Stepping into the bank lobby, it was spacious and bright, but there weren't many people conducting business. Chunyu went to the information desk and explained to the staff that he wanted to open a savings account. The staff warmly guided him to the self-service card issuing machine and assisted him in completing the operation. After entering the relevant information and setting a password, a brand new bank card was handed to Chunyu. Then, Chunyu took the bank card to the counter, handed the bag containing 80,000 yuan in cash to the teller, and said, "Hello, please deposit this money into this card for me." The teller smiled as she took the cash, skillfully counting and verifying it. After confirming that everything was correct, she successfully deposited 80,000 yuan into Chunyu's bank card. After completing the deposit procedure, Chunyu looked at the bank card in his hand and felt much more at ease. Leaving the bank, Chunyu headed towards the villa. On the way, he pondered how to improve his relationship with his roommates. Passing a large supermarket, he planned to buy some snacks and fruits that girls liked, hoping to strengthen his bond with them. Walking into the supermarket, he carefully selected items from the snack section, picking up several bags of popular potato chips, chocolates, and various flavors of dried fruit. In the fruit section, he selected brightly colored cherries, mangoes with an enticing aroma, and fresh, juicy peaches. After paying the bill, Chunyu returned to the villa carrying 2 large bags full of snacks and fruit. When Chunyu walked into the living room, his roommates were sitting around the sofa chatting. He held up the bag in his hand with a little shyness and said, "Hi everyone, I bought some snacks and fruit, let's have some together." The girls' attention was immediately drawn to it, and Yi Qing exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, Chunyu, you're so thoughtful." Lin Wan smiled and came closer, saying, "These are all my favorite foods, thank you." Li Shihan, Zhou Lin, and Zhao Ya also expressed their gratitude. Everyone sat together, happily sharing snacks and fruit, their laughter echoing in the living room. Through this sharing, Chenyu's relationship with his roommates noticeably improved, and he felt he was one step closer to his goal of consistently earning cash back through his roommates' system. Chapter 104: Training in New Jobs. Soon, Monday arrived, the day Chenyu's training would begin. He got up early and found his little brother standing tall and unusually vigorous. He couldn't help but marvel at how the original owner looked thin, but his endowment was exceptionally strong. "I don't know if it's because I spent many years in a small mountain village serving the women there, and that's the result of long-term physical exertion. But it seems quite normal that the nutrients are concentrated in the third leg for so long, making it a bit thick." After getting up, washing up, and carefully tidying myself up, I headed to the training center. The training classroom is spacious and bright, with neatly arranged computer equipment. As Chunyu entered the classroom, he immediately noticed that it was filled with female students, making him, the only male student, stand out. Many women turned their gazes to him, some curious, some surprised, which made Chunyu slightly embarrassed, his face unconsciously turning slightly red. But he quickly adjusted his mindset, found an empty seat amidst the many gazes, and waited for the training to officially begin. A short while later, a young and capable female lecturer entered the classroom. She introduced herself and then began to explain basic computer applications and office software operation in a clear and concise manner. From the basic structure of a computer to the operating skills of the Windows system, and then to the detailed functions of office software such as Word, Excel, and PowerPoint, the instructor explained everything in great detail. In fact, Chunyu already knew these contents by heart. With his rich past knowledge and practical experience, his mastery of this knowledge far surpassed that of the lecturer.
However, considering the body's background and lack of exposure to modern office skills, in order not to arouse suspicion from others, he could only pretend to be a complete novice, listening intently as his pen scribbled down the key points he already knew in his notebook. During the practical session, although Chenyu felt that these operations were as simple as everyday meals, he still carefully followed the instructor's instructions step by step, deliberately slowing down and occasionally pretending to encounter difficulties, asking the female students around him for help. Seeing his earnest and studious demeanor, the female students responded enthusiastically and took the initiative to exchange learning experiences with him. Chenyu also responded patiently, and before long, he got along quite well with his classmates. The training was intense and fulfilling, with Chenyu spending each day seemingly studying while actually concealing his true intentions. After a week of intensive study, he successfully passed the assessment with excellent results. After passing the assessment in the morning, Chenyu was informed by the Human Resources Bureau that afternoon that, based on his training performance, he had been assigned a job at a community service center. The main responsibilities include assisting community staff with daily office work, including organizing documents, creating spreadsheets, writing reports, and using office software to handle some data statistics. Upon hearing the news, Chenyu breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally escaped the awkward status of being unemployed and had a stable job. So that day, Chenyu bought a lot of ingredients and returned to the shared villa, planning to invite his roommates to have a celebratory dinner together. When Chenyu stepped into the villa's living room carrying bags of groceries and excitedly announced that he was going to treat everyone to a big meal to celebrate finding a job, his roommates in the living room immediately surrounded him. Yi Qing's eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands excitedly, saying, "Wow, Chenyu, you're so kind. But leave the cooking to us. You just finished your training, so relax today and enjoy our cooking." The other girls nodded in agreement. Lin Wan smiled and took the ingredients from Chenyu's hand, saying, "That's right, you take care of buying the ingredients, and we'll take care of turning them into delicious dishes." Unable to refuse, Chenyu could only smile and agree. "All right then, I'll try the cooking of all the chefs today. I'm in for a treat." The women immediately sprang into action. Yi Qing and Lin Wan rolled up their sleeves and rushed into the kitchen, where they began preparing the ingredients with clearly defined tasks. Yi Qing was in charge of washing all kinds of vegetables. She hummed a little tune as she carefully scrubbed the greens, water droplets rolling on them, as if she too was infected by the cheerful atmosphere. Lin Wan picked up a kitchen knife and skillfully chopped the side dishes. The thump-thump-thump sound of chopping vegetables seemed to play a cheerful melody. Li Shihan, Zhou Lin, and Jia were also busy setting up the dining table in the living room. Li Shihan neatly arranged the exquisite tableware, while Zhou Lin busied herself serving drinks and fruit. Zhao carefully decorated the table with fresh flowers, making the whole atmosphere more warm and romantic. Laughter and cheerful voices from Yi Qing and Lin Wan could be heard from the kitchen from time to time, occasionally accompanied by shouts of "Oops, I put in too much salt," or "Quick, pass me some soy sauce." Chenyu couldn't resist going into the kitchen to see if he could help, but Yi Qing laughed and pushed him out of the kitchen. Get out, leave this to us, just wait to eat what's ready." Before long, one fragrant dish after another was served. The braised fish is a bright red color and has an enticing aroma. The stir-fried vegetables are refreshing and delicious, making your mouth water, and the sweet and sour pork ribs are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a perfect balance of sweet and sour. Everyone sat around the table, looking at the delicious food, and smiled happily. Chenyu raised his drink glass and said gratefully, "Thank you all for your company and help during this time. I wouldn't have found a job today without your support. This glass is for you all." The women raised their glasses in unison, and Yi Qing said with a smile, "Don't be shy, from now on we're family, so let's celebrate all the good things together." After clinking glasses, everyone began to eat happily. At the table, they enjoyed the delicious dishes while sharing anecdotes from their lives. Laughter echoed throughout the villa, and the warm and joyful atmosphere captivated everyone. Chapter 105: A Day of New Beginnings. On the day he reported to the community service center, Chenyu specially wore a neat but slightly worn outfit. The community service center has a warm and lively atmosphere. Upon entering, soft lighting shines on the brightly colored walls, which are decorated with green plants, giving people a vibrant feeling. To his surprise, all the staff here were female colleagues. When the person in charge introduced Chenyu to everyone, his colleagues did not show any disgust because of his ugly appearance. Instead, they all smiled kindly. "Hello everyone, this is our new colleague, Chenyu. We should all help each other out from now on," the person in charge introduced him warmly. Chenyu scratched his head shyly, revealing a simple smile, his voice slightly nervous. "Hello everyone, my name is Chenyu. I just came from the mountains and I don't know many things, so please take care of me."
Colleagues responded one after another, "Don't be shy, feel free to ask us anything."
The person in charge led Shenyu to his workstation, briefly introduced the job duties, and then left to attend to his own business. Shenyu looked at the computer and pile of documents on the table, took a deep breath, and began to work. He first organized the documents, classifying them seriously according to the classification methods he had learned during previous training while pretending to be unfamiliar with them.
When he encounters something he's unsure about, he'll look up and ask his colleagues for help with a slightly confused expression. "Sister, should this document be categorized by time or by type?" The colleague who was asked always answered patiently with a smile, and would even come over to help him organize the documents, while also sharing some tips on how to quickly organize files. While creating the table, Shenyu deliberately slowed down, pausing from time to frown and think. A colleague passing by noticed his appearance and came over to ask, "Xiao-chun, what's wrong?" Shenyu pointed to the computer screen and said somewhat embarrassedly, "I don't think I remember this function for summing data very well." His colleague chuckled softly, bent down to help him with the operation and explained it to him, while Shenyu listened attentively, nodding from time to time and quietly repeating the key steps, pretending to be trying hard to remember. Lunch break arrived, and Shenyu felt a little lost, unsure how to fit in with everyone. He sat at his workstation, hesitating whether to go eat. Just then, a cheerful female colleague walked over with a smile and patted him affectionately on the shoulder. "Xiao-chun, don't sit alone, come and have some snacks with us. I made these myself." Shenyu deliberately acted as if he was flattered and carefully followed her to the rest area. The tables in the break room were laden with various delicacies, and colleagues sat around them, their laughter filling the air. Shenyu sat down shyly. His colleagues chatted amongst themselves, asking him about his impressions of Chengdu and his feelings about working there. Shenyu answered softly, mentioning that he came from the mountains and that everything here felt both new and unfamiliar. After listening, his colleagues shared various interesting places in Chengdu, where to find delicious snacks, and where to go for weekend getaways. They even enthusiastically drew him a simple map. Shenyu listened attentively. Shenyu's work in the afternoon proceeded smoothly with the help of his colleagues. He would proactively offer his colleagues a glass of water when they were busy, saying softly, "Sister, have some water and take a break." His colleagues would also come to help him when he encountered difficulties. When a colleague encountered a bottleneck while writing a community event plan, Shenyu pretended to have suddenly come up with some novel ideas, such as organizing events incorporating local cultural characteristics. The colleague's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he praised him repeatedly, even jokingly saying, "Little Chen, you're such a clever little devil." Finally, the workday is over. After saying goodbye to his colleagues, Shenyu went home in a cheerful mood. Walking along the road to the shared villa, he recalled the moments he had spent at the community service center that day, a smile spreading across his face. He knew he had taken the first step in getting along well with his colleagues, and he would continue to work hard in the future to achieve his goals by expanding his network and utilizing the soft rice system, a system where people rely on others for financial support. Chapter 106: A Joyful Night in the Villa. Shenyu hummed a little tune as he returned to the shared villa in a good mood. "As soon as I opened the door, I heard a burst of cheerful laughter coming from inside. It turned out that my roommates were playing games in the living room." Yi Qing, with her sharp eyes, spotted Shenyu first and hopped over like a cheerful little bird. "Hey, our busy man is back. Come on, come join us." Shenyu smiled confidently and curiously approached the table. He saw that the coffee table was covered with various snacks, and Lin Wan, Li Shihan, Zhou Lin, and Jiayu were sitting around it, with an empty wine bottle in the middle. Shenyu instantly realized that they were playing Truth or Dare. At this moment, Lin Wan was wearing a tight-fitting crop top that perfectly accentuated her slender waist. She paired it with super short shorts, and her long, straight legs looked dazzling under the lights. Her hot figure was so captivating that it was impossible to look away. Lin Wan noticed Shenyu's gaze, raised an eyebrow, and looked at him with a mischievous smile. "Shenyu, you've come at the right time. We just need someone to fill in. You can't cheat if you lose, okay?" Shenyu casually tossed his hair and was half pushed and half pulled into the gaming world. In the first round, the bottle spun, and the pointed end pointed directly at Shenyu. The crowd cheered, as if they saw something exciting about to happen. Zhou Lin said impatiently, "Shenyu, Truth or Dare, you choose one?" Shenyu revealed a playful smile and said without hesitation, "Truth or Dare." Li Shihan's eyes darted around, revealing a sly smile. "Shenyu, go and pin Yi Qing against the wall for 10 seconds. Shenyu's lips curled into a slight smile as he confidently walked towards Yi Qing. But when he stood in front of Yi Qing, an awkward situation arose. Yi Qing was tall, almost half a head taller than Shenyu. When Shenyu wanted to pin her against the wall, he had to look up,
and his originally confident expression instantly became somewhat comical. He struggled to raise his arm, barely managing to reach the wall above Yi Qing's head, his posture quite contorted. Yi Qing couldn't help but burst out laughing when she saw Chen Yu's expression. Chen Yu blushed, trying his best to maintain his posture, muttering, "Don't underestimate me just because I'm small." But these words only made the girls giggle and laugh so hard they were doubled over. The game continued, and Lin Wan lost this round. She gritted her teeth and chose truth or dare. Zhou Lin's eyes darted around, and she pointed at Chen Yu, saying, "Lin Wan, go and kiss Chen Yu." Lin Wan blushed slightly, yet with a touch of boldness, she swayed her fiery figure and deliberately moved closer to Chen Yu in a seductive manner. Chen Yu suddenly reached out, gently pinched Lin Wan's chin, lifted her face slightly, and, to her surprise, gave her a light kiss on the cheek. Then he smiled and said, "That's more like it." Lin Wan was taken aback by this sudden action, and a blush quickly crept up her cheeks. She gently patted Chen Yu's chest and said coquettishly, "You're quite the flirt." His roommates started teasing him, "Wow, Chen Yu, you're so good at this." Chen Yu shrugged, looking smug, "No big deal, no big deal." However, this was just the beginning. In the following games, all sorts of ambiguous punishments emerged one after another. Once, Chen Yu lost and was forced to carry Zhaoya around the living room in a princess carry. Chen Yu rolled up his sleeves and walked up to Zhaoya with a determined look on his face. But when he reached out to hug Zhaoya, he realized that the task was far more difficult than he had imagined. Although Zhaoya is slim, she is quite a challenge for Chen Yu, who is short and thin. His face turned red, and he used all his strength to barely lift Zhaoya off the ground a little bit, his legs still trembling uncontrollably. After taking only a couple of steps, Chen Yu felt his arms ache and his steps falter, almost causing Zhaoya to fall. Zhaoya was terrified and clung tightly to Chen Yu's neck, while the other girls laughed until tears streamed down their faces. Chen Yu looked helpless and said with a wry smile, This really isn't my fault. You all have a good look at my small frame." These words made the laughter in the villa almost burst through the roof. In the next round, Zhou Lin lost and was asked to feed Chen Yu a piece of chocolate. Zhou Lin picked up the chocolate and shyly brought it to Chen Yu's lips. Chen Yu, however, did not play by the rules. Instead of biting into the chocolate directly, he gently held Zhou Lin's finger in his mouth, slowly bit off the chocolate, and even deliberately licked Zhou Lin's fingertip. Zhou Lin recoiled as if electrocuted, her face instantly turning as red as a ripe apple. She said coquettishly, "Chen Yu, you're so naughty." The villa was filled with laughter and an ambiguous atmosphere all night. Although Chen Yu was short and thin and made many mistakes in the game, he used his seasoned humor and quick wit to push the atmosphere to a climax time and time again. It wasn't until late at night that everyone returned to their rooms to rest with satisfied smiles. Chen Yu lay in bed, recalling the fun things that happened tonight, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face, and gradually drifted off to sleep in the sweet atmosphere. Chapter 107: New Opportunities at Work. The next morning, sunlight streamed gently through the window onto Chen Yu's face. The joy of the previous night was still lingering in his mind when he was woken up by his alarm clock on time. Thinking about the amount of work he still had in the community today, Chen Yu quickly got up, washed up, ate a simple breakfast, and then went out in high spirits. Upon arriving at the community service center, Chen Yu immediately immersed himself in his work. As he was focused on organizing documents, the community director suddenly walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Xiao Chan, our community is planning a large-scale public welfare activity recently, with the theme of caring for the elderly living alone and left behind children in the community. Would you be interested in participating in the planning?" Chen Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded, saying, "Director, I'm willing. I think this is a very meaningful activity." The director smiled with satisfaction and said, "That's good. You and your colleagues should discuss and come up with a preliminary plan first, and then submit it to me for review tomorrow." Chen Yu was thrilled. This was a great opportunity to showcase his abilities to his colleagues, and perhaps even expand his network and earn more cashback from the soft rice system. He immediately gathered his colleagues in the conference room to begin their discussion. "I think we could organize some cultural performances to entertain the elderly and children," a colleague said first. Chen Yu nodded in agreement and continued, "That's right, cultural performances can liven up the atmosphere. However, we also need to consider the actual needs of the elderly and children, such as arranging health checkups and tutoring the children." At this moment, a tall female colleague frowned and said, "But where should we choose for the event venue? It needs to be large enough to accommodate everyone, and it also needs to be convenient for everyone to come and go." Chen Yu pondered for a moment and said, "How about the community square? It's spacious enough, and everyone knows it well, plus the transportation is convenient."
Everyone agreed. The discussion lasted all morning, with everyone contributing their ideas, and the plan gradually took shape. During the discussion, Shinyu fully utilized his communication skills, skillfully integrating everyone's thoughts and also coming up with many novel ideas, earning praise from his colleagues. As lunch break approached, Shinyu checked the time, stood up, clapped his hands, and attracted his colleagues' attention. Dear colleagues, as you all know, I just came from the mountains not long ago. I've been able to integrate into our warm group so quickly, all thanks to everyone's care. To thank everyone for their help these past few days, I'll treat you all to lunch. How about we go to that well-regarded Chinese restaurant nearby? His colleagues were taken aback at first, then smiled with delight and replied, Shinyu, you're too kind. Then we won't stand on ceremony. The group arrived at the Chinese restaurant and sat around several large tables. When ordering, Shinyu told his colleagues to order whatever they liked and thoughtfully asked if they had any dietary restrictions. As they ordered, his colleagues praised Shinyu's generosity. Not long after the food was served, a colleague jokingly said, Shinyu, boys are in high demand these days, especially someone like you. I heard you can make a lot of money doing almost anything outside, unlike us, who only earn a fixed salary every month. We're going to have to feast on you today. The others chimed in, and laughter filled the air. Shinyu scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Sis, please don't tease me. It's not as exaggerated as you say. At this moment, another colleague asked curiously, Shinyu, you look so energetic and generous, do you have a girlfriend? Instantly, everyone's eyes turned to Shinyu, their faces filled with gossipy smiles. Shinyu honestly replied, not yet. This got his colleagues even more excited. One enthusiastic older woman said, oh dear, such a nice young man can't be without a girlfriend. I know quite a few nice girls, I'll introduce you to some other time. Another young female colleague chimed in, yeah, Shinyu, what type do you like? I have lots of single girlfriends around me too. Shinyu's eyes lit up, and he readily accepted, really? Thank you so much everyone. Actually, I've been wanting to find a girlfriend, but I've never had the chance. I prefer girls who are cheerful and kind. Upon hearing this, the colleagues immediately became interested and began to describe the girl who met the criteria. Someone said, I have a friend who is very outgoing, can get along with anyone, and is kind-hearted, often participating in charity events. Others said, my cousin is the same. She has a very sweet smile, a very outgoing personality, and is very likable. Shinyu listened with great interest, occasionally asking questions to learn more details. Seeing Shinyu's focused expression, his colleagues jokingly teased, Shinyu, it seems you're really eager to find a girlfriend. Shinyu smiled shyly, well, with everyone's help, of course I have to seize the opportunity. After lunch, everyone returned to the community service center. Shinyu and his hot female colleague Lin Wan sat at the desk, heads close together, carefully revising the plan. The faint scent of Lin Wan's perfume occasionally wafted into Shinyu's nose, stirring a slight ripple in his heart. However, Shinyu maintained his composure and focused on perfecting the plan. After an afternoon of hard work, the plan was finally completed. Shinyu stretched and said to Lin Wan, thank you for your hard work. With your help, this plan will definitely satisfy the director. Lin Wan smiled and rolled her eyes at him, stop being so cheeky. We'll see what the director says tomorrow. After get off work, Shinyu returned to the villa with a sense of accomplishment from completing his task. As soon as he entered, he saw Yi Qing and Jia having a lively discussion in the living room. Yi Qing saw Shinyu and waved excitedly, Shinyu, come quick. We were just talking about going to the countryside together this weekend, do you want to come? Shinyu smiled and said, great. I was just looking to relax. But we need to plan our route and activities in advance, so we don't end up in a rush. The girls nodded in agreement, and they all sat down together again to discuss the details of their weekend outing. The villa was filled with laughter once more. As Shinyu participated in the discussion, he reflected on what he had learned in the community that day. He knew that he was making steady progress toward his goals, and both his work and his relationship with his roommates were improving. Chapter 108: A Terrifying Weekend Outing. The weekend finally arrived, and the morning sunlight streamed through the window, gently falling on Shinyu's face, awakening his anticipation for the outing. He was so excited last night that he couldn't sleep, because going on a trip with his roommates was a rare and happy thing. Shinyu quickly got up, washed up, changed into a set of light sportswear, and came to the living room with his backpack. Yi Qing, Lin Wan, Li Shihan, Zhou Lin, and Jia were already waiting in the living room, each dressed in brightly colored casual wear, radiating youthful energy. Today, Lin Wan wore a fitted cropped sports top paired with sports shorts, which perfectly showcased her hot figure. Wow, Xinyu, you look so energetic today. Yi Qing said with a smile. Everyone looks so energetic. I feel like we're going to have a blast today. Shen Yu replied. Everyone left the villa together, got into the pre-arranged car, and headed towards their destination in the suburbs. Along the way, laughter and chatter filled the air. Some shared stories of their past outings, while others discussed what they planned to do in the countryside. Upon arrival, a vast meadow stretched before us, with rolling hills in the distance and blue skies and white clouds creating a picturesque scene. Various unnamed wildflowers bloomed on the meadow, swaying gently in the breeze as if welcoming our arrival. Wow, this place is so beautiful! Lin Wan exclaimed excitedly, opening her arms wide to enjoy the fresh air. They found a flat grassy spot, spread out their picnic blankets, and took out the food and drinks they had prepared. Shen Yu even brought a deck of cards, suggesting they play some fun card games. Just as everyone was having a great time, a few dark clouds suddenly drifted in, and the originally bright sky gradually darkened. Oh no, it looks like it's going to rain, Li Shihan said, looking at the sky with concern. Everyone quickly packed their things, preparing to find a place to take shelter from the rain. Not far away was a small wooden cabin that looked rather old, so they hurriedly ran towards it. Just as he reached the wooden cabin, large raindrops began to fall in a pitter-patter sound. Shen Yu reached out and pushed the door of the cabin, and the door slowly opened, revealing an old and worn-out smell inside. This room looks a bit eerie, Zhou Lin said, somewhat frightened. It's all right, let's go inside and wait out the rain. We'll leave once it stops, Shen Yu reassured him. They cautiously entered the wooden cabin, which contained some worn-out furniture, and dust danced in the light filtering through the cracks in the windows. Suddenly, there was a creaking sound, as if something was moving under the floorboards, which startled Xiaoye and made her scream. Don't be afraid, it's probably just a rat or something. Although Chen Yu said this, he was also a little scared. Just then, the window rattled loudly in the wind, as if something was hitting it from the outside. Lin Wan instinctively bent down and grabbed Chen Yu's arm, who was shorter and thinner than her. Her face, which was originally full of confidence because of her beauty, was now filled with fear. Her voice trembled as she said, Shen Yu, I'm a little scared. Shen Yu's arm ached from her grip, but he couldn't care less at the moment. He patted Lin Wan's hand to comfort her. Shen Yu took a deep breath and tried to appear calm, saying, Don't panic, everyone. It's probably just the wind that's too strong. I'll go check the windows. As Chen Yu walked towards the window, another strange sound came from inside, like someone weeping softly. The sound echoed in the silent wooden house, sending chills down his spine. Ah! What is that sound? Yi Qing exclaimed in horror. Shen Yu slowly approached the window and peered through the crack. He saw a white figure flash by outside. His heart pounded, but he mustered his courage and said, Don't be afraid, everyone. It's probably a villager from nearby. I'll go out and check. Just as Chen Yu was about to open the door, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Shen Yu, don't go out, it's too dangerous. Yi Qing shouted. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the cabin was extremely tense. Everyone held their breath, wondering what would happen next. Chapter 109 Crisis Resolved. Chen Yu felt as if the hand on his shoulder was carrying an icy chill, which made his whole body stiffen. He slowly turned his head, only to see Zhou Lin looking terrified, her eyes filled with worry. Shen Yu, don't go out, it's too dangerous. Shen Yu took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and said softly, It's okay, I'll go check the situation. Don't run around. Although he was terrified, he knew he had to keep things under control and prevent everyone from panicking further. Just then, the strange crying sound rang out again, clearer than before, as if it were coming from some corner of the cabin. Lin Wan gripped Chen Yu's arm tightly, her nails almost digging into his flesh, her voice trembling with tears. Chen Yu, what is this? Chen Yu gently patted Lin Wan's hand, signaling her to calm down. While keeping an eye on the surroundings, he quickly considered a solution in his mind. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and shouted, Don't be afraid, everyone. It's probably just sound effects from someone filming a horror movie nearby, meant to scare people. Although he said that, he wasn't really sure himself. However, his words did calm everyone down a bit. Shen Yu took the opportunity to slowly walk towards the corner where the sound was coming from, taking each step cautiously with his eyes fixed on what was ahead. As he approached an old cabinet in the corner, the crying seemed to be coming from inside. Chen Yu took a deep breath and abruptly pulled open the cabinet door. Meow. A small white cat darted out of the cabinet, jumped to the ground, and hid to the side, its eyes watching the crowd warily. Ah, it's just a cat. Li Shihan exclaimed in surprise.
Everyone suddenly realized what was happening, and the tense atmosphere instantly eased, with everyone breathing a sigh of relief.
Lin Wan, embarrassed, let go of Chen Yu's hand, her face flushed. Oh dear, it was just a cat, you scared me to death.
Chen Yu crouched down, trying to comfort the kitten, but the kitten cautiously backed away.
This kitten is probably trapped here and is crying out of fear, Chen Yu said. Just then, the rain outside gradually stopped, and the sun shone through the clouds again onto the earth.
The rain has stopped, let's go outside, Yi Qing suggested.
Everyone nodded and left the cabin.
After this close call, everyone felt a little tired, but the unexpected experience also made the outing even more memorable.
Back on the grass, everyone composed themselves and continued enjoying their picnic. After the recent terrifying incident, the relationships between everyone seemed to have become even closer.
What happened today was really exciting. I'll probably remember it vividly for a long time to come, Zhao Ye said with a smile.
Yes, I thought it was just a regular picnic, but I didn't expect this to happen.
Lin Wan also laughed. Looking at everyone, Chen Yu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Although the outing had been frightening, it had also made him realize the deep bond he shared with his roommates. He knew that in this unfamiliar city, these roommates had become an important part of his life. As everyone ate, they shared their feelings in joy, and laughter echoed once again across the beautiful meadow in the countryside. Before we knew it, the sun was gradually setting in the west, and a magnificent sunset painted the sky. Everyone packed their things, carrying wonderful memories, and embarked on their journey home.
Chapter 110 Cashback Attempt.
With the joyful afterglow of the weekend outing still lingering in his mind, Chen Yu keenly sensed that this was the perfect opportunity to use the system's rules to begin accumulating wealth. The system's alluring rules kept swirling in his mind. Now, the deep friendship he has built with his roommates during outings is undoubtedly fertile ground for the implementation of his plans. At dinner time, Yi Qing was wearing an apron and busy at the stove in the kitchen, the dishes in the pot emitting an enticing aroma. Chen Yu strolled into the kitchen, his face showing just the right amount of fatigue and helplessness. He sighed softly. The work at the community center has been so busy lately.
I'm so busy every day that I don't even have time to eat a hot meal. If I could have a bowl of steaming soup right now, it would be a lifesaver.
Yi Qing turned her head, her eyes full of concern, and stopped what she was doing. She said, "Oh, you're working so hard.
Let me make you some soup."
"Don't overwork yourself, your health is the most important thing."
"What kind of soup would you like?"
Chen Yu was secretly delighted, but on the surface he showed a somewhat embarrassed expression, scratched his head and said, "How could I trouble you like this, Yi Qing? You're usually quite busy, and it's too much trouble for you to make soup for me."
Yi Qing smiled and waved her hand, putting the spatula aside. She walked over and gently patted Chen Yu's shoulder. "What are you saying?
We live together like family, so it's only right that we take care of each other. Besides, seeing how hard you've worked, it's nothing for me to make some soup.
Just tell me what kind of soup you want. How about chicken soup?"
Chen Yu looked at Yi Qing gratefully and nodded quickly. "Chicken soup is great.
It's nutritious and delicious. I love chicken soup the most."
"Yi Qing, you're such a kind person." Yi Qing turned around and took out a clay pot from the cabinet, saying, "Then it's settled. You go and rest for a while, and I'll call you when the soup is ready." Afterwards, Yi Qing changed her shoes, grabbed her wallet, and went out to the market to select ingredients. In the market, she carefully selected each ingredient, frequently asking the stall owners about their freshness. She picked up a chicken, repeatedly checking the color and elasticity of the meat, and said to the stall owner, "Boss, this chicken needs to be fresh. I'm buying it to make soup for my friend." The stall owner nodded quickly and assured her, "Don't worry, young lady, this chicken is absolutely fresh, it was just delivered this morning."
Yi Qing was satisfied and bought it.
She then selected some fresh shiitake mushrooms, red dates, and goji berries before heading home with her purchases full. Back home, Yi Qing skillfully chopped the chicken into pieces, blanched it, and then put it in a clay pot. She added an appropriate amount of water, shiitake mushrooms, red dates, and goji berries, and began to simmer it slowly. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the aroma of chicken soup. When Yi Qing placed the steaming chicken soup in front of Chen Yu's eyes were filled with emotion. "Wow, Yi Qing, this looks so tempting, it smells so good. You've worked so hard." Yi Qing smiled and said, "Try it and see if it suits your taste."
Chen Yu couldn't wait to scoop up a spoonful of soup, blow on it, and put it in his mouth, a satisfied expression on his face. It's so delicious, Yi Qing, you're practically a chef. This tastes amazing."
Yi Qing smiled happily. "As long as it tastes good, drink more to nourish your body."
Chunyu sipped his soup, eagerly awaiting the system's notification.
Sure enough, not long after, a system notification sounded in my mind. Yi Qing's favorability is 60, and the consumption amount is 50, triggering a 10x cash back. You have received 500 yuan in cash back, which has been deposited into the host's account.
Chen Yu was overjoyed.
This first attempt was a resounding success, which filled him with confidence in his plan to use the system rules to obtain cashback.
Chapter 111 Subtle Changes.
In the following days, Yi Qing, Lin Wan, and other roommates all vaguely noticed some subtle changes in Chen Yu. He became more attentive and considerate, as if he could always catch everyone's needs without them even noticing. That afternoon, sunlight streamed through the window onto the sofa in the living room. Yi Qing was sitting on the sofa reading a fashion magazine when Chen Yu walked over and asked with a smile, "Yi Qing, what are you looking at?
You seem so engrossed."
Yi Qing looked up, waved the magazine in her hand, and said, "It's a fashion magazine. They've released so many new clothes recently.
I really want to wear them."
Chen Yu sat down next to him and said, "You always have great taste in clothes.
If you buy new styles, they'll definitely look even better.
By the way, I've been a bit tired from work lately, and coffee has almost become my lifeline."
Upon hearing this, Yi Qing immediately put down her magazine and said, "Really? Then I'll go buy you a cup of coffee.
There's a coffee shop near our villa that has pretty good coffee."
"Wait for me a moment."
Chen Yu quickly waved his hand. "There's no need for that, I'm so sorry." Yi Qing had already stood up, put on her coat, and said with a smile, "Oh, it's no trouble at all. You've helped us so much, buying a cup of coffee is nothing."
Then she went out.
Not long after, Yi Qing returned with a steaming cup of coffee and handed it to Chen Yu. "Try it, the latte here tastes really good." Chen Yu took the coffee and said gratefully, "Yi Qing, you're so kind. You always take such good care of me." Yi Qing sat down next to him and said, "Don't be shy, we're roommates, we should help each other out. Drink up, it won't taste good when it's cold."
Chen Yu waited expectantly.
Soon, the system notification sounded in his mind, "Yi Qing has spent 30 yuan on you.
Yi Qing's favorability is 70.
A 20x cashback has been triggered, with a cashback amount of 600 yuan. At the community service center, Chen Yu was sitting at his desk organizing files when he suddenly heard his female colleague Li Yu complaining softly, "Ugh, the computer crashed again.
I still have so many files to process." Chen Yu immediately stood up, walked over and said, "Li Yu, what happened? Let me see if I can help you solve it."
Li Yu said helplessly, "I don't know either. It was working fine just now, and then it suddenly crashed. Chen Yu, please help me take a look, otherwise I won't be able to finish my work today." Chen Yu bent down to carefully examine the computer, reassuring Li Yu as he worked on it, "Don't worry, it shouldn't be a big problem. It's probably just that too many programs are running, causing the computer to lag." After some effort, Chen Yu successfully resolved Li Yu's computer problem.
Li Yu happily said, "Chen Yu, you're amazing. I don't know what I would have done without you. To thank you, I'll treat you to milk tea."
Chen Yu smiled and said, "No need to be so polite. We're all colleagues, it's only right that we help each other out."
Li Yu insisted, "That won't do.
You've helped me so much, I have to show my appreciation.
What flavor of milk tea would you like?"
Seeing her enthusiasm, Chen Yu stopped refusing. "Then let's have bubble tea, I prefer that."
Li Yu immediately took out her phone and ordered 2 cups of bubble tea.
The delivery arrived shortly after.
The two chatted while drinking their tea.
Li Yu's goodwill towards Chen Yu clearly increased, and she said, "Chen Yu, if I have any more computer problems in the future, I'll come to you." Chen Yu smiled and nodded, "No problem, contact me anytime." At this point, the system prompts, "It has been detected that Li Yu has spent 20 yuan on your behalf.
Li Yu's favorability is 50. A random cashback of 7 times, or 350 yuan, will be given." Chen Yu deeply understood the close connection between favorability and cashback multipliers.
To obtain higher cashback, he had to diligently improve his favorability with the opposite sex around him. Therefore, he secretly pondered more methods and strategies to enhance these relationships.
Chapter 112 Gladly Keeping the Appointment.
In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the window and gently fell on Chen Yu's desk. He arrived at the community work in high spirits. The recent system cashbacks made him feel particularly happy and gave him extra energy to work. Chen Yu had barely sat down in the office and hadn't even had a sip of water when his helpful colleague, Sisterly, strode over with a brisk pace and a mysterious smile on her face. Sisterly, quick to speak her mind, said, "Xiao Chun, I have something to tell you."
My cousin recently came back from out of town and is working as a designer at a pretty good company.
She's beautiful, has a great personality, is gentle, generous, and cheerful, and is about your age.
I think you two are a good match. Why don't you find some time to meet?" Upon hearing this, Chunyu was secretly delighted. If he could get along well with Sister Lee's cousin and successfully increase her favorability, getting her to spend money on the main character, he might just gain another person who could provide long-term cashback. For him, it was like seeing a bright light in the darkness. Thinking of this, a bright smile immediately appeared on his face, and his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Without hesitation, he said, "Sister Lee, thank you so much." "Of course I'd love to. When would be a convenient time to arrange a meeting?"
Seeing Chenyu's straightforwardness, Sister Lee's eyes were full of relief, and she smiled happily, the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes revealing her joy. "You're quite proactive, young man.
I like decisive people. My cousin is a kind and honest girl, so you mustn't bully her in the future. I told her about your situation, and she seems a little interested in you.
I just finished talking to her on the phone, and she happens to be free this weekend, so let's set it for Saturday afternoon. Let's meet at that coffee shop near our neighborhood.
It's nice and quiet, perfect for a chat. You'd better prepare well to make a good impression."
Chunyu nodded hurriedly, like a chicken pecking at rice, and said earnestly, "Okay, Sister Lee, don't worry, I definitely won't let you down. I will prepare well and try to leave a good impression on your cousin so you won't have to worry." Having learned the exact date, Chunyu spent the entire day eagerly anticipating Saturday, like a little rabbit with its head in its mouth. During breaks at work, his mind was filled with the scene of meeting on Saturday, pondering how to make a lasting first impression. He knew that outward appearance played a crucial role in the initial meeting. After all, clothes make the man. After get off work, Chunyu did not go straight home, but went straight to a high-end shopping mall in the city center.
He entered a well-known menswear store called Chamonix. The store's decor was simple yet luxurious, with soft lighting illuminating the exquisitely tailored garments.
Chunyu strolled among the racks, his gaze lingering on the various clothes. He took a fancy to a beige slim-fit suit. The fabric was of superior quality, soft and smooth to the touch, with a subtle sheen. The shoulder lines are smooth and natural, as if tailor-made for him. Paired with dark gray straight leg trousers, the straight creases make his legs appear even longer.
After putting it on, Chunyu stood in front of the mirror.
His current physique made the clothes fit him perfectly, instantly elevating his overall demeanor and making him appear both composed and stylish. His recent regular diet and sufficient rest have gradually changed his withered body. Some color has begun to return to his face, and muscles are gradually growing on his body. The ugly appearance he once had due to torture is gradually fading away, and he is radiating new vitality. Although he is still very ordinary, at least he is no longer as ugly as before. Next, he chose a light blue French-style shirt with delicate button details at the collar and cuffs, which added a touch of elegance to the shirt. This shirt paired with khaki casual pants and brown leather shoes creates a relaxed yet stylish atmosphere. Chunyu repeatedly examined himself in front of the dressing mirror, imagining himself appearing at the coffee shop on Saturday wearing these clothes, as if he could already see the admiration in Li Jia's cousin's eyes. Although the outfit was quite expensive, costing over 20,000 yuan in total, he felt the investment was well worth it considering the potentially high cashback he could receive in the future. He paid without hesitation, picked up the carefully selected clothes, and walked briskly out of the mall. At this moment, he was full of confidence for Saturday's date, as if the generous cashback was just around the corner.
Chapter 113 First Meeting. On Saturday afternoon, the sun shone brightly, gently bathing every corner of the city.
Chunyu arrived at the agreed-upon coffee shop early. He was wearing the high-end outfit he had carefully selected a few days ago, worth more than 20,000 yuan. Despite his ordinary appearance and height of only 1.6 meters, the beige-fitted suit paired with a light blue French shirt cleverly flattered his figure, adding a touch of neatness and competence. Several days earlier, the kind-hearted Sister Lee not only introduced Chunyu to her cousin Li Xinxin's basic information, but also showed him photos of Li Xinxin on her phone.
Li Xinxin's bright smile and outstanding temperament in the photo left a deep impression on Chunyu.
Therefore, when Li Xinxin appeared at the entrance of the coffee shop, Chunyu recognized her at a glance.
Li Xinxin wore a simple white dress, the hem swaying gently in the breeze.
Her long, glossy black hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her large eyes, like clear lake water, radiated a lively light, making her even more captivating than in the photos. She glanced around the coffee shop and quickly noticed Chunyu. She walked towards Chunyu with a smile as warm as the spring sun, instantly dispelling the slight tension in Chenyu's heart.
"Hello, you must be Chunyu, right? I'm Li Xinxin.
Li Xinxin's voice was clear and melodious, like a mountain spring. Shen Yu quickly stood up, his face beaming with a sincere smile, and gently shook hands with Li Xinxin. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've already seen your charm through photos, but seeing you in person today is truly a sight to behold. Li Xinxin blushed slightly and said with a smile, Sisterly is definitely just saying nice things, please excuse me. After the two sat down, the waiter came over and handed them the menu. Shen Yu politely gestured for Li Xinxin to order first, and Li Xinxin didn't refuse, ordering a latte and a slice of cheesecake. Shen Yu ordered an Americano, believing that the bitterness would help him stay alert for the upcoming conversation. After a brief silence, Shen Yu broke the ice. I heard from Sisterly that you work in design, that's really impressive. Design is a very creative art, you must have a lot of unique ideas. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Li Xinxin's eyes, clearly not expecting Shen Yu to be interested in her work. Yes, I really love design. Every time I complete a project, it's like nurturing a new life, and it gives me a great sense of accomplishment. For example, I recently took on a project to design the interior decoration for a high-end hotel. In order to ensure that the design could both integrate local cultural characteristics and maintain a modern sense of comfort, I consulted a lot of materials and visited many places in person. Shen Yu listened attentively, nodding occasionally, his eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. It sounds like it wasn't easy, but to create such a meaningful design, all the effort was worthwhile. During the design process, did you ever encounter clients who were difficult to satisfy and had particularly high demands? Li Xinxin wrinkled her nose slightly and said playfully, there are quite a few. Once, a client wanted a space design that was full of futuristic technology but also retained the charm of traditional Chinese style. These two styles seem contradictory, and it is not easy to integrate them. My team and I discussed it repeatedly and overturned several plans before finally satisfying the client. Shen Yu responded with a smile, this certainly tests your skills, but it also highlights the value of you designers. Speaking of which, I don't know much about design, so I'm curious about how you usually get inspiration. Besides visiting sites, do you have any other special methods? Li Xinxin's eyes lit up, and she said enthusiastically, art exhibitions, reading different types of books, or even observing pedestrians and buildings on the street can all inspire me. Sometimes, a small detail in life can be the starting point of a great idea. As the conversation deepened, the two discussed a wide range of topics, from design concepts to interesting anecdotes in life, from the changes in the city to their aspirations for the future. Their cheerful laughter and relaxed conversation echoed in the cafe, and the atmosphere gradually became warm and harmonious. At this moment, Li Xinxin took a small sip of her latte and asked with a slightly probing look, Shen Yu, I'm a little curious. In today's society, many men value a woman's dowry, family background, and income when looking for a partner. Do you have any specific requirements in these areas? Shen Yu was slightly taken aback, then looked at Li Xinxin seriously and said, Actually, for me, these are not the most important things. Dowry is just a formality, and family conditions and assets are just external factors. I value the feelings between two people more, as well as whether their personalities are compatible and their values are similar. The kind of relationship I look forward to is one where two people are together, understand and support each other, and work together for the future. Of course, I also believe that through my own efforts, I can create good living conditions for my future partner and family. After listening, Li Xinxin's eyes flashed with approval, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. It's rare to have such thoughts. I feel that you are a person who values inner qualities and emotions. Shen Yu smiled sheepishly. Some people may think my ideas are too idealistic, but I have always firmly believed that sincere feelings are the cornerstone of marriage. Shen Yu looked at Li Xinxin, who was talking eloquently in front of him, and was secretly delighted. He could feel that Li Xinxin's affection for him was constantly increasing, and this was the key to triggering the system's high cashback. He responded to Li Xinxin with even greater care, every glance and every word filled with sincerity, anticipating everything that might happen next. Chapter 114 Clash of Ideas. Time flew by unnoticed during the pleasant conversation with Li Xinxin. Outside the cafe, the afterglow of the setting sun shone through the windows onto their table, adding a touch of romance to the harmonious atmosphere. Li Xinxin took another small sip of her latte, her eyes revealing a hint of curiosity and seriousness, in a society where men are scarce and polygamy is common. She finally asked the question that had been bothering her, Shen Yu, in our society today, there are so few men, and the government is strongly promoting polygamy. I'm curious, how many women do you plan to marry in the future? Shen Yu was slightly taken aback when he heard the question. He hadn't expected Li Xinxin to suddenly bring up such a direct topic. After a brief moment of thought, he raised his head, looked at Li Xinxin with a calm gaze, and said with a gentle smile, Xinxin, I think we should leave the matter of marriage to fate. In our society, although polygamy is a common phenomenon, everyone's pursuit of love is different.
Li Xinxin raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by Qin Yu's answer. Leave it to fate?
But most men actively want to marry multiple wives, which can not only meet the various needs of the family, but also make the family more prosperous. Besides, women are used to this model and feel that it's good for everyone to take care of the family together.
How can you have such a laissez-faire attitude?
Chen Yu gently stirred the coffee in his cup and said slowly, I understand everyone's thoughts. After all, this is a concept that has been formed in society for a long time.
But for me, matters of the heart can't be forced.
If I meet the right person, one is enough for me to treat them wholeheartedly and walk through life with them. If I don't, even if I have many other choices, it will only add to my troubles. Li Xinxin listened quietly, a thoughtful look in her eyes, but in today's society, your easygoing attitude might be seen as a passive approach to marriage.
Everyone felt that men should actively seek out more partners to ensure the continuation of the family line. Shen Yu smiled and shook his head. I don't think this is negative. Marriage is a major life event, and we shouldn't blindly follow the trend just because it's a common practice in society.
I prefer to believe in fate, and that I will meet the person whose soul resonates with mine at the right time and in the right place.
As for the number of people involved, that's not something I can deliberately plan right now.
Maybe it'll be one, maybe, but it all depends on fate. Li Xinxin's lips curled up slightly, revealing an appreciative smile. Chen Yu, I must say, you have repeatedly changed my perception of you. In this society where everyone follows the crowd, it is truly rare for you to still have such unique ideas. Chen Yu smiled somewhat embarrassedly. Others may see me as a bit unconventional, but this is truly what I think. I don't want to make a decision about marriage just to conform to societal norms. As the discussion deepened, Chen Yun could clearly feel that his communication with Li Xinxin had become more profound, and their understanding of each other had progressed further. Li Xinxin's gaze towards him seemed to show even more favor, which increased Chen Yu's anticipation for triggering the system's high cashback. He knew that in this special social context, being honest about his true thoughts was not only being responsible to himself, but could also become an important opportunity for the development of his relationship with Li Xinxin.
Chapter 115 Cashback and Invitations. Chapter 115 Cashback and Invitations.
In the coffee shop, Chen Yu and Li Xinxin chatted happily, discussing their views on marriage and their respective interests, hobbies, and dreams. Before they knew it, the sky outside the window had completely darkened, and the warm lights inside the cafe cast their shadows on the wall, creating a beautiful scene. Li Xinxin glanced at the time and said in surprise, Wow, I didn't expect we chatted for so long, time really flies. She smiled and stood up, walking towards the cashier.
I had a great time chatting with you today, this meal is on me.
Shen Yu wanted to stop her, but Li Xinxin acted quickly and had already paid. The moment Li Xinxin made the payment, a system notification sounded clearly in Chen Yu's mind, detected that Li Xinxin spent 30 yuan for you, with a favorability rating of 70, triggering a 20x cashback, with a cashback amount of 600 yuan.
Chen Yu was overjoyed, but he remained calm on the surface.
He tried hard to suppress the smile on his face and silently savored the unexpected surprise. Li Xinxin returned to her seat, smiling at Chen Yu with a hint of shyness and determination in her eyes, and said, Chen Yu, I'm really happy to have spent time with you today. I've discovered that we have a lot in common, and our values align very well.
I'm thinking, could we officially start dating?
Chen Yu was secretly delighted, but on his face he pretended to be both surprised and hesitant, thinking to himself, all my efforts today have paid off, I have finally found someone who will provide long-term cashback. Looking into Li Xinxin's sincere eyes, he slowly said, Xinxin, I also feel very comfortable with you, and I'm willing to officially date you. Li Xinxin's face lit up with a bright smile, and she said happily, That's great. Then she excitedly suggested, Now that we're officially together, why don't we go out for dinner to celebrate?
There's a restaurant nearby that I've been wanting to try.
Chen Yu readily agreed, Sure, that's what I was thinking too. The two arrived at the restaurant, which had an elegant ambience with soft music playing in the air.
During dinner, they continued their relaxed and pleasant conversation, filled with laughter.
After the meal, Li Xinxin once again took the initiative to get up and pay the bill. When Chen Yu saw that the bill was 360 yuan, he felt both excited and a little guilty, but he couldn't refuse too much. Almost simultaneously, the system notification sounded again, detected that Li Xinxin spent 360 yuan on you, your favorability rating has risen to 75, triggering a 30x cashback, with a cashback amount of 10,800 yuan.
Chen Yu was overjoyed.
These consecutive cashbacks made him even more amazed by the magic of this system. Afterwards, the two said goodbye at the restaurant entrance.
Li Xinchen said gently, "I'm really happy today. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow." Chunyu smiled and replied, "Me too. I had a wonderful day."
Watching Li Xinchen's departing figure, Chunyu felt particularly happy and turned to walk towards the shared villa.
Back at the shared villa, my roommates surrounded me as soon as I entered.
Yi Qing, with her sharp eyes, immediately noticed Chenyu's carefully prepared appearance.
Being straightforward, she teased, "Hey, Chenyu, you look so handsome today, are you going on a blind date?"
Lin Wan also joined in, smiling and saying, "Tell me quickly, how was your blind date?"
Li Shihan blinked her big eyes and looked at Chenyu with curiosity. Zhou Lin chimed in, yes, tell us about it."
Then there's Zhaoya, who has her arms crossed and a faint smile on her face, also looking forward to Chenyu's answer.
Chenyu smiled and nodded, "Yes, I went to see a friend, and she's my girlfriend now."
Before he could describe it in detail, Yi Qing, who had always had a good relationship with Chenyu, changed her expression slightly, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. However, she quickly regained her smile, though there was a hint of forcedness in it. Yi Qing had always harbored special feelings for Chenyu, but due to her carefree personality, she had never dared to confront her own feelings until she heard that Chenyu had a girlfriend, which caused her a sudden pang of pain in her heart. But at this moment, everyone's attention was on Chenyu, and no one noticed Yi Qing's unusual behavior. Chenyu enthusiastically shared the meeting process with everyone, and his roommates occasionally exclaimed in surprise and laughed. Yi Qing listened silently, occasionally interjecting a few words, her smile appearing somewhat stiff. After everyone had finished chatting and left, Yi Qing sat alone on the sofa, staring blankly ahead, her heart filled with mixed emotions.
Chapter 116 Complex Feelings.
Yi Qing sat alone on the sofa, her mind a complete mess.
She gazed at the empty living room, recalling every moment she had spent with Chenyu. Those seemingly ordinary moments were now playing out in her mind like a movie.
In a society where polygamy is the norm, she always felt that her time with Chenyu was full of unique possibilities, but now that Chenyu has a girlfriend, she is shocked to realize that she has missed too many opportunities. She began to regret not having mustered the courage to confess her feelings to Chenyu sooner. Meanwhile, Chenyu was in his room, happily reminiscing about the time he spent with Li Xinchen, completely unaware of Yi Qing's unusual behavior. In this social environment, he felt that he could establish a relationship with Li Xinchen, and maybe he could meet other women he liked in the future.
Life seemed to be moving in a good direction.
Moreover, he might be able to get more cash back with the help of the system, which made him even more hopeful for the future. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Yi Qing's face.
She woke up from a restless night with bloodshot eyes.
After washing up, she forced herself to go to the living room and saw Chenyu sitting at the dining table eating breakfast. Chenyu looked up and saw Yi Qing, and greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, Yi Qing, how did you sleep last night?"
Yi Qing forced a smile and replied, "Yeah, it's all right."
She sat down at the table and ate her breakfast absent-mindedly, her eyes occasionally glancing furtively at Chenyu.
Chenyu didn't notice Yi Qing's strange behavior.
While eating, he said, "Let me tell you, Xin is really a wonderful girl.
You can never stop talking to her.
I think it would be so wonderful to meet a few more girls as good as her in the future and live together."
In our society, there's a saying that the more wives, the more happiness, right?
At this moment, Lin Wan, Li Shihan, Zhou Lin, and Zhaya also arrived in the living room one after another. Hearing Chenyu's words, Lin Wan smiled and said, "It seems you've really met someone you like this time.
You should cherish it. If you meet someone suitable in the future, it would be nice to marry them together." Li Shihan nodded in agreement. "Yes, from your description, Xin seems like a great person.
If we had a few more siblings like her, our family would definitely be more lively."
"Sigh, these days it's still you boys who are in high demand. I don't even know if I'll ever be able to get married." Zhou Lin asked with concern, "So what are your plans for the future?"
Chenyu scratched his head and smiled, saying, "Let's get to know each other better first. Her birthday is in a few days, and I'm wondering what gift to get her." Hearing Chenyu's words, Yi Qing felt a pang of pain in her heart, but she still forced herself to remain calm and said, "You can give her a meaningful gift, such as custom-made jewelry. Girls usually like these things." Chenyu's eyes lit up, and he said, "Yi Qing, that's a great idea.
How come I didn't think of that?"
After breakfast, everyone went about their own business. Yi Qing was somewhat absent-minded all day, and she frequently made mistakes at work. She knew she couldn't continue like this and had to adjust her mindset. After get-off work, Yi Qing didn't go straight home. Instead, she went to a nearby park and sat alone on a bench, trying to clear her mind. She told herself that since Chen Yu already had a girlfriend, in this social context, she might still have a chance to become one of his many partners. However, she was unsure whether Chen Yu felt the same way about her, and this uncertainty left Yi Qing struggling with pain and inner turmoil. On the other side, Shin Yu couldn't wait to go to the jewelry store after get off work.
Following Yi Qing's suggestion, he chose an exquisite custom necklace priced at 1,688 yuan.
After paying, Chen Yu returned to the shared villa with the gift, feeling very happy. When he entered the living room, he saw Yi Qing sitting on the sofa in a daze. Chen Yu excitedly sat down next to Yi Qing and took out the necklace to show her. Yi Qing, what do you think of this necklace I chose? I hope Xin will like it? Looking at the dazzling necklace, Yi Qing felt a pang of sadness, but she still forced a smile and said, "It's beautiful, she'll definitely like it." Chen Yu was oblivious to the bitterness behind Yi Qing's smile and continued excitedly about his arrangements for Li Xinxin's birthday, even mentioning how he would balance his relationships with other women if he were to marry another woman in the future. Yi Qing listened silently, her heart filled with mixed emotions, tears welling up in her eyes, but she could only desperately hold them back.
Chapter 117: An Unexpected Arrival.
Chen Yu was happily preparing for Li Xinxin's birthday, but fate played a cruel joke on him at that moment. A few days later, on his way home from get off work, Chen Yu passed by a section of road that was under construction. The warning signs around him were not obvious. As he walked, he was still thinking about the surprise he would prepare for Li Xinxin's birthday, and he did not notice the protruding paving stone under his feet. After stepping on it, he lurched forward. In his panic, he tried to steady himself with his hands, but a falling scaffolding pipe landed right on his leg. Shen Yu felt a sharp pain and collapsed to the ground.
The intense pain in his leg made him scream in agony.
Seeing this, passers-by quickly gathered around. Someone immediately dialed the emergency number, and soon an ambulance arrived with sirens blaring, taking Chen Yu to a nearby hospital. In Chen Yu's phone contacts, the emergency contact was Yi Qing, his roommate in the shared villa. In this city where he had no relatives or friends, Chen Yu lived with his roommates day and night, and they developed a deep friendship. In his heart, these roommates were the closest people to him. Therefore, after admitting Chen Yu, the hospital followed procedure and called the emergency contact number in his mobile phone to notify Yi Qing.
In the shared villa, Yi Qing, Lin Wan, Li Shihan, Zhou Lin, and Jia were about to have dinner when they suddenly received a call from the hospital informing them that Chen Yu had been injured. Everyone panicked and hurriedly put down their bowls and chopsticks, rushing to the hospital.
In the hospital's emergency room, Chen Yu was pale, with large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead.
He clenched his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain in his legs. After a thorough examination, the doctor solemnly informed everyone, the patient has a leg fracture and needs immediate surgery. Anyone who is a family member, please go and complete the necessary paperwork. Yi Qing was extremely anxious and quickly said, "I'll do it. Chen Yu has no other relatives. Although we are roommates, we are like family." With that, she followed the nurse to complete the formalities. Lin Wan paced anxiously back and forth at the entrance of the emergency room, muttering to herself, "How could this happen? Chen Yu is usually very careful." Li Shihan's eyes reddened as she said worriedly, "I hope the surgery goes smoothly." He absolutely cannot have any problems.
Although Zhou Lin didn't speak, she gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, and the veins on the back of her hands were showing, revealing her inner tension. Jia tried to calm herself down and comforted everyone, "Let's not panic, the doctor will definitely do his best." When Yi Qing finished her work and returned to the emergency room, Chen Yu had already been wheeled into the operating room. The operating room lights were on, and Yi Qing and her roommates paced anxiously at the door, waiting. Yi Qing's eyes were full of worry, her hands unconsciously clenched and unclenched, and she kept muttering, "Chen Yu, you have to be all right." After what seemed like an eternity, the operating room door finally opened, and the doctor emerged. Everyone immediately swarmed around him, anxiously inquiring about Chen Yu's condition. The doctor removed his mask and said, "The surgery was successful, but the patient has suffered serious injuries and will need a long period of recuperation." Hearing that Chen Yu was all right, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Chen Yu was wheeled into a ward. Looking at the unconscious Chen Yu on the hospital bed, Yi Qing couldn't help but shed tears. She gently took Chen Yu's hand and said, "How could you be so careless?" Lin Wan wiped away her tears and said, "It's good that you're awake. You'll have to take good care of your injuries from now on." Li Shihan chimed in, "Yes, we'll all help you take care of him." Zhou Lin nodded slightly and said softly, "Chen Yu, get well soon." Zhao patted Yi Qing on the shoulder and comforted her, "Don't worry too much, everything will be all right." When Shenyu slowly regained consciousness, he saw the concerned looks on his roommates' faces. He smiled weakly and said, "Don't worry, everyone, I'm fine. I just fell and hurt myself. I didn't expect it to be so serious." Yi Qing wiped away her tears and scolded, "You said you were fine, but you broke your leg. You'd better be more careful in the future." News of Chen Yu's injury quickly reached Li Xinxin. Upon learning this, Li Xinxin rushed to the hospital in a state of great anxiety. Seeing Chen Yu on the hospital bed, her eyes welled up with tears of heartache, and she said, "Chen Yu, how could you be so careless? I was so worried about you." Chen Yu looked at Li Xinxin, his heart filled with guilt, and said, "Xinxin, I'm sorry. I was planning to give you an unforgettable birthday, but now." Li Xinxin gently held Chen Yu's hand and comforted him, "Don't say that. Your health is the most important thing. You can celebrate your birthday anytime. You must take good care of your injury." In the days that followed, Yi Qing and Li Xinxin both took the initiative to take care of Chen Yu. Yi Qing arrives at the hospital early every day to bring Chen Yu nutritious porridge she has cooked herself, help him wipe his body, and chat with him to keep him company. Li Xinxin, on the other hand, uses her spare time to come to the hospital to keep Chen Yu company, tell him interesting stories from her work, and make him happy. Lin Wan would bring Chen Yu books and magazines after get off work to keep him entertained and also help him tidy up his hospital room. Li Shihan used her talent to draw some interesting little pictures and put them on the walls of the ward to make the ward more cozy. Using her nursing knowledge, Zhou Lin assisted the nurses in providing Chen Yu with some simple care and also carefully reminded everyone to pay attention to the details of taking care of Chen Yu. Zhao was responsible for coordinating everyone's schedules to ensure that Chen Yu was always taken care of. She also brought some daily necessities to make everyone more comfortable while taking care of Chen Yu in the hospital. However, behind this seemingly harmonious scene of care, a subtle competitive mentality gradually emerges between Yi Qing and Li Xinxin. Both of them hoped to give Chen Yu more care and attention when he needed it most. Chapter 118: A Blessing in Disguise, Continuous Cashback. During Chen Yu's hospitalization, despite his limited mobility, he unexpectedly embarked on a wonderful experience that turned misfortune into blessing. Yi Qing and Li Xinxin took extra care of Chen Yu, preparing various delicious meals and showing him thoughtful concern every day. Knowing that Chen Yu loved his hometown food, Yi Qing consulted chefs everywhere and learned several authentic hometown dishes. She carefully cooked them and sent them to the hospital. Li Xinxin was worried that Chen Yu would be bored in the hospital, so she not only told him interesting stories every day, but also used her connections to borrow the latest electronic devices for him so that he could keep up with the outside world. Just as Yi Qing was feeding Chen Yu the chicken soup she had carefully prepared, a system notification suddenly sounded in Chen Yu's mind. Detected that Yi Qing has invested a lot of energy and resources in taking care of you. Your favorability rating has increased to 80, triggering a 40x cashback. This consumption equivalent to the cost of ingredients and time was 50 yuan, and the cashback amount is 2,000 yuan. Chen Yu was startled and almost didn't show it. He pretended to be calm, but inside he was overjoyed. Immediately afterwards, Li Xinxin bought Chen Yu a limited edition game controller so he could pass the time while in the hospital. The system notification sounded again. It was detected that Li Xinxin spent 300 yuan on you, increasing your favorability to 85, triggering a 50x cashback, with a cashback amount of 15,000 yuan. Looking at Li Xinxin's concerned eyes, Chen Yu was filled with surprise and emotion. He never expected that being injured and bedridden would trigger such a high cashback. Besides Yi Qing and Li Xinxin, the other roommates were also busy. Lin Wan selected a series of classic books for Chen Yu, hoping he could pass the time by reading. The system notification reads, Lin Wan has spent 200 yuan to purchase books for you, increasing your favorability rating to 75 and triggering a 30x cashback, amounting to 6,000 yuan. Li Shihan meticulously created a cartoon based on Chen Yu, depicting him as a brave and fearless warrior who has overcome his injuries. Chen Yu was overjoyed to receive this unique gift. The system notification read, it has been detected that Li Shihan has invested a great deal of creative effort in you, increasing your favorability rating to 78, triggering a 35x cashback, equivalent to a creation cost of 100 yuan, and a cashback amount of 3,500 yuan. Using her nursing knowledge, Zhou Lin purchased professional rehabilitation aids for Chen Yu to help him recover better. The system notification reads, we have detected that Zhou Lin has spent 500 yuan to purchase rehabilitation equipment for you. Your favorability rating has increased to 80, triggering a 40x cashback bonus of 20,000 yuan. Zhao was in charge of coordinating and arranging things, such as buying coffee and snacks for everyone, so that everyone could stay in a good mood while taking care of Chen Yu. The system notification reads, Zhao has spent 400 yuan on you and your care team. Your favorability rating has increased to 76, triggering a 32x cashback, with a cashback amount of 12,800 yuan. As the cashback amount continued to increase, Chen Yu's bank card balance grew rapidly. But he knew he couldn't let others know the system's secrets, so he could only keep his excitement to himself. In this caring and warm ward, Chen Yu felt the love and care of everyone, enjoyed the joy brought by his unexpected windfall, and at the same time, he silently hoped that he could recover soon and face the future in a better state. However, the unspoken rivalry between Yi Qing and Li Xinxin did not diminish with Chen Yu's improvement. On the contrary, it intensified as their feelings for Chen Yu grew, and a subtly emotional contest quietly unfolded in the hospital ward. Chapter 119 Returning Home to Recover, Strange Groans at Night. Chapter 119 Returning Home to Recover, Strange Groans at Night. After a period of careful treatment, Chen Yu's leg injury gradually improved, and he was finally able to be discharged from the hospital to recuperate at home. The roommates and Li Xinxin had been busy for several days, carefully decorating Chen Yu's room in the shared villa. They not only changed to soft and comfortable new bedding, but also filled the room with various nutritional supplements that would help with wound recovery. The whole room was filled with a warm atmosphere. In order to better take care of Chen Yu, Li Xinxin simply rented the last empty room in the villa and moved in early. She and her roommates eagerly awaited Chen Yu's return home. Back in that familiar shared villa, Chen Yu sat in his wheelchair, a feeling of warmth welling up inside him. They carefully pushed him into the room and gently placed him on the specially prepared large bed. Yi Qing meticulously made up the bed for him, her eyes full of concern, and gently instructed, "You just got back and you're still weak, so be sure to rest well. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call us." Li Xinxin chimed in, her voice tinged with worry. "Yes, Chen Yu, please don't be reckless. We're all here, and we'll help you with anything." As night slowly fell, the daytime hustle and bustle gradually faded away, and the villa was enveloped in tranquility. Chen Yu lay quietly on the bed, the intermittent dull pain in his legs becoming more pronounced in the quiet night, making him toss and turn, unable to fall asleep. Just as he was drifting between sleep and wakefulness, a strange, faint groan, like an eerie thread, quietly crept into his ears. He instantly snapped back to reality, and after careful listening, determined that the sound was coming from Lin Wan's room. In the dead of night, the sound seemed particularly abrupt and eerie. Chen Yu was startled, but at that moment, curiosity quickly took over. He has always been curious about all sorts of new and strange things, and the strange noise coming from Lin Wan's room late at night was like a powerful magnet, attracting his curiosity. Despite the excruciating pain in his legs reminding him that he was extremely unable to move and could only rely on a wheelchair, he took a deep breath, endured the discomfort in his legs, and vigorously turned the wheels of the wheelchair with both hands, eagerly heading towards Lin Wan's room. The groans came and went, each one seeming to pique Chen Yu's curiosity, making him even more eager to find out what was going on. The voice seemed to contain pain, yet it also seemed to conceal some indescribable complex emotion, and various guesses surged in Chen Yu's mind like a tide. As he approached Lin Wan's room, the moans grew clearer, as if an invisible hand was gripping his curiosity. Chen Yu quickened the pace of his wheelchair and finally arrived at Lin Wan's door. Without hesitation, he pressed his ear against the door, wanting to hear more clearly what was happening inside. Through the door, the sound became even clearer. Chen Yu could hear the pain and repression contained within it. However, just as he caught that subtle change in emotion, the groans in the room stopped abruptly, like a string suddenly cut off. Chen Yu's heart tightened, and his curiosity was piqued to its peak. Without thinking, he urgently raised his hand and knocked loudly on the door, shouting, "Lin Wan, what are you doing in there? What happened?" The room fell silent. There was no response. Chen Yu's heart leaped into his throat. Curiosity drove him to knock on the door again, this time even more urgently. Finally, after a moment of silence, the sound of light footsteps could be heard. The door slowly opened, and Lin Wan appeared in the doorway. Chen Yu's gaze was instantly drawn to her appearance. Her face was flushed, her hair was disheveled and scattered around her cheeks, and her clothes were also quite messy. Chen Yu's eyes widened even more, and he subconsciously craned his neck to peer curiously into the room, eager to find out the reason behind all of this. At this moment, the lights in the other rooms of the villa seemed to turn on one after another because of the commotion. Yi Qing, Li Shihan, Zhou Lin, Jia, and Li Xinxin were all startled by the noise and came out of their rooms, rushing towards Lin Wan's room. Chapter 120 Embarrassment and Mystery. The moment Lin Wanfu met Chen Yu's gaze, which was filled with curiosity and eagerness, a blush instantly spread across her face. She subconsciously tugged at the hem of her clothes, trying to tidy up her slightly disheveled attire, her eyes flashing with a mixture of panic and embarrassment. I'm fine, I just had a nightmare," Lin Wan stammered, her voice trembling slightly, like a leaf shivering in the cold wind. Chen Yu was initially full of suspicion, but seeing Lin Wan's embarrassed state and recalling the strange sound that had just entered his ears, he suddenly realized the reason and had roughly guessed the cause. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The screams were so terrible, I thought something terrible had happened."
Just then, the other roommates rushed over upon hearing the noise.
Yi Qing, Li Shihan, Zhou Lin, Jia, and Li Xinxin were all still sleepy-eyed, clearly having been startled awake from their sleep.
Yi Qing broke the silence first, yawning and asking, "What's going on in the middle of the night? Chen Yu, why are you knocking on the door and shouting?"
Chen Yu then briefly recounted how he had heard the strange groan and followed the sound to the source. Upon hearing this, the girls instantly understood, and an ambiguous smile appeared on their faces in unison. All 6 pairs of eyes turned to Lin Wan. Lin Wan felt embarrassment and shame burning like fire under their gazes. Her face turned bright red, and she wished she could disappear into the ground. She stomped her foot and said coquettishly, "Stop overthinking it, it really was just a nightmare." However, her attempt to cover up the truth only made everyone more suspicious that there was more to the story. Yi Qing smiled teasingly and asked, "Oh, what kind of nightmare could make such a peculiar sound?"
Li Shihan chimed in, "That's right, Lin Wan, don't keep things to yourself, do you have some little secret?"
Although Zhou Lin did not speak, the ambiguous smile on her face said it all. Jia raised an eyebrow slightly, a mischievous smile playing on her lips, and said leisurely, "If you have any interesting little gadgets, don't forget to share them with your sisters." Lin Wan was both embarrassed and anxious, her eyes reddening. She shouted, "Stop it, it's really nothing.
I need to rest, everyone go home."
With that, she turned to go back to her room. Seeing this, Yi Qing knew that continuing the teasing would be going too far, so she quickly said, Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Everyone go back to sleep, we have to go to work tomorrow." The crowd slowly dispersed and returned to their rooms. Chen Yu, accompanied by Li Xinxin, could only turn his wheelchair and return to his own room. Li Xinxin lay beside Chen Yu, but her mind was in turmoil, her thoughts racing. Seeing how concerned Chen Yu was about Lin Wan, she couldn't help but wonder if there was some secret between Chen Yu and Lin Wan that she didn't know about. Once such a thought arose, it grew wildly in her heart like weeds. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. The next morning, Chen Yu woke up early, only to find that Li Xinxin had already gone to work. He was having breakfast in the living room when Lin Wan came out of her room. The moment their eyes met, an awkward atmosphere filled the air. Lin Wan quickly said hello and prepared to leave. Chen Yu couldn't help but say, "Lin Wan, if you encounter any difficulties, be sure to tell everyone. We're all roommates, and we'll definitely help you if we can." Lin Wan stiffened slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly said, "Thank you, Chen Yu, I'm really fine." After speaking, she quickly left.
Chapter 121 Lin Wan's Nighttime Raid.
Since that awkward little incident that night, the villa seemed to have returned to normal on the surface, but an indescribable, subtle atmosphere always lingered in the air. Chen Yu continued to focus on recovering from his injury and trying to get his life back on track. Li Xinxin took even better care of him, as if this would completely dispel the unfounded suspicion in her heart. It was another quiet night, with the silvery moonlight, like a light veil, gently spilling into Chen Yu's room through the window. Chen Yu was immersed in a sweet dream when suddenly, a series of subtle, trivial sounds, like sharp needles, pierced the stillness of the night and abruptly pulled him awake. He instinctively shivered, groggily opened his eyes, and by the dim moonlight, vaguely saw a blurry figure tiptoeing into his room. Chen Yu instantly snapped to attention, his nerves immediately tensing. He cautiously whispered, "Who's there?" His voice was exceptionally clear in the quiet night, and it carried a chilling edge.
"Chen Yu, it's me, Lin Wan."
A soft but slightly trembling voice came, carrying a hint of tension and panic that had been suppressed for a long time in the darkness. Chen Yu was suddenly startled, and his drowsiness vanished instantly like smoke. He quickly reached out and turned on the bedside lamp, and in an instant, the warm yellow light filled the entire room. Lin Wan was wearing a thin nightgown. The silk fabric shimmered softly under the light, which only made her look even thinner. Her hair was slightly disheveled, with a few strands falling beside her cheeks, and her eyes conveyed a mixture of nervousness, shyness, and an indescribable determination. Before Chen Yu could even ask what had happened, Lin Wan seemed to have mustered all her courage, suddenly strode forward, and lunged directly at Chen Yu. Her movements were swift and decisive, leaving the unsuspecting Chen Yu with no time to react. Immediately afterward, Lin Wan's soft lips pressed eagerly against Chen Yu's lips. In that instant, Chen Yu felt his brain buzz, as if countless bees were buzzing wildly in his mind, leaving it completely blank. Lin Wan's kiss was intensely passionate, her lips trembled slightly, as if conveying some indescribable emotion. Then, Lin Wan's kisses slowly moved down Chen Yu's lips, delicate yet urgent.
Her breath became rapid and warm, spraying onto Chen Yu's neck.
Chen Yu froze completely, as if under a spell. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He couldn't believe that Lin Wan would do something so bold and abrupt in the dead of night.
Lin Wan, you.
Chen Yu finally recovered from his extreme shock and subconsciously wanted to push Lin Wan away, but he stopped abruptly as soon as he raised his hands. He was afraid that he would hurt Lin Wan if he moved too much. At this moment, he was filled with confusion and struggle, completely unable to understand why Lin Wan's personality had suddenly changed so drastically in the middle of the night. Lin Wan showed no sign of stopping. Her kisses continued to travel downwards, and she murmured softly, "Chen Yu, I really can't hold back anymore." Her voice was urgent and eager, as if the emotions she had suppressed for a long time were finally exploding at this moment. Chen Yu was increasingly shocked and confused. In this chaotic and awkward atmosphere, he was completely at a loss. At this critical, extremely awkward and chaotic moment, the tightly closed door was suddenly gently knocked on. The knocking sound in the silent night was like a heavy hammer blow, striking heavily into the hearts of Chen Yu and Lin Wan.
Chapter 122: Unexpected Interruption and Escalating Chaos.
The sudden knocking on the door was like a thunderclap, exploding in the ambiguous and chaotic atmosphere. Chen Yu and Lin Wan's bodies instantly felt as if they had been struck by a high-voltage current, their muscles tensed instantly, and they stood frozen on the spot. Lin Wan's previously hazy and intoxicated gaze instantly regained some clarity, and a flush of burning shame, like a sunset cloud, suddenly rose on her face. Like a frightened fawn, she jumped up from Chen Yu in a panic, frantically tidying her disheveled hair and pulling at her wrinkled pajamas, trying to regain some semblance of dignity. Chen Yu was also filled with embarrassment and awkwardness. His heart was pounding violently because of the thrilling accident, as if a raging beast was about to break free of the restraints in his chest. The knocking on the door sounded urgently again, accompanied by Li Xinxin's concerned voice, "Chen Yu, are you all right? I think I heard some noise inside." Chen Yu suddenly realized, as if waking from a dream, that the door hadn't been locked. His heart leaped into his throat, filled with anxiety. Due to his leg injury, he was unable to move freely and could only watch helplessly as Li Xinxin was about to push the door open and enter at any moment. He looked flustered and gestured urgently to Lin Wan, telling her to find a place to hide. Lin Wan was also in a state of confusion, frantically looking around. She hurriedly opened the wardrobe door in a flustered manner, then carefully and gently closed it again. Her petite body hid inside the wardrobe, and in that cramped space, her heartbeat was deafening, as if it were going to make her ears ache. Almost at the same moment, the door creaked open and Li Xinxin hurriedly walked into the room. Her gaze first fell on Chen Yu, who sat on the bed looking slightly flustered. Then, she looked around every corner of the room with a puzzled expression, her eyes filled with deep suspicion. Chen Yucheng pretended to be calm and forced a smile, saying, "Xinxin, I'm really fine. Look, it's just that the cup fell on the ground." As he spoke, he pointed to the shattered cup on the ground, the fragments gleaming coldly under the light. Li Xinxin frowned slightly, clearly not entirely believing Chen Yu's words. Her keen eyes scanned the room carefully, not missing a single corner, as if she were persistently searching for some clue. Suddenly, her gaze fixed on the few buttons undone on Chen Yu's pajamas, and her eyes instantly became complex and profound.
"Chen Yu, are you hiding something from me?"
Li Xinxin's voice was clearly accusatory, her tone full of suspicion.
Chen Yu's heart clenched, and he hurriedly stammered, "Xin, don't overthink it.
I just had a nightmare and was terrified." Li Xinxin pursed her lips and didn't speak. She walked straight to the bedside, sat down slowly, looked directly into Chen Yu's eyes, and said earnestly, "Chen Yu, I'm worried about you. I'll stay with you tonight." Hearing this, Lin Wan, who was hiding in the closet, felt as if her heart had suddenly fallen into an ice cellar, heavy and heavy. She huddled tightly in the closet, her hands covering her mouth, even her breathing became cautious, afraid of making even the slightest sound.
Chen Yu looked troubled, his brows furrowed, and said, Xin, it's not necessary. I'm really fine. You have to go to work tomorrow, so go back and get some rest." Li Xinxin, however, was resolute and said with a firm gaze, "No, I always feel like you're hiding something from me. I'll only feel at ease if I stay." Chen Yu sighed deeply in resignation. He knew Li Xinxin's temperament all too well. Once she made up her mind, it was like a nail in the coffin, and it was very difficult to change it. At this moment, Lin Wan, inside the wardrobe, was extremely anxious, like an ant on a hot pan, pacing around in circles. She didn't know what to do next, and could only silently pray that she wouldn't be discovered.
Her heart was in her throat, filled with anxiety. Chapter 123 Undercurrents in a Complex Situation. Shenyu ultimately couldn't sway Li Xinxin's stubbornness, and had no choice but to silently accept that she should stay. Li Xinxin meticulously cleaned up the broken pieces on the ground, then gently turned off the dim light and carefully lay down beside Shenyu. Immersed in darkness, both remained silent. Shenyu was filled with anxiety and sorrow, his mind replaying Lin Wan hiding in the closet, completely unsure how to end this chaotic situation. Li Xinxin turned to face Shenyu, and she keenly sensed Shenyu's unease and anxiety. This made the doubts that already existed in her heart snowball and grow bigger and bigger, becoming more and more intense and profound. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The only sounds were each other's breathing, some soft, some heavy, some slow, some fast. This eerily quiet atmosphere subtly fostered a unique tension, like an invisible pressure weighing heavily on everyone's heart. Li Xinxin gently held Shenyu's hand and said in a voice barely above a whisper, "Shenyu, if anything happens to you, you must tell me everything without reservation. I'm really worried about you." Shenyu deeply felt the overflowing concern and deep dependence in Li Xinxin's words. He gently squeezed Li Xinxin's hand back and tried his best to make his voice sound as natural and calm as possible. "I really have nothing wrong with me. Please don't overthink it. Go to sleep peacefully." However, Li Xinxin did not give up so easily. The lingering unease in her heart, like an invisible hand, drove her to want to get closer to Shenyu, trying to find a sense of peace in her heart. She slowly moved closer to Shenyu, her soft lips like a light butterfly gently touching his cheek, and she murmured softly as if in a dream, "Shenyu, I really care about you from the bottom of my heart." Shenyu was caught off guard and at a loss by this sudden display of intimacy. On one hand, he was extremely worried that Lin Wan in the closet would be discovered. On the other hand, Li Xinxin's proactive and passionate emotions stirred an irresistible, instinctive impulse within him. Caught in a complex web of emotions, he involuntarily responded to Li Xinxin's passionate kiss. Their lips met tightly, Li Xinxin's kiss filled with urgency and endless longing, as if she wanted to dispel all the lingering doubts in her heart with this passionate kiss. Shenyu was gradually infected by this enthusiasm and became immersed in it, temporarily forgetting everything around him, as if the whole world consisted only of the two of them. Hiding in the closet, Lin Wan's feelings were extremely complicated, as if a bottle of mixed flavors had been spilled, with all sorts of emotions churning in her heart. She huddled tightly in the cramped space, holding her breath and listening intently to the subtle sounds of the two people outside, her heart filled with deep regret and indescribable embarrassment. She was fully aware that her behavior tonight was far too impulsive and reckless, but what was done and there was no going back. All she could do at that moment was silently pray that she wouldn't be discovered and hope to escape this incredibly embarrassing situation as soon as possible. As the passionate kiss continued, Li Xinxin's hand unconsciously landed on Shenyu's waist, and her body, like a vine, clung even more tightly to him. Shenyu's body instantly stiffened like a bowstring, and his hands began to wander involuntarily. However, in this passionate moment, he suddenly remembered Lin Wan, who was still hiding in the closet, and a strange, indescribable excitement welled up in his heart. Lin Wan was in the closet, trying hard to catch the indistinct sounds outside, her face burning hot as if a raging fire was burning inside. Her heart was filled with turmoil and shame. She tried her best to keep quiet, but the turmoil in her heart was impossible to suppress. Just then, because she had been in the same position for a long time, her legs gradually became numb. As she tried to adjust her posture, she accidentally bumped into a clothes hanger in the closet, making a soft clinking sound. The faint sound seemed particularly abrupt and jarring in the deathly silent room, and Shenyu's heart instantly jumped into his throat, as if it were about to leap out. Li Xinxin immediately became alert, like a frightened bird. She quickly stopped the passionate kiss, sat up abruptly, turned on the light, and asked impatiently with a look of confusion in her eyes, "Shenyu, did you hear anything?" Shenyu was so nervous that his forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat. He tried to remain calm and stammered, maybe it's just the wind outside. "Don't worry, go to sleep." But Li Xinxin was clearly not convinced by his words. She got out of bed, her eyes filled with deep suspicion, and began to carefully look around the room. Chapter 124 Complex Situation and Inner Turmoil. Li Xinxin looked around the room with suspicion. Shenyu's heart was in his throat, his gaze unconsciously drifting towards the wardrobe before quickly looking away, afraid of attracting Li Xinxin's attention. Lin Wan was in the closet, her breathing even softer, her heart pounding as if it would burst out of her chest. Li Xinxin approached the wardrobe step by step, her hand already resting on the door. Shenyu clenched his fists nervously, his palms sweating profusely. Just at this critical moment, the meow of a wild cat suddenly came from outside the window, sounding particularly abrupt in the quiet night.
Li Xinxing frowned, turned to look at the window, and muttered, "It was just a stray cat. It gave me a fright." Shen Yu breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the bed, large beads of sweat sliding down his face. Li Xinxing returned to the bedside, and after lying down, she was still shaken and clung tightly to Shen Yu. Shen Yu's body was stiff, and he dared not move at all. He just hoped that Li Xinxing would fall asleep soon. After an unknown amount of time, Li Xinxing's breathing gradually became steady, emitting even snoring. After confirming that she was asleep, Shen Yu gently patted her shoulder to make sure she was sleeping soundly. Then, he cautiously approached the wardrobe and whispered, "Lin Wan, she's asleep. You should leave quickly." The wardrobe door was gently opened a crack, and Lin Wan peeked out, looked around, and after confirming it was safe, quietly slipped out of the wardrobe. Her hair was a little messy, her face still had a blush that hadn't faded, and her eyes were full of embarrassment and panic. She didn't dare make a loud noise, tiptoed towards the door, and when she reached it, she glanced back at Shen Yu and mouthed, "Thank you." Then she gently opened the door, slipped out, and quietly closed it again. Shen Yu stared at the closed door, his heart filled with mixed emotions. The events of the night had been too chaotic, leaving him momentarily stunned. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Li Xinxing slowly woke up, saw Shen Yu beside her, and smiled gently. She reached out and lightly poked Shen Yu's cheek, saying, "Good morning." Shen Yu forced a smile and replied, "Good morning." At breakfast time, the villa's dining room became lively as Yi Qing, Li Shihan, Zhou Lin, and Zhao Ya all came to the table. Seeing that everyone was present, Lin Wan and Shen Yu tacitly avoided talking about what happened last night. Lin Wan deliberately avoided Shen Yu and Li Xinxing's gaze, lowered her head, and silently ate her breakfast, occasionally reaching out to brush her hair aside in an attempt to cover her flushed cheeks. Yi Qing was the first to notice the awkward atmosphere. She looked at Lin Wan, then at Shen Yu, and said, "What's wrong with you two today? You seem strange." Li Shihan chimed in, "Yeah, Lin Wan, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Wan's face turned even redder, and she stammered, I've just been under a lot of pressure lately." Shen Yu quickly changed the subject, asking everyone, "How's everyone's life been lately?" Everyone looked at each other and nodded. Zhou Lin said, "It's been going well, nothing special." Zhao Ya added, "Yeah, everything's the same as always." After everyone dispersed, Shen Yu seized the opportunity when Lin Wan was alone and pulled her to a corner. Lin Wan lowered her head, avoiding Shen Yu's eyes. Shen Yu said softly, "Lin Wan, we need to talk. What exactly happened last night?" Lin Wan hesitated for a long time, twisting the hem of her clothes with both hands, before finally mustering the courage to say, "Shen Yu, I just haven't had that kind of emotional and physical comfort for so long. Suddenly, you, a man, appeared in my life, and we've been together every day, so I just couldn't control my thoughts." After saying that, she lowered her head even further. Shen Yu was somewhat surprised upon hearing this, but he understood Lin Wan's honesty. He paused for a moment, then asked, "Didn't you say you could handle it yourself? Why were you so impulsive?" Lin Wan's face instantly turned red to her ears. She bit her lip, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. "It's a little different to handle things on your own than to have real contact. The warmth of face-to-face contact, and the real touch, are things you can't experience on your own." Shen Yu sighed helplessly and said, "Lin Wan, I understand how you feel, but you can't be so impulsive about these things. Look how close it was last night, we almost got caught by XIN. We both need to be more calm in the future." Lin Wan blushed and nodded, saying, "I understand, Shen Yu. I will restrain myself in the future." Since then, Lin Wan has tried to adjust her mindset and avoid being alone with Shen Yu as much as possible, attempting to get her life back on track. However, the strange feelings she had for Shen Yu deep in her heart were like a seed that had been quietly planted, growing silently in her heart. Chapter 125: System Gifts and Delicate Relationships. Since that embarrassing late-night conversation that made everyone blush, Lin Wan tried her best to restrain herself on the surface, but her eyes would always unconsciously follow Shen Yu's figure. Shen Yu keenly sensed this hidden emotion, and a clever idea to take advantage of it quietly sprouted in his heart. That afternoon, the sunlight lazily streamed into the villa. Everyone else had gone out to run errands, leaving only Shen Yu and Lin Wan in the spacious villa. Shen Yu seized this excellent opportunity, strolled leisurely over to Lin Wan, who was sitting on the living room sofa engrossed in reading a book, and sat down as if nothing had happened. Lin Wan noticed Shen Yu's approach, and two blushes instantly rose on her cheeks. She subconsciously moved to the side. Shen Yu spoke casually, his tone tinged with helplessness, "Lin Wan, my phone has been so laggy lately that it's unusable. Even though I'm on leave and not working, it still lags terribly when I play games or watch videos. I've been thinking about getting a top-of-the-line banana phone, but I'm a bit short on cash lately, so I'm really struggling. As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Wan seemingly casually. Lin Wan was slightly taken aback, but instantly understood the deeper meaning behind Chen Yu's words. Recalling her impulsive behavior, a sense of guilt welled up in her heart. Coupled with the lingering and uncontrollable feelings she had for Chen Yu, she hesitated for a moment before saying softly, then I'll buy it for you. Chen Yu felt a surge of joy in his heart, but put on an embarrassed expression. Oh dear, I can't accept this. I feel really bad that you had to spend so much money. Lin Wan gently shook her head, her voice barely audible. It's alright, just consider it my apology for what happened before. As she finished speaking, her face grew even hotter, as if it could bleed. Chen Yu pressed his advantage, his face full of gratitude. Alright, then I'll really trouble you. This phone is quite important to me, otherwise these days of recuperation would be too boring. Lin Wan stopped talking, took out her phone, and skillfully searched for and placed an order on the shopping platform for the banana-themed top-of-the-line phone that Chen Yu had long desired. As soon as the payment was completed, a system notification sounded in Chen Yu's mind that only he could hear. Ding. It has been detected that Lin Wan has proactively spent 8,999 yuan to purchase a top-of-the-line banana phone for you. Her favorability towards you is 80, triggering a 40x cashback. The cashback amount of 359,960 yuan has been deposited into your system account. Chen Yu's heart was instantly filled with ecstasy, but he tried his best to control his expression and remain calm. With a faint smile on his face, he looked sincerely at Lin Wan and said, Lin Wan, thank you so much. You always lend a helping hand when I need it. As he spoke, he naturally reached out and gently put his arm around Lin Wan's waist. Lin Wan's body stiffened slightly, and the blush on her face deepened, but her feelings for Chen Yu prevented her from turning away. Sensing Lin Wan's reaction, Chen Yu gently pulled her closer to him and said, I don't know how to repay you for helping me so much. If you ever need my help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Lin Wan nodded slightly and said softly, I know, don't be so formal, I'm willing to help you. The atmosphere between the two grew increasingly ambiguous. In this seemingly peaceful villa life, their secret and intimate interactions were like undercurrents surging beneath a calm lake if discovered by others, who knew what kind of turbulent storm they would unleash. Chapter 126 Undercurrents and Subtle Changes. The moment Chen Yu put his arm around Lin Wan's waist, it seemed as if time stood still for the two of them. However, this tranquility was soon broken by the sound of cars coming from outside the villa. As if startled awake, Lin Wan hurriedly broke free from Chen Yu's embrace, the blush still lingering on her face, her eyes filled with a hint of panic and shyness. Although Chen Yu felt somewhat unsatisfied, he knew he had to restrain himself at this point. He straightened his clothes, stood up casually, and looked out the window. He saw Li Xinxin, Yi Qing, and others getting off the car, chatting and laughing. They're back. Let's not let them notice anything unusual, Chen Yu said to Lin Wan in a low voice. Lin Wan nodded slightly and quickly picked up the book she had just put aside, trying to make herself look like she had been quietly reading. As everyone entered the villa, Li Xinxin immediately spotted Chen Yu and Lin Wan sitting on the sofa and said with a smile, What are you two doing? We just went out to run some errands and bought some delicious food on the way back. Yi Qing chimed in, Yes, I saw some local snacks while shopping today, and I thought everyone would like them. Chen Yu and Lin Wan quickly got up to help take the things from everyone's hands. Chen Yu said with a smile, Thank you for your hard work. You didn't forget to bring us delicious food after going out. While helping to set out the food, Chen Yu noticed that Li Xinxin would occasionally glance at him and Lin Wan, her eyes filled with a hint of barely perceptible suspicion. Chen Yu's heart tightened, worried that Li Xinxin might have noticed something about his intimate actions with Lin Wan earlier. At dinner, everyone sat around the table, and the atmosphere seemed harmonious and pleasant. But Chen Yu could feel an invisible pressure. Li Xinxin's gaze kept wandering between him and Lin Wan, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Wan, on the other hand, seemed somewhat reserved, keeping her head down and rarely speaking. Occasionally, her eyes would meet Chen Yu's, but she would quickly look away. Zhou Lin noticed the unusual atmosphere and asked, Why does everyone seem a bit strange today? Did something happen? Jia chimed in, Yeah, I also feel something's off. Are you two looking at Chen Yu and Lin Wan hiding something from us? Chen Yu felt a pang of panic, but he still tried to remain calm and said, Nothing's wrong, you're overthinking it. Lin Wan and I just chatted for a while this afternoon. We were probably too engrossed in the conversation and got a little tired, so we're not talking much now. Lin Wan nodded quickly, Yes, we were just tired from chatting, nothing else.
Although everyone outwardly refrained from pressing the matter, Chen Yu knew that the matter was far from over. After dinner, Li Xinxin summoned Chen Yu to her room under the pretext of having something to do. As soon as she entered the room, Li Xinxin closed the door and looked at Chen Yu with a serious expression. "Chen Yu, tell me honestly, is there something between you and Lin Wan? I felt that the atmosphere between you two was very strange this afternoon." Chen Yu inwardly groaned. He hadn't expected Li Xinxin's intuition to be so sharp. After thinking for a moment, he smiled helplessly and said, Xan, do you remember last time I heard strange noises in the middle of the night, and then I went to knock on Lin Wan's door, which woke you all up, and everyone came to watch? That's when I caught her, doing that thing. Ever since then, every time Lin Wan and I meet, I think of that awkward scene, so I inevitably feel a little uncomfortable. Please don't misunderstand. Li Xinxin stared into Chen Yu's eyes and said, Chen Yu, I'm not a petty person. A man with multiple wives can make his family more prosperous, and we can support each other. But I hope you'll be honest, do you have feelings for Lin Wan? Seeing Li Xinxin's directness, Chen Yu sighed slightly, took her hand and said, Xinxin, to be honest, Lin Wan has some feelings for me, and I admit that she is indeed quite good looking. But I know in my heart that we don't yet understand each other's values and personalities well enough. I won't make any hasty decisions, after all, it concerns our whole family. After listening to Chen Yu's words, Li Xinxin remained silent for a while before slowly saying, Chen Yu, I approve of polygamy and hope our family will get better and better. But matters of the heart are not to be taken lightly. Even if you have feelings for her, you must get to know her better first and make sure everyone can get along harmoniously, so that things don't turn into chaos at home. Chen Yu nodded quickly, Xin, don't worry, I understand what you mean. I definitely won't act impulsively, and I will handle my relationship with Lin Wan carefully. You are still the one I care about most, and I will try my best to maintain our family. Li Xinxin sighed softly, alright, since you know what's going on, I won't say anything more. But you have to remember, harmony in our family is the most important thing. After leaving Li Xinxin's room, Chen Yu was filled with mixed feelings. He knew that although Li Xinxin had shown understanding regarding the concept of polygamy, how to properly handle his relationship with Lin Wan and Li Xinxin in the future, without being familiar with Lin Wan, would be a difficult problem for him. Chapter 127 Testing the Waters of Relationships and Undercurrents of Emotion. After Li Xinxin spoke with Chen Yu tossed and turned in bed, his mind a jumble of thoughts, unable to fall asleep. He knew in his heart that the delicate relationship between himself and Lin Wan had already stirred up ripples in this family-like atmosphere, and if he was not careful, it would trigger an emotional storm that could change the relationships between everyone. His leg injury, which made it difficult for him to move around, only made the already complicated situation worse. The next morning, warm and soft sunlight streamed through the window and gently fell on Chen Yu's face. He tried to get up, but frowned slightly due to the pain in his leg, and his movements were unusually slow. After finally finishing washing up, he limped to the living room, leaning on his cane. At this moment, a flurry of busy sounds came from the kitchen, where Lin Wan was already meticulously preparing breakfast. Wearing an apron, she moved back and forth between the stove and the cupboard, her focused expression revealing her dedication to this breakfast. Upon seeing Chen Yu appear, Lin Wan abruptly stopped what she was doing, a hint of heartache and concern flashing in her eyes. She hurriedly put down what she was doing, walked quickly to Chen Yu's side, and said, Why don't you rest a little longer? Your leg is still injured, and walking too much is not good for your recovery. Chen Yu smiled wryly and said, Lying down for too long is uncomfortable, so I came out for some fresh air. Lin Wan helped Chen Yu sit down at the dining table and said in a low voice, Xin talked to you last night. Has she found out about what's going on between us? Chen Yu nodded slightly and said in a low voice, Yes, she seems to have noticed. Although polygamy is common here, we're not married yet, so she must be concerned. I told her that we don't know each other well enough and I won't make a decision easily. Lin Wan frowned slightly, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. What will she say? Will she have a problem with us? Chen Yu sighed helplessly. She didn't directly object, but I could tell she cared a lot. I could only try to reassure her and say that I would handle it carefully. Just then, Li Xinxin strode into the living room. She immediately noticed Chen Yu and Lin Wan standing very close together, with Lin Wan supporting Chen Yu. Her eyes narrowed for a moment, a hint of displeasure flashing across them, but she quickly recovered and said with a smile, Oh, what are you two doing? So intimate so early in the morning. Chen Yu's heart tightened, and he quickly explained, Lin Wan saw that I had difficulty moving around and helped me. She was preparing breakfast. Thank you for your hard work. Li Xinxin walked to the dining table and sat down, saying with a half smile, Thank you for your hard work, Lin Wan. But Chen Yu's leg is injured, so you still need to take good care of him and not let him worry. Her words sounded ordinary, but they carried a hint of warning.
Linwan blushed slightly and said, "Xin, don't worry, I'll be careful." At breakfast time, everyone gradually arrived at the table.
As soon as Yi Qing entered the dining room, her gaze instantly locked onto Chenyu. Her eyes lit up, and she hurried to his side. Seeing the injury on Chenyu's leg, she asked with concern, "Chenyu, how's your leg?
Does it still hurt?" Chenyu smiled somewhat awkwardly. "Much better, thank you for your concern."
Yi Qing persisted, saying, "Chenyu, I found an amazing place yesterday. There's an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor there whose skills are incredibly advanced.
Maybe he can help your leg heal faster. Let's go together next time." Before Chenyu could answer, Li Xinxin couldn't help but ask, "Yi Qing, you seem to care a lot about Chenyu, do you have feelings for him?"
Yi Qing blushed, but still readily admitted, "Yes, Chenyu is so thoughtful and considerate. Living under the same roof and spending so much time together, it's normal to fall for him. Besides, nowadays men often marry multiple wives, so I think it would be great if we could all take care of Chenyu together."
Chenyu was taken aback by Yi Qing's directness and said, "Yi Qing, you're a good person, but I want to be more careful about matters of the heart.
Besides, I'm injured right now and don't have the mind to think about these things." Li Xinxin looked at Yi Qing and said, "Relationships are not trivial matters, you can't just do whatever you want. Chenyu needs to recover from his injuries right now, so don't cause trouble." Yi Qing looked at Chenyu with anticipation in her eyes. "Chenyu, I'm sincere.
Once your leg is healed, could you consider me?"
Chenyu scratched his head awkwardly. "Yi Qing, don't do this yet.
Let's talk about it after my leg injury heals."
Linwan watched this scene, her heart filled with complex emotions. She silently lowered her head and continued eating her breakfast, but in her mind she was thinking about her place in Chenyu's heart. After breakfast, Chenyu returned to his room, leaning on his crutches, feeling extremely frustrated. His leg injury already made him unable to move around easily, and now he had to deal with the complicated emotional relationships between Li Xinxin, Linwan, and Yi Qing, all of which put him under tremendous pressure. Meanwhile, Li Xinxin, Yi Qing, and Linwan each harbored their own thoughts, making the atmosphere in the villa increasingly subtle, as an undercurrent of emotion quietly brewed.
Chapter 128: Ambiguity and Hidden Wealth.
After returning to his room, Chenyu wanted to clear his mind, but the pain in his leg lingered, making him feel agitated. However, as time went on, he gradually discovered that this emotional entanglement unexpectedly brought him some benefits. After confessing her feelings, Yi Qing began to pursue Chenyu ardently. She would carefully prepare various nourishing foods every day, saying that they would help Chenyu recover from his leg injury. That day, Yi Qing walked briskly into Chenyu's room with a steaming bowl of ginseng soup in her hand, and said with a smile, "Chenyu, look how good I am to you. This is ginseng soup that I carefully prepared all morning. Drink it while it's hot, and your leg injury will definitely heal faster." Looking at Yi Qing's playful and adorable appearance, Chenyu felt both touched and somewhat helpless. He took the soup bowl and said, "You're always so thoughtful.
I don't know how to thank you enough."
Yi Qing blinked her big eyes, leaned closer to Chenyu, and whispered, "So how are you going to thank me? How about a kiss?" Chenyu blushed slightly, gently flicked Yi Qing's nose, and laughed, "You little rascal, you need a good scolding, don't you?" Every time Yi Qing bought these tonics for him, a system notification would sound in Chenyu's mind, "Ding. Detected that Yi Qing has proactively spent 888 yuan to buy tonics for you. Her favorability towards you is 75, triggering a 35x cashback. The cashback amount of 31,080 yuan has been deposited into your system account." Although Linwan toned down her behavior due to Li Xinxin's attitude, her concern for Chenyu remained undiminished. Knowing that Chenyu had difficulty moving around, she often bought him items online that were easy to use indoors. That day, Linwan walked up to Chenyu with the package she had just received and said gently, "Chenyu, I bought you a new walking stick. It looks very lightweight and should make walking easier for you. Come on, try it on and see if it fits." Chenyu took the cane, touched Linwan's hand, and felt the delicate touch, which stirred a ripple in his heart. He looked up at Linwan and said affectionately, "Linwan, you are always so thoughtful. I am really touched." Linwan blushed and lowered her head, whispering, "I just hope you get better soon." Chenyu couldn't help but gently hold Linwan's hand and said, "With you by my side, I don't feel so bad about being injured." Linwan shyly withdrew her hand and said reproachfully, "You only know how to say nice things. Every time Linwan makes a purchase, it triggers a cashback from the system, ding. It has been detected that Linwan has proactively spent 1,288 yuan to buy a cane for you. Her favorability towards you is 80, triggering a 40x cashback. The cashback amount of 51,520 yuan has been deposited into your system account. Although Li Xinxin was wary of Lin Wan and Yi Qing's actions, influenced by the prevailing polygamous ideology and her feelings for Qinyu, she did not try to stop them too much. On the contrary, in order to demonstrate her status and also in the hope that Qinyu can recover as soon as possible, she will spend lavishly to purchase all kinds of high-end rehabilitation equipment for Qinyu. That day, Li Xinxin excitedly walked into Qinyu's room, pointed to the imported rehabilitation equipment that had just been delivered, and said with a proud look, "Darling, this is the imported rehabilitation equipment I bought for you. I heard it's very effective. You can use it to recover properly from now on." Qinyu looked at the expensive equipment with some surprise. He took Li Xinxin's hand and said, "Xinxin, you've gone to too much trouble. I'm so happy to have a girlfriend like you." Li Xinxin sat down next to Qinyu, nestled in his arms, and said sweetly, "As long as you get better soon, any amount of money is worth it. Don't forget, you're mine, and you can only be the best to me." Qinyu smiled and kissed Li Xinxin on the forehead, saying, "Don't worry, you will always be the most important person in my heart." At these times, the system notification would ring in Qinyu's mind, ding. It has been detected that Li Xinxin has proactively spent 18,888 yuan to purchase rehabilitation equipment for you. Her favorability towards you is 85, triggering a 45x cashback. The cashback amount of 850,060 yuan has been deposited into your system account. Meanwhile, Li Shihan, Zhou Lin, and Zhao Ye, who were inside the villa, were filled with doubt as they watched Yi Qing, Lin Wan, and Li Xinxin surrounding Qinyu, who was of average appearance and short stature. That day, the group gathered in the living room, and Li Shihan couldn't help but speak first. "You guys, Lin Wan is so tall, over 1.7 meters, how come she fell for Qinyu, who's only 1.6 meters tall? When they walk together, they look like an adult leading a child." Zhou Lin covered her mouth and laughed. "That's right, I was just thinking, if there really is something between them." From behind, Qinyu's height, even if he stood on tiptoe and tried his best, he would probably. She didn't finish her sentence, but laughed even harder. Zhao Ye joined in the teasing. Could it be that Lin Wan has a particular taste for this, preferring a small horse pulling a large cart? Just then, Yi Qing happened to pass by and overheard their conversation. She pretended to be angry and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Although Qinyu is not tall, he is charming. If you don't understand, don't make random comments." Li Shihan scoffed dismissively, "Him? Besides being good at making you guys happy, I really don't see anything special about him." Qinyu naturally noticed the strange looks from Li Shihan, Zhou Lin, and Zhao Ye, but he didn't care. With Yi Qing, Lin Wan, and Li Xinxin providing meticulous care and constantly spending money on him, he enjoyed the blessings of having multiple wives while secretly rejoicing as the amount in his system account steadily increased. However, beneath the surface of harmony, undercurrents were surging. Yi Qing sensed that Lin Wan's feelings for Qinyu were unusual, and couldn't help but feel a little jealous. On one occasion, she saw Lin Wan carefully tidying Qinyu's clothes again and couldn't help but say sarcastically, "Sister Lin Wan, you are really taking good care of Qinyu. Anyone who doesn't know better would think you are his girlfriend." Lin Wan sensed the sourness in Yi Qing's words, but simply smiled and said, "Yi Qing, everyone is doing this for Qinyu's own good. There's no need for this." Li Xinxin was worried that Qinyu would be snatched away by Lin Wan and Yi Qing, so she paid extra attention to their every move. She would often subtly display her close relationship with Qinyu, such as affectionately linking arms with him in front of them, or deliberately acting very affectionate when serving him food. Qinyu was caught in the middle of the three, enjoying the pleasures of a life of comfort and increasing wealth, but he also knew that this balance could be broken at any time. On the one hand, he had to skillfully soothe the emotions of the three women, and on the other hand, he had to prevent the conflict between them from escalating. Chapter 129: Wealth Planning and Real Estate Layout. Qinyu suffered a leg injury that made movement difficult, so he could only recuperate at the villa. During this time, his life was made warmer and sweeter by the care of Yi Qing, Lin Wan, and Li Xinxin, and his wealth also accumulated rapidly under the magical operation of the system. Looking at the huge sum of over 12 million in his account, Qinyu was both surprised and confused, and finally couldn't help but ask the system in his mind about the source of the funds. The system quickly responded, "Host, these funds are profits earned through investments made in the futures trading account opened for you. The system's accurate market analysis and operations have increased the value of these funds, and the profits have been transferred to your bank account." Upon hearing that the source of the funds was traceable and would not cause unnecessary trouble, Qinyu was even more amazed by the system's capabilities. Faced with this wealth, Qinyu knew he couldn't simply be content with accumulating it. The key was to invest wisely to achieve steady growth. However, after researching various investment projects, he discovered that most of them carried considerable risk. The stock market is volatile and unpredictable. The success rate of emerging technology startups is extremely low, like groping in the fog. At this moment, Chenyu keenly sensed that this parallel world was in the early stages of a government-driven urbanization process. Cities were expanding rapidly, a large influx of people was taking place, the real estate market was beginning to boom, and land development and new housing launches were being hotly debated everywhere. After careful consideration, Chenyu decided to focus his investments on shops and residential properties in prime locations. Due to his limited mobility, Chenyu can only communicate frequently with real estate agents via the internet and telephone. Meanwhile, he asked Li Xinxin to help collect information on various real estate exhibitions, while he himself carefully studied the city planning blueprints at home, striving to find prosperous areas with development potential. Li Xinxin noticed Chenyu was busy all day and asked with curiosity and concern, "Honey, your leg injury hasn't healed yet, but you're working so hard to study real estate data. Do you have some plans?" Chenyu then told her about his investment plan and current financial situation. XIN, I have more than 12 million yuan in my account. I think investing in shops and apartments in prime locations is a great opportunity. Although I have limited mobility, I want to seize it. Upon hearing this, Li Xinxin's eyes widened instantly, her face filled with astonishment. More than 12 million? Chenyu, how did you suddenly have so much money? This is no small sum. Seeing Li Xinxin's surprised expression, Chenyu smiled and explained the source of the funds that the system had told him. "Xinxin, this money is what I earned through investing in futures trading. I've always been interested in financial investment and have done a lot of research before. Recently, I seized an opportunity and made a profit in the futures market." Li Xinxin frowned slightly, a hint of doubt still in her eyes. "Futures trading is so risky, did you really earn it all on your own?" Chenyu gently held her hand and said earnestly, XIN, you have to believe me. I know it sounds unbelievable, but it's all true. I have my own analysis and judgment of the market, which is why I dare to make such an investment. Looking into Chenyu's determined eyes, Li Xinxin's doubts gradually dissipated, and she nodded. "Okay, I believe you. Since you have your own plans, then go for it, I will support you." After learning about Chenyu's plan, Yi Cheng and Lin Wan also came to express their support. Yi Cheng said excitedly, "Chenyu, you have such good taste. Investing over 12 million is a good investment. Once the shops and houses appreciate in value, you'll definitely make a fortune. If you need any help, just let me know." Lin Wan smiled gently. "Chenyu, I trust your judgment. Although our relationship isn't official yet, I hope everything goes well for you. If you need any errands, we can help you." Chenyu was deeply moved. Although he had not yet agreed to be with Lin Wan and Yi Cheng, their support made him feel very warm. With everyone's support, Chenyu became even more determined to invest. He first set his sights on an 80 square meter shop in the city's core business district. This commercial district is home to numerous well-known brands, boasts a huge flow of people, and possesses immense consumption potential. The shop's price was 75,000 yuan per square meter, totaling 6 million yuan. Chenyu had Li Xinxin help with the paperwork, paid a down payment of 1.8 million yuan, and successfully acquired the shop. According to his estimate, given the prosperity and foot traffic of the business district, the rent per square meter per month could reach about 250 yuan, so the monthly rent for the entire shop could reach about 20,000 yuan. Next, he selected a large apartment in a newly developed and bustling residential area of the city. The area has complete supporting facilities, including schools, hospitals, and shopping malls, and is very convenient in terms of transportation. The apartment has an area of 150 square meters, a unit price of 26,667 yuan per square meter, and a total price of 4 million yuan. Chenyu paid a down payment of 1.2 million yuan to purchase it. He anticipates that property prices will steadily rise as the area further develops, and the properties can also be rented out for income. Based on similar rental markets in the surrounding area, the monthly rent is expected to reach around 8,000 yuan. Chenyu's investment move attracted the attention of Li Shihan, Zhou Lin, and Zhao Ye, who were staying at the villa. Zhou Lin leaned closer with a curious look and asked, "Chenyu, we're all quite surprised that you have so much money to invest in real estate all of a sudden. You said you made it through futures trading, that sounds amazing. Can you tell us how you did it?" Li Shihan nodded in agreement. "Yes, Chenyu, we're just curious. After all, futures trading is so risky, yet you managed to make so much money. You must have some unique methods." Zhao Ye smiled and said, "We didn't mean anything by it, we just wanted to learn more about you. It's like you've suddenly discovered the secret to wealth." Chen Yu responded with a smile. Actually, it's just about studying the market more, analyzing various data and trends, plus a bit of luck.
I've been following the futures market for a long time and have done a lot of homework. This time, I guess I seized the opportunity.
Zhou Lin said enviously. Wow, it seems we also need to learn more about investment. The shops and houses you've invested in seem to be in great locations. They're sure to make a lot of money in the future. Chen Yu felt quite pleased with their friendly inquiries and patiently shared some of his views on real estate investment with them.
Chen Yu firmly believed in his judgment.
Despite the many inconveniences caused by his leg injury, with the help of Li Xinxin, Yi Qing, and Lin Wan, he was confident that he could achieve wealth growth through the real estate market. As his investment strategy unfolds, his life with the women in the villa will also undergo new changes.
Chapter 130: Shop Handover and Tenant Meeting.
After successfully acquiring the shop located in the city's core business district, Chen Yu immediately began processing the transfer of ownership. With the assistance of Li Xinxin, Yi Qing, and Lin Wan, the procedures were completed very smoothly. Before long, the shop officially became Chen Yu's property.
The original landlord, Ms. Li, was a warm and considerate person.
Considering that Chen Yu had difficulty moving around due to his leg injury, and that some details needed to be explained when communicating with the tenant during the handover of the shop, she offered to accompany Chen Yu to the shop to meet the tenant. Li Xinxin was worried about Chen Yu, so she decided to go with him. Chen Yu readily agreed, feeling much more at ease with the two of them by his side.
That day, sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, illuminating the bustling commercial street.
Supported by Li Xinxin, Chen Yu and Sister Li slowly walked towards the shop that held his investment hopes. Along the way, Sister Li enthusiastically introduced the surrounding business environment. Shaochun, this business district is developing better and better, and the flow of people is only increasing. Your shop is in an excellent location, and you won't have to worry about not making money in the future. Li Xinxin replied with a smile. Sister Li, thanks to your generosity, Chen Yu really cares about this shop. The three arrived at the shop, where the sign of Fingertip Charmed Nail Salon was particularly eye-catching. The interior was decorated in a warm and stylish manner, with various nail tools arranged in an orderly manner. A tall, beautiful woman is intently trimming a customer's nails. When she saw Sister Li, Chen Yu, and Li Xinxin enter, she was slightly taken aback, but then a warm smile appeared on her face. She said to the customers, "Please wait a moment," and quickly came over to greet them.
Sister Li, you're here. And who are these two?
The beautiful tenant looked at Chen Yu and Li Xinxin curiously. Sister Li introduced with a smile. Xiaoyan, this is Chen Yu, the new owner of the shop, and this is his girlfriend, Li Xinxin. From now on, Chen will be in charge of this shop. A hint of surprise flashed in Xiaoyan's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and extended her hand gracefully. Mr. Chen, Ms. Li, hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Xiaoyan, and I hope I will be able to rely on your help in the future. Li Xinxin smiled and shook Xiaoyan's hand. Hello Xiaoyan, I've heard from Sister Li that you're a good businessman and a reliable person. Meeting you today, I can confirm that your reputation is well deserved.
After exchanging pleasantries, everyone sat down in the rest area.
Xiaoyan poured tea for the three of them and asked with slight concern, Mr. Chen, my lease still has 6 months left, I wonder what the next step will be. Chen Yu smiled and waved his hand, saying, Xiaoyan, don't worry.
Now that I've taken over this shop, I'll definitely abide by the previous lease.
Just focus on your business, and we can communicate anytime if there are any problems.
Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan's worry vanished instantly, and she said gratefully, That's good, Mr. Chen, you're so understanding.
I'll definitely manage the business well for the next 6 months and won't cause you any trouble. Sister Li smiled and said, Xiaoyan, I told you Xiao Chen was a good guy. If you two cooperate well in the future, this business will definitely become more and more prosperous. Afterwards, Chen Yu inquired in detail about Xiaoyan's situation regarding the shop, such as the changing patterns of surrounding customer traffic and the main needs of the customer base.
Xiaoyan answered all his questions frankly and without reservation.
Listening to her, Chen Yu had more ideas about the shop's operation and planning. After finishing their conversation with Xiaoyan, Chen Yu, Li Xinxin, and Sister Li prepared to leave. Xiaoyan saw the three of them to the store entrance and thanked Chen Yu again for his understanding and support. Back at the villa, Chen Yu couldn't wait to share his meeting with the tenant with Yi Qing and Lin Wan. Yi Qing exclaimed excitedly, Wow, it seems everything's going smoothly with the shop.
Maybe the rent will even go up a lot in the future.
Lin Wan said gently, Yes, Chen Yu has a good eye, and this tenant seems reliable.
Now we look forward to the shop bringing in substantial profits.
Looking at their caring expressions, Chen Yu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He knew that with their support and companionship on his path of wealth investment, he had more motivation and confidence to face future challenges. And as his commercial property investment progressed smoothly, his real estate investment strategy gradually became clearer, and a hopeful picture of the future seemed to be unfolding before him. Chapter 131: Visitors to the Mountain Village. That day, Chenyu, as usual, was enjoying a warm and cozy time with Li Xinxin, Yi Qing, and Lin Wan at the villa. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the living room sofa where everyone was chatting and laughing about the shop's operational plans. Suddenly, the doorbell rang urgently. Chenyu frowned slightly, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Li Xinxin got up to open the door, only to see two unfamiliar figures standing there. One was an old woman with gray hair and a hunched back, her face etched with the vicissitudes of time, yet her eyes revealed a stubbornness and greed. The other was a young girl, probably 17 or 18 years old, with a youthful face and evasive eyes, revealing a hint of fear and confusion. "Who are you?" Li Xinxin asked in confusion. The old woman's gaze passed over Li Xinxin and landed directly on Chenyu. A strange smile appeared on her lips. "Zheng Ziqian, Chenyu, I've finally found you." Upon seeing the two men, Chenyu's face turned deathly pale, and his body trembled involuntarily. He never expected that after so many days, the villagers would find him here. "How did you find us?" Chenyu's voice trembled slightly as he tried to suppress his fear and anger. The old woman, leaning on her cane, slowly walked into the living room, sat down on the sofa without any ceremony, and said, "Humph, you think you can get away? The village is in chaos without you. Everyone misses you. That's why we went to great lengths to find out you were here." The young girl followed timidly behind the old woman, her head down, not daring to look at Chenyu. Li Xinxin noticed Chenyu's unusual behavior and quickly went to his side, taking his arm and asking with concern, "Honey, what's going on? Who are they?" Chenyu took a deep breath and said slowly, "Xin, they are people from my hometown village." Hearing the commotion, Yi Qing and Lin Wan came out of their room and looked puzzled when they saw the scene in the living room. The old woman glanced sideways at Li Xinxin, Yi Qing, and Lin Wan, and said sarcastically, "Oh, Chang, you've really got yourself into a good life here, surrounded by so many women. The girls in the village are all eagerly waiting for you to come back." Chenyu clenched his fists and said angrily, "I will never go back. I will never forget what you did to me back then. I've had enough of that in human life." The old woman's face darkened, and she said sternly, "Chang, don't be ungrateful. The village raised you, and this is how you repay us. If you don't go back, we won't let you off easily." The young girl looked up, tears welling in her eyes, and whispered, "Brother Ziqian, please go back. The village is in chaos right now, and nobody knows what to do." Chenyu looked at the young girl, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He knew that this girl was also a victim of the distorted environment of the mountain village. But when he thought of those painful experiences in the past, he gritted his teeth and said firmly, "I will not go back. You can leave now and don't bother my life anymore." Seeing Chenyu's resolute attitude, the old woman suddenly stood up and said fiercely, "Fine, Chang, you've got guts. If you don't go back, we'll make a scene here and make sure you have no peace in this city." The atmosphere instantly became tense. Chenyu looked at the two people in front of him, his heart filled with helplessness and anger. He didn't know how to deal with this sudden change, while Li Xinxin, Yi Cheng, and Lin Wan looked at him with worry, wondering how their seemingly peaceful life would be disrupted. Chapter 132: Escalation of Conflict. Faced with the old woman's threat, Chenyu felt a sharp pain in his heart, and the unbearable past in the mountain village surged into his mind like a tide. He suppressed his anger and tried to remain calm, saying, "What you're doing is pointless. I've already left there and started a new life." Li Xinxin sensed Chenyu's anger and pain. She gripped Chenyu's hand tightly, looked at the old woman with unwavering eyes, and replied fearlessly, "What right do you have to force him like this? Chenyu has the right to choose his own life, and you have no right to interfere." Yi Cheng and Lin Wan quickly walked over to Chenyu's side. Yi Cheng said angrily, "That's right, you can't be so unreasonable. This is Chenyu's home. If you keep causing trouble, we'll call the police." Upon hearing this, the old woman not only didn't restrain herself, but laughed even more arrogantly. "Call the police? Go ahead and call. Let's see if the police will care about things in our village. Chenyu is a villager, so he has to be responsible for the women of the village. If he doesn't go back, we'll come and make trouble every day, and none of you will have a good time." The young girl trembled with fear at the tense scene. She tugged at the old woman's sleeve and said in a tearful voice, "Grandma, let's not do this." The old woman shook off the girl's hand, glared at her, and scolded, "What do you know? Don't get in the way. Looking at the pitiful appearance of the young girl, Chen Yu couldn't help but feel a little sorry for her, but when he thought about what those people in the mountain village had done to him, this sympathy was suppressed by reason. He took a deep breath and tried to keep his voice steady. Please calm down. I know the situation in the village is special, but I can't go back to that kind of life. We can discuss a solution, but it will definitely not be me going back with you. The old woman snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Discuss? What's there to discuss? If you don't go back, there's nothing to talk about. At this moment, Lin Wan stepped forward, trying to ease the tension. Auntie, everyone, please don't get so agitated. We understand that your village may be facing difficulties, but this method won't solve the problem. Why don't we sit down and talk calmly? Maybe we can find a better solution. The old woman, however, was unmoved. She stood up, pointed at Chen Yu's nose, and yelled, Stop pretending. You have to give me a straight answer today. Are you coming back or not? Seeing the old woman's unreasonable behavior, Chen Yu's anger flared up again, but he knew he couldn't act impulsively at this moment. After thinking for a moment, he said, I can provide some financial assistance to the village to help you improve your lives, but I will not go back. Upon hearing this, a glint of greed flashed in the old woman's eyes, but she quickly regained her firm stance. Financial assistance? We want you to go back. What problems can money solve? Without men in the village, everything is in chaos. The young girl whispered, Grandma, Brother Ziqiang is willing to help, maybe this is a solution. The old woman turned her head and glared at the girl again, and the girl was so frightened that she quickly shut her mouth. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Chen Yu knew that the old woman would not give in easily, and he would never return to that terrible mountain village. Li Xinxin, Yi Cheng, and Lin Wan stood by his side, firmly supporting him. However, faced with this stubborn and unreasonable old woman, they were at a loss, unsure how to break the tense situation. Chapter 133 Parting on Unhappily. As the situation reached a stalemate, the young girl suddenly broke free from the old woman's grasp, knelt down in front of Chen Yu with a thud, and said with tears streaming down her face, Brother Ziqiang, I know the village has wronged you in the past, but the situation in the village is really too bad now. After you left, Uncle Aki also passed away due to illness, the other one of the only two men in the village, and the old and young have no one to rely on. Everyone is having a hard time every day. Looking at the pitiful girl in front of him, Chen Yu's anger subsided slightly. He reached out to help her up and said softly, Get up and talk first. This is not your fault. The girl stubbornly refused to get up and continued, Brother Ziqiang, I know that your offer to help the village is already a huge concession. I'm willing to help you persuade everyone to accept your financial assistance and try to find a new way of life. But could you come back to the village occasionally and give everyone some hope? Upon hearing this, the old woman's face changed drastically. She reached out to grab the girl, cursing, You brat, you're siding with outsiders. We came all this way not to listen to your useless words. A Chang has to come back with us, there's no room for discussion. The girl stubbornly shook off the old woman's hand and continued to look at Chen Yu, her eyes filled with expectation. Chen Yu felt a surge of resentment. Painful memories of the mountain village flooded back like a tidal wave, filling him with disgust for the small village. But the girl's words also stirred a sense of pity in him. At this moment, Li Xinxin gently tugged at Chen Yu's sleeve and whispered, Darling, perhaps this is a compromise. It can help them without having to go back to that kind of life. Yi Cheng and Lin Wan nodded in agreement. Chen Yu pondered for a moment, then slowly said, I can promise you that I will provide regular economic support to the village and help it develop some industries so that everyone can live a better life. As for returning to the village, I can only say that I will try my best, because there are too many painful memories there for me. Upon hearing this, the old woman suddenly stood up, her eyes wide, pointed at Chen Yu's nose, and said sternly, Don't try to negotiate with me. You have to come back with us. The village can't do without you. All this talk of economic support is just empty words. If you don't go back, the village is finished, and you can forget about living a peaceful life here. Seeing the old woman's unreasonable behavior, Chen Yu's anger flared up again. He suppressed his anger and said firmly, I will not go back. I don't want to bring up the past, but I am willing to help the village improve its current situation. If you continue with this attitude, we really have nothing to talk about. Seeing this, the young girl anxiously advised from the side, Grandma, please don't be like this. Brother Ziqiang has already given in. This is an opportunity for the village. The old woman ignored her completely, glared fiercely at the girl, and snapped, Shut up. You have no right to speak here. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as if a conflict could erupt at any moment. Li Xinxin, Yi Qing, and Lin Wan stood firmly beside Chenyu, their eyes revealing unwavering support. Seeing Chenyu's resolute attitude, the old woman glanced at the three women beside him, snorted coldly, and said, "Fine, Chang, you've got guts. This isn't over yet, we'll see." After saying that, she pulled the girl who was kneeling on the ground up. The girl struggled, her eyes filled with reluctance and helplessness. The old woman dragged the girl and stormed toward the door. When she reached the door, she turned back and threw out a vicious sentence, Chang, you'll regret this." Then, the door was slammed shut, making the whole house seem to tremble. Chenyu stared at the closed door, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Li Xinxin gently hugged Chenyu and comforted him. "Don't be sad, darling, you've done very well." Yi Cheng and Lin Wan also gathered around to encourage Chenyu. Looking into their concerned eyes, Chenyu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He knew that no matter what the future held, with them by his side, he would have the courage to face it. But the old woman's parting threat left him with a lingering unease, unsure of what trouble awaited him next. Chapter 134 Choices and Preparations. Even after the old woman and the young girl left, the atmosphere inside the villa remained oppressive and suffocating. Chen Yu's expression was solemn. The old woman's vicious expression and threatening words when she left flashed through his mind like a slideshow. He knew perfectly well that, given the current situation in the mountain village, they would not give up easily, and an even more troublesome problem might be quietly approaching them. Seeing Chenyu looking preoccupied, Li Xinxin felt a pang of worry. She spoke softly, her voice filled with concern, "Honey, what are you thinking about? Don't worry too much, we'll face it together." Chenyu slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the concerned looks in Li Xinxin, Yi Qing, and Lin Wan's eyes. A wave of emotion welled up in his heart, and at the same time, he became even more determined in his thoughts. He spoke calmly and slowly, "I think I might have to leave here for now. That old woman won't let me go easily, and if I stay any longer, I don't know what kind of danger I'll bring to you." "But my leg, sigh." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's eyebrows shot up, and she said anxiously, "Chenyu, what are you saying? How could we abandon you at a time like this? What's a leg injury? We'll figure something out together. If we have to leave, we'll leave together. We absolutely cannot let that old woman scare us." Lin Wan quickly walked to Chen Yu's side, gently squatted down, looked at his injured leg, and said with heartache, "Yes, Chen Yu, no matter what difficulties we encounter, we should face them together. Don't worry about your leg injury, we will take good care of you." Chen Yu gave a helpless bitter smile, his eyes filled with pity and self-blame. "I know you are deeply devoted to me, but this situation is just too troublesome. The village's situation is complicated, and I really don't want you to get involved and suffer undeserved disaster." Li Xinxin held Chen Yu's hand tightly, her eyes filled with determination. "Chen Yu, you don't need to persuade us anymore. Our minds are made up. If we're going to leave, we'll leave together. At worst, we can go somewhere else and start over. Don't worry about your leg injury. We'll take turns taking care of you, we'll even carry you." Looking into their unwavering eyes, Chen Yu knew he could no longer change their minds. He was deeply moved by their sincere affection, yet also felt immense guilt for dragging them into this predicament. He took a deep breath and said resolutely, "In that case, let's pack our things immediately. Given that old woman's temperament, she might turn back with her people soon. We must leave this place of trouble as soon as possible." Everyone sprang into action, hurrying back to their rooms. As Li Xinxin walked towards her room, she turned back to remind him, "Chen Yu, don't move around too much, just rest. We'll take care of the tidying up." Chen Yu sat on the sofa, extremely anxious, yet unable to help due to his leg injury. He looked at his injured leg, gritted his teeth, and hated his current powerlessness. In her room, Li Xinxin meticulously categorized and organized her various personal items. She first carefully placed toiletries into a storage bag, then carefully packed some important documents and certificates into a document bag before putting them into her suitcase. After tidying up her own things, she quickly went to Chen Yu's room to help him pack his clothes. As she packed, she comforted him, "Don't worry, darling, it'll be over soon." Yi Qing was in the room, quickly packing her clothes. She was extremely anxious, thinking about Chen Yu's injured leg. After finishing packing, she immediately came over to ask, "How is Chen Yu? Does he need any help?" Lin Wan carefully placed some small, sentimental items into her bag. These items witnessed the moments she spent with Chen Yu and the others, and were her precious memories. After tidying up, she helped check the room again to make sure no important items were left behind, and then came to the living room, looking at Chen Yu with concern. Before long, everyone gathered in the living room with their packed luggage. Looking at the three women before him who were willing to share his hardships, Shenyu was filled with gratitude and determination. He said, "Thank you for being willing to face all of this with me without reservation. No matter what the future holds, I swear I will do everything in my power to protect you." Li Xinxin smiled and replied, "Don't be so formal, we're family. As long as our hearts are together, no difficulty can defeat us." Everyone nodded, their eyes filled with anticipation for the future and the courage to face difficulties. Then, Shenyu quickly took out his phone, opened the ticket booking app, and swiped his fingers across the screen to check flight information to Beijing. He knew that the capital, as a bustling metropolis, was densely populated and rich in resources, and might be able to provide them with better protection. He quickly booked the next flight to Beijing. Looking at the booking confirmation on his phone, he took a deep breath and said, "Let's go to the airport. Hopefully, everything will be alright once we get to Beijing." Yi Cheng and Lin Wan each took one side of Shenyu, carefully supporting him, while Li Xinxin dragged the luggage as the group slowly walked out of the villa gate. The sunlight shone on them, casting long shadows, as if bidding them farewell to their unknown journey. They didn't know what awaited them ahead, but at that moment, their hearts were tightly linked, and they bravely faced the unknown challenges together. Chapter 135, Crisis Escalates. Yi Cheng and Lin Wan carefully helped Shenyu, who had injured his leg, into the back seat of the taxi. Shenyu's leg injury had not yet healed, and every slight movement felt like being pricked by countless needles. The pain made his face turn as white as paper, and large beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead. Li Xinxin anxiously helped Shenyu settle his luggage, then quickly sat in the back seat, close to him, her eyes full of worry and concern. The taxi slowly started moving, and then sped off towards the airport like an arrow. The atmosphere inside the car was initially somewhat relaxed as they were about to leave the trouble behind. However, this tranquility was destined to be short-lived. As the taxi drove onto a relatively remote and empty stretch of road, a sudden, rapid, and ear-piercing engine roar came from behind. Everyone instinctively turned around and saw a dilapidated van speeding towards them like a wild horse, kicking up clouds of dust. The van caught up in the blink of an eye, then slammed on its brakes, blocking the taxi's path and forcing the taxi driver to slam on the brakes. The immense inertia propelled everyone in the car forward. Shenyu's injured leg collided with the front seat, causing him to groan in pain. The van door was slammed open with a loud crash, and several burly women rushed out, instantly surrounding the taxi. Shenyu's heart sank upon closer inspection. He recognized them as acquaintances from the village. The leader, Aunt Lu, was tall and had dark, shiny skin from years of working in the fields. She stood with her hands on her hips, her face contorted with undisguised anger, her eyes fixed fiercely on Shenyu inside the car. She shouted angrily, "Chang, where do you think you're going? Come back to the village with us, stop putting up this pointless resistance." Despite the excruciating pain surging through his legs, Shenyu opened the car window a crack the size of a thumb. His voice trembled slightly with pain, but he still replied firmly, "Aunt Lu, I won't go back. I've started a new life here, so please stop bothering me." Aunt Lu sneered, her eyes full of disdain and contempt. "A new life? The village raised you with such hardship, and you just want to leave? No way. You have to come back with us today and give the women in the village an explanation." After saying that, she waved her hand, and the women behind her began to pound on the car windows, making loud bang 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 noises that seemed to shatter the windows, scaring everyone inside the car so much that their faces turned pale instantly. Li Xinxin, Yi Cheng, and Lin Wan hugged each other tightly. Although there was fear in their eyes, there was even more unwavering support for Shenyu. Li Xinxin quickly calmed down and whispered to Shenyu, "Don't be afraid, I'll call the police." As she spoke, she trembled as she took out her phone, turned her back to the car to avoid being seen by the people outside, and quickly dialed the police. "Hello, is this 110? We're blocked by a group of people on Rainbow Road leading to the airport. They're trying to forcibly take us away. The situation is very urgent." Li Xinxin lowered her voice and quickly and clearly explained the situation to the police. However, the sharp-eyed Aunt Lu seemed to notice Li Xinxin's movements. She shouted, "Don't move. Anyone who dares to call the police will be in trouble today. Shenyu, if you still care about the village, come with us immediately and don't drag these girls down with you." Shenyu looked at the familiar yet fierce faces outside the car, feeling extremely anxious. He knew that his leg injury made him unable to move easily, and that he would be unable to deal with this group of unreasonable women once he got off the bus. But in order to protect those around him, he had to remain calm, find a way to buy time, and wait for the police to arrive. At this moment, the taxi driver stammered, "Ladies, I'm just a driver, this has nothing to do with me.
Aunt Lu blared at the driver and roared fiercely, "Stop talking nonsense! If you dare to drive away, I'll make you regret it." Just as the situation reached a stalemate, Yi Qing suddenly whispered to Chen Yu, "Let's have the driver rush out." Chen Yu nodded slightly, enduring the pain, and whispered to the driver, "Sir, please find an opportunity to rush out. I'll take care of what happens next." The driver glanced at the menacing women outside the car, then at the expectant and trusting eyes of Chen Yu and the others, gritted his teeth, and made up his mind. Chen Yu seized the opportunity and shouted to the driver, "Driver, go!" The driver slammed on the gas pedal, and the taxi shot forward like an arrow. The women outside the van were caught off guard by the sudden start and hurriedly scrambled to get out of the way. Aunt Lu shouted, "Don't let them get away. Get in the van and chase after them." The van driver quickly started the car and gave chase relentlessly. A thrilling chase unfolds on the highway leading to the airport. The taxi driver, familiar with the road conditions, skillfully maneuvered left and right on the narrow highway. He would sometimes make sharp turns, and sometimes accelerate through rough sections, trying to shake off the van that was hot on his heels. The taxi swayed violently as it sped along, which aggravated Chen Yu's leg injury. He bit his lip tightly until it bled, but he still tried his best not to make any sounds of pain. Li Xinxin looked at Chen Yu with heartache and kept comforting him softly, "Hang in there, Chen Yu, the police will be here soon, we will definitely get rid of them." The van was in hot pursuit, its driver honking incessantly in an attempt to force the taxi to stop. Despite the complex road conditions, the van, with its greater power, kept up relentlessly. They didn't know when the chase would end, nor what dangers they would face before the police arrived, but they all held on to a sliver of hope that the police would arrive as soon as possible and help them escape their predicament. Night fell as dark as ink, pressing heavily upon this winding road. A taxi sped wildly down the highway like a runaway horse, its engine roaring at breakneck speed, as if venting its boundless fear. Behind them, a minivan clung to the taxi like a leech, showing no sign of letting up in pursuit. The taxi driver was an experienced woman who knew the area's roads like the back of her hand. At this moment, her eyes were fixed on the road ahead, her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly like pincers, and with her superb driving skills, she weaved left and right through the narrow lanes. However, the van was powerful, like a ferocious beast, and despite the winding road, it followed at a steady pace. The distance between the two was as if they were being pulled apart by an invisible thread, and they never actually separated. Inside the taxi, the atmosphere was as tense as a volcano about to erupt. Chen Yu's face was as pale as paper, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, soaking his collar. The excruciating pain in his legs came in waves, one after another. He gritted his teeth and forced himself not to groan in pain. Li Xinxin and Yi Qing clung tightly to Chen Yu on either side, Li Xinxin holding Chen Yu's hand tightly as if it were her only support in this moment of crisis. Her palms were sweaty and wet, conveying her inner fear and tension. Yi Qing's eyes were firm, revealing a fearless courage. She kept a close watch on the movements behind her, her eyes seemingly trying to see through any threats. "Big sister, can you go any faster? The cars behind us are following too closely." Lin Wan, sitting in the passenger seat, said with obvious anxiety and trembling in her voice. She leaned forward slightly, her hands gripping the edge of the seat tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. The woman driving had a serious expression, as heavy as a sky covered with dark clouds. Her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles turning slightly blue. She shouted back, "Girl, I've already floored the gas. There's a fork in the road ahead. I'm going to take the left-hand side road. It's narrower there, and their car is bigger. Maybe I can shake them off a bit." The words had barely left her lips when the three-way intersection came into view. The older woman abruptly turned the steering wheel, and the car, like a black lightning bolt, veered sharply to the left, plunging headlong into the narrow alley. The road was full of potholes, like a series of hideous scars, and the taxi bounced violently on it, as if it would fall apart at any moment. Chen Yu's injured leg was throbbing with excruciating pain. He could no longer hold back and let out a muffled groan, a sound that seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, filled with endless agony. Upon seeing this, the people in the van did not hesitate to turn into the side road. However, due to the vehicle's width, when turning, one side of the vehicle scraped against a roadside stone, producing a piercing screeching sound, like a sharp alarm breaking the silence of the night. However, this did not deter their determination to pursue. The van, like a wounded beast, chased after them even more frantically. "Oh no, they're still chasing us. Big sister, where does this path lead? Is there any other way to shake them off?" Yi Qing's voice was urgent yet calm.
Her eyes were fixed on the relentlessly pursuing van behind them, a hint of worry flashing in them. While driving with full concentration, the older woman answered loudly, "There's an abandoned factory ahead, and the surrounding terrain is as complicated as a maze. We can try to maneuver around there and hopefully run into the police." Soon, the eerie outline of the abandoned factory came into view. The taxi, like a startled deer, rushed into the factory compound. The courtyard was filled with all sorts of old, discarded machinery and miscellaneous items, resembling a silent ruin, exuding an aura of decay and antiquity. The roads were intricate and complex, like a maze of passages, dazzling the eye. The older woman weaved left and right, trying to use her quick judgment of the terrain to escape the van's pursuit. The van followed closely behind into the courtyard. However, due to obstructed visibility and the presence of abandoned debris and dilapidated buildings, the van lost sight of the taxi for a moment. Inside the car, Aunt Lou was furious, her face flushed red. She slammed her hand on the seat and roared, "Search carefully. Keep your eyes peeled. We can't let them get away." Her voice echoed in the empty courtyard, filled with endless anger and resentment. Just then, the older sister seized an opportunity and drove the car behind an abandoned warehouse. She quickly turned off the engine, lowered her voice, and said nervously, "Everyone, please be quiet and hide for a while." Everyone's hearts jumped into their throats, as if time itself had frozen at that moment. They waited anxiously, barely daring to breathe, the only sound being each other's rapid breathing, which seemed particularly loud in the silence, like the drumbeat of fate, pounding on everyone's nerves. However, the good times didn't last long. The van searched the courtyard like a hungry wolf looking for prey. It gradually drove towards the direction where they were hiding, the roar of the engine growing clearer and clearer, as if the footsteps of death were drawing ever closer. As the van drew closer, Shen Yu and the others were on tenterhooks, unsure how to deal with the increasingly critical situation. Fear threatened to overwhelm them like a tidal wave. Chapter 136: Abyss of Despair. The van's engine roared like a demon, drawing ever closer and mercilessly crushing the hopes in Shen Yu and the others' hearts. Inside the taxi, everyone's heart was pounding, and they dared not breathe. In the silence, the only sounds were each other's rapid breathing and Shen Yu's suppressed gasps due to the excruciating pain in his legs. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the van braked sharply and stopped a short distance away. The door was flung open, and Aunt Lou, along with several burly women, jumped out and began searching the vicinity. Their footsteps echoed across the abandoned factory grounds, each step like a heavy hammer blow to Chen Yu and the others' hearts. "Search carefully, they must be hiding nearby." Aunt Lou's voice was sharp and fierce, echoing in the empty courtyard. Chen Yu inwardly cried out in alarm. He knew that if he continued to hide like this, he would be exposed sooner or later. However, his leg injury was severe, making movement difficult, and he had no way to escape from this complex environment. He looked at Li Xinxin, Yi Qing, and Lin Wan beside him, filled with guilt. He had dragged them into this terrible situation. Just then, a stray cat suddenly appeared out of nowhere and bumped into a nearby metal bucket with a loud crash that pierced the silence. Hearing the noise, Aunt Lou and the others immediately rushed over. "Here it is!" a woman shouted. The van's headlights instantly illuminated the taxi, exposing Chen Yu and the others. Aunt Lou rushed to the car, yanked open the door, grabbed Chen Yu's arm, and pulled him out forcefully. "Let him go!" Li Xinxin screamed, reaching out to grab Aunt Lou's hand, but was pushed away by another woman. Yi Cheng and Lin Wan also rushed forward to stop her, but were held back tightly by several women. "Aunt Lou, you can't do this." Chen Yu struggled, but the pain in his leg prevented him from exerting much strength, and he can only watch helplessly as Aunt Lou and the others dragged him off the car. "Chang, come back to the village with us. You're not getting away today," Aunt Lou said viciously. At this moment, the taxi driver, seeing that things were not going well, decided to help Chen Yu and the others get out of their predicament. With a fierce look in her eyes, she quickly started the taxi, stepped on the gas, and tried to rush out. But the van driver reacted very quickly. Seeing that the taxi was trying to escape, he did not hesitate to swerve the steering wheel and drive straight into the side of the taxi. With a deafening crash, the taxi was violently overturned. The vehicle rolled several times on the ground before finally lying on its side. Li Xinxin, Yi Qing, and Lin Wan were thrown from the car and fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Chen Yu's leg wound was also torn open due to the violent impact, and he almost fainted from the pain. Ignoring their lives, Aunt Lou and the others stepped forward, grabbed Chen Yu again, lifted him up, and headed towards the van. "No! Don't take him away!" Li Xinxin struggled to get up from the ground and rushed towards Aunt Lou and the others, but was kicked to the ground by a woman.
Yi Chang and Lin Wan also wanted to rush forward, but they were too weak to move and could only watch helplessly as Chunyu was taken away. Just as Chunyu was feeling hopeless, the faint sound of police sirens drifted from afar. The sound grew closer, piercing the tense and oppressive atmosphere. Aunt Lu and the others' expressions changed slightly upon hearing the sirens. "Oh no, the police are here. Take him away first." Aunt Lu gritted her teeth and gave the order. Several women grabbed Chenyu and hurriedly ran towards the van. Seeing this, Li Xinxin, Yi Chang, and Lin Wan were extremely anxious and, ignoring their own injuries, desperately chased after him. "Let him go. You can't escape," Yi Qing shouted. However, the van quickly started and sped away, kicking up dust. Chenyu watched Li Xinxin, Yi Chang, and Lin Wan gradually disappear into the distance through the car window, his heart filled with reluctance and worry. He didn't know where he would be taken or what awaited him, but he knew he had to find a way out of his predicament. Li Xinxin and her friends watched the van drive away, their hearts filled with anxiety. They could only hope that the police would catch up quickly and rescue Chenyu. Chapter 137 Difficult Rescue. Li Xinxin, Yi Chang, and Lin Wan watched helplessly as the van carrying Chenyu disappeared into the billowing dust, as if their hearts had been taken away with it. At that moment, the sound of sirens grew louder as they approached, like a ray of hope, and a police car sped into the abandoned factory. Several policewomen, looking serious, quickly got out of the car and ran to their side. A young policewoman, with a resolute face and eyes that conveyed competence and composure, anxiously inquired, "Are you all right? What exactly happened?" Li Xinxin was already sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face filled with fear and worry. She cried out, They kidnapped Chenyu. Please, you must bring him back." Her voice trembled, as if every word had taken all her strength. Despite the pain from being thrown from the car, Yi Qing tried to remain calm and described the incident to the policewoman in detail, from how the group of women suddenly appeared and surrounded them, to how the taxi driver bravely tried to rush out but was hit by the van, and then to how Chenyu was forcibly taken away. Every detail was clearly explained. The policewomen's expressions grew increasingly grave after hearing this. The female officer leading the team, a mature woman with many years of experience in handling cases, had a sharp gaze and immediately said, "Don't panic, we already have the situation in mind. The ambulance will be here soon, let's treat your wounds first. We will do everything we can to rescue Chenyu." Her voice was firm and powerful, as if giving the group a sense of reassurance. Before long, the sirens of ambulances echoed through the empty, abandoned factory, and medical personnel arrived quickly with professional emergency equipment. They skillfully performed basic wound care on Li Xinxin, Yi Chang, and Lin Wan, disinfecting and bandaging their wounds in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, the female police officers quickly launched a tracking operation based on the traces left at the scene, the direction the vehicle traveled, and the descriptions given by the individuals. They had a clear division of labor. Some female police officers were responsible for investigating the scene and collecting potentially useful clues. Others returned to their police cars, contacted the command center via radio to request support, and determined the best pursuit route. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the van was extremely tense. Upon hearing the police siren, Aunt Lu and the others were as restless as ants on a hot plate. Chenyu was roughly thrown onto the back seat of the van. The impact aggravated his leg injury, and blood kept seeping through the bandages, staining the van floor with a dark color. His face was as pale as paper, large beads of sweat covered his forehead, and his eyes were filled with panic. He had only one thought in his mind: he must not let these people take him back to the village no matter what. "Aunt Lu, the police are chasing us, what should we do?" The van driver asked anxiously, gripping the steering wheel tightly and staring intently at the approaching police car in the rearview mirror. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his hands trembled slightly with tension. Aunt Lu gritted her teeth, a fierce glint in her eyes, and said, "What's the panic? Take the back roads, drive towards the village. As long as we can bring Chenyu back, the police can't do anything to us." Her voice was somewhat sharp due to tension and anxiety, as she tried to calm everyone down with a firm tone. The van sped along the rough road, its body lurching violently like a small boat on a vast ocean. The driver kept making sharp turns, trying to shake off the police car that was hot on its heels. However, thanks to the police car's excellent performance and the female police officer's skillful driving, it remained a constant companion. Meanwhile, in the village, the old woman learned of Aunt Lu and the others' actions. Like a cunning old fox, she quickly gathered some women in the village. These women, armed with sticks and other simple tools, guarded the entrance to the village. The old woman stood at the front of the line, a hint of smugness and arrogance in her eyes. She thought to herself, as long as Aunt Lu can bring Chenyu back, they won't be afraid of the police. In her mind, the village was their territory, and they could do whatever they wanted. After treating their wounds, Li Xinxin, Yi Cheng, and Lin Wan disregarded the medical staff's advice and insisted on going with the policewoman to rescue Qinyu. Their eyes were filled with determination, as if an invisible force was supporting them. The policewoman couldn't persuade them otherwise, and considering that they might provide some useful information, she had no choice but to agree to let them sit in the police car. Throughout the journey, Li Xinxin clenched her fists tightly, the veins on the back of her hands bulging, her eyes filled with determination and worry. The image of Qinyu being abducted kept flashing through her mind, and she silently prayed that nothing would happen to him. She told herself over and over again, "Qinyu, you must hold on, we will definitely come to rescue you." Seeing Li Xinxin's anxious expression, Yi Qing gently held her hand and comforted her, "Don't worry too much, the police will definitely rescue Qinyu. We will also help Qinyu get through this difficult time." Her voice was gentle yet firm, trying to give Li Xinxin some strength. Lin Wan nodded and said, "Yes, we will definitely bring Qinyu back safely." Her eyes revealed an unwavering determination, as if declaring to everyone that they would not give up easily. Police cars sped along the winding road, their flashing lights emitting alternating red and blue beams. A tense rescue operation was unfolding against the clock. Chapter 138 Standoff Villages. The police car sped along the winding road, following the trail of the fleeing van. Inside the car, Li Xinxin, Yi Cheng, and Lin Wan were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Li Xinxin's eyes were fixed on the front, her gaze filled with anxiety and worry, as if as long as her gaze was firm enough, she could make the police car fly to Chenyu's side in an instant. Yi Cheng and Lin Wan huddled together, their hands unconsciously clenching so tightly that their knuckles turned white. The tension seemed to permeate the car. The female police officer leading the team was fully focused, maintaining close contact with the command center via walkie-talkie to report her location and situation in a timely manner, while calmly observing the road conditions and rapidly thinking of the best pursuit strategy. She knew all too well that this operation was like walking a tightrope, and every decision was crucial to the safety of the hostages. There could be no room for error. The chase lasted for several hours. The van sped away like a stray dog, with police cars close behind, giving chase relentlessly. Along the way, the rugged mountain roads wound and twisted, and the narrow village paths were overgrown with thorns on both sides. The wheels of the two vehicles repeatedly rolled over these roads, raising clouds of dust. The long hours of intense work and travel had left everyone in the car exhausted. Li Xinxin's eyes were bloodshot from prolonged anxiety and staring, revealing deep fatigue and worry. Yi Cheng and Lin Wan had solemn expressions and tightly pursed lips. Although they were physically exhausted, their eyes still revealed a firm determination. The chase lasted for several hours, pushing both sides to their limits. However, the van ultimately failed to shake off the police car. As they got closer to the village, Aunt Lu and the others caught a glimpse of the flashing police lights in their rearview mirror, and their hearts pounded with panic. "Aunt Lu, what should we do? The police are chasing us too closely, we can't shake them off at all." The van driver's voice trembled violently, almost on the verge of tears, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. Large beads of sweat rolled down Aunt Lu's forehead. Although she was terrified, she tried to remain calm and shouted, "What's the panic? We're almost at the village. We're on our own turf. We outnumber them and the police won't dare to do anything to us." Despite her words, her slightly trembling hands betrayed her inner tension and unease. The van sped into the village like a runaway horse. By then, the village entrance was already completely blocked by villagers who had heard the news. The old woman stood at the front of the crowd, like a composed general, methodically directing the villagers to set up roadblocks with various objects. Large rocks, old tables and chairs, sacks filled with mud, all sorts of obstacles were piled up together, completely blocking the road into the village without leaving a single gap. The police car chased the vehicle to the village entrance and had to brake suddenly, the tires screeching as they rubbed against the ground. The policewomen jumped out of the car quickly and nimbly, spreading out in a well-trained fan shape to confront the villagers blocking the village entrance. The female police officer leading the team walked forward with a serious expression and steady, powerful steps. Her gaze was cold and resolute as she looked at the old woman. Her voice was loud and authoritative, "You are suspected of obstructing official duties. Please remove the roadblocks immediately and allow us to pass. Any attempt to obstruct law enforcement will be severely punished by law. You must understand that your actions are, in effect, accomplices to the kidnappers." The old woman, hands on her hips, her face full of arrogance and disdain, shouted at the top of her lungs, "You police, stop trying to scare us. This is a matter for our village, it's none of your business." Don't even think about setting foot in the village.
The policewoman's expression hardened, and she continued seriously, "You may not yet realize the gravity of the situation.
Kidnappers have already committed a serious crime by abducting someone.
And your actions of assisting the kidnappers in obstructing the police rescue are also criminal offenses.
Once convicted, you will all be imprisoned, and your families will be torn apart. Are you really willing to pay such a terrible price for a moment of foolishness?"
However, the old woman remained unmoved and instead incited the surrounding villagers, "Don't listen to her.
We decide what's going on in our village. We can't let the police in. They're just trying to scare us."
Under her influence, some villagers became increasingly agitated, waving their farm tools and shouting, escalating the standoff with the police. Meanwhile, inside the van, Aunt Lou was secretly delighted to see the police car successfully blocked at the village entrance. Without hesitation, she and several other women quickly helped the injured Chenyu out of the car. Chenyu's face was deathly pale, devoid of any color, and blood from his legs was seeping out like a burst dam, seeping through layers of bandages and leaving a long, shocking trail of blood on the ground. He clenched his teeth so tightly they almost broke, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, soaking his collar. Despite enduring immense physical pain, his eyes remained resolute and furious. He glared and roared, "The police are on their way.
You won't get away with this. You lawless bastards, you'll be going to jail."
Aunt Lou glared fiercely at Chenyu, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes, and said through gritted teeth, "You better behave yourself. If you dare to yell again, don't blame me for being impolite." After saying that, the group of men supported Chenyu and hurriedly ran towards the back mountain of the village. They knew the village's terrain like the back of their hand, familiar with every path and every secluded spot. He moved nimbly through the intricate paths and soon disappeared into the forest, leaving only the fading bloodstains, as if telling the story of the suffering Chenyu had endured. Li Xinshin watched helplessly as the van drove into the village from the police car, only to be ruthlessly blocked at the village entrance. She was extremely anxious, and tears welled up in her eyes. She could no longer bear it. She flung open the car door, jumped out, and rushed towards the old woman and the others, shouting at the top of her lungs, "How can you people be so unreasonable?
Let us in. If anything happens to him, none of you will escape responsibility."
Yi Qing and Lin Wan also got out of the car, anxiously calling out from the side, tears welling up in their eyes and sliding down their cheeks. Their voices were filled with helplessness and pleading, but it seemed to have no effect on these stubborn villagers.
The policewoman frowned, knowing full well that the situation was extremely critical and that every second wasted increased the danger to Chenyu. She reached out her hand to gently soothe the agitated Li Xinshin and the others, and said softly, "Don't worry, we will definitely find a way." While quickly reporting the current situation in detail to the command center via walkie-talkie and requesting additional police support, he also organized the police officers around him to try to communicate with the villagers and find a way to break through the blockade. Her eyes revealed a firm determination no matter the cost. She was determined to rescue Chenyu safely. A race against time, a thrilling and nerve-wracking hostage rescue operation, began with great difficulty in this tense and stalemate atmosphere. Chapter 139: Hiding in the Back Mountain.
Aunt Lou and the others carried Chenyu as they ran wildly through the mountains and forests, the dense branches and leaves constantly whipping against them. Chenyu was in so much pain that he almost fainted, but he persevered, with only one thought in his mind: he must survive and wait for rescue. Finally, they stopped in front of a hidden cave. The cave is hidden at the foot of a steep mountain wall, surrounded by vines and weeds, and is difficult to find unless you look for it deliberately. Aunt Lou, panting heavily, directed the others to drag Chenyu into the cave. The cave was dark and damp, filled with a putrid stench. Chenyu was thrown onto the cold ground, his wounds reopening from the violent shaking, blood gushing out. Aunt Lou squatted down, leaned close to Chenyu, and said viciously, "Stop struggling. Just stay here with us obediently, and you might suffer less. You know, this village is full of women, and you're the only man left.
Without a man, how can this village continue?"
Chenyu glared at her, weak but firm in his reply, "Don't even dream about it. I'd rather die than stay here with you. Your inhumane ideas are completely untenable. Everyone has the right to choose their own life, and I don't belong here." Aunt Lou was so angry that her face turned ashen. She raised her hand to slap Chenyu, but was stopped by a woman next to her. "Aunt Lou, don't be impulsive. If you hurt him, it will be even more difficult to explain." Aunt Lou angrily put down her hand and turned to the other women, saying, "You few stay at the cave entrance and don't let anyone near. The police won't be able to find this place for a while. Once things have calmed down, we'll figure out a way to bring him back to the village. Without him, the women in our village will have no hope."
Meanwhile, at the village entrance, the policewoman's warning did not deter the villagers, and the two sides remained deadlocked.
Li Xinxin was extremely anxious and shouted at the villagers, "He has the right to choose his own life. You can't deprive him of his freedom because of your own selfish desires." At this moment, a young woman in the crowd frowned slightly, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes.
Her name is Ajin.
She had always been dissatisfied with the old woman and others' actions, but she had not dared to speak out due to pressure. Hearing Li Xinxin's cries, she finally couldn't help but stand up and say, "Everyone, stop being so stubborn. The police are right, what we're doing is illegal. Besides, even if he's the only man left in the village, we can't force him to stay." Seeing this, the old woman's face changed, and she pointed at Ajin and cursed, "You traitorous wretch, always siding with outsiders. This is none of your business, get out of here. Without men, all the women in our village will be celibate for life, do you want to see that happen?" The other villagers echoed the old woman's sentiments, and Ajin, under their accusations, helplessly lowered her head. Seeing that persuasion was ineffective, the policewoman decided to change her strategy. She learned over the walkie-talkie that backup police were on their way, so she arranged for some officers to go around to the back of the village to find other ways to enter the village, while continuing to stall for time by talking to the villagers at the village entrance. Time passed second by second, each second feeling like a heavy blow to Chen Yu's lifeline. Inside the cave, Chen Yu's consciousness gradually faded. The excruciating pain in his legs and excessive blood loss brought him to the brink of collapse. But one belief sustained him: Li Xinxin and the others would definitely bring the police to rescue him. At the village entrance, the atmosphere remained tense. Li Xinxin, Yi Cheng, and Lin Wan waited anxiously, their gazes frequently drifting into the depths of the village, as if they could pierce through the barriers and see Chen Yu suffering. The policewoman closely monitored the situation, silently praying that backup police would arrive as soon as possible to break through the villagers' blockade and launch a rescue operation for Chen Yu. At this moment, Chen Yu's fate on the back mountain was unknown, and the standoff at the village entrance reached a stalemate. Chapter 140: The Waiting Before the Turnaround. At the village entrance, the atmosphere was so heavy it seemed like it could be squeezed dry. The villagers stood like stubborn fortresses, blocking the road tightly, as if they were building an unbreakable defense line with their flesh and blood, leaving no room for passage. The policewoman's brows were furrowed, like two tangled ropes, and her eyes were filled with anxiety like a surging tide. Just then, a voice suddenly came through the walkie-talkie, followed by an exciting message that pierced through the heavy gloom like a beam of light. The police had successfully requested reinforcements from the internal troops, and the reinforcements were on their way at lightning speed. The policewoman was overjoyed. This news was like a ray of light suddenly breaking through the darkness. However, she also knew perfectly well that before reinforcements arrived, she had to stabilize the situation, which was like a powder keg ready to explode, and she could not allow the villagers to take any more extreme actions. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Chen Yu's situation was becoming increasingly critical. His face was as white as the first snow of winter, devoid of any color, and his lips were as cracked as parched earth, with shocking fissures. His consciousness struggled between ambiguity and clarity, like a leaf swaying in a storm, about to be swallowed up by darkness at any moment. The women guarding the cave entrance were like a pack of keen-nosed hunting dogs, their eyes as alert as sharp arrows, watching every move around them intently, completely unaware of the changing situation outside. At the village entrance, upon hearing the news that the internal affairs troops were about to provide reinforcements, Li Xinxin, Yi Cheng, and Lin Wan felt their hearts, which had been as cold as ice, were ignited by a spark of hope. But the anxiety clung to her like a persistent, unsettling wound. Li Xinxin paced back and forth frantically, her eyes filled with worry, muttering to herself, "I wonder how Chen Yu is now, whether he can hold on until the police come to rescue him." Seeing this, Yi Cheng quickly stepped forward, gently taking Li Xinxin's hand, trying to dispel her anxiety with her warmth, and softly comforted her, "Don't worry too much, Chen Yu is so strong, he'll definitely pull through. The police will definitely rescue him as quickly as possible." Lin Wan nodded vigorously beside her, her eyes filled with unwavering conviction. But the villagers remained stubbornly obstinate. Under the old woman's frantic incitement, they seemed to have been brainwashed and resolutely refused to let the police set foot in the village. The old woman stood at the front of the crowd, like a crazed fighter, waving her hands wildly in the air like a demon with bared fangs and claws, shouting hoarsely, "We absolutely cannot let the police in. They just want to take a Chang away. Without a Chang, our village is completely finished. Everyone, fight them." The villagers, like firecrackers set ablaze, were instantly ignited by her emotions, and they all joined in the shouting, their voices as chaotic as a surging tide, making the atmosphere increasingly tense, as if the very air itself could be ignited by this frenzied energy.
The policewoman took a deep breath, mustered her courage again, and stepped forward, attempting one last effort to persuade them. She raised her voice, her tone unwaveringly serious. "Your actions have seriously violated the law. It's not too late to turn back now. Once the internal affairs forces arrive, the situation will completely spiral out of control, and it will be even more difficult to manage then. For your own sake, and for the future of the village, please let us in." However, the villagers turned a deaf ear, as if under a spell, and continued to do as they pleased, immersed in their own crazy obsession. Time flowed slowly in this atmosphere of tension and anticipation, each minute seeming to stretch out countless times, making it feel incredibly long. Finally, the distant rumble of vehicles could be heard, like muffled thunder, growing louder as it approached. The reinforcements from the internal affairs forces were finally arriving. Chapter 141: Variables amidst chaos. As a deafening roar of vehicles approached, the reinforcements of the internal affairs forces rapidly assembled at the village entrance like a black torrent of steel. The soldiers were all women, dressed in neat uniforms, with stern and resolute faces, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty. The villagers were momentarily flustered at the sight of this, but under the continued incitement of the elderly woman in charge, their stubbornness returned. The old woman screamed at the top of her lungs, "They're here to destroy our village. We can't let them in. We'll fight them." Under her influence, the female villagers completely lost their minds, picking up stones and sticks and adopting a frenzied stance of fighting to the death. Witnessing all this, the policewoman had a bad feeling. She quickly raised the megaphone and shouted in a calm and loud voice, "Everyone, calm down. Don't be impulsive. Violence will not solve any problems, it will only make things worse." However, the female villagers were already blinded by emotions and ignored her advice. The commander of the internal affairs forces looked grim as he gazed at the frenzied female villager before him, knowing that the situation had become extremely difficult. The tension reached its peak when a young, hot-blooded female villager, encouraged by the old woman, took the lead in throwing stones at the troops. The stones hurtled away with a frenzied roar, and this action acted as a fuse, instantly triggering a chain reaction. Other female villagers followed suit, raining stones and sticks down on the troops, accompanied by frantic screams, creating a chaotic scene. The commander watched as rocks rained down on him, some of his men already injured, a resolute glint in his eyes. The order was given, "Fire a warning shot." The crisp gunshots echoed, but the female villagers did not stop. Instead, they became even more frenzied. The commander's face darkened, and he roared, "Fire! Suppress the rebellion!" The female soldiers of the internal troops quickly raised their guns, and bullets whistled out. Screams erupted incessantly. Some female villagers were shot in the leg, blood gushing out, staggering and falling, struggling in pain. Others were hit in the arm, stones in their hands fell to the ground, their faces turned pale with pain, and they were covered in cold sweat. The village entrance was like a living hell, where bloodshed and chaos ran rampant like untamed demons, devouring everything in their path. After the internal security forces opened fire to suppress the protesters, riot police quickly advanced steadily toward the resisting crowd, shields in hand. The deafening gunshots were like heavy hammer blows, relentlessly striking people's nerves. Although the female villagers were temporarily intimidated by the gunfire, under the old woman's mad incitement, some of them still chose to resist stubbornly, their eyes flashing with determination and madness. At this moment, the old woman looked like a ghost, with disheveled hair that flew wildly in the wind, resembling a ferocious demon. Her eyes were bloodshot like a spider web, a manifestation of madness and obsession. A hoarse, desperate cry burst from her chapped lips, "We can't retreat. If we retreat, the village is finished. We must fight them to the bitter end." Her voice, like a broken gong, echoed through the chaotic scene, like an evil incantation, constantly stimulating the already frenzied nerves of the female villagers, pushing them into an even more reckless abyss. The policewoman was extremely anxious, knowing that if the conflict continued, the number of casualties would rise like a runaway rocket. Holding a megaphone, her voice carried far and wide, like a faint ray of dawn in the darkness, "Everyone calm down. Put down your weapons and stop resisting." However, her voice sounded so small amidst the chaotic hail of bullets and frantic shouts. Just when the situation reached a stalemate, and time seemed to stand still in this tense moment, an unexpected event suddenly struck like a bolt from the blue. Upon hearing the intense gunfire coming from the village entrance, the female villager guarding the cave, with a resolute yet almost insane expression, roughly dragged Chenyu toward the village entrance. Chenyu was already extremely weak, as if all his strength had been drained from his body. At this moment, he was being dragged along like a dead dog, and every step he took seemed to exhaust his last bit of life. On the ground, there were trails left by his feeble struggles.
His heart was filled with disgust for these villagers, a disgust that surged like a tidal wave, almost drowning him. He was powerless to resist and could only be manipulated. His hateful gaze swept over the female villagers like sharp blades, and then he gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice, "A bunch of lunatics." Although his voice was weak, it was full of endless resentment. "Stop," a female villager holding Chenyu shouted at the top of her lungs, her voice seemingly piercing the oppressive air. "If you don't stop, we won't be so polite to him." This shout, like a drop of water thrown into hot oil, instantly brought the two sides at the village entrance, who were on the verge of conflict, to a standstill. The intense conflict seemed to have been paused. The internal affairs troops' attack eased slightly, and the female villagers stopped their frantic movements. Everyone's eyes, as if drawn by a magnet, focused on Chenyu. The policewoman's heart clenched suddenly, as if it had been gripped tightly by an invisible hand. She hurriedly shouted to the female villager who was holding Chenyu, her voice filled with anxiety and sincerity, "Don't be impulsive. We can talk things over, please don't hurt him." Her voice seemed to be the last straw that was stretched out in despair. When the old woman saw Chenyu being brought in, a glint of crazy triumph flashed in her eyes, as if she had seen the last hope to turn the tide. She shouted arrogantly at the internal affairs troops, as if she had seized their lifeline, "See this? This is the hope of our village. If they attack again, we will perish together with them." Her voice was full of determination and madness, as if she had already disregarded life and death. Chenyu weakly raised his head, looking at the chaotic and bloody scene before him. Disgust and anger burned like a raging fire in his heart. With his last ounce of strength, filled with deep hatred, he shouted, "You bunch of bastards, you deserve to die. Stop pretending to be kind for the village, you're just a bunch of selfish, stupid lunatics." His voice, though faint, was like the cold wind of winter, carrying a chilling edge, and clearly reached everyone's ears in the noisy environment. At this moment, the commander of the internal affairs forces was caught in a dilemma. If they continued the attack, Chenyu's life would be as fragile as a candle in the wind, and could be extinguished at any moment. Choosing to compromise would not only prevent the completion of the tasks assigned by superiors and render all previous conflicts futile, but would also embolden the female villagers' extreme behavior, making the situation even more difficult to manage later. Taking advantage of the brief lull in the stalemate, the policewoman tried to keep her voice calm, attempting to break the terrible deadlock with reason and composure. She spoke to the old woman, each word like a heavy hammer striking the air, "Calm down. Do you think this will end well? It will only hurt more people, including yourself and these innocent villagers. Release Chenyu, and we can sit down and talk things over. There must be a solution." Her eyes were filled with earnestness and expectation, hoping to awaken the last vestige of reason in the old woman's heart. However, the old woman scoffed, her laughter filled with madness and determination, as if she disregarded the policewoman's words. "Talk? What's there to talk about? You just want to take him away and destroy our village." Her eyes revealed an almost obsessive madness, and the situation became increasingly tense, like a bowstring stretched to its limit. Everyone was on edge, as if another fierce conflict would erupt at any moment. Chenyu was weakly held hostage in the middle, and his situation was precarious. The whole situation was in an unprecedented predicament, like a volcano about to erupt, which could trigger a devastating disaster at any time. Chapter 142: Successful Rescue of Hostages. Just when the situation was at its most critical and desperate, the commander of the internal affairs forces made a decisive decision. Without hesitation, she issued the order through her headset, "Sniper number 3, take your position immediately, find an opportunity, kill the hostage taker, and rescue the hostage." The third sniper, a battle-hardened female warrior, moved with ghostly speed after receiving the order. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at the designated position, skillfully set up her sniper rifle, slowly crouched down, and steadily brought her eyes close to the scope. In the world of the scope, every detail was crystal clear. She could clearly see Chenyu's face, filled with disgust and weakness, and the face of the female villager who was holding him hostage, twisted with madness. The policewoman knew that stabilizing the situation was crucial to rescuing the hostages, so she shouted at the old woman with all her might, "Look around. So many villagers are already injured. Do you really want to drag everyone down with you? Your so-called protection of the village is nothing but pushing it into the abyss of destruction." A flicker of doubt crossed the old woman's eyes, but she stubbornly insisted, "Stop talking nonsense. Without men in the village, none of us can survive." Behind the scope, the third sniper breathed steadily and evenly, his finger lightly resting on the trigger, like a cheetah poised to pounce before the hunt. The female villager who was holding Chenyu hostage was extremely agitated and kept changing positions, which made it very difficult for the sniper to take action. But the third sniper remained calm and collected, silently calculating parameters such as wind speed and distance, quietly waiting for that fleeting opportunity. Finally, the opportunity arrived. To demonstrate her power to the troops, the female villager arrogantly raised her knife high, simultaneously loosening her grip on Chen Yu slightly. In that split second, the third sniper's eyes sharpened like an eagle's, and he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The crisp gunshot pierced the tense air, and the bullet, like a deadly black lightning bolt, struck the female villager's head with unerring accuracy. A burst of blood erupted from the female villager's head, and she fell straight down like a puppet with its strings cut. Chen Yu reacted quickly, seizing the moment to use all his strength to stagger and run to the side. The other female villagers, witnessing this scene, widened their eyes in horror, their faces filled with fear and despair, and they were thrown into a panic. Seizing this golden opportunity, the internal troops launched a swift and fierce attack, like tigers descending a mountain. The policewoman charged forward alongside them, shouting, "Stop resisting! You have no chance of winning." Seeing that all was lost, the old woman's legs gave way and she collapsed to the ground. Her eyes were vacant as she stared blankly at the sky, muttering to herself, "It's over, it's all over." Seeing this, the other female villagers dropped their weapons in terror and stopped putting up any more futile resistance. After escaping danger, Chen Yu collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion. The policewoman was frantic. She rushed to his side, knelt down, and anxiously checked on him. "How are you?" "Hang in there, we'll get you to the hospital right away." Chen Yu slightly opened his eyes, looked at the policewoman, and weakly uttered a few words, "These villagers, they're so awful." As the situation gradually stabilized, the injured villagers and members of the internal affairs forces received timely medical treatment. This fierce conflict, sparked by extremist ideology, was finally quelled thanks to the decisive action of the police. However, although the conflict has ended, how should the village move forward? Chapter 143: The Warmth of Rebirth After Calamity. Chen Yu slowly opened his eyes, the glaring white light causing him to squint instinctively. His nasal cavity was filled with the smell of disinfectant, and he realized that he was in a hospital. The sharp pain emanating from his legs felt like sharp knives, reminding him that what had happened was not a nightmare. He turned his head slightly and saw Li Xinxin sleeping soundly by the hospital bed. Her hair was a little messy, her face still bore traces of tears, and her brows were slightly furrowed, as if she was still worried about his safety even in her sleep. Seeing her like this, Chen Yu felt a pang of heartache and wanted to reach out to smooth her brow, but he found that his arm was too weak to move. At this moment, Yi Cheng and Lin Wan came in carrying hot water and towels. When they saw Chen Yu wake up, their eyes lit up with surprise. Yi Cheng said softly, "Chen Yu, you're finally awake. You scared us half to death." Lin Wan smiled and chimed in, "Yes, you've been unconscious for quite a while. The doctor said you're fine, which puts our minds at ease." Their voices, though soft, flowed like a warm current into Chen Yu's heart. Li Xinxin was also awakened by their voices. She suddenly raised her head and saw that Chen Yu was awake. She was stunned for a moment, and then tears welled up in her eyes. She held Chen Yu's hand tightly, sobbing uncontrollably, "Chen Yu, you're finally awake. I was so afraid you wouldn't wake up." Chen Yu gently squeezed her hand back and comforted her in a weak voice, "Don't cry, I'm fine now. I'm sorry to have worried you." Yi Cheng stepped forward and gently wiped Chen Yu's face with a towel, saying softly, "You just woke up and are still very weak, so don't talk too much. The doctor said you need to rest well so that your wound can heal as soon as possible." Lin Wan handed over some hot water and said, "Drink some water to soothe your throat." Chen Yu nodded slightly, took the water glass, and slowly drank a few sips. The water flowed down his throat, making his parched throat feel much better. Every day, besides Li Xinxin and her two friends, a special figure would appear in the ward: the sexy nurse Lin Na. Lin Na was tall and curvaceous, with long, shiny black hair always tied in a high ponytail that swayed as she walked, exuding youthful energy. Her eyes are bright and expressive, and when she smiles, two shallow dimples appear at the corners of her mouth, making her exceptionally charming. That day, Lin Na came to change Chen Yu's dressing as usual. She walked lightly into the ward, her nurse's uniform swaying gently with her movements. "Mr. Chen, how are you feeling today?" Lin Na asked with a smile as she prepared the dressing change tools. Her voice was clear and melodious, like a mountain spring. Chen Yu smiled somewhat embarrassedly, "I feel much better, but the wound still hurts a little." Lin Na gently bent down and carefully examined Chen Yu's wound. The faint scent of her perfume wafted into Chen Yu's nostrils. "The wound is healing quite well, but you still need to be careful not to get it wet, and don't move around too much, otherwise it will hinder the healing process." As Lina carefully changed the dressing, she gave instructions, her focused expression as if she were performing an important surgery. Looking at Lin Na's earnest expression, Chen Yu felt a surge of gratitude. "Thank you, Nurse Lin, for taking care of me every day." Lin Na looked up and met Chen Yu's gaze. Her bright eyes made Chen Yu's heart race. "It's what I should do. You should take good care of your injury and try to recover soon." Seeing this, Li Xinxin felt a little jealous, but she also knew that Lin Na was fulfilling her duties as a nurse. She stepped forward and said to Lin Na with a smile, "Nurse Lin, thank you for your hard work. Please take good care of Chen Yu." Lin Na straightened up and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, this is all my duty. You've all taken good care of Mr. Chen, and with your support, he'll definitely recover faster." In the days that followed, Lin Na would chat with Chen Yu every time she came to change her dressings. Sometimes she would share some funny stories from the hospital, which would make Chen Yu laugh and make the atmosphere in the ward more relaxed and pleasant. Li Xinxin, Yi Qing, and Lin Wan continued to take turns staying by Chen Yu's side and taking good care of him. Under their care, Chen Yu gradually recovered. Watching them busy themselves for him, Chen Yu was filled with gratitude. Having survived this life or death crisis, he realized even more deeply how important the people around him were to him. And he secretly vowed that he would protect them well from now on and never let them worry about him again. As the days went by, the leaves outside the window gradually turned green, and Chen Yu's wound slowly healed. In this ward filled with the smell of disinfectant, their company created a warm atmosphere, allowing Chen Yu to feel the warmth and happiness of being reborn after a disaster. Chapter 144: Setting Sail from the Capital. In the early morning, soft sunlight streamed through the hospital ward window and quietly fell on Chen Yu's bedside. He slowly woke up, his gaze drifting through the window to the bustling world outside. After a long period of treatment and recuperation, he was finally discharged from the hospital and was about to take a plane to Beijing to begin a brand new journey in his life. Previously, Chen Yu had spent 7.2 million yuan to purchase a shop and an apartment in Chengdu. However, plans often go awry. During his hospital stay, Chen Yu lay in bed, repeatedly pondering his future direction, and ultimately decided to leave Chengdu for Beijing as originally planned. He knew that capital was crucial for building a business in Beijing. After careful consideration, Chen Yu decided to sell the 2 properties he had recently acquired in Chengdu. Despite not having held them for long, thanks to Chen Yu's keen eye and favorable market trends, both properties have already appreciated to some extent. He is in close communication with real estate agents and actively seeking buyers. Ultimately, the shop was successfully sold for 6.5 million yuan, not only recovering the cost but also making a profit of 500,000 yuan. The residential property was sold after the loan was paid off, and in addition to getting back the 1.2 million yuan down payment, it also made an extra net profit of 200,000 yuan. Now, with the proceeds from the sale of the house, the previous account balance, and the system cashback generated from various expenses incurred during the time that Li Xinxin, Lin Wan, and Yi Qing took care of Chen Yu, the account amount has reached more than 22 million yuan. Ample funds became a solid backing for Chen Yu to gain a foothold in Beijing. At this moment, Li Xinxin walked briskly into the ward, holding neatly folded clothes in her hands, her face beaming with an expectant smile. "Chen Yu, the luggage is all packed, we can head to the airport now." Chen Yu nimbly sat up, his eyes filled with determination and excitement. "All right, the capital is beckoning us, let's go." The 4 of them, carrying only a few simple bags, took a taxi to the airport. Along the way, the city's street scenes flashed by like a slideshow, and everyone felt both excited and nervous, enthusiastically discussing their anticipation for the capital. Yi Qing couldn't hide her excitement. "I've heard that opportunities abound in the capital." Lin Wan also chimed in with a smile. "Yes, just thinking about being able to go to the capital and experience its prosperity is incredibly exciting." After arriving at the airport, they successfully retrieved their tickets and passed through security. In the departure hall, watching the planes come and go outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, Chen Yu was filled with anticipation for the future. The boarding announcement came over the loudspeaker, and they followed the flow of people onto the plane. The plane slowly took off, gradually climbing to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Looking down through the porthole, the city's outline gradually shrank, and the mountains and rivers unfolded like a scroll painting below. Li Xinxin nervously grasped Chen Yu's hand, and Chen Yu gently patted her hand to comfort her. "Don't worry, everything will get better and better once we get to the capital." After several hours of flight, the plane landed smoothly at Beijing Capital International Airport. Stepping off the plane, a wave of heat carrying the unique atmosphere of Beijing hit them, as if warmly welcoming their arrival. Chen Yu and his group first went to the Teresa Hotel, which they had booked in advance. Chen Yu had booked a presidential suite, which was quite extravagant.
Stepping into the room, an atmosphere of luxury immediately envelopes you. The spacious living room features elegantly designed high-end sofas, and a soft, thick carpet covers the floor, making footsteps almost imperceptible. A crystal chandelier casts a soft yet dazzling light, illuminating the entire space with exceptional warmth. Li Xinxin couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this room is so luxurious." She excitedly looked around the room, her fingers lightly gliding over the exquisite furniture. Yi Qing said with a smile, "It feels like stepping into a scene from a movie." Lin Wan nodded in agreement, "Yes, staying here will definitely give us a good night's sleep tonight." Seeing their happy faces, Xinyu smiled as well. "It's a rare trip to the capital, so let's enjoy ourselves." Afterwards, everyone rested in the room for a while, sharing their experiences along the way and their expectations for the future. Li Xinxin took out some fruit from her luggage, and everyone sat together, eating and chatting, their laughter echoing in the room. Before I knew it, night had fallen. Outside the window, the city of Beijing was ablaze with lights, the colorful lights outlining the city's bustling skyline. Chen Yu walked to the window, gazing at the night view outside, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Li Xinxin quietly approached him and took his arm. "Chen Yu, what kind of future do you think we'll have in Beijing?" Chen Yu turned his head, looked at her gently, and said, "No matter what the future holds, as long as we're together, things will definitely get better and better." Yi Qing and Lin Wan also came over, and the four of them stood together by the window, gazing at the bustling night view outside, their hearts filled with anticipation for the future. At this moment, they seemed to forget the fatigue of their journey, focusing only on the beauty of the present and their expectations for the future. After everyone finished washing up, that evening, Chen Yu, Li Xinxin, Lin Wan, and Yi Qing released all the pent-up energy they had accumulated during their hospital stay. Then, feeling satisfied and happy, I drifted off to sleep, spending my first night in Beijing in this comfortable and luxurious presidential suite. Chapter 145: Purchasing Real Estate. Over the next few days, Chen Yu began to wander around Beijing, gaining a deeper understanding of the city's customs and culture, while Li Xinxin, Lin Wan, and Yi Qing frequently went out to look for new job opportunities. After a few days of strolling the streets, Chen Yu had the idea of opening a boutique coffee shop. So he went straight to a well-known real estate agency. As soon as I stepped into the company gate, a beautiful real estate agent greeted me warmly. She was tall and slender, and her professional suit accentuated her figure perfectly. Her delicate face wore a friendly smile, and her eyes were bright and lively. "Hello, sir, how can I help you?" The beautiful real estate agent's voice was clear and pleasant. Chen Yu expressed his desire to purchase a suitable shop for opening a coffee shop. The beautiful real estate agent listened attentively, nodding occasionally, and her focused expression made Chen Yu feel highly valued. After learning about Chen Yu's requirements for the shops, the beautiful real estate agent skillfully operated the computer and soon selected several high-quality shops located in bustling commercial districts. She handed the documents to Chen Yu, gently pointing to the descriptions and explaining in detail, "Sir, look at these shops, they are all in very good locations with high foot traffic, which are very suitable for your coffee shop's positioning. Like this one, located in the core business district of Wangfujing, surrounded by office buildings, with a large white-collar population and strong purchasing power, and this one, close to a large shopping mall, with abundant customers." Her voice was soft, and her professional explanation gave Chen Yu a preliminary understanding of these shops. After careful consideration and on-site investigation, Chen Yu finally focused his attention on a street called Jinhua Street near Wangfujing. Although this street is not as bustling as the main street of Wangfujing, it has its own unique charm. The streets are lined with all sorts of unique shops, including exquisite handicraft shops filled with ingenious handicrafts, cozy bookstores exuding a faint fragrance of books, and stylish Western restaurants where you can smell the tempting aroma of grilled steaks from outside. Across the street is a small city park, shaded by green trees and blooming with flowers, adding a touch of tranquility and comfort to the street. Most of the passers-by are energetic young people and tourists from all over the world. They have strong spending power and pursue a high quality of life, which is very consistent with the coffee shop's positioning. The shop that Chen Yu had his eye on was located in the middle section of Jinhua Street, with an area of approximately 280 square meters and 2 floors. The first floor was spacious, while the second floor was relatively private and could be furnished with comfortable booths and small event spaces. Chen Yu believes that such a location and environment have huge potential for future development. Throughout the negotiation process, the beautiful real estate agent stayed by Chen Yu's side, using her rich experience and excellent communication skills to assist Chen Yu in conducting multiple rounds of negotiations with the landlord. She sometimes argued from Chen Yu's perspective, and at other times used clever words to ease the atmosphere of the negotiation. Ultimately, Chen Yu purchased the property rights to the shop for 55,000 yuan per square meter, totaling 15.4 million yuan.
They also purchased a fully furnished apartment of 145 square meters in the Jingda residential area near the shop for a total price of 4.2 million yuan. The moment he signed the contract, Shenyu breathed a sigh of relief and expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the beautiful real estate agent for her professional service. The beautiful real estate agent smiled and replied, "Mr. Chen, you're too kind. It's my pleasure to help you. Please feel free to contact me anytime if you have any questions about real estate in the future." After the property formalities were completed, Shenyu informed the women by phone about the details of his purchase of the shop and residence, and instructed them to return to the hotel to pack their luggage, and then meet up with them later to go to the newly purchased house. The residential building has a total of 28 floors, and the apartment they purchased is located on the 16th floor. The design of one elevator serving two households makes the living environment exceptionally quiet and comfortable. Upon opening the door, a fresh and clean ambience greets you. This is a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. The living room is spacious and bright, with light gray marble floor tiles that exude a grand feel, and a simple chandelier on the ceiling casting a soft glow. The living room connects to a huge balcony, which is more than 20 square meters. On one side, there are several sets of exquisite outdoor tables and chairs, while on the other side, a small green area has been created, where some vibrant flowers have been planted. Standing on the balcony, you can not only overlook the garden landscape within the community, but also enjoy a distant view of the bustling city streets. Li Xinxin excitedly wandered through the various rooms, first entering the master bedroom. The room was spacious, with a soft, large bed in the center, and the bedding had a warm and comfortable color scheme. The headboard wall features a warm-tone upholstered design, paired with simple decorative paintings, creating an exceptionally elegant look. The master bedroom also has a separate bathroom with all the necessary bathroom facilities, all of which are high-quality brand products. Next, she went to the second bedroom, which had a relatively simple style with light blue as the main color, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Yi Qing and Lin Wan were busy moving their luggage into the various rooms. Everyone began to tidy up and decorate their new home in an orderly manner. Shenyu carefully arranged the precious souvenirs he had brought, while Li Xinxin busied herself organizing the wardrobe, hanging up the clothes one by one. Yi Qing and Lin Wan took charge of organizing the kitchen and bathroom supplies, arranging all the household items neatly. With everyone's joint efforts, the new home quickly took on a warm and inviting look. After settling into his new home, Shenyu immediately threw himself into the preparations for the coffee shop, without even taking a break. He contacted a professional decoration team and had in-depth discussions with the designer about the shop's layout and style. He hopes the coffee shop can blend modern minimalism with retro warmth to create a unique and comfortable space. Li Xinxin shuttled between various home furnishing markets and decoration stores, carefully selecting every piece of furniture and ornament in the store. In a vintage furniture store, she found a leather sofa with a strong sense of history. It was so soft and comfortable to sit on that it felt like you could instantly travel back in time. So, without hesitation, she took out the bank card Shenyu had given her, swiped it, and bought it, intending to place it on the second floor of the coffee shop to create a unique relaxing atmosphere for customers. Yi Qing and Lin Wan were also busy. They researched extensively online, gaining a deep understanding of the coffee industry's market dynamics and business strategies. At the same time, they collected various coffee-making methods and unique recipes to prepare for future beverage development for their coffee shop. During a discussion among 4 people, Shenyu revealed his plan. "I plan to launch an event at the coffee shop where customers can get a free coffee if they give the owner a small gift." Shenyu thought to himself, "This will attract customers and also allow me to get cash back through the system, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Li Xinxin frowned slightly and said with some worry, "Shenyu, isn't this kind of activity too risky? What if it doesn't work well, or someone tries to sabotage it?" Yi Qing nodded in agreement. "Yes, and free coffee might affect our profits." Shenyu patiently explained, "I understand your concerns, but Beijing is such a big city, and there are many people who like new things. This event can create a unique interactive atmosphere and attract more female customers. Once the customer base grows, it won't be difficult to make a profit through other peripheral products and services." Shenyu thought to himself, "As a cheater with system cashback, I naturally can't take the usual path. Selling coffee to earn a pittance is nothing to me." After some discussion, although everyone still had some doubts, seeing Shenyu's determined eyes, they ultimately chose to support him. Thus, with everyone's anticipation and efforts, the preparations for the coffee shop proceeded intensively, with every detail reflecting their high hopes for the future. They are taking steps towards their dream, waiting for the day their coffee shop opens and shines brightly in this bustling city of Beijing. Chapter 146 Coffee Shop Opening. After countless days and nights of intensive preparation, the coffee shop, like a carefully polished gem, is about to shine brightly in the bustling city of Beijing. To ensure its smooth operation, Zhenyu carefully selected 12 young and beautiful girls to serve as baristas, waitresses, and cashiers. Their energy and enthusiasm, like the warm spring sun, injected vitality into the coffee shop. With her keen observation skills and excellent coordination abilities, Yi Qing took the initiative to shoulder the main responsibility for the store's operation. With her solid design skills, Li Xinqing joined a promising design company. Despite being a newcomer, she quickly integrated into the company with her proactive attitude. With her exceptional language skills and keen sense of fashion trends, Lin Wan successfully joined a well-known fashion magazine as an editor, where she focuses on discovering novel fashion elements and writing trend reports. The long-awaited Saturday has finally arrived, a lucky day for the coffee shop's grand opening. In the early morning, the sunlight, like a golden veil, gently spilled onto the colorful flower baskets displayed at the entrance of the shop. These flower baskets were carefully selected by the 4 people and carried their high expectations for the coffee shop. Early in the morning, Zhenyu, Yi Qing, Li Xinqing, and Lin Wan led their employees in making final preparations in an orderly manner. Shenyu's specially partitioned office on the 2nd floor seemed to be quietly waiting for its owner to begin a new chapter. At 9 o'clock sharp, the coffee shop opened for business. The eye-catching sign that read "Free coffee with a small gift" acted like a powerful magnet, instantly attracting the attention of many passers-by. In the blink of an eye, a long, winding queue formed in front of the store. At the start of the opening, Zhenyu made a brief appearance at the store entrance. Dressed in simple yet stylish casual wear, he greeted each customer warmly with a confident smile, chatting with them in a friendly manner and demonstrating great affability. However, not long after, he turned around and went back to his office on the 2nd floor. Inside the store, the cashiers, like lively musical notes, were busy with sweet smiles. A cashier with a ponytail, her eyes crinkling into crescents with a smile, accepted a handmade woven ornament from a young girl and exclaimed, "Wow, this handmade ornament is so exquisite. I can tell you put a lot of thought into it. The boss will definitely love it. Take a look at the coffees in our shop. Which one would you like to try? I'll place your order for you." The girl excitedly picked out a cappuccino. The servers, like bees flitting among flowers, enthusiastically guide customers to their seats, hand them menus, and quickly relay the order information to the barista. The baristas were completely focused on the coffee-making area, their coffee machines seemingly magical tools, producing fragrant cups of freshly brewed coffee as steam rose. Yi Qing, like a composed general, moved back and forth in the shop, meticulously coordinating various tasks. Sometimes she would bend down and gently instruct new employees on how to better serve customers. Other times she would smile and answer customers' questions about coffee, ensuring that the entire coffee shop operated like a harmonious symphony. Li Xinqing and Lin Wan also gave up their rare day off to come to the coffee shop to help out. Li Xinqing weaved through the crowd, using her excellent communication skills to enthusiastically help the waiters guide customers. She also vividly introduced the unique features of the coffee shop to the customers. Our coffee beans are carefully selected and blended. Every sip of coffee you taste contains a unique flavor. Meanwhile, in his office on the 2nd floor, Zhenyu leaned comfortably back in his executive chair, casually crossing his legs, and enjoying Lin Wan's gentle and professional massage. In his mind, the system's cashback notification sounds rose and fell like a pleasant melody. Although customers mostly bring small gifts worth a few dollars, and the cashback multiplier is low due to generally low customer goodwill, the continuous flow of customers adds up, and the cashback amount obtained is no less than the profit from simply selling coffee. This unique business model not only quickly builds the coffee shop's reputation and attracts a steady stream of customers, but also delivers a devastating blow to its competitors. Zhenyu was immersed in this pleasant mood, filled with endless imagination about the future of the coffee shop. However, even the bustling opening ceremony couldn't escape a slight ripple. A stylish young female customer, looking puzzled and dissatisfied, insisted that receiving a small gift entitled her to unlimited refills of coffee. As the waiter patiently explained, her voice gradually rose, and she became increasingly agitated, attracting the attention of the surrounding customers. Yi Qing rushed to the scene immediately. With a smile on her face and eyes full of sincerity and concern, she said softly, "Madam, I'm so sorry for causing you this misunderstanding. Our promotion involves giving away a small gift in exchange for a free cup of coffee, which is already a great offer to thank our customers. How about this? I'll have the kitchen make you one of our restaurant's special snacks. Please try it, it's just a small token of our appreciation. Is that all right?" The woman's mood calmed down slightly, but she was still somewhat displeased. At this moment, Li Xinqing also arrived, and she added with a smile, "Miss, look how nice the atmosphere is in our store.
Why don't you sit for a while and enjoy some leisurely time? And if you send another gift later, you can continue to get free coffee. After hearing this, the lady's expression finally softened. She nodded, accepted Yi Qing and Li Xinxin's suggestion, and even gave them a thumbs up for their service. Around noon, several online friends who had received the invitation arrived as scheduled. Leading the way was beauty blogger Li Chen, who possesses a pair of bright, expressive eyes and a smile that seems to melt hearts. Her wavy hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and she wore a stylish floral dress, looking fresh and sweet. As soon as she entered, she was attracted by the store's retro and modern decor. She excitedly pulled the person next to her and said, "Wow, the decor here is so unique. It will definitely look amazing in photos." Following closely behind, fashionista Shi Yao walked in with elegant steps. She is tall and has an outstanding temperament. Her neat short hair makes her look particularly capable. She is wearing a well-tailored, simple suit, which shows her unique fashion taste. She looked around and nodded slightly in approval. "The style of this shop matches my aesthetic perfectly, and the aroma of the coffee is particularly rich." There's also lifestyle blogger Siki, who has shoulder-length short hair, a friendly smile, and wears a loose-fitting artsy shirt with jeans, giving off a girl-next-door vibe. As soon as she entered, she looked around curiously and said, "This place feels so warm and cozy, with a real sense of home." Yi Qing warmly greeted them and led them on a tour of the coffee shop. She explained the characteristics of the coffee in detail, from the origin of the coffee beans and the roasting process to the unique blending methods, all with great expertise. When introducing the original intention of the event, Yi Qing sincerely said, "We hope that through this event, everyone can feel a different kind of interactive experience and make every customer feel like a part of the coffee shop." While listening to the introduction, Li Chen kept taking pictures with her phone and occasionally asked Yi Qing, "Sister Qing, this event seems so interesting. Do you often hold similar special events?" Yi Qing replied with a smile, "Yes, we plan to hold some coffee tasting events and handicraft workshops in the future so that everyone can gain a deeper understanding of coffee culture." Shi Yao was very interested in the details of the shop's decor. Pointing to a retro coffee poster on the wall, she asked, "This poster looks so old. Where did you find it?" Yi Qing patiently explained, "These are the coffees our boss collected from all over the place, just to create this unique atmosphere, so that customers can feel as if they can travel through time and experience the charm of coffee from different eras." Siki, however, focused on the coffee shop's business model and asked, "How did you come up with this gift for coffee promotion? It seems very novel." Yi Qing replied, "Our boss hopes to use this method to get closer to customers and also provide everyone with an opportunity to express their feelings, so that the coffee shop is not just a place to drink coffee, but also a space full of warmth and stories." Thanks to everyone's concerted efforts, the coffee shop was incredibly successful on its first day of business. Even after closing time, many customers lingered outside, reluctant to leave. Although Chen Yu, Yi Qing, Li Xinxin, Lin Wan, and the employees were exhausted, everyone's face was filled with a satisfied and proud smile. After closing the store, everyone sat together, and Shen Yu gave each employee a cash bonus of 200 yuan as a reward. Laughter and cheerful voices instantly filled the quiet store. Chapter 147: Rising Fame. In the days following the coffee shop's opening, business remained booming. The free coffee with a small gift promotion, promoted by online bloggers, attracted even more customers. The shop was bustling with activity every day. Li Qian posted photos and videos of a coffee shop on her beauty account. Her exquisite makeup, combined with the coffee shop's unique environment, instantly attracted the attention of a large number of fans. In her post, she wrote, "My darlings, I discovered a super stylish coffee shop today. Not only is the coffee delicious, but the atmosphere is absolutely amazing. Plus, you can get a free coffee by giving a small gift. I love this kind of fun promotion." This post received thousands of likes and shares, with many fans leaving comments asking for the coffee shop's address and expressing their desire to visit. Shi Yao also shared her experience at the coffee shop on a fashion platform. Her unique outfit complemented the style of the coffee shop perfectly, and the photos sparked heated discussions among fashion enthusiasts as soon as they were posted. She commented, "This coffee shop perfectly blends retro and modern elements, making it a must-visit spot for fashionistas." Siki then provided a detailed introduction to the coffee shop's business model and cozy atmosphere on a lifestyle platform. Her sharing sparked great interest in coffee shops among more people who value quality of life. As its reputation grows, the coffee shop's customer base becomes increasingly diverse. In addition to young people, some business people and stay-at-home dads have also been attracted. A businesswoman who frequently travels for work was attracted by the event after passing by the coffee shop by chance and has since become a regular customer.
She said that the coffee shop's cozy atmosphere and unique activities provided her with a great place to relax during her busy work breaks. However, as customer traffic continued to increase, new problems gradually emerged. Seating in the store was often in short supply, and customers sometimes had to wait a long time to be seated. Meanwhile, the speed of coffee preparation has also been put to the test. Customers sometimes have to wait more than 10 minutes after ordering their coffee, which has caused dissatisfaction among some customers. A young office worker frowned and said, "I only came here for a cup of coffee during my lunch break, but I've been waiting for so long that I'm almost out of time to rest." Faced with these problems, Chen Yu and Yi Qing decided to hold an emergency meeting to discuss solutions with their employees. At the meeting, Chen Yu said with a serious expression, "Although our coffee shop is becoming more and more popular, these problems must be solved as soon as possible, otherwise it will affect the customer experience and have a great impact on our reputation." Yi Qing nodded in agreement and continued, "Regarding the seating issue, we can redesign the store layout to make better use of the space and add more seats. At the same time, we can assign dedicated staff to guide customers in queuing and waiting, and inform them of the estimated waiting time so that they are aware of the situation." An experienced barista suggested, "In terms of coffee making speed, we can optimize the process and do some preparatory work in advance, such as grinding some coffee beans in advance and preparing commonly used ingredients, which can improve the efficiency of making coffee." Everyone agreed and then began to divide the work and work together to solve the problem. When redesigning the store layout, they adjusted some unnecessary decorations and added a few tables and chairs without affecting the overall style. Meanwhile, a smiling server was assigned to the queuing area. She chatted warmly with customers, offered them water and magazines, and eased their anxiety while waiting. In the coffee-making area, baristas operate according to the optimized process, resulting in a significant increase in preparation speed. From the time a customer orders to receiving their coffee, the average time has been reduced to less than 5 minutes. After a series of adjustments, the coffee shop's operations improved significantly. Customer wait times decreased markedly, and customer satisfaction increased substantially. However, Chen Yu knew that this was only part of the challenges in the business process, and there would be more difficulties to face in the future. But he firmly believed that as long as they worked together, they would be able to make the coffee shop continue to thrive. While resolving issues within the store, Chen Yu also kept an eye on the system's cashback program. As the number of customers increased and their positive impressions gradually improved, the cashback amounts became increasingly substantial. As he watched the numbers in the system grow, he felt increasingly hopeful for the future of the coffee shop. He began to think about how to use these funds to further expand the coffee shop and enhance its brand influence. One evening, Chen Yu sat alone in his second-floor office, gazing at the bustling streets outside the window, secretly planning the next steps for the coffee shop's development. He thought that perhaps he could open branches in other bustling areas of Beijing to promote this unique business model. But he also understood that this would require more capital, manpower, and careful planning. Just as he was deep in thought, his phone suddenly received a message from an unknown number. "Mr. Chen, your coffee shop's activities are very creative, and I'm very interested. I'd like to talk to you about a collaboration." Looking at the message, Chen Yu felt a mix of doubt and anticipation. He wondered what kind of collaboration this would be, and what impact it would have on the coffee shop. Chapter 148: The Road to Expansion. Chen Yu stared intently at the mysterious cooperation text message on his phone, his mind filled with suspicion and consideration. After a moment's thought, he cautiously replied, "Hello, I'm quite interested in the collaboration you mentioned. Would you like to discuss it in more detail?" Soon, the other party replied and arranged to meet at a coffee shop the following afternoon to discuss the matter further. All night, Chen Yu tossed and turned, his mind a jumble of thoughts. He knew all too well that while the coffee shop seemed to attract many customers with its novel activities, the key to its actual profitability lay in the cashback the system gave to female customers for receiving small gifts. This secret must never be revealed, or the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the plan to expand the coffee shop faces a major obstacle: funding. After much deliberation, a loan seems to be the only way to break through the current predicament. The following morning, Chen Yu rushed to the bank. He found a familiar account manager and said frankly, "I plan to use my shops and properties as collateral to apply for a loan for the expansion of my coffee shop." After learning about Chen Yu's assets and the coffee shop's operating income in detail, the account manager said, "Mr. Chen, given your current situation, loan approval shouldn't be a problem. However, the loan amount will depend on the appraised value of the collateral, and you must understand that if the business is not managed well, there is a risk that the collateral may be foreclosed." After a thorough evaluation by a professional appraisal agency, the shops and properties under Chen Yu's name are valued at nearly 20 million yuan. Considering Chen Yu's good credit record, the coffee shop's stable operating income, and future development potential, the bank ultimately decided to grant him a considerable loan amount 12 million yuan. This funding acted like a shot in the arm, injecting strong momentum into Chen Yu's expansion plans. Despite being fully aware of the risks behind the loan, Chen Yu, full of confidence in the coffee shop's future, resolutely signed the loan agreement. In the afternoon, the mysterious business partner arrived at the coffee shop on time. Chen Yu received him in his office on the second floor. The man was a well-dressed, composed middle-aged man who introduced himself as Lin Yu, the head of an investment company. Lin Yu smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, I've been watching your coffee shop for a while now. This innovative model of exchanging gifts for coffee is extremely attractive and has huge market potential. I'd like to discuss with you a cooperation plan where our investment company injects funds to help the coffee shop expand its chain nationwide." Chen Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Although the chain expansion aligned with his ideas, he knew that once he partnered with an investment company, many aspects would be difficult to control, and the secret of the system's cashback program could very well be exposed. He feigned composure and cautiously replied, "Mr. Lin, thank you for your recognition of the coffee shop. However, chain expansion involves many aspects. May I ask what your company's specific cooperation model is?" Lin Yu enthusiastically explained their plan. The investment company would provide most of the funding for opening new stores, store decoration, and initial operations. Chen Yu's team would be responsible for daily operations and management to ensure that the brand quality and characteristics remained unchanged, and the two parties would share the profits according to a certain ratio. Chen Yu knew that behind the seemingly tempting cooperation lay enormous risks. Once the partnership is established, the investment company will inevitably become deeply involved in the coffee shop's operations, making it impossible to hide the secret of the system's cashback program. After much deliberation, Chen Yu politely declined, saying, "Mr. Lin, your proposal is very attractive, but after careful consideration, we still want to rely on our own strength for development and are not considering cooperation for the time being." Although Lin Yu was surprised, he still politely expressed his understanding. After seeing Lin Yu off, Chen Yu knew that he could only expand on his own. Fortunately, with the 12 million yuan loan, he and Yi Qing immediately devoted themselves to the preparations for opening a branch. After searching and selecting, they chose and rented 4 shops to open branch stores. The first branch is located in a bustling commercial area of Wangfujing, adjacent to a large shopping mall. The shop has an area of approximately 200 square meters, is in a prime location with huge foot traffic, and its customer base mainly consists of young people who pursue fashion and quality, as well as tourists. The rent is relatively high, reaching 80,000 yuan per month. Considering the high-end positioning of the location and the target customer group, the renovation budget is set at 1.5 million yuan, aiming to create a refined and stylish space. The decoration style will incorporate more modern art elements to echo the bustling atmosphere of Wangfujing. The second branch is located in a trendy street in Sanlitun, covering an area of 180 square meters. This area is a hub of fashion and trends, teeming with young people, full of energy and creativity. The monthly rent is 70,000 yuan. The renovation budget is 1.3 million yuan, and the plan is to adopt a style that combines industrial and modern minimalism, using exposed cement walls, metal pipes, and stylish lighting design to create a unique and trendy atmosphere to attract young consumers who pursue individuality. The third branch is located in an office building area of Wangjing, with an area of 150 square meters. The surrounding area has many office workers, and their consumption demand is concentrated during weekday lunch breaks and afternoon tea times. The rent is 50,000 yuan per month. Since the target customers are mainly business people, the renovation budget is 1 million yuan. The style is minimalist business, with calm colors, comfortable sofas, and simple decorations, to provide a quiet resting space for busy office workers. The fourth branch is located near universities in Haidian district, with an area of 160 square meters. The surrounding area has a large student population with strong purchasing power and a high receptiveness to new things. The monthly rent is 40,000 yuan. Targeting the characteristics of the student group, the renovation budget was set at 1.2 million yuan. The renovation style focuses on youth and vitality, incorporating popular cultural elements such as anime and music to create a leisure place full of youthful energy. During the preparation for the branch store, Chen Yu realized that with the expansion of the scale, the existing team management model was far from enough. In order to achieve standardized and professional operation, he decided to form a company. Chen Yu chose an office building in Wangjing for Starry Night Coffee Company, Limited, because of its convenient transportation, complete surrounding facilities, and ease of communication with branches and partners. The office space in the office building is spacious and bright, with a good working environment that can meet the office needs of various departments of the company. Chenyu meticulously assembled a professional team with clear division of labor and collaborative operations among departments. The operations department hired Su Qing, a seasoned professional manager in her 40s, to oversee the overall operations. Su Qing has worked in the catering industry for many years, accumulating rich operational experience, especially in the operation and management of chain brands. She has successfully led several catering brands to achieve scale expansion, and has precise control and profound insights into every aspect of store operation. Under her leadership, the operations department comprehensively planned and managed the daily operations of the coffee shop, establishing strict standards and procedures for everything from supervising the service quality of the store to controlling the product quality. The marketing department recruited a group of creative and experienced talents who developed diverse marketing strategies tailored to the positioning and target customer groups of different branches. The Wangfujing branch plans to collaborate with surrounding high-end brands on joint promotions, leveraging their brand influence to enhance its own brand awareness. The Sanlitun branch focuses on using social media to market trendy topics and attract the attention of young and fashionable people. The Wangjing branch will conduct business cooperation promotions targeting surrounding office buildings to expand its business customer resources. The Haidian District University branch collaborates with school clubs to organize various activities, enhancing interaction with the student population. The finance department consists of professional accountants and financial analysts who strictly control the company's financial management and capital operations. From the branch's renovation budget and rent payment to equipment procurement, all expenses are managed meticulously to ensure that every penny is used rationally. At the same time, scientific cost control and profit planning schemes are formulated to provide a solid financial guarantee for the company's stable development. The Human Resources Department is responsible for employee recruitment, training, and performance management. With the increase in branches, the demand for employees has grown significantly. The Human Resources Department has developed a comprehensive recruitment plan and conducts rigorous screening for everyone from baristas and waiters to managers in various departments. To ensure consistency in service quality and brand image, they have also established a comprehensive training system covering coffee making skills training, service etiquette training, and other content. With the support of a professional team, Chenyu no longer needs to handle the complex approval procedures personally. The company's administrative department has assigned a dedicated person to communicate and coordinate with relevant departments and follow up on the approval process. They are familiar with various approval processes, and with their professional knowledge and efficient execution, they prepare various documents and supporting materials in an orderly manner, which greatly speeds up the approval process. However, despite the help of a professional team, the funds for preparing the new store were still being consumed at an alarming rate. Expenses such as renting shops, renovations, equipment purchases, and staff training gradually strained the 12 million yuan loan funds. Chapter 149: A Newcomer's Adventures. While Chenyu was working diligently to prepare for the branch store opening, he was also constantly monitoring the use of funds. Although the professional team had greatly relieved his pressure, the tight financial situation continued to loom over him like a dark cloud. Just as Chenyu was frowning over the funding problem, Yi Qing came to him anxiously. At this moment, Yi Qing was holding several documents in her hand, her brows furrowed, her tone full of helplessness and worry. "Chenyu, my younger sister Yizi is coming to Beijing from our hometown to stay with me. Her flight is this afternoon. But I'm too busy at the shop to take care of her. I have several important things to keep an eye on. Could you help me pick her up from the airport?" Seeing Yi Qing's anxious expression and the thick stack of documents in her hand, Chenyu nodded without hesitation and replied, "Okay, you arrange things at the shop first, I'll set off right away. Don't worry too much, I'll definitely bring Yizi back safely." Yi Qing smiled gratefully, quickly took out her phone, and said while searching, "I almost forgot, I'll send you Yizi's picture so you don't pick up the wrong person." As she spoke, a photo was sent to Chenyu's phone. Chenyu opened it and saw that Yizi was wearing a simple dress, with exquisite makeup and a bright smile. Chenyu rushed to the airport and waited anxiously at the exit. A short while later, a tall girl dragging a suitcase caught his attention in the crowd. It was Yizi. Chenyu hurriedly went to greet her, smiling and saying, "Is this Yizi?" "I'm Chenyu. Your sister asked me to pick you up, she's too busy at her shop to come." Hearing the voice, Yizi looked down at Chenyu and politely smiled. "Hello, brother Chen, thank you for your hard work." Chenyu looked at Yizi, who was half a head taller than him, and couldn't help but complain in his heart about his own 1.6-meter height, but he still maintained a warm smile on his face. Chenyu took Yizi's suitcase, and the two walked together towards the parking lot. Along the way, Xinyu briefly introduced Yi Qing's recent work situation and also inquired about Yi Zi's plans to come to Beijing.
Yi Zi excitedly shared her aspirations. Brother Chen, I graduated from East China Business School with a major in marketing.
I have accumulated solid professional knowledge at school, and I want to find a job in Beijing where I can use my professional expertise, preferably one where I can quickly achieve results and get promoted.
Xinyu smiled and nodded, but in his heart he thought that this young girl had a lot of lofty ideas, but she might still have to go through some trials as she enters the workplace. Back in Chen Yu's spacious 4-bedroom apartment in Beijing, the place was exquisitely decorated and had a wide open space.
Shen Yu helped Yi Zi move her luggage to one of the guest rooms, and after settling her in, he gave her a few brief instructions before rushing back to the company, as there were still many matters waiting for him to handle. After resting in her room for a while, Yi Zi began preparing for her job search. She meticulously crafted her resume, detailing her participation in marketing case studies and simulated marketing planning activities during her time at East China Business School. She also emphasized her achievements in market research and brand promotion theory. She then screened several well-known companies on recruitment websites, and applied for most of them for marketing specialist or assistant positions.
The first company I interviewed with was a fairly large internet company, well known in the industry. Yi Zi walked into the interview room. The interviewers sat opposite her, their expressions serious.
The main interviewer spoke first. Please briefly introduce yourself and your understanding of marketing.
Yi Zi took a deep breath and said confidently, I graduated from East China Business School with a major in marketing.
During my time at school, I systematically learned various marketing theories and practical skills. I believe that marketing can rapidly increase brand awareness and boost product sales through precise market positioning and innovative strategies. We must not only meet existing consumer needs, but also uncover potential needs and lead market trends.
The interviewer then followed up with, do you have any relevant project experience? What are your thoughts on our company's products and market positioning? Yi Zi was taken aback.
Although she had made some preparations before coming, she had not studied the details of this company's products in depth. She tried to calm herself down and said vaguely, I have participated in some marketing projects at school, such as developing promotional plans for businesses around the campus. Although it is not quite the same as your company's business, the marketing concepts are the same.
Regarding your company's products, I understand that the internet industry is highly competitive.
For your products to stand out from the crowd, you must find a differentiated positioning, increase your promotional efforts on social media and online advertising, and accurately reach your target customer group. This will surely lead to success.
After the interview, Yi Zi had a bad feeling.
Sure enough, a few days later, she received a rejection notice because she lacked practical project experience, her understanding of the company's business was not deep enough, and she could not meet the company's high requirements.
After that, Yi Zi interviewed with several other companies.
One of them, a traditional manufacturing company, recognized Yi Zi's professional knowledge, but the company's marketing model was relatively traditional and the salary was not high. The interviewer frankly stated that the salary they offered was below average in the industry because the company was in a transitional phase and had limited budgets in various aspects.
Upon hearing the salary, Yi Zi immediately became hesitant.
Although the interviewer emphasized that there would be many opportunities for learning and growth, Yi Zi still felt that the salary was too low and was unwilling to accept it. There was also a fast-moving consumer goods company where Yi Zi's salary expectations during the interview were too high, far exceeding the company's standards. The interviewer tried to reason with her about the reasonableness of the salary, explaining that the company's compensation system was based on the value of the position and market conditions. However, Yi Zi insisted on her own ideas, believing that with her education and abilities, she deserved higher compensation.
Ultimately, she failed the interview.
After several days of setbacks, Yi Zi became very depressed. When she got home, Yi Qing saw her younger sister looking dejected and said with heartache, Yi Zi, finding a job can't be rushed.
Let's take it slow and we'll find something suitable eventually.
Yi Zi retorted defiantly, these companies are all short-sighted and can't see my potential. Good companies have high requirements but won't hire me, while companies with low requirements offer extremely low salaries, so I'm not willing to go there.
I've learned so much at East China Business School, how come I can't find a satisfactory job?
Yi Qing shook her head helplessly, unsure how to persuade her younger sister.
Chapter 150 Intertwined Dilemmas.
As the preparations for the branch store progressed smoothly, Yi Zi kept hitting roadblocks in her job search, leaving her in a terrible mood. She spent all her time locked in her room, either staring blankly at her phone or sighing. Yi Qing saw this and was worried. Every time she tried to comfort her sister, Yi Zi would impatiently shut her down.
To everyone's delight, the flagship coffee shop is booming.
Its unique gift for coffee model continues to be a major draw, attracting a steady stream of customers, and its loyal customer base is growing rapidly. As the goodwill of regular customers increases steadily, the cashback multiplier provided by the system also rises accordingly. As a result, the head office's net profit soared to over 800,000 yuan that month. With the 12 million yuan bank loan that had been successfully received earlier, the company's financial situation was excellent, as it only needed to pay rent and initial renovation costs in the early stages. As the boss, Chen Yu assembled a professional team with clear division of labor and responsibilities in each department, so he didn't need to do everything himself. Every day, Chen Yu would come to the main store in the morning, stroll around the store leisurely, chat with regular customers, and learn about their feedback on the coffee and service. That day, a well-dressed and distinguished male customer caught Chen Yu's attention. The customer sat in a corner, quietly sipping his coffee while flipping through a financial magazine. Chen Yu stepped forward with a smile and said, "Sir, you seem to have a good taste in coffee. Does this coffee suit your palate?" The man looked up and smiled in return. "Yes, it tastes very good. It's clear that you put a lot of effort into controlling the quality of your coffee." Chen Yu sat down opposite him and said, "Thank you for your recognition. We have always strived to provide our customers with high-quality coffee and service. I noticed you were reading a financial magazine, so you must have considerable insight into the business world, right?" The man nodded slightly. "I know a little bit. I work in management at a large company." A hint of excitement flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. "That's really impressive. I've been thinking about the expansion plan for the coffee shop recently, and I'd like to ask an expert like you for advice. What aspects do you think are most important to pay attention to during the expansion process?" After a moment's thought, the man said, "First of all, brand consistency is crucial. From products to services, we must maintain a unified standard. Secondly, cash flow management cannot be ignored. Expansion requires a lot of capital investment, so we must ensure that we have a stable cash flow to support it." Chen Yu listened attentively, nodding repeatedly. "You're absolutely right. I'm also paying attention to these aspects right now. However, in practice, we still encounter various difficulties." The man smiled and said, "Starting a business is bound to have many challenges. Let me tell you, I'm in an elite exchange group that brings together many elites from all walks of life. We often share resources and exchange experiences in the group, which might give you some inspiration." Chen Yu's eyes lit up. "Really? Thank you so much. I really hope to join the training." The man said generously, "Okay, seeing how ambitious you are, I'll add you to the group. The group is full of big shots from all walks of life, you can communicate with them more." With that, he immediately added Chen Yu to the group. After joining, Chen Yu discovered that the group was indeed full of talented people and big shots. The group members are all men, including founders of well-known companies, investment tycoons, and experts with considerable achievements in the academic field. The group chat was lively and professional, and the information and insights shared by everyone were extremely valuable. Yi Zi's predicament in finding a job was like a dark cloud, heavily shrouding Yi Qing. Yi Qing was worried about her sister's situation and often lost focus while working at the store, making a series of small mistakes. Chen Yu saw this and felt sorry for Yi Qing, but he couldn't find a good solution to Yi Qing's problem for the time being. One evening, Chen Yu returned home early as usual. As soon as he entered the door, he heard Yi Qing and Yi Zi arguing fiercely in the living room. Yi Zi said loudly and emotionally, "I studied hard at East China Business School for several years, not to work for small companies for meager salaries and do menial jobs. What I want is an opportunity to truly showcase my talents and realize my own value." Yi Qing earnestly advised, "Yi Zi, you just graduated and have no work experience. Start with basic work and accumulate experience. That's the most important thing right now. You'll earn a salary gradually later." Chen Yu quickly entered the living room and gestured for the two to calm down. He looked at Yi Zi and said earnestly, "Yi Zi, I understand that you are proud and ambitious, and the knowledge you gained in school is indeed your asset. But the workplace and the campus are worlds apart. Practical experience is what you need to accumulate most right now. Why not start with some basic positions where you can learn something? As your abilities improve, better platforms will naturally open their doors to you." Yi Zi listened and didn't argue back, but her eyes still showed stubbornness and unwillingness. Meanwhile, although the company's financial situation appeared to be good on the surface, Chen Yu knew that this was only a temporary calm. Large sums of money remaining from the renovation project, final payments for equipment purchases, ongoing investment in staff training, and various expenses required for opening preparations all seemed like insurmountable mountains to climb.
Moreover, the business environment is constantly changing, and potential risks can erupt at any time.
Meanwhile, Yizi's mindset gradually changed after Qinyu's repeated persuasion. She stopped obsessing over high salaries in big companies and began to focus on job opportunities that could truly improve her skills. She carefully revised her resume, tailoring the content to the needs of different companies, appropriately lowering her salary expectations, and specifically targeting small and medium-sized enterprises with great development potential.
Persistence pays off. A few days later, Yizi finally received an interview invitation from a new internet marketing company.
This company focuses on providing innovative online marketing solutions for all types of businesses, and Yizi has always had a strong interest in the field of internet marketing. She knew this could be a great opportunity for her to enter the workforce, so she carefully prepared for the interview, hoping to stand out from the crowd.
Chapter 151: The Changing Winds.
After receiving an interview invitation from the emerging internet marketing company, Yizi prepared meticulously and, relying on her professional knowledge from the East China Business School and her own hard work, successfully passed the interview. After joining the company, she was full of enthusiasm and eager to make a difference in her work. The company atmosphere seemed relaxed and lively, and the colleagues were all friendly on the surface, so Yizi quickly integrated into the group. However, not long after joining the company announced that it would organize a group trip abroad for employees to a popular tourist destination in Southeast Asia, ostensibly to reward everyone and enhance team cohesion. Yizi thought that she could relax and get along better with her colleagues, so she gladly signed up. On the day of departure, Yizi and her colleagues boarded the plane with great excitement. Upon arrival at their destination, they were not taken to the promised tourist attractions, but instead led to a secluded park by a group of strangers with menacing expressions.
As soon as Yizi entered the park, she sensed something was wrong.
There were high walls and barbed wire fences all around, with sharp spikes wrapped around them, gleaming coldly in the blazing sun, as if warning anyone who tried to escape.
Every so often, watchtowers stand, their heavily armed guards scanning the park with menacing eyes.
At this moment, the company's manager, Sister Lin, revealed her true colors and said viciously, "None of you are going to run away. This is a telecom fraud park. From now on, you have to work for us and help us scam money." Yizi and her colleagues turned pale with fright and realized that they had been scammed. Life inside the park was like hell on earth. The management was vicious and ruthless, treating these deceived employees as nothing more than tools for making money. Yizi and her colleagues were locked in a small, crowded room. More than a dozen people were crammed into a windowless space with stale air and a nauseating smell. The room contained only a few worn-out mattresses, and the hygiene conditions were extremely poor, with cockroaches crawling freely in the corners. Every day before dawn, the managers would violently kick open the door and yell at them to wake up. Anyone who was even slightly slow would be whipped. They were taken to the so-called work area, where rows of dilapidated tables and chairs were set up, with computers and mobile phones on the tables used to carry out the fraud. The managers stood by, watching their every move intently. To help them master the fraud techniques as quickly as possible, the managers would arrange for experienced people to provide training. These training sessions were extremely cruel, requiring them to memorize various false scripts, and any slight mistake would result in their fingers being pricked with bamboo skewers or being electrocuted.
One colleague refused to comply and was dragged into the yard by the management staff and brutally beaten in front of everyone.
Several burly middle-aged women, wielding iron bars, mercilessly beat him, shouting viciously as they did so, "You don't work, and you dare to disobey us? We'll beat you to death today." They beat him until he was covered in blood and on the verge of death before throwing him into a corner to fend for himself.
In the telecom fraud zone, food was extremely scarce and of poor quality.
There was only one meal a day, consisting of moldy rice and sour vegetable soup. If the fraudulent performance target is not met that day, not only will they be severely beaten, but they will also be deprived of their right to eat. Yizi and her colleagues lived in fear every day, not knowing when these dark and hopeless days would end. Meanwhile, back in the country, Yi Qing was the first to notice Yizi's unusual behavior. In the past, even when Yizi was busy with work, she would contact her sister every now and then to share snippets of her life. But this time, Yizi hadn't messaged Yi Qing for several days. Yi Qing felt uneasy and took the initiative to call Yizi, but the phone was always switched off. Yi Qing was extremely anxious and became absent-minded, making frequent mistakes at work and completely unable to concentrate. Qinyu's saw this and felt heartbroken. He also knew that if things continued like this, not only would Yi Qing's health collapse, but the operation of the coffee shop would also be severely affected. So he notified the company's HR department to arrange for someone else to take over Yi Qing's work. The HR department responded quickly and transferred an experienced employee from another branch to provide support. The employee quickly became familiar with Yi Qing's job duties and carried out various tasks in an orderly manner to maintain the normal operation of the coffee shop. Chen Yu and Yi Qing then began searching for Yi Zi's whereabouts. They first contacted Yi Zi's company, but found that no one answered the phone and the office was deserted. Chen Yu realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately called the police. After the police intervened in the investigation, they found that the company was suspected of major fraud. Recently, several employees' families reported that the employees had lost contact, and the final clues all pointed to a certain region in Southeast Asia. Meanwhile, Li Xinxin used her connections in the media industry to contact some colleagues with resources in Southeast Asia. After making inquiries, she learned that there was a notorious telecom fraud industrial park in the region, where a group of young people like Yi Zi had recently been lured there under the guise of tourism. Lin Wan also obtained some information about the telecom fraud park through friends in her business social circle. Combining the clues from all sides, they finally confirmed that Yi Zi had been tricked into going to this telecom fraud park. Upon learning this news, Chen Yu was extremely anxious. He comforted Yi Qing while explaining Yi Qing's situation in detail to the male noble group, seeking everyone's help. A big shot in the group, respectfully known as Brother Zhang, had extensive connections. Upon learning of this, he immediately used his network to contact the telecom fraud park through a local Chinese organization. After difficult negotiations with the park management, Zhang Ge finally redeemed Yi Zi by paying a ransom of 2 million yuan. Upon learning the news, Chen Yu did not hesitate for a moment. Although 2 million was not a small sum, and the coffee shop expansion required funds, he knew that Yi Zi's safety was the most important thing. He quickly transferred the 2 million yuan to the park through Zhang Ge and Chinese organizations. Finally, Yi Zi was able to leave that nightmarish telecom fraud zone and embark on her journey back home. When Yi Qing learned that her younger sister was about to return safely, she was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. Chen Yu, who had been anxiously waiting, finally felt a little relieved, hoping that Yi Zi would return soon and everything could return to normal. Chapter 152 Rebirth. After surviving numerous brushes with death, Yi Zi finally returned to China from that nightmarish telecom fraud zone. As she stepped off the plane and onto her familiar homeland, her long-suppressed emotions surged forth like a flood bursting its banks. Yi Qing waited at the airport early. When she saw her sister's haggard appearance, tears welled up in her eyes, and the two sisters hugged each other and wept. Back home, Yi Zi's condition was heartbreaking. She often fell silent, her eyes darting around, as if she were still trapped in those terrifying memories. Nightmares haunted her at night, often waking her screaming in terror, her clothes soaked with sweat. Yi Qing stayed by her side day and night, gently comforting her and trying to dispel the gloom in her sister's heart with warmth. After more than a month of construction, the decoration of each branch has been successfully completed and they will open simultaneously soon. In order to create a positive environment for Yi Zi and help her get back on her feet, Chen Yu discussed with his 3 girlfriends and decided to invite Yi Zi to participate in the preparations for the opening of the branch store. They hoped that by keeping Yi Zi busy, they could distract her and help her gradually recover from her psychological trauma. The opening of this new branch continues the theme of the original store. Customers give the boss a small gift and get a free coffee. After all, this model can effectively obtain cashback from the system, which is one of the key strategies for coffee shops to make a profit. Yi Zi was initially hesitant, filled with fear of the outside world and afraid of being hurt again. But with encouragement from her older sister, Chen Yu, and 2 other older sisters Li Xinxin and Lin Wan, she tried to take the first step. She began helping to prepare some simple items needed for the opening, such as organizing the display racks for customers' gifts. Although her movements were a little slow, every step was full of effort. As the opening date approaches, preparations are in full swing, with all aspects focused on this theme. The focus was on creating a warm and distinctive store atmosphere, ensuring that customers could feel the unique ambience as soon as they entered the store and be willing to participate in the gift for coffee activity. However, new challenges followed. The business district where one of the branches was located suddenly announced large-scale road construction, which was expected to last for several months. This news came as a bolt from the blue and could severely impact the branch's customer traffic. Chen Yu urgently convened a meeting to discuss countermeasures. Li Xinxin frowned and spoke first. The construction will definitely affect customers coming to the store. We need to find a way to attract customers from other places. After thinking for a moment, Lin Wan suggested, why don't we increase our publicity efforts in the surrounding communities and office buildings, distribute some flyers, introduce our activities, and attract them to visit during the construction period? Yi Qing expressed concern that construction noise would affect the customer experience, saying, construction noise will definitely have an impact. We need to take some soundproofing measures in the store so that customers can enjoy their coffee in peace. Yi listened silently to everyone's discussion, her heart filled with mixed feelings. Knowing that everyone had put in a lot of effort for the coffee shop and for her, she mustered her courage and said softly, "We can put up signs at the entrance to indicate how to get here from other routes, so as to minimize the obstruction of construction for customers." After hearing this, everyone looked at her with approval. This was the first time Yi had offered a suggestion since returning to China. Ultimately, they developed a response plan by taking into account suggestions from all parties. Everyone is working together to ensure the branch opens smoothly. They're also hoping to get cash back through it. Customers give the boss a small gift and get a free coffee promotion, and that Yezi can regain her confidence and start a new life through this process. Chapter 153: Opening Twists and Turns. On the day the branch opened, reality dealt a heavy blow to everyone who had high expectations. The store was deserted, a far cry from the bustling scene he had expected. The few customers left Shenyu feeling frustrated, but he had nowhere to vent his anger. His brows were furrowed, and he paced restlessly back and forth in the store, each step seemingly trying to puncture the floor. His anxiety and helplessness surged like a tide. How the hell is this so different from the plan? Shenyu cursed under his breath, his eyes filled with gloom and resentment. Li Xinxin swayed her hips and snuggled closer like a cunning little fox, coquettishly saying, "Darling, don't be angry, this is just the beginning. Maybe soon the customers will all rush in as if summoned. Just like when I wrote the advertorial last time, nobody paid attention at first, but then it suddenly became a hit. Our coffee shop is the same, we need to give it some time to build up." Lin Wan gracefully pushed up her glasses, her eyes gleaming with shrewdness, and analyzed, "Shenyu, don't panic. The road construction is indeed having a significant impact, but it's only temporary. We can increase our online promotion efforts and collaborate with surrounding businesses on joint promotions to attract customers from other places. We can't be intimidated by this difficulty, we need to pull ourselves together." Yi Qing quietly went into the kitchen, carefully brewed a cup of Chenyu's favorite coffee, and brought it to him, saying gently, "Have a sip of coffee first, calm down. No matter what, we're always here for you." Chenyu looked at his three girlfriends, a slight, barely perceptible smug smile playing on his lips. He knew all too well how to control their emotions. He took a deep breath, feigning a resolute expression. "Yeah, with you guys here, I feel much better. Let's work together, we'll definitely get through this." However, one problem after another arose. Just then, the shop door was pushed open, and a strong scent of perfume wafted in. A female customer, dressed in a flamboyant manner, walked in. She wore a pair of red high heels and walked with exaggerated cat-like steps, like a model on a runway. Her long, wavy hair cascaded freely over her shoulders, and her meticulously applied makeup accentuated her alluring almond-shaped eyes. Beneath her high, straight nose, her lips, painted with bright red lipstick, were slightly pouting. She wore a tight-fitting white dress that perfectly showcased her curvaceous figure. The female customer's eyes immediately locked onto Chenyu. She swayed her hips and walked straight up to him, handing him a beautifully wrapped gift. She said sweetly, "Boss, I think your coffee shop has great taste. This little gift is for you." Chenyu smiled charmingly, a hint of amusement in his eyes, and accepted the gift. His voice was deep and magnetic. "Thank you for your kind words. I hope you have a wonderful time here. What kind of coffee do you usually like? We have all sorts of unique flavors." The female customer covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her voice so sweet it could melt your heart. "I like the kind that's a little sweet and has a milky aroma. Which one do you think would be suitable, boss?" Chenyu narrowed his eyes slightly, looked the female customer up and down, quickly calculating in his mind, but said aloud, "Then you can try our caramel macchiato. The sweet caramel paired with rich coffee and milk should suit your taste." The female customer blinked, her eyes full of suggestion, and smiled. "Then I'll do as the boss says. But could you make me a cup yourself?" Li Xinxin, who had been observing from the sidelines, suddenly became jealous. She rushed to Chen Yu's side, took his arm, and said to the female customer with a provocative look in her eyes, "Sorry, our boss is very busy right now. I'll make it for you, and I guarantee it will taste just as good as his." The female customer frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes, but she quickly put on a sweet smile. "Okay, then I'll trouble you." Li Xinxin turned and walked to the bar, making coffee while muttering to herself, "Humph, vixen, trying to seduce my man." Chenyu noticed Li Xinxin's jealousy but remained calm. He was all too familiar with this kind of situation. He had always been able to handle similar situations with ease. He smiled and said to the female customer, please have a seat for a moment, your coffee will be ready in a little while. Our shop has just opened, so there may be some shortcomings in our service. Please bear with us. The female customer smiled and waved her hand. It's nothing, it's nothing. You're so kind, I'm almost embarrassed. By the way, how long have you been open this shop? While dealing with the female customer, Chenyu kept an eye on Li Xinxin's movements and replied, today is the opening of a branch. The original store has been operating for a while. We have always been committed to providing customers with high-quality coffee and a comfortable environment. At this moment, Li Xinxin walked over with a cup of coffee, placed it heavily on the table, and said with a forced smile, your caramel macchiato, please enjoy. The female customer took a small sip, a satisfied expression on her face. It tastes pretty good. After Chenyu finished his work, Li Xinxin angrily pulled him aside, put her hands on her hips, and glared at him. Chenyu, you were exchanging glances with that woman just now. She's obviously not a decent woman. You'd better stay away from her, understand? Chenyu chuckled inwardly, but put on an innocent face. Honey, don't misunderstand. I'm just normally serving customers. In our business, shouldn't we be enthusiastic towards our customers? She's just an ordinary customer. I only have you, Xingxing, and Wan Wan in my heart. Don't you understand that? As he spoke, he reached out and gently pinched Li Xinxin's cheek. Li Xinxin slapped his hand away and snorted, come on, I don't think she has good intentions. You should stay away from her in the future. Chenyu nodded quickly, okay, I'll listen to you. I promise I'll be more careful in the future. Yi Qing and Lin Wan came over when they saw this. Yi Qing smiled and comforted her, Xin, don't be angry. Chenyu definitely didn't mean it. You just care about him too much. Lin Wan chimed in, yeah, Xin. Let's not let this little thing ruin our relationship. Don't we know what kind of person Chenyu is? When we get back tonight, we'll work together to drain him dry, and then let's see if he still has the energy to go out and flirt with other women. She then licked her sexy lips. Hearing this, Li Xinxin's emotions calmed down a little, but she still wouldn't let it go. No man is ever well behaved. They're all driven by their lower bodies, and they can't move when they see a beautiful woman. Chenyu smiled apologetically, don't be angry, everyone. The important thing is for us to work together to run the coffee shop well. A wave of emotions, caused by setbacks in the opening and sparked by a jealous little incident, was temporarily calmed down by Chenyu's skillful handling. Chapter 154 The Beauty's Offensive. Chapter 154 The Beauty's Offensive. Ever since she met Chenyu at the coffee shop, the cunning Li Yuzhen had been convinced that Chenyu might be the perfect husband she had been searching for. Li Yuzhen has always been confident in her appearance. She is 1.7 meters tall, has a graceful figure, and a beautiful face, attracting a lot of attention when she walks down the street. In her eyes, although Chenyu's physical appearance was not outstanding, he was short, only about 1.6 meters tall, and his looks were ordinary. His youth and wealth were enough to cover up all his shortcomings. During her last visit to the flagship store, Li Yuzhen learned from a casual conversation with a waiter that the shop where the coffee shop was located actually belonged to the owner, Chenyu. Such a large shop in a prime location must be worth at least 10 or 20 million yuan. Li Yuzhen thought to herself that it was precisely because Chenyu was of ordinary appearance that the competition in the dating scene was not so fierce, which made it easier for her to win him over. Looking at the women around Chenyu, their looks and figures were at most above average. He could easily outshine them in terms of looks and figure alone. On this day, Li Yuzhen, after dressing up carefully, appeared at the coffee shop again. She wore a light blue fitted dress, the hem swaying gently as she walked, revealing her slender legs just right. Wearing sophisticated sunglasses, she deliberately slowed her pace as she entered the store, slowly removing her sunglasses with elegant and charming movements, her eyes eagerly searching for Chenyu's figure inside. Since starting his company, Chenyu rarely handles the daily chores of the coffee shop himself anymore. He rarely visited the small office on the second floor of the main store, but instead usually stayed in the company office in an office building near the main store, which was spacious and impressive. He only occasionally visited the head office and various branches. Yi Qing also followed him to the head office as the vice president, assisting Chenyu in management. The head office appointed another outstanding employee as store manager to handle daily affairs. That day happened to be the day Chenyu was inspecting the main store. As soon as Li Yuzhen entered the store, she saw Chenyu talking with the store manager. A barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, then she gracefully walked to a corner and sat down, quietly observing Chenyu. She knew that pursuing someone too eagerly would only make them feel uncomfortable, and playing hard to get was her specialty. When ordering, Li Yuzhen specifically asked the waiter to pass on a message to Chenyu. Please tell your boss that I really liked the coffee he recommended last time, and I'd like to order the same thing again today. Also, please tell him that I appreciate his taste in coffee. Although Chenyu was puzzled when he heard what the waiter relayed, he still politely asked the waiter to express his gratitude to Li Yuzhen. After a while, Li Yuzhen got up and casually walked to Chenyu's vicinity, saying softly, "Boss, we meet again. I hope I won't bother you? I was just observing from over there and found that the layout of your store is very unique. Every corner reveals a unique taste. I suppose you've put a lot of thought into it." Chenyu smiled politely and replied, "Thank you for the compliment." In the catering industry, the environment and atmosphere are indeed very important. Li Yuzhen nodded slightly, a hint of admiration in her eyes, and said, "I admire men like you who have ideas and taste. Unlike some men who just blindly follow trends and have no opinions of their own." Chenyu smiled, but his expression remained impassive. "You flatter me. I'm just diligently running this business." Li Yuzhen didn't stop there, and continued, "Boss, I've always felt that a man should have a strong sense of career like you. I have the utmost contempt for those men who are idle all day, just hoping that women will support them. A real man should be responsible and able to provide for a woman, not some good-for-nothings who expect women to spend money to support them." As she spoke, she stared directly at Chenyu, as if waiting for his response. Chenyu understood her intention, but simply replied, "Your point of view is quite novel." Li Yuzhen continued, "Boss, I've been researching coffee culture lately and discovered a lot of interesting knowledge and stories. I think if we could incorporate these into the operation of the coffee shop, it might attract more customers. I wonder if you'd be interested in discussing this further sometime?" Chenyu understood her intention, but simply replied, "I'm usually quite busy with work, so I'm afraid I don't have much time. But thank you for your suggestion anyway." Li Yuzhen was not discouraged. She smiled and said, "I understand. The boss must be very busy. Well then, I'll compile a detailed document for you. Take a look when you have time. Maybe it will give you some inspiration." Helpless, Chenyu could only nod in acceptance. Seeing this, a hint of smugness flashed in Li Yuzhen's eyes. She knew she had successfully caught Chenyu's attention, and as long as she proceeded cautiously, she was sure Chenyu would fall into her trap. Chapter 155: The Undercurrents of Clash. Chapter 155: The Undercurrents of Clash. After returning home, Li Yuzhen devoted herself entirely to her plan to win over Chenyu. She meticulously compiled information on integrating coffee culture into business operations, providing detailed explanations from historical anecdotes about coffee to current popular themed event planning, complete with beautiful pictures and data charts, all in an effort to impress Chenyu. A few days later, guessing that Chenyu had already reviewed the information, Li Yuzhen sent a message asking for her opinion. When Chenyu saw the message, he understood her intentions, but as a normal man, he naturally had a good impression of a beautiful woman like Li Yuzhen, so he replied that the information was very well done and that a lot of effort had been put into it. Taking the opportunity, Li Yuzhen invited, "Boss, since you think the information is good, why don't we find some time to chat in person? There's a newly opened private restaurant that has received rave reviews. I'd like to invite you to try it, and we can talk while we eat." Chenyu agreed almost without hesitation, "Sure, I'm free this weekend." Li Yuzhen smiled and a smug look flashed in her eyes. Meanwhile, at the company, Yi Qing didn't notice anything unusual about Chenyu. They had frequent contact at work, but this time Chenyu concealed it very well, remaining as focused as ever while working, so Yi Qing didn't think much of it. The weekend arrived quickly, and Li Yuzhen dressed up carefully. Considering Chenyu's height, she didn't wear high heels, but instead chose a pair of white flat casual shoes to match her preppy outfit. She wore a light blue knitted cardigan over a white pleated shirt with a small bow at the neckline, and a dark blue plaid mini skirt that showed off her long legs. Her hair was braided into two loose braids that hung down in front of her chest, and she also wore a pink bear hair clip. She looked youthful and energetic, just like a college student. When Chenyu saw Li Yuzhen dressed like this, he couldn't hide his admiration. Li Yuzhen approached with a smile and said sweetly, "Boss, let's go. I've been looking forward to that restaurant for so long." Chenyu nodded, and the two headed to the private restaurant together. The restaurant was decorated in a simple and elegant style, with a quiet and tranquil atmosphere. Li Yuzhen ordered the restaurant's signature dishes and a bottle of expensive red wine. Li Yuzhen smiled sweetly and said in a sweet voice, "Boss, it's so great that you could come. I've come up with some new ideas today, about holding coffee tasting events at the coffee shop. I think if this event is done well, it can greatly enhance the coffee shop's brand awareness and customer loyalty." Yu nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on Li Yuzhen's face for a moment, feeling quite pleased with her initiative and enthusiasm. He listened patiently to Li Yuzhen's explanation and had to admit that her idea did indeed have some merit. As Li Yuzhen spoke, she intentionally or unintentionally exchanged glances with Yu. She keenly sensed Yu's affection for her and was secretly delighted. She changed the subject, her tone becoming gentler. "Boss, I know I might have been a bit hasty. Actually, I've always admired you, not just because of your career, but also because of your attitude towards life. I think we're similar in many ways. We're both the kind of people who strive hard for our goals." Yu felt a surge of satisfaction, and his smile widened as he replied, "Ms. Li, you flatter me. I was just doing what I was supposed to do. I will seriously consider the event you mentioned." Li Yuzhen pouted slightly and said coquettishly, "Boss, I feel it's too formal to keep calling you boss. Can I call you brother Yu instead? And please don't call me Miss Li anymore, just call me Yuzhen." Hearing her say that, Yu was delighted and quickly nodded. "Okay, Yuzhen, it does feel more intimate to call you that." Li Yuzhen took a sip of red wine, her eyes sparkling with a playful smile, and said, "Brother Yu, I've always felt that while work is important, the joys of life shouldn't be overlooked. Besides managing the coffee shop, what other hobbies do you have?" Yu was slightly taken aback, not expecting her to ask that. After thinking for a moment, he said with a hint of teasing, "I like to watch ball games in my spare time. The intense competition is very exciting. I also like to watch movies to experience different stories and lives." Li Yuzhen's eyes lit up, and she excitedly replied, "Wow, brother Yu, I also love watching ball games and movies. Especially women's basketball games. Those female players sweat it out on the court, and every shot and pass is so exciting. Which women's team do you like watching the most?" After saying that, she deliberately puffed out her chest. Yu paused slightly, his gaze unconsciously sweeping over Li Yuzhen, and said with a smile, "I really enjoy watching women's basketball games. They seem so energetic on the court. Teams like the Tulips are very attractive in terms of their tactical coordination and fighting spirit. And the Bohemia Aces in the Women's Professional Basketball League are also very exciting to watch." Li Yuzhen nodded quickly, her chest heaving slightly. "I also think the Chinese women's basketball team and the Las Vegas Aces are amazing. The Chinese women's basketball team's tenacity on the international stage, and the individual abilities and teamwork of the Las Vegas Aces players are all admirable. Brother Yu, don't you think their focus and confidence on the court are particularly captivating?" Yu chimed in, "Yes, she's absolutely captivating." His eyes, however, flickered slightly. Li Yuzhen covered her mouth and chuckled, continuing, "Brother Yu, next time we have the chance, let's go watch the game live together. Experiencing the vibrant atmosphere will be amazing. Maybe we can even see those outstanding female players up close." Yu smiled and nodded, "Sure, I'll definitely go if I have the chance." Then, Li Yuzhen asked, "Brother Yu, what kind of movies do you like?" Yu thought for a moment and replied, "I watch a little bit of everything, but I prefer comedies and dramas." Li Yuzhen's eyes lit up again, and she said excitedly, "That's great, brother Yu. There's a super funny movie called Flirting Scholar that just came out recently. I heard the plot is really interesting and full of laughs. Let's go see it together after dinner." Yu froze upon hearing the movie's title, as if struck by lightning. He never expected to hear that name again. This was the movie he was preparing to film under his previous identity. Back then, during the tense casting stage, he was in a car accident on his way to a banquet, and then the system brought his consciousness into his current body. Surprisingly, the film was still being shot and released as scheduled. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought, wondering who was now in charge of the film company he had previously founded. Seeing Yu's stunned expression, Li Yuzhen asked with concern, "Brother Yu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Yu snapped out of his daze and quickly smiled to cover it up. Nothing. I was just a little surprised to hear the movie title. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence." "Okay, let's go see it after dinner." Li Yuzhen laughed happily, "Great. Brother Yu, I can't wait." After dinner, Li Yuzhen affectionately linked arms with Yu, and the two walked together to the movie theater. On the surface, Yu chatted and laughed with Li Yuzhen, but in his heart, he was constantly thinking about that movie and the film company they used to work for. Chapter 156: Cinema Turmoil and Unexpected Clues. Li Yuzhen and Yu arrived at the movie theater, which was bustling and lively. Like a cheerful little bird, Li Yuzhen ran off to buy popcorn and drinks, then skipped and hopped back to Yu's side. The two entered the theater and found their seats. The movie opens with familiar yet unfamiliar scenes from Flirting Scholar unfolding on the big screen.
Chen Yu outwardly laughed along with the surrounding audience, but his mind was completely elsewhere from the movie plot. The details of preparing this movie in his previous life kept flashing through his mind. His former partners and the lively scenes at the casting call seemed like they happened just yesterday. Halfway through the movie, Chen Yu suddenly noticed a name in the end credits: Lin Yu. This name struck him like a heavy blow. His eyes widened as he stared at the screen in disbelief. Lin Yu was one of his girlfriends from his previous life. They had a deep and loving relationship, and now she was working for a company in the film and television industry. Li Yuzhen noticed Chen Yu's unusual behavior. She gently touched Chen Yu's arm, leaned close to his ear, and asked softly with concern, "Brother Yu, are you still not feeling well? You didn't seem to laugh much during the movie." Chen Yu then snapped out of his daze and forced a smile. "It's nothing, I was probably just a little sleepy from eating too much. The movie was quite interesting, it's just that I'm not feeling well." Li Yuzhen said considerately, "How about we go for a walk after the movie to refresh yourselves?" Chen Yu nodded mechanically in agreement. After the movie ended, the two walked out of the theater. Li Yuzhen took Chen Yu's arm and strolled along the street. But Chen Yu's mind was entirely on Lin Yu and the film company he used to work for, and he only chatted with Li Yuzhen casually along the way. Li Yuzhen seemed to sense that Chen Yu had something on his mind, but she didn't ask any questions. She just quietly stayed with him, secretly pondering Chen Yu's unusual reaction. Upon returning home, Chen Yu immediately turned on his computer and frantically searched online for information about Lin Yu and the film production company. After some investigation, he learned that his aunt had taken over the company after his car accident. With the full cooperation of Lin Yu and other veteran employees, the company gradually stabilized and not only completed the filming and production of Flirting Scholar, but also released many other successful works. Looking at the company's promotional materials and recent achievements on the webpage, Chen Yu felt a mix of emotions, and various feelings welled up in his heart. Memories of his time with Lin Yu flashed through his mind, the beautiful moments they shared, the sweetness in the arguments as if they were right before his eyes. Just then, Yi Qing walked into the room and saw Chen Yu staring intently at the computer with a serious expression. She asked curiously, "What are you looking at? You seem so engrossed." Chen Yu was startled and almost panicked, but he quickly calmed down and said with a smile, "Nothing, I just came across an interesting film and television company and am just doing some research." Yi Qing walked over, glanced at the computer screen, and said, "Oh, this company? I think I vaguely remember them. They had some pretty popular works before. Why are you suddenly paying attention to these film and television companies?" Chen Yu nodded quickly, "Yeah, just out of curiosity, just looking around." Yi Qing smiled and said, "I'm going to take a shower first, want to come with me?" Chen Yu shook his head and said, "You go first, I still have some things to look up." After Yi Qing left, Chen Yu fell into deep thought. On one hand, he was curious about how his aunt and Lin Yu had managed to run the company, and on the other hand, he was considering whether to return to the film and television industry. He knew that there would be many difficulties involved, and he currently lacked sufficient funds and connections to pursue a career in the film and television industry. However, his past passion for film and television, as well as his connection with Lin Yu, made it difficult for him to let go. Meanwhile, after returning home, Li Yuzhen was also reminiscing about the moments she had spent with Chen Yu that day. She found Chen Yu's reaction to the movie title today strange, and his shock at seeing the end credits title further convinced her that this movie held extraordinary significance for Chen Yu. She decided to find an opportunity to get to know him better, hoping it might be the key to bringing her and Chen Yu closer. She firmly believed that as long as she could untangle this knot in Chen Yu's heart, she could take another step closer to him. Chapter 157: A Leisurely Life. In the early morning, soft sunlight quietly slipped through the window, gently illuminating Chen Yu's face. As always, Yi Qing got up early and began the symphony of breakfast in the kitchen. The eggs sizzled and emitted a fragrant aroma in the frying pan, the bread in the oven rose and changed color, releasing an enticing wheat fragrance, and the coffee machine next to it was not to be outdone, gurgling out a rich coffee aroma. Chen Yu slowly woke up, walked into the kitchen with slightly lazy steps, gently hugged Yi Qing from behind, placed a kiss on her cheek, and said in a hoarse voice from just waking up, "Darling, thank you for your hard work." Yi Qing turned around and smiled, handing over a steaming cup of coffee, her eyes full of affection. "Go wash up quickly, breakfast will be ready soon." Just then, Li Xinxin yawned and slowly strolled into the kitchen. Seeing Chen Yu and Yi Qing being affectionate, she pretended to be angry and scolded, "You two, being so lovey-dovey so early in the morning, don't you even care about me, a lonely bachelor?" Chen Yu jokingly replied, "How about I arrange a special date for you and Wan today, so you can have some sweet moments together?" Li Xinxin rolled her eyes and snorted, "You just know how to tease me." You must be secretly overjoyed, surrounded by beautiful women.
As soon as she finished speaking, Linwan walked into the kitchen. She was wearing simple home clothes, her long hair casually tied up, revealing the elegant lines of her neck.
She asked with a smile, "What are you all talking about? It's so lively."
Chunyu repeated the joke he had just made, and Linwan's cheeks flushed slightly. She gently scolded him, "You're always making fun of us." Immediately afterwards, Yi, wearing cute cartoon pajamas, rubbed her sleepy eyes and came over, saying, "It smells so good, sister.
What's delicious to eat today?"
Yi Ching smiled and patted Yi's head gently, saying, "There are your favorite fried eggs and bread.
Go wash your hands."
At the breakfast table, everyone enjoyed the food and chatted happily. Yi shared anecdotes from her work, and despite having only recently graduated from university and started working, she strives to project a positive and proactive image. However, Chenyu, Yi Ching, and others all knew that Yi had been trapped in the nightmare of the telecom fraud park, and that dark experience had deeply hurt her. After being rescued, Yi Ching took Yi under her wing as her assistant, protecting her at all times, hoping that she could slowly emerge from the shadows. After lunch, everyone went to their respective workstations. Yi Ching brought Yi to the company, carefully explaining the day's tasks to her along the way. After arriving at the company, Yi diligently followed Yi Ching's side, learning how to handle various tasks. Yi Ching also patiently guided her, hoping that she could quickly become familiar with the work and regain confidence in life. Li Xinqin went to the advertising company where she worked and immediately immersed herself in her work. She sat in front of the computer, focused on designing advertising plans, her nimble fingers dancing across the keyboard, and creative ideas constantly bursting forth in her mind. Linwan walked into the internet company with the same high spirits, sat down with the team members, and enthusiastically discussed the latest progress and optimization directions of the project, actively expressing her insights based on her professional knowledge. After Chenyu established the company, the operation of the coffee shop was handed over to professionals within the company. These days, his daily schedule seems quite relaxed. In the morning, he first goes to his company to say hello, briefly communicates with his team about the progress of their work, and then visits various coffee shops. He strolled around the coffee shop, exchanging a few words with the manager and staff to learn about the shop's operations. After his visit, he had free time to go to a high-end clubhouse, the gathering place of the elite group he had previously joined to meet up with his fellow group members. Stepping into the clubhouse, one is greeted by luxurious yet elegant decor, while soft classical music flows through the air like a gentle stream. The staff at the club are all over 1.7 meters tall, wearing exquisite cheongsams with high slits and graceful figures. They move gracefully among the staff, and every movement exudes elegance. Chen Yu's elite group members are all men. By this time, quite a few of them had already arrived and were sitting around a comfortable leather sofa. The marble coffee table in front of them was filled with top-quality champagne, exquisite French pastries, and fresh seasonal fruits. Inside the party venue, there were several exceptionally beautiful maids. They had exquisite makeup, sweet smiles, and were extremely skilled at socializing, always managing to liven up the atmosphere. Upon seeing Chen Yu enter, a man dressed in a bespoke suit, wearing an expensive watch, and exuding an extraordinary air, smiled and waved, "Brother Chen, you finally arrived. We've been waiting for you to start the show." Chen Yu replied with a smile, "There was a bit of traffic on the way, so I'm late. Please bear with me, everyone." With that, he sat down in an empty seat. A man with short, neat hair and sharp eyes raised his champagne glass and said, "Now that everyone's here, let's have a toast to our gathering today." Everyone responded and clinked their glasses together, the crisp sound echoing in the room. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere became increasingly relaxed and pleasant. Someone suggested, "Drinking all the time is boring, how about we play Texas Hold'em?" Everyone cheered, and soon the maids had prepared the cards and chips with smiles on their faces. They moved gracefully through the crowd, serving everyone, and occasionally cracking a few jokes in their sweet voices to make the atmosphere even more lively. Everyone skillfully shuffled and dealt the cards, and the game officially began. The man in the suit looked at his cards and joked with a smile, "I'm going to have to win big today and make up for all the losses I made the other day." Chen Yu observed everyone's expressions calmly and said, "That's not necessarily true. We don't know who will win yet." A man standing nearby, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and appearing quite composed, frowned, pondered for a moment, and then pushed out some chips. "I'll call." After several rounds, some were happy while others were sad. The losers laughed and joked with each other, creating a lively atmosphere. At this moment, a waitress gracefully walked over, gently poured champagne for everyone, and said softly, "Gentlemen, have fun playing the game, don't worry too much about winning or losing." Besides playing cards, they also played a number-guessing game, One person would think of a number between 1 and 100, and the others would take turns guessing. After each guess, they would be told whether the number was too high or too low. Whoever guessed correctly first would win. A man with a buzz cut and a hearty appearance was in charge of guessing numbers. Shen Yu guessed first, 50. Too small. After receiving the response, Shen Yu quickly thought and guessed again, 75. Too big. The maids served everyone fruit at the right time and playfully guessed numbers, filling the room with laughter. Before we knew it, time had slipped away in a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. In the evening, Shen Yu returned home after a day of activities. Pushing open the door, he saw Yi Qing, Li Xinxin, and Lin Wan sitting around the living room sofa, engaged in a lively discussion. Seeing Shen Yu return, Yi Qing waved for him to come over and said with a smile, "We were discussing going to a nearby hot spring resort together this weekend to relax. What do you think?" Shen Yu smiled and nodded in agreement. "Great. It sounds wonderful. It's rare for us all to go out and have some fun together and relax." Upon hearing the news, Yi excitedly rushed out of her room, shouting, "I want to go too. I want to go too." Everyone couldn't help but smile at Yi's lively and adorable appearance. Since establishing the company, Shen Yu has purchased a high-end sedan and a commercial vehicle in the company's name. That high-end sedan had sleek lines and a luxurious design, and it became his exclusive vehicle. He even hired a retired female soldier as his driver. The female soldier's driving skills were superb, and her work ethic was efficient, which put Shen Yu at ease. The spacious and comfortable van was perfect for the company's business use. Over the weekend, the group prepared to visit a hot spring resort. Shen Yu's personal driver drove the company van steadily along the road. Inside the car, Yezi excitedly leaned against the window, watching the scenery along the way and chattering incessantly. Yi Qing, Li Xinxin, and Lin Wan chatted quietly in the car, sharing anecdotes from their lives. Shen Yu looked at his family beside him, his heart filled with warmth. Upon arriving at the resort, a breath of fresh air greeted us, and the surrounding area was lush with greenery, a picturesque landscape. Everyone got off the bus and, led by Shen Yu, strolled along the winding path, fully enjoying the beauty of nature. Yi, like a cheerful little elf, hopped and skipped ahead, occasionally stopping to pick wildflowers blooming by the roadside and carefully tucking them into her hair, looking playful and adorable. Upon arriving at the hot spring pool, rising steam enveloped the water, which exuded an alluring aroma. Everyone changed into their swimsuits and slowly stepped into the warm water. The warm spring water enveloped their bodies, seemingly melting away the day's fatigue. Yi Qing leaned gently against Shen Yu and whispered, "It's been so long since I've felt this relaxed. It feels so good." Li Xinxin and Lin Wan played and frolicked nearby, splashing up sparkling water droplets, their clear laughter echoing in the air. Yezi diligently imitated everyone else, her face beaming with a happy smile, fully enjoying this rare moment of joy. In the resort's restaurant, everyone sat together, enjoying local delicacies. Every dish was a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate, earning rave reviews. After dinner, they attended a bonfire party organized by the resort. The roaring bonfire illuminated the night sky, and Shen Yu and his girlfriends held hands and danced joyfully around it. Yi cheered them on excitedly from the sidelines, her eyes filled with longing and hope for the future. Chapter 158: Strategy Upgrade and Emotional Undercurrents. On Monday morning, Shen Yu ended his relaxing weekend at the resort and returned to his work routine. He first went to the company to handle some important matters, and then, as usual, went to the coffee shop to make his rounds. Meanwhile, fashion model Li Yuzhen was meticulously planning her next move to win over Shen Yu. Leveraging her extensive connections in the fashion industry, she managed to secure VIP tickets to a highly anticipated women's professional basketball game. Li Yuzhen is a well-known figure in the modeling world. She has a tall and graceful figure with perfect proportions, and her exquisite face is like a finely sculpted work of art. Frequently appearing on major fashion runways, she can perfectly embody both minimalist modern styles and glamorous retro looks with her unique temperament and charm. After making all the preparations, she messaged Shen Yu, "Brother Yu, I got 2 super hard to get tickets to a women's basketball game this weekend. Are you interested in going to watch it together? I also know a really great restaurant near the stadium. We can go try it after the game." After sending the message, she posted several selfies of herself in sexy outfits. In the photos, she wore a black lace see-through dress, showing off her beautiful legs, with a seductive gaze, or a red tight-fitting cheongsam, outlining her exquisite curves, exuding charm and allure. Upon seeing the message, Shen Yu's gaze was instantly drawn to the sexy selfies. The image of Li Yuzhen confidently walking the runway flashed through his mind, and a ripple of desire stirred within him.
He thought about how he could spend the weekend with such a beautiful woman and watch an exciting game. Why not?
So, without hesitation, he replied, "Sure, Yuzhen, I'm free this weekend, let's go watch together." Upon seeing the reply, Li Yuzhen's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of smugness flashing in her eyes. She immediately began planning the day's itinerary, meticulously considering every detail, from the best viewing spot at the stadium to the restaurant's signature dishes. Over the weekend, Li Yuzhen carefully selected a stylish sportswear outfit for her date with Chen Yu. The outfit hugged her figure, showcasing her graceful curves and highlighting both youthful energy and elegant charm. Chen Yu rode in his own private car, driven by a retired female soldier, to the agreed location.
Li Yuzhen was already waiting there.
When she saw Chen Yu get out of the car, she greeted him warmly, her chest heaving slightly, and said with a smile, "Brother Yu, you finally arrived.
I can't wait to go to the game with you."
Looking at Li Yuzhen's carefully dressed appearance, Chen Yu couldn't help but glance at her a few more times, and replied with a smile, "Sorry to keep you waiting, let's go."
The two headed to the stadium together.
Along the way, Li Yuzhen chatted wittily, talking about everything from interesting anecdotes about the basketball games to the players' brilliant performances. She would also occasionally lean closer to Chen Yu, and the faint scent of her perfume would waft into Chen Yu's nostrils, making him feel all itchy. Upon entering the stadium, the VIP seats offered excellent views, and Li Yuzhen thoughtfully provided snacks and drinks. During the match, Li Yuzhen would excitedly grab Chen Yu's arm when she scored a brilliant goal, and Chen Yu was happy to enjoy this close contact. The two would cheer and shout for the brilliant goals from time to time, and the atmosphere was very ambiguous. After the competition, Li Yuzhen took Chen Yu to the restaurant she had carefully selected.
The restaurant's decor was unique and full of artistic atmosphere. During the meal, Li Yuzhen once again demonstrated her high emotional intelligence.
She not only praised the dishes but also skillfully steered the conversation, sharing anecdotes from her modeling career and her insights into fashion trends with Chen Yu, while also listening attentively to Chen Yu's thoughts. As she spoke, she looked at Chen Yu with affectionate eyes, occasionally touching his hand lightly.
Chen Yu did not flinch, secretly enjoying the ambiguous atmosphere.
However, all of this was witnessed by one of Lin Wan's colleagues. This colleague was quite close to Lin Wan, and Lin Wan had even invited her to her boyfriend Chen Yu's coffee shop on the weekend, so she had met Chen Yu before. Seeing Chen Yu and Li Yuzhen behaving intimately at the restaurant, she quickly took out her phone, secretly took a few photos, and sent them to Lin Wan with the message, "Wan, I just saw your boyfriend having dinner with a woman at a restaurant. Their relationship seems quite unusual. Take a look." Lin Wan's heart skipped a beat when she saw the message in photos. In the photos, Chen Yu and Li Yuzhen were standing very close together.
Li Yuzhen was dressed fashionably and sexily, with a charming smile, while Chen Yu's eyes also looked somewhat strange.
Although Lin Wan felt a little bad, she was relatively open-minded.
After getting off work, Lin Wan returned home and saw Chen Yu sitting on the sofa.
She walked over without making a sound, sat down next to Chen Yu, and said casually, "Honey, I heard from a colleague today that they saw you having dinner with a girl at a restaurant.
What happened?"
Chen Yu was startled, but he still tried to remain calm and explained, "Oh, that's a regular customer from the coffee shop. We watched a game together, and then had dinner together afterwards.
Nothing special. What's wrong?"
Lin Wan looked at Chen Yu, smiled gently, and said, "I don't mind having a few more girlfriends, it's fun to have fun together. But my colleague said that judging from that girl's clothes and behavior, she doesn't seem like a decent girl. It's fine to have some fun, but it's best not to bring her home, otherwise there might be some trouble getting along."
"What do you think?"
Hearing Lin Wan's words, Chen Yu quickly nodded and said, Wan, don't worry, I know what I'm doing, and I'll be more careful in the future." Lin Wan looked at Chen Yu, nodded slightly, and said nothing more. She put her arm around Chen Yu's arm and gently rested her head on his shoulder. Meanwhile, back home, Li Yuzhen reflected on her day with Chen Yu, feeling she was one step closer to success. Unaware that her actions had already caught Lin Wan's attention, she was already planning her next meeting with Chen Yu to further deepen their relationship.
Chapter 159: Booming Business and Emotional Undercurrents.
Since watching the basketball game and having dinner with Li Yuzhen, Chen Yu has outwardly continued his life as usual, but inwardly he has unconsciously developed a greater expectation for Li Yuzhen. Although Lin Wan seemed open-minded, a shadow in her heart would occasionally ripple through her. After finishing his business at the company, Chen Yu went to inspect the various coffee shops as usual. When he arrived at one of the branches, he could see a long queue outside the store and the store was bustling with people. He was delighted and quickened his pace to enter the store. The shop was filled with the rich aroma of coffee, and the staff bustled about among the customers, their faces beaming with smiles.
Chun Yu approached the manager and asked, "What's going on today?" "Business is booming."
The store manager said excitedly, "Boss, we recently did some promotional activities on social media and launched a few new specialty coffees. We didn't expect such a good response. Many customers came here specifically because of the online recommendations, and many people shared our store on their WeChat moments. Word spread quickly, and we have more and more customers." Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction and walked around the store, observing the customers' reactions. Customers were seen either enjoying their coffee leisurely or chatting happily with their companions, praising the newly launched coffee. A young girl said to her friend, "The coffee at this shop is rich and flavorful, and the environment is amazing.
No wonder so many people recommend it." Chen Yu listened with delight. In the lively atmosphere, Chen Yu spotted Li Yuzhen.
She was sitting in a corner with another tall and sweet-looking girl, both dressed in fashionable and unique outfits, clearly models. When Li Yuzhen saw Chen Yu, her eyes lit up, and she waved to him with a smile.
Chen Yu hesitated for a moment, but still went over.
Li Yuzhen introduced with a smile, "Brother Yu, this is my best friend Sun Yao.
We're in the same modeling team."
"Yao Yao, this is Brother Yu, whom I often mention to you." Sun Yao greeted him with a smile, "Hello, Brother Yu.
I've heard from Yuzhen that you're really amazing. Meeting you today, I can confirm that you have an extraordinary presence."
Chen Yu replied politely, "You flatter me. You two are the ones who are truly radiant." Li Yuzhen pulled Chen Yu to sit down and said, "Brother Yu, this store seems to be doing better than before."
Chen Yu nodded and said, "Yes, we've done some promotions recently, and the results are pretty good."
Li Yuzhen followed up, "Brother Yu, you really have a business mind.
I really admire that about you.
By the way, Brother Yu, that really fun place I mentioned last time is a private island party.
It's for fashion industry elites and business elites. Let's go together."
Chen Yu recalled Lin Wan's words and felt conflicted, but looking at Li Yuzhen's expectant eyes, he couldn't bear to refuse. Li Yuzhen continued, "Brother Yu, you'll definitely meet a lot of interesting people there, and it might even help your business."
Sun Yao chimed in, "Yeah, Brother Yu, that party looks really fun. Yuzhen has been looking forward to going with you."
Chen Yu finally agreed, "Okay, I'll go check it out."
Li Yuzhen and Sun Yao exchanged a smile.
After Chen Yu left, Su Yao teased, "Yuzhen, you're really attentive to this Brother Yu.
I've never seen you so proactive with any other man before."
Li Yuzhen's cheeks flushed slightly as she said, "Yao Yao, you know what kind of men we used to know. The middle-aged and older men with a bit of money are either arrogant and haughty, or they have weird tastes. The few young and handsome ones are all spineless cowards who live off women. Young, rich, and approachable men are a rare resource.
Now that we've finally met one, we have to seize the opportunity."
Sun Yao smiled and said, "Okay, I hope you get what you want this time. But you have to be careful, don't get too deeply involved." Li Yuzhen said firmly, "I know what I'm doing, and I'm confident I can win Yu Ji's heart."
At the same time, Chen Yu's phone rang.
It was Lin Wan calling.
Lin Wan said on the other end of the phone, "Honey, where are you? Come home early after get off work today.
I bought groceries and will cook you something delicious tonight." Chen Yu quickly replied, "I'm at the shop, taking care of some things.
I'll be back soon."
After hanging up the phone, Chen Yu said to Li Yuzhen, "I have something to do, I have to go now."
Then he left in a hurry.
Back home, Lin Wan was already busy in the kitchen, and the dining table was full of various ingredients.
Seeing Chen Yu return, Lin Wan smiled and said, "You're back. How was your day at the store?"
Chen Yu walked into the kitchen, hugged Lin Wan from behind, and said, "It was great. Business at the branch is booming, thanks to the hard work of the store manager and the staff." Lin Wan turned to look at Chen Yu and said, "That's good.
By the way, did you run into anyone special at the store today?"
Chen Yu's heart tightened. He knew what Lin Wan meant. He quickly replied, "No, just a routine rounds, checking in with the store manager."
Lin Wan smiled and didn't press further.
At dinner, the family sat together, and Yi Qing, Li Xinxin, and Yi Zi also returned. Everyone enjoyed the delicious food prepared by Lin Wan while sharing their experiences of the day, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Lin Wan appeared nonchalant, but she was secretly observing Chen Yu's every move, and the worry about Chen Yu and Li Yuzhen's relationship lingered in her heart. Chapter 160: A rendezvous in Tianjin and a mysterious encounter on the island. Chen Yu is naturally free-spirited and unrestrained, and he is adept at navigating the dating scene, making him a true veteran in the field. When Li Yuzhen invited him to a party on her private island, he hardly hesitated. His heart was instantly filled with the allure of the revelry, and he was filled with eager anticipation. In order to avoid arousing suspicion from Yi Qing and the others, he skillfully used attending an elite gathering as an excuse to calmly prepare for this alluring and sensual journey. On the day of departure, as dawn broke, Zhenyu had already packed his luggage, his usual relaxed and carefree smile on his face. He casually told Yi Qing and the others that he was going to attend a party and would probably return in a few days. As usual, Yi Qing gently reminded him to be careful while Lin Wan frowned slightly, a hint of doubt in her eyes, but she said nothing more. Zhenyu rode in his private car, speeding towards Tianjin. Li Yuzhen was already like a joyful little bird, eagerly waiting at the agreed location. She wore a carefully chosen, stylish and sexy resort-style dress with an exquisite cut that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, showcasing her best features. Wearing a wide-brimmed sun hat, her beautiful eyes sparkled beneath the brim, like twinkling stars in the night sky, dazzling and captivating. Upon seeing Zhenyu appear, she couldn't wait to rush forward and, like a vine, intimately and skillfully took his arm, her coquettish tone tinged with urgency. "Brother, you finally arrived. I've been waiting so anxiously, time seemed to be dragging on forever." Zhenyu smiled slightly, pinched her nose affectionately, and replied, "Little glutton, you're here now. What's the plan for us now?" Li Yuzhen smiled radiantly, like a beautiful flower blooming in spring, her eyes full of anticipation and excitement, and said, "We'll take a private yacht from Tianjin Wharf to that amazing private island. The party will be held on the island, I guarantee you won't regret it." The two arrived at the dock hand in hand, where a luxurious private yacht, resembling a palace at sea, was already steadily moored, gleaming with opulent light under the sun. As Zhenyu boarded the yacht, the sea breeze, carrying a salty and refreshing scent, rushed towards him. He took a deep breath and felt invigorated, his mood instantly becoming exceptionally cheerful, as if all his troubles had been blown away by the sea breeze. Upon entering the yacht's cabin, a lively and cheerful atmosphere immediately enveloped him. Zhenyu spotted Li Yuzhen's best friend, Sun Yao, laughing and joking with a group of beautifully dressed women. These beauties are all trendsetters, dressed boldly and avant-garde, with strong personalities. Some wore crop tops with hot pants, their long, straight legs shimmering with a captivating luster under the sunlight, as if carved from ivory, drawing all attention. Some wore tight-fitting dresses that perfectly outlined their shapely figures, exuding a captivating charm with every move. Every glance and every action seemed to have an invisible hook, easily catching the attention of others. Their makeup was so exquisite that it resembled a series of fine works of art, with every detail meticulously crafted. Their perfumes intertwined, creating a mesmerizing and enchanting atmosphere in the air. Sun Yao, with her sharp eyes, immediately spotted Zhenyu and Li Yuzhen. She greeted them with a beaming smile. "Brother Yuzhen, you're finally here. The sisters have been waiting so long, wondering why you hadn't arrived yet." Li Yuzhen replied with a smile, Yao, you're the most talkative one. Brother these are all my good sisters in the modeling circle, each one of them is incredibly charming." Upon hearing this, the beauties all turned their fiery gazes to Zhenyu and said in unison in sweet voices like nightingales, "Hello, brother Zhenyu smiled confidently and charmingly, his eyes sweeping over the beauties like searchlights, and calmly replied, "Hello, ladies. It looks like today is destined to be a carnival feast, there's going to be a lot of fun." The yacht slowly set sail, with gentle waves lapping against the hull, as if setting the stage for the revelry. The crowd on the yacht instantly erupted into a frenzy, the atmosphere growing increasingly lively. A beautiful woman skillfully picked up a guitar, her slender fingers dancing across the strings, playing a passionate and unrestrained melody, the notes leaping through the air like nimble sprites. The others immediately seemed to be under a spell, swaying wildly to the rhythm, their bodies twisting and turning to the beat of the music. Li Yuzhen pulled Zhenyu to a comfortable sofa and sat down. She intentionally or unintentionally pressed herself close to Zhenyu, her soft breasts lightly brushing against his arm. Her eyes were full of allure as she softly said, "Brother today I'm sure you'll have so much fun that you'll forget everything and never forget it." Zhenyu casually placed his hand on Li Yuzhen's slender waist, gently stroking it with his fingers, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, and said, "With you by my side, I know it will definitely be extraordinary and something to look forward to." At this moment, a beautiful woman in a red off-shoulder dress swayed gracefully as she walked over, like a blooming red rose. In her hand, she held a colorful and dreamlike cocktail. Her eyes were seductive and alluring. She whispered to Zhenyu, "Brother try the drink I specially mixed for you. See if it suits your taste as an expert." Zhenyu's lips curled up slightly, a sly glint in his eyes. The moment he took the wineglass, he deliberately ran his finger lightly across the woman's palm, met her gaze, and smiled. His smile was both wicked and captivating. He said, "Then I'll have to have a good taste. Don't disappoint me." He took a small sip, a look of rapture on his face, and exclaimed, "The taste is absolutely wonderful." Not only is the lady stunningly beautiful, but her bartending skills are also superb. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman was overjoyed, her body trembling like a flower swaying in the wind. She then sat down on the other side of Chenyu, pressing herself almost intimately against him. Her arms wandered over his body, seemingly searching for something. Seeing this, Li Yuzhen pretended to be angry and pouted, looking cute and charming. She leaned her head heavily on Chen Yu's shoulder and said coquettishly, "Brother you can't only have eyes for other beauties. Look at me more, or I'll get jealous." Chen Yu laughed and put his arms around the two beauties on either side of him, teasing, "With two such beauties by my side, I must have accumulated a lot of good fortune in my past lives." As the music grew increasingly exciting, it seemed to ignite everyone's passion. Someone enthusiastically suggested playing Truth or Dare. Everyone immediately sat down in a circle, their eyes sparkling with anticipation and excitement, and the game began. When it was Chen Yu's turn, a beautiful woman with a mischievous smile and a sly look in her eyes said, "Brother Yu, let's play Truth or Dare." French kiss the beauty on your right. Without hesitation, Chen Yu's eyes flashed with fervor as he pulled Li Yuzhen into his arms. His movements were domineering and passionate, and his lips fell like raindrops as he forcefully kissed hers. His tongue skillfully pried open her teeth and intertwined with hers, as if trying to merge their souls together. Li Yuzhen was slightly taken aback at first, then responded to Chen Yu with fiery passion, tightly hugging his neck as if she wanted to merge her whole being into his body. This passionate and exciting scene instantly drew cheers and whistles from the surrounding crowd, pushing the atmosphere to a new climax. After a long voyage, they finally arrived at the dreamlike private island. The island was picturesque, a beautiful and enchanting paradise. The coconut palms rustled softly in the gentle sea breeze, as if whispering ancient and romantic stories. The snow-white beach shimmered under the sunlight, like a silver ribbon inlaid on the earth. Li Yuzhen, holding Chen Yu's hand, skipped and jumped like an excited child, excitedly introducing the beautiful scenery of the island, her eyes full of pride and joy. "Brother Yu, look how beautiful the scenery on this island is, isn't it especially charming?" Just then, Chen Yu heard someone call his name. Turning around, he saw two members of the elite group, Zhang Chang and Wang Lei. Zhang Chang and Wang Lei were each surrounded by several stunningly beautiful women, who were dressed fashionably and sexily, exuding charm with every move they made. Zhang Chang joked with a smile, "Chen Yu, what a coincidence, you're here to the party too, and with so many beautiful women." Wang Lei chimed in, a knowing smile playing on his lips, "Brother Chen, you're always surrounded by beautiful women wherever you go, you're quite the lucky one." Li Yuzhen greeted the two men in a natural and generous manner, and then the group walked together toward the party venue. The party was as lively as a boiling ocean, with deafening music that seemed to set the entire island ablaze. Handsome men and beautiful women danced wildly on the dance floor, unleashing their passion and energy, and everyone was immersed in the carnival atmosphere. Chen Yu and the others found a place to sit down. The table was filled with all kinds of fine wines, and the colorful bottles shimmered enticingly under the light. Chen Yu picked up a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp without hesitation, feeling the alcohol flow down his throat like flames, bringing a hot and stimulating pleasure. A short while later, several more hot models walked over with confident strides, their eyes full of invitation, and took the initiative to invite them to dance. Zhang Chang and Wang Lei immediately stood up and, each with the beautiful women beside them, eagerly stepped onto the dance floor, like two hungry beasts spotting their prey. Li Yuzhen also pulled Chen Yu along, her eyes filled with longing, and said in a sweet voice, "Brother Yu, let's go dancing too, and feel this lively atmosphere together." Chen Yu smiled as he stood up, embraced Li Yuzhen tightly in his arms as if he wanted to meld her into his own body, and walked onto the dance floor. As the music played, Li Yuzhen pressed herself tightly against Chen Yu, her body like a nimble snake, rubbing against him, every movement filled with allure and passion. Chen Yu's hands roamed freely over Li Yuzhen's waist and hips, as if exploring a precious work of art. Li Yuzhen was panting heavily, looking at Chen Yu with hazy eyes, her gaze like a deep lake that could draw anyone in. After the dance, everyone's enthusiasm remained undiminished, and they started playing all sorts of more exciting games. There's a game where men and women team up to feed each other drinks without spilling any. Li Yuzhen and Chen Yu were in the same group. She had a mouthful of wine in her mouth, her eyes full of desire, and slowly approached Chen Yu. Her eyes seemed to be telling of endless love and longing. She gently fed the wine into Chen Yu's mouth. Chen Yu deliberately didn't cooperate, his lips curling up slightly with a wicked smile, letting the wine drip down his chin. Seeing this, Li Yuzhen gently licked the wine from the corner of Chen Yu's mouth with her tongue, a soft and ambiguous gesture. Then the two kissed passionately again, as if everything around them had disappeared, and the whole world was just their heartbeats and breaths.
Tired from playing, the group rested on the beach. The moonlight, like water, spilled onto the sea, creating shimmering waves that seemed to drape the ocean in a silver veil, a scene both dreamlike and enchanting. Zhang Chang laughed and exclaimed, "We really had a blast tonight." "Shenyu, I never would have guessed. You always seem so serious, but you're quite the player. You've been keeping it all under the radar." Wang Lei chimed in, "Yeah, brother Chen. Since we're all like-minded, next time there's something like this, let's all get together and have even more fun." Shenyu chuckled and said, "I haven't even been on the path brother Wang has paved, so how come we're on the same wavelength?" His smile carried a hint of teasing and mystery. Wang Lei was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly realized what he meant. A sly glint flashed in his eyes, and he slapped his thigh and laughed loudly. "Brother, you're quite the character. If you've taken a fancy to any of the beauties next to me, just say the word and I'll let you have them." Shenyu laughed and said, "Just kidding, brother Wang, don't take it seriously. A gentleman doesn't take what others like. This little darling beside me is enough to satisfy me. Any more and my body can't handle it." After saying that, he looked down at Li Yuzhen in his arms, his eyes filled with a hint of doting and satisfaction. Li Yuzhen nestled tightly in Shenyu's arms, like a docile kitten, and whispered, "Brother Yu, are you happy today?" Shenyu looked down at her, grinning mischievously, and said, "I'm so happy, baby. You're truly my source of joy. With you by my side, everything becomes even more wonderful." Li Yuzhen raised her head and gently kissed Shenyu's lips, the kiss as soft as a feather, and said sweetly, "As long as brother Yu is happy, that's all that matters." On this enchanting night, Shenyu, Li Yuzhen, and two other group members enjoyed themselves to the fullest, completely immersed in this unrestrained revelry. It was as if time had stopped for them, and the whole world was filled with only endless joy and passion. Chapter 161 Midnight Passion. As the night deepened, the party atmosphere grew increasingly intense, and under the influence of alcohol, everyone's spirits soared. Moonlight spilled onto the beach, draping the revelry in a dreamlike veil. Shenyu, Zhang Chang, Wang Lei, and the beautiful women around them started playing even bolder games. They arranged colorful candles into various interesting shapes on the beach, the candlelight flickering in the sea breeze, illuminating the slightly tipsy and excited faces of the group. Shenyu, Zhang Chang, and Wang Lei were separated from their respective female companions. They were then blindfolded and had to find their original female companions by simply touching their faces and bodies. Fueled by alcohol, everyone responded with great enthusiasm. As the game began, Shenyu was surrounded by darkness, but his heart was beating slightly faster with anticipation of the upcoming excitement. He took a deep breath and slowly stretched out his hands. After a while, he touched a soft body. His hands gently moved up and touched a delicate face. He gently stroked the other person's cheeks, feeling the delicate skin, and slid down the bridge of the nose to the lips, trying to find a familiar feeling in this touch. However, this did not seem to be Li Yuzhen. After hesitating for a moment, he gently put down his hands and continued to grope. Finally, he touched a woman's face again. Her high nose bridge, slightly upturned lips, and familiar facial features made him instantly certain that this was Li Yuzhen. He slid his hands down Li Yuzhen's neck, gently wrapped his arms around her waist, and whispered in her ear, "Baby, I've found you." Li Yuzhen, her eyes covered and her cheeks flushed, replied softly, "Brother Yu, I knew you could find me." On the other side, Zhang Chang was also searching. He first encountered a woman with long hair, gently stroking her face with his hand, but feeling something was off, he moved on to another woman. When his hand touched the cheek of the woman in the silver miniskirt, he recognized his female companion based on the memory of their previous intimate encounter. He hugged the beautiful woman tightly and teased her in her ear, "Little vixen, I've finally found you." The beautiful woman retorted coquettishly, "You're such a smooth talker." Wang Lei's hands roamed over different bodies and faces, a hint of drunkenness and excitement in them. When he touched the face of a beautiful woman, he recognized her as his companion based on her round chin and high cheekbones. He pulled his female companion into his arms and laughed loudly, "Ha, you're the best one I could find." His female companion laughed and playfully punched him, "You're so amazing." As the game progressed, the effects of the alcohol gradually took hold, and the group became increasingly intimate. Li Yuzhen practically clung to Shenyu, gazing at him with dreamy eyes, her fingers tracing circles on his chest. She whispered sweetly, "Brother Yu, you're so alluring tonight." Shenyu grinned mischievously, gently biting Li Yuzhen's earlobe, and murmured, "Baby, you're irresistible." Under the moonlight, they strolled along the beach. Suddenly, Li Yuzhen stopped, wrapped her arms around Shenyu's neck, and gave him a passionate kiss. Shenyu responded enthusiastically, wrapping his arms tightly around Li Yuzhen's waist and lifting her off the ground.
their figures intertwined in the moonlight, as if they had become one. Li Yuzhen's legs unconsciously wrapped around Chen Yu's waist, and Chen Yu carried her slowly towards a secluded corner by the sea. There, Li Yuzhen leaned against a coconut tree, Chen Yu's lips tracing a path down her neck, and Li Yuzhen moaned softly, her hands gripping Chen Yu's shoulders tightly. Chen Yu's hands began to wander restlessly, gently untying the shoulder straps of Li Yuzhen's dress. The dress slowly slid down her body, and the moonlight shone on her snow-white skin, creating a soft halo. Li Yuzhen closed her eyes, her face flushed, and her breathing became increasingly rapid. Chen Yu's lips covered hers again, and in this quiet yet passionate corner, the two of them released their desires to the fullest. Not far away, Zhang Chang and the woman in the silver miniskirt also hid in a coconut grove. The woman leaned against a tree trunk, Zhang Chang's hands on either side of her body, and the two passionately kissed. The beautiful woman's hands roamed over Zhang Chang's back, tugging at his clothes. Zhang Chang's lips left hers, kissing his way down her collarbone, and she tilted her head back, letting out a soft moan of pleasure. Meanwhile, Wan Lei was frolicking with several beautiful women on beach chairs. He lay on a chair, one of the women sat on him, and the two fed each other drinks, while another woman gently stroked Wang Lei's hair, creating an extremely ambiguous atmosphere. The entire island was immersed in a mesmerizing atmosphere at midnight, as if time itself stood still for this revelry and passion. Chapter 162: The Aftermath of Indulgence. The 3-day extravagant revelry finally came to an end. During these 3 dreamlike and unrestrained days, Chen Yu seemed to be in a vortex of desire, enjoying the revelry with Li Yuzhen and the others. During this period of indulgence, Li Yuzhen, like an artist obsessed with recording beautiful moments, took many intimate photos of herself and Chen Yu with her mobile phone. In the photos, they are either on the deck of a private yacht, smiling at each other in the sea breeze, with the sparkling sea behind them, or in a luxurious villa on the island. Chen Yu and Li Yuzhen stand side by side by a huge floor-to-ceiling window, with the charming island scenery outside the window. Or on the beach, Li Yuzhen playfully put a wreath of wildflowers on Chen Yu's head, and the two of them had relaxed and happy smiles on their faces. As everything drew to a close, Li Yuzhen held her phone, her eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation, and asked Chen Yu, "Brother Yu, these photos are amazing. I want to post them on WeChat Moments so everyone can see our happy times. What do you think?" Chen Yu was still immersed in the afterglow of the revelry and didn't think much of it, casually replying, "Sure, go ahead and send it." With Chen Yu's permission, Li Yuzhen happily selected several of her most intimate and sweetest photos, carefully adding a caption, "Spended the most wonderful time with my beloved brother Yu, every moment was intoxicating." Then she clicked send. Soon, Li Yuzhen's fellow models and friends on WeChat Moments started liking and commenting, with messages like, "Wow, you two are so sweet," and "This is too happy," scrolling by. Looking at these comments, Li Yuzhen was overjoyed. She turned to Chen Yu, her eyes sparkling with longing, and asked, "Brother Yu, when do you plan to let me officially meet your other girlfriends as your girlfriend? I was thinking, why don't I move in with you so we can be together every day?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat, realizing that things were somewhat out of his control. Looking into Li Yuzhen's expectant eyes, he felt a pang of panic, but he forced himself to remain calm and reassured her, "Honey, don't worry. You know, those girls have been with me for a while now, and suddenly having a beautiful girlfriend like you was bound to take some getting used to for them. I need some time to communicate with them properly, and we'll arrange a meeting once everyone is ready. That way, we'll get along better in the future, don't you think?" Li Yuzhen pouted slightly and said with a hint of grievance, "But brother Yu, I really want to integrate into your lives as soon as possible and become a more important part of your life." Chen Yu gently pulled Li Yuzhen into his arms and said tenderly, "I know how you feel, darling. But this can't be rushed. I have to consider everyone's feelings. Give me some time, and I will definitely handle it well." Li Yuzhen leaned against Chen Yu's chest and nodded gently, "Okay, brother Yu, I'll listen to you." Chen Yu knew that getting Yi Qing and Lin Wan to accept Li Yuzhen would be no easy task. Thinking about their possible reactions, Chen Yu couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. On his private yacht on the return trip, he gazed at the vast sea outside the window, his mind racing with thoughts of how to end things. He knew that Yi Qing was straightforward and might explode in such a situation. Li Xinxin was sensitive and might be secretly saddened, while Lin Wan was gentler and more understanding, and might be able to help him in this matter. Finally, Chen Yu returned home. Taking advantage of Yi Qing and Li Xinxin's absence, he found Lin Wan and, with a look of helplessness and guilt, told her everything. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan's eyes flashed with disappointment and sadness, but she still suppressed her emotions and listened quietly as Chen Yu finished speaking. Chen Yu said cautiously, "Wan, I know I was wrong this time, and I didn't expect things to develop like this. Li Yuzhen wants to move in and wants to see you. I've thought about it and I think you have a good personality and are understanding, so I wanted to discuss it with you to see if you could help me communicate this matter properly with Qingqing and Xinxin. Linwan looked at Chenyu, sighed softly, and said, Chenyu, I'm really disappointed, but it's already happened, and I don't want to see our relationship break down like this. I can help you communicate with them, but I still suggest you don't bring Li Yuzhen home to live. Look at the industry she works in and the circle of people she surrounds herself with. It seems like her lifestyle and values are quite different from ours. Living together would definitely lead to all sorts of conflicts. Chenyu nodded quickly. Wan, you're right, I'll listen to you. We really owe you a lot this time, I'll definitely be more careful in the future. Linwan shook her head helplessly. I hope you can really learn from this. I'll try talking to Qingqing and Xinxin first, but don't get your hopes up too high, it's not certain whether they'll accept it. Chenyu felt both grateful and uneasy. He knew that the days to come would not be peaceful, and that the emotional turmoil caused by his indulgence had only just begun. Chapter 163 Undercurrents. After agreeing to help Chenyu communicate, Linwan secretly planned in her heart, knowing that this matter was tricky and that if she rashly tried to communicate together, the situation would probably be difficult to control. She decided to speak privately with Yi Qing and Li Xinxin separately, hoping to resolve the issue gradually. The next day, Linwan waited for Yi Qing to be watering the flowers alone on the balcony, then slowly walked over and said softly, Qingqing, I want to talk to you about Chenyu and Li Yuzhen. Yi Qing's hand holding the watering can suddenly stopped, her eyes instantly sharpened, and she turned to look at Linwan, saying coldly, so you're finally going to talk? I guess long ago that guy wasn't being honest. Tell me, what exactly happened? Linwan frowned slightly, looking at Yi Qing's reaction, knowing that she probably had suspicions in her heart, so she slowly recounted in detail how Chenyu and Li Yuzhen met and partied on the private island. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing slammed the watering can down in anger, stood up, and glared at him, exclaiming that Chenyu is simply outrageous. I knew he'd been acting suspiciously lately, turns out he's been doing this kind of thing. He was partying with that woman on the island, what does he take us for? And that Li Yuzhen is no better, she's obviously a wicked woman who only knows how to use tricks to seduce men. Linwan quickly stood up, took Yi Qing's hand, and advised, Xinxin, don't be angry. What's done is done, and we need to find a way to resolve it. Yi Qing shook off Linwan's hand, paced back and forth, and said angrily, resolve? How can this be resolved? He's hooking up with that kind of shady woman outside, and he wants to bring that woman in? No way. Linwan pulled Yi Qing back again and said patiently, Xinxin, I understand how you feel, but feelings can't be so easily severed. What happened with Li Yuzhen has already happened, and we have to find a way to resolve it. If we reject her directly, Chenyu will definitely have a grudge, and it might even affect our relationship. Yi Qing frowned and thought for a moment, then what do you suggest? Are we just going to accept that woman like this? Linwan patiently said, it's not about accepting her right away. We can get to know her first and find out what kind of person she is. Maybe after getting to know her, we'll find she's not so bad after all, and we might even be able to get along well. Moreover, Chenyu knows he was wrong, so giving him a chance is also giving our relationship a chance. Yi Qing bit her lip, her heart filled with turmoil. I just can't swallow this. How could he treat us like this? Linwan gently pulled Yi Qing into her arms. I understand, I'm angry too, but we've been through so much together, we can't let this break us up. Yi Qing nestled in Linwan's arms, her eyes gradually reddening, and she remained silent. After comforting Yi Qing, Linwan found another opportunity to speak with Li Xinxin alone. Li Xinxin was organizing books in the study when Linwan walked in and softly called out, Xinxin. Li Xinxin looked up, saw Linwan, and a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. Linwan sat down next to Li Xinxin, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Xinxin, I have something to tell you, it's about Chenyu. Li Xinxin's heart skipped a beat, and she almost dropped the book in her hand. She looked at Linwan nervously and asked, Wan, is something wrong with brother Yu? Linwan sighed softly and told her about Chenyu and Li Yuzhen. Upon hearing this, Li Xinxin's face turned pale instantly, tears welled up in her eyes, and she said in a trembling voice, how could this happen? How could brother Yu do this to us? I always trusted him so much. I knew this woman was no good the last time I saw her, and she really is a slut who comes here to seduce men. Linwan hugged Li Xinxin with heartache. Xinxin, I know you're feeling bad, and so am I. But you also know that Chenyu is usually very good to us. This time he may have just made a mistake. With tears in her eyes, Li Xinxin said angrily, even if he was confused for a moment, how can we forgive him so easily? Besides, that Li Yuzhen is obviously not a decent person. She must have deliberately seduced brother Yu.
I really can't accept her joining us. Lin Wan said gently, Xin, I understand how you feel. But let's think about it from another angle. If we resolutely refuse to accept Li Yuzhen, Chen Yu might feel that we are not tolerant enough, which would greatly harm our relationship with Chen Yu. Why don't we try to get to know her? Maybe she has a good side too. Li Xinxin lowered her head and pondered for a long time before slowly saying, Wan, I'll listen to you. I'm willing to try getting to know her. But if she's really difficult to get along with and reveals her true colors as a vixen, I will absolutely not accept her. Lin Wan nodded, okay, Xin, let's work together to handle this and get our lives back on track. After communicating with Yi Qing and Li Xinxin separately, Lin Wan breathed a slight sigh of relief, but she knew that the real test was yet to come. The challenges ahead, including getting to know Li Yuzhen and how to foster genuine harmony among the group, remain unresolved. Meanwhile, this complex emotional relationship is quietly undergoing a severe test. Chapter 164: The Awkwardness of the First Meeting. Thanks to Lin Wan's efforts, Yi Qing and Li Xinxin finally relented and agreed to meet with Li Yuzhen. Upon hearing the news, Shen Yu felt both apprehensive and excited. He quickly contacted Li Yuzhen, carefully informing her of the meeting arrangements and repeatedly reminding her, Yuzhen, this meeting is very important. Everyone needs time to get to know each other and adapt. Don't be too hasty, and don't mention moving in yet. Upon hearing this, Li Yuzhen was both excited and nervous. She began to prepare meticulously, determined to leave a good impression on everyone. The day of the meeting arrived quickly, and the location was chosen to be Qin Yu's living room. Li Yuzhen specially chose a simple yet elegant dress, put on delicate makeup, and arrived at Chen Yu's house early. Filled with nervousness and anticipation, she gently knocked on the door. Chen Yu opened the door and saw Li Yuzhen. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he also noticed her nervousness. He gently comforted her, don't worry, they are all very nice people and will accept you. Li Yuzhen took a deep breath, nodded, and followed Chen Yu into the living room. Yi Qing, Lin Wan, and Li Xinxin were already sitting in the living room. When they saw Li Yuzhen come in, a hint of hostility flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. She snorted coldly and turned her head away. Li Xinxin looked Li Yuzhen up and down, her eyes full of scrutiny. Only Lin Wan offered a friendly smile, stood up, and said, Yuzhen's here, please have a seat. Li Yuzhen sat down somewhat awkwardly, forced a smile, and said, hello, sisters, I am Li Yuzhen. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Yi Qing said irritably, humph, happy? I think you're just smug. How can you not be happy about ruining someone else's relationship? Li Yuzhen's face turned pale instantly, and she looked to Chen Yu for help. Chen Yu quickly tried to smooth things over, Xing, don't say that. Yuzhen genuinely likes me too. We'll all be family from now on, so let's get along well. Li Xinxin sneered, family? You make it sound so easy. Do you think just anyone can join us? Don't you know your own character? Do you think we don't know how you seduced men outside? Li Yuzhen's eyes reddened, and she said aggrievely, sister, I know you may have misunderstood me, but Yu Ji and I are truly in love. I didn't mean to ruin your relationship, Yi Qing interrupted her, truly in love? You've only known each other for a short time and you're already truly in love? That's a really lame excuse. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly awkward, Lin Wan quickly said, Xinxin, let's not get so agitated. Since Yuzhen is here, let's have a good talk and maybe we can clear up the misunderstanding. Yuzhen, don't be too nervous. Everyone is doing this for Chen Yu's own good and hopes to get along peacefully. Li Yuzhen wiped away her tears, nodded, and said, yes, Sister Lin Wan, I understand. I'm willing to try my best to get along with everyone, and I hope you sisters can give me a chance. Yi Qing frowned and remained silent. Li Xinxin pursed her lips, an opportunity? That depends on your performance. Don't think you can get away with just a few nice words. Li Yuzhen glanced at Chen Yu, cleared her throat, and said, sisters, I know my appearance may be a bit sudden, and the fact that I'm with Brother Yu has made you all uncomfortable. But I really like Brother Yu and hope to integrate into this big family. I work as a model, and I enjoy fashion and fitness. I have a fairly outgoing personality, and I hope to become good friends with the older women. Li Xinxin sneered, model? That sounds like someone who knows how to dress up and seduce men. Chen Yu quickly walked to Li Xinxin's side, squatted down, took her hand, and said gently, Xinxin, don't say that. Yuzhen is sincere. We can't generalize and condemn everyone. Look, Yuzhen put so much effort into meeting everyone today because she wants to get along well with everyone. Yuzhen, please try to understand Xinxin. She just cares too much about our family and can't accept a new member right away. Li Yuzhen nodded quickly. I understand, Sister Li. I will prove myself with my actions in the future. Lin Wan chimed in, yes, Xin, since Yuzhen is here, let's give each other a chance. Yuzhen, don't rush things, we'll get to know each other eventually. Chen Yu pressed his advantage, yes, everyone is gathered here because of me. I hope we can be like family. Yuzhen, why don't you chat with the older sisters about your hobbies and interests to strengthen your bond? Li Yuzhen obediently replied, okay, brother Yu. Sister Lin Wan, I heard you are very knowledgeable about cooking. I also like to try making some simple dishes. Can I ask you for some advice? Lin Wan smiled and nodded, of course. Under Chen Yu's skillful guidance, the atmosphere gradually eased. Although there was still some awkwardness, at least everyone started to communicate. However, everyone knows that it will take a long time to get to know and adapt to Li Yuzhen before they can truly accept her. Chapter 165 Career Takeoff and a New Chapter in Life. As time went on, Chen Yu's coffee business flourished. The main store and its 4 branches are extremely popular, often packed with customers with long queues stretching out, all eager to savor the unique and aromatic coffee. Regular customers' positive feelings towards the coffee shop have been soaring. They not only frequent the shop themselves but also recommend it to others, making Chen Yu's coffee shop famous in the local area. Thanks to the continuous increase in customer goodwill, the system's cashback multiplier is also constantly increasing. The previously launched Give the Boss a Small Gift and Drink Coffee for Free campaign was a great success, with customers participating enthusiastically. This not only increased customer interaction with the coffee shop but also helped him accumulate a huge amount of cash back. However, currently, apart from the company's revenue, the private funds obtained through system cashback amount to only 12 million. While his career was flourishing, Chen Yu's love life was also quietly changing. Since Li Yuzhen first met Yi Qing, Lin Wan, and Li Xinxin, although the atmosphere was slightly tense at first, it fortunately did not escalate. Li Yuzhen always tried her best to integrate into this special family, and her sincere efforts gradually softened the attitudes of Yi Qing and others. After careful consideration, Li Yuzhen made the decisive decision to leave the modeling industry. She knew that modeling was essentially a youth-oriented profession, and that the industry itself was quite chaotic. Now that she has found her ideal husband, Chen Yu, and is living a worry-free life, she naturally feels there is no need to continue struggling in this uncertain industry. Brother Yu, I've thought it over carefully. The modeling industry is too young and the circle is too chaotic. I don't want to continue like this. Now that I have you, I want to live a stable life, spend more time with you, and work with everyone to make our family better. Li Yuzhen nestled in Chen Yu's arms and said firmly. Chen Yu gently held Li Yuzhen's hand, his eyes full of tenderness and understanding. Yuzhen, you've been on the modeling path for so long, and now you're quite well known. Are you really determined? Li Yuzhen raised her head and looked at Chen Yu with a determined gaze. Brother Yu, I've thought it through. The life of a model may seem glamorous, but it's actually full of hardship and helplessness. Now that I'm with you, I yearn for a stable and warm life. Chen Yu hugged Li Yuzhen tightly. Since this is your decision, I will definitely support you with all my might. From now on, let's work together and follow me, brother Yu, and I'll make sure you have 9 meals in 3 days. Li Yuzhen told her best friend Sun Yao about her idea of resigning. On the other end of the phone, Sun Yao was silent for a moment, then said, Yuzhen, are you really not going to reconsider? The modeling industry has its downsides, but you've already gained some fame in it. It would be such a waste to give it up. Besides, are you sure you can guarantee a life of comfort with your boyfriend? What if something changes in the future? Li Yuzhen interrupted her. Yao, I know you mean well. But in the modeling industry, so many young and beautiful girls emerge every year. We so-called seniors might be replaced one day. Now that I've finally found someone to rely on, I naturally want to hold on tight. Besides, I can see that brother Yu is a man who values relationships and is responsible. Such a man is worth entrusting my life to. So I don't want to drift in the modeling industry anymore. I want a stable home. Sun Yao sighed. Well, alright, since you've made up your mind, I can only support you. I hope you can be happy. If anything happens, be sure to tell me. After hanging up the phone, Li Yuzhen became even more determined in her choice. At the same time, Chen Yu noticed that as the number of family members increased, the existing house space gradually became insufficient. With ample funds now available, purchasing a larger house became a priority. He discussed the matter with Yi Qing, Lin Wan, and Li Xinxin, and they all agreed. Chen Yu then contacted a real estate agent.
Soon, a young, beautiful, enthusiastic, and professional agent contacted him. They arranged a time to view the property. On the day of the house viewing, the female real estate agent was waiting at the agreed location early in the morning. Upon seeing Chen Yu, she immediately flashed a professional, sweet smile and greeted him warmly. "Hello, Mr. Chen, I'm your real estate agent, Xiao Zhou. Today, I'll take you to see that amazing villa. This house is really rare, and many people are interested in it, but I think it's a perfect match for your needs." Along the way, Xiao Zhou gave a detailed introduction to the villa. "Mr. Chen, what we are looking at is a 1200 detached villa. The property area is 1057, but the usable area reaches 1200, which is a very high space utilization rate. It is a European-style building with a very grand and elegant appearance. The price is 35 million, which is extremely cost-effective among similar properties." Chen Yu nodded slightly and asked, "What are the surrounding amenities like? Is it convenient to live there?" Xiao Zhou quickly replied, "Mr. Chen, you don't need to worry about that. The villa is surrounded by excellent amenities. There's a large shopping mall nearby with everything you need for shopping, dining, and entertainment. It's about a 10-minute drive to a top-tier hospital to safeguard the health of you and your family. Furthermore, there are several excellent schools nearby, from kindergarten to middle school, making it very convenient for children to attend school. Transportation is also convenient, as it's close to major roads, so even though it's in the suburbs, commuting won't be time-consuming." As they talked, they arrived at the residential complex where the villa was located. The complex had a beautiful environment with exquisite landscaping, and the roads were lined with lush trees. Upon entering the villa, Xiao Zhou began to explain the interior layout in detail. "Mr. Chen, as you can see, this floor mainly consists of the living room, dining room, kitchen, and a maid's room. The living room is very spacious, with a 7-meter-high ceiling, creating a great sense of space. Look at these large floor-to-ceiling windows. The natural light is excellent. The restaurant can easily accommodate 12 people at the same time, making it perfect for family gatherings. The kitchen features an open design and is equipped with top-of-the-line appliances, meeting the needs of both everyday cooking and entertaining guests." Next, Xiao Zhou led Chen Yu up to the second floor. There are 4 rooms on the second floor, each with its own bathroom and walk-in closet. This south-facing master bedroom is 100 square meters and has a large balcony overlooking the community's garden. The other 3 secondary bedrooms are also around 50 square meters each, with a reasonable layout and spacious interiors, making them very comfortable to live in. Upon arriving on the 3rd floor, Xiao Zhou continued, "The 3rd floor has a guest room and a multifunctional space that you can convert into a study, gym, or home theater according to your preferences. Furthermore, this floor also features a huge terrace, spanning 200 square meters, where you can host outdoor parties and enjoy the beautiful night view." After touring the interior, Xiao Zhou led Chen Yu to the garden. "Mr. Chen, look at this garden, it's 500 square meters in size. You can plant your favorite flowers and plants here and create a private garden space. Next to it is a private swimming pool, which is 25 meters long and 8 meters wide. In the summer, you and your family can enjoy swimming to your heart's content." Chen Yu paced around the villa, already envisioning a beautiful scene of his family living there. He could almost see Yiqing meticulously tending to the beautiful flowers in the garden, Lin Wan showcasing her culinary skills in the spacious kitchen, Li Xinxin immersed in the world of books in the quiet study, and Li Yuzhen leisurely enjoying the sunshine by the pool. Wasn't this the ideal home he had always dreamed of? Chen Yu has decided to purchase this villa. According to the bank's loan policy, the down payment is 30%, amounting to 10.5 million yuan. Chen Yu currently has 12 million yuan in personal funds obtained through system cashback programs, leaving him with 1.5 million yuan after paying the down payment. Although he needs to take out a loan of 24.5 million yuan, he believes that with the successful development of his coffee business in the system cashback program, repayment will not be difficult. Next, Chen Yu began processing the purchase paperwork. With the assistance of real estate agent Xiao Zhou, he signed a purchase contract with the developer, carefully reviewing all the terms to ensure his rights were protected. Afterwards, I went to the bank to complete the loan application process and submitted a series of documents, including personal identification, proof of income, and proof of assets. Bank staff reviewed and evaluated his documents, and after a series of procedures, he successfully passed the loan approval process. Chen Yu signed a loan contract with the bank, stipulating details such as repayment methods and interest rates, officially beginning his journey as a mortgage slave. Considering that the villa is located in the suburbs and the transportation is relatively inconvenient, Chen Yu decided to buy a car for each of Yiqing, Lin Wan, Li Xinxin, and Li Yuzhen to make it easier for them to get around. However, due to limited funds, we can only temporarily choose some mid-range models as a transitional option. The next day, he brought 4 girlfriends to the car showroom, where a wide variety of brands and models of vehicles were on display. Yi Qing saw a red Mazda CX-5, a 2024 2.5L automatic 4-wheel drive intelligent model, with an official guide price of 195,800 yuan. After some bargaining with the salesperson, she finally settled on a price of 180,000 yuan. Yi Qing was captivated by the smooth lines and vibrant colors, and a satisfied smile spread across her face. Lin Wan then took a liking to a black Honda Accord, a 2024 hybrid 2.0L Phantom Night Elite Edition, with an official guide price of 236,800 yuan, which she ultimately bought for 220,000 yuan. This car is stable and practical, and its hybrid system provides excellent fuel economy. The interior is spacious and comfortable, perfectly matching Lin Wan's temperament. Sitting in the driver's seat, Lin Wan appreciated the interior's quality and technological features, nodding frequently. Li Xinxin chose a white Toyota Camry, a 2024 2.5Q flagship version, with an official list price of 234,800 yuan. After negotiation, she bought it for 215,000 yuan. Its simple yet elegant appearance, rich features, and the reliability of the Toyota brand all appeal to Li Xinxin. Li Yuzhen saw the pink Volkswagen T-Roc, a 2024 280 TSI DSG2WD Elite Pro version, with an official list price of 158,900 yuan, which she ultimately purchased for 145,000 yuan. Its stylish and sophisticated exterior, along with its refined interior, filled Li Yuzhen with joy. Seeing his 4 girlfriends looking happy, Chen Yu generously swiped his card to buy all the car models they had their eyes on. Chapter 166: A New Experience in a Villa. On a sunny weekend, Chen Yu decided to take Yi Qing, Lin Wan, Li Xinxin, Li Yuzhen, and Yi Zi, a group of 6, to visit the newly purchased villa. Considering the large number of people, and that one car wouldn't be enough, the group split into 2 cars and set off. Yi Qing drove her red Mazda CX-5, carrying Li Xinxin, Yi Zi, and Lin Wan. After starting the car, Yi Qing stepped on the gas, but her expression was somewhat indifferent. Li Xinxin sat in the passenger seat with her arms crossed in front of her chest, glancing occasionally through the rearview mirror at Li Yuzhen's car behind her. Lin Wan sat in the back row, trying to ease the atmosphere by chatting softly with Yi Zi. Yi Zi shared interesting things that happened at work recently, laughing happily from time to time, but Yi Qing and Li Xinxin only responded perfunctorily. Li Yuzhen drove her pink Volkswagen T-Roc with Chen Yu as a passenger. With a confident smile on her face, Li Yuzhen chatted with Chen Yu from time to time while driving, subtly displaying her gentleness and thoughtfulness, which made Chen Yu laugh from time to time, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere in the car. When they arrived at the villa, everyone was captivated by the sight before them. The European-style architecture appeared exceptionally dignified and elegant under the sunlight, and the lush greenery in the garden resembled a green ocean. Yi Zi eagerly pushed open the car door and ran towards the garden with a cheer. "Wow, this is so beautiful! Brother-in-law, I can play here every day from now on." Chen Yu smiled and nodded. "Silly girl, this will be our home from now on, of course you can play here every day." Stepping into the villa, the spacious living room astonished everyone. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on the gleaming marble floor. Li Yuzhen excitedly circled the living room, exclaiming, "Brother Yu, this is even better than I imagined." Chen Yu responded with a smile, his eyes full of love. Yi Qing and Li Xinxin simply responded with a faint sound, their eyes revealing a hint of disgust towards Li Yuzhen. Chen Yu led everyone on a tour of the various rooms. When they arrived at the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, everyone was amazed by the spacious 100 square meter room. Chen Yu said with a smile, "This master bedroom is spacious enough. I plan to have a 5-meter wide bed custom made so that we can all sleep together at night. This will not only strengthen our relationship but also allow us to enjoy warm family time together." Yi Qing blushed slightly and said reproachfully, "You always come up with these strange and unusual ideas. But they do sound quite interesting." Lin Wan and Li Xinxin smiled in agreement, but when their eyes glanced at Li Yuzhen, a barely perceptible hint of resistance flashed across their faces. Li Yuzhen's eyes flashed with anticipation as she said, "I'm really looking forward to it, it feels like it will be very heartwarming." However, Yi Qing, Lin Wan, and Li Xinxin simply smiled politely and did not respond further. Li Xinxin even muttered under her breath, "Dream on." Fortunately, her voice wasn't loud, and Chen Yu didn't hear it. Li Yuzhen pretended not to hear, and instead looked at Chen Yu with anticipation. "Brother Yu, when we lie together on the big bed, it will definitely be very happy." Chen Yu affectionately patted her head. Then, Chen Yu pointed to one side of the master bedroom and said, "I plan to partition off a connecting suite here. If any of the sisters are not feeling well, they can use this suite."
It won't disturb everyone, and it will be convenient to take care of them.
Yi Qing took Qinyu's arm, touched, and said, "Brother, you've thought of everything." Lin Wan and Li Xinxin nodded in agreement, while Li Yuzhen stood silently to the side, a calculating glint in her eyes. She was plotting how to find an opportunity to further solidify her position in Chun Yu's heart. After touring the rooms, the group went to the garden. Li Yuzhen suggested, "We can have an outdoor barbecue party here and invite some friends over. It would be a lot of fun." Yi Qing snorted coldly, "Humph, you make it sound so easy. Who are you going to invite? Don't bring all sorts of random people." Li Yuzhen's expression changed slightly, then she showed a wrong look, her eyes slightly red. "Sister Qingqing, I just thought it would be nice for everyone to have some fun together.
If there's anything I didn't think of, please don't be angry."
Seeing this, Jinyu quickly tried to smooth things over. "Qingqing, Yuzhen meant well.
Let's discuss it properly."
Yi Qing felt annoyed by Li Yuzhen's appearance, but she didn't say anything in front of Chenyu. Li Xinxin looked at the pool and said, "Swimming in the pool must be very comfortable in the summer.
We can buy some nice swimming rings and decorate the pool beautifully."
Yezi jumped up excitedly, "I also want to build a swing in the garden, so I can swing and enjoy the scenery at the same time." Li Yuzhen also wanted to join the conversation, saying, "I think it would be very beautiful to plant some roses next to the swing." But Yi Qing, Lin Wan, and Li Xinxin seemed not to hear them, continuing to discuss their own ideas and leaving Li Yuzhen aside. Although Li Yuzhen was somewhat annoyed, she maintained a smile on her face and gently tugged at Chen Yu's sleeve. "Brother Yu, what do you think of my idea?" Chen Yu nodded with a smile. "That's great, Yuzhen has a great idea."
Hearing Chen Yu's affirmation, Li Yuzhen glanced at the other girls triumphantly, her eyes full of provocation.
Chen Yu could see that the women were still very resistant to Li Yuzhen, but in his opinion, women were naturally inclined to play palace intrigue games. As long as the conflict is kept within a certain range, it's not a big problem. After all, no matter how they fight, it's just to win favor. He felt that appropriate competition might make his girlfriends pay more attention to him and add some unique fun to their lives. Therefore, on the surface, he did not interfere much as usual, but silently observed the situation, preparing to intervene and mediate before the conflict escalated. In this war without gunfire, Li Yuzhen, with her cunning and high emotional intelligence, is determined to solidify her position in the family, while Yi Qing, Lin Wan, and Li Xinxin will not easily accept her.
Chapter 167: Housewarming Celebration and a New Beginning. After touring the villa, Chen Yu and his girlfriends immediately began renovating and decorating it.
Chen Yu invited a professional designer to develop a detailed plan based on everyone's ideas. The 5-meter-wide custom-made bed in the master bedroom features a top-of-the-line mattress and soft bedding, with exquisite patterns carved into the headboard, exuding luxury. The connecting suites were also partitioned off as planned, with warm and comfortable interior decoration, and equipped with a separate bathroom and a small living area, making them convenient for use during special periods. In the garden, the swing was placed in a shady corner, surrounded by roses that Li Yuzhen had suggested.
The delicate flowers were in bud and exuding a charming fragrance.
Brightly colored parasols and comfortable lounge chairs were placed along the poolside, and various adorable swimming rings were also provided. A barbecue area was also set up, equipped with professional barbecue equipment. Each room was personalized according to the girlfriend's preferences. Yi Qing liked a minimalist modern style, so her private area was decorated mainly in black, white, and gray tones, paired with simple decorative paintings and stylish furniture.
Lin Wan is fond of classical Chinese style.
The room is furnished with antique screens, wooden tables and chairs, and calligraphy works hanging on the walls. Li Xinxin prefers a fresh and natural style, and her room is filled with green plants and light blue soft furnishings. Li Yuzhen incorporated her own style into the design, creating a romantic and fashionable space.
Pink gauze curtains and exquisite ornaments showcased her taste in every detail.
After a period of busy work, the renovation and layout of the villa was finally completed.
Everything is as everyone wished, warm and beautiful. It's time for the whole family to move.
On moving day, the sun shone exceptionally brightly.
Everyone busied themselves, carrying their belongings into the villa one by one.
Li Yuzhen also officially moved in, beginning a new chapter of living together with everyone. Although Yi Qing, Lin Wan, and Li Xinxin were still somewhat indifferent to her, Li Yuzhen didn't care. She was full of confidence and believed that one day she would be able to fully integrate into this family. After moving into the villa, Li Yuzhen suggested holding a party there, inviting friends and colleagues to celebrate her housewarming. Chen Yu thought it was a good idea. It would not only make things lively for everyone, but also give Li Yuzhen a chance to better integrate into their social circle. Although Yi Qing, Lin Wan, and Li Xinxin were not happy about it, they did not object for Chen Yu's sake.
So Li Yuzhen began to meticulously plan the party.
She made a long list of invitees, including old acquaintances from her modeling career as well as some new friends. Chen Yu also invited several friends he was close to in the elite circle, including brother Zhang, who had contributed greatly to the rescue of Yi Zi. Lin Wan and Li Xinxin each invited several colleagues with whom they had a good relationship, while Yi Qing, as the vice president of Chen Yu's company, invited several senior executives of the company. Li Yuzhen has many friends, including her best friend, and invited more than a dozen friends, all of whom are beautiful and charming.
Because the villa was quite large, Chen Yu hired an experienced middle-aged female housekeeper and 4 maids before moving in.
To make the party even more perfect, on the day of the party, not only was a famous chef from the city invited to prepare delicious food, but also more than a dozen maids were temporarily hired, led by the housekeeper to be in charge of the party service. The villa was bustling with activity on the day of the gathering. Guests arrived one after another, all praising the exquisite decorations of the villa.
Li Yuzhen, dressed in a beautiful gown, warmly greeted the guests, showcasing her social charm.
Chen Yu and his friends, including Zhang Gu, chatted happily, reminiscing about past fun times. Yi Qing discussed work matters with the company's senior executives, while Lin Wan and Li Xinxin accompanied their respective colleagues on a tour of the garden. When Li Yuzhen's friends arrived, they were all envious of her for being able to snag a rich husband and live in a mansion as a wealthy wife.
They chattered on and on. Yuzhen, you are so lucky. Look at this villa, and look at us. We work hard every day and live in cramped apartments. Yes, although we don't earn a little, our expenses are too high. Some of us even have to support men.
In the end, we are basically broke every month. Especially Li Yuzhen's best friend, Sun Yao, was filled with jealousy, but she forced a smile on her face. Yuzhen, you are so enviable. You should take good care of your sisters in the future. Li Yuzhen responded with a smile, don't say that, everyone. We're sisters, and we'll definitely help each other out when the opportunity arises. But she was secretly pleased with herself. At the gathering, professional chefs were busy preparing food in a makeshift open kitchen, and one exquisite dish after another was served, filling the air with their aroma. The butler skillfully directed the maids as they moved through the crowd, serving drinks and snacks to the guests.
The guests danced and chatted in the garden, fully enjoying the joyful atmosphere.
Seeing Li Yuzhen moving so easily among the crowd, Yi Qing couldn't help but feel a little displeased, but she still tried her best to maintain a polite smile. Lin Wan and Li Xinxin whispered among themselves, each having their own opinions on Li Yuzhen's performance.
However, in such a lively setting, they couldn't show their opinions too obviously. Looking at the lively scene, Chen Yu was filled with mixed emotions.
He hoped that this gathering could be a new beginning, allowing Li Yuzhen to truly integrate into the family and also easing the tension between the girlfriends.
Chapter 168 Intensification of Conflict.
As the days went by, Chen Yu's life in the villa seemed to have entered a new rhythm, but this rhythm was quietly breeding a tense atmosphere. Yi Qing, Lin Wan, and Li Xinxin all have their own busy jobs. As the company's vice president, Yi Qing has to handle a lot of affairs every day and often leaves early and returns late. Lin Wan also holds an important position in her field and works meticulously. Li Xinxin is also conscientious in her position and strives for her career.
Li Yuzhen's life after quitting her modeling job is in stark contrast to theirs.
She either clung to Chen Yu's side every day or lay comfortably in the villa, enjoying the life of a wealthy lady who had everything done for her, with maids serving her. She would occasionally invite her best friends to the villa for afternoon tea, and their laughter would echo throughout the villa, but to Yi Qing and her friends, it sounded rather jarring.
Li Yuzhen knew how to seize opportunities.
Whenever Chen Yu visited the store or attended various gatherings, she would always stay by his side, relying on her beautiful appearance and outstanding social skills given by her high emotional intelligence. That day, Chen Yu went to inspect the stores as usual.
Li Yuzhen, dressed up carefully, took Chen Yu's arm and walked into the coffee shop together.
The shop employees all turned to look at the two of them. Li Yuzhen greeted them with a smile, not forgetting to compliment them. Your shop is decorated so warmly, it's clear everyone puts a lot of thought into it. The employees responded politely, but inwardly they were filled with curiosity about this beautiful proprietress who frequently appeared alongside her boss. While Chen Yu was inspecting the shop, Li Yuzhen was also busy.
She walked up to a customer and asked in a friendly manner, "Hello, do you like the coffee in our shop? Do you have any suggestions?"
The customers were happy to share their feelings with this warm and beautiful lady. Li Yuzhen listened attentively, nodding earnestly, and occasionally offering thoughtful responses, which amused the customers and earned them repeated praise. Seeing this, Chen Yu was overjoyed, thinking that Li Yuzhen was indeed very good at dealing with people. On another occasion, Chen Yu was invited to a gathering of elite friends. At the gathering, Li Yuzhen wore a fitted evening gown that perfectly showcased her graceful figure. With a confident smile on her face, she walked into the venue arm in arm with Chen Yu, instantly attracting everyone's attention. "Mr. Chen, who is this?" a friend in the group asked curiously. Chen Yu introduced with a smile, "This is Li Yuzhen, my girlfriend." Li Yuzhen generously extended her hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard brother you often mention you all. Meeting you today, I can see that you are all outstanding individuals, elite business leaders." Her voice was gentle and pleasant, like a spring breeze. During the gathering, Li Yuzhen, with her excellent social skills, chatted and laughed with the women present. She skillfully participates in various topics, whether it's business insights or interesting anecdotes. She can always chime in and offer novel perspectives, eliciting laughter and nods of approval from the audience. Chen Yu looked at Li Yuzhen's radiant appearance in the crowd and felt a surge of pride, which made him even more fond of her. That day, Chen Yu took Li Yuzhen to the company office. Li Yuzhen clung to Chen Yu's arm like a little bird the whole way, occasionally whispering and laughing in his ear. Once in the office, Chen Yu began processing some documents, while Li Yuzhen sat on the sofa nearby playing on her phone. After a while, Li Yuzhen got up, walked to Chen Yu's side, leaned down and whispered a few words in his ear. Chen Yu's face showed a look of surprise mixed with anticipation. Li Yuzhen gently knelt on the ground and slowly crawled under the table. Just then, Yi Qing came in with some documents, intending to get Chen Yu's signature. Without thinking twice, she pushed open the office door and went inside. Chen Yu sat at his desk with a strange expression, as if he was trying his best to suppress something. At the same time, a strange sound echoed in the office. Yi Qing felt very strange, and a bad premonition welled up in her heart. She frowned, slowly walked to the table, and suddenly her eyes widened, her face filled with shock and anger. She saw Li Yuzhen crawling out from under the table. "You!" Yi Qing trembled with anger, slammed the documents in her hand to the ground, turned and rushed out of the office, slamming the door shut behind her. Chen Yu looked embarrassed and flustered, while Li Yuzhen calmly tidied her hair and clothes, with a smug smile on her face. "Humph, she's just trying to ruin my plans. She's jealous because she sees how well brother you and I get along," Li Yuzhen said dismissively. Chen Yu scratched his head in frustration, but looking at Li Yuzhen's beautiful face, his reproach dissipated somewhat. Yi Qing stormed back to her office, plopped down in her chair, and couldn't suppress her anger. She felt that Li Yuzhen had gone too far, doing such a shameless thing in the company, and Chen Yu let her run wild, which made her even more disgusted with Li Yuzhen. Chapter 169: Escalation of Conflict. That evening, Yi Qing returned home after work and saw Li Yuzhen wearing an extremely revealing nightgown, clinging to Chen Yu's arm and acting coquettishly. Her anger flared instantly. "All you ever do is this. Can't you do something serious?" Yi Qing couldn't help but say. Li Yuzhen, however, didn't take it seriously and said to Chen Yu in a coquettish tone, "Brother Yu, what's wrong with Sister Qingqing? I was just getting close to you." Chen Yu was a little embarrassed and tried to smooth things over. "Qingqing, don't be angry. Yuzhen just wanted to improve our relationship." "To improve our relationship?" "She just wants to turn this family upside down." Yi Qing angrily turned around, went upstairs, entered her room, and slammed the door shut. Lin Wan and Li Xinxin watched this scene with mixed feelings. Lin Wan shook her head helplessly, while Li Xinxin muttered softly, "Ever since she came, there hasn't been a moment of peace in the house." Li Yuzhen, however, was secretly pleased with herself. She felt that she had successfully attracted all of Chen Yu's attention, and she didn't care about the dissatisfaction of the other girls at all. She firmly believed that as long as she could hold Chen Yu's heart firmly, nothing else mattered. Therefore, Li Yuzhen didn't care about Yi Qing's anger at all, and even deliberately acted smug in front of Lin Wan and Li Xinxin. She hummed a little tune as she strolled leisurely around the living room, occasionally showing off Chen Yu's doting affection for her to the two of them. Lin Wan has a mild personality. Although she was dissatisfied with Li Yuzhen's behavior, she could only shake her head helplessly and choose to silently avoid her. Li Xinxin, who has a straightforward temper, couldn't stand Li Yuzhen's behavior and couldn't help but retort, "Don't go too far. Doing that kind of thing at the company, aren't you ashamed? And you're showing off here." Li Yuzhen, however, disagreed. She raised an eyebrow and sneered, "Brother, you and I have a good relationship. This is just our fun. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Besides, it's none of your business if brother Yu is happy." The two argued back and forth, and the argument grew louder and louder. Chen Yu frowned, feeling irritated. He had thought the conflict between the girls was just a minor squabble,
but it had unexpectedly escalated. Chen Yu tried to mediate. Stop arguing, you're all family, can't you talk things out? Li Yuzhen immediately ran to Chen Yu's side, hugged his arm, and said with a wronged expression, Brother Yu, listen to what she said about me. I was just interacting with you normally, and she targeted me like this. Li Xinxin's face turned red with anger, and she said loudly, normal interaction? Doing such shameless things in the company office in broad daylight, is that normal? Don't try to twist the truth here. Chen Yu looked embarrassed and was speechless for a moment, unsure how to respond. He knew in his heart that Li Yuzhen's behavior was indeed inappropriate, but he couldn't bear to blame her. Hearing the arguing downstairs, Yi Qing also came down from her room. She looked coldly at Li Yuzhen and said to Chen Yu, if you continue to indulge her like this, she will break up this family sooner or later. You must give an explanation for what happened today. Chen Yu looked at the women, feeling incredibly troubled. He knew that if this matter wasn't handled properly, the conflict between the women would only escalate further, and might even jeopardize the stability of their family. However, he was torn between wanting to part with Li Yuzhen and not wanting Yi Qing, Lin Wan, and Li Xinxin to be too heartbroken. After a moment of silence, Chen Yu slowly said, Yuzhen, what you did today was indeed wrong. You should apologize to Qingqing. In the future, you need to be more careful in the company and not do anything outrageous like this again. As he spoke, Chen Yu subtly gave Li Yuzhen a look, signaling her to apologize quickly. Seeing Chen Yu's gaze, Li Yuzhen was displeased, but she knew she couldn't act impulsively now. She bit her lip and reluctantly said, Qingqing, I'm sorry, okay? I shouldn't have acted like that at the company and made you angry. Her tone was perfunctory, lacking any sincerity. Yi Qing snorted coldly, is this your apology? Li Yuzhen, don't think that an apology is enough. Your behavior has seriously affected the harmony of this family. Li Yuzhen rolled her eyes, about to retort, when Chen Yu quickly tugged at her hand, signaling her to stop talking. Then he said to Yi Qing, Qingqing, Yuzhen has already apologized, so don't be angry. I promise I'll make sure she pays attention to her words and actions in the future. Yi Qing looked at Chen Yu and said disappointedly, Chen Yu, I hope you can keep your word. This family doesn't belong to her alone. We've all sacrificed a lot for this family, and we don't want her to ruin everything. Lin Wan chimed in, yes, Qingqing, since Chen Yu has already made his stance clear, let's not be angry for his sake. We should all try to live our lives properly. Although Li Xinxin still looked dissatisfied, she didn't say anything more. Chapter 170 Undercurrents Beneath the Brief Calm. After that incident, things seemed to return to normal at the villa. Li Yuzhen toned down her flamboyant behavior, at least in front of Yi Qing, Lin Wan, and Li Xinxin. She no longer deliberately flaunted her intimacy with Chen Yu. Chen Yu was also trying to reconcile the relationships between the women and restore the family to its previous relatively harmonious state. Although Yi Qing accepted Li Yuzhen's perfunctory apology, the resentment in her heart was not eliminated. She maintained a distinctly cold attitude towards Li Yuzhen, barely exchanging a single word with her except for necessary conversations. Lin Wan and Li Xinxin also harbored resentment towards Li Yuzhen, but they didn't express it as directly as Yi Qing. During this seemingly peaceful period, Li Yuzhen appeared much more obedient, still enjoying the life of a wealthy wife, but she no longer frequently invited her girlfriends to the villa, so as not to provoke Yi Qing and the others. She still often followed Chen Yu, since Chen Yu usually had dedicated people to handle his company affairs and didn't have too many complicated matters to deal with. Aside from his routine morning rounds at the company and coffee shop, Chen Yu spent most of his time either meeting up with his group members at their usual clubs or taking Li Yuzhen out for fun and games. However, beneath the calm surface, undercurrents were quietly surging. Li Yuzhen's dissatisfaction with Yi Qing and the others was also gradually accumulating. She felt that she had only expressed her deep feelings for Chen Yu and that her way of showing intimacy was a bit out of line, yet she had been met with such strong resistance, which made her feel very wronged. She began to complain to Chen Yu from time to time about Yi Qing and the others' attitude towards her, trying to make Chen Yu more inclined to side with her. Brother Yu, look at Sister Qingqing and the others. Ever since that incident, they've been ignoring me. I've tried so hard to change, but they still treat me like this. I'm so sad, Li Yuzhen said coquettishly, nestled in Chen Yu's arms, her eyes glistening with tears. Chen Yu gently patted her back and comforted her, Yuzhen, don't think too much. Qingqing and the others may need more time to accept it. Give them some more time, and they will get better slowly. Meanwhile, Yi Qing was also discussing Li Yuzhen privately with Lin Wan and Li Xinxin. I think she's just pretending she hasn't genuinely realized her mistakes. Who knows what outrageous thing she might do again someday, Yi Qing said, frowning with worry.
Lin Wan sighed helplessly. Sigh, I hope she can really change. After all, we all live under the same roof, and it's not a good thing to always be so tense. Li Xinxin said angrily, I think she has no good intentions. All she does is think about is how to please Chunyu and make this family miserable. Although Chunyu seemed relaxed, mingling with various forms of entertainment, he was actually quite troubled by the relationships between the women. One evening, Chunyu took Li Yuzhen out for a day and then returned home. Upon spotting the two figures in the distance, the housekeeper immediately and methodically instructed the maids to prepare dinner. She knew her master's habits well and knew that it was mealtime. Yi Qing was organizing some company documents in the living room when she saw the two of them enter, chatting and laughing. Her face immediately darkened. Li Yuzhen, however, seemed oblivious to Yi Qing's expression, humming a tune and casually sitting on the sofa. Accidentally, she knocked over an important document Yi Qing had placed on the sofa armrest, scattering it all over the floor. Upon seeing this, Yi Qing flew into a rage. Li Yuzhen, can't you be more careful? This document is very important to me. Look at what you've done. Li Yuzhen retorted, I didn't do it on purpose. It's just a few documents. I can just reorganize them. Why are you throwing such a tantrum? Hearing the arguing, Chunyu walked helplessly into the living room from the doorway and said, Can you two stop arguing? Yuzhen, it was wrong of you to mess up the documents, so apologize to Qingqing right away. Qingqing, don't be too angry, let's all take a step back. Li Yuzhen reluctantly muttered, I'm sorry. At this moment, the butler quickly walked to Yi Qing's side, squatted down to help Yi Qing tidy up the documents, and said as he tidied up, Mrs. Yi, please calm down, I'll help you organize the documents. After the documents were mostly tidied up, the butler stood up and changed the subject with a smile, saying, Sir, ladies, dinner is ready. Please move to the dining room to dine. Yi Qing snorted coldly, glared at Li Yuzhen, and, with the help of the housekeeper, got up and walked towards the dining room. Chunyu shook his head helplessly and followed her into the dining room. Li Yuzhen pouted and followed reluctantly behind. On his way to the restaurant, Chunyu watched the girls' retreating figures, a sense of helplessness washing over him. He knew that the conflict between the girls could erupt again at any moment, and it might be even more intense than before. Chapter 171 New Life and Wedding Preparations. The atmosphere at home remained somewhat delicate after that argument. However, life is always full of unexpected twists and turns. Not long after, an unexpected piece of news broke the somewhat oppressive peace. Lin Wan was pregnant. That day, Lin Wan held the pregnancy test stick, her hand trembling slightly, her eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. She immediately went to the hospital, and after the examination confirmed her pregnancy. She immediately told Chunyu the news. Upon hearing it, Chunyu was initially stunned, then his face lit up with an incredibly bright smile. He hugged Lin Wan tightly and excitedly said, Wan, this is wonderful. We're going to have our own baby. The news spread quickly throughout the villa, and Yi Qing, Li Xinxin, and Li Yuzhen all learned of it. Although Yi Qing and Li Xinxin had mixed feelings, they both congratulated Lin Wan. Yi Qing held Lin Wan's hand and said sincerely, Wan, congratulations. You must take good care of yourself and your baby. Li Xinxin also smiled and said, Yes, Wan, you must take better care of your health in the future. Li Yuzhen forced a smile and said, Congratulations, Sister Wan. I hope the baby is healthy and adorable. But a hint of sadness lingered in her smile. Seeing Chenyu's meticulous care for Lin Wan, she couldn't help but feel a little lost, as if her position in Chenyu's heart had been challenged. Chenyu was immersed in the joy of becoming a father, but he also keenly noticed the emotional changes in Li Yuzhen and the others. After much deliberation, he made a heartfelt decision to marry all four of his girlfriends at the same time. He felt that he had deep feelings for Yi Qing, Lin Wan, Li Xinxin and Li Yuzhen, and took the opportunity of Lin Wan's pregnancy to give them equal status and promises. When Chenyu told his four girlfriends about his decision, they were all stunned, and then their eyes welled up with tears of joy. Afterwards, the four women began contacting their relatives back home. In this world, most women face the situation that it is difficult to find a suitable partner due to the scarcity of men. Therefore, many women who cannot find a partner will form a family with their close girlfriends after reaching a certain age, and then have children through artificial insemination in a hospital to raise them together. Chenyu's four girlfriends were all born into such families, and their families were overjoyed when they learned the good news that their daughters were about to get married. Yi Qing's mother's voice trembled with excitement on the other end of the phone. Qingqing, my precious daughter is getting married. This is wonderful. I'm so happy for you. Lin Wan's family was overjoyed and urged her to prepare well. The home of Li Xinxin and Li Yuzhen was also filled with a joyful atmosphere, and their families were genuinely happy for them. Upon learning that their daughters' weddings were about to take place, the four women's families planned to immediately travel to the capital to attend the weddings and decided to do everything they could to prepare generous dowries for their daughters. They knew that in this world, a woman's generous dowry was seen as a respectable testament to the proper conduct of a woman's marriage.
However, Chen Yu thought that his girlfriends' families were not wealthy, and preparing a generous dowry might put a considerable burden on their families.
Therefore, when his girlfriend's family came to Beijing to meet him, Chen Yu solemnly instructed them, "Aunties, you really don't need to prepare too much dowry, just a token amount is enough. I really don't care about these things. I married them because I love them and want them to be happy, not because I valued their dowries. I appreciate everyone's kindness, but please don't put too much pressure on yourself because of it." Yi Qing's mother said emotionally, "Xiao Chun, you are such a good child, always thinking of us. But this dowry is just a small token of our appreciation, and we still want to prepare it as well as possible." Chen Yu smiled and replied, "Auntie, I understand your good intentions, but please don't make things too difficult for yourself. As long as everyone is happy, that's more important than anything else." The families of the other girlfriends also praised Chen Yu's thoughtfulness and kindness. The next morning, sunlight streamed gently into the bedroom through the gaps in the curtains. Chen Yu and his four girlfriends got up early and dressed up carefully. Today, they are going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register their marriage. This is an incredibly important day in their lives. The atmosphere inside the car was both tense and excited throughout the journey. Yi Qing held Chen Yu's hand tightly, her hands trembling slightly, her eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Wan gently stroked her belly, a happy smile on her face. Li Xinxin glanced out the window from time to time, seemingly imagining their future life. Li Yuzhen kept fixing her hair, unable to hide her excitement. Upon arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, they walked hand in hand into the hall. During the registration process, everyone carefully filled out forms and checked information, their eyes filled with solemnity. Time seemed to stand still when the staff handed them the marriage certificates that symbolized their love and commitment. The four girlfriends were overjoyed. Yi Qing's eyes glistened with tears, her voice slightly choked. "Brother Yu, I'm finally your wife." Lin Wan hugged the marriage certificate tightly to her chest, smiling happily, "I've waited so long for this day." Li Xinxin's face was filled with a bright smile. "From now on, we're a family, a real family." Li Yuzhen was even more sobbing. "Brother Yu, thank you for giving me this sense of security." Looking at his four beloved girlfriends, Chen Yu was filled with happiness and emotion. He knew that from this moment on, he had taken on more responsibility. He had to protect the four women who loved him and their shared home. As they stepped out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the sunlight bathed them, as if draping them in a golden veil. They posed for a group photo in front of the bureau, capturing this happy moment. In the photo, they have bright smiles, firm eyes, and are full of hope for the future. Next, they immediately threw themselves into wedding preparations. Chen Yu contacted the city's most renowned wedding planning team. The team leader personally visited Chen Yu and his four girlfriends to discuss the wedding details in detail. "Mr. Chen, ladies, we will create a unique and dreamlike wedding based on your preferences and needs. Do you have any special ideas about the style of the wedding?" the person in charge asked enthusiastically. Chen Yu looked at his four girlfriends and said gently, "Babies, what kind of wedding do you like? Chinese, Western, or other styles?" Yi Qing spoke first. "I've always thought Chinese weddings are very charming, with phoenix coronet and embroidered robes, and 10 miles of red bridal procession, so romantic." Lin Wan smiled and said, "But I also long for the romance of a seaside wedding, walking down the aisle under the blue sky, white clouds, and the sea." Li Xinxin thought for a moment and said, "How about combining the elegance of Chinese style with the romance of the seaside? We can build a Chinese-style wedding venue by the sea, which will have both traditional celebration and the romance of the ocean." Li Yuzhen nodded in agreement. "That's a good idea, it sounds very unique." Chen Yu smiled and nodded, then it settled. He turned to the person in charge and said, "Go with their ideas. The decorations should be both romantic and elegant. No detail can be overlooked." Next, Chen Yu was busy choosing a wedding venue. He and his four girlfriends went to Tianjin and visited almost every suitable beachfront wedding location around the city. After careful selection, they finally found a perfect spot: a private beach with fine, white sand, clear blue water, and a stunning coastline in the distance. After finalizing the venue, Chen Yu began preparing the guest list for the wedding. He invited all his relatives and friends, including his close friends from the elite group, as well as important clients and employees of the company. Meanwhile, his four girlfriends also invited their relatives from their hometowns. Everyone was eagerly anticipating this grand and special wedding. During the wedding preparations, Chen Yu didn't forget to consider the feelings of his four girlfriends. He stayed by their side at all times, helping them choose wedding dresses, wedding favors, invitations, and other wedding supplies. Yi Qing, Lin Wan, Li Xinxin, and Li Yuzhen also worked together to prepare for the wedding, and their relationship seemed to become more harmonious in the process.
Chapter 172: A Grand Wedding and a Surprise. The days flew by amidst the tense yet sweet preparations, and finally, the wedding day arrived.
In the early morning, the sunlight bathed the chosen private beach in a golden glow, draping this dreamlike place in a golden light. The wedding venue was already set up, with a Chinese style as the main theme, but cleverly incorporating romantic seaside elements. A huge red wedding tent was erected on the beach, with red lanterns hanging all around, swaying in the wind and creating a strong festive atmosphere. Under the wedding canopy, neat Chinese-style tables and chairs were arranged, with exquisite candy boxes and fresh flowers complementing each other. Not far from the sea, a traditional Chinese dragon and phoenix archway stands, with red silk ribbons on both sides of the archway fluttering in the wind, as if telling the sea about this romantic and joyous occasion. The four brides were meticulously preparing themselves in their respective dressing rooms. Yi Qing wore a magnificent phoenix coronet and embroidered robe, her red brocade wedding dress embroidered with exquisite phoenix patterns, every stitch showcasing the refinement and splendor of traditional Chinese wedding attire. Looking at herself in the mirror, tears of happiness welled up in her eyes. After years of waiting, today had finally brought the most beautiful ending. Lin Wan gently stroked her slightly protruding belly. Her wedding dress was slightly modified from the traditional phoenix coronet and embroidered robe, which further highlighted her gentleness and dignity, and her face was filled with maternal glow. The wedding dress that Li Xinxin chose was brightly colored, and the embroidery on it was lively and vivid, which complemented her cheerful personality. At this moment, she was overjoyed and kept adjusting her accessories in front of the mirror. Li Yuzhen was like a classical beauty who had stepped out of a painting. The pearls and jade on her phoenix crown swayed gently, making a crisp sound. Looking at herself in the mirror, she was filled with emotion. Her past unease and confusion had turned into happiness and determination at this moment. Chen Yu wore a black Chinese-style suit with exquisite patterns embroidered in gold thread, which showcased both Chinese elegance and modern fashion sense. He stood in the center of the wedding venue, filled with anticipation, glancing occasionally in the direction of the brides. The wedding ceremony officially began, and accompanied by melodious Chinese classical music, the four brides, supported by their bridesmaids, slowly walked towards Chen Yu. Their steps were light and graceful, their bearing elegant, like four fairies descended from heaven. When they reached Chen Yu's side, he looked at them with deep affection, his eyes filled with love and promise. The officiant stood before the crowd and solemnly read the wedding vows, under the witness of the blue sky, white clouds, and the sea. Mr. Chen Yu, do you take Ms. Yi Qing, Ms. Lin Wan, Ms. Li Xinxin, and Ms. Li Yuzhen to be your wives, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, to stay by their side, never to leave them? Chen Yu answered firmly, I do. The four brides also responded with deep emotion, I do. During the ring exchange, Chen Yu carefully placed rings symbolizing eternal love on the four brides' fingers, and the four brides also placed rings on Chen Yu's fingers. At that moment, the entire audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, while the waves crashed on the beach, as if offering their love the most beautiful blessings. The relatives and friends surrounding the wedding were all immersed in the romantic and grand atmosphere. Yi Qing, Lin Wan, Li Xinxin, and Li Yuzhen's colleagues and friends had complex emotions in their eyes. A female colleague of Yi Qing's from the company, a hint of envy in her eyes, couldn't help but whisper to the colleague next to her, Vice President Yi is so lucky. Now that she's married to President Chen, she's the rightful boss's wife of the company, and they even had such a grand wedding. Look at the wedding decorations, so impressive. When will I ever have a wedding like that? The person next to her curled her lip, responding with a hint of jealousy in a low voice, she's just lucky. Not only did she get married right away, but she's also living such a glamorous life. Lin Wan's colleagues were also whispering among themselves. A young female colleague said with envy, Lin Wan has always been very low-key. I didn't expect her to keep it so well hidden. She found such a wealthy partner, and he seems to treat her exceptionally well. Another slightly older colleague said sourly, that's right, we work ourselves to the bone every day and we don't have that kind of luck. Look at them, they're about to have both family wealth and prosperity. Among Li Xinxin's friends, one girl's eyes were filled with jealousy. Li Xinxin looks ordinary, not even as pretty as me, yet she has such a romantic wedding and married such a rich man. It's so unfair and infuriating. Her friend next to her smiled helplessly, there's no use being envious. She's just lucky. Li Yuzhen's girlfriends stood together, one of them biting her lip and saying jealously, Yuzhen used to be about the same age as us, but now she's transformed into one of the leading ladies in this lavish wedding.
Look at this wedding, and then look at us, the difference is huge. She'll be a real socialite from now on. Another close friend, though also envious, still offered her blessings. No matter what, it's a good thing that she can be happy. However, she couldn't hide a hint of jealousy in her words. Sunya muttered to herself, if only I had worked harder back then, maybe I could have had this opportunity too. The wedding banquet was filled with laughter and joy. Friends and family members took turns going on stage to offer their sincerest blessings to the newlyweds. Chen Yu and his 4 brides mingled among the guests, sharing in their happiness. After the wedding, the families of the 4 girlfriends presented them with carefully prepared dowries. Opening each exquisite box reveals a treasure trove of gold and silver jewelry, gleaming and dazzling. There are exquisite gold necklaces and bracelets, each bracelet engraved with auspicious patterns. There are also earrings and rings inlaid with gemstones, which refract colorful light under the sunlight. These gold and silver jewelry pieces are not only material gifts, but also the deep blessings and love that the family has for their daughters. Seeing such a generous dowry, the envy of those around her intensified. Some couldn't help but exclaim, so much gold and silver jewelry. This dowry is incredibly lavish. Just as everyone was immersed in amazement, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Chen Yu's mind, congratulations to the host for triggering a special system reward. Because the host held a grand wedding and received a large dowry, the host is now rewarded with a business center office building located on the East 2nd Ring Road Xinxing Building. The building is located in the core business district of the East 2nd Ring Road, with complete surrounding facilities, convenient transportation, and extremely high commercial value. The relevant property ownership certificates and management rights of the building have been transferred to the host simultaneously. Chen Yu was initially stunned, then a surge of joy welled up within him. Such a generous reward was truly beyond his expectations. Chen Yuqiang suppressed his excitement and outwardly celebrated with everyone, but inwardly he kept thinking about the building that the system had rewarded him with. Seeing that Chen Yu was occasionally lost in thought, Yi Qing asked with concern, Brother Yu, what's wrong? Are you too tired? Chen Yu snapped out of his reverie and replied with a smile, it's nothing, Xingqing. I was just too happy today, maybe I got a little too excited. After the wedding, back at the villa, Chen Yu sat alone in his study late at night, reconfirming the details of the system rewards. Looking at the virtual property ownership certificate in his hand, he was filled with excitement. This Xinqing building will become a new starting point for his career, and the surge in wealth will bring about earth-shattering changes to his and his 4 wives' lives. Chapter 173 Secrets and Choices. Chapter 173 Secrets and Choices. Even after the wedding, the villa remained filled with an atmosphere of happiness and joy. However, Chen Yu was extremely troubled. How could he explain the origin of the Xinqing building located on the East 2nd Ring Road, which was a reward from the system? Chen Yu paced back and forth in his study, pondering various possible explanations, but none of them seemed to make sense. He worried that if he didn't explain things well, it would not only arouse his wife's suspicions, but might even destroy the harmony and trust they had worked so hard to build. After racking his brains to no avail, Chen Yu couldn't help but silently ask the system in his mind, System, how exactly should I explain the origin of this building to them? Can you think of a way? After a moment of silence, the system's mechanical voice sounded in Chen Yu's mind again, Host, this system can provide you with a solution. The system has the function of modifying memories, which can fine-tune the memories of your 4 wives, allowing them to naturally accept the existence of the building, without causing them any substantial harm. However, please consider carefully, as memory modification involves the consciousness level, and once it is executed, it is irreversible. Chen Yu was shocked. Modifying memories? It sounded both amazing and dangerous. On the one hand, this seemed like the perfect way to resolve his current predicament and easily solve this thorny problem. On the other hand, he hesitated about interfering with his wife's memories. After all, they were his closest people, and he always hoped to be honest with each other. Chen Yu was caught in a deep dilemma. Just as Chen Yu was struggling with this decision, his phone suddenly rang. Chen Yu answered the phone, and a middle-aged woman's slightly hesitant voice came from the other end. Hello, is this Mr. Chen Yu? I am Lin Fong, the property manager of Xinqing Building. I'm so sorry to bother you. We learned that you had become the new owner of the building. I would like to ask when it would be convenient for you to come to the office to complete the handover procedures, so that we can formally report to you on the current operation of the building. Lin Fong, in her 40s, has been the property manager of Xinqing Building for many years. She was filled with apprehension upon learning that the building had a new owner. She knew nothing about her new boss's style of doing things and management philosophy, and she was afraid that she would be fired by her new boss because of some oversighted work. This job is crucial to her.
Not only does she rely on this income to support her family, but she has also worked hard for many years to finally reach this position, so naturally she doesn't want to lose everything she has painstakingly built up over the years. Chenyu thought for a moment and said, Manager Lin, I'm free tomorrow morning, I'll go then.
Please prepare the relevant documents in advance. Lin Fong quickly replied, Okay, boss, I'll definitely get everything ready.
I'll be waiting for you at the building tomorrow morning. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but the worry in her heart still hadn't dissipated. She knew that simply preparing materials wasn't enough to make a good impression on her new boss. Lin Fong immediately convened a meeting with the property management company staff. With a serious expression, she said, Colleagues, our building is welcoming a new boss, Mr. Chen, who will arrive tomorrow morning. This is an important moment for us, so everyone must be on high alert. Cleaning staff, please thoroughly clean the building inside and out today, especially the public areas there can't be a speck of dust. Security personnel, please ensure you are neatly dressed and maintain a professional appearance at your posts tomorrow. When you see Mr. Chen, please salute and greet him. Customer service staff, please prepare some flowers and welcome banners and place them in the most prominent location in the lobby.
Is everyone clear?
The employees nodded in agreement.
The entire property management company then sprang into action.
Cleaning staff meticulously swept every corner of the building with their cleaning tools, from corridors to elevators, from restrooms to parking lots, leaving no detail overlooked. Security guards straightened their uniforms and practiced their salutes repeatedly, striving for standard and proper execution. Customer service staff carefully selected flowers and designed welcome banners,
decorating the lobby in a warm and dignified manner.
Chenyu sat at his desk, his hands behind his head, constantly weighing the pros and cons in his mind.
If he doesn't alter his memory, how can he fabricate a plausible explanation? What if his wives don't believe him? Will it damage their relationship?
But if he chose to let the system modify his memories, although it would solve the problem, he always felt that it would be like erecting an invisible wall between them. At this moment, Yi Qing gently pushed open the study door and saw Chenyu's worried face. She walked over with heartache, gently hugged him, and said softly, Brother you've been acting strange since yesterday.
What happened? Don't bear it alone.
Tell us and we'll share the burden. Chenyu looked up and saw Yi Qing's concerned eyes. He felt a surge of warmth in his heart, but he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and forced a smile, saying, It's nothing, Qing. I was just thinking about future business plans. Yi Qing clearly didn't believe her. She gently stroked Chenyu's face and said, Brother we're husband and wife. We have to face any difficulties together. It breaks my heart to see you looking so worried. Just then, Lin Wan walked in. She gently stroked her slightly protruding belly and said softly, Brother Qing is right.
If you have something on your mind, just tell us.
You haven't had a proper rest these past few days.
Don't wear yourself out.
Chenyu looked at Lin Wan, his heart filled with emotion and guilt. He stood up, walked to Lin Wan's side, gently put his arm around her waist, and said, Wan, I'm really fine, don't worry.
After a sleepless night, Chenyu finally decided to use the system's memory modification method.
He couldn't think of a better way, and he only hoped that this method would allow him to properly handle the affairs of the building without disrupting family harmony. The next morning, Lin Fong arrived at Xinqing building early and led the company's employees to line up neatly in the lobby on the first floor of the office building, ready to welcome the new boss. The employees were all in high spirits, the cleaning staff had cleaned the building spotless, the female security guards were dressed in smart uniforms and looked very capable, and the customer service staff held flowers in their hands. Everything was ready. This spectacle aroused the curiosity of the white-collar workers who came to work in the office building, who speculated about what important person was coming. At this moment, Chenyu sat in the car, accompanied by 2 finance personnel seconded from the company and a legal advisor.
The vehicle headed towards Xinqing building.
As he approached the building, Chenyu dialed Lin Fong's number, Manager Lin, I'm almost there. Lin Fong quickly replied, Okay, boss, we're already waiting for you at the door. What's your license plate number?
I'll arrange for security to meet you.
Chenyu gave the license plate number, and Lin Fong quickly notified the female security guard at the building's plaza entrance via walkie-talkie, Attention, when you see a vehicle with license plate number A66699, immediately escort it to the building's lobby entrance. This is our boss's car, so please provide excellent service.
The female security guard immediately replied, Understood, Manager Lin.
As the vehicle slowly drove toward the entrance to the building's plaza, the female security guard immediately recognized the license plate number, jogged forward, saluted, and guided the vehicle toward the building's lobby entrance. People coming and going to work were very puzzled. Parking is not allowed in the square in front of the building on weekdays, so why were their cars parked directly in the square today, and why was the building's property manager personally receiving them? They all guessed that some important person had come. Coincidentally, Li Xinxin's company was located in the same building. One of Li Xinxin's female colleagues happened to be passing by and saw the property manager respectfully calling out boss, and the person personally receiving her was none other than Li Xinxin's husband, whom she had met at a wedding before. She stared in astonishment, her jaw nearly dropping, and muttered to herself, "My God, what's going on? Li Xinxin's husband is actually so influential?" She quickly took out her phone, secretly snapped a few photos, and posted them in the company's chat group, along with the text, "Family members, can you believe it? This is actually Li Xinxin's husband." He was called boss by the property manager at Xinxin Building, and there was a bunch of people greeting him. What a hidden big boss he is. This message instantly caused an uproar in the group chat. Colleagues started discussing it. No way. Li Xinxin usually seems so low-key, how come she married such an amazing husband? Wow, this is so shocking, I never would have guessed it before. Li Xinxin is making a fortune quietly, she's really keeping a low profile. Immediately afterwards, many comments from Li Xinxin appeared in the group. XIN, please take good care of us in the future. XIN, your husband is so amazing, don't forget about our colleague if anything good happens in the future. Please carry me, XIN. I'll live the high life with you from now on. Furthermore, many colleagues tagged Li Xinxin to inquire about the specifics, including the company's boss. However, Li Xinxin had not yet seen the message, making everyone even more curious and impatient. Chen Yu got out of the car and, led by Lin Fong, entered the building with the finance staff and legal advisor. As they walked, Lin Fong introduced, "Boss, the tenants all know you're here today and are looking forward to meeting you." Chen Yu nodded and said, "Let's go to the office first and give my finance staff and legal counsel a detailed overview of the building's operations, including its valuation, rental income, and cost expenditures." The group arrived at the property management office, where Lin Fong began her detailed report. "Boss, our Xinxing building has 40 floors, each with an area of 2,000 square meters. It is located in the core business district of the East 2nd Ring Road, with complete surrounding facilities, convenient transportation, and a very obvious location advantage. Currently, the building's occupancy rate remains above 90%, and all tenants are doing well. According to the latest assessment by a professional agency, the building is valued at approximately 5.5 billion yuan. After deducting all costs from the annual rent, the net profit can reach around 520 million yuan. As Chen Yu listened, he gestured to the finance staff and legal advisor to take careful notes. Meanwhile, at the villa, Yi Qing, Lin Wan, and Li Yuzhen, as well as Li Xinxin at the company, were having their memories quietly altered by the system. They were about to face the fact that Chen Yu owned the building with a completely new set of memories. Chapter 174 Ripples of Life. Chen Yu went to Xinxing Building mainly to handle some office handover work. Fortunately, most of the matters were handled with the help of professional financial staff and legal advisors, so the process went relatively smoothly. He finished everything in the morning and returned to his villa around noon. Upon entering the house, in the spacious and bright living room, the housekeeper was methodically directing 4 maids to tidy up the decorations. Lin Wan and her sister sat on a comfortable sofa, enjoying the fruit the maid had just brought them while chatting quietly. Li Yuzhen, on the other hand, leaned back lazily on the sofa on the other side, flipping through a fashion magazine. Upon seeing Chen Yu return, the butler immediately greeted him respectfully, "Sir, you're back." The 4 maids also stopped what they were doing and bowed slightly in greeting. Sister Lin Wan greeted him warmly, "Brother-in-law is back. Did you finish your work this morning? Are you tired?" Chen Yu smiled and replied, "Sister, it's all right. It was just some simple handover work in the office building this morning. It wasn't tiring." Lin Wan looked at Chen Yu with concern and said to the maid beside her, "Quickly go and pour a cup of tea for the master, make it his favorite kind." The maid responded and hurried to the tea room. Chen Yu sat down on the sofa. Li Yuzhen put down her magazine and leaned over to ask, "Brother Yu, was there any new business at that office building you went to this morning?" Although Chen Yu was slightly nervous, he calmly replied, remembering that the system had modified their memories, "Yes, the company has invested in this office building. This morning was just for handover with the property management. We will plan its operation properly afterwards." Li Yuzhen nodded as if she understood. Oh, I see. Then don't overwork yourself and take care of your health. After a pause, she asked curiously, Brother Yu, such a big office building must be worth a lot of money, right? Shen Yu looked at Li Yuzhen and answered seriously, the valuation is about 5.5 billion, and the annual net rental income is about 500 million. The words had barely left her lips when everyone was stunned. Lin Wan's mouth gaped open in surprise, and she almost dropped the fruit in her hand. Lin Wan's older sister also stared wide-eyed, clearly shocked by the number. Li Yuzhen jumped up excitedly, exclaiming, My God, it's so valuable. Her eyes sparkled with surprise as she added, Brother Yu, this is amazing. Seeing everyone's reaction, Shen Yu smiled and explained, this office building is in a good location with complete supporting facilities, so its value is relatively high. Li Yuzhen paced back and forth in the living room excitedly, muttering, 5.5 billion, 500 million in rent. I can't even imagine it. Lin Wan snapped out of her daze and said with a smile, Brother Yu, it seems you have a really good eye for investment. Shen Yu responded with a smile, I guess I was just lucky to have encountered the right opportunity. At the same time, as soon as Li Xinxin stepped into the advertising company, her colleagues immediately swarmed around her like bees attracted to a bee. Xin, tell me quickly, what's your husband's background? The property manager of Xinxing building treats him with such respect. A female colleague who was close to Li Xin asked impatiently. Yeah, Xin, you're really good at keeping things secret. You have such a capable husband and you haven't given him a hint. Another colleague chimed in. Li Xinxin was a little overwhelmed and laughed awkwardly, there's really nothing special about it, just some business dealings, I don't know much about it. Her colleagues weren't about to give up and continued to press her for answers. Just then, the boss's secretary came over. Li Xinxin, the boss wants to see you in his office. Everyone dispersed, and Li Xinxin took the opportunity to quickly walk towards the boss's office. Upon entering the office, Li Xinxin saw her boss, a middle-aged, overweight woman sitting behind a large desk with a kind smile on her face. The boss greeted her warmly, Xin, please have a seat. Li Xin sat down, slightly nervous. The boss continued, Xin, I've called you here today to discuss something important. Although you haven't been with the company long, we've all seen your work ability and attitude. The company has always adhered to the principle of recruiting talent without being bound by convention, and we always promote and give important responsibilities to those with potential. After discussion among the company's senior management, we've decided to promote you to department manager. Li Xinxin's eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly declined, saying, Boss, this is too sudden. I haven't been with the company for long and haven't made any outstanding achievements. I'm afraid I'm not qualified for this position. The boss waved his hand, still smiling broadly, Xin, don't underestimate yourself. The company needs capable young people like you. We value not only your past achievements, but also your potential and future contributions to the company. Moreover, our company has always hoped to cultivate a group of promising young managers, and you are one of the promising talents we have in mind. Although the boss wanted to curry favor with Li Xin's husband, he phrased it tactfully and didn't say it directly. Li Xinxin hesitated for a moment and said, Boss, I appreciate your trust, but I still feel that I lack experience and am afraid of letting the company down. The boss smiled and reassured me, experience is accumulated gradually. The company will give you plenty of support and help. Just do your job with confidence. We believe you can definitely handle it. Seeing her boss's firm attitude, Li Xinxin could only nod and thank him. Thank you for your trust, boss. I will definitely work hard and live up to the company's expectations. At noon, Li Xinxin returned home from get-off work and couldn't wait to tell her family about her promotion. As soon as she entered the living room, she excitedly shouted, Brother Yu, Wan, I have great news to tell you. I got promoted. The boss promoted me to department manager. Everyone in the living room looked at her, their faces showing surprise and delight. After hearing this, Shen Yu understood the reason, but still smiled and said, Xin, this is the result of your hard work. I knew my wife was excellent. But don't push yourself too hard, and don't put too much pressure on yourself at work. Lin Wan smiled and said to the maid beside her, quickly prepare some snacks. Xin is getting promoted today, let's celebrate properly. The maid nodded and left, returning shortly with exquisite snacks. Li Yuzhen also smiled and congratulated Li Xin, filling the villa with a joyful atmosphere. Meanwhile, at the company where Yi Qing and Yi Zi worked, Yi Zi, while handling her work, couldn't help but say to Yi Qing, "Sister, brother-in-law went to work on the office building today.
I wonder if it went smoothly."
Yi Qing smiled and replied, "Don't worry, your brother-in-law is always reliable, there won't be any problems. But speaking of which, we really owe a lot to your brother-in-law for his foresight in making such a big investment in this office building." The two sisters discussed in hushed tones, full of trust in Shan Yu's abilities. However, Chen Yu knew in his heart that the appearance of Xinqing building had already subtly changed his life. Although the system had modified his wife's memories, he had no idea how many ripples it would cause in the future.
Chapter 175: A Sudden Storm.
Since Chen Yu took over Xinqing building, his life has been like a lake where a boulder has been thrown in, suddenly creating huge waves and undergoing earth-shattering changes.
Outside the villa, visitors came in a steady stream.
Bank staff frequently visited, all smiles as they introduced various preferential loan policies and high-end wealth management services to Chen Yu, attempting to establish a strong business relationship with this newly rich man. They promised to provide the most convenient channels for capital turnover, and interest rates kept dropping, as if the wealth in Chen Yu's hands had endless magic. "Mr. Chen, our bank's newly launched high-end wealth management product is specially tailored for top-tier wealthy individuals like you. The returns are quite considerable, and the risks are extremely low." The bank manager, dressed in a suit, introduced the product at length, his eyes full of anticipation. Chen Yu smiled politely, but in his heart he was weighing the pros and cons.
He simply replied, "I will consider it. I will contact you again if needed."
People seeking investment flocked to Chen Yu, armed with meticulously prepared business plans and outlining seemingly promising projects, hoping to obtain startup capital. Their words were earnest, their eyes filled with longing, as if Chen Yu simply nodded, those projects could instantly become the next business legends. "Mr. Chen, take a look at our project.
It's definitely a sunrise industry.
If you invest now, your profits will double in less than 3 years." A young man gestured excitedly as he handed the business plan to Chen Yu. Chen Yu took it and flipped through it briefly, saying noncommittally, "Let's put it here for now, I'll study it when I have time." Although leasing office space usually involves directly contacting the property manager, many company owners still want to take this opportunity to get to know Chen Yu, this big shot. After all, someone who owns an office building worth billions in a business center must have unfathomable strength and background. They brought carefully prepared gifts and wore ingratiating smiles, hoping to build a relationship with Chen Yu and pave a solid stepping stone for their business careers.
"Mr. Chen, I've long admired your reputation. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I've heard of your discerning eye, and I'm honored to have the opportunity to visit you today. I hope to have the chance to learn from you more in the future."
A middle-aged business owner presented a beautifully crafted gift box with both hands, his face beaming with smiles.
Chen Yu accepted the gift box and said politely, "You flatter me. Let's learn from each other." Even the boss of Li Yuzhen's former modeling agency personally visited her.
Upon seeing Chen Yu, the boss greeted him with a fawning smile, first praising Chen Yu's achievements, and then subtly implying that the company had all sorts of beautiful women with top-notch looks and figures who could satisfy any of Chen Yu's needs. Chen Yu was somewhat lecherous to begin with, and upon hearing this hint, although he was somewhat wary, a slight ripple still stirred within him. He neither explicitly accepted nor refused on the spot, but simply smiled noncommittally. Seeing this, the boss thought Chen Yu was interested and was secretly pleased.
He then subtly continued to hint at the company's other business operations. Meanwhile, the elite group was in an uproar.
The news of the change of ownership of Xinqing building spread like wildfire, and when everyone learned that the new owner was Chen Yu, their attitudes instantly did a complete 180-degree turn. Previously, Chen Yu owned several coffee shops, and his net worth of tens of millions was only considered modest in the group. Although everyone was polite, they were never as enthusiastic as they are now. Now, Chen Yu owns the Xinqing building, valued at 5.5 billion yuan and generating about 500 million yuan in annual rental income. With a net worth of several billion yuan, he has already entered the ranks of top tycoons. The group admin, Brother Zhang, who was once the most powerful person in the group, only has a net worth of a few hundred million. At this moment, he changed his previous slight disdain and took the initiative to start a topic in the group. Brother Yu has soared to great heights. I will have to rely on Brother Yu's help in the business world in the future. Others in the group chimed in, flooding the chat with flattery. Brother Yu, if you ever come across any money-making projects, don't forget your brothers.
Brother Yu is awesome.
His skills are simply unmatched. Faced with this sudden change, Chen Yu felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, he enjoyed the respect and adulation of others and felt the enormous influence that wealth brought. On the other hand, he also knew that most of these changes were driven by his wealth, and it was difficult to tell whether they were genuine or not. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at home was subtly changing.
Previously, Li Yuzhen had many conflicts with the other three women.
Yi Qing, Lin Wan, and Li Xinxin always felt that Li Yuzhen was not a proper woman and looked down on her.
However, since Lin Wan became pregnant and the four of them married Chen Yu, the conflicts have eased somewhat.
Now that she knows Chen Yu is a billionaire, Li Yuzhen has started showing off on her social media, attracting her best friends to visit her every few days. Under the flattery and praise of her best friends, she has become a little conceited. At the same time, she would subtly display her sense of superiority in various situations. And when communicating with visiting guests, she would casually mention Chen Yu's wealth and status, her words revealing pride, but without making the other party too embarrassed. However, Yi Qing, Lin Wan, and Li Xinxin noticed this subtle change in her attitude. Yi Qing privately reminded Li Yuzhen, "Yuzhen, we should keep a low profile. Don't be too ostentatious because of brother Yu's wealth, so as not to leave a bad impression."
Li Yuzhen responded with a smile, "Sister Qing, I know my limits. I'm just happy and can't help but want to share in brother Yu's achievements."
Lin Wan also said worriedly, "Yuzhen, you should know that the bigger the tree, the more the wind will blow. We should be more careful in our actions and avoid causing unnecessary trouble for brother Yu."
Li Yuzhen nodded, saying, "Sister Wan, I understand, don't worry." But in reality, she was still immersed in the glory brought by Chen Yu's wealth. Not only that, other neighbors of Chen Yu's villa also came to visit.
One of them, Mrs. Wang, dressed in jewels and brought homemade pastries, and arrived at Chen Yu's house with great enthusiasm.
"Little Chen, I heard your business is doing very well lately. We neighbors are all happy for you. These are some snacks I made myself, please have a taste."
Mrs. Wang smiled and handed the snacks to Chen Yu's maid. Chen Yu quickly thanked her, "Mrs. Wang, you're too kind.
Your cooking skills are definitely top-notch."
Mrs. Wang then took Li Yuzhen's hand and said, "Yuzhen, you really have good taste in men, finding such a capable husband.
We'll need your family's help in the future. Of course, if there's anything we can do for you, just let us know.
We're neighbors, and we'll definitely help if we can."
Li Yuzhen replied with a smile, "Mrs. Wang, you're too kind. I'll have to trouble you to take care of me in the future."
Among the many neighbors, several had frequent contact with Chen Yu's family. On this particular day, they gathered together and naturally began to chat about the recent situation of Chen Yu's family. Mr. Li spoke first, a thoughtful look on his face. "You all think that since Xiao Chen has become rich overnight and made a fortune, shouldn't we neighbors visit each other more often?" Mrs. Zhang nodded quickly, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. "Of course, he's a real tycoon now.
Maybe one day he can lend us a hand and bring us a lot of benefits."
Mr. Li frowned slightly and continued, "But to be honest, I think Xiao Chen is quite low-key. His style of doing things is not like those nouveau riches who become arrogant after suddenly getting rich. But his wife, Li Yuzhen, gives people a different feeling.
She seems to have become conceited."
Mrs. Zhang pursed her lips slightly and said dismissively, "Sigh, women, after living ordinary lives, suddenly marry into a wealthy family and enjoy such a life of luxury. It's inevitable that they'll feel a little smug. As long as she doesn't go too far, we'll still get along well since we see each other all the time." Chapter 176: The initial development of a grand business plan. With the Xinqing building under his control and ample funds in his account, Chen Yu's long dormant plan to expand his coffee shop has been rekindled, and this time the scale far exceeds that of the past. He plans to open 16 new stores simultaneously in various districts of Beijing, so that the aroma of coffee can permeate every corner of the city. At the same time, they are turning their attention to the two vibrant first-tier cities of Dangcheng and Haicheng, planning to open 6 stores in each city to promote their unique coffee flavor to a wider market. The moment this decision was made, both home and the office became instantly bustling with activity. With her keen business acumen, Yi Qing took the initiative to undertake the important task of market research. She led her team through the streets and alleys of Beijing, Hong Kong, and Shanghai, analyzing the commercial potential, consumer characteristics, and competitor distribution of each region. At each location, she took detailed notes and had in-depth discussions with her team members, providing accurate data support for the selection of new store locations. Lin Wan is currently pregnant, and Chen Yu feels sorry for her. He insists that she not worry about the expansion matters and only hopes that she can stay at home to take good care of her pregnancy and wait peacefully for the arrival of the new life. Although Lin Wan was somewhat reluctant to be unable to participate, she obediently listened to Chen Yu's concerned gaze and enjoyed a leisurely and peaceful time of pregnancy in the villa every day. On Li Xinxin's side, Chen Yu outsourced the brand promotion and publicity planning of the coffee shop to the advertising company where she worked. This was undoubtedly a performance boost that Chen Yu provided to her after her promotion. Li Xinxian knew her husband's good intentions and devoted herself wholeheartedly to her work. With her professional skills, she led her team to meticulously craft promotional plans. From designing unique promotional posters to conceiving creative advertising copy and planning comprehensive promotional channels, she personally handled everything, striving for perfection. She understood Chen Yu's expectations and planned to gain experience at the advertising company so that she could return to lead the company's publicity and planning department when Chen Yu's own company grew bigger in the future, thus contributing more to her husband's career. Li Yuzhen continued to stay by the protagonist's side, accompanying him to various social events. With her high emotional intelligence and rich experience in the modeling industry, she was adept at navigating social situations and always managed to help Chen Yu subtly expand his network. As the boss, Chen Yu was actually the most idle. After all, he only needed to grasp the general direction, while the specific tasks were handled by the company's key personnel. This gave him a lot of free time to stay home and spend time with Lin Wan, who was pregnant. Every day, he would take time to walk with Lin Wan in the villa garden, carefully supporting her as they talked softly, dreaming about the arrival of their new life and the bright future of the coffee shop. Sometimes, Chen Yu and Lin Wan would tell stories and play music for the baby in her belly, enjoying this warm and peaceful time together. Recently, Li Yuzhen's two close friends, Sun Yao and Chen Huimin, have been frequently visiting her. Each time they appear, they dress in a sexy and glamorous manner, wearing tight short skirts that reveal their long, beautiful legs, and extremely low necklines that perfectly showcase their enviable figures. Women understand women best. Li Yuzhen saw through Sun Yao and Chen Huimin's thoughts at a glance, and couldn't help but feel secretly annoyed. Look at what they're wearing, tight short skirts, the necklines are so low they can barely cover them up, especially Chen Huimin, who already has a particularly large bust, yet she's dressed like this, her nipples are almost showing, it's obvious she's after my husband. Trying to seduce my husband? No way. But she maintained a smile on her face. She was very wary and naturally wouldn't give the two women the opportunity to seduce her husband in her own home. Chen Yu was sitting on the living room sofa watching TV with Lin Wan when Sun Yao and Chen Huimin arrived. Their eyes lit up the moment they saw Chen Yu. Sun Yao deliberately walked to Chen Yu's side, bent down to place her bag on the coffee table, her neckline plunging open, revealing glimpses of her cleavage. She said sweetly, "Brother Chen Yu, long time no see. You've become even more handsome lately." Not to be outdone, Chen Huimin swayed her hips as she walked to the other side, laughing as she said, "Yes, Brother Chen Yu is a big boss now, his aura is completely different." Li Yuzhen immediately stepped forward, took Chen Yu's arm, and said with a smile, "You two always act so unserious around my husband. Brother Yu, don't mind them, they just love to joke around." As she spoke, she subtly pushed Chen Yu towards Lin Wan, then said to Sun Yao and Chen Huimin, "What brings you two here today? Come sit over here, let's have a good chat, instead of always hovering around my husband." Sun Yao and Chen Huimin were rebuffed, but they didn't give up. In the following days, they continued to flirt with Chen Yu from time to time, looking for opportunities to get closer to him. Li Yuzhen, however, kept a close eye on their movements. Whenever they showed any intention of approaching Chen Yu, Li Yuzhen would cleverly block their way or find an excuse to send them away. Under Li Yuzhen's strict surveillance, Sun Yao and Chen Huimin couldn't find an opportunity to be alone with Chen Yu, let alone seduce him. Although they were frustrated, they couldn't show it, since they were in Li Yuzhen's house. Within the company, department heads systematically advanced their tasks according to the direction set by Chen Yu. Under Yi Qing's leadership, the market research team has already selected several high-quality store location options. The purchasing department actively communicates with coffee bean suppliers in various regions to ensure that it can obtain high-quality coffee beans at reasonable prices. The human resources department is busy recruiting and training employees needed for the new store, and every position, from baristas to cashiers, is strictly vetted. However, as the plan progressed, problems gradually emerged. Finding suitable locations for shops in some areas of Beijing proved difficult, with landlords raising prices or refusing to rent, impacting the original budget and schedule. The market environment in port cities and coastal cities is different from that in Beijing. The preferences and consumption habits of local consumers need to be studied in more depth in order to adjust the promotion plan and product positioning. Among the baristas recruited, some were not proficient enough in the unique coffee-making techniques of Chen Yu Coffee Shop, resulting in less than ideal training outcomes. Although Chen Yu appeared calm on the surface, he took these issues very seriously. Together with Yi Qing, he analyzed the site selection issue. With his rich business experience and decisive decision-making ability, he re-evaluated other potential sites and arranged for the negotiation team to communicate with the landlord again to try to secure the shop at a reasonable price. He addressed the lack of research in the port and coastal markets by increasing manpower and research efforts, requiring the team to gain a deeper understanding of local culture and consumption trends, and to develop targeted adjustment plans in the shortest possible time. To address the issue of barista training, he invited senior experts in the industry to the company to provide guidance, optimize training courses, and strengthen practical training to ensure that baristas can master the unique brewing techniques. Thanks to the joint efforts of Chen Yu and his team, the expansion plan for the coffee shop has been progressing steadily despite some setbacks. Chapter 177: The Changing of Circles. As Li Yuzhen successfully thwarted Sun Yao and Chen Huiman's attempts to seduce Chen Yu time and time again, she increasingly felt that the circle of girlfriends she had formed during her modeling career was truly low-class and chaotic. Those people seemed to have no real pursuits other than showing off their charm and competing with others. Now, as the wife of a billionaire, this kind of social circle is clearly no longer worthy of her status. She began to intentionally or unintentionally reduce her contact with her old best friends. When Sun Yao and Chen Huiman invited her out for a gathering again, Li Yuzhen always made various excuses to decline, such as "I've been busy helping brother Yu with some things lately, and I really can't get away," or "I have to stay home with Wan Wan, she's pregnant and can't be separated from me." After this happened several times, Sun Yao and Chen Huiman gradually noticed Li Yuzhen's estrangement. Although they were dissatisfied, they could only accept it helplessly. Meanwhile, as Chen Yu's wealth increased, Li Yuzhen, with her beauty, emotional intelligence, and Chen Yu's influence, gradually began to come into contact with and integrate into the upper-class social circle of wealthy women. At a high-end social dinner, Li Yuzhen, dressed in a gorgeous haute couture gown, gracefully walked into the venue arm in arm with Chen Yu. The venue was glittering with jewels and filled with celebrities. Li Yuzhen's appearance attracted a lot of attention. A well-dressed lady stepped forward to greet her. "Hello, I am Mrs. Lin. May I ask who you are?" Li Yuzhen smiled and replied, "Hello, Mrs. Lin. I am Li Yuzhen, and this is my husband, Chen Yu." A hint of surprise flashed in Mrs. Lin's eyes, clearly indicating that she had heard of Chen Yu's name. She said warmly, "I have long admired Mr. Chen's reputation. I never expected to meet you both today. Mrs. Li, your dress is truly unique and suits you very well." Li Yuzhen responded politely to Mrs. Lin's compliments with a smile, and the two chatted happily. During the dinner, Li Yuzhen met several other wealthy women. Their conversations ranged from fashion trends and investment philosophies to philanthropy and family succession, topics that were completely different from those of her former model friends. Li Yuzhen keenly observed that this circle placed greater emphasis on inner qualities, taste, and the integration of resources. After the dinner, Li Yuzhen received an invitation from Mrs. Lin to attend a private afternoon tea party for ladies of high society. Li Yuzhen gladly accepted. On the day of the party, Li Yuzhen dressed up carefully and went to the agreed location. The party was held in a luxurious manner with an elegant and tranquil environment. The ladies sat together, enjoying delicate pastries and fragrant afternoon tea in a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. During the exchange, Li Yuzhen learned a lot of new knowledge and ideas. Mrs. Wang shared her experience in managing her family business, while Mrs. Zhang introduced some high-end investment projects. Li Yuzhen listened attentively, occasionally offering her own insights. Her intelligence and wit won the admiration of the ladies. As Li Yuzhen participated in these events more frequently, she gradually established herself in this circle of high society ladies. She not only learned how to enjoy life elegantly, but also understood how to use her identity and resources to help Chen Yu's career development. However, integrating into this new circle was not without its challenges. Some wealthy women outwardly showed great enthusiasm for Li Yuzhen, but behind her backs they gossiped about her background as a model. "I heard she used to be a model. I wonder what method she used to hook up with Mr. Chen." Exactly, what could someone from that background know about the rules of high society? Li Yuzhen completely disregarded these rumors. In her view, the so-called high society circle ultimately comes down to merit. As long as her husband is capable, even if these people look down on her background behind her back, they all have to greet her with a smile when they meet her. After all, there isn't much sincerity among adults, most of it is just superficial pretense. Xinxing Building stands proudly in the core commercial area of Beijing's East 2nd Ring Road like a dazzling pearl, exuding an atmosphere of high-end and prosperity. This office building brings together leaders from various industries, and all the tenants are large and powerful companies, making it a strategic location in Beijing's commercial landscape. Since Chen Yu became the owner of Xinxing Building, it seems as if he opened the door to a treasure trove of connections overnight, with a massive amount of high-quality personal resources flooding into him like a tidal wave. These connections intertwine to form a vast and solid network, paving the way for endless possibilities in his business endeavors. Although Li Yuzhen had not delved into the intricacies of business operations, she possessed keen insight and knew that Lin Feng, the property manager of Xinqing Building, was an expert in office building operations. Lin Fong not only has a thorough understanding of every aspect of office building operations, but also possesses a wealth of high-quality personal connections accumulated over many years, making her a veritable goldmine of connections waiting to be tapped. During her daily interactions with a group of wealthy women, Mrs. Wang poured out her troubles to Li Yuzhen. With a worried expression, she recounted her company's predicament in the solar panel industry, how business expansion had hit a bottleneck, and how she urgently needed to integrate resources from all parties to facilitate a crucial large-scale project collaboration. When Mrs. Wang heard that Li Yuzhen's husband had extensive connections and was very capable, she felt as if she had grasped a lifeline and hoped that Li Yuzhen could lend a helping hand to help the project achieve cooperation. Upon hearing this, Li Yuzhen's heart immediately stirred. Without hesitation, she took out her phone and dialed Lin Fong's number. When the call connected, her tone seemed relaxed and casual, yet it subtly conveyed an undeniable authority. "Manager Lin, Mrs. Wang's company has a project. Could you help integrate resources and find ways to facilitate cooperation with relevant companies? I'll send you the information later. You shouldn't have any difficulties with this, right?" Upon hearing that the order came from the proprietress herself, Lin Fong immediately understood the importance of the matter. She hurriedly replied, "Proprietress, please rest assured, leave this small matter to me. I will definitely handle it perfectly and will not let you down." Lin Fong knew perfectly well that in the cutthroat world of the workplace, pleasing the boss's wife was undoubtedly a surefire way to make money, so she dared not slack off in the slightest. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fong quickly got to work. Drawing on her years of professional experience, she first conducted a comprehensive and in-depth analysis of Mrs. Wang's company's business. From market positioning to product advantages, from industry trends to potential risks, everything was examined in meticulous detail. Based on this detailed understanding, she acted like a precise hunter, selecting several companies from the tenants of Xinqing Building that were highly compatible with the project. Once everything was ready, Lin Fong personally visited the heads of these companies. At each meeting, she used a professional and in-depth project analysis as a starting point, coupled with a sincere and earnest attitude, which, like a gentle spring breeze, successfully aroused their strong interest in the project. Following this, to advance the cooperation, Lin Fong meticulously planned and organized a high-level business negotiation meeting. She paid meticulous attention to every detail of the meeting, from the venue setup and process arrangement to the seating arrangement of the participants and the careful preparation of the tea breaks, all of which demonstrated her professionalism and dedication. During the meeting, Lin Fong acted like a brilliant conductor, skillfully guiding all parties to engage in in-depth discussions on the details of cooperation. She keenly seized every opportunity to achieve cooperation, resolving differences in a timely manner and propelling the discussions in a positive direction. Through her efforts, the participants, who initially had their own agendas, gradually reached a consensus, which ultimately led to a cooperative agreement among all parties and successfully brought this highly anticipated project to fruition. Thanks to Li Yuzhen's help, Mrs. Wang's project was successfully completed. Mrs. Wang was deeply grateful to Li Yuzhen and specially prepared a generous gift. Together with her husband, they solemnly visited her to express their thanks. This generous gift was not only a material expression but also a concrete manifestation of Mrs. Wang's heartfelt gratitude. Upon hearing this, the other ladies' attitudes toward Li Yuzhen changed dramatically. The rumors that had been circulating behind the scenes vanished without a trace, like snow falling in the sunlight. Instead, they showed her heartfelt respect and admiration. With her unique identity as the woman behind the tycoon and her extraordinary ability to solve thorny problems with just a word, Li Yuzhen successfully gained a foothold in the fiercely competitive circle of high society ladies, winning a stable and enviable position. Chapter 178: Jealousy Breeds. After Li Yuzhen integrated into the upper-class social circle of wealthy women, her life flourished. With Chen Yu's strong financial resources and her own intelligence and emotional intelligence, she thrived in this circle, becoming increasingly radiant. She frequently accompanied Chen Yu to business forums organized by the Beijing government. In television footage, she was dressed in gorgeous clothes, confidently and elegantly chatting and laughing with business leaders from all walks of life. All of this was witnessed by her former best friends, Sun Yao and Chen Huimin, and the seeds of jealousy grew wildly in their hearts, gradually distorting their minds. Sun Yao looked at Li Yuzhen, who was living a glamorous life on TV, and said to Chen Huimin through gritted teeth, "Look at her. She's just lucky to have hooked up with Chen Yu, and now she's so smug. We used to be on equal footing with her, so why can she live such a high society life now? If we could become Chen Yu's women, we could have all of this too." Chen Huimin's eyes were filled with resentment and greed as she chimed in, "That's right. So what if she's pretty and knows how to charm men? What do we lack compared to her? Why can't we be like her? As long as we hook up with Chun Yu, we can also become the leading lady and enjoy wealth and luxury. Recently, Li Yuzhen has been active in high society circles and has been receiving frequent invitations to various gatherings, making it impossible for her to accompany Chun Yu to various social events as she used to. Sun Yao and Shen Huiman keenly sensed that this was an excellent opportunity for them to make their move. After some investigation, they learned that Chen Yu had become a long-term member of a high-end club in the city center and often went there for massages and relaxation after work. So the two of them managed to become members of the club as well, and found out Chen Yu's general schedule. One evening, Chen Yu arrived at the club as usual and entered the reserved massage room. Inside the private room, a young and beautiful masseuse was already waiting. Chen Yu had just lain down to enjoy his massage when Sun Yao suddenly knocked on the door. The technician opened the door, and Sun Yao, wearing a mask, said anxiously, "Excuse me, but my friend is suddenly feeling unwell and is in that room over there. I can't manage to get her to do anything by myself. Could you please help her?" The technician hesitated and looked at Chun Yu. Thinking it would be good to help others, Chun Yu nodded in agreement. The technician followed Sun Yao away hurriedly, closing the door to the private room behind her. Almost simultaneously, Chen Huiman emerged from the adjacent dressing room. She wore a semi-transparent, sexy nightgown, her curvaceous figure subtly revealed, her ample breasts and hips on full display. With alluring eyes, Chen Huiman strode slowly toward Chen Yu. Chen Huiman approached the massage bed, gently stroking Chen Yu's shoulders, and said in a sweet voice, "Brother Chen Yu, I've finally found a chance to be alone with you. I've always admired you so much. You don't know, my heart pounds every time I see you." As she spoke, she deliberately leaned closer, letting Chen Yu smell her alluring perfume. When Chen Yu saw Chen Huiman suddenly appear, he immediately realized that this was a trap they had set. Chen Huiman's alluring appearance stirred up the heart of Chen Yu, who was not a gentleman to begin with. He had always adhered to the principle of not daring to mess with people close to him, which was why he had never had any improper thoughts about the people around Li Yuzhen. But at this moment, desire and reason were fiercely clashing in his heart. Chen Huiman sat down on the edge of the bed, leaning forward slightly, her neckline opening even wider, almost pressing against Chen Yu, and continued to tempt him. "Brother Chen Yu, Yuzhen is busy with her high society affairs all day long, she doesn't have time to spend with you properly. I can give you the gentleness and tenderness you want, so please accept me." After saying that, Chen Huiman suddenly stretched out her arms and hugged Chen Yu's head tightly, pressing his face against her chest, trying to further arouse Chen Yu's desire. Chen Yu was flustered and breathless by this sudden action. He mentally cursed, "This idiot, is she trying to suffocate me with those 2 lumps of flesh on her chest? I can't breathe, get out of my way." He grabbed the fleshy lumps with both hands, pushed her away abruptly, sat up from the massage bed, and greedily inhaled the fresh air. He said angrily, "Chen Huiman, are you trying to suffocate me? You even managed to turn seduction into an accident. You're a prime example of someone with big breasts but no brains. I hope this matter ends here. Now get out of here." Chen Huiman never expected that she would ruin such a good opportunity. She felt disappointed and resentful, and tears even welled up in her eyes, but that was more out of anger at the failure of her plan. Undeterred, a resolute glint flashed in her eyes as she tried to approach Chen Yu again, murmuring, "Brother Chen Yu, I'm sincere." Just then, Sun Yao estimated that it was about time and opened the door to the private room and walked in. Seeing Chen Yu's angry face and Chen Huiman's aggrieved and somewhat disheveled expression, she knew that the plan had definitely failed. Although Sun Yao and Chen Huiman were filled with resentment, they could only give up for the time being. The two secretly vowed to find a better opportunity to realize their dream of replacing Li Yuzhen. Meanwhile, Li Yuzhen was still immersed in her colorful high society life and warm family life, completely unaware of her best friend's conspiracy. Chapter 179 Crisis Undercurrents. Sun Yao and Chen Huiman slunk away from the club, their faces grim, their hearts filled with resentment surging like a tide. Sun Yao broke the silence first, gritting her teeth and saying, "You messed this up. It's all your fault, Chen Huiman. How could you be so clumsy?" With tears welling in her eyes, Chen Huiman responded, both angry and annoyed, "How was I supposed to know he'd react so strongly? I could see he was already wavering, so I just wanted to give it my all, but who knew?" Sun Yao frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, "We can't just let it go like this. We need to think of a more comprehensive plan." Chen Yu's attitude shows that he still has his own ideas. "We need to come up with a new plan that can both avoid Li Yuzhen's notice and make Chen Yu completely submit." A ruthless glint flashed in Chen Huiman's eyes as she nodded and said, "Yes, we absolutely cannot let things go wrong again next time.
Let's find out more about Chen Yu's whereabouts and preferences, and pinpoint his weakest point to strike. As they walked, the two whispered plans for their next move, completely ignoring the strange looks from passers-by. Meanwhile, Chen Yu, who was in the club, didn't care about Sun Yao and Chen Huiman's tricks at all, but the fact that the two of them were able to sneak into the private room this time really gave him a wake-up call. He thought to himself that it was fortunate that these were just two acquaintances. If they had encountered a villain with ill intentions, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After all, things are different now. Before, he was just a small business owner and not many people cared about him. But now, as a big boss with a net worth of billions, he inevitably becomes a fat piece in the eyes of some people. Chen Yu realized it was time to hire security personnel for himself and his family. He immediately took out his phone, contacted a well-known security company in the industry, and scheduled a detailed meeting to build a solid security defense for himself and his family. Meanwhile, Li Yuzhen was immersed in the lavish leisure gatherings of high society ladies. These gatherings ranged from exquisite afternoon tea parties held in luxurious estates to elegant events organized in top-tier private clubs. Li Yuzhen felt completely at home, thoroughly enjoying the pleasure of integrating into this new circle. That evening, Li Yuzhen returned home early after attending a small, highbrow art appreciation event at a private club. Upon entering, she saw Chen Yu sitting on the living room sofa, his expression seemingly grave. Li Yuzhen stepped forward, gently sat down next to Chen Yu, and asked with concern, "Brother Yu, what's wrong? Is something bothering you?" Chen Yu looked at Li Yuzhen, hesitated for a moment, and decided not to tell her about Sun Yao and Chen Huimin yet. So he forced a smile and said, "It's nothing, just a little trouble at work today, but it's resolved." "How was your gathering today?" Li Yuzhen shared with a smile the interesting stories from the appreciation event, saying that she had appreciated some rare art treasures and met several interesting ladies. Chen Yu listened, but his mind was still on the events unfolding at the club and the security arrangements he was about to make. Li Yuzhen seemed to sense Chen Yu's absent-mindedness, stopped talking, looked at him seriously and said, "Brother Yu, you must be hiding something from me. Is there anything we can't talk about?" Chen Yu sighed helplessly, feeling that he still couldn't keep Li Yuzhen completely in the dark, so he briefly explained the sudden appearance of Sun Yao and Chen Huimin at the club, only emphasizing that it made him realize the need to strengthen security. Upon hearing this, Li Yuzhen was taken aback at first, then said somewhat angrily, "How could they do this? But you're right, security really needs to be taken more seriously." In another part of the villa, Lin Wan was sitting in a comfortable rocking chair, stroking her slightly protruding belly, with a table piled with parenting books next to her. She was intently looking at a book about prenatal nutrition, occasionally taking notes. Li Xinxin sat beside her, holding a tablet computer, showing Lin Wan the promotional poster she had designed for Chen Yu's coffee shop. "Wan, what do you think of this poster design? I've incorporated some of the most popular elements right now, and the colors are very bright. It should attract a lot of customers' attention," Li Xinxin said. Lin Wan looked up, smiled, and said, "Xin, your design is fantastic. I'm sure it will be a great success. But you should also take care to rest and not overwork yourself." Li Xinxin replied with a smile, "Don't worry, Wan, I know what I'm doing. But you need to take good care of yourself. The baby is our family's top priority right now." At this moment, Li Yuzhen and Chen Yu also came over. Seeing Lin Wan studying parenting knowledge so diligently, Li Yuzhen smiled and said, "Wan, you're so well prepared. You'll definitely be a super attentive mother in the future." Lin Wan smiled a little shyly, "This isn't my first time being a mother, so I still need to learn a lot." "Yuzhen, what were you and brother Yu talking about just now? You looked quite serious." Li Yuzhen looked at Chen Yu, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Actually, it's nothing serious. It's just that brother Yu thinks our family needs to strengthen security measures now, since brother Yu's business is growing bigger and bigger." Chen Yu nodded and added, "Yes, it's always good to have an extra layer of security. Besides, I'll be going out of town for an important business conference soon, so it's even more important to ensure your safety while I'm away." Everyone agreed. However, what they didn't know was that Sun Yao and Chen Huimin were secretly plotting a new conspiracy. They learned that Chen Yu had recently been invited to Haicheng to attend an important business conference, but they were unsure whether Li Yuzhen would accompany him. The two felt this was the perfect opportunity to launch a more covert and daring operation. Chapter 180 Trip to Haicheng. A few days after Chen Yu contacted the security company, a security team composed of 8 tough female veterans officially arrived. These female soldiers are all agile, sharp-eyed, and exude a well-trained and capable aura. Chen Yu personally gave them some instructions, and also let Li Yuzhen, Lin Wan, Li Xinxin and others get acquainted with the security team.
Looking at these spirited female soldiers, Li Yuzhen felt a surge of security and smiled at Chen Yu, saying, "Brother Yu, with them here, I feel much more at ease. You can also go to meetings in other places with peace of mind."
Chen Yu nodded and said, "Yes, seeing them makes me feel at ease. While I'm away, you all need to be careful."
Considering that the villa area has strict property security, Chen Yu left 3 bodyguards behind for the convenience of his family members to travel, while he set off with the other 5 bodyguards. Soon, the day arrived for his trip to Haicheng for a business meeting. His driver and assistant, carrying the luggage, accompanied him to the airport. For this trip, Chen Yu had chosen first class. As Chen Yu entered first class and sat down, a beautiful flight attendant walked over with light steps. She was tall and curvaceous, with a professional smile on her delicate face, bright and gentle eyes, and a neat short haircut that added to her capable demeanor.
"Sir, would you like something to drink?"
The flight attendant's voice was clear and melodious, like a silver bell. Chen Yu looked up, his gaze instantly drawn to the flight attendant's beauty, and his heart skipped a beat. But he quickly regained his composure and politely said, "A cup of coffee, please."
The flight attendant smiled and nodded, then turned to prepare the coffee.
A moment later, she returned with a steaming cup of coffee, gently placing it on the small table in front of Chen Yu, saying, "Sir, here's your coffee. Please enjoy. If you need anything, please feel free to call me.
My name is Xiaoyan."
Chen Yu looked at Xiaoyan and replied with a smile, "Okay, thank you, Xiaoyan." After the plane took off and stabilized, Xiaoyan took advantage of a break from work to come to Chen Yu's side again and said seemingly casually, "Mr. Chen, I felt that you looked familiar."
Then I remembered that I am a friend of Lin Wan's sister.
I saw photos of Lin Wan's wedding on her WeChat moments before, so I recognized you. Chen Yu was somewhat surprised, then laughed and said, "So that's how it is.
What a small world.
I didn't expect to run into you here."
You and Sister Lin Wan must be very close, right?
Xiaoyan nodded gently, her eyes full of smiles. "Yes, we've been friends for many years. I was on a flight mission abroad when Lin Wan got married and couldn't make it back to attend, which I've always regretted. Speaking of which, I was really curious back then about what kind of person could marry her, and seeing him today, he is indeed a handsome man and a perfect match for Lin Wan." Chen Yu's lips curled up slightly, a hint of pride in his voice, as he said, "Ha, you flatter me. Lin Wan is a good girl, and it's my good fortune to marry her."
You've known her for so long, you should know that she has always been a gentle and kind person, right?
Xiaoyan nodded quickly and said, "Of course.
Lin Wan has always been so kind and considerate. When we went out together, she always took everyone's feelings into consideration.
I remember once when a group of us went on a trip, I accidentally twisted my ankle, and Lin Wan took care of me all day long. At that time, I thought that whoever married her would be very happy." Listening to Xiaoyan's story, Chen Yu's face beamed with happiness. He said, "Indeed, she is that thoughtful in life. Now that she's pregnant, she's the apple of everyone's eye. She's diligently learning about childcare every day and is full of anticipation for the baby." A hint of envy flashed in Xiaoyan's eyes.
She smiled and replied, "That's wonderful. Your family must be so warm and loving."
But inwardly, she thought, Lin Wan is so lucky to have married into a wealthy family.
I'm prettier than her. If I could get involved with her husband, maybe I could live that kind of affluent life too.
I work myself to the bone on airplanes every day, barely earning enough to make ends meet. How can I compare to Lin Wan now, who has no worries about food or clothing and is weighted on hand and foot? If I could hook up with a rich man like her husband, even as a clandestine mistress, I wouldn't have to work so hard anymore. Designer bags, high-end cosmetics, traveling wherever I want, all of that would be easily within my reach."
Chen Yu smiled and waved his hand, saying, "I should say I'm lucky.
By the way, do you often fly international flights? I heard you say you were on a mission abroad when Lin Wan got married."
Xiaoyan sighed and said, "Yes, that's how our job is.
We're always flying around, and sometimes we can't even take care of our families.
But being able to see different scenery and meet different people in different places is a kind of gain."
While saying this, she thought to herself, this job of constantly flying around looks glamorous, but it's actually very hard work. It's nothing like the comfortable life of a wealthy wife. If she could develop a relationship with Chen Yu, maybe it could change her fate. Chen Yu comforted him, saying, "Every job has its value, and you must be doing a great job in your position."
Xiaoyan's heart skipped a beat.
She felt she had to seize the opportunity to get closer to Chen Yu. She immediately put on a bright smile and said, "Mr. Chen, you flatter me. Compared to you, my job is really nothing. You see, you're so successful in your career.
You must have many interesting experiences. Could you tell me about them?
Seeing that Shayan seemed interested in his experience, Zhenyu began to boast about his entrepreneurial journey, from the initial difficult start to seizing opportunities and gradually growing stronger. As Shayan listened, she occasionally feigned amazement and admiration, but in her heart she was calculating, if such a successful man could become my support, I would be set for life. I must find a way to make a deep impression on him. Meanwhile, Sun Yao and Shen Huiman had already gone to Haiqing ahead of time, preparing to carry out their plan to seduce Zhenyu again there.